I am Jiang Chen. The senior students in the lab were forced to come back to do experiments because of the delayed graduation, but none of them could really concentrate. Their minds were not on the experiments at all. I knew they were all watching me and Su Qingqing. After all, our commotion had already been noticed, and the feeling of being secretly watched was really awkward. Sure enough, within a minute, someone slipped out to report the news, and soon the others couldn't hold back either, and the discussion exploded instantly, all about gossip about me and Teacher Su. Someone shouted that they saw me drag Teacher Su into a BMW X7 in a secluded spot, and the crowd instantly erupted in excitement, with everyone imagining all sorts of dramatic scenarios, which became increasingly outrageous. Someone joked that being too affectionate in the school bus during the day might lead to a death, and someone immediately chimed in, saying that we'd already caused a death long ago, since Teacher Su has given birth to 3 of my children. I could hear their discussion from not far away, and I was both annoyed and amused. These people are really bored. They even spread the news that we have a child so widely. Suddenly someone shouted that the car had shaken, and everyone gasped and cheered. Su Qingqing and I had just gotten out of the car when they looked disappointed and patted their chests, saying it was a false alarm. Seeing their disappointed expressions, I shook my head helplessly. I never expected that our brief moment of intimacy in the car would attract so many onlookers. Some busybodies still managed to take pictures of me and Su Qingqing walking hand in hand, and posted them on the campus forum with the title Goddess Su and the Mysterious Little Master. There had been rumors before that Teacher Su had a boyfriend and had a baby, but there was no concrete evidence. This time, we weren't paying attention and got caught red-handed, and the forum instantly exploded. After Su Qingqing and I got off the bus, we wanted to stroll around the campus discreetly, so we deliberately didn't hold hands. But the students we met all seemed to have made a pact to greet Teacher Su with smiles and call me Little Master. Ms. Su is the campus goddess, so it's normal to be greeted by her. But that Little Master almost broke my nerve. What's so little about me? The more I heard it, the more something felt off. I took out my phone and opened the campus forum. When I saw the posts and comments, I immediately smiled bitterly. Well, now the nickname Little Master has spread far and wide. Su Qingqing also peeked over, her face instantly turning red, but she was much calmer than me. She decided to go public as soon as she said she would. After all, she was already a married woman, so she hadn't lost out. I couldn't stand the constant greetings, Little Master greetings anymore, so I suggested to Su Qingqing that we go home. I hadn't seen the 3 children for almost 2 days, and I was really missing them. I felt bad leaving the children with the nanny while we enjoyed some time alone, but Su Qingqing flatly refused, saying she just wanted to stroll around the campus with me. When I mentioned my 3 children, Su Qingqing said that I had just checked the security camera footage and that the children were doing well. She also told me to spend some quality time with them that night, and then took my arm. I can imagine the aggrieved look on my 3 little monsters' faces right now, probably thinking to themselves that Su Qingqing has a boyfriend, but no motherly instincts. I felt both warm and amused. I helplessly told Su Qingqing that walking around like this was too conspicuous, making me feel like I was being paraded around in a zoo. But she just smiled and said she had a way to solve this problem. Su Qingqing took out 2 large face masks and black-rimmed glasses from her bag. After we put them on, we were indeed less noticeable, since there were already many people wearing masks recently. I brazenly took Su Qingqing's hand, and like any ordinary young couple, we strolled leisurely through the campus. This relaxed feeling was really nice. We walked along the tree-lined path to the playground, sat on the steps, and watched a ball game for a while. In late autumn, it gets dark quickly, and the playground was crowded with couples in the evening. Su Qingqing and I snuggled together, whispering secrets. When the mood struck, we would gently peck each other. She had never experienced anything like this before, and she was as excited as a little girl. Looking at Su Qingqing in my arms, her face full of excitement and gradually becoming drowsy, I was full of surprise and couldn't help but tease her, saying that she was already so clingy after only being apart for a day. I asked her what she would do if I stayed away for a week and didn't take care of her, but she said proudly that it was impossible, her eyes full of certainty and a little bossiness. I pressed her to explain why it was impossible, and she snorted, her eyes carrying a hint of threat, saying that if I were truly heartless, she would divorce me when I returned. I suddenly remembered that I had bought a gift for Su Qingqing in Hangzhou. I casually mentioned it to her, and seeing her eyes light up instantly, I felt a surge of affection and took out the gift without any hesitation. She was stunned the moment she saw the gift, her eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. She reached out and took it, carefully caressing it. Its heavy texture and warm color clearly indicated its high value. I teased her, saying that I bought the jade necklace for 10 yuan at a roadside stall, expecting her to expose me. But instead, she playfully retorted, though her eyes couldn't hide her love for the necklace. She quickly came to her senses, put the necklace on, and, using the playground lights, leaned close to show it off to me. Her fair swan neck paired with the crystal-clear jade was so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off her. I quickly complimented her on how pretty it was and asked if she liked it. She sweetly agreed and tried to take it off, saying it was too flashy and she was afraid of losing it. I quickly stopped her and told her to keep wearing it. I made up a lie about it being a cheap item to appease her, and I found it funny to see her roll her eyes. Actually, I knew she definitely recognized that the necklace was something special, but she didn't complain at all. She was clearly overjoyed. She hooked her arm around my neck and kissed me, then secretly hid the necklace in her collar, afraid that someone who knew its value might covet it and cause trouble. Suddenly, she caught sight of the candied hawthorn stall by the playground. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly told me to wait for her. She turned and ran over. Watching her back, I also felt a longing for the taste of my childhood. But when she came back, she only brought a string of candied hawthorns. I smiled and asked her who it was enough for, but she smiled and said it would be more fun to share it. She even took a bite and held it to my mouth. I took a bite, and the familiar sweetness spread in my mouth, instantly bringing back the feeling of my childhood. Looking at her expectant eyes, I suddenly wanted to tease her and said that there was an even more interesting way to eat it. She pressed me for details, and I slowly leaned closer with a candied hawthorn in my mouth. I watched as her face instantly flushed, and she obediently closed her eyes, waiting patiently. Her adorable demeanor made me want to laugh. I gently brought the candied hawthorn to her lips and fed it to her. Looking at her gentle expression with her eyes closed, I suppressed my laughter and didn't tell her that I had already chewed the fruit. She took a bite and froze instantly, opening her eyes in confusion. Looking at the hawthorn seeds in my hand, then at my smug expression, she immediately realized she'd been tricked. I laughed and asked her if it was good. She spat out the seeds, then without a word, leaned in and bit me hard, making me wince in pain. Only then did I belatedly realize I'd forgotten about her personality. She laughed and asked if it hurt. I teased her for biting like a dog, but she angrily retorted that it was even worse for me to trick her into eating hawthorn seeds. The more she talked, the angrier she got, and she bit me several more times. I couldn't stand the pain anymore, so I had to use a forced gag order, and only then did she stop. Looking at her angry yet charming appearance, I felt both pain and amusement. As night slowly fell, the number of couples on the playground did not decrease. They were all scattered in twos and threes, whispering to each other. Like Su Qingchang and me, they were at most having a little tantrum. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. It turned out that the student council members had come to check on campus civility. They looked at us, who were wearing masks, gave us a few instructions, and left, jokingly suggesting that if we really couldn't manage, we could go to a small hotel off campus. I knew it was just a routine check, so I gave a vague reply. When I turned around, I saw Su Qingqing blushing, her eyes full of accusation. She had clearly misunderstood what I said. I quickly explained to her that the school had only conducted routine checks because a couple had been photographed behaving inappropriately on the playground and the photos had been posted online. I told her that those people were just going through the motions. She suddenly understood, but her blush didn't fade. She even complained with a look of disgust that young people these days were too ridiculous. Her feigned maturity was particularly endearing. She took my arm and said she wanted to leave. I smiled and asked her if she finally wanted to go home, but she shook her head, her eyes darting away, and whispered something that shocked me. Let's go to a small hotel off campus. When Su Qingchang said she wanted to go to a small hotel off campus, I was stunned. 1 second she was criticizing the young people for their ridiculous behavior, and the next second she made this request. I even doubted that I had heard correctly. Seeing her serious expression, I realized I hadn't misheard. My heart instantly leaped with joy. I pretended to be surprised and asked her if she was really going, mentioning her 3 children at home. She confidently said it was okay to go home late, and even teased me that I was too scared to go. When I didn't agree immediately, she made an excuse to go home. I could tell at a glance that she was just pretending to be bold and was actually shy. I deliberately went along with her and said that since she thought I was a coward, I had to go with her to experience it. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw her get embarrassed and her eyes panicked. She stammered and made excuses, saying that she had children at home and that as parents, she couldn't just think about herself. I laughed and retorted that since there was a nanny to take care of the children, we should also have our own fun. I pulled her towards the school gate, saying there was no time like the present and there would definitely be a room available today. She was speechless and helpless and could only let me lead her. I guess she was already regretting it terribly. I remember meeting her at the Maple Forest Hotel, a small and outside Seahai university that was incredibly basic compared to the hotel. The school is located in the suburbs, and many small hotels have opened in the nearby villages, specifically targeting student couples. They are well-equipped but basic, and most importantly, they are not soundproof at all, creating a great atmosphere. I took her hand and mingled with the crowd of couples, walking into the urban village like any other couple. We chose a hotel called Rui Hotel. She was nervous the whole time, and her palms were sweating. We are a legally married couple, but at this moment she looked flustered as if she were having an affair. I found it funny to look at her tense profile, so I pulled her into the hotel and asked the front desk if there were any rooms available. The landlady at the front desk seemed unfazed and quoted prices for hourly rooms and various other types of rooms. I immediately asked for a double room, and she asked us to show our ID cards, which I handed over right away. Check-in was completed in a minute. To my surprise, it wasn't a key but a room key. I pulled Su Qingxing toward room 201. We encountered many student couples along the way, and everyone tacitly understood each other. I swiped my card to open the door, pulled her into the room, and locked the door behind me. Her heart was pounding, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes were full of tension, like a lamb that had strayed into the jaws of a wolf. She asked me cautiously if I really wanted to stay here. I casually asked her back, since we had already paid 98 yuan for a double room, and we couldn't just come all this way for nothing. She stammered that she was scared, and I teased her with a laugh, asking if she was afraid I would eat her up. Before I could finish, she blushed, rolled her eyes at me, and playfully told me to get lost. Get lost? Su Qingxing rolled her eyes, her face flushed red. You know perfectly well why. I laughed and retorted to Su Qingxing. It was clearly her who suggested going to a small hotel, and she even teased me for being a coward. I secretly laughed at her earlier boastfulness. She was just waiting to see her embarrassed. She rubbed her forehead, looking helpless. I could tell she was just bluffing to tease me and hadn't really intended to come. Now that I'd given her an easy way out, she didn't even have a chance to argue. Just as things were at an impasse, some suggestive sounds suddenly came from next door. She blushed instantly, embarrassed and flustered. Her panicked appearance made me secretly burst into laughter. I teased her on purpose, saying it was fine if she backed down or pretended to love something, but was actually afraid of it. I was going to make fun of her a few more times, but I didn't expect that my words would directly provoke her. She blushed and retorted, saying she wasn't a coward at all, and even patted her chest to say she meant what she said. I deliberately asked again to confirm, and she became even more confident, not backing down at all. But only a minute later, she couldn't hold back anymore, and she grabbed my arm pitifully, pleading to go home, and even made an excuse that she was worried about leaving her 3 children alone with the nanny. Looking at her pitiful appearance and listening to her say all the nice things she could think of, I couldn't bear to tease her anymore and could only reluctantly agree, but in my heart I found her both cute and funny. When I got home, Aunt Lu, who was soothing the children, rushed to greet me. I chose her as my nanny because she was quick and efficient, knew her place, and was never talkative. I asked Aunt Lu about the children, and she smiled and said they were fine, except that she didn't have enough breast milk, so she made formula for them. Su Qingxing immediately chimed in, saying that she would store more breast milk in the refrigerator tomorrow. Aunt Lu was very happy, saying that breast milk is healthier than formula. She didn't press Su Qingcheng about how she stored so much breast milk, not even showing any curiosity, which showed she was very well-mannered. Aunt Lu then mentioned she made egg noodles for dinner and asked if we were hungry. Su Qingcheng and I were indeed hungry. We had spent most of the day alone, and our energy and spirits were quite depleted. We played with the 3 children for a while, then went to eat noodles. Aunt Lu's cooking was quite good. Although not as good as mine, it was still very good. We each had a big bowl and ate with great relish. After the meal, Su Qingcheng quickly took a shower and stayed by the children's side, being incredibly affectionate, as if they hadn't seen each other for years, clinging to them and refusing to leave. It was already past 10:30, and I couldn't help but urge her to go to sleep. She gave me a reproachful look, and I knew she understood what I really meant by urging her. She told me to take a shower and told me to turn off the bedroom lights, leaving only the bedside lamp on. I immediately agreed, secretly looking forward to the night, knowing that there would be a different kind of surprise. 3 minutes later, I finished showering and lifted the covers, and I was instantly stunned. Su Qingcheng had changed into a sexy nightgown again. This time, it was the pink lace style that I liked. This time at home, I finally didn't have to restrain myself. The next morning, Su Qingcheng woke up and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. Remembering that she had to go to work, she hurriedly got up, but as soon as she stood up, she felt a sharp pain and almost lost her balance, and couldn't help but cry out. I quickly reached out to support her, but she glared at me irritably and blamed me for everything. I felt ashamed, and upon reflection, it really was my fault. Who told her to be so charming? I couldn't resist. I felt both regretful and worried. I asked her if this would affect my work. She asked me back irritably, tried to move around a bit, and said that she could manage, but she still couldn't help but glare at me several times. Just then, the system suddenly notified me that Su Qingcheng had accused me of having a lot of bad intentions, triggering a God-level choice. It gave me 2 options, deny it or admit it, each with a reward. I thought to myself, I'm not that bad, Su Qingcheng's insults are nothing to worry about. But this system suddenly popped up and caused trouble. On a whim, I asked the system if I could choose both options. I made an excuse, saying that only children make choices, adults want it all. The system was silent for a moment. Su Qingcheng finished washing up and was about to go out for breakfast when I grabbed her arm. She panicked instantly, thinking I was going to mess around again. I quickly said it wasn't what she thought, but she immediately understood. Although somewhat helpless, she still agreed, saying it was compensation for fooling me yesterday, and told me to keep my voice down so Aunt Lu wouldn't hear. I promise I'll keep it quiet. The next second, the system prompted me that I had selected 2 options and gained 2 chances to win a God-level lottery. I immediately redeemed them and won a God-level modification skill and a business opportunity. After sending Su Qingcheng to work, I stayed home with my 3 little monsters, personally taking care of everything from feeding them and changing their diapers to wiping their bottoms. While spending time with the children, I also discussed business matters with Li Jun and the others. Afterwards, I took my 3 children and planned to go to the main barbecue restaurant in the food street. Aunt Lu finished cleaning and had some free time. Feeling bad about it, she offered to help me take care of the children so that I could go about my own business. I refused Aunt Lu's offer, saying I could take care of the child myself and that she could rest, and that I would keep her full salary. Aunt Lu was both surprised and delighted. In all her years in the industry, this was the first time she had encountered such a kind employer. I knew in my heart that hiring a nanny was just in case. Normally, I would take care of my own child. I even almost told Aunt Lu not to stay at my house at night, worried that it would disturb my time with Su Qingcheng. When I arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Lu Wei and Sun Wan immediately came up to me and greeted me warmly. After chatting for a while, they reported on the barbecue restaurant and the milk tea shop, saying that they were developing very smoothly. They said that with Li Jun's strategic planning, achieving the goal of 300 barbecue restaurants and 1,000 milk tea shops by the end of the year was a sure thing, and each branch would quickly become profitable, without me needing to invest any more money. After listening, I praised them repeatedly for their skill. After chatting with them for a while, I took the 3 children to the park for a walk. Before I knew it, the day had passed. When it was time for Su Qingcheng to get off work, I went to pick her up. To avoid trouble, I parked my car at the school gate. Su Qingqing arrived quickly. After getting in the car, she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual. Although she tried to play with the children, she was always distracted and her mood was obviously low. I teased her on purpose, asking if something was bothering her and telling her to tell me so I could cheer her up. As I spoke, I reached out to tease her, but she dodged away with little interest. Hey, stop messing around. I really am not in the mood today. Not in the mood. I asked again. Su Qingqing nodded and said that she had been feeling mentally exhausted lately. The research and development of the University Enterprise Cooperation Cosmetics project she was in charge of was not going well. The test results were very poor. It had been dragging on for too long, and her boss was already very dissatisfied. I know she's been working on this project for a long time and has been the main technical lead. Now that she's hit a bottleneck, seeing her downcast makes my heart ache. I stopped joking, and suddenly the God-level improvement skill I had drawn earlier flashed through my mind. Although this skill could only be used once, it might very well help her solve her current research and development problems. I offered to go and see her research project, but Su Qingqing didn't believe I could help at all. She said I hadn't studied the relevant field, and it would be a waste of time for me to go and see it. I told her with a smile that cosmetics rely on biochemical technology, and my barbecue and milk tea recipes are based on the same principle. Essentially, they are all about the technical adjustment of ingredients and processes. I even joked that this would be considered alchemy in ancient times. Su Qingqing listened helplessly for a while, but had to admit that food and cosmetics do indeed share a common technological logic. She asked me if I really wanted to go and see it, and I nodded firmly, saying I could give her some guidance. She was worried about her 3 children at home, so I told her to send the children home and settle them in before going to the lab. Su Qingqing finally agreed. She was very unwilling to give up after the project had been stalled for so long. Even if she didn't rely on me, she wanted to give it another shot. She felt more secure with me working overtime with her. We went home first, fed and settled the 3 children, ate a simple meal prepared by Aunt Lu, and then rushed back to the school laboratory. On the way, Su Qingqing's mood improved, and she joked with me, saying that if I could really solve the project problem, she would reward me handsomely, which made me look forward to it. I deliberately pressed her for the meaning of big, and she instantly realized the ambiguity in my question. Her face flushed red, and she yelled at me to get lost before stomping ahead angrily. I couldn't help but laugh at her charming appearance, and I secretly resolved to use my abilities to help her completely resolve this long-standing project issue. We arrived at the lab quickly. Su Qingqing was the project leader. After filling out and signing a simple form, I was able to enter the fully equipped standard laboratory. I casually joked that it looked like an alchemy room, and Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at me, telling me to stay in the rest area while she went to work on her experiments. There was no one else in the lab. She took the initiative to give me a light kiss, but I wasn't satisfied. I hooked my arm around her and kissed her back hard. She was quite startled, afraid that I was going to cause trouble there. After I let go of her, she blushed and gently punched me a few times, reminding me that this was a laboratory and I shouldn't mess around. Then she turned around and focused on her experiments and data recording. I stayed in the rest area for a while, then went back to her and offered to give her some pointers. She thought I wasn't a professional and would only cause trouble, so she didn't believe me at all. But 10 minutes later, she was surprised to find that not only did I not cause any trouble, but my suggestions were also just right, and my ideas were even more eye-opening. Half an hour later, she was completely astonished. Like a little fangirl, she kept asking me questions. Under my guidance, the experimental results showed a completely different change from before. I answered all her long-standing questions, and she felt a sense of clarity. However, she also began to question her life, realizing that despite graduating from a prestigious university and becoming a professor, she was inferior to me, an undergraduate. In reality, I relied entirely on my godlike skill improvements. My professional theoretical knowledge was far inferior to hers. But she didn't know the truth and kept marveling at how amazing I was. I casually mentioned that I was self-taught, and then deliberately teased myself about how many other things I was good at. Su Qingqing blushed instantly and spat at me, saying I was too smug. Although she kept complaining, she was filled with pride and happiness, feeling that she had truly struck gold, that her man was so outstanding in every way. Just then, hurried, Chaotic footsteps sounded outside the lab, and a large group of people rushed towards them, panting. The leader shouted as he ran, urging everyone to hurry, saying that if they were late, it would be too late. The group of people who rushed in were my senior classmates. Among them was a senior named Li Tu who was young, but had severe hair loss, earning him the nickname Baldly. It was Li Tu's turn to be on duty that day. He was the last to leave the lab that evening, and as he went downstairs, he inadvertently saw Su Qingcheng and me walking intimately toward the lab building. At the time, he didn't think much of it. Later, when he was eating out, he casually mentioned it to his classmates, and they immediately became interested. Even the female classmates couldn't help but swear, their gossip instincts kicking in. They all pretended to be serious, saying they suddenly wanted to go back to the lab to work overtime, giving seemingly plausible reasons, but in reality, they all wanted to see what happened between me and Su Qingcheng. A group of people skipped their meal and rushed towards the laboratory building. Li Tu verbally criticized them for being shameless, but also insisted that he was a respectable person and quickly followed. Li Tu, who had trained in long-distance running, took the lead and rushed to the laboratory door, even turning back to urge the others to hurry up. The group then tiptoed into the laboratory. On the other side, under my guidance, Su Qingcheng's thinking was completely opened up, and she had a brand new idea for cosmetic research and development and formulation, and she became very excited. With my God-level improvement skills, I had already sketched out several God-level recipes in my mind, but I didn't say them out loud. I didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, nor did I want to do the work for someone else. Just as we were resting and drinking water, Su Qingcheng's phone suddenly went off with an access control alarm. As the head of the laboratory, she would receive alerts whenever someone entered or left at an abnormal time. Thinking someone had broken in, she quickly turned on the security camera and immediately saw the group of students sneaking around. She even overheard their conversation and was speechless. I went over to take a look and understood what was going on. I chuckled to myself. These upperclassmen were even more shameless than my former roommates when it came to gossip. Then I thought about it again. It's normal for them to be curious. After all, Su Qingcheng and I are special in their eyes, and these teenagers are bound to want to see what happens. Su Qingcheng's face turned red. She felt embarrassed and helpless. She asked me in a low voice how she should handle it and wanted to hear my ideas before making a decision. I teased her on purpose, suggesting we play along and stage a date in the lab so they could watch. She was terrified and immediately refused. She glared at me, scolding me for talking nonsense, saying it was inappropriate to act intimately in front of her students and would have a terrible impact if word got out. Seeing her nervous expression, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Actually, I was just joking. Private things should be kept at home and not shown in public. I immediately stopped joking and told her to just let things take their course and not to deliberately avoid them. Maybe this would even bring unexpected gains. She looked puzzled. Su Qingcheng wanted to continue asking questions, but after glancing at the surveillance footage, she suddenly lowered her voice and nervously told me that the group of people were almost upon us. I took out a tissue and pretended to feel sorry for Su Qingcheng as I wiped her forehead. She immediately understood and also picked up a tissue and gestured to me, pretending to wipe my sweat. She was the one who had been busy all day and was covered in sweat, while I only used my mouth the whole time and didn't sweat at all. Yet she still acted very seriously and even pecked me unexpectedly. Just as I was about to retaliate, she hurriedly gestured for me to be quiet and whispered that the students were already outside the lounge. I had no choice but to give up, secretly resolving to deal with her when I got home. Su Qingcheng smiled and peeled an orange, insisting on feeding me. I opened my mouth to take it, and she fed me several more segments. The sweet taste spread in my mouth. I picked up an orange and fed it to her, and the two of us fed each other in the lounge, the atmosphere sweet and warm, deliberately putting on a show for the people outside. After playing around for a few minutes, I put a grape in my mouth and said I wanted to feed her some imported grapes. She immediately became wary. After all, the memory of the last time the imported candied hawthorn was just seeds was still fresh in her mind. I patted my chest and promised I wouldn't trick her this time. She blushed and closed her eyes, only to find she ate a grape skin instead. She was so angry she was about to explode. I quickly held her down and swiftly fed her a whole grape. This time it was incredibly sweet, and she immediately softened, wanting to eat another one. Just then, the door to the lounge was suddenly flung open, and the students outside could no longer contain themselves, swarming in, each one looking utterly devastated. They had come to join the fun and see the gossip, but instead, they were bombarded with PDA by Su Qingqing and me the whole time. This group of single people were so overwhelmed by the sweetness that they were practically bursting with regret. The students awkwardly greeted her, sometimes calling her Little Master and sometimes Grand Master. Their postures respectful yet uneasy, afraid of displeasing Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing put on a stern face and asked them what they were doing in the lab so late at night instead of resting. They hurriedly changed their story and said they were there to work overtime on a project, but their eyes kept darting away. After explaining, they wanted to make a quick getaway. Since no one wanted to stay and suffer any longer, playing games and watching videos was much more comfortable. I naturally wouldn't let these people who came to my doorstep get away easily. I smiled and praised them for their hard work, and a group of senior students quickly nodded in agreement. Several senior female students, in particular, were completely infatuated with me as I grew more and more handsome. Unfortunately, I was already taken, and they could only feel regret in secret. I followed up on what they were saying, telling them that the project's development strategy had been completely adjusted and that we were short-staffed, so I asked them to stay and work overtime together. The students were stunned. They had only been being polite and hadn't really intended to do any work. Now, they all looked miserable and tried to find excuses to shirk their duties. I directly quoted what they had said and pointed out that the project progress was linked to graduation credits. In one sentence, I hit their sore spot and left them with no reason to refute me. The upperclassmen could only accept their fate. They had come excitedly to watch the excitement, but ended up as free laborers. They were secretly calling me Jiang the Skinflint. Seeing that I easily controlled everyone, Su Qingqing was overjoyed. She thought I was both capable and reliable, and couldn't help but want to tease me and get revenge. She held a grape in her mouth and brought it close to me, intending to feed me the grape skin. When the students saw this, they all covered their faces and ran away, afraid of being tortured again. But as soon as she handed me the grape skins, I grabbed her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. She blushed with embarrassment and fell into my trap once again. After deciding to call it a day, Su Qingqing and I left the lounge. She explained the new research and development approach, and the initially reluctant top students suddenly understood and immediately got to work. With nothing else to do, I tweaked the formula of a hair growth serum in the lab and produced a preliminary prototype in just 2 or 3 hours. My eyes immediately fell on my senior, nicknamed Baldy Li. When Li Tu saw me walking over with the hair growth serum, he panicked and said that it was useless because his hair follicles were necrotic. But he couldn't resist my persuasion and had no choice but to agree to try it. It was almost midnight when we got home. I have a special constitution and I wasn't tired at all. I picked up the 3 babies and started taking care of them. Su Qingqing was exhausted. She worked during the day and overtime at night, and as soon as she got home, she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. I took over from the nanny to take care of the children, wiping their bottoms, changing their diapers, and feeding them. I was extremely busy, but to my surprise, my eldest child started pooping while eating, making a mess everywhere. The nanny and I spent over half an hour bathing and changing the 3 children, cleaning their beds, and finally getting them to sleep. It was already past 1 a.m. I moved the crib into the bedroom and tiptoed onto the bed, afraid of waking the sleeping Su Qingqing. Just as I was about to cover myself with the blanket and go to sleep, a warm body suddenly snuggled into my arms. I was startled and instinctively asked her, "What? You're still awake?" Chapter 210, The Tigress's Revenge. If you're not asleep, how can I sleep alone? Su Qingqing nestled in Jiang Chen's arms like a kitten, rubbed her nose, and said softly, "I was too tired when I got back, so I slept for a while, but then I suddenly realized that I was the only one in the bed, and then I couldn't fall asleep." "You can't sleep without me coming?" "Okay." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Your words remind me of something." "What is it?" "It's like this. In a TV drama, the male and female leads are about to go to sleep, and it seems the male lead is already exhausted, but the female lead complains that she can't sleep without intimacy." "What are you trying to say by bringing this up?" It's you, isn't it? Are you like that female lead, unable to sleep without that kind of life? Cut. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Su Qingqing glanced at him dismissively, but her arms were still wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck. Actually, falling asleep is much simpler than any kind of life. Being close to you and smelling your scent makes me feel especially at ease. However, there is still an important thing I haven't done tonight. What's the important thing? Jiang Chen asked. That's right, it's an eye for an eye, a way to get revenge on you. Get revenge on me? Jiang Chen was holding his wife in his arms, feeling very comfortable, like he was holding a sweet little kitten. But when he saw the little girl in his arms suddenly bar her teeth, he immediately got a jolt. What's wrong? The kitten is about to turn into a tigress. Yeah, it's revenge. It's one thing for you to feed me hawthorn seeds on the playground, but this time you fed me grape skins in the lab. It's just too much. Seriously, honey? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you trying to get back at me? Besides, didn't you get back at me in the lab? You fed me grape skins too, didn't you? How dare you say that? I retaliated against you. And what did you do back then? Good grief, you bit my mouth. You're really something. Su Qingqing said angrily, baring her teeth again. Cough, cough. Instinct, that's instinct. Jiang Chen sighed, and then hurriedly explained. Then, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he slapped his thigh, or rather, slapped Su Qingqing's thigh. Su Qingqing was puzzled. Honey, I remember you promised me a big reward if I helped you with your research and development project. Is that so? However, that's a separate issue. Revenge is revenge, and reward is reward. Su Qingqing rubbed her thigh, which had just been slapped red by the big pig's trotter, and her 40-meter-long broadsword became even more impatient. Oh, this. All right. Jiang Chen was worried that the girl might not accept the larger reward, but since things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say, since she wanted to get revenge on him. All right, then let's take revenge. Who can blame him but his wife? It would be best to get revenge thoroughly, and then there will be rewards, of course, plenty of rewards. By the way, wife, have you ever thought about this possibility? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered and said to Su Qingqing. What's possible? Su Qingqing nestled in the blankets, squinting her eyes, feeling rather lazy and unwilling to speak. It was late at night, and she was tired and sleepy. Right now, aren't you working on that university-industry cooperation project? Actually, with your qualifications and abilities, you are fully capable of handling things on your own. So what I'm trying to say is, have you ever thought about going out on your own? In the last few days, Jiang Chen learned more about the project that Su Qingqing was in charge of. Although she is officially the technical lead, she is actually just an employee. The company acted like the client, with a poor attitude and demanding requirements. Jiang Chen only met with the company's representatives once, and he was already very dissatisfied. I now have some ability. Investing money in your wife to start a tech company, allowing her to go solo, is not an impossible idea. And the God-level products that I designed with my God-level modification skills can all be handed over to my wife to make, which is perfect for keeping the benefits within the family. Going solo. I'm a teacher at the school. How can I jump out and go it alone? Su Qingqing said, barely opening her eyes. Many schools now encourage employees to leave their jobs to start their own businesses, right? I see that Sihai University has a similar policy, which allows employees to retain their positions for up to 3 years. Forget it. I'm not cut out for working alone. That's all right. Jiang Chen reassured him again. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but you'll be fine once you give it a try. Besides, I'm here. Even if you're not cut out for it, I'll help you become one. Honey, what do you think? Please think it over carefully. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he waited for a while, but there was no response from Su Qingqing. It turned out that she was extremely tired and had fallen asleep while Jiang Chen was speaking. All right then. Jiang Chen remained silent. However, I also understand that she was exhausted at that moment. Looking down at the little girl in his arms, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but kiss her cherry lips tenderly, again and again. Then he gently put it down. Hey boss, are you not busy right now? I'd like to give you an update on what happened on the 9th. The next morning, Jiang Chen had just driven his wife to work and was returning home when he received a call from Bai Huiyan. No rush, Go ahead and tell me. Okay, boss. On the other end of the phone, Bai Huiyin then gave Jiang Chen a detailed account of the recent situation at Jiri Group, highlighting the key points. With Li Jun in charge and ample financial support, things got much better. This time, Jiri Group. They successfully withstood the pressure from Phoenix Group and repeatedly succeeded in their counterattacks in the price war, regaining a small portion of the market share. This caused the wealthy Phoenix Group to suffer a considerable loss. On the 9th day, overall, they managed to stabilize the situation. Boss, there's something else I need to report to you, Bai Huiyin said. We've recently recovered a bit, but developing only around Hangzhou isn't enough. Li Jun and I discussed it. We are considering opening a 9-day hotel in Sihai, which is your hometown, boss. Then let's wait a couple of days. I will go to Sihai City to make sure this matter is truly settled. Okay, Jiang Chen said. Regarding the matter from the 9th, he has now delegated the authority to Li Jun and Bai Huiyin. Since it was decided by the two of them together, they can simply carry it out. There's no need to ask the boss for his opinion. And Jiri Group. At least now it's one of their own businesses. Since they mainly focus on budget hotels, it would be unreasonable not to open a 9-day inn in their own territory, Sihai City. On the opening day. No doubt about it. I have to go and support them. Chapter 2:11 Shorting Crude Oil, 10 billion. Jiang Chen finished talking to Bai Huiyin about what happened on the 9th. I happened to be there. Li Jun also called. It was also a work report, but on a global scale. In addition to the 9 days, there were also projects such as the resort, barbecue, and milk tea. In short, everything was progressing smoothly. After finishing the report, I was about to hang up the phone. Jiang Chen suddenly called out to him. Mr. Li, could you do me a favor? Li Jun's current position is that of Jiang Chen's business manager, so calling him Mr. Li is quite appropriate. What is it? Please tell me. It's about helping me open an account with an international forex broker. Li Jun asked in surprise. Boss, do you perhaps want to trade international futures? Right. Jiang Chen admitted it directly. That's why he wanted to play with futures. It wasn't a whim or a sudden idea, but rather related to the business opportunity that Tongzi had given me last time. The day after tomorrow, which is this Wednesday, American crude oil futures plummeted, dropping by 10%. Actually, crude oil prices plummeted by 10%. It's nothing serious. Historically, crude oil prices have fallen by as much as 30% or even 50% in a single day. Certainly, a drop of 30% or 50% in a single day is only possible because of extraordinary events. Even so, don't underestimate this 10% drop, because crude oil can be leveraged, with leverage of 100 times or even 200 times, which is extremely crazy. In other words, even with 100 times leverage, if you short sell, a 10% drop means a 10-fold return. Especially now, Jiang Chen has around 2 billion yuan in available funds, so he can definitely have a good time no matter what. But boss, while futures trading allows for leverage and potentially high returns, it also carries significant risks. One wrong move, and you could easily be wiped out, Li Jun cautioned. That's all right, Jiang Chen said. I have a very reliable insider tip. Insider information? Li Jun was secretly surprised. At such a young age, he actually had inside information about crude oil. His background was indeed extraordinary. But, surprised as I was, he didn't ask any more questions. He immediately agreed to carry out Jiang Chen's instructions. Okay, boss, I'll open an account for you as soon as possible. Also, since you want to short crude oil, I'll exchange some US dollars for you while I'm at it. Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. Li. You're too kind, boss. Jiang Chen wanted to spend more time with his 3 little monsters since his wife was at work and couldn't take care of them. So, he handed over some of the mundane tasks to her. In the following days, Su Qingqing became extremely busy. I work overtime every day, often until late at night. When asked why, they said it was because the company was pushing them hard again, and Su Qingqing, as the technical lead, represented the school's reputation. Therefore, he had no choice but to bring along a group of Jiang Chen's senior classmates. They worked almost nonstop. Fortunately, all the hard work paid off. The later developed and improved product showed good experimental results. Even a marginal product, a hair growth serum, after being improved, was applied by Jiang Chen to Li Tu's shiny bald head, and surprisingly, the next day, his scalp started to itch, and when he touched it, he could vaguely feel stubble. Li Tu was overjoyed. From then on, the first thing he did when he got to work was to apply the hair growth serum to his head, and so on. After the company staff found out, their attitudes softened considerably, and they no longer kept a long face when they met with them. On Su Qingqing's side, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. This day is Wednesday. Su Qingqing had been busy all day. After returning home, she played with the child for a while, washed up quickly, and then went to bed to rest. Jiang Chen knew his wife was quite tired, so I didn't bother her. But he wasn't idle either. Ever since the New York Stock Exchange opened at around 9 p.m., he had been glued to his phone. Well, I watched some short videos to kill time. Because the sharp fluctuations and plunges in crude oil prices mainly occurred in the latter half of the night, Jiang Chen kept scrolling through short videos until 11 p.m. before finally opening his futures trading app. Then, in batches, add 100 times leverage. They placed short orders for crude oil totaling $150 million. Jiang Chen has about 2 billion yuan in available funds, which is about 300 million US dollars. However, this time, he dares not go all in like he did with Dogecoin last time. After all, the base number is large, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Adding 100 times leverage, just as Li Jun said, could easily lead to a margin call. What if it goes wrong? That would mean losing everything, so it's best to be cautious. Before 12 o'clock, due to the fluctuation of crude oil prices, Jiang Chen's short position suffered a significant loss, amounting to 20 million US dollars. However, after 12 o'clock, the price of crude oil continued to fall, and Jiang Chen's short position quickly broke even, and he then made another 30 million US dollars. 100x leverage, that's exciting. After 1 p.m., crude oil prices officially began a sharp drop. Jiang Chen kept a close eye on the price curve. Just as crude oil prices were about to hit a 10% drop, I decisively liquidated my positions, and the funds in my account instantly increased from $150 million to $1.5 billion. Exchange it for Chinese currency. That's roughly 10 billion. Not bad, not bad. From now on, I'm at least a billionaire. Jiang Chen saw the account balance and felt a surge of secret pleasure. He couldn't help but turn to look at Su Qingqing, hoping that the little girl was still awake and they could share in the joy. That makes him look even cooler. But after much hesitation, I decided not to wake her. The girl is still too tired lately. Let her get some rest, and we can have some fun together another day, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Looking at the time again, it was almost 2 a.m., so I decided to go to sleep. But just then, suddenly, a soft whimper was heard. Su Qingqing, who had been fast asleep, suddenly turned over. She pulled her entire arm out from under the covers, and then, half asleep, mumbled, "Honey, what are you laughing about in the middle of the night?" Jiang Chen was surprised. Is the little girl awake? However, she mumbled something again, her eyes closed, and she was still not awake. I guess it must have been because I was a little too excited when I successfully shorted crude oil earlier, and that's why I disturbed her. So I tucked her in, and then lay down to sleep too. But Jiang Chen had just tucked the blanket around Su Qingqing. As a result, the girl kicked off the blanket again, and then, her fair and slender leg naturally draped over Jiang Chen. Chapter 212 Shaw, stop being cheeky. Seeing his wife casually drape her legs over him, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. I wondered what the girl was doing, whether she was asleep or not. After thinking for a moment, I turned my gaze to the leg that was draped over me. Fair-skinned and slender. It was so white it practically glowed. The legendary legs to admire for years. That's exactly it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire it for a few seconds. Seeing that the little girl still didn't move, he turned his head and pecked her once, then lifted her leg, preparing to put her off him. How to put it? This is so awkward. However, just at that moment, Su Qingqing woke up with a soft moan and opened her eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Chen, who was supporting the little girl's leg, paused in his movements. Su Qingqing looked down and her eyes widened instantly, her face turning red. Don't be naughty. You actually did this to me while I was sleeping? Jiang Chen followed and took a look. Some people immediately facepalmed. To be honest, the way I was holding the girl's legs was indeed, well, that's pretty weird. This immediately created a feeling that there was no way to clear one's name, even if one jumped into the Yellow River. Wife, if I told you that I was just about to go to sleep, but you suddenly put your leg on me, I meant well and was about to put your leg back. Do you believe it or not? Pooh, do you think I believe you or not? Su Qingqing spat. I was sleeping soundly. Why would I put my leg on you? And even if you didn't secretly do that to me, you did secretly kiss me just now, didn't you? This. Yes, we do have that. Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. They've been married for a long time. Don't talk about yourself. I really meant well. We just secretly kissed, and you know what? So what? We've done it openly before. However, when I saw the little girl pouting, looking fierce and accusatory, well, she looked adorable. I immediately softened. There's nothing we can do. My little girl is so cute when she's angry. Besides, it's very possible that I woke her up because I was in a moment of excitement. That's enough. At worst, I'll just get bitten a few times by the tigress. Here you go. Jiang Chen proactively extended his arm. What are you doing? Go ahead and bite me. It'll make you feel better. You really want me to bite you? Of course, didn't you bite me when you got angry before? Uft. Su Qingqing laughed immediately. All right then. As she spoke, she held Jiang Chen's arm and pretended to take a light bite. Then, with a swift movement, she skillfully snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, blinking her eyes as she asked, Honey, why are you so good to me? You've already called me husband. How could I not treat you well? Yes, that's true. But honey, actually, I was already awake before you did that to me. So, you deliberately put your leg on me? Su Qingqing replied. Well, it's not my fault. I was sleeping soundly when you suddenly shouted excitedly, and that's when I woke up. Then I saw you tucking me in. My heart feels warm. Then, she deliberately stretched her leg out, giggling. Su Qingqing laughed. But soon, she noticed Jiang Chen's expression was off, and her face changed. You. What are you going to do? It's nothing. Suddenly, I also want to bite you. Jiang Chen said. This girl deceived my feelings and even bit my arm. It's only reasonable for me to retaliate by biting her back, right? With that in mind, he indeed launched his attack. Huh? You bad guy. Caught off guard, Su Qingqing's face immediately turned bright red. I never expected this. But how should I put it? After all, this wasn't the first time that the big jerk had done this. So Su Qingqing gave him a playful glare, but that was the end of it. What else can we do? We've been married for a long time. They've done even worse things. This is nothing compared to what they've done. By the way, honey, what were you so excited about back then? After a while, Su Qingqing calmed herself down and asked again. Aren't you sleepy? Jiang Chen asked. I was so tired just now. Besides, the project is progressing well recently. I can rest at home for half a day tomorrow morning and go to work in the afternoon. Su Qingqing suddenly felt thirsty. She sat up, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water from the bedside table, and said while taking a sip, Tell me, honey, what were you so excited about back then? It's something very worth celebrating, Jiang Chen said. No rush, finish your water first. Are you afraid I'll choke if I hear it? It's okay, honey, go ahead and say it. I promise I won't choke. Su Qingqing said, deliberately taking another big gulp. All right then. That's right, just a few hours ago, I made about 10 billion. Puff. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing, she immediately spat out the water she was drinking, almost choking on it with tears in her eyes, but still curiously pressed on. Honey. Husband, how much did you say you earned? 10 billion. Yes, it's 10 billion. Strictly speaking, after deducting the principal, it's probably only 8 or 9 billion. Jiang Chen pulled out a tissue and helplessly wiped the water that Su Qingqing had choked on. Su Qingqing coughed twice. He was immediately shocked. Huh? But honey, how did you do that? Did you rob a bank? No. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this exciting. Jiang Chen was surprised to see his wife so excited. So I showed the other party my account balance and briefly explained what was going on. Wow. Honey, you're amazing. Even though Su Qingqing had seen money before, lots and lots of money, she was still amazed and couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen's neck. To be honest, in terms of earning money and business acumen alone, This person is comparable to his father. But it's my own dad. When he started out, he had a family fortune and was the same age as Jiang Chen. In reality, he was still a naive and inexperienced young man who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. How is your wife? Shouldn't we celebrate this? Jiang Chen asked. Okay, it's definitely something to celebrate. Su Qingsheng gave him a peck as a reward, but then her expression turned somewhat embarrassed. But honey, my period is here. Your period is here? Yes, it's that relative you know. Huh? Okay then. Jiang Chen was inevitably disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. Her relative had come, and she was at a loss. So he pecked her and prepared to go to sleep. It was already late at night. If this continues, it will really be dawn. However, to his surprise, the girl had prepared other activities for him. It was both unexpected and a pleasant surprise. Bite. Host, don't be shy. An eye for an eye. You sneakily attacked and bit your wife, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a God-level lottery gift pack X1. Bite. The host becomes a billionaire, and his wife gives him an unexpected surprise. Double the joy. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 2 God-level lottery gift packs. Good. They gave out 3 lucky draw gift packs all at once. However, the system. You'd better make it clear that you're just retaliating. What the hell are you talking about? Not wanting to show any face. Am I that kind of person? Chapter 213 A God-tier product. Permanent hair removal liquid. Lottery. Jiang Chen said using his mind. Bite. System received. 3 draws successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Indian God oil, God-level chess skill, God-level fishing skill. Jiang Chen. God-level chess skills and God-level fishing skills were obtained through a God-level lottery, so it's all fine. But this Indian herbal oil. What the heck? System, this is supposed to be a God-level lottery. What kind of lottery is it if you give me Indian herbal oil? Bite. Indian herbal oil even has the word God in it. Isn't that divine? Jiang Chen remained silent. But then he suddenly asked, by the way, Tongzi, can this magic oil be commercially available on a large scale? He wanted to ask if it could be commercially available on a large scale, like the magic barbecue or milk tea. Putting aside other things, this kind of miracle oil can make a lot of money. Bite. This miracle oil is specially designed and tailored for the user. Large-scale commercial use is difficult. Wipe. This is supposed to be tailor-made for us. Damn it. Adding 10 points to the labor management system is already enough. Besides, of all the waters in the world, I only need one. Having one wife is enough. I'm not a stud or anything. What's the use of it? Since that miracle oil can't be used commercially on a large scale. Let's go play ball. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early to take care of the 3 little monsters. Su Qingsheng was exhausted and still hadn't woken up, but since she said she would rest in the morning, Jiang Chen didn't wake her. Eat breakfast. Play with the 3 little mythical beasts for a while. After thinking it over carefully, Jiang Chen decided to call Li Jun. Mr. Li, I have something to ask you. Help me acquire a biotechnology company in Sihai City. My wife is very career-oriented. I'm busy with something right now. However, in the school enterprise cooperation project, her weight and voice as the technical leader were too low. Under the harsh requirements of the client, she felt quite frustrated. On my own side, I'm setting up a biotechnology company. First, it's not good to just keep those few amazing products that I modified in my mind and leave them untouched. They have their own biotechnology company. Perfect timing. We can officially launch those amazing products. 2. Following my wife's wishes, if she wants to continue with the school enterprise cooperation project, then let's continue. When will I come to my senses? If she doesn't want to work there anymore, she can hand over this biotech company to him anytime. Let her show her skills. Li Jun is over there. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, he was somewhat surprised. Boss, are you thinking of venturing into a new field? Jiang Chen has already ventured into barbecue, milk tea, resorts, and hotels, and all of these ventures are progressing smoothly. Now he is about to acquire a biotechnology company. Isn't that taking a bit too big a step? Right. That's exactly what I was thinking, Jiang Chen confirmed. Okay, boss. As a professional manager, Li Jun knew how to handle things. Since the boss had made a decision, he would just carry it out. Besides, Jiang Chen seemed to have a kind of magic about him. He didn't quite understand, but that didn't mean Jiang Chen couldn't get things done. By the way, boss, how did the shorting of crude oil go last night? Li Jun was about to hang up when he suddenly remembered to ask, as he had also dabbled in crude oil futures before. Although I made a small profit, but I knew the risks were extremely high. The most dangerous time was when he used 50 times leverage, thinking he was guaranteed to make a profit, but unexpectedly, he lost his composure during the operation and almost had his position forcibly liquidated. He managed to break even by acting quickly enough. Good. I leveraged it 100 times, and my initial investment increased tenfold, which is about 10 billion yuan, Jiang Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Jun was immediately taken aback. What? With 100 times leverage, you can multiply your money tenfold, which is roughly 10 billion. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp. Okay. This young man's skills are far superior to mine. Su Qingqing slept until noon. That's when I woke up. Mimi took a nap and woke up feeling refreshed. She spent some time cuddling with Jiang Chen and the three little monsters before getting up, washing up, and having lunch. Then she fed the three babies. As I was getting ready to go to work in the afternoon, I suddenly received a bunch of messages, followed by a phone call from a company that I was working with in collaboration with the university. After making the call, Su Qingqing put her work bag down again. His expression showed a mixture of surprise, disappointment, and anger. What's wrong, honey? Jiang Chen noticed Su Qingqing's expression was off and asked. The project is finished. Finished? Yes, that's how it is for me. Su Qingqing then gave Jiang Chen a general overview of the situation. Turned out to be. The company says the project is progressing well recently. Citing excessive delays and breach of agreement, the project's leadership was reshuffled, and Su Qingqing was removed from her position as technical lead. In other words, the people from the company stole Su Qingqing's research results and then kicked her out of the project. Jiang Chen listened. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was just in time. On my side, I had just instructed Li Jun this morning to acquire a biotechnology company to prepare for my wife's future, and by noon my wife had been kicked out of the project. Seeing that Jiang Chen was heartless, Su Qingqing complained. You're still laughing? Please, I was kicked out of the project, and someone stole my research results. What are you laughing at? You heartless bastard, she said, unable to hold back, playfully punching Jiang Chen's shoulder with her little fist. Jiang Chen then casually grabbed the little fist. Wife, do you remember when I asked you to start your own business? I remember, so what? I'm planning to acquire a biotech company, and you can be the CEO. What do you think? What? A big jerk acquires a biotechnology company, and then makes himself the CEO? Su Qingqing was immediately shocked. I thought he was just saying it for fun, but I never expected him to actually do it. After Jiang Chen's explanation and persuasion, Su Qingqing finally agreed to go solo. Since she had been kicked out of the project she had put a lot of effort into. While feeling uneasy, I also felt a surge of anger. We must make a name for ourselves. Next, Jiang Chen wrote down the research and development formulas and processes of the several miraculous products he had modified so that Su Qingqing could familiarize herself with them. This is snow skin mud. This is a hair growth serum. This is hair removal liquid. Jiang Chen's God-level transformation was based on Su Qingqing's original projects, which were all the latest products developed using modern biotechnology. Skin smoothing mud and hair growth serum. Su Qingqing knew this quite well, having done it before. However, he didn't know much about hair removal liquid. In fact, this product was something Jiang Chen came up with on the side, based on the hair growth liquid in Su Qingqing's project. This is hair removal liquid? Su Qingqing asked doubtfully, looking at the formula and process. Right. This hair removal liquid is marketed as permanent hair removal. Generally, what is touted as permanent hair removal is only temporary. Currently, permanent hair removal usually uses laser hair removal or ice point hair removal, which achieves the purpose of permanent hair removal by destroying the hair follicle. But this one is different. It's a one-time use, permanently effective, painless, and has no side effects. Oh, Su Qingqing nodded. It seems your hair removal liquid is quite effective. Of course. But no matter how amazing it is, you won't need it, wife. Su Qingqing was taken aback at first, but then she understood. Her face immediately turned red, and she spat out a curse. Get lost. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Chapter 2:14 10 battles, 10 wins. That's just too unethical. No, honey, Jiang Chen laughed. Strictly speaking, this amazing permanent hair removal liquid can actually be used by you too. You still dare to talk? I'll bite you to pieces, you bad guy. Su Qingqing roared, baring her teeth fiercely as she lunged at Jiang Chen. Whoa. The two argued for a while. Suddenly, over at the crib, the three little monsters were crying. Su Qingqing had no choice but to release Jiang Chen. Go and see what happened. It turned out that the three little mythical beasts were hungry, so I immediately opened my arms and fed one of them. Then he saw Jiang Chen following him, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. He immediately snapped fiercely. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a fierce-looking girl before? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Jiang Chen laughed. Who's looking at the big-breasted girl? I'm looking at my own wife. Is that not allowed? As he spoke, he picked up a little mythical beast and handed it over. But an unexpected discovery was made. The little monster is growing up too fast. Even though my wife is quite large, it's already quite difficult for her to handle two at the same time now, compared to when the little mythical beast was so small. The wife used both hands simultaneously. Feeding two little mythical beasts at the same time is more than enough. Honey, since you've been kicked out of the project, how about we take a break this afternoon and go out for a walk together? Jiang Chen suggested after feeding the three little mythical beasts. Okay. Su Qingqing immediately agreed. After working so hard for so many days, I finally saw hope that the project was about to be launched. But then, the technical lead, was suddenly kicked out. I have to say I'm not upset, and I don't have any minor emotional issues. That's impossible. I might as well take the afternoon off and go out with my boyfriend to relax. Let's tidy up. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, a young couple, set off with their three babies. We first went to the park so the three little ones could get some sunshine and fresh air. They were very excited when they arrived at the park. For now, I can only lie down. But she would wave her little hands from time to time, her dark, round eyes looking around aimlessly. Of course, it's not surprising at all. The three babies attracted a lot of attention and crowds wherever they went. Su Qingqing still retains a childlike heart. Seeing a cotton candy stall, they bought 2 cotton candies, one for themselves and one for Jiang Chen, and ate them as they walked. The two of them walked together, along with 3 incredibly cute little creatures. It made everyone around them envious. Passing through a corner of the park, Jiang Chen suddenly became interested when he saw a large group of old men playing chess. He had been playing chess with his father since he was a child, and now he had god-level chess skills. I couldn't help but feel an itch to try it out. Honey, I'm going over to join in the fun, Jiang Chen said to Su Qingqing. Joining in the fun? You probably want to play chess too, don't you? Su Qingqing knew what Jiang Chen was up to as soon as she saw his eager expression. Yes. But those guys are all seasoned pros. They just sit there playing chess whenever they have nothing else to do. Can you even do that? This man. You can't say no. Don't worry. Honey, I guarantee I'll only win, I won't lose. Jiang Chen chuckled and handed the stroller to Su Qingqing. You find a place to rest. I'll play for a while. Go away, you lousy chess player. Su Qingqing joked with a smile. She was tired from walking anyway. I found a place to sit down and played with the 3 little beasts. After all, they were my own offspring. I just watched them from the side and did nothing, but my heart was full of joy. Jiang Chen went to join a group of old men playing chess. Those old men are just playing for fun. They don't follow any rules about not speaking while watching a game. Behind each player, there are several people offering advice. Jiang Chen followed behind, offering some pointers. Just at the beginning, those old men didn't take him seriously at all, seeing him as just a young kid. Just download it the way you always have. However, the group of people who encountered the crisis, coincidentally, followed Jiang Chen's instructions and successfully turned the tide, even defeating their opponents. Only then did the group begin to take Jiang Chen seriously. The old man, who had been repeatedly defeated by Jiang Chen's guidance, couldn't take it anymore and challenged Jiang Chen first, saying, "Come on, young man, your chess skills are quite good. Let's play a couple of games. Okay. Jiang Chen, itching to try his skills, couldn't wait. Soon, the first old man was defeated. Yo, young man, you seem quite capable. Let me have a go. The second old man challenged Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen once again utterly defeated him. Have to. This kid's pretty strong. The group of old men were quite surprised, and then a third challenger appeared. Jiang Chen saw this and waved his hand. How? You don't want to play with us anymore? The third challenger, eager to save face for his group, became somewhat angry when Jiang Chen waved his hand. No. Sir, you've misunderstood. I've only played a few rounds. Of course I'll keep playing. Jiang Chen said politely, seeing that the other person was older. My waving hand didn't mean I didn't want to play with you. I want you all to come together. What? Let us all come at you? Kid, you're too arrogant. Upon hearing this, a group of old men almost jumped up. Actually, Jiang Chen wasn't arrogant. I just wanted to have some fun. And the chess skills of those old men. At best, they are amateur-level players, good for leisure and entertainment. With Jiang Chen's godlike chess skills, dealing with them is like an adult beating a child, cutting melons and vegetables with ease. To save time, Jiang Chen simply let them all go together. Even so, but those old men didn't know Jiang Chen's abilities, and after hearing what he said, they couldn't stand it anymore. Young people, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your chess skills are indeed passable, and you've won a few games in a row by luck. But 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang. You can beat all of us by yourself. TSK, they really don't know their own limitations. Come on, kid. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll fucking write my name backwards. The old men were filled with indignation. Each of them was holding their breath, determined to bring Jiang Chen down from his horse. However, after playing 10 rounds with Jiang Chen, he fell completely silent. They were all disheveled in the wind. Because Jiang Chen was like a chopping melon or vegetables, winning all 10 battles. In the fastest match, the old men were killed by Jiang Chen in a single blow after only 1 minute and 16 rounds. They were completely defenseless. Husband, this is really shameless. Playing chess with a bunch of old men, and you didn't hold back at all. Look at you. You crushed them until they were all stunned, questioning their existence. Hurrah! Su Qingqing saw that Jiang Chen had won a great victory. I'm genuinely happy. But seeing Jiang Chen's smug look, she couldn't help but tease him. I just wanted to win and have some fun. Besides, I actually went easy on them, Jiang Chen said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Then it seems you're very good at chess. Not bad. All right, here we go again. Su Qingqing laughed and complained, then added, by the way, honey, let me tell you something. Actually, my dad also really likes playing chess. Your dad? My future father-in-law. Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Su Qingqing nodded. He was a national chess champion when he was young. A chess champion? That's great. Tomorrow, my father-in-law and I will have a good few games. Sure. Su Qingqing replied. Involuntarily, I imagined my dad and my boyfriend, a big jerk, sitting happily in the garden, playing chess together sometime in the future. But, I'll say it again. What daughter wouldn't want her marriage to be blessed by her parents? Chapter 215 The Sorrowful Pig's Trotters. Honey, where are we going next? Su Qingqing thought of her father and sighed inwardly for a while before asking Jiang Chen. You've been so busy lately, and you finally managed to get half a day off. Just stroll around the park. That would be such a pity. How about we go to the mall? I'll buy you some clothes. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingqing's outfit. Although his wife was tall and looked good in anything, she still looked too plain. Buy me some clothes? But I still have clothes. Su Qingqing said subconsciously. Compared to a long time ago, her spending habits have changed a lot now. For things like clothes, especially after having children, as long as you feel comfortable and like them, the brand doesn't matter much. Of course, children are an exception. This time is different. I'll go to the mall and buy you some nice clothes. Next, you're going to be a CEO, so you need to dress properly, Jiang Chen said with a smile, ruffling the girl's hair. Don't be afraid to spend money. We're worth billions now. Besides, isn't the money I earn meant for you and the children to spend? All right then. Su Qingqing felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. The money I earn is for you and the kids to spend. TSK, you big jerk, don't let your usual timid demeanor fool you. You're actually quite caring. So Jiang Chen drove. The family of 5 went to a relatively high-end shopping mall. The mall is filled with big brands. Luxury brands like Dior, Chanel, Armani, and Versace are all available, which is why most people who shop at the mall are either rich or powerful. Jiang Chen pushed the stroller. With Su Qingqiang by his side, they headed straight to the third-floor clothing section, where a row of big-name brand stores were located. Actually, Su Qingqing is very familiar with these big brands. After all, back then, she used to be a regular at these high-end stores, and besides, she wasn't a pretentious person to begin with. Thus, since I've decided to buy it, without hesitation, they navigated the various brands with ease, and when they found one they liked, they would consult Jiang Chen for advice. Jiang Chen was the first, pushing the stroller, following beside her. However, later, because the 3 little monsters suddenly needed to poop, Jiang Chen had no choice but to push the stroller to the bathroom, where he changed their diapers. The mall was bustling with people. Su Qingqing was all alone. Shopping for clothes in various stores, her excellent figure and top-notch looks quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many people noticed that Su Qingqiang was not accompanied by a male companion. Muster up your courage. He tentatively approached her and struck up a conversation. Hello, I'm Zhang Song from Liming Group. Can we get to know each other? If you're free, would you do me the honor of having dinner with me? If not, we can add each other on WeChat. I am Chen Long from the Chen family of Sihai City. I am Li Shan. These people, in a way, are all second-generation rich kids. Each of them was impeccably dressed, spending money like water in this high-end shopping mall. I wonder how many similar encounters they've had. Excuse me. I have a husband. Su Qingqiang didn't even glance at it and refused outright. The group of people who went up to chat were immediately surprised. And what about your husband? Yes, where's your husband? Beautiful lady, we really don't mean any harm. We just wanted to get to know each other. If it doesn't work out, then forget it. But you don't need to make up a fake excuse, do you? These people aren't idiots. Those who can afford to shop in places like this are no ordinary people. So I'm asking again. I'm just a little unwilling to accept it. Of course, Su Qingqing ignored them, and there was nothing they could do. And in response to these people's questions, Su Qingqing really ignored them completely. Just then, Jiang Chen returned pushing the stroller, and she went up to him and asked, Honey, what do you think of this outfit? Those who were trying to strike up a conversation glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. Instantly, I'm finding this all so boring. Because she not only has a husband, but also children, and apparently 3 children. And to be honest, speaking of this beautiful woman's husband, he's incredibly handsome. He was tall and handsome, with a strong and spirited air about him. When you compare yourself to others, I look like a clown, and I feel inexplicably ashamed of myself. Su Qingqiang went to meet her. While showing Jiang Chen her new clothes, she was also influenced by what had just happened, and secretly looked Jiang Chen over again, unable to help but admire him. My own pig's trotters are handsome. She'd look good even in a burlap sack. In the following days, with Li Jun's assistance, Jiang Chen acquired a well-known biotechnology company in Sihai City for 100 million yuan. Although Su Qingqiang was kicked out of the original project. But after all, it is a school enterprise cooperation project. Work needs to be handed over, and the necessary procedures still need to be completed. Jiang Chen stayed with her. First, go to the newly acquired company to familiarize yourself with the environment. Then we went to the Sihai University laboratory building. All the necessary tasks have been completed. Just as they were about to head back, Jiang Chen's senior classmates unexpectedly followed them out. Teacher Su, now that you're gone, we don't want to work on this project anymore. Didn't Master acquire a biotechnology company? Is the company still short of staff? Teacher Su, why don't you recruit us all too? Yes, Teacher Su. Anyway, we're doing this internship for academic credits. But then again, isn't it an internship wherever you are? Please take us in. Su Qingqiang did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to Jiang Chen, seeking his opinion. Jiang Chen didn't care. They were all his seniors, and they had a pretty good relationship back then. Meanwhile, at the company, we desperately need a large number of high-quality, low-cost interns. Su Qingcheng saw that Jiang Chen had given her the power to make the decision. Then, they agreed to their request. The group of senior students immediately erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Teacher Su. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Teacher Su. Thank you, Junior Master." Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this and said to the group of senior students, Can I make a request of you? What are the requirements? Tell me, Master." "Exactly. I'm going to be your boss from now on. So it's fine for you to call me Master, but why do you have to add the prefix little? Can't you just not add it?" Upon hearing this, the senior students burst into laughter. "Great, boss. From now on, shall we call you Master?" No, it should be Grand Master." Yes, greetings, Master. Greetings, Master." Until they returned to their home in Chunjiang Pavilion. Su Qingqing still looked disgusted. "Honey, are you really that bothered by the word small?" "Of course I care." "Why?" "Because it doesn't feel right. If they call you little teacher, and I call you little wife, would you be happy?" "That's true." As Su Qingqing spoke, she glanced at a certain spot. Her face flushed slightly. Someone is right. Sometimes, being small can give people a bad impression. Like a shivering pig's trotter, if you add a small in front of it, it sounds weird. Adding a big would not only make it easier to pronounce. This is also more in line with the facts. Chapter 216. Su Qingqing fell in love. "Hey boss." Early that morning, Jiang Chen received a call from Bai Huiyan. She said that the first hotel in Sihai will open on the 9th, and she plans to come to Sihai City the day after tomorrow. In fact, she said she was going to come when the hotel was being prepared. However, due to a sudden family matter, she also had to temporarily leave the headquarters at Jiri. So they waited until the opening day to come. Fortunately, it's in the middle. Li Jun has returned to Sihai, and it's a new hotel. They acquired a poorly managed budget hotel and then renovated and remodeled it, trained the staff, and so on. They quickly completed the preparations for opening. "Okay, but Mr. Bai, for this hotel opening, you won't have any family matters to attend to and won't be coming to Sihai City, will you?" Jiang Chen asked with a laugh on the phone. Bai Huiyan heard this and smiled sheepishly. Then I gave an explanation. "That's definitely not going to happen, boss. Last time was really an accident. I was delayed in Sihai City because of family matters. Fortunately, General Manager Li Jun came over and helped me a lot. But what about this time? Boss, this is the opening of a new hotel. I'll definitely be there on time." That's good," Jiang Chen said. After that, I chatted with Bai Huiyan about some other work-related matters, and then we hung up the phone. Overall, Bai Huiyan is very capable and dedicated. Since she said she had something to do at home, it must be because of some unavoidable reason that she couldn't come to Sihai City. Jiang Chen had a good impression of her and was relatively willing to believe her. In addition to focusing on Jiri Group, Jiang Chen for several days in a row. "I'm also busy with something else, which is about the biotechnology company that my wife recently acquired. Together with Li Jun, I tidied up the new company inside and out. Document processing, employee recruitment, various certifications, etc." Jiang Chen, who is usually a lazy person, was so busy that he barely had time to rest. But no matter what, it was for his wife, so it was all worth it. "Young married woman. This is your CEO office. How does it feel?" That afternoon, Jiang Chen led Su Qingcheng on a tour of the new company, introducing everything before finally arriving at the president's office, which had been specially prepared for Su Qingcheng, and asked her questions. Su Qingcheng looked at the office. It is not only very spacious and well-lit, but also beautifully designed and luxuriously decorated. Her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, and her small mouth opened slightly. "Oh, you must have spent a lot of money on this renovation. Why waste so much money?" Su Qingcheng glared at Jiang Chen in surprise and said with a hint of reproach, "It's worth the money, no matter how much it costs. Honey, just tell me if you like it or not." At this moment, seeing that there were only the two of them in the office, and that his wife was truly a feast for the eyes, Jiang Chen couldn't resist and put his arm around the girl's slender waist, asking her with a smile in her ear. "Like? Of course I like it." Seeing that the office design, style, and even some small details of the decoration were based on her own preferences, Su Qingcheng felt a warmth in her heart again. Compared to my office at Sihai University, this office is so much better. Not to mention, my role in this new company, he's a CEO? Just one you like? Jiang Chen asked, then leaned down and pecked at him. Then, what else do you want? Su Qingqing asked, her heart filled with joy. It's nothing special, as long as you like it. But honey, let me tell you a secret. What secret? I know what element you're lacking in your 5 elements. Then tell me, what element am I lacking in my 5 elements? I'm missing. TCH. Narcissist, who needs you anyway, The two of them were originally exchanging words and pecks. But after only a few rounds, they actually kissed. Su Qingqing fell in love. She took the initiative to hook her arm around someone's neck. She kept thinking to herself, where has this damn guy been all these years? Why didn't he come looking for me? Why did it take me so long to have his baby? And over there, for the convenience of kissing, Jiang Chen simply lifted Su Qingqing onto the desk. But this one action, this startled Su Qingqing. What are you going to do? Her voice was filled with panic as she cried out, but the hands that were wrapped around someone's neck never let go. Jiang Chen was initially puzzled. He thought, what am I doing? It's just to make it easier for us to kiss. But then he saw Su Qingqing's expression. He immediately understood. This. Okay, stop talking. TSK, that's a really good idea. You. Seeing that the man was becoming unruly, Su Qingqing's pretty face immediately turned red, and she felt a sudden panic. However, she just didn't want to refuse him. Moreover, what reason should I give to refuse? I can't find it anywhere. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, saying they wanted to report on their work. Su Qingcheng, who had already quietly closed her eyes, suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and with a cry of ouch, pushed over a certain excessive pig's trotter. He got down from his desk. Night. Celebrating my daughter-in-law's promotion to CEO. Jiang Chen prepared a big meal and invited his parents over for a happy family gathering. Speaking of which, this was the first time the elderly couple had visited their son's new home since Jiang Chen moved to Chunjiang Pavilion. Yo ho. Not bad, kid. Your new house is incredibly impressive. It's like a palace. Jiang Dapeng drove the new M7 that Jiang Chen had given him and took Song Mei to Chunjiang Pavilion. As soon as they arrived at Jiang Chen's house, he couldn't help but look around and sigh. Song Mei also showered her with praise. That's all thanks to our son being able to earn money. If you were rich or could earn money like our son, we could at least move into a detached villa like this. Dad and Mom, if you want to stay here, should I buy you a detached house in Chunjiang Pavilion as well? Jiang Chen asked as he went up to them. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple immediately waved their hands and objected in unison. Son, no need, no need. I was just saying, why would I need to live in a big villa? Yeah, your mom just said it casually. Besides, the two of us are doing quite well living by Swan Lake now. Seeing his parents' reaction, Jiang Chen didn't press them any further. But, suddenly, a thought popped into my head. I remembered something. So, smiling, she tentatively asked Song Mei, Mom, can I ask you something? How much money do we have? Besides the money Grandpa and Grandma left us, is there anything else? No. Song Mei immediately denied. How could there still be any? Our family really doesn't have that much money. Your grandparents left us several million, and we gave it all to you when you borrowed money before. Have you forgotten? If you don't believe me, ask your dad. Yes, son. Your mother manages the money. She knows best how much money we have in our family. Besides the 800,000 yuan that your mother and I have saved up over the years, there's only the money your grandparents left for their funerals. What's wrong, son? Don't you believe your father? Letter. Of course I believe you. Chapter 2:17. Jiang Chen was stunned. What to say to my parents? What can Jiang Chen do? Of course I'll believe it. Sister Mei, you're here. Just then, upon hearing that Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng had arrived, Su Qingqing pushed a stroller out of the bedroom and greeted them with a smile. A beauty that could topple cities. Song Mei immediately rushed over. He took Su Qingqing's hand and began to speak affectionately. But what I was thinking was, okay, you're still calling me sister now, but it won't be long. Judging from the way you and that brat are acting, It won't be long before I hear you call me mom. Huh. Therefore, I am overjoyed. While talking, she also took the time to play with the 3 babies in the crib. Having not seen her 3 grandchildren for several days, Song Mei was so worried that she almost went crazy. She hugged each of the 3 babies one by one and held them affectionately to her heart. In those eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of doting affection. Jiang Daping is similar. The elderly couple. The main purpose of coming to Chunjiang Pavilion, besides seeing my son and Qingqing and their new home, was to see the 3 little mythical beasts. That Jiang Daping. They even took advantage of Song Mei and Su Qingqing talking. Seeing that the 3 babies' diapers needed changing, she took it upon herself to change them. I just tried changing it for my baby. Something went wrong all of a sudden. That's right. I grabbed a handful of baby poop. Well, before even eating the food his son cooked, he's already grabbed a pile of his grandson's poop before the meal. This. Jiang Daping shook his head. Fortunately, it's all right. At least it wasn't like when I first met my adorable grandchildren, where I ended up with 2 poopy hands and my mouth full of pee from my eldest grandson. It was all right, I guess. But what he didn't expect was, just as I was about to go to the toilet to wash my hands, the Bao peed again. Because the diapers hadn't been returned yet, they started pouring water on Jiang Daping, and coincidentally, they poured it all over his head. Just then, Song Mei turned around and was stunned when she saw Jiang Daping's appearance. Jiang Daping, what's wrong with you? I have no idea. Jiang Daping almost collapsed, thinking to himself, what did this grandson do to me in his past life? Why is he deliberately making things difficult for me? The little incident involving Jiang Daping occurred. In a short time, the house was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Even Jiang Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but laugh when he heard what was going on. He couldn't help it. He felt that he actually had a high threshold for laughter. But I just couldn't resist. After the family finished eating, Jiang Chen played chess with his father for a while. His father was not good at chess to begin with and could not beat Jiang Chen, let alone Jiang Chen, who now had god-level chess skills. But I couldn't resist. Jiang Daping is a big fan of badminton and insisted on playing a few rounds with his son. As expected, Jiang Daping lost every game. In the last game, he forced Jiang Chen to give up 2 rooks and 2 horses, and only then did he finally win a game. Su Qingqing then whispered something to Song Mei. The 2 lowered their voices. He would chuckle occasionally, and I couldn't tell what he was muttering to himself. Anyway, that's all. Unbeknownst to Su Qingqing, her face was already flushed with shyness. Honey, what did my mom and you talk about? Jiang Chen asked Su Qingqing with curiosity after seeing his parents off. You guess. I guess. Is it to tell us to consummate our marriage as soon as possible? TCH, aren't you round enough? Does that mean we should hurry up and have a second child? Congratulations, you answered incorrectly. If it's neither, then what is it? Okay, it's nothing really. Your mom was mainly talking about our marriage. Su Qingqing didn't hide anything and said it directly. Jiang Chen was not entirely surprised. Mary? All right. This is indeed a problem. I've already registered my marriage with the girl, but we haven't even met her parents yet. Wife, do you want to marry me? Jiang Chen embraced Su Qingqing. Yes, I do. Su Qingqing rubbed her nose against Jiang Chen's clothes. Why? Why do you think that is? They've all been. By what? Get lost. You know perfectly well what I'm asking. Su Qingqing gave a reproachful look. However, upon closer reflection, I realized that pigs trotters, despite their often unconventional behavior, are actually very good to me. Especially these days. Everything she did. A warm current flowed through my heart. Then, she couldn't help but turn around and hook her arms around his neck. Honey, thank you. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Wife, we've been married for ages. Why are you suddenly thanking me? What's wrong with an old married couple? Can an old married couple thank each other? Su Qingqing retorted. Sure. Okay then, I accept your thanks, Jiang Chen said, putting his arm around a small waist, his words carrying a hidden meaning. But wife, how do you want to thank me? Well, that depends on how you want me to thank you. I think. Get lost, you don't want to. 10 minutes later, Su Qingqing reappeared in front of Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised when he saw her. Forehead. How can I describe it? Clothes and rags. Absolutely stunning. It turned out that when Su Qingsheng was shopping for clothes at the mall that time, she also carefully selected and bought herself a very daring and revealing lingerie outfit. How was it, honey? Does it look good? Su Qingsheng asked, suppressing her immense shyness. Nice. Of course it looks good. Jiang Chen was truly stunned. In his excitement, he almost took out the ripped stockings and gave them to the girl to wear. Chapter 2, 18 Hitting Your Wife. Scolding your wife? Su Qingsheng looks like this. Not only was Jiang Chen surprised, but even she herself found it hard to believe that she could dress so alluringly and seductively. And the key is that you take the initiative. A year ago, no, even now, she has always been seen as a cold, aloof, and unapproachable goddess in the eyes of many, like a fairy descended from heaven, pure and immaculate, untouched by worldly affairs. But nowadays, aloof and reserved, unattainable, untouched by worldly concerns. Oh, in front of Jiang Chen, everything shattered into pieces. But so what? Her husband treats her and the children so well, giving her and the children almost everything she has. Shouldn't she be grateful? That's absolutely right. Therefore, even though Su Qingsheng felt shy at this moment, but still, mustering my courage and puffing out my chest, I walked toward a certain pig's trotter. In this way, who can stop them? Even for an experienced driver like Jiang Chen. They were all stunned. His expression was completely dazed. To be honest, no man wouldn't be confused when he saw his wife being so alluring and seductive, especially since she was specifically presenting herself to him. Husband, Su Qingsheng came up to him and called out shyly. Is this how you thank me? Sure. Do you like it? I like it. Then, could you wipe the blood from your nose first? Jiang Chen was puzzled upon hearing this. I wiped my nose, and lo and behold, it was bleeding. Damn, that's really fitting for the occasion. Didn't I add 10 points to my constitution? How can I not handle this? It must be because I've been eating too much spicy and heaty food lately, causing excessive internal heat. It's all right. It won't affect anything. Jiang Chen wiped his nose with a tissue and then stuffed a small cotton ball into his nose. Su Qingsheng chuckled inwardly upon seeing this, realizing that she still possessed considerable charm. Although there was a minor mishap, since Pig Trotter said it wouldn't affect anything, then it really won't affect anything. After all, that person's physique is truly as strong as an ox. A little nosebleed is nothing. So he stepped forward. I tiptoed and kissed him. Jiang Chen naturally retaliated without hesitation, giving an eye for an eye and a mouth for a mouth. But I had a feeling that something was wrong. Because the little girl's body felt a bit hot to the touch. Could she have a fever? Jiang Chen suspected that his feel for the ball was inaccurate. I pressed my forehead against the little girl's forehead, and it still felt very hot. Honey, do you have a fever? You're so hot. Fever? No, I don't think so. Su Qingsheng tried her forehead herself, but of course she couldn't tell. However, when she touched Jiang Chen's hand and forehead, it felt very cold. Moreover, Jiang Chen reminded him. Suddenly, I felt a little dizzy and cold. But this is not the time to worry about this. It's nothing, honey. Women's body temperature is a little higher. It's probably just a minor cold. Su Qingsheng waved her hand dismissively. I want to keep kissing. Are you stupid? Your body is so hot. How could it be just a minor cold? Besides, a minor cold wouldn't do, Jiang Chen said, hurriedly finding the mercury thermometer. Let's take Su Qingsheng's measurements. Sure enough, she had a fever. 38 degrees 6. Honey, you have a really high fever. Let's go to the hospital. Jiang Chen said with heartache, just like when Xiaobao was sick before. Although he has mastered the skills of taking care of his wife and children, and now has a god-level acupuncture skill mainly for hemiplegia, he is not good at treating headaches and fevers. There's still no way to fix it. There are many possible reasons why a wife might suddenly develop a high fever. He dared not make any rash judgments. But husband, I feel fine, or else. Although Su Qingsheng's dizziness seemed to be getting worse, she didn't really take it seriously. She still wanted to hook her arm around Jiang Chen's neck. No way. Back then, they were already promising pig's trotters. At this point, things are stuck in a limbo, and it just doesn't feel right. How about we kiss first, honey, and then go? Su Qingqing suggested, a little confused. Look at you. You're fine even with a nosebleed. I just have a slight fever. I'll definitely be fine too. Maybe. It's a different experience from usual. Different my ass. You idiot, what are you thinking? I had a nosebleed. You have a high fever of 38.6 degrees Celsius. How can they be the same? It's a good thing you're a highly educated person. Is this all you've got? Jiang Chen glared at him irritably, then lightly flicked his forehead. I think you're delirious from a fever. Then, in a hurry, he found Su Qingqing's clothes. Hurry up and change your clothes, honey. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Okay then. Seeing Jiang Chen's haste, Su Qingqing, who was still not satisfied, had no choice but to give up. After her mind cleared up quickly, she also felt sorry for her dazed state earlier. Some of them blushed. Even in this state, you're still thinking about. Okay. Who told me to get too engrossed just now? To be fair, the chestnut that the pig's trotter gave him did hurt a little bit. Snort. They'll have to pay it back sooner or later. Su Qingqing changed her clothes. While staring at a certain pig's trotter, she secretly ground her teeth itching with desire. Bite. The host beats and scolds his wife, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Luck card X1, bad luck card X1. Damn it. Do employers beat and verbally abuse their wives? Jiang Chen, who was helping his wife pack her things to go to the hospital, suddenly heard the system's voice and was immediately dumbfounded. He thought to himself, I'm too busy taking care of my wife. How could he bear to beat or scold his wife? That bird is a worm. What's wrong with you? Bite. Special reminder, the system isn't malfunctioning. The host flicks his wife's forehead. Isn't that hitting her? The host calls his wife a little fool. Isn't that insulting her? Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Okay, you're so awesome, you're the boss. Chapter 219 The Mother-in-Law is Coming. It was already evening. Jiang Chen woke up Aunt Lu, who lived on the first floor, and asked her to take care of the 3 little monsters, while he took Su Qingqing to the hospital. We arrived at the hospital. After a series of examinations, including registration, blood tests, and lab tests, the doctor gave a diagnosis. It's nothing serious. It's probably a cold and some internal heat, a bit of pharyngitis. It's not serious. If you don't want N4, some medicine will do. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that nothing was wrong. As for Su Qingqing, she certainly didn't want N4 drip, so she asked the doctor to prescribe some medicine instead. I took fever reducer before going home. As soon as I got home, he broke out in a sweat and his fever subsided. My body feels much lighter now. After that, I took the other medicine. Honey, tonight and tomorrow, just stay home and rest. Don't do anything too strenuous. Jiang Chen pushed the 3 little monsters into the bedroom. Before going to sleep, he gave Su Qingqing some more instructions. I'll listen to my husband. Su Qingqing replied sweetly. Her pretty face was flushed, and she felt happy inside. Sigh, how come being sick actually feels pretty good? The next day, Su Qingqing did not go out and stayed home to rest. Jiang Chen, accompanied by his 3 little mythical beasts, stayed by her side. Actually, to be honest, Su Qingqing is also a person who can't sit still. Before, due to her pregnancy and postpartum period, she was forced to stay at home much more than before, but now, she has long since finished her postpartum period. The next step will be to be promoted to president. I couldn't help but think about how to proceed with the work. Thus, she was told to stay home and rest, specifically in bed. She was getting quite bored, and besides, her fever had completely subsided after taking her medicine yesterday. After a night, I'm almost fully recovered. Regarding some things that happened before, they were eager to try again. For example, when I see a little mythical beast, I can't help but want to hug it. When I see a pig's trotter, I can't help but want to kiss it. Jiang Chen saw the helplessness. There was nothing they could do but let it be. Finally, evening arrived. Su Qingqing, who had been proven to be completely recovered, pleaded with Jiang Chen until he finally agreed that if she felt good, she could go out for a walk tomorrow, which was the weekend. Ideally, I should go to the new company president's office again. Experience what it's like to be a female CEO. Okay. Jiang Chen reluctantly agreed again. Okay, thank you, honey. Su Qingqing was overjoyed, and then, By accident, she knocked over a certain pig's trotter. A few minutes later, Su Qingqing's phone suddenly rang, and she received a message. Su Qingqing took a break from her busy schedule. He glanced at it casually, and then his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong, honey?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "My mom said she's coming to Sihai City tomorrow." "What? Really?" Jiang Chen was surprised. He had been dating the girl for so long, and now he was finally going to meet her mother. "Yes. Actually, my mom called me a few days ago and said she was coming to Sihai City. She just told me that she's confirmed she's coming, and the date is tomorrow," Su Qingqing said. "Then you're welcome." "Welcome, Mom, to Sihai," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Cut. You're calling her Mom already?" Su Qingqing teased. "This," Jiang Chen scratched his head. "The official way, of course, has to wait until we get married. But is it not okay? We're legally married now, so it's not too much for me to call my mother-in-law that, is it?" "Can. Not excessive at all." Su Qingqing glared at him and said, looking at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she felt that this pig's trotter was too cute, so she gave it a good peck before saying, "Aren't you afraid of that ugly son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law?" "What are you afraid of? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it." Besides, Jiang Chen pulled Su Qingqing into his arms and kissed her lightly. "Wife, I'm not ugly, am I? Although, I don't know if I'm as handsome as Panin or as beautiful as Songyu. But at least, he's handsome and dashing, isn't he?" "What a load of rubbish. Just being vain." Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. He paused for a moment. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm tightly and said, "But honey, my mom is actually very easy to talk to, so you just have to be good to me and the kids." She basically never said a word. Besides, in every aspect, from appearance to character and talent, to be honest, you are indeed the type of son-in-law she admires. "Oh, how did you know?" Jiang Chen asked. "I was just guessing." "Then, wife, guess again. How does your dad treat me?" My dad, compared to my mom, will have higher expectations of you and be more difficult to talk to. However, even if he is not satisfied, he can only agree." "Why?" "Because as long as I'm determined to live with you, he can't do anything about it. I'm not afraid of severing our father-daughter relationship." "By the way, honey, you won't abandon me in the future, will you?" Su Qingqing said, looking up at Jiang Chen earnestly, while Jiang Chen ruffled the girl's hair. "I couldn't help but feel moved. My silly wife. There's only one situation in which I'll leave you." "What's going on?" "That's right, I'm dead." "Dead? Pa, you jinx. Why are you saying this? I don't want to be a widow. I want to have lots and lots of kids with you." At the same time, in a high-end apartment in Hangzhou, a city 1,000 miles away, after a middle-aged couple finished their meal, the wife helped her husband with his routine rehabilitation exercises. My wife is very beautiful. Although she is getting older, time has not left many marks on her face. She still looks as charming as ever. Compared to his wife, the husband, on the other hand, looked much older and was in worse health. Half an hour later, the routine rehabilitation training is finally complete. "Not bad, not bad. You've made such great progress this time. You actually walked for half an hour straight," his wife exclaimed with a smile. "Yes. This is the 3.5 hour I've walked in the morning, noon, and night. The recovery speed is much better than I imagined." Although the husband's face was pale and covered in sweat, it was also filled with joy. Chapter 220: A Good Son-in-Law in the Eyes of His Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Su Hingshan looked much older than his wife, but in fact, he is only in his 50s. Back in the day, he was a high-spirited, influential tycoon in the Chinese business world, the kind of person whose every move could make the entire Shanghai business community tremble. However, this has not been the case in recent years. It turns out that the Su family was a large and powerful family with businesses that spanned almost the entire country. However, after being betrayed and suffering a series of setbacks, the Su family was forced to begin a full-scale contraction, and this year, things are even worse than before. Because of his wife, his career also suddenly encountered a crisis. To facilitate timely processing, it requires traveling from Shanghai to Hangzhou. And him. At the same time, he was persuaded by his wife to go and relax, so the couple came to Hangzhou to stay temporarily. When Su Hongshan was young, he was a handsome and refined man, comparable to a heartthrob. That's why we age so quickly. Besides the blow to the Su family, which caused him great anxiety, the torment of illness and the paralysis of his legs were also crucial factors. As the saying goes, illness strikes like a landslide. Illness. It not only erodes one's willpower, but also often leaves one utterly humiliated. To treat my legs, he consulted many famous doctors, but his condition did not improve at all. Because of paralysis, unable to take care of himself, and almost becoming a useless person, Su Hongshan, who was usually open-minded and cheerful, found it hard to accept and was also somewhat depressed. I thought this was how my life would be. However, a while ago, things took a turn for the better. That day, Su Hongshan went to one of his family's jade shops in Hangzhou to check on recent business performance and happened to meet a young man who wanted to buy the shop's prized possession. Originally, that prized possession of the store was not for sale. However, Su Hongshan was unsuccessful in life. Seeing that the young man was handsome and talented, he insisted on buying him. I also wanted to find a kindred spirit for the so-called treasure of the store, the eternal heart. So he sold the heart of eternity, which he had bought at Sotheby's for 200 or 300 million, to that young man for 100 million. I thought that was the end of it. Unexpectedly, as the young man was leaving, he noticed that the man's legs were paralyzed and suddenly said that he knew some acupuncture and could cure his legs. In response to this, Su Hongshan initially didn't believe it. My own legs. I've consulted many famous doctors. You're just a young man who knows a little acupuncture, and you claim you can cure me? That's a bit of an exaggeration. The young man remained calm and did not force Su Hongshan when he saw him hesitate. It is precisely this composure that is the key. This surprised Su Hongshan greatly. I decided to let the young man give it a try. My legs were already in this state, so I figured I might as well try anything, just in case this young man, with his remarkable demeanor. What a lucky accident. Su Hongshan then had the young man perform acupuncture on his legs. Afterward, he prepared the medicine according to the prescription given by the young man, applying it both externally and internally. To be honest, he didn't have much hope. He was just trying anything as a last resort. However, that evening, then a miracle happened. He actually started to regain some feeling in his legs, and then, with the help of the nanny, he actually managed to stand up shakily by himself. Su Hongshan was overjoyed. Subsequently, he took his medication on time and actively did some rehabilitation training every day. Up to now, he can now walk for half an hour each in the morning, noon, and evening. Although it was difficult, I was exhausted and drenched in sweat. But compared to the despair he felt when he was paralyzed, it was like heaven and earth. He felt that after a while, it was not impossible for him to walk as fast as a normal person. Not bad, not bad. Honey, you're recovering so fast. Bai Huiyan was equally delighted. Seeing her husband recover day by day, she felt genuinely happy. Since her husband became paralyzed in both legs, she had witnessed her husband's moments of despair and disappointment more than once, so she always stayed by his side and dared not leave him to go on a long trip. The main reason is that I'm afraid he'll become depressed and unable to think things through. And now, the husband's health gradually improved. The couple. Finally, the clouds have parted and the sun has shone through. We can see hope. Yes. I never imagined that my legs, which no famous doctor could cure, would be healed by a chance encounter with a young man. It's like a miracle cure. That young man is truly my benefactor in this lifetime. Su Hongshan was overjoyed. It was unbelievable that his legs could be cured. I sighed and lamented again. Husband, why didn't that young man leave his name or contact information? If he had, we could have paid him a visit to express our gratitude, Bai Huiyan said. That's right. At the time, I was still somewhat skeptical, and the young man left in a hurry. When I came to my senses and wanted to ask him, he's long gone, Su Hongshan said with a regretful expression. Thinking of the young man, he suddenly added, but wife, speaking of which, that young man was quite handsome. With assets worth hundreds of millions, the store's prized possession, priced at over 100 million, was bought without hesitation. And they also have a remarkable skill, acupuncture that can bring the dead back to life. TSK Tisk. If he were to become our Su family's son-in-law, I would not only have no objection, but I would be more than happy to see him. Yes, indeed. Bai Huiyan agreed. This outstanding young woman is also her husband's benefactor. This is truly a rare find. However, after hearing Su Hongshan's words, she immediately thought of a handsome young man who would be equally suitable to be the Su family's son-in-law. That young man was her boss. Handsome, rich, and accomplished at a young age. He is also quite talented. His calligraphy was so exquisite and masterful that it completely surpassed even the famous calligraphers who taught him. However, whether she was her husband's benefactor or not, even one's own boss, the idea of becoming a son-in-law of the Su family was just a fantasy for the couple. Because, no matter what, their precious daughter, whom they cherished like a pearl and was as beautiful as a flower, had already been taken advantage of by some scoundrel. Pregnancy before marriage. Now, they have several children. Thinking of my daughter. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan, the couple, fell silent. Wife, are you going to see our daughter tomorrow? After a while, Su Hongshan suddenly asked again. My flight is tomorrow morning. It happens to be the 9th. A new hotel just opened in Sihai. I'll go there for work, and also to see our daughter, Bai Huiyan said. Go ahead, go ahead. No matter what, she's still our own daughter. As parents, if we don't visit her and the child for so long, she'll resent us. My health is gradually improving now. You don't need to worry about me. Okay. Bai Huiyan nodded. But you're not angry with our daughter anymore? Angry? Su Hongshan shook his head with a wry smile. Why are you angry? I've come to terms with everything now. Maybe this is just our daughter's fate. The point of living is to be happy. If our daughter does listen to our advice, but she's unhappy, what's the point of living a long and prosperous life? Chapter 221 My sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. Yes, honey. Even if my daughter has to eat coarse food and wild vegetables, it's her choice. As long as she's happy and content, that's all that matters. We don't need to worry so much, Bai Huiyan chimed in. Actually, that's always been her thought. As long as her daughter is happy, that's all that matters. It's just that her husband had some disagreements before. At this moment, I saw that he had finally come to his senses. I felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the father-in-law refuses to accept the son-in-law, the daughter will suffer in the middle, and the family will have a long time to quarrel. Eating bran and wild vegetables? How could that be possible? She is, after all, my daughter, Su Hongshan's daughter. Seeing my daughter and son-in-law's family suffer in poverty, I, as their father, cannot sit idly by. Our Su family is not as prosperous as it once was, but even a broken boat has 3 pounds of nails. If the son-in-law is willing, I can even entrust him with managing my businesses in Shanghai and Hangzhou. It's okay if you don't know how. I taught him step by step. Are you willing to hand over the business to your son-in-law? Bai Huiyan asked with a smile. What's there to be reluctant about? Su Hongshan said matter-of-factly. We only have one daughter, Jiang Chen. When we get old, the family business will still have to be left to her. But you, my wife. For the past 6 months, I've been paralyzed in both legs, and you've been busy with your career while also worrying about my health. Thank you for your hard work. Su Hongshan gratefully grasped Bai Huiyan's hand. To be honest, if it weren't for my wife, with whom I've shared decades of life, always supporting and accompanying me during the darkest times of my life, he really doubted himself, wondering if he could persevere. What's so hard about it? As long as my family is safe and sound, I'm content, Bai Huiyan said with a smile. The couple chatted for a while, and Bai Huiyan, seeing that it was getting late, began to pack her luggage for her trip to Sihai the next day. Just thinking about tomorrow. Finally, I was able to see my daughter, son-in-law, and 3 adorable grandchildren. Her heart was filled with anticipation. The next morning, Bai Huiyan boarded a flight to Sihai. A little over an hour later, the plane arrived in Sihai City, as the opening ceremony was to be held in the morning. Time was tight. As soon as Bai Huiyan left the airport, she went straight to the opening ceremony of the new hotel in Sihai City on the 9th. Hello, boss. I'm sorry for what happened before. I met Jiang Chen at the opening ceremony. Bai Huiyan then explained apologetically to her face why her previous delays had led to her involvement in the hotel's preparations turning into her participation in the opening ceremony. It's all right, Mr. Bai. Everyone has their own family, and sometimes an emergency happens unexpectedly. I understand. Jiang Chen waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all. To be fair, this CEO Bai is already quite dedicated. There are objective reasons for delaying her trip to Sihai City, so he really can't blame her. Thank you, boss. You're too kind, Mr. Bai. After discussing some work-related matters with Jiang Chen, Bai Huiyin began to host the hotel's opening ceremony, as she had done so many times before. This is something that is difficult for her to understand. It's a familiar routine and couldn't be simpler. Because it was the hotel's opening, such a joyous occasion, Lu Wei and Sun Wan, upon hearing the news, temporarily put aside their work and came to show their support. The two each led their own barbecue and milk tea businesses, constantly expanding their territories. Jiang Chen was generally satisfied with them. When the two first heard that Jiang Chen had opened a new hotel, they were a little incredulous because it happened so fast. When Lu Wei saw Jiang Chen at the scene, he sighed with emotion. Holy crap! Brother Chen, you're amazing. It hasn't been that long, and we've already had barbecue, milk tea, and resorts. And now, holy crap, another 9 days group has appeared. They've actually expanded their hotel chain to all corners of the world. Awesome. That's absolutely amazing. Following Brother Chen is definitely a path to wealth. It's all right. Jiang Chen smiled modestly. Actually, he really wanted to add, Wei Zi, you forgot something. I recently acquired a biotechnology company. Young married woman. Here, I'm here. Suddenly, Lu Wei waved his hand sharply towards a distance. Jiang Chen was taken aback when he heard this. Young married woman? This Wei Zi, isn't he the ultimate simp? How come he suddenly has a wife? Then I saw Yanli standing there. Jiang Chen then realized that Wei Zi and the old maid had actually been having an affair for a long time. Okay. Seeing that there were many people around, Yin Li, whether out of embarrassment or something else, remained standing still when she heard Lu Wei call her wife. Instead, he waved to Lu Wei, signaling him to come over. Lu Wei naturally responded immediately. All right, Brother Chen. I'll go take a look, he said to Jiang Chen, then happily ran towards Yin Li. Jiang Chen at this moment. Then I realized something. Thinking to myself, why did Wei Zi bring that old maid here for the opening of the new hotel? Could it be? Holy crap. This kid's doing pretty well these days. He's quite good at finding opportunities. Cousin. As soon as Lu Wei left, Sun Wan came over enthusiastically to chat with Jiang Chen. How are you feeling lately, Xiaowan? Jiang Chen asked his cousin. That's great. I'm increasingly amazed by my cousin's brilliant leadership. Every day, I feel like I'm getting a tiny bit closer to my dream of becoming a rich woman. Sun Wan said excitedly, showering Jiang Chen with compliments. That's good. The opening ceremony ended quickly. Bai Huiyin came to Jiang Chen to report the situation. Upon seeing her, Sun Wan couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, Mr. Bai, you're so beautiful. You're just as pretty as my sister-in-law. Bai Huiyin was somewhat surprised. Then, with a smile, she asked Sun Wan, As beautiful as your sister-in-law? Thank you. Young lady, you really know how to compliment. But judging from your tone, your sister-in-law must be very beautiful, right? Of course. In my opinion, my sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, wow, I've never seen anyone who can compare to her. Sun Wan showered her with compliments. Jiang Chen, who was standing nearby, felt a bit like he had been living in Bengbu. Then he said to Bai Huiyin, Don't listen to what she's saying, Ms. Bai. It's all right. Bai Huiyin smiled, and, seeing that Sun Wan was indeed quite young, didn't pay much attention to what she said. After finishing my work-related tasks, seeing that it was almost noon, Bai Huiyin said goodbye to Jiang Chen. Boss, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chen nodded. Actually, he also had something to do and had to leave immediately because his wife had just texted him saying that her mother would be coming to the house at noon. Chapter 222 Mother and Daughter Reunion. Jiang Chen drove. Half an hour later, we arrived at Chunjiang residential area. Since my mother-in-law was coming, I bought some vegetables and seafood at the market near the entrance of our community. Aunt Lu usually does the grocery shopping for me. But today my mother-in-law is visiting. A big meal is a must. Besides vegetables and meat, He also needed to buy some seafood. But if he wanted the seafood to be fresh and of good quality, Jiang Chen had to do it himself at the market. It's just at the entrance of the residential area. He just got off the bus. As I was heading to the market, I happened to run into an acquaintance, Bai Huiyan. Bai Huiyan got out of the taxi. I happened to see Jiang Chen as well. Boss, you live in this Chunjiang residential complex? Bai Huiyan greeted first. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Did President Bai come here for something? Yes, my daughter lives in this neighborhood, so I came here to visit her. Bai Huiyan didn't hide anything and explained the reason. Jiang Chen heard this. It was a bit of a surprise. Mr. Bai's daughter is not in Hangzhou. It's unbelievable that someone from Sihai City, thousands of miles away, also lives in Chunjiang Pavilion, in the same neighborhood as me. Also, with President Bai being so beautiful, her daughter must be just as stunning, right? But he just thought about it casually. I didn't take it seriously. After all, he has a wife and kids, so he doesn't care about anything else. Besides, no matter how pretty Mr. Bai's daughter is, she's definitely not as pretty as his own little girl. Just like my cousin Xiaowan said, my little girl is the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, okay, Mr. Bai, I'll go buy groceries. Jiang Chen pointed in the direction of the market. Okay, sure. Go, boss. After exchanging a few polite words, the two parted ways again. Jiang Chen went to the market to buy vegetables. Bai Huiyan, carrying her bag, hurriedly entered the Chunjiang residential area to visit her daughter, son-in-law, and several of her grandchildren. I feel both excited and full of anticipation. Back then, I heard that my daughter got pregnant out of wedlock, was ruined by someone, and eventually gave birth to 3 children. She's a mother. Of course, I was furious. She thought to herself, which shameless brat has ruined my daughter? If she catches him, I'll break his legs. To my daughter. She was angry, heartbroken, and helpless. My daughter has always been stubborn. My family arranged a blind date for me back then. The daughter refused her blind date and had a big fight with her family. In the heat of the moment, they exchanged harsh words, and as a result, she almost severed ties with her father. Then he ran away by himself. Aside from occasional contact during holidays, they are almost completely out of touch. Especially this time. My daughter didn't contact me until she was close to giving birth. Finally, the truth came out. She said she was in Sihai City. At that time, her father was in a depressed state because the Su family had suffered a major setback and he was paralyzed in both legs. She dared not leave him easily, and at the same time, she was also troubled by work. I simply couldn't spare the time right now. Therefore, the matter was delayed again and again until now, when things have finally taken a turn for the better. That's how I came to be in the world. About the scoundrel who harmed his daughter. Bai Huiyan knew he was a recent college graduate from an ordinary family. When I first heard about it, I was really angry with him. After all, he was my only precious daughter, whom I raised like a pearl in the palm of my eye. Now a professor, his future is incredibly bright. But this kid turned out to be quite something. Not only did they bully the professor's daughter, they also got her pregnant and forced her to have a baby. This is for children. It was her daughter who insisted on giving birth, but she was still furious. However, later, I discovered that my daughter has her eye on that guy. She's a mother. Being thousands of miles away, no matter how heartbroken and angry I was, there was nothing I could do. Besides, I had heard that the young man was very ambitious and was indeed good to his daughter and child. This implicitly acknowledges the relationship between the rascal and his daughter. They even had Kong Shi send the family's household registration book to Su Qingqing. This time, I came to Sihai City in person. Actually, while looking after her daughter and children, she also considered formally accepting the rascal as her son-in-law in the capacity of a mother-in-law. However, on the other hand, she had indeed gotten over most of her anger towards that boy, but now, to say that she was completely without any anger left was an understatement. That's unrealistic. What's going on? Chunjiang Pavilion looks like a high-end villa community? And Chunjiang Pavilion, building number 1. In fact, it's villa number 1 in this community. Bai Huiyan came from out of town. Naturally unaware of Chunjiang Pavilion's reputation in Sihai, upon entering the residential area, they discovered it was extremely luxurious, built like a garden scenic spot. What comes into view is a row of detached villas. I especially asked about the cleaning staff inside. Knowing the address my daughter gave me, that building number 1 is actually villa number 1 in the community, which is more spacious and luxurious than the other detached houses. In terms of scale and design, it's comparable to the Su family's mansion in Shanghai. This immediately surprised Bai Huiyan. He thought to himself, that kid, isn't he just a recent college graduate? And his family isn't even that well off. Yet he lives in villa number 1 here? Was it rented? But renting such a luxurious villa would undoubtedly incur an astonishing monthly rent. Can this kid afford it? Bai Huiyan was surprised and pressed the doorbell of villa number 1. Jingle. The door opened quickly. A nanny opened the door and asked her who she was looking for. I'm looking for. Just as Bai Huiyan was about to speak, she suddenly saw Su Qingqing pushing a stroller from behind and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Daughter. Yes, this is it. Mom. Su Qingqing was also pleasantly surprised. Bai Huiyan rushed forward and hugged her daughter tightly. Qingqing, daughter. The moment she hugged her, tears streamed down her face. Mom. Su Qingqing was also emotional. The mother and daughter immediately embraced and wept bitterly. The nanny, Aunt Lu, saw it. Only then did I realize that it was the lady of the house's mother who had arrived. So, being very tactful, she didn't disturb them. She poured a glass of water, brought over a plate of washed fruit, and then quietly slipped away. Chapter 223. My own good cabbage was eaten by a pig. Wow. These are my grandsons and granddaughters. TSK Tisk. A grandson and a granddaughter. So beautiful. So cute. After meeting and hugging Su Qingqing and talking about how much she missed her, Bai Huiyan quickly turned her attention to the 3 babies in the stroller after her emotions had calmed down. One look and I couldn't help but pick them up and hug them one by one. My sweet babies. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm your maternal grandmother, your mother's mother. I held it in my arms, reluctant to let go. Her eyes were filled with tender love. Then, holding the most enthusiastic baby in her arms, she toured her daughter's home, where she saw that the interior was luxuriously decorated and the furniture and design were very tasteful and stylish. It's truly no less impressive than the Su family's mansion in Shanghai. Qingqing, didn't you say that Brat just graduated? How come he can afford such a luxurious detached villa? Don't tell me. Actually, this is rented, isn't it? Bai Huiyan shared her doubts with Su Qingqing. Rented? No, Mom, this isn't rented. He just graduated, but he's very ambitious and capable. This detached villa is the money he earned, and we bought it together, Su Qingqing explained. It's not rented, that's great. Bai Huiyan nodded in approval. This kid's not bad. He comes from an ordinary family, but he's already made a name for himself right after graduation. To be honest, she was somewhat surprised. However, seeing that her daughter was doing well, she felt more at ease. Daughter, tell me the truth. Is this guy really good to you and the child? After all, in reality, many young people, after suddenly becoming rich, indulge in debauchery and womanizing. Could this guy be like that too? No, Mom. He's very family-oriented and has always been very good to me and the kids. She might go on a long trip occasionally, but she still misses me and the children. So, does that mean this rascal is actually quite honest? Bai Huiyan asked again. He's quite honest. Su Qingqing nodded, but what she didn't say was that while he seemed honest on the outside, he was anything but honest with her. A lecherous old man, a seasoned pro. Of course, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't possibly say that to my own mother. After, the mother and daughter went into the bedroom. Bai Huiyan sized her up. Suddenly, I wanted to ask my daughter how far things had progressed with that rascal, but then I saw men's clothes and belongings in the bedroom. I had guessed it was that rascal and his daughter. It has become the norm. Suddenly, I felt like my own hard-earned cabbage had been eaten by a pig. But, on second thought, forget it. Both of them are young, and now they have 3 children and are living together. It's perfectly normal for them to be unable to control themselves and to have sex every day. Oh, right, Qingqing. Where did he go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Since seeing her daughter and child, Bai Huiyan wanted to see what kind of mud brick tobacco pipe her daughter had chosen for her son-in-law that had her daughter so infatuated with him. After waiting for quite a while, no one came back. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He was busy with something this morning. He was supposed to come back at noon, but I texted him to say you'd be home at noon too. So he went to the market to buy groceries, Su Qingqing said. Did he go grocery shopping? Bai Huiyan asked in confusion. Suddenly, I inexplicably thought of the owner I met at the entrance of Chunjiang Pavilion. He also lived in Chunjiang Pavilion, and he was also there to buy groceries. Could it be? Is that the brat? No, that's impossible. A brat? Boss. How could those two possibly have anything in common? Even a fool would know it's impossible. Bai Huiyan immediately dismissed the idea. She never even dared to dream of having her boss as her son-in-law. But to be fair, she greatly admired this young man. He is handsome and talented, and young and promising. Crucially, he is also exceptionally talented. If he became her son-in-law, she would be overjoyed and would be laughing in her dreams. But why? Bai Huiyan sighed inwardly. Let him be a brat if he's a brat. As long as her daughter is happy. Yes, Mom. As soon as he heard that you were coming at noon, he went to the market to buy vegetables, meat, and seafood, saying that he wanted to show off his skills and cook a big meal for you. Su Qingqing, unaware of her mother's thoughts, excitedly chimed in. So, that means that kids' cooking skills are pretty good, Bai Huiyan said with a smile. Of course, Su Qingqing said matter-of-factly. It's much better than my dad's cooking. TCH, Bai Huiyan said dismissively. Your dad's cooking is just so. No matter how good the kid's cooking is, can he compare to a chef at a state banquet? That's hard to say. You'll know once you try it. Mom, can I give you some advice? After a pause, Su Qingqing suddenly asked again. What's your opinion? Mom, stop calling him that rascal. It sounds awful. After all, he's your son-in-law. Bai Huiyan laughed upon hearing this. Yo, so you've already turned your back on us? And you still call me a scoundrel? That sounds awful. He ruined my daughter and almost destroyed her life. Can't I even be a little angry with him? Besides, I'm his mother-in-law now, after all. Even if I'm just using my seniority to call him a brat, do I have the right to do so? Bai Huiyan looked at Su Qingqing and couldn't help but laugh and tease her. Have. Of course you're qualified, Su Qingqing said in a coquettish tone, laughing along with her mother. Why aren't they back yet? Bai Huiyan asked anxiously after waiting for a while longer. It should be soon. Mom, wait a moment, I'll call and ask him. Su Qingqing took out her phone, about to call Jiang Chen, when she suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening. Without a doubt, it must be Pig Trotters who's back. Mom, he's back, Su Qingqing said. Bai Huiyan nodded and stood up, thinking about how she was about to meet that rascal. No, her son-in-law. I was filled with anticipation. At the same time, I felt inexplicably nervous. Chapter 224 The Confused Tree and the Confused Fruit. Knowing that his mother-in-law was coming, Jiang Chen took it very seriously. After all, she was his daughter's mother and, in a way, his elder. So he picked out a lot of seafood at the market. Squid, scallops, abalone, lobster, etc. Finally, we got a few more king crabs. It took a little longer than usual. As soon as I finished buying the groceries and seafood, I went back immediately. Jiang Chen carried his things and entered his villa. The thought of meeting his mother-in-law soon made him, to be honest, a little nervous, even though he was thick-skinned. What do you mean? Ugly son-in-law. Well, it's like a handsome son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. There's no escaping it. Thinking like that, Jiang Chen entered the living room, but he was immediately taken aback. President Bai Huiyan was inside, standing at the entrance of the living room, seemingly to greet him. No, what is Mr. Bai doing at home? Boss. Bai Huiyan was also extremely surprised. She stood up. Arriving at the living room door, she was ready to welcome her son-in-law home, but she was surprised to see her boss from the jury group walk in. What's going on? Inside the living room, Su Qingqing was changing the baby's diaper because the baby had suddenly pooped, and she didn't pay much attention to what was happening at the living room door. Jiang Chen returned. She casually greeted him. Honey, you're back. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiyan, he was stunned again. What? Husband. The daughter calls her boss, husband. Qingqing, what did you just call him? Husband. Bai Huiyan turned to ask Su Qingqing. Yes, Su Qingqing said matter-of-factly. He is the father of my child. If I don't call him husband, What should I call him? Bai Huiyan was immediately shocked. Turn out to be. That brat. I already know him. Isn't he my boss at jury group? Come to think of it, I just attended the opening ceremony of the new hotel with him, right? Besides, I was just talking to him at the entrance of Chunjiang residential area, wasn't I? This. But my God. Impossible. My daughter must be teasing me. No, Mom. What kind of expression is that? I just called him husband. And you're so surprised? Please, the Qing dynasty is long gone. And besides, we're already married, a legal couple. Su Qingqing was astonished to see her mother. She thought it was because she called Jiang Chen husband in front of him, and that she thought she, as a girl, was not reserved enough. Then he explained it to his mother again. But then he faced his daughter's explanation. Bai Huiyan ignored it. Because her mind went blank for a moment, she couldn't quite process what was happening. After all, the brat he had always resented and wanted to see was actually his boss at jury group. It was a huge shock to her. I never even dared to dream of this before. Bai Huiyan ignored Su Qingqing's words, but Jiang Chen was immediately stunned upon hearing them. What is that? The wife calls Mr. Bai Mom. Doesn't that mean? Mr. Bai is actually my mother-in-law. This is fucking ridiculous. No way. That's ridiculous. Mr. Bai, did Qingqing call you Mom just now? Jiang Chen asked Bai Huiyan directly. Right. I'm Qingqing's mother. Bai Huiyan immediately snapped out of her daze upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. Then, boss, you're Qingqing's husband? The father of her babies? Jiang Chen admitted. Yes, that's me. Bai Huiyan. Jiang Chen. Not husband. What did you just call my mom, Ms. Bai? And Mom. What did you call him, boss? At this moment, Su Qingqing, having changed the diaper, came over to take the things from Jiang Chen's hands. Hearing their conversation, she was immediately surprised. So you two already knew each other? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Bai Huiyan both nodded to Su Qingqing. What? This. Su Qingqing followed, looking shocked and bewildered. She glanced at her still bewildered mother and that big jerk. Forehead. It's truly a case of confusion tree with confusion fruit. Confusion tree with you and me under it. After, the three of them went to the living room and sat down to go over the matter carefully. It's just too much of a coincidence. One is that her boss is her son-in-law, and the other is that her capable subordinate is her mother-in-law. That's outrageous. Even Jiang Chen took a while to process the fact that President Bai was his mother-in-law, but it wasn't something he found hard to accept. From the very first time we met, like everyone else, he was amazed by President Bai's stunning looks, and thought to himself that only his own little girl could compare to him. Now it seems, that's perfectly normal. Because her own daughter is President Bai's daughter, they are mother and daughter. Bai Huiyan also felt that the matter was outrageous enough. However, on the other hand, she had always admired her boss at jury, especially if it were her daughter, without the issue of premarital pregnancy. She really wanted her boss to be her son-in-law. This was a thought I'd never even dared to entertain before, especially since my daughter had already decided on her little devil. But now, unexpectedly, the boss was that rascal. This result, Bai Huiyan was overjoyed and extremely happy. As for Su Qingqing, I'm just as happy. She was worried that although her mother would agree, she would inevitably make things difficult for Jiang Chen, or even make things difficult for him. So he deliberately called Jiang Chen husband in front of his mother. Now I find out that Pig Trotter and my mom have known each other for a long time, and that Pig Trotter is actually my mom's boss. He was overjoyed. TSK. Subordinates are making things difficult for their boss. They're even giving their boss a hard time. How about I lend you the guts to try? Hey. Therefore, the atmosphere in the living room was warm and harmonious for a while. Then they talked about how Jiang Chen and Bai Huiyan addressed each other. Regarding this issue, Su Qingqing felt she was the most qualified to speak. Well, Mom and husband, you can each say your own thing. Each side has its own interpretation. How so? Bai Huiyan asked. That's right. Mom, you call him boss, and he calls you mother-in-law. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue and said playfully. Actually, she understood. The situation between Pig Trotter and Mom was just that they were superior and subordinate at work before, which is completely different from the sisterly relationship between her and Song Mei. Bai Huiyan looked troubled. Jiang Chen listened. Knowing the girl was being silly, he quickly stopped her. Never mind. Let's just use the normal way of addressing each other. After all, elders are elders, and it's best not to joke about these things. Then he stood up and said to Bai Huiyin in a serious tone, Auntie, I'm sorry about before. I truly didn't know you were Qingqing's mother before, so please forgive me if I was rude or neglectful in any way. Because they haven't officially gotten married yet, Jiang Chen didn't change his address. Instead, he directly called her Auntie and said some polite words. Bai Huiyin was shocked to see Jiang Chen like this. He immediately stood up and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, Xiao Chen. What are you saying? You didn't know I was Qingqing's mother, but I didn't know you were Qingqing's mistress either. I thought the scoundrel who ruined Qingqing was someone else. Jiang Chen heard Bai Huiyin call him a rascal. He chuckled to himself. He thought to himself that his mother-in-law was indeed holding a grudge against him because he had ruined Qingqing. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If it happened to me, I would want to experience it myself. If your beloved little darling, whom you've raised with so much care, were to be ruined by some scoundrel one day, you might go insane, break the scoundrel's legs, and skin him alive. Of course, that's what I was like back then. Both he and the girl had been drinking. Their encounter was unexpected. The responsibility for causing harm is lighter. Auntie, now that you know I'm that rascal, will you still blame me? Jiang Chen asked Bai Huiyin with a smile. Blame? What are you blaming? Qingqing told me what happened. It was an accident. Never mind. It's all in the past. I'm happier than anyone else if you two live a good life. Bai Huiyin smiled. She had no desire to blame her son-in-law at all. She was overjoyed and couldn't be more satisfied. She could practically wake up laughing in her dreams. No. It's not just that I can laugh in my dreams. If it weren't for her daughter and son-in-law being there, and her status as an elder, she would have wanted to burst into laughter right now. Ha ha. Chapter 225 Female Hooligan. Can't you even let me sleep? The three of them talked for a while longer. Unconsciously. It was already 1 p.m. Jiang Chen noticed that everyone was so engrossed in talking that he hadn't even started preparing his own feast yet. So he said to Bai Huiyin, Auntie, it's already 1 o'clock. Are you hungry? Why don't we skip eating at home and go out to eat? Let's eat out. No need, Xiao Chen. Cooking at home is clean and safe. And besides, Qingqing has been telling me how great your cooking is. I'd like to try your dishes too, Bai Huiyin said. But it's already 1 o'clock. Aren't you hungry? That's all right. I'll talk to Qingqing for a bit, then check on the baby. If he gets hungry, he can have some fruit or snacks. Oh well. Jiang Chen then went to the kitchen. With the help of the nanny, Aunt Lu, we started cooking at full speed, turning on several stoves at the same time. After all, it was my mother-in-law's first time visiting our home, so I had to make a good impression. Therefore, it is a god-level culinary skill. It can be said to have been pushed to its limits. In the living room, Bai Huiyin and her daughter Su Qingqing played with the three little monsters for a while before talking about having children. I heard my daughter talk about the difficulties she faced during her C-section. Bai Huiyin felt a pang of heartache and hugged Su Qingqing tightly, her eyes slightly red. Daughter, I'm so sorry for making you suffer. You remember back then, sigh? It's okay, Mom. That's all in the past. Besides, your son-in-law took very good and considerate care of you back then. Su Qingqing smiled and comforted her mother. To be honest, although she had a C-section and was in a lot of pain, she was able to recover thanks to the meticulous care that pig trotters provided around the clock. Looking back, her heart is filled with warmth. After talking about giving birth, Su Qingqing suddenly became very curious about how she was born. Mom, how did you give birth to me? Was it also very difficult, and did you suffer a lot? Bai Huiyin laughed when she heard her daughter's question. You know, you might not believe it, but when I gave birth to you, I didn't have any trouble or suffer much. Huh? No way. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. What can I do? I suddenly experienced a sharp pain in my stomach that night. Because it was my due date, your dad took me to the hospital. When we got there, I was starving, and your dad was a new dad too, so he didn't know anything. There wasn't time to buy food, so they just made me a packet of instant noodles. But I barely ate 2 bites, and then what? Su Qingqing asked. And then you gave birth. After giving birth to you, when I came back, I found the instant noodles were still warm, and I ignored all advice and ate 2 more bites. Ah, this. Su Qingqing was almost dumbfounded. Giving birth naturally involves various tests and a cesarean section, which is extremely painful. Mom is fine, though. I was born back then. I ate instant noodles and somehow ended up giving birth. Have to. It sounds so easy, so effortless. And especially, it actually gives off a feeling of Guan Yu warming his wine before beheading Huaxiong. Auntie, Qingcheng. Dinner's ready. Bai Huiyin chatted with Su Qingqing, eating half a bag of sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had also finished cooking and brought out 7 or 8 main dishes in one go. It was definitely a seafood feast. Salt and pepper prawns, garlic razor clams, abalone stewed with pork ribs, steamed king crab. Su Qingqing saw it. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. It goes without saying that the dishes cooked by my own husband are perfect in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Bai Huiyin sighed. While I have high hopes, I also have some reservations. Jiang Chen is too young after all. He is already very good at looks, making money, and calligraphy. But how can a person be proficient in everything? Cooking is all about experience. He might be a good cook, but it's unlikely that she'll do it as her daughter claims. That's just a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. Unexpectedly, after taking just 1 bite, Bai Huiyin found it unbelievable. This is so delicious. They're even better than chefs at state banquets. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen is such a multi-talented person? My daughter has really struck gold. After finishing the meal, Su Qingqing and her family of 5 accompanied Bai Huiyin on a tour of Sihai City. It was late at night. Honey, you'll have to be patient. As it was time to go to bed, Su Qingqing came to Jiang Chen and whispered, Why? Because tonight, I'm sleeping with my mom. That's all right. Jiang Chen pecked the little girl on the forehead. It's only been 1 night. What's there to be afraid of? I've been in the womb for over 20 years, haven't I? So when it was time to sleep, Jiang Chen took his 3 little beasts to another bedroom, and when it was time, he calmly lay down and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, he was woken up in the middle of the night. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young girl. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. What? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. You've come to see your husband. Cut. Who's looking after you? Can't I look after the child? Su Qingqing had barely finished speaking when she tackled Jiang Chen to the ground. Jiang Chen was helpless. It's the middle of the night. Can't a person get any sleep? Huh, what a female hooligan. Thinking this, he flipped over and pressed down on her. Chapter 226, A Midnight Rendezvous Got Discovered? Honey, you came to my place in the middle of the night. Does your mom know? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered to ask Xiaoyo. My mom is asleep right now. I only sneaked over here because I saw she was asleep. It's okay if she finds out. I told you I was going to the bathroom. Is it not allowed to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Besides, we are a legally married couple now, so we're not afraid of the police. That's true. But honey, aren't you afraid? You'll get pregnant again? Whether you get pregnant or not, isn't that up to you? Humph, if you're not afraid, then I'm not afraid either. Bai Huiyin didn't sleep all night. She and her daughter shared a room and talked until 11 o'clock. When they got sleepy, they finally went to bed. Even though I was sleepy. However, falling asleep is not so easy. Coming to my daughter's house feels so unreal. I actually ran into my boss from Jiri at her place. Then the boss. It really was my son-in-law. I'm so overjoyed. The thing I thought was the most impossible actually happened. Why? She was so happy that she didn't sleep a wink all night. But at the same time, she was worried about disturbing her daughter's rest. So Bai Huiyin had to suppress her joy and secretly gloat to herself in the middle of the night. Until the early hours of the morning. I was so sleepy that I finally managed to fall asleep. It was before 7 o'clock the next morning. Bai Huiyin woke up again. Although I didn't get much sleep last night. But when she woke up, she wasn't sleepy at all. Turning her head to look at her daughter on the bed, she was still fast asleep like a little pig, so she nudged her and said, Qingcheng, it's almost 7 o'clock. Come on, get up and talk to Mom for a while. But Su Qingqing was extremely sleepy at the moment. But my mom sounded so excited. Moreover, she usually gets up around this time in the morning. So, still half asleep, he turned over and mumbled, "Mom, what are you saying?" When speaking, I was so sleepy I didn't even open my eyes. Tell me, am I dreaming? Bai Huiyin was in high spirits, her expression beaming with joy. At this moment, she just wanted to talk to someone and share the joy that was almost overflowing in her heart. "Mom, what do you mean? Is this a dream?" "It's you and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is actually my son-in-law. Is this a dream?" Su Qingcheng was speechless. He opened his eyes, glanced at his mother, and after confirming that she was mentally sound, he reached out and pinched her arm lightly without using any force. "Mom, does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts when you pinch me, but why are you pinching me? If it hurts, then it means, Mom, you're not dreaming." "Cut. You filial daughter, you have no respect for your elders." Bai Huiyin glared at her daughter with a smile, but didn't hold it against her. After all, she had just been trying to make conversation and share her joy with her daughter. "Qingcheng, get up. Listen outside. Xiao Chen is already up," Bai Huiyin added. "But Mom, I'm sleepy. Please let me sleep a little longer." "Sleepy? We went to bed at 11 p.m. last night. Why are you so sleepy?" Cough, cough. "Well, it's because I suddenly felt unwell in the middle of the night and went to the toilet." Su Qingcheng made up an excuse on the spot, but in reality, she didn't go to the toilet at all in the middle of the night. Secretly finding some jerk to play games with, that's more like it. Sudden stomach discomfort? Did you go to the restroom? Oh, I remember now. You went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and it seemed like it took quite a long time, more than an hour, right? Bai Huiyin said casually. Hearing her mother's words, Su Qingcheng was jolted awake. All her drowsiness instantly vanished. Could it be? Mom found out I went to meet someone secretly in the middle of the night. Really? Surely not. The feeling was like being caught having a puppy love, or rather, being caught by your mom for eating forbidden fruit. After all, in your mom's eyes, I was a perfectly obedient girl before. Therefore, it results in a small face. Suddenly, I developed a high fever. I glanced at my mom furtively, just as I was about to hurriedly change the subject. Suddenly, Jiang Chen knocked on the door from outside. "Auntie, Qingcheng, breakfast is ready." This saved Su Qingcheng from her predicament. Okay, Xiao Chen." The two people in the bedroom responded with a sound of agreement. Su Qingcheng quickly got up and went to wash up. Bai Huiyin saw it all. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "So what, daughter? Old ginger is spicier, right? Your mother has eaten more salt than you've walked roads. Still trying to play tricks on me. However, if you call someone in the middle of the night, how could your mom possibly blame you? On the contrary, I'd love for you." Chapter 227. Oh no, the little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. "Aunt, it's just some simple home-style breakfast. Please make do with it." Jiang Chen spoke politely to Bai Huiyin. At this moment, he was radiant and full of energy, unlike Su Qingcheng, who was somewhat listless due to lack of sleep. "Because of my parents' strict upbringing, or perhaps corporal punishment, when I was young. Although Jiang Chen is mischievous, he still knows how to behave appropriately towards his elders and shows them the respect they deserve. Besides, this is the girl's mother, his own mother-in-law. Behave well in front of her. There's no problem with it. Xiao Chen, you're too kind. A simple, home-cooked breakfast is just right." Bai Huiyin continued. At this moment, she had completely changed her attitude towards the boss. Towards Jiang Chen, she was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. "Actually, Xiao Chen, I also really enjoy cooking, and my specialty is breakfast. It's okay if I just woke up late today. If you have the chance, I'll let you try my cooking." "Okay, Auntie." Let's say a few polite words. Bai Huiyin and Su Qingcheng, mother and daughter, sat at the dining table. Bai Huiyin's appetite was immediately whetted when she saw the exquisite and varied breakfast. Just as I was about to pick up my chopsticks, suddenly noticing that Jiang Chen hadn't sat down, she said curiously, "Xiao Chen, why don't you sit down too and eat with us?" "Mom, don't worry about him. He doesn't eat breakfast." Su Qingcheng, who was already eating, said to her mother as if it were nothing unusual. "Oh." Bai Huiyin was surprised. Then, looking at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, she said, "Xiao Chen, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. If you don't eat breakfast, it can affect your health in the long run. That Andy. It's all right. Jiang Chen scratched his head. I've already had breakfast, and I'm still full. You guys should eat while it's hot. Seeing that Jiang Chen said so, and that her daughter didn't take it seriously at all, Bai Huiyan had no choice but to give up. All right then. She and Su Qingqing began to enjoy breakfast. Bai Huiyan is usually busy. We also have a nanny at home, so we don't have many opportunities to cook. But breakfast? It's relatively simple, but she's done quite a few, researched a lot, and has the most experience with it. Just now, she even wanted to invite Jiang Chen to have a chance to try her cooking. However, after tasting Jiang Chen's breakfast, Bai Huiyan was immediately convinced. There was nothing I could do. Compared to my son-in-law's skills, my own was nothing. It's not worth mentioning at all. But then, she became even more satisfied with Jiang Chen. Looking at her daughter who was only focused on eating, she couldn't help but give her a long and earnest lecture at the dinner table. Qingcheng, you should learn from this. Look at Xiao Chun. She gets up early to make breakfast. What a responsible person. It's okay if your skills aren't great. The key is getting up early to make breakfast. That's a matter of attitude. This woman is too lazy. That man will run away. Okay, Mom. I took advantage of some free time this morning. In an effort to please her mother, Su Qingcheng accompanied Bai Huiyan to the mall to buy her some things. That's true. Su Qingcheng bought a lot of things for her mother. However, along the way, Mom, that jacket is nice. Jiang Chen would definitely look good in it. Why don't we buy one for him? Mom, let's go to the baby store and buy some clothes for the baby. It's getting cold. We need to buy them some warmer clothes. Mom, let's go over there and buy Jiang Chen a hat. Mom, let's buy some beef jerky for Jiang Chen. He likes to eat some beef jerky or something when he's watching TV. In the end, Su Qingqing bought far more things for Jiang Chen and the children than she bought for her own mother. Fortunately, Su Qingqing realized this too. I feel bad for my mom. I need to buy her something else. No need. No need. Qingcheng, I don't need those. Bai Huiyan waved her hand, immediately stopping Su Qingqing. Although she was quite pleased to see that her daughter now knew about the Gu family, her son-in-law, and the child. But at the same time, it's also a bit sour. Why? Girls grow up and become uncontrollable. The sweet little cotton-padded jacket of yesteryear has changed, turned into a tattered cotton-padded jacket, and now she lets the wind in. Chapter 228. Wouldn't it be better if you had a second child? Su Qingqing spent almost the entire morning shopping with her mother. She had a great haul, mostly for Jiang Chen and the child, but later, to make up for it, she also bought quite a lot for her own mother. Bai Huiyan said no. But after being persuaded by his daughter and son-in-law, he happily accepted it. While you might be happy, I still feel a little bitter inside. No way. I painstakingly raised this cabbage for over 20 years, and now not only has it been eaten by a pig, but its very heart has been stolen. Why? It was lunchtime. Jiang Chen and his wife had lunch with his mother-in-law at the mall. Then, Bai Huiyan is returning to Hangzhou this afternoon. Alluring beauty. I didn't plan to stay long this time. Your father is not in good health. I came to see Hai to attend the opening ceremony of the Jiri new hotel and to see you, Xiaochen, and the babies. I'm relieved to see that you're doing well. Next time, when your dad is feeling better, I'll bring him along again, Bai Huiyan said, holding the woman's hand with some reluctance as they were about to leave. What's wrong with my dad's health? Su Qingqing asked. In her memory, her dad wasn't in very good health, but apart from some minor ailments, he was generally quite healthy. Hi. Your dad's not getting any younger. It's normal for him to have some health problems. They've had these old ailments for a long time. It's all right. Bai Huiyan was afraid her daughter would worry, so she gave her a vague answer. But in fact, she was much better now than before. A full recovery is not far off. After talking with Su Qingqing for a while, Bai Huiyan then talked to Jiang Chen about work. Xiao Chen, no matter what, you are my superior and boss. I guarantee I will do my best to manage the Jiri group and do this business well. I will report any important matters to you and President Li Jun in a timely manner. Okay, Auntie, just do your job as you normally would. Anyway, I trust Annie to handle things, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiyan chuckled. Xiao Chen is so funny, huh? However, Jury group is the culmination of my years of hard work, and I don't want it to really decline. Now that the boss is my son-in-law, I'll definitely pay even more attention to it. Don't worry. Okay, sure, Jiang Chen replied. Qing Cheng and Xiao Chen. Finally, let me say a few words to you too. Take good care of your health and the children. The young couple should live a good life together and avoid arguing about anything. Instead of arguing, why don't you have a second child? He said, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing saw this. He naturally understood that his mother's words had a hidden meaning. Wasn't she implying that he had secretly met with someone late last night? Is this ever going to end? Having a second child? Okay, I'll have another litter with that pig's trotter later. Okay, Mom. Okay, Andy. Bai Huiyan nodded in satisfaction. Su Qingqing was still shy in front of her mother. Unconsciously, I blushed a little. After a moment, she managed to recover and her expression returned to normal. But when she turned around, she found that Jiang Chen couldn't help but keep chuckling. Beng Bu was immediately stunned. Su Qingsheng then secretly took out her small hand and pinched the soft flesh on his waist, laughing. I'll make you laugh, you pig's trotter. Chapter 229 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Bite. The host's wife pinched the soft flesh of the host's waist. Hidden reward triggered. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. A brand new limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari, valued at 22 million. Only 30 units produced worldwide. This deserves an award. In addition to the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, he was also directly rewarded with a Ferrari LaFerrari, valued at 22 million, with only 30 units produced worldwide. It's definitely a must-have for showing off. It was just too useless for Jiang Chen. If he's single, that's fine. Such a cool supercar would definitely make a splash and attract a lot of girls. But now Jiang Chen has a wife and a child. There's really no need to use this to show off. But, that being said, there's no need to show off. Having the opportunity to take the little girl for a drive is quite nice. And while driving around, this is a good opportunity to try out the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. If you can drive with one hand, what about the other hand? Bite. Rewards distributed. The skill to drive a Ferrari with one hand will be automatically acquired. The Ferrari LaFerrari will appear in a legal and legitimate manner, so please drive with confidence. Because it was windy that day, the young couple didn't bring their 3 little mythical creatures with them. Jiang Chen drove his BMW X7 to take his mother-in-law to the airport. Afterwards, since they had nothing to do in the afternoon, they went back to the mall. Inside, the two of them, like many young couples, ate, drank, and had fun. They strolled hand in hand for quite a while. I watched another movie. Only then did they prepare to go back. Honey, I'm going to the restroom, Su Qingqing said as she left the mall. Okay, go ahead. Just as Jiang Chen was about to find a place to sit down, a 4S store employee rushed towards him in a hurry. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang? I've parked your latest limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari in the outdoor parking lot. All the paperwork and license plates have been completed. Here are your car keys. Please keep them safe. Thanks. Jiang Chen took the keys and thanked him. That's pretty fast. The car arrived so quickly. Honey, what do you think about us going for a drive home in a supercar? Jiang Chen asked with a smile after Su Qingsheng returned from the restroom. Supercar? Going for a drive home? Su Qingsheng was taken aback. Honey, what do you mean? Don't tell me you bought a supercar, do you? Yes, I ordered a supercar a few days ago, a Ferrari LaFerrari, and the dealership just delivered it to me. Jiang Chen took out the Ferrari keys. Oh, you actually bought it. That Ferrari LaFerrari isn't cheap. Su Qingsheng had driven and even owned various luxury cars before, so she was quite familiar with the Ferrari LaFerrari. When she heard Jiang Chen say that he had bought a supercar, her immediate reaction was surprise. But then I thought about it again. My husband is still a young man. Now he's worth at least tens of billions. Buying a toy car worth tens of millions to play with, isn't that normal? Then he asked, where's the car? It's in the parking lot outside, Jiang Chen said. Okay, honey, let's go take a look. Su Qingsheng naturally took Jiang Chen's arm and hurriedly walked outside, her face showing eagerness. I just arrived at the parking lot. A man and a woman walked over from the side. The woman was in front, with an impressive appearance. while the man behind her was carrying a briefcase and appeared to be her subordinate. The woman was somewhat surprised when she saw Su Qingcheng. Qingcheng. What a coincidence, Qingcheng. I've run into you again so soon. The woman said with a smile, but her tone was not without sarcasm, making people feel uncomfortable for no reason. Su Qingcheng turned her head to look. She discovered that it was her former colleague, Su Yan. That's Su Yan. It is said that he is related to the principal and worked with Su Qingcheng at Sihai University for a period of time. Later, after leaving Sihai University, I went to work for a company and participated in a university enterprise cooperation project. Yes, it was the same one that Su Qingcheng had participated in before. Su Qingcheng came first. She was the technical lead for the project. Su Yan joined later. But as soon as she arrived, she became the project's general manager. It was after Su Yan joined that things started to change. Just as Su Qingcheng's research and development was about to be successfully implemented, Su Yan strongly advocated for the optimization and restructuring of the project, and as a result, the project's technical lead was laid off. In other words, it was this Su Yan who went down the mountain to pick peaches, stole Su Qingcheng's research results, and then kicked Su Qingcheng out of the project team on the grounds that the research was overdue. Chapter 230, A Good Donkey Doesn't Bray Indiscriminately. Su Qingcheng nodded and gave a curt reply. She had nothing to say to Su Yan and didn't want to pay attention to her at the moment. So she glanced at her, took Jiang Chen's arm, and wanted to continue walking forward. But when Su Yan saw that Su Qingcheng wanted to leave, she became even more excited. Qingcheng, don't rush off, someone said, blocking Su Qingcheng's path. What do you want to do? Su Qingcheng said coldly. I didn't mean anything by it, Su Yan said with a forced smile. We were colleagues before, so why are you so upset with me now? Qingcheng, let me tell you the truth. Removing you from the school enterprise cooperation project was not a deliberate act against you. Think about it. How long has that project been delayed? Our company's investment is not charity. If we can't generate profits on time, we'll have to reluctantly let go. But Qingcheng, you haven't found a new job yet, have you? If you don't mind. Our company is short of security guards, cleaners, and sewer cleaners. You're a professor, after all. TSK, you'll definitely have no problem doing these things. I have high hopes for you. Su Yan concluded. A smug smile played on his lips. Working with Su Qingcheng was incredibly stressful. She was excellent in every way, knowledgeable, beautiful, and with a fantastic figure. She was always a favored daughter of heaven, and a goddess pursued by a group of boys. But all of this, compared to Su Qingcheng, everyone else paled in comparison. She couldn't find any of her former confidence. She was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Over time, my mental state collapsed. She simply resigned from her job at the school. After being idle for almost half a year, and thanks to family connections, I finally got a job as the general manager of the project at the company that had a partnership with Sihai University. Upon learning that Su Qingcheng had been appointed as the technical lead, he burst into laughter. Therefore, after seizing power, the first thing he did was steal Su Qingcheng's research results and take them for himself, while also kicking her to the curb. That is precisely why she finally got some relief. And Su Qingcheng, hearing Su Yan's words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he shook his head with a wry smile. He never expected that a colleague with whom he had a decent relationship back then would be so petty. But it's pointless to get angry with someone like that. That's so embarrassing. I was just about to give a quick reply and leave. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stepped forward and said directly to Su Yan, have you finished speaking? That's all. Su Yan said casually, her expression not without provocation. A mysterious, goddess-like professor and a fresh-faced, inexperienced young man got together and even had a child together. It's truly unbelievable. Are you done talking? Then please move aside. After all, a good dog doesn't block the way. Jiang Chen frowned. Su Yan initially thought she had misheard. Su Qingcheng's immature young husband actually called her a dog right off the bat. Yo! After all, he's the little master that those students talk about. His tone is just different. But Jiang Chen, didn't your family teach you the meaning of respect when you were little? At least I used to be a colleague of your teacher, Miss Su. Is this how you respect me? Su Yan returned not long ago. Therefore, He didn't know much about Jiang Chen's situation and background. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Chen spoke rudely to him, and that apart from being handsome, his overall attire was unremarkable. Enraged, he unleashed a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Respect? Huh, do you even deserve it? Who was it that came up here with such a loud and arrogant tone? Jiang Chen didn't hold back and started to criticize. Sometimes it might be okay to mess with him, but messing with his wife was absolutely unacceptable. You, Suyin exclaimed angrily. What's wrong with me? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen. Suyin almost exploded. Don't go too far. I was just feeling sorry for your teacher, Miss Su. Without the extra income from being the project's technical lead, it won't be easy for her to support 3 children on her meager teacher's salary. But since she wants to ask me for help, I really am qualified to help her. See that supercar? A Porsche 911 GT3 RS. That's my new car. It cost over 3 million yuan. Only 3 million? You call this a supercar? Jiang Chen said. Okay, you're awesome. Suyin was speechless after being rebuked. Suppressing her anger, she decided to resort to blatant threats. Jiang Chen, since you refuse to listen to reason, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm putting my words on this right now. From now on, if your Su Qingsheng can find a part-time job related to her profession in Sihai City, I'll change my mind. As for Su Yan's blatant threat, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. As the saying goes, a good donkey doesn't bray. When will you stop babbling on and on? I'm fucking. Su Yan couldn't take it anymore. He was furious. I was so angry I almost cried. No, damn it. I just wanted to show off in front of Su Qingsheng today. Why is it so hard? In a moment of impulsiveness, he charged at Jiang Chen with bared teeth and claws. Jiang Chen saw this and sneered. I was worried you wouldn't come. A man standing next to Su Yan, carrying a briefcase and seemingly her subordinate, hurriedly reached out and grabbed her, saying, President Su, don't be impulsive. He reached out and pulled Su Yan back. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yan, and after confirming that there was no danger, he pulled Su Qingsheng away. Su Yan was so angry her nose was crooked. She struggled to catch up, but her male subordinate held her firmly. Su Yan stared at Jiang Chen and his companions' retreating figures, her eyes practically spitting fire. After struggling for a while, she suddenly became as quiet as a chicken, because she saw Jiang Chen leading Su Qingsheng into a supercar. Is that a Ferrari LaFerrari? Su Yan recognized the car. Yes, it's the latest limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at over 22 million, with only 30 units produced worldwide. The subordinate continued. Su Yan was immediately shocked. 22 million. Then wouldn't my Porsche 911 GT3 RS be? Have to. No wonder that kid was so arrogant. But in this way, Su Yan felt even more frustrated. Looks like this kid is quite rich. Does that mean I can't achieve my goal of blacklisting Su Qingsheng across the entire world? I was shocked. She had no complaints about Jiang Chen anymore. After all, driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan meant he wasn't an ordinary person. But at the same time, he became even more jealous of Su Qingsheng. She's an old cow eating young grass, finding such a rich guy. Seeing her doing so well, yet unable to touch her, I felt a pang of heartache, like a cat scratching at my heart. Chapter 231 A woman's mouth is a liar's mouth. Upon hearing this, the male subordinate realized that Su Yan was still thinking of blacklisting Su Qingsheng throughout the city. He then gave a wry smile. Mr. Su, it's useless for you to blacklist her, and besides, you can't blacklist her anyway. Why? Because, you may not know, Su Qingsheng doesn't need to find a job at all. She is already the president of a biotechnology company. And speaking of which, that biotech company is our longtime rival. The male subordinate said slowly and deliberately, revealing what he knew. What? Su Yan was shocked once again upon hearing this. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng are over there. The two got into the Ferrari LaFerrari. Thank you, honey, for standing up for me earlier. Su Qingsheng gave Jiang Chen a sweet kiss and said happily, seeing her man argue with him so much for her sake that he almost made the other person explode with anger. I felt incredibly happy. That's what you call overflowing boyfriend charm. I stood up for you, and this is all I get. Jiang Chen asked the girl deliberately. What? Then what do you want to do? Su Qingqing asked, and could tell from his expression that he was not satisfied. But honey, this is a parking lot. What happened to the parking lot? Isn't the parking lot good? Jiang Chen said. Look at the constant flow of people around. Isn't that even better? Red Square. What a load of crap. Su Qingqing blushed and glared at the person. Although her first reaction to the suggestion was rejection, she was secretly eager to try it out. Honey, do you really want to? Of course, Jiang Chen replied matter-of-factly. Oh well. Su Qingqing nodded, then moved closer and extended her slender hand. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Could the girl really be serious? But then again, it was broad daylight, and people were constantly coming and going in the parking lot. This was really too much. Cough cough, isn't that too much like Taiwan? However, a few seconds later, Jiang Chen realized he was overthinking things. Su Qingqing moved closer to him. She stretched out her slender hands and began to massage his shoulders with practiced ease. How is it, honey? Does it feel good? Is the pressure okay? Not my wife. What you did is different from what you said. Jiang Chen had originally thought that even if the girl was shy and wouldn't do that, she should at least help him with that. But the result? There wasn't a single hair. It's just a shoulder massage. Cut. What did I say? Didn't I ask you if you really wanted to, and then I agreed? Su Qingqing asked back, while happily massaging Jiang Chen's shoulders. But honey, I didn't mean for you to massage my shoulders. Oh, that's not what you were thinking. I thought you were thinking that. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. No, honey, I think that's exactly what you were thinking. Because you are so leech-alike. You wouldn't want to be photographed, uploaded online, and become some kind of celebrity, would you? Jiang Chen remained silent. Okay, this time I learned my lesson. A woman's mouth is a liar's tongue. Oh. A dozen minutes later, Su Qingqing finished her massage routine, and to be honest, my shoulders felt quite relaxed afterward. Thank you, honey. Would. Jiang Chen pecked the little girl's rosy cheeks twice, then started the car and sped off towards his home in Chunjiang Pavilion. As for that BMW X7, they then called a designated driver to help them drive back. From the mall to home, you have to go through a mountain road. At the same time, since there were few cars on the road at this location, Jiang Chen could show off his driving skills by driving a Ferrari with one hand. Husband, how about I give it a try? Jiang Chen hadn't driven far, and before he could even start showing off his skills, Su Qingqing in the passenger seat suddenly spoke. You can drive? Jiang Chen asked. Certainly. Su Qingqing immediately gave an affirmative answer. Back then, I almost became a female race car driver. Oh well. Jiang Chen parked the car to the side, and the two switched places. Buzz. Su Qingqing launched herself into the Ferrari, and it started moving. Jiang Chen had ridden in Su Qingqing's car a handful of times before, and he thought his wife's driving skills were just so, nothing special, except that she was fast and steady. But now, it's more than just fast and stable. He almost looks like a race car driver. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised by his daughter's driving skills. However, that's not enough. Just when Jiang Chen thought the girl's driving skills were good enough, taking advantage of the fact that there were almost no cars on the road ahead and behind, Su Qingqing actually made a bend in the drainage ditch on the mountain road. That's right, it's the bend in the drainage ditch. It was fast and good, just right, perfectly replicating the plot of the movie. How was it, honey? How good am I at driving? Su Qingqing asked with a smug smile. Good. Okay, Jiang Chen said frankly. He suddenly looked at the girl in a different light. But wife, your driving skills are good. But there is one more skill that you can't learn. What skill? Driving a Ferrari with one hand. Driving a Ferrari with one hand. This is a piece of cake, Su Qingqing said with a smile, freeing up her right hand and operating the car with only her left hand, still driving very steadily on the mountain road. Jiang Chen was completely convinced when he saw this. And Su Qingqing, seeing that he had gained the approval of a certain pig's trotter, he was secretly overjoyed. After passing the mountain road, he used his free right hand to smoothly shift gears. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen exclaimed. If you're going to shift gears, just shift gears. Why are you grabbing me? I'm sorry, honey, I thought. It's all right. Okay. This girl's driving skills are really amazing, so impressive. Chapter 232, I was seduced by my wife. Chapter 232, young married woman. Who taught you to drive like that? You're so amazing. Jiang Chen sincerely praised his wife after driving on the mountain road. My skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. Besides being able to drive with one hand, his driving skills are naturally top-notch, even comparable to the best professional race car drivers today. But Jiang Chen knew. The reason I have this skill is because I'm cheating. As for my own driving skills, they were only so-so. I could drive okay, but honestly, it's hard to say who would win between me and my wife. Didn't I just tell you? I almost became a race car driver in my early years. That's when I learned to drive. But if you ask me who encouraged me to race, it was Kong Shi. Kong Shi? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. That Kong Shi, she seems like a tomboy with a fiery personality, and she's encouraging you to learn to drive race cars, which is such an intense sport. Then why doesn't she learn it herself? Speaking of which, you might not believe it. Honey, Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Don't let Kong Shi's energetic and tomboyish demeanor fool you. She acts all high and mighty in front of others. But actually, she's absolutely averse to racing cars. She's terrified of anything over 200 kilometers per hour. And me? Don't let your wife's quiet and gentle demeanor fool you. Once I started it back then, I was driving like a rocket. When my parents found out, they were afraid I would get into an accident. So after I had a minor accident, they absolutely refused to let me drive it. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen really didn't expect that his wife, with her quiet and aloof exterior, had such a side to her. A certain scene came to mind. Someday in the future, my wife and I will compete fiercely as race car drivers. My wife will be wearing a race car driver's uniform and holding a helmet. She was both beautiful and cool, absolutely stunning. But my wife, your one-handed operation is so skillful. Did you learn that from that time? Jiang Chen asked again. Yes. Su Qingqing nodded. It's still the same Kong Shi. She heard somewhere that second-generation Ferrari owners drive with one hand, and she couldn't learn it herself, so she let me try, and I learned it in no time. Jiang Chen was immediately surprised. All right, so my wife can do that too. Moreover, it was Kong Shi who encouraged it. Speaking of Kong Shi, why is she everywhere? Wife, look at you. Following that Kong Shi, you've become a bad influence. You can even drive with one hand. Jiang Chen felt inexplicably annoyed. I thought to myself at that time, why couldn't I stay by the girl's side? How did Kong Shi manage to take advantage of the situation? But when I calculated her age, I was shocked. Good heavens. When this girl was learning to race cars, she probably hadn't even graduated from elementary school yet. You haven't even finished tying your hair yet, have you? Su Qingqing was puzzled. She knew about the joke about driving a Ferrari with one hand, which meant being able to drive with one hand while the other hand was not idle. No, honey, what are you thinking? We're all girls, not as dirty as you think, she said, giving Jiang Chen a disdainful look. What I'm thinking is dirty. Jiang Chen asked. Hey wife, why don't you take a look at your hands? Where are they right now? I saw it. I put my hand on your leg, so what? That's considered dirty. Su Qingqing blushed and then argued. But even if it is dirty, so what? You are my husband. Isn't it normal for me to be dirty-minded with my husband? Okay, that's normal. Jiang Chen felt helpless and a little strange. Why does this car ride feel like I'm being teased by my wife? No, I mean, I'm being seduced by my wife. The key point is, got it. Chapter 233 Good Wife and Mother. Before I knew it, the car had arrived home. Honey, I'll cook dinner, Su Qingqing said to Jiang Chen with sudden enthusiasm as soon as they entered the house. Making dinner? Why did you suddenly decide to cook dinner? Jiang Chen asked. Previously, the girl was quite self-aware. Knowing that her cooking skills were only so-so, she always let Jiang Chen cook. She would only cook when Jiang Chen was out or when she suddenly felt like it. But as for the taste, it's really hard to explain in a few words. Now that Aunt Lu is at home, there's even less need for her to cook. There's no particular reason. Can't I just suddenly decide to do it? Su Qingqing blinked and said playfully. Actually, she had no intention of telling that certain jerk that she did this because of something her mother had said. If a woman is too lazy, her husband will run away. My mother wouldn't easily pass on these pieces of advice to me. Who wouldn't like a virtuous wife and loving mother? Just thinking about it. Since I started living with someone, almost all of them were taken care of by someone who was extremely attentive. Even when they were first discharged from the hospital, he helped them with things like going to the toilet, washing their hair, and taking a shower. And myself, we have done far too little for him. I suddenly felt a little panicked. I'm really afraid that my husband might abandon me one day and run off with some random woman. Why? If that's the case, where will you go to cry? But this is so sudden. How did the sun rise in the west? Jiang Chen was unaware of Su Qingqing's thoughts and could only find it hard to believe. So what if we come from the west? Who says the sun has to rise in the east? You'll get used to it over time, Su Qingqing said confidently, then added with a smile. And honey, this is just the beginning. Just you wait. Wife, I'll make you a delicious dinner. Jiang Chen asked, what are you preparing for dinner? Still that egg noodles? No. This time I'm going to change things up. How about some fried mushrooms, the dish I just learned? How about adding a simple beef and potato stew? 2 dishes should be enough for dinner. Su Qingqing excitedly pecked Jiang Chen and ran to the kitchen. Honey, just wait. Okay. By the way, honey, when you're cooking, don't ask Aunt Lu for help, Jiang Chen replied, then promptly reminded her. Of course. Also, remember to wash your hands before cooking. Su Qingqing was taken aback. Thinking to herself, do I need you to remind me? She realized what she meant, her face immediately turning red, and she spat out a curse. Roll. Do you even need to tell me? I'm not going to wash it, so what? The girl's cooking skills. Jiang Chen didn't have high hopes, but it was still rare that the girl volunteered to cook. I have to try it, no matter what. More than an hour later, Su Qingqing has finally finished. I'm sorry, honey. I've been stewing the beef for too long. Are you hungry? Come on, try my fried mushrooms and beef stew with potatoes. It's all right. The longer you stew it, the more tender and delicious the beef will be. While Su Qingqing was cooking, Jiang Chen spent some time with the 3 little monsters. When he heard Su Qingqing say that the meal was ready, he stood up and went to the dining table. Because I was really hungry. So there's still some expectation. As long as it's not too bad, I'll make sure to give the little girl plenty of face. However, when I arrived at the dining table, I was immediately taken aback. What is this dark thing? That's a fried mushroom. It looks dark because I didn't control the heat well, but even though it's dark, honey, you should still try it. It still tastes delicious. Jiang Chen, taste. Let's forget about it. If you hadn't said it was fried mushrooms, I would have thought it was fried coal ash. Huh. Then, Jiang Chen went to see the stewed beef with potatoes. To be honest, this beef and potato stew looks pretty good. It's much better than that fried coal ash, fried mushroom dish. And it smells quite nice too. Honey, would you like to try it? Su Qingqing was too embarrassed to recommend fried mushrooms again. But seeing that Jiang Chen was interested in the beef and potato stew, she offered him a pair of chopsticks. Okay, sure. Jiang Chen took the chopsticks and tasted a piece of beef. It has a soft and tender texture. It's actually pretty good. But after chewing a couple of times and putting the whole piece of beef in my mouth, a powerful wave of flavor washed over me. How is it, honey? Is it delicious? Su Qingqing asked eagerly after seeing Jiang Chen eat the beef. Tasty. But don't do it next time. Why? I'm afraid you should ask me that, Jiang Chen said, taking 2 big gulps of water. When you made this beef and potato stew, how much salt did you put in it? You didn't just dump it from the salt shaker, did you? This? Su Qingqing immediately rubbed her forehead. It wasn't poured from the salt shaker, but it's about right. The stewed beef was almost done at that time. She felt the taste was a bit bland, so she wanted to add some salt. Unfortunately, the small salt container was empty, so she simply grabbed a bag of salt. I want to tear open a small opening. Unexpectedly, I didn't control my strength well, and with a ripping sound, I tore a big gash, and then, the whole bag of salt was poured into the pot. That saltiness, let alone a certain pig's trotter who can't stand it. Even a cow would probably cry from the sourness. Su Qingqing wanted to redo it, but there wasn't enough time. Why? All our efforts were in vain. But, how could she easily give up her goal of being a virtuous wife and loving mother. Then, before going to bed, Su Qingqing brought up a new matter. Honey, shall I wash your feet? Jiang Chen was still puzzled. Su Qingqing then prepared a basin of hot water to give him a foot bath. This flattered Jiang Chen. Honey, why are you acting so strangely tonight? Is this unusual? Isn't it normal for a wife to wash her husband's feet at night? Come on, honey, you'll get used to it. Su Qingqing said with a smile, trying to persuade him. Then came a pair of slender, delicate hands. He grabbed Jiang Chen's foot. Wife, you're not hiding anything, are you? What conspiracy are you hiding? I'm your wife. What bad intentions could I possibly have? If I did, I would just want to treat you well and be a good wife and mother. Isn't that enough? Okay. Jiang Chen was willing to support the girl's request. Half an hour later, Su Qingqing successfully washed Jiang Chen's feet. Compared to cooking skills, the skill in washing feet and massaging them is much better. Until I lay down in bed, Su Qingqing finally calmed down. They each scrolled through their phones for a while, then prepared to go to sleep. Su Qingqing rolled over as usual. She skillfully snuggled into someone's arms. Jiang Chen turned off the light, then suddenly remembered something and asked Su Qingqing, Wife, how many people are in your family? Why are you asking this? Checking household registration? Su Qingqing, nestled in his arms, yawned. Not really, Jiang Chen smiled. I just wanted to ask about your father's situation. Chapter 234 Wife, you're playing with fire. In fact, when Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing got their marriage certificate, Jiang Chen saw Su Qingqing's household registration book. Of course, Su Qingqing also saw Jiang Chen's. I know her parents are both well. My household registration is in Shanghai. Jiang Chen also glanced at the page listing her parents. That's what I was thinking at the time. These are my father-in-law and mother-in-law, whom I haven't even met yet. But later, without my knowledge, he actually acquired the hotel where his mother-in-law was a senior executive, becoming her boss. This fact was only discovered when his mother-in-law came to visit. Firstly, he glanced at his mother-in-law's name casually. He genuinely didn't remember it. I didn't even think about writing it down. Secondly, I had no idea that my parents-in-law were in Shanghai and that Bai Huiyin had moved to Hangzhou for work. So, when Jiang Chen first met President Bai in Hangzhou, who was also his mother-in-law, he never even considered her. They only knew that the other party was a capable, competent, and quite handsome general manager Jiu Ri. It wasn't until yesterday that I unexpectedly discovered it. That Mr. Bai is actually the girl's mother, his own mother-in-law. With this precedent as a warning. At the same time, to avoid embarrassment and impoliteness. Before going to sleep, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered this matter and asked the little girl about her family, especially her father. The world is so small. What a coincidence. If I were to run into my father-in-law again someday, I wouldn't be as bewildered and caught off guard as I was when my mother-in-law came to visit yesterday. Isn't that still checking household registration? Fine, I'll show you my household registration book. Su Qingqing understood Jiang Chen's meaning. After all, she was also shocked by what her mother did when she first came to the house yesterday. It turned out that the pig's trotter was her mother's boss. Have to. What if, without knowing it, your mom tries to match you up with that guy? That would be even more interesting. Just myself. There was no need for matchmaking between her and the pig's trotter. They had already gotten together by some twist of fate long ago. Possible. This must be fate. Su Qingqing was quick. I found the household registration booklet. She then opened the cloud photo album on her phone, picked out a few photos of her father, and showed them to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen first looked through the photos. He looked at the girl again and then laughed. I must say, you look a lot like your dad. And wow, your dad is really handsome. Of course, I am his daughter, so it's no wonder I look like him, and I'm so beautiful. My dad said he had to be a really handsome guy, otherwise my mom wouldn't have chosen him back then. Su Qingqing then snuggled into someone's arms again. But husband, these pictures you're looking at are from when we were on good terms, and they're all from several years ago. I wonder how he is now. What else can we do now? Jiang Chen ruffled the girl's hair. It's only been a few years. Your dad may have aged a bit, or he may have become more handsome, but no matter what, he's still him, isn't he? Yes, that's true. Jiang Chen flipped through a few pages. Knowing what your father-in-law looks like is enough. Then I unexpectedly discovered a series of photos of my daughter from a few years ago. I immediately became interested, but before admiring them, I turned to ask for her opinion. Su Qingsheng was very generous. See, honey. Anyway, my life is already in your hands, so look if you want. After you finish watching, please give your opinion on whether I looked good or not back then. That wife. Aren't you afraid I'll see something inappropriate for children on your phone? Not suitable for children? Get lost. Su Qingsheng playfully bit Jiang Chen. I didn't even have a boyfriend back then. What kind of inappropriate content was that? Before I was with you, I was still a virgin. Still not satisfied, she bit Jiang Chen again. All right, honey, stop biting me. I was wrong, okay? Jiang Chen was in pain and had no choice but to coax the girl. Good to know. Su Qingsheng knew when to stop. Jiang Chen looked at the two shocking teeth marks on his arm and smiled helplessly. He had a tigress at home who would bite at the drop of a hat. Oh dear, how am I supposed to live like this? I calmed myself down. Next, let's admire the little girl's photos from back then. To be honest, modern girls are mature, sophisticated, charming, and incredibly beautiful. And the girl in the photo, she is pure and lovely, full of youthful energy, like a flower that has just bloomed. How are you feeling, honey? Was I good-looking back then? Su Qingsheng leaned closer and asked again. Nice. Just one that's pretty? Of course not. Back then, you were not even 20 yet. Besides being pretty, you were just too young, as tender as a flower, as if you could squeeze water out of it if you pinched it. Jiang Chen told the truth. Cut. Don't be cheeky. Su Qingsheng blushed inexplicably and spat out a curse. Jiang Chen was speechless. He was just telling the truth. Why was he being so cheeky? He shook his head, preparing to continue looking through the photos. But then, I no longer have the heart to appreciate it. Because over there, the girl suddenly became restless for some reason. Honey, we're home now. You don't need to drive that Ferrari with one hand like you used to, Jiang Chen said tactfully. But when we get home, shouldn't we be more casual now? Su Qingsheng buried her head in someone's arms, her face burning, but she was secretly delighted and still said it on purpose. Random. But honey, you know you're playing with fire. Playing with fire? What's wrong with me playing with fire? Is there anything wrong with that? Jiang Chen immediately lost his composure. So what if we play with fire? What's wrong with that? This. Speaking of the girl, when did she become so arrogant and provocative? If this continues, it will be unbearable. Chapter 235. He's bad at the game, but has a huge addiction. He just loves to play. Faced with the girl's blatant provocation. What else is there to say? This is intolerable. Jiang Chen reacted without hesitation, throwing away his phone and immediately imposing extremely severe repression. Iya. Around 11 o'clock, the three little monsters suddenly started making a fuss. According to the usual routine, this should be mealtime again, and it's time for Grandma to eat. Husband, the child is hungry. Hurry up and get them some food. Su Qingsheng at this moment. Under the severe suppression, she regretted her deliberate provocation earlier. But when she heard the cries of the three little divine beasts, she felt as if she had seen a savior. She repeatedly reminded Jiang Chen, afraid that he wouldn't hear her. Oh, Jiang Chen responded. Follow them to the crib to check on the three little creatures. She quickly and efficiently changed the diapers for the three little ones, and then it was time to start feeding them. Honey, wake up. Don't sleep. The babies haven't been fed yet. Jiang Chen turned around and saw that the little girl was already asleep. He quickly reminded him. But husband, I'm so sleepy, I can barely keep my eyes open. Su Qingsheng was exhausted, her eyes still closed. How about you do what you want? As she spoke, she pulled back the blanket. Jiang Chen saw someone facepalm. Have to. Let's forget about it. Thinking that there was still plenty of fresh breast milk stored in the refrigerator, I covered the little girl with the blanket again. But little girl. This time, it vividly illustrates what it means to be bad at cooking but addicted to it. Hey, it's just for fun. Jiang Chen took out breast milk from the refrigerator, warmed it with a bottle warmer, and then fed it to her three little monsters. The three little monsters have visibly increased their appetites, and of course, they're getting heavier every day when you pick them up. After patting their backs to burp and putting them to sleep, I help them burp and then put them to sleep. Jiang Chen went back to bed. I found that the little girl was fast asleep, breathing evenly. But even though she was fast asleep, one of her legs was restless and sticking out of the blanket. Jiang Chen put the little girl's outstretched leg back under the covers. I'm getting ready to sleep now. Just as I was about to lie down, I noticed the girl's household registration booklet was still on the bedside table, so I picked it up, glanced at it briefly, and memorized my father-in-law's name. Su Hengshan. At the same time, in a high-end apartment in Hangzhou, a city thousands of miles away from Sihai City, Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyin also went to sleep. Su Hengshan that day. I've exercised a lot and made a lot of progress. I can basically walk freely with just a cane, although I'm still tired. As you walk, his steps were so heavy, as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound weight. However, compared to before, it's so much better than you could ever imagine. Therefore, he was overjoyed. In addition, after Bai Huiyin returned, she told him a lot about her daughter's situation in Sihai City. She knew that her son-in-law was very good in all aspects, and he praised him endlessly. He immediately felt much more at ease about his daughter's situation. Of course, he couldn't possibly be without resentment about his daughter's situation. Right now, Su Hengshan was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly jolted awake, a chill running down his spine as if he were being watched by some ancient ferocious beast. A layer of sweat followed on his forehead. Huiyin, wife. After waking up, he quickly went to call Bai Huiyin. Bai Huiyin was sleeping soundly. In the morning, I accompanied my daughter, who always seemed to be exposed to drafts, shopping, and browsing in the mall. In the afternoon, I gave my daughter and son-in-law a few instructions and then flew back to Hangzhou. I didn't have a moment's rest all day. They were exhausted. However, Su Hengshan's voice could be heard. Bai Huiyin woke up immediately. This is a habit I've developed over the past 6 months of taking care of Su Hengshan at night. What's wrong, honey? Did you have a nightmare? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Huiyin asked anxiously after getting up. Without. Su Hengshan was still shaken and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 236 The Unconvinced Father-in-Law. I didn't have any nightmares, and I didn't feel unwell. That's right. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I felt a chill down my spine, a bone-chilling chill, as if I was being watched by something terrifying. I'm inexplicably terrified. But he couldn't wake up for a while. He finally woke up. He was covered in a cold sweat. Su Hengshan tried to describe how he had felt just now. Even after saying it, I still felt a lingering fear. To be honest, he'd lived most of his life and experienced everything. But this was the first time he'd ever felt this way. What terrifying thing is targeting us? Still not awake for a while? Su Hengshan's words immediately startled Bai Huiyin. She knew her husband liked to joke, but since he became seriously ill, he had become somewhat taciturn, especially in the middle of the night. He was actually still very weak, so he would never lie to her. Yes. Su Hengshan nodded. Anyway, it was a kind of inexplicable fear, and at the same time, I could faintly hear a voice. What's that sound? Bai Huiyin asked again. It sounds like someone is calling my name, Su Hengshan. Her husband's solemn expression and tone almost made Bai Huiyin lose her composure, and she suddenly exclaimed, Who's calling your name? Not my husband. Don't scare me. Why does this sound so mystical so late at night? Could it be the black and white impermanence chanting your name? I said, what are you thinking? Both black and white impermanents have appeared. Although I am weak, the main reason is that I am lame. Don't worry, I won't die anytime soon. Su Hengshan said irritably. Bai Huiyin breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw her husband's expression. I was just hearing you make it sound so serious. They've been targeted by some ferocious beast again, and people are calling their names again. He's acting strangely and mysteriously. It really startled me. Bai Huiyin complained for a moment, then suddenly hugged her shoulders. Why is it so cold inside? I subconsciously turned my head and looked towards the window, where I saw the wind howling through the curtains. Have to. No wonder it's so cold inside. It's a chilly day, and the windows were open, she said, putting on a coat and closing the windows tightly. Then I drew the curtains again. After closing the window, Su Hengshan immediately felt less cold. Suddenly I understood. Could it be? Is it because the wind suddenly picked up when the window was open? You got chilled, and then you experienced sleep paralysis? That's quite possible. Su Hingshan didn't believe in any supernatural phenomena like ghosts or gods. Rather than believing in ghosts and gods, he has more faith in scientific explanations. What? Sleep paralysis? Bai Huiyan asked in surprise. Sleep paralysis is a feeling where you want to wake up but can't, and you feel panic and fear. You can find out about it by searching on your phone. Su Hingshan said. He had previously experienced sleep paralysis. I've never experienced sleep paralysis as intensely as this one. The extreme feeling of coldness and terror quickly disappeared completely. He stopped dwelling on it, but he was still a little puzzled as to who was muttering his name in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen's inner monologue. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! It's me. Certainly. It's also possible that it's just my imagination. After all, I was experiencing sleep paralysis at the time. Su Hingshan stopped thinking about it if he couldn't figure it out. After all, everything was based on science. So this is what sleep paralysis is like. Okay. Bai Huiyan said after searching for information about sleep paralysis. She was a top student back then and wasn't superstitious. Now that her husband had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night, at least there was an explanation, and she was finally relieved. But they did mention being paralyzed by a ghost. The underlying reasons may be related to physical fatigue, mental state, or something similar. From now on, you need to pay more attention to rest. Don't just rush to recover your health, understand? Bai Huiyan instructed again. I understand. Su Hingshan replied immediately. So many years. He and his wife have been through thick and thin together, and it hasn't been easy. Especially in the last 6 months, he became paralyzed in both legs, and the Su family business suffered a major blow. But his wife has never abandoned him. He was truly grateful. Good to know. You almost scared me to death just now, Bai Huiyan said, pinching Su Hingshan with lingering fear. Su Hingshan smiled. He shook his head, not taking it to heart, knowing his wife was just worried about him. And because of this incident, the couple, who usually went to bed early, were not sleepy for the time being. That wife. Is that all there is to our daughter's situation? Su Hingshan suddenly asked after a while. What else can we do? Bai Huiyan retorted. And that Jiang Chen is really good. I saw it with my own eyes. He treats Qingcheng and the child exceptionally well. Moreover, he is quite capable and talented. Do you know the jury group where I am a senior executive? We almost went bankrupt a while ago because of a financial crisis. Later, someone acquired 80% of the shares and promptly injected a large amount of capital to repay bank debts, smoothly bringing Jury Group back on the right track of development. And this person is Jiang Chen. Huh. Su Hingshan was surprised. So, this Jiang Chen is really good. I thought this rascal was just a poor college graduate. Who says it isn't? Bai Huiyan said. I thought so too, but when I met him, I realized he was my boss. Moreover, this young man is humble and quite talented. His calligraphy is superb, surpassing even my famous teachers. Where can you find such a good son-in-law? Even with a lantern, you might not be able to find it. Bai Huiyan showered Jiang Chen with compliments, praising him as if he were a flower. Su Hingshan heard about it. He could only say, all right then, since you and your daughter are both set on Jiang Chen, I have no objection. But actually, he really did have some complaints. In other words, they were unconvinced. That kid named Jiang Chen sounds good. But even if he's good, can he compare to my benefactor, the little brother who helped heal my legs? In terms of financial resources, that young man bought the store's prized jadeite piece for 100 million without even blinking, clearly indicating he's extremely wealthy. He's not much worse than Jiang Chen in terms of talent and wit. This young man's superb acupuncture skills miraculously cured his paralysis, a terminal illness that had baffled many famous doctors. His skills are no less impressive than that kid's calligraphy, are they? Let's talk about appearance. That guy must be very handsome to be chosen by his own daughter. But young man, it was his handsome appearance that caught my eye. He was dashing, charming, and his demeanor was both elegant and composed. TSK. He definitely has the same style he had back then. In short, it's up to him to make the decision. He insisted on breaking Jiang Chen's legs and kicking him out of the house, the man who had harmed his daughter. Then you must take your younger brother as your son-in-law. Of course now. He only thought about it. As for his daughter, the deed was done, and his wife was completely enamored with that guy. That's enough. Chapter 237 Shameless. Chickens fighting each other. Honey, when are you going to visit Sihai and see our daughter? Bai Huiyan asked. I've already been there. My daughter and son-in-law welcomed me very much, and my 3 grandchildren are adorable. I guarantee you'll love them when you see them. I definitely have to go, Su Hongshan said. We only have this one daughter, and I've really cut ties with her. But you know my physical condition. I couldn't go before, but now that I'm slowly recovering, I guess I'll have to wait until I'm almost fully recovered. Although Su Hongshan is not very satisfied with the son-in-law his daughter has chosen. But she was, after all, his only daughter. If I don't go myself, things won't be right, and my daughter will inevitably have some complaints about me. He can still tell which aspect is more important. The key point is, the question is when to go. That's true, but there's no rush, honey. Let's talk about it when you've recovered a bit more. Bai Huiyan comforted her. Su Hongshan nodded. Just my wife. Once I've recovered enough, I'd like to go to Shanghai first. Huh? What? Bai Huiyan asked. Aren't you afraid your daughter will resent you? I'm afraid my daughter will complain. But I am the backbone of the Su family business. There's still a lot of stuff to do in Shanghai. In recent years, our Su family has been declining, especially after I got sick and became paralyzed in both legs, basically making me a useless person. The Su family's rivals are all taking advantage of the situation. If I don't step in and go to Shanghai to set things up, I'm afraid our Su family will never be able to recover, Su Hongshan said with a wry smile. Bai Huiyan initially didn't understand. Why didn't the husband go to Sihai City to see his daughter first? But after listening to her husband's explanation, she wholeheartedly agreed. If I don't visit my daughter around the world, she will definitely resent me. But no matter how resentful she is doing quite well now. But I won't go to Shanghai to make a big splash. Clean up the mess. Those rivals of the Su family really thought that with her husband crippled, the Su family was doomed. With a combination of factors, the once glorious and influential Su family in Shanghai may truly be doomed from this day forward. All right then, as long as you know what I mean, Bai Huiyan said. Wife, please also tell our daughter not to worry. Whether my business with the Su family in Shanghai is over or not, I must find some time to visit them in Sihai. Sihai City. The biotechnology company acquired by Jiang Chen is operating smoothly. Su Qingcheng is the president. With a comprehensive understanding of the overall situation, I quickly got the hang of the job and gradually improved. However, because she did not want to resign from her position as a teacher at Sihai University, Su Qingcheng actually had to return to the university every week to complete her teaching and research tasks, in addition to being the president of the biotechnology company. Running back and forth like this. Needless to say, it was very hard work. Jiang Chen had advised her more than once to simply resign from the school, but Su Qingcheng disagreed, preferring to live a fulfilling life every day. Jiang Chen had no choice. We had no choice but to try to reduce her workload as much as possible. At the same time, the 3 miraculous products that Jiang Chen created, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, were also successfully developed and put into production under Su Qingcheng's overall coordination, from formulation and manufacturing processes to trial production and implementation. Step by step, we move towards final mass production. Regarding these 3 products, Jiang Chen was confident that the product would be a huge hit. Snow Skin Mud focuses on skincare, making skin delicate and smooth. Skincare is a well-worn topic with consistently high demand. Hair Growth Tonic, primarily for promoting hair growth. These days, life is stressful. Whether you're a boy or a girl, the probability of sudden baldness is too high, and it's difficult to treat. Hair transplantation costs a lot of money, and the results are not guaranteed. Since it's a god-level product, all effects are maxed out. Compared to existing products on the market, the effects of the Snow Skin Mud and Hair Growth Serum are simply outclassing. How could they possibly lose when a dragon is charging in? As for hair removal liquid, it can achieve permanent hair removal. One use provides lifelong effectiveness. Some say that because it's permanently valid, it could lead to bankruptcy. But actually, there's no need to think that way. With billions of people worldwide, even if only a very small percentage of them buy it, it would still be incredibly profitable, even if it doesn't generate the same explosive profits as skin whitening and hair growth serums. However, it's also quite good as a product advertisement. Painless, injury-free, and without any after effects, such miraculous effects are simply unmatched by ordinary products. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. That noon, taking advantage of the sunny weather, Jiang Chen brought food to Su Qingqing and also brought out the three little monsters. As soon as I entered the company, the employees greeted me. As for Jiang Chen, the employees had seen him many times and knew he was the company boss. The company boss would bring his kids over for a visit and deliver meals to his wife, who was the president. Pretty beaver-like, right? Of course, this is to avoid affecting work. Jiang Chen still tried his best to restrain himself and not disturb Su Qingqing during work hours. Honey, you've been busy all morning. It's time for lunch. Jiang Chen went straight to the president's office and placed the lunchbox he was carrying on Su Qingqing's large desk. Su Qingqing saw Jiang Chen arrive with the child. He quickly put down what he was doing and came to greet her. Give Jiang Chen a big hug. They cuddled together for a while longer. Only after opening the lunchbox did I realize that, just by looking at its large capacity and the layers of small boxes, I knew that the lunch was very substantial. After Su Qingqing opened them one by one, it was indeed the case. In addition to a balanced mix of meat and vegetables and carefully prepared home-style dishes, there were even abalone, hairy crabs, and crayfish. Su Qingqing couldn't help but salivate upon seeing it. Honey, did you make this? Of course. Of course, food made by my own hands tastes better when it's for my wife. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl with affection. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. After you finish eating, the three little babies will have their meal too. Su Qingqing. I thought to myself, the logic is sound, but the way it's said just sounds a bit strange. This pig's trotter. It was definitely intentional. Having been extremely busy all morning, Su Qingqing was also hungry and began to eat without any hesitation. Thank you, honey. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Qingqing was in a great mood. Seeing someone beside her, she couldn't help but give him a sweet kiss. Then one wasn't enough, so another one came. And then, unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen countered, and the two of them shamelessly started pecking at each other like chickens. President Su. The test results are in. Suddenly, Secretary Lu Xuen knocked on the door and then pushed it open. She happened to see the scene of chickens pecking at each other inside. Caught off guard, she was startled and quickly covered her eyes. That boss, Mr. Su. I didn't see anything. After saying that, he hurriedly retreated. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing exclaimed. Her face flushed red, and she glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Jiang Chen expressed his innocence. Speaking of which, who made the first move? No, who spoke first? It doesn't seem to have been me, right? Knock, knock, knock. This time, Lu Xuen knocked on the door, but didn't go in directly. Come in, Su Qingqing said, her expression returning to normal. President Su, the test results for the skin smoothing mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum are in. Lu Xuen handed several reports to Su Qingqing, then closed the door and left. Submitting the product for testing is a crucial step in bringing it to market. Skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum must all pass the inspection of professional institutions before they can be officially launched on the market. Su Qingqing flipped through the reports. I was full of expectations. Unexpectedly, after glancing at it a few times, his expression darkened. The reports for the skin whitening mud and hair growth serum were unqualified, and the test results for the hair removal serum were blank. In fact, the test was unsuccessful. Chapter 238, A Good Man Doesn't Fight with a Tigress. What happened? Jiang Chen asked from the side. 3 new products have been tested and found to have problems. The skin whitening mud and hair growth liquid failed the tests, and the hair removal liquid couldn't even be submitted for testing, Su Qingqing said with a surprised expression. In theory, this is just a normal procedure. I have carefully checked the materials and workmanship of the product, and there is absolutely no problem with it. But how could this happen? Could it be that the samples we sent were substandard? Su Qingqing, puzzled, handed the test report to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also surprised after seeing it. Honey, could it be that someone is sabotaging us behind this? Is someone sabotaging us behind our backs? Yes. Think about it. Submitting samples for testing is a normal thing, and nothing should go wrong. But something went wrong, and the hair removal liquid was never submitted for testing. I suspect that it might have been sabotaged by a competitor. Buzz. Just then, Su Qingqing's phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a call from Su Yan. Su Qingqing paused for a moment, but still answered. As soon as the call connected, Su Yan's sarcastic voice came through. Hey Qingqing, how's work at your new company? I heard you've actually been appointed as president. Wow, congratulations. However, life has its ups and downs, that's normal. I also heard that your company is preparing to mass-produce several new products and has sent samples for testing. So, I'm giving you a small gift. After all, we used to be colleagues. You're welcome. So, the reason our 3 new products failed the inspection was because you were behind it? Su Qingqing asked, suppressing her anger, thinking to herself that she had no past grudges against Su Yan. When we were colleagues, we even had a decent relationship. Why are they suddenly targeting her? I was behind this. Su Qingqing, don't make baseless accusations without evidence, okay? But then again, even if I were to sabotage things behind your back, what could you do to me? Fine. I'll just tell you the truth. I have connections at the Food and Drug Administration. As long as he's there, whatever new product you're making, you can forget about passing the tests. If it doesn't pass the tests, you can forget about launching it on the market. Okay, that's all for now. Lastly, I wish President Su a prosperous business and that he makes a fortune every day. Finally, there was another burst of smug laughter. Even Su Qingqing, who has a relatively good temper, shook her head and sneered when she heard this, secretly reminding herself that it was unnecessary to get angry at this kind of person and lose face. In the end, he was still just an ordinary person. Su Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale, and she even wanted to smash her phone on the spot. Speaking of Su Yan, what did I do to provoke her? And she actually dared to openly provoke me. This is absolutely outrageous. Su Qingqing couldn't swallow this insult. He frowned, racking his brains for a solution. He thought to himself that if this were in Shanghai, with his father's help and connections, he might be able to handle the matter for him. In the vast world, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Su Yan's family had been operating in Sihai City for many years and were powerful and influential. She dared to do it. They must be fearless because they have something to rely on. No matter how I feel, there's nothing I can do about it. After thinking for a while, Su Qingqing realized she had no other choice but to discuss it with someone and hear their opinion. Unexpectedly, he turned his head. But then they discovered that this damned guy was actually laughing. That's right. He was looking at himself and laughing heartily. They're all so worried, and you're still laughing? Don't you have any conscience? Su Qingqing was furious and glared at Jiang Chen. But to everyone's surprise, this made Jiang Chen even happier. Well, how should I put it? I don't know if it counts as some kind of quirk. The more he saw the little girl get anxious or angry, the more he felt it was acceptable. He liked it very much, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. The more anxious the girl became, the angrier she got. He laughed even harder. You're something else. You're not helping, but gloating, huh? I'll show you what's what. Seeing the man's laughter intensify, Su Qingqing got angry and pounced on him without any politeness. It opened its mouth and made 2 sounds, taking 2 bites in a row. Jiang Chen immediately felt a sharp pain. No. Wife, why did you bite me? Who told you to laugh? You bite me if I laugh. Yeah. Who told you to laugh when I was in a hurry? Su Qingqing said, pretending to bite Jiang Chen again. Fine, I'm scared of you. The tigress was really anxious. Under the other party's intimidation, Jiang Chen had no choice but to give up. A good man doesn't fight with a tigress. Anyway, it's not like he hasn't bitten her before, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make the tigress cry in the future. Wife. I just did some quick calculations, and I think I can resolve this by making a phone call, Jiang Chen said after a pause. A quick calculation. You think you can solve it with just a phone call? Su Qingqing said irritably. Honey, I'm really not in the mood for jokes right now. I'm not joking this time, Jiang Chen said seriously, his expression hardening. Are you serious? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, Jiang Chen said seriously. But as I just said, making a phone call is only a possibility and cannot guarantee 100% that I can solve your problem. It's okay, honey. Go ahead and try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing inexplicably trusted the man and spoke reasonably. Jiang Chen nodded, then dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Li. Chapter 239, The Walking 500,000. Inside a luxurious office. After Su Yan finished her phone call with Su Qingqing, she was overjoyed. After all, I've been feeling this frustrated for far too long. When we were colleagues, in terms of figure, temperament, and looks, she was completely outshone by Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was the center of attention and surrounded by admirers, making her feel like a clown in comparison. We ran into each other again some time ago. He wanted to ridicule Su Qingqing again, but unexpectedly, Su Qingqing's young husband, Jiang Chen, retorted. She was so angry she almost lost her temper. Especially when we saw Jiang Chen at the end. Not only did he stand up for Su Qingqing, but he was also driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan. She was consumed by jealousy. Why is it that Su Qingqing, who is not only born with exceptional beauty, also so lucky? Although afterwards, because she was wary of Jiang Chen's potentially powerful background, she endured it for a while until she heard that Su Qingqing's new company was about to mass-produce 3 new products. I couldn't hold back any longer. Without hesitation, they made another move. One reason is that it's for the company's benefit, so suppressing competitors' products is perfectly reasonable. Secondly, there's no other way. Seeing Su Qingqing doing well is more painful than killing her. She would never easily give up any opportunity to strike at Su Qingqing. Therefore, she asked her father, who worked at the Food and Drug Administration, to secretly tamper with the new products submitted by Su Qingqing's company for testing. Her father was the deputy to the head of the Food and Drug Administration, but he held real power and his word was law. In addition, Su Yan was his only daughter, and he doted on her rotten. So Su Yan's father didn't think much of it. Since my precious daughter has made a request, what else can we do? We might as well lend a hand. Therefore, they secretly violated the operating procedures and issued 2 unqualified inspection reports and 1 blank report for the 3 new products submitted to Su Qingqing's company for testing. Su Yan couldn't help but think of Su Qingqing's helpless rage and exasperation over there. I felt incredibly happy. Su Qingqing, you deserve this. Don't blame me. Blame me if you want. You're just too good in every way. I can't compare to you at all. In the office, Su Yan couldn't help but feel smug and burst into laughter. So much so that she was so happy that she didn't do much for the entire afternoon. Of course, in reality, she was just a figurehead and didn't have to do anything at all. It was almost time to leave work. The receptionist came in. Mr. Su, your package is here. Okay, put it there. Su Yan took the package and was overjoyed when she saw it, because it was Weishan de Hong Pao tea she had bought for her father, the kind that costs tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram. My dad loves to drink tea. This time, it will help me to strike at Su Qingqing. As a daughter myself, I have to repay my dad somehow. I was just about to call my dad to tell him that his favorite de Hong Pao tea had arrived, when my phone suddenly buzzed. My dad was calling me instead. Hey Dad. Su Yan answered the phone excitedly. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end of the phone was that of a strange man. Hello, is this Su Yan? We are from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC. Your father has been arrested and is under our control on suspicion of embezzlement, bribery, abuse of power, and possessing a large amount of unexplained wealth. As his daughter, please cooperate with our investigation. Su Yan was stunned when she heard this. What? People from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC. Also, my father is suspected of embezzlement and bribery. My dad used to be very cautious. They usually live a very simple life, keeping a low profile and never daring to flaunt their wealth. How did they suddenly get discovered by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC? Could it be this time? He messed up his dad's business by making him violate regulations and just happened to run into trouble. But that can't be right. What merit or ability does Su Qingqing possess? While they were in shock and confusion, suddenly, thump, 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 there was another knock on the door, and a group of people in uniforms rushed in. Su Yan, We are from the National Security Agency. You were captivated by the beauty of foreign men while traveling abroad. He fell into a sex trap carefully set by the enemy's intelligence agency. After returning home, he repeatedly sent them secret domestic intelligence. The nature of his crime was heinous and his crimes were serious. You're under arrest. Suyin saw this. He was immediately terrified and turned ashen-faced. She never imagined that right after her father was investigated, all the dirty deeds she had done behind the scenes would suddenly come to light. Then they saw that the other party had shown them handcuffs. My first instinct was to run away, but after taking only 2 steps, my knees buckled and I fell to my knees. Su Yan and her father were arrested separately. Although there were no official reports, some related rumors still caused quite a stir among the public. Su Yan's father is suspected of embezzlement, bribery, abuse of power, and possessing a huge amount of unexplained wealth. Su Yan is suspected of working for the intelligence agency of an enemy country, committing espionage and treason. Those in the know vehemently criticized the 2 individuals. Especially Su Yan, the walking 500,000. As a Chinese citizen, she betrayed her own country and ancestors, willingly serving the intelligence agency of an enemy country. She is utterly shameless, regardless of what the 2 of them do. This arrest means he'll be spending the rest of his life in jail. And then the 2 were arrested. The 3 new products from Su Qingqing's company have passed the inspection, clearing all obstacles. Next, once all other procedures are completed, they can officially begin mass production and prepare for market launch. Honey, you're amazing. A simple phone call solved the problem. And actually, they investigated Su Yan and her father thoroughly, and as a result, they both ended up in jail. It looks like they'll never get out. After the test was completed, Su Qingqing praised Jiang Chen highly. If it weren't in the CEO's office, she was doing certain things that were unsightly, and every now and then someone would come in to report on them. She really wanted to force someone down and reward him properly. He was a major contributor this time. No. It's not that I'm too strong. It's that the old man I found, Li, is too strong. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead and said the truth. Actually, back then, he genuinely couldn't guarantee that Li Shengli would help him after he called him. Surprisingly, not only did Li Shengli help, but Su Yan and her father were also uninvestigated. Good heavens. One of them is at least a corrupt official. One is a walking 500,000. Even Jiang Chen himself was stunned when he found out. Damn it. Those 2, Su Yan and her father, were really worse than the other. Jiang Chen and his wife were talking when suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. Li Shengli called. Chapter 240: The Simple Life of a Hands-Off Manager. It turned out to be old Li calling. Jiang Chen answered the phone, exchanged a few polite words, and then expressed his gratitude to Li Shengli for his help. No, Comrade Jiang, you're too kind. Don't say I owe you a favor. This is simply our government department's responsibility. Xiao Jiang, don't even mention it to me. Even if I find out about it, I won't let you get away with it. We must eliminate those bad apples. I just didn't expect that this investigation would reveal that not only was the abuse of power a serious problem, but that the black sheep was also a major embezzler. His daughter is even more outrageous. She holds a senior management position in a local company, but she's also a traitorous spy. 500,000. Alas, it's shameful to say, but those father and daughter's despicable behavior allowed them to run rampant until now before being discovered. It's truly my dereliction of duty, Li Shengli. Besides, if it weren't for you, those 2 father and daughters would probably still be causing trouble. So, Comrade Xiao Jiang, from this perspective, it's not you thanking me, but rather I who should thank you. After giving his explanation, Li Shengli ended up thanking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all I did throughout the whole incident was talk and make a phone call. Nothing else was done. Some people are so bored they're practically throwing their lives away, and some even get bitten by their wives for gloating over others' misfortunes. Jiang Chen and Li Shengli talked for a while longer. The end of the phone call, Li Shengli said the resort project was about to open and invited Jiang Chen to attend the opening ceremony. Because of this, Jiang Chen handed the task over to Li Jun. As for the recipes and seasonings for the various delicacies at the resort, he had already instructed them to coordinate with Lu Wei at the main barbecue restaurant in the food street. So when Mr. Li said that the resort was completed, he was invited to attend the opening ceremony. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. How did it get completed so quickly? Okay, Mr. Li, I promise I'll go, Jiang Chen replied, then said a few more words to Li Shengli before hanging up the phone. But no sooner had they hung up than Lu Wei called again via WeChat voice call. Hey Wei Z, what's up? Jiang Chen asked after answering the call. Brother Chen, were you and your wife busy just now? Lu Wei asked as he came up. No, Jiang Chen said. I wasn't busy with your wife. I sent you messages and voice messages, but you haven't replied for half a day. Lu Wei asked. I was just wondering if I was bothering you and your wife. Get the hell out of here. I was on the phone. I didn't check my WeChat, okay? Jiang Chen snapped. Hurry up, say what you have to say, or shut up. All right, Lu Wei chuckled maliciously. Hey, Brother Chen, this is great news. Great news. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yes, Lu Wei excitedly added. Our barbecue restaurant is now conquering new territories, expanding everywhere in Sihai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Recently, Li Jun and I have been working on something big, expanding our barbecue restaurant into Shanghai. And now the first store is all ready and will be opening soon. Jiang Chen was shocked to hear this. Holy crap! Barbecue restaurants are now starting to expand into Shanghai? The first one is about to open in Shanghai? Awesome! Awesome! Wow, that was fast. Just now a resort opened, and now a barbecue restaurant has opened in Shanghai. Why? To be honest, I've really taken the job of being a hands-off boss. But to be fair, I spend every day with my kids, hugging and kissing my wife, and lifting her up in the air. I'm definitely a bit of a lazy bum. But everyday life. That was so awesome. Chapter 241, just don't cause any deaths. But on the other hand, Jiang Chen certainly deserves the title of a hands-off manager. But in reality, he was well aware of the progress on all fronts, such as the barbecue restaurant's expansion into Shanghai, even if Lu Wei didn't report it. Li Jun will also compile and report on it. Before Li Jun took him under his wing, Jiang Chen was worried that Lu Wei and Sun Wan might cause trouble, such as embezzling or misappropriating property. After all, even brothers should keep clear accounts. There are far too many examples of brothers and relatives starting businesses together, only to end up becoming enemies. What Jiang Chen is worried about, what he needs to guard against. Not brothers, not cousins, but human nature. The appearance of Li Jun, a professional manager with 100% loyalty, perfectly resolved Jiang Chen's concerns. It was precisely because he was making breakthroughs on all fronts that he was able to act as a hands-off manager without worrying about being sidelined or having his subordinates embezzle funds. Brother Chen, in order to make our barbecue restaurant a hit in Shanghai, I made 7 or 8 trips to Shanghai to choose a site, recruit people, renovate, and so on. I personally took charge of or coordinated all of these tasks. To exaggerate a bit, my legs have been worn short these past few days. However, the effect is not bad. Lu Wei introduced it to Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen could tell from her words that she was trying to take credit, but he scratched his head and immediately said, Hey Wei Z, you're a partner now, the head of the barbecue business. You can't expect me to give you another bonus because of this, can you? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Wei was taken aback. What? Should I ask Brother Chen to give me a bonus? No. Brother Chen, I absolutely didn't mean that. I can't even spend all the dividends I get. Lu Wei waved his hands repeatedly, trying to explain. If that's not the case, then what do you want to do? Jiang Chen asked. Well then, Brother Chen, I'm going to say it now. Speak. Well, it's just. Lu Wei hesitated for a moment, then continued. It's just that the first barbecue restaurant in Shanghai is opening. Brother Chen will definitely have to go to Shanghai, right? Well, I'd like to bring someone with me. Jiang Chen finally understood what Lu Wei was saying from his rambling words. I will go to the opening ceremony of the barbecue restaurant in Shanghai with Lu Wei, but since Shanghai is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Sihai City, we will have to take a plane there. It was, after all, a business trip. As for Lu Wei, he said he would bring someone along, which clearly meant he wanted to do something for personal gain and have some fun in Shanghai. It's all right. It's a small matter. You can decide for yourself, Jiang Chen agreed immediately. Okay, but Brother Chen, Aren't you going to ask who I brought with me? Lu Wei asked curiously. Who else could it be? Your girlfriend? Teacher Yanli, of course. But Wei Zi, while you're having fun in Shanghai with Teacher Yan, don't forget about the important business at the barbecue restaurant. Also, you and Teacher Yan need to be careful and make sure no one gets killed. Absolutely. Brother Chen, are you serious about me and Teacher Yan causing a death? Certainly. For a period of time afterward, Jiang Chen also got busy, though more so than before. First, he and Li Jun participated in the opening ceremony of the resort hosted by Li Shengli. Because of Mr. Li's high regard, Jiang Chen received a lot of attention at the opening ceremony. All the prominent figures present wanted to get to know this young talent. Jiang Chen, adhering to the principle of harmony brings wealth, dealt with each issue one by one. I've gained a lot of connections. When I got home, I told my wife about my trip to Shanghai. Su Qingxing also wanted to go. Honey, Shanghai is my home. Why don't I go too? But how will you get there? Your parents are in Hangzhou right now, so even if you go home, you won't see them. Besides, if you go, what will happen to the children? I'm just going to Shanghai to attend the opening ceremony of a barbecue restaurant. What's the big deal about us taking 3 babies who are only a few months old on a plane? It's not necessarily good for a child to travel such a long distance by plane. Su Qingxing could understand after hearing this. Now is not a good time to go to Shanghai. The kids are too young, and going so far away would just be a hardship for them. Even if you can leave your children in different places. She could ask a nanny or Sister May and her husband to help take care of the child, but she really couldn't bear to leave the child. Besides, what's the point of going back to Shanghai without taking the child? However, understanding is one thing. I know I can't go to Shanghai with that jerk. She was still somewhat uninterested, because in her heart, she still hoped that one day she could go back to her parents' home in style with that jerk and their 3 children. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy when he saw this. I comforted her and tried to cheer her up. Look at you, wife. Try to think positively. There will be other opportunities in the future. Sometime, I'll drive, or maybe we'll buy a private jet, and the 5 of us can go to Shanghai to see your parents. What do you say? Not good. Then, this time I'll go and come back on the same day, okay? Not good. Then, what should we do? How about I treat you to something nice before I leave? Okay. Chapter 242 Divine Skill, X-Ray Vision. Boss, I've arranged the itinerary for the trip. Someone will pick us up when we get off the plane in Shanghai, and then we can go straight to that newly opened flagship store. The next morning, Li Jun arrived and reported to Jiang Chen. After all, he's the king of wage earners. He is methodical and reliable in everything he does, and most importantly, he behaves appropriately and with great discretion. He doesn't ask questions he shouldn't ask, and he doesn't say anything he shouldn't say. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this. I'm someone who's practically cheating, so keeping this a secret is extremely important. The newly opened flagship store that Li Jun mentioned, that's not wrong. In fact, this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. The first store was to be a flagship store, intended to set a benchmark, and he was determined to win the market in Shanghai. Brother Chen. Not long after, Lu Wei arrived and greeted Jiang Chen. He was accompanied by a person. Needless to say, it was Yin Li, who was once known as the female demon and the old maid. Of course now, she is already Lu Wei's girlfriend. Hello, Teacher Yin. Jiang Chen greeted Wei Zi first, and then greeted Yin Li as well. Okay, Yin Li nodded, her expression somewhat embarrassed. How are your teacher Su and the child? She asked casually, knowing that when it came to jockeys, this was the real expert. Everything's fine, Jiang Chen said. Well, Wei Zi, Teacher Yin, and President Li, now that everyone's here, shall we set off? Okay. Lu Wei, Li Jun, and others nodded in agreement. Along the way, Lu Wei and Yin Li hid in the back row, whispering to each other, their conversation unreadable. Jiang Chen glanced at it unintentionally. I was filled with emotion. It's not just the 2 of them who are peculiar. One is an ultimate simp, and the other is a perverted spinster. They've actually gotten together, and given how lovey-dovey they are, they might actually end up killing someone. Jiang Chen's barbecue restaurant. That is, Qingqing Barbecue's flagship store in Shanghai is located on a bustling commercial street. The decor is stylish and youthful, yet down to earth. The location is also very eye-catching. You can see the striking signboard from afar. The barbecue restaurant opened its doors that day. Even before the official opening ceremony began, a large crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside the store. Yo-ho! I can't believe my eyes, right? They've opened a barbecue restaurant in one place. And that's quite a grand opening. So what if it's a big show of force? The problem is this is Shanghai. The market is already saturated with all kinds of restaurants. They don't need this kind of thing. If you want something special, that's fine, but it's just some run-of-the-mill barbecue. The bigger the investment, the bigger the loss. Just wait and see. Ching barbecue? Holy crap. Isn't that a famous barbecue from all over the world? They've actually opened a branch in Shanghai. Awesome. Awesome. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Most people are not optimistic. It's just a barbecue restaurant, nothing new or exciting. It looks ordinary. There are tons of restaurants like this in Shanghai. It's too common. Moreover, they opened a barbecue restaurant on a prime commercial street. This is going to cost us all the bitter tea seeds. Some people who had been to Sihai City and tasted the barbecue were pleasantly surprised to see that Ching Barbecue had opened in Shanghai, exclaiming wow, repeatedly. However, there are very few people like this. It won't make a ripple in the short term. In response to this, Jiang Chen was mentally prepared. When I opened my first store in Sihai, I had already experienced almost everything, so I wasn't worried about the future customer flow of the barbecue restaurant. This barbecue is truly divine. What is God level? God level is, well, it's really good. Bite. The host has opened a barbecue restaurant in his wife's hometown, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations on receiving the reward, X-ray vision, valid for 48 hours only. A reward of X-ray vision? Jiang Chen had read all sorts of online novels, and upon hearing this, all sorts of amazing uses for X-ray vision immediately came to mind. Truly a divine skill. But another study. He discovered that the X-ray vision, besides being effective for the day it was activated, had another limitation. It only worked on inanimate objects. This. Cough cough. Is it really impossible for me to even use my X-ray vision to admire my wife? Okay. After the opening ceremony, Jiang Chen, Lu Wei, and Li Jun spent another afternoon at the barbecue restaurant, providing guidance and training to the staff on barbecue flavor, standardized operations, and so on, so that the flagship store could get on the right track as soon as possible. I was busy all afternoon. That evening, Lu Wei suddenly asked Jiang Chen in a sneaky manner, "Brother Chen, do you have any plans for tonight?" "No." Jiang Chen shook his head. He would just go back to the hotel at most tonight, video chat with his wife, and tell her that he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. He was unfamiliar with Shanghai and didn't really have any plans. "Hey Chen, since you didn't make any plans, how about we go to the club for some serious massages?" Chapter 243, An Unexpected Encounter with My Father-in-Law. Wei Zi, did I hear that right? You just said club? Big sword? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. It was truly rare to hear such words come out of Lu Wei's mouth. Besides, this guy already has Yanli, right? Yes. It's for going to the club for a big sword. But Brother Chen, don't get me wrong. This was introduced to me by a friend of mine in Shanghai. He gave me 2 tickets. It's a legitimate club, a legitimate big sword. Lu Wei explained. I couldn't refuse such a kind offer, so I accepted. Chenji, want to come along? It'll be boring for me to go alone. I'm not going, Jiang Chen said bluntly. Huh, what? For no reason, I don't go to anything frivolous, let alone something as serious as you. Who among serious people goes? Fine, Lu Wei said, realizing he'd gotten himself into an awkward situation, and left. Jiang Chen shook his head. Go back to the hotel to rest. Now that I have a wife and kids, why am I thinking about that kind of thing? In this respect, it's better to be a little bit of a germaphobe. And this Lu Wei, really, Yanli was right beside him, yet he was still thinking about a big sword. Although it's a serious matter. But do you think she believes it or not? Isn't that just asking for trouble? However, this is a private matter. Jiang Chen couldn't control it, and he was too lazy to care. After a busy afternoon, he returned to his hotel in the evening, video chatted with the girl until after 11 p.m., and then went to sleep. I woke up the next day. Jiang Chen went to the flagship store. If things seem alright in the store this morning, head home as soon as possible. I chatted with my daughter last night. The girl knew he couldn't go back that day, and she didn't urge him at all. But Jiang Chen felt that every word, every expression, every movement, and even every breath she took was urging him on. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled at the time. Didn't I already treat myself before I left? Why isn't that enough? When Jiang Chen arrived at the store, Lu Wei and Li Jun were already present. However, this Lu Wei, his appearance was really not flattering. He had panda eyes, some bruises on his face, and was forced to wear a large mask. If you looked closely, there were also several scratches on his neck. Jiang Chen saw it. I was speechless. Well, this guy really got abused. It's not hazy. You were having a big fight last night. How did Yinli beat you up like this? Why did you do that to yourself? After a long day of work, the two went to an office to drink tea. Jiang Chen asked Lu Wei curiously. No, I didn't go. Lu Wei immediately denied it, saying, after you didn't go last night, I didn't go either. Although the club's big sword is legitimate, like you said, who would go there if they were respectable? Jiang Chen thought to himself, is that what I meant? So what happened to your injuries? Hey, don't even mention it. Lu Wei said helplessly. I decided not to go last night, but I can't let these 2 tickets go to waste. So I happened to pass by that club and went in to get a refund. Isn't this a coincidence? Yinli happened to see it. So you don't have that sword? Jiang Chen asked again, still somewhat doubtful. After being beaten so badly, surely this kid must have left some leverage over him. No. Brother Chen, if I were to actually possess this sword, may I be struck by lightning. Yinli really misunderstood me. You've misunderstood me. You won't listen to my explanation. All you do is beat me up. This is outrageous. I'm a man, you know. I don't care about my reputation. But I guess I might actually do it once and make that old maid furious. Lu Wei spoke with righteous indignation. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw Yinli standing behind him like a plague. Jiang Chen only just realized it. No one knows when, but Yinli arrived without a word. Seeing that things were not going well, he quickly said, Wei-zi, Teacher Yin, I have to go out for a bit. He quickly slipped away. As soon as they came out, they heard Lu Wei scream inside, and the door slammed shut. Startled, Li Jun rushed over to ask what was going on. It's all right, he won't die. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Lu Wei has a masochistic streak, and this is nothing compared to what's to come. Li Jun had heard a little about Lu Wei and Yin Li's affair, but I couldn't help but be surprised. Can't die? Damn it, they've tortured him so badly. He'll be half dead if he doesn't die. Seeing that nothing was wrong at the shop, Jiang Chen came out of the flagship store. Following the commercial street, I arrived at the riverbank. Seeing that there were quite a few anglers on the riverbank early in the morning, I immediately became interested. I had never used my god-level fishing skills before. Anyway, it's not fun to wander around alone when my wife and kids aren't around. I might as well just stay here, soak up the sun, and go fishing. Jiang Chen rented a fishing rod and fishing gear. I found a spot to fish. He quickly attracted the attention of many anglers. No wonder, the young man was too good. In just 10 minutes, he caught 7 or 8 fish, which was about 1 per minute. That's efficient. It made all the anglers incredibly hungry. Many people came early in the morning and have been waiting until now without catching a single fish. The local fisherman then approached Jiang Chen to strike up a conversation and ask for his experience. Jiang Chen answered each question. Whether it works or not is another matter. After all, god-level fishing skills involve not only ordinary experience, but also metaphysics. There was a middle-aged fisherman with an extraordinary demeanor. He caught 7 or 8 fish, just like Jiang Chen. However, he's been waiting here for so long to catch this many. Seeing how well Jiang Chen could fish, he couldn't help but praise. Wow, young man, you've got some skills at fishing. After chatting with Jiang Chen for a bit, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Hey Su Hengshan, you old bastard. It's been ages. Are you coming or not? Jiang Chen over there. To be honest, I'm getting a bit annoyed by all the attempts to get close to me. I'm planning to go fishing somewhere else. When you're fishing, you want some peace and quiet. How can you fish with all this chatter around you? But upon hearing the middle-aged fisherman's words, he was taken aback. Su Hengshan, That's my father-in-law's name. Chapter 244 The Gorilla Poops. Su Hingshan had just returned to Shanghai. Not only his legs, but his entire body has basically recovered to a very high level. However, illness comes like a landslide, but recovery is like pulling silk from a cocoon. After all, he had been paralyzed in both legs for so long, and after seeking medical help without success, he even became depressed and his physical condition deteriorated to the extreme. Even if the root cause of the disease is now eliminated, he can move around freely without relying on a wheelchair. However, it will take time to fully return to your previous health condition. That's why he's in a hurry to return to Shanghai. They still wanted to take over the Su family business as soon as possible, as the Su family had suffered setbacks in the past 6 months. Compared to its former glory, the scene is now a terrible sight. Early that morning, he dealt with some matters concerning the Su family company. Suddenly, I received a call from Song Qingshu. Only after being reminded by him did I remember that I had arranged to go fishing with Song Qingshu by the river this morning. Song Qingshu was his best friend. They had fought side by side and crossed Africa together. Their bond was one of life and death. Their relationship is truly wonderful. Moreover, Song Qingshu is now considered a big shot in Shanghai's business world, wielding enormous influence. Su Hingshan wants to restore the Su family's former glory. I would have had to rely on the help of this old friend, so we arranged to go fishing together, which was not only a way to relax and reconnect, but also a chance to discuss business collaborations. Even so, upon hearing the other party insult him as an old man, Su Hingshan retorted without hesitation. Song Qingshu, tell me, am I Zhang Wuji who stole your zhozhra or something? Why are you talking so rudely? What do you mean, old man? Speaking of which, you're actually older than me, you know. You old geezer, you old codger. Judging from their appearances alone, Su Hingshan looks much older than Song Qingshu, but in reality, Song Qingshu is older. Song Qingshu heard Su Hingshan retort by calling him an old geezer. Not angry at all. He chuckled and beckoned Su Hingshan to come over quickly. I was getting impatient, wasn't I? You invited me, and I've been fishing for ages, but you still haven't shown up. Hurry up and come over, Lao Su. Today, I met a fishing expert. Aren't you known as the king of fishing? It's a good opportunity for you two to have a friendly competition. A fishing expert? Su Hingshan exclaimed excitedly. All right, I'll be right there. After packing up, they hurriedly grabbed their fishing rods and gear and set off. Mr. Su, where are you going? Should I come with you? An assistant, concerned about Su Hingshan's health, quickly asked as he was about to leave. It's all right. Su Hingshan waved his hands repeatedly. But Mr. Su, you've only just recovered. The assistant reminded her. I said it's okay, so it's okay. I know my own body well. I'm fine now. If you don't believe me, you can see, Su Hingshan explained again, and to make sure the other person wasn't reassured, he jumped up and down on the spot. You go ahead and do other things. I'm going out fishing now just for fun. After observing for a while, and seeing Su Hingshan's attitude, the assistant had no choice but to give up. Su Hingshan, carrying his fishing gear, set off excitedly. He has a wide range of interests and hobbies. He doesn't have many impressive hobbies, but fishing is his proudest one. The former king of amateur fishing in Shanghai. That's not just talk. Old Song. I'm here. Hurrah. Before long, with a hearty laugh, Su Hingshan arrived at the riverbank and found Song Qingshu's location. Yo, you look great, old man. When Song Qingshu met Su Hingshan, he jokingly said to his old friend. He had seen Su Hingshan at his worst. He was a frail old man suffering greatly from illness. Compared to then, he's a completely different person now. Not bad. Su Hingshan laughed. With his health improved, he was in high spirits, as if he had returned to his youth. Old Song, where's the fishing expert you mentioned? He asked with concern as he put down his fishing gear. Look, it's that young man over there. Song Qingshu gestured to the side. Hello, young man. Su Hingshan immediately turned around and greeted him warmly. But when he looked at the young man, he was immediately stunned. Because that young man, wasn't he the benefactor who helped him treat his leg a few days ago, the one he had been searching for and even wanted to marry his daughter to? Could it be such a coincidence? Su Hingshan was incredulous. He rubbed his eyes and quickly looked again. However, but if it wasn't that young man, then who was it? Young man. No, no, my benefactor. So this is my benefactor. Su Hingshan was overjoyed and immediately grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, almost bursting into tears. How should I put it? Su Hingshan had been paralyzed for a long time at that time. Coupled with setbacks in his career, he was feeling disheartened and disappointed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold his treasured store item at a discount of 100 million. It also seems to be a way of making arrangements for the future. Unexpectedly, the young man who bought the store's prized possession, a skilled acupuncturist, actually saved him. Now we meet again. It's not an exaggeration for Su Hingshan to excitedly call him benefactor. Uncle, it's me. Faced with the excited Su Hingshan, Jiang Chen quickly responded. After all, cough cough, the person in front of him was his father-in-law. He got annoyed by the attempts to get close to him while he was fishing. I almost left. Suddenly, he heard the middle-aged fisherman mention the name of Su Hingshan's father-in-law, and he waited a moment, thinking that maybe it was just a coincidence. Unexpectedly, the person who came looked too familiar. Compared to the photos of his father-in-law that his wife showed him from a few years ago, it was clearly the same person. Plus, there's another person with the same name. It would be strange if this wasn't his father-in-law. And, after meeting him, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that his father-in-law was the elderly man in a wheelchair whom he had helped treat in Hangzhou a few days ago. He was just seriously ill at the time, which made him look a bit old. All right. So, he had already met his father-in-law, and even helped him treat his leg? It really is a gorilla pooping. What a coincidence. Chapter 245 The father-in-law issues a challenge. Jiang Chen was deeply moved. Su Hingshan was extremely grateful. This young man had not only helped him heal his leg, but had actually saved his life. Thanks. Thank you, my benefactor. As he spoke, he was about to bow to Jiang Chen to express his gratitude. Jiang Chen naturally stopped him, saying, It's nothing, uncle, you're too kind. When Su Hingshan saw how sensible the other party was, calling him uncle and using the honorific you, he was even more grateful and stopped bowing. Instead, both legs are bent at the knees. Then, he was about to kneel down and thank Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was startled to see his father-in-law bowing so deeply to him. What are you doing? Please, you're my father-in-law. How dare you kneel down to your son-in-law? This. How the hell can I possibly accept this? No need. No need. Your thank you just now is enough. There's really no need for this. Jiang Chen quickly took Su Hingshan's arm and helped him up. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, young brother. Su Hingshan was a generous person to begin with, and seeing how Jiang Chen had acted just now, he appreciated him even more, finding his temperament agreeable. By the way, young man, may I ask your name? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said truthfully. Liang Chen. Su Hingshan repeated, then laughed. So your name is Liang Chen, young man. Not bad. Not bad at all. A good name. No. What's going on between you two? At this moment, Song Qingshu, who was completely bewildered, saw that the two had finally calmed down a little and finally asked, You two knew each other before? And Su Hingshan, this young man, he saved your life? Yes, that's right. Su Hingshan smiled. Then, he briefly recounted the events of that day in Hangzhou, when Jiang Chen went to his jade shop to buy the shop's prized possession and incidentally helped him treat his leg. Oh, no wonder. So this young man cured your paralyzed legs? I didn't realize that. I thought he was some unparalleled famous doctor. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu, a wave of surprise washed over me. Unexpectedly, this young man whom I met by chance while fishing also possessed that amazing skill in acupuncture. They couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with even greater admiration. Young man, as the saying goes, great kindness needs no words of thanks. In the future, if you ever need my help, just ask. Although I am not doing well now, I still have some influence in the Shanghai and Hangzhou area. After recounting what happened in Hangzhou that day, Su Hingshan gratefully and warmly promised Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded politely. But in his heart, he thought to himself, Father-in-law, actually, you don't need to promise anything or thank me anything. Your daughter is already the greatest gift I've ever received. That uncle. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a certain point, and that his father-in-law had already said so much, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, ready to reveal everything and tell his father-in-law about his status as a son-in-law. At least she gave her father-in-law 3 grandchildren. I am both the benefactor who helped him heal his leg and the son-in-law of the Su family, so I might as well give my father-in-law a pleasant surprise or a shock. Old Su, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get your gear out. You're here to fish, aren't you? Suddenly, Song Qing-shu, who was focused on fishing, reminded Su Hengshan, unintentionally interrupting Jiang Chen's words. Su Hengshan is also a seasoned angler who is obsessed with fishing. They immediately realized what was happening. Yes. I came here to fish, you idiot. Brother Liang Chun, I heard from Old Song that you're a pretty good fisherman. How about we have a competition? Su Hengshan offered Jiang Chen some enthusiastic advice. What? Brother Liang Chen? Seriously, what's with Liang Chen? This. Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Okay. Faced with his father-in-law's enthusiastic challenge and the passion of both he and Lao Song for fishing, Jiang Chen did not immediately correct his father-in-law's mistake, but readily agreed. Okay, it's better to make the best of a bad situation. This is a good opportunity to observe my father-in-law and see how he really treats me. Chapter 246, The Father-in-Law in a Hurry of Losing. Young man, I'm not just bragging. I'm quite good at fishing. Although Lao Song says you're a fishing expert, you'd better give way to me and be prepared. Su Hengshan happily explained to Jiang Chen. Yes, young man. Don't underestimate this old guy, Su Hengshan. Old Su usually loves to brag. But when it comes to fishing, he's really something. Song Qing-shu gave a thumbs up. I admire him immensely. You know the amateur fishing king of Shanghai? That's him. Okay, I got it. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. But we still need to take it out for a spin, right? Yo, young man, you've got quite the nerve. Su Hengshan grinned, his words brimming with confidence. Okay then, whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a spin. His favorite before. It's that exhilarating feeling of competing with others in fishing and then effortlessly crushing your opponent. If you happen to run into 1 or 2 stubborn troublemakers, the feeling of winning that battle is even more exhilarating. Therefore, there's no point in arguing. They took out all their fishing gear. Many anglers around him knew Su Hengshan. After all, the title of Shanghai Amateur Fishing King was quite well known among them. Right now, they saw that Su Hengshan and his men were about to discuss fishing techniques again. They all gathered around to watch. Holy crap! The king of fishing in Shanghai is coming out of retirement again? TSK. Not bad. We're going to have a feast for the eyes again. Is the opponent that young man who's a decent fisherman? This is going to be interesting. But that young man is just SOSO. He has to kneel down in front of Old Su, the fishing king. Yes, Old Su's skill is undeniable. He's almost never lost since he became famous. I still remember a few years ago, Old Su took on 3 fishing experts single-handedly, and after a fierce competition, he actually won. But a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Perhaps this young man can actually break Old Su's invincible record. Haha, it's not impossible, but it's too small. But then again, in a match between 2 people, there are wins and losses, so what should we bet on? Gambling is illegal, that's not allowed. How about the loser has to jump into the river and swim naked? That's a good idea, haha. A group of anglers gathered around to watch and enjoy the show. Su Hengshan and Jiang Chen were ready, and their sparring was about to begin. Oh right. There has to be a wager, right? Song Qing-shu suddenly asked with ill intent. He couldn't help it. He was now just a bystander watching the show. Since we're just watching the show, wouldn't that be a bit of fun? The stakes. Su Hengshan smiled slightly. He had just heard the fishermen cheering and jeering, saying that if they lost, they would have to take off their clothes and jump into the river to swim naked. As for himself, jumping into the river is impossible, because it's impossible to lose. But the young man was his benefactor, so it would be a bit much to ask him to jump into the river. So I thought about it. We found a compromise. The weather's nice today, the sun's quite warm. How about whoever loses takes off a jacket? Su Hengshan suggested to Jiang Chen. Sure, no problem. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. The two then took their fishing gear and went to two adjacent spots on the riverbank. The competition began quickly. The group of onlookers who had been watching the fishermen quieted down and silently watched them fish from behind. After baiting the area, Su Hongshan quickly saw the float on the water suddenly sink. He then pulled the fishing rod and caught a mandarin fish weighing over a pound. The anglers were full of approval. After all, he's the king of fishing. Experience counts. Su Hongshan also looked quite pleased with himself. But that's all. For the next 10 minutes or so, Jiang Chen caught 21 fish in a row. The fish would bite as soon as the hook was cast, and he would catch them. On average, he caught almost 2 fish per minute. Moreover, his movements, such as baiting, lifting the rod, and catching the fish, are lightning fast. I haven't realized it yet. The next one was caught. In comparison, Su Hongshan only caught 7 fish, and that was already an exceptional performance for him. Fishing ratio 3-1, KO. Seeing this result, Su Hongshan was dumbfounded. Song Qingshu and the group of fishermen were also dumbfounded. In previous years' agricultural games, there were fishing experts who caught 339 fish in 90 minutes, one every 16 seconds. But that was speed fishing. This is completely different from river fishing. Not bad, young man. Su Hongshan forced a smile and said to Jiang Chen, then took off his coat as agreed. Again, seeing that the fish Jiang Chen caught were all relatively small, with 2 or 3 of them perhaps not even as big as his own, Su Hongshan said, "This time, let's not compare the number of fish caught, but the total weight of the fish caught. How about that?" "Sure," Jiang Chen replied. "So what's the stake this time?" Song Qingshu asked promptly. "If we lose, then—" "Take off your own shoes," Su Hongshan said, scratching his head. After all, he had already taken off his coat, so now he had to change into something else. "Okay, then take off your shoes." The second round of sparring begins. Regardless of the number of fish caught, the total weight of the fish caught is considered. After a period of discussion, the results are in: Jiang Chen versus Su Hongshan, 20 Jin to 5 Jin for :1. Another knockout. Upon seeing this, Su Hongshan almost lost his Dao heart. No. What's going on? I'm the king of fishing. He has many hobbies, but the only thing they can boast about is fishing. Unexpectedly, the last few digits were not as good as the last few digits, and the total weight was also not as good. This is really weird. No, it's not just weird. It'll also make me lose face and start bragging about being the king of fishing. Speaking of this young man, are they related to the fish? Again, hey buddy, have some more. After taking off his shoes, Su Hongshan got really into it. He then said to Jiang Chen, "Young brother, this time let's not worry about the last few fish or the total weight. Let's do something challenging and just count the number of mandarin fish we catch. How about that?" He examined the fish he had caught. Jiang Chen caught a mixed bag of fish, with only 1 or 2 mandarin fish, while Jiang Chen himself caught almost exclusively mandarin fish. So they decided to have another match. "Old Su, why don't we call it a day?" Song Qingshu advised. "We've already had 2 rounds. If you keep going, what will you use as the stakes?" "It's just a friendly spar. What am I afraid of?" Su Hongshan retorted. "If I lose this time, I'll take off my clothes and jump into the river for a naked swim." Song Qingshu face-bombed. "Hey Lao Su, how long have you been recovering? Can you really take this kind of abuse? Listen to me, forget it." "What do you mean, forget it? The word forget doesn't exist in my dictionary." The group of fishermen saw this. They became even more enthusiastic about gossiping. In the end, they really did have to bet on swimming naked in the river. TSK. Immediately, everyone was filled with anticipation. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Have to. The father-in-law was clearly desperate after losing, but when he was desperate, he acted like a little kid. Or maybe, can you move aside? Bite. Detecting the host's current status and triggering a random task. Accept your father-in-law's challenge and defeat him. Reward, a small fortune in cash. Damn it. This bastard, he just loves to stir up trouble, doesn't he? Accept your father-in-law's challenge and win the battle. That's damn it. Isn't this just forcing your father-in-law to jump into the river? Chapter 247. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I heard the system's voice. Jiang Chen cursed the dog, saying it was just causing trouble. But, should we play the third game against my father-in-law? Of course we'll compare. I just beat my father-in-law 2 games, and then I stopped playing. My father-in-law would be so anxious he'd jump into the river. Uncle, we can compete. But can we not jump into the river if we lose? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Don't jump into the river if you lose? How can that be? I've already said it. Young brother, rest assured, I, Su, am a man of my word. Since I've said it, I will never go back on my word. Su Hengshan patted his chest and guaranteed. He thought to himself, what do you mean by not jumping into the river if you lose? I, Su Hengshan, am still thinking about how to save face. All right then. Jiang Chen nodded. Not long after, the third round has begun. This time, the winner will be determined by the number of mandarin fish caught, regardless of the number of fish caught or the total weight of the catch. Su Hengshan held his breath and concentrated. They used all their best skills. At first, I was in a good mood. He caught 3 mandarin fish in a row, while Jiang Chen caught 7 or 8 fish, but only one of them was a mandarin fish. But, as the competition progressed, Su Hengshan's expression changed from relaxed to solemn, and then to tense. Finally, his brows were furrowed. Because Jiang Chen had caught the same number of mandarin fish as him, 7 each, and at the last moment, Jiang Chen caught another fish. If this one has an upturned beak, he's doomed to lose. As Jiang Chen pulled the fishing rod, Su Hengshan's heart pounded in his throat. If he really loses, am I really going to jump into the river and swim naked? But then, I don't know if I'll live or die, but I've definitely lost all face. Whoosh. The fish on the fishing hook was pulled out of the water. The group of fishermen behind him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Su Hengshan saw this, and, while surprised, also breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the last fish Jiang Chen caught. It was a 2 or 3 pound alligator gar, clearly a juvenile. Holy crap. Alligator gar. These things are hard to catch. Wow, this young man is awesome. Draw. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding fishermen, Song Qingshu hurriedly shouted twice. He had no choice. He was genuinely afraid of that old man, Su Hengshan, losing again. Given the old man's temper, in a moment of impulse, he might actually jump. Bite. Host mission failed. Bite. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host, you have received cash. 2 small goals. Jiang Chen, double the reward? Is this some kind of long wait for me? Why didn't you do this sooner? Young man, I am completely convinced. After the sparring session, Su Hengshan, who wanted to save face, took the initiative to come up to Jiang Chen, completely convinced of Jiang Chen's abilities. Even among fishing kings, there are big and small kings. Compared to his younger brother, my so-called fishing king title is not only fake, but at best I'm just a minor fishing king. Why? Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. Uncle, you're too kind, Jiang Chen said happily. After all, he had just earned 2 extra small sums of money, which was a windfall. Young man, how about joining me for a simple lunch at noon? After 3 rounds of matches and all that commotion, it was almost noon before Su Hengshan invited Jiang Chen. Yes, young man. It's getting late. Let's have a meal together, Song Qingshu said. His current impression of Jiang Chen. They were not only impressed, but also full of admiration. The young man was handsome, possessed acupuncture skills that surpassed those of famous doctors, and was even better at fishing than that old man Su Hengshan. The key is to be steady and measured in one's actions. Old Su's face was preserved without anyone noticing. If he had a daughter, he'd really love to be this guy's father-in-law. No, I already have a daughter. Previously, it was because my daughter was too young. Plus, he couldn't bear to part with his sweet little girl, so he had never thought about becoming a father-in-law. But seeing Jiang Chen like this, he suddenly couldn't help but feel a little tempted to be one. Jiang Chen, actually. I'll be flying back to Sihai City this afternoon. I feel like if I have lunch with them, there might not be enough time. He was about to refuse. Suddenly, I noticed an unread message on my phone from Li Jun, which had been sent more than 10 minutes earlier. Due to temporary air traffic control, the flight was delayed, and I had to rebook for the evening flight. Have to, since the rescheduled ticket is for the evening. Okay then. Jiang Chen accepted their invitation. Su Hengshan and Song Qingshu were overjoyed. They quickly processed the fish and prepared to find a high-end restaurant. But when they passed by the commercial street, I found a barbecue restaurant called Qingqing Barbecue. It had just opened that day. The shop's decor is nice. The restaurant was packed with diners, and people were already starting to line up outside. Su Hingshan was somewhat surprised. Business was so good right after opening. He got tired from walking too much. The aroma of barbecue made me unable to move. Song Qingshu was the same. Su Hingshan then asked Jiang Chen for his opinion with a hint of apology. Young man, I'm a bit tired from walking. How about we eat at this shop? Sure, Jiang Chen said directly. It's my own shop. Is it possible or not? So there were 3 of them. We're going to eat at this barbecue restaurant. Su Hingshan glanced at the barbecue restaurant signboard, muttered a couple of times. Qingqing Barbecue. Qingqing Barbecue, hey. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile. Song Qingshu was behind. He tried to get closer to Jiang Chen by explaining, Young man, you don't know, his daughter's name is Qingqing. Jiang Chen nodded, thinking to himself, of course I know that. His daughter is not only named Qingqing, but she also gave birth to 3 children for him. The 3 of them arrived at the store. Lu Wei, who was helping out, saw that it was Jiang Chen with 2 distinguished-looking middle-aged men. Without saying a word, he led the 3 of them to the best VIP room. Su Hingshan and Song Qingshu were somewhat surprised, but I didn't think much of it. Presumably, VIP rooms like these are reserved for customers who are clearly of high status. Then came a hearty meal. To be honest, they had never eaten such delicious barbecue since they were born. The various barbecues, side dishes, and staple foods, though seemingly ordinary, were all incredibly tempting. Su Hingshan and Song Qingshu ate with their mouths greasy. When paying the bill, Su Hingshan and Song Qingshu discovered another unexpected situation. When I asked the waiter for the bill, he said no, and when I asked again, he said the same thing. The 2 were now puzzled. Then asked Jiang Chen if he had paid the bill in advance. Young man, we said it was our treat. How could we let you pay? Yes, that's not a good idea. Jiang Chen sighed. Because I already know roughly what kind of person my father-in-law is. I might as well stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. To be honest, uncles, I am the owner of this barbecue restaurant. What? You're the owner of this barbecue restaurant? Su Hingshan and Song Qingshu were taken aback. Turn out to be. This kid is the boss. No wonder, the moment I arrived, they immediately offered me a VIP room. It turns out they weren't looking at me because I'm special, but because this kid is the boss. After the initial shock, the 2 of them were overjoyed. Song Qingshu, in particular, rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. He couldn't help it. Such a fine young man. If he didn't hurry up and take him as his son-in-law, when would he ever get another chance? Chapter 248 Uncle, I'm that good for nothing. Young man, let me be honest with you. I've decided to have you as my son-in-law. I have a daughter who has been exceptionally beautiful since she was little. She is well-educated, gentle, virtuous, and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing. At school, she was pursued by many boys, and it is said that she was even voted the #1 beauty in the school. You and I are a perfect match, Song Qingshu said with a face full of anticipation. Before meeting Jiang Chen, he thought about his little darling and wondered who she would marry in the future. He figured he might as well support her for life. But after meeting Jiang Chen, his thinking changed, and he realized what kind of ideal son-in-law he wanted. Upon hearing this, Su Hingshan, I'm getting restless. Is Song Qingshu trying to steal my son-in-law? Such a good son-in-law. How could I let him have him so easily? But the words, though on the tip of her tongue, sounded sour. No, Lao Song. You son of a bitch, how old is your daughter? She's not even an adult yet, and you dare to introduce her to your little brother? Don't get him arrested. Well, Song Qingshu chuckled. You don't need to worry about that, Lao Su. Unfortunately, my daughter just started college this year and turned 18 the day before yesterday. She's an adult now. She then said to Su Hingshan with no small amount of pride. By the way, Lao Su, didn't you tell me privately just the other day that this young man helped you heal your leg, and you wanted to make him your son-in-law? You even said that this young man and your daughter are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What? You're scared now that you've met the real person? It's all right, Lao Su, be bold. I'll give you a chance to compete fairly. Forget it, forget it. I was just kidding. Jill, don't take it seriously. Besides, my daughter. Sai, what can I do? I can't let this little brother get hurt. Su Hongshan waved his hand and sighed. Jiang Chen was drinking a cup of tea. Hearing this, he was speechless and almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drunk. Regarding Song Qingshu's words, he didn't feel anything. After all, he was handsome, dashing, young, and rich, attracting attention wherever he went. Cough, cough. I'm just showing off. The main thing is that he had a cheat code. But what about the father-in-law? He was somewhat surprised. His father-in-law had actually considered introducing his daughter to him. Well, my father-in-law is quite a loyal friend. Uncle, can you tell me about your daughter? What's wrong? Jiang Chen suddenly became interested when the topic turned to his daughter and asked Su Hongshan directly. Hey, don't even mention it. However, to be honest, young man, my daughter has been ruined by some scoundrel. A good-for-nothing? Jiang Chen was surprised. So, in his father-in-law's eyes, he was a good-for-nothing? Yes. I've raised my precious daughter with so much care over the past 20 years, and he's ruined her. She got pregnant out of wedlock, and the child has already been born. How can I not be angry? Where can I put my old face in front of my relatives and friends? Calling him a loser is actually giving him too much credit. Su Hongshan became furious as soon as he started talking about it. As for the one who is with his daughter, he was genuinely unwilling. Is there any way to do this? The deed is done. Who told my precious daughter to be so fixated on that scoundrel? She's already had a child with him. Even after I went to Seahai City, I kept praising him. What else can I do? Could it be that I'm just an old man with no bones? Are you really going to fight to the death, break that bastard's legs, and kick him out of the house? And then marry your daughter off to this young man you've chosen? That's ridiculous. All right. This is my fate. I have to accept it. After listening to his father-in-law's words, Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. What a loser. Fine. Uncle, I have something to tell you, but please don't be surprised. Tell me what it is. I promise I won't be surprised. Su Hongshan's expression softened considerably when he saw Jiang Chen talking to him. To calm himself down, he poured himself a cup of tea and also poured one for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen recalled his earlier experience of spitting out his tea, so he advised again. Uncle, why don't you stop drinking the tea and wait until I've finished talking? Hey little brother, what exactly do you want to say? Just say it. I'm just having a cup of tea. It's really nothing. Su Hongshan said nonchalantly. To prove it, he even took several big gulps. Yes, young man, Song Qingshu chimed in. Old Su has been through thick and thin for many years. What storms hasn't he seen? His mental fortitude is top-notch. To exaggerate a bit, it's like remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Young man, stop keeping me in suspense. I can't wait any longer. All right then. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, then said to Su Hongshan, Uncle, actually, I'm the one who harmed your daughter. Su Hongshan took another big gulp of water, blinked, and was momentarily stunned. There was nothing he could do. This was too convoluted, and his brain was suddenly a bit overwhelmed. So that means, you're the good-for-nothing that old Su was talking about. Song Qingshu was astonished. Jiang Chen nodded. Puff. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan couldn't hold back any longer and spat out his tea. Since it wouldn't be appropriate to spray Jiang Chen, he turned around and sprayed Song Qingshu's head and face with tea. Chapter 249. How about I make my daughter your concubine? Su Hongshan, you son of a bitch. That young man himself admitted that he's the bastard you were cursing. So why the hell are you attacking me? Song Qingshu was speechless. He asked the waiter for a towel and awkwardly wiped his head and face. He kept complaining about Su Hongshan. But as I was complaining, I immediately realized something. Since that's the case, Jiang Chen is the bastard Su Hongshan was talking about. Doesn't that mean? The young man was already Su Hongshan's de facto son-in-law, but Su Hongshan himself was unaware of this. And in doing so what if my daughter is 18? I'm just not lucky enough to be my little brother's father-in-law. Wipe. This works too. After cleaning his face and head, Song Qingshu was immediately disappointed. Over there is Su Hongshan. Then, a deafening roar still filled his mind. Young brother, So that good for nothing, no, my son-in-law, is you? Su Hongshan stared at Jiang Chen, his voice trembling with excitement, his expression one of disbelief. Yes, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded, rubbing his forehead. But what's his name? Jiang Chen. Isn't your name Liang Chen? Su Hongshan asked again, puzzled. But as soon as he asked, he immediately realized that he had misheard. That young man's name is Jiang Chen. At the time, he never even considered that the younger brother was his son-in-law. After all, from my own perspective, one is a positive image of a talented young man, while the other is a negative image of a spoiled brat who ruins his own daughter. Su Hongshan never imagined that these two images were actually the same person. Come on, young man. No, Xiao Chun. Come here. Su Hongshan took a while to recover and smiled gently as he waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw this. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and then laughed. No. Uncle, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I just wanted a hug. Give me a hug. Uncle, if you want to hit me, just say so. I really didn't want this. Su Hongshan chuckled. Hit you? Look at you, kid. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm so excited. So you're my son-in-law. What's wrong? As your father-in-law, I'm so excited. Can't I even give my son-in-law a hug? Besides, you're my son-in-law and my benefactor. Why would I hit you? Oh, all right then, Jiang Chen said with a sigh of relief, stepping forward and jokingly adding, I thought you knew it was me and were going to break one of my legs. Look at what you're saying. I'd rather break my own dog leg than break yours. Song Qingshu listened from the side, and something just didn't feel right. Have to. You're just a lackey. I'm just a dog's leg. Speaking of this father-in-law and son-in-law, they were all quite courteous to each other, one by one. Seeing Su Hongshan and Jiang Chen embrace each other lightly, Su Hongshan, as the father-in-law, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder with a sigh of relief, officially acknowledging Jiang Chen as his son-in-law. Song Qingshu immediately felt extremely jealous. TSK, such a good son-in-law, and Su Hongshan actually snatched him away. It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Hey Su Hongshan, you old bastard, you're really lucky. You managed to snag such a top-notch son-in-law. Sigh. Song Qingshu sighed. You fucking called me an old geezer. How could my life not be good? Su Hongshan retorted without any politeness. Because we fought together. A friendship that has lasted for many years and involved life-or-death situations. The two of them are used to joking around and teasing each other when they're together. After they're done teasing and teasing each other, they go back to doing what they used to do, and neither of them takes it to heart. And now, Song Qingshu got a cold shoulder from Su Hongshan. He gave an awkward laugh. Then he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. He winked and joked. Young man, congratulations on finding a good father-in-law. But young man, now that you have a wife, wouldn't you like a younger one? If you'd like. How about I let you have my daughter as your concubine? Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I thought to myself, you're asking me this in front of my father-in-law? That's practically a death sentence for me. Really? Song Qingshu hadn't finished speaking yet. He was then scolded by Su Hongshan. Get out. You old geezer, you're dreaming. Giving your daughter to my son-in-law as a concubine? No way. Don't even think about it. Su Hongshan both rebuked and scolded him. Song Qingshu became completely obedient. He could tell that old Su cared too much about his son-in-law, his younger brother, and didn't like others, even good friends, joking about this. So he stopped there. After all, they've been friends for decades. He knows his limits. If he can't be his little brother's father-in-law, then he won't be. I've really angered my old friend. The consequences. But it's not worth the risk, and you'll definitely suffer the consequences. Buzz. At that moment, Su Hongshan's phone rang. Hello, Uncle Fu, what's wrong? Su Hongshan asked on the phone. Although he had been angry and scolding Song Qingshu, he was actually overjoyed. This is fucking ridiculous. The ideal son-in-law she had always longed for. The little brother who cured her legs. Surprisingly, he really is his own son-in-law. I'm so happy and surprised. It feels like a dream come true. Even my wedding night couldn't have been this wonderful. That bastard, break his legs and stuff. He's really something now. He'd rather call himself a coward and break his own legs. She also didn't want her son-in-law to suffer this injustice. But Su Hongshan's joyful and delighted mood was immediately interrupted by the phone call. President Su. Something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan's expression changed. He quickly hung up the phone and said apologetically to Song Qingshan and Jiang Chen, "Excuse me, something's come up at one of my shops. I have to go there." "Could it be that someone is causing trouble?" Song Qingshu asked. "Anyway, I'm free this afternoon, so I'll go with them." With that, she started packing her things. When Su Hongshan saw that Song Qingshu was about to leave, he didn't say anything. After all, it would be too formal to argue or be overly polite with his good friend and buddy of many years. However, Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, "Well, we have something to take care of right now. Why don't you go ahead and do your thing? We can talk to each other later." Su Hongshan tentatively asked Jiang Chen. No need. I'll go with you." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said directly, "He's my father-in-law, after all. They've only just recognized each other, so they have to make a good impression. Besides, my flight is in the evening, and I have time in the afternoon, so I might as well go and take a look. Maybe I can help my father-in-law in some way. It'll be a good opportunity to brag to my little girl when I get back." Chapter 250. Try calling the police. Jiang Chen followed Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu. Not long after, we arrived at the flagship store of Su Family Jewelry in Shanghai. This flagship store is more luxuriously decorated and offers a wider range of products compared to the store where Jiang Chen bought his prized possession in Hangzhou. It displays various products such as gold, jewelry, and jade. Each one is very valuable. Besides, there is also a dedicated area for gambling on stones on the first basement level. That's when the accident happened. It was this piece of rough jade. Boss, the old butler of the Su family, and Uncle Fu, the head of the main store, rushed to greet Su Hongshan as soon as they saw him arrive. "Those people are causing trouble in the jade gambling area. They insist that you come, boss, and give them an explanation. But, in my opinion, these people have ulterior motives. They're probably hired by our opponents to sabotage us. Let's go, I'll take a look." Su frowned, then followed the leader and headed towards the basement level. Uncle Fu and Song Qingshu followed behind, with Jiang Chen trailing behind. About jade gambling. Jiang Chen had learned some things about it before. When jade is mined, it is covered by a weathered outer layer. Only after cutting it open can you know the quality of the jade inside. Stone gambling refers to gambling on the quality of the jade inside. Therefore, there is a great deal of randomness involved. As the saying goes, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, and one cut leaves you in rags. At the same time, in the jade gambling area on the basement level, a group of young people dressed like gangsters were gathered together, cursing and acting arrogantly. They were clearly up to no good. The leader was a sleazy-looking thug with an earring named Wang Xiaoshui. Then Su Hongshan arrived. He snorted coldly. Then came a series of sarcastic and strange beeping sounds. "Yo, Boss Su, you finally arrived. Damn it. When I, Wang Xiaoshui, graced your shop with my presence to gamble on jade, the total amount I spent, if not tens of millions, was at least several 100,000. But every time, what do I get after cutting the rough stone I carefully selected? It's not that it's nothing at all, it's just a bean seed at most. Damn it, they've never even produced the lowest quality glutinous rice. So, Mr. Su, I have every reason to suspect that your shop is a scam. I brought my brothers here today because I want Boss Su to give me an explanation." Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan, he sneered inwardly. "Let me give you an explanation? Oh, you talk like you're some kind of innocent saint. Is this your first time causing trouble here? If you've been bought off by my competitors, just say so. It's really not worth it." Even though he disdained it in his heart, Su Hongshan remained very polite on the surface. "This is Mr. Wang. Since it's gambling on stones, there's an element of chance involved. As the saying goes, even a god can't judge a piece of jade. Mr. Wang has gambled on stones many times, and at most he's only gotten one bean-type stone. It can only be said that Mr. Wang has bad luck. In fact, all the jadeite rough stones in our shop are imported from old mines in Myanmar." "Bullshit Burmese old pit." Wang Xiaoshui cursed. "What bad luck? I get incredibly lucky when I gamble on jade in other people's shops, and I even managed to get a low-quality icy jade once. How come I'm always so unlucky with you? After Wang Xiaoshui finished speaking, a group of young people behind him started to cheer. Yes, everyone else has incredible luck in their shops, so why is your luck so bad? We demand an explanation. No explanation. This isn't over yet. Then, Mr. Wang, what kind of explanation do you want? Su Hengshan asked, suppressing his anger. It's very simple. Since your store is a ripoff, don't blame us for being impolite. Either I lead my brothers to wreak havoc in your shop today, and you can never open this shop again. Either give me 10 times the compensation. No, your Su family is one of the wealthiest families in Shanghai. In that case, asking for 20 times the compensation isn't unreasonable, is it? Wang Xiaoshui said in a nonchalant manner. Su Hengshan was furious, his face turning ashen. Before he could react, his buddy Song Qingshu couldn't take it anymore. This is extortion. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? Wang Xiaoshui heard this and burst into laughter. Yes, I am extorting money, so what? Or, go ahead and call the police. He waved his hand as he spoke. The group of young men behind them swarmed forward, each pulling out their weapons, and immediately surrounded Su Hengshan, Song Qingshu, Jiang Chen, and the others. Chapter 251. The son-in-law is a good son-in-law, but he's a bit of a floor hog. Seeing that Wang Xiaoshui and his group were causing trouble, they surrounded the shop owner. The guests who were there to watch the spectacle. An uproar immediately erupted. They were shocked by Wang Xiaoshui's lawlessness, extorting money in broad daylight, and not even afraid to call the police. On the one hand, there was curiosity. Did Su Hengshan's shop exaggerate its capabilities, or even rip people off? Holy crap! They surrounded the shop owner? They demand an explanation. Awesome. This is going to be interesting. But speaking of which, Mr. Su's shop has been a well-established business for many years. Could it really be a bit shady? Could those old mine rough stones imported from Myanmar be fake? Who knows what that means? Let's watch the show. Let's see if it's a scam or not. We'll find out in a bit. Meanwhile, on Su Hengshan's side, seeing Wang Xiaoshui and his gang's arrogant attitude, I was so angry I almost laughed. It's extortion. Why don't you try calling the police? Su Hengshan has been in the business world for so many years. What hasn't he seen? These people are just acting under orders, deliberately trying to cause trouble. Even if Wang Xiaoshui is gone, there will be Ma Xiaoshui, Niu Xiaoshui, and LV Xiaoshui. If it were before, these petty scoundrels would never dare to act recklessly in front of the Su family. Unfortunately, times have changed. As the Su family's heyday came to an end, nowadays, some nobodies and crooks dare to shit on the Su family's head. But, even though the Su family is now in decline, it still has some foundation. Uncle Fu. Su Hengshan turned his head and gestured to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu nodded in understanding. On the surface, Uncle Fu is the Su family's butler and the head of the jewelry store, but in reality, he is an unparalleled martial arts master. Because Su Hengshan had been kind to him in his early years. Only then did he faithfully serve the Su family. Having received permission from Su Hengshan to act, he stepped forward to intimidate Wang Xiaoshui and his gang. Unexpectedly, just then, bang! With a loud crash, someone suddenly stomped on the floor, sending stone chips flying and creating a dent in the marble floor. Uncle Fu was taken aback when he saw this. He thought to himself, who is this person? His skill is no less than mine. Could he also be causing trouble? In a panic, he stomped his foot on the floor. No, he stomped it heavily on the floor with a thud. Instantly, stone chips flew everywhere. A dent was clearly stomped into the marble floor. However, compared to before, the sound was quieter and the pit was smaller. 2 loud thuds, one large and one small, left everyone in the audience speechless and bewildered, because the one who kicked first was none other than Jiang Chen. He saw that Wang Xiaoshui and his group were too arrogant. I couldn't stand it anymore. I thought to myself, if I don't show off in front of my father-in-law now, when will I ever get another chance? So he stomped his foot. This was used to intimidate Wang Xiaoshui and others. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu did not recognize Jiang Chen. In his surprise, he thought Jiang Chen was also there to cause trouble, so he immediately stomped his foot heavily as well. Although the intensity, it wasn't as good as Jiang Chen's move just now. But the main target of the deterrent became Jiang Chen himself. One of us. One of us. Song Qing-shu was the first to react and quickly introduced. Uncle Fu. This young man is your Su family's son-in-law. He's here to help. Su family's son-in-law. Are they here to help? Uncle Fu was surprised again. This was his son-in-law? So young, yet more capable than him? He had no idea. I understood instantly. She quickly apologized to Jiang Chen. Son-in-law, I'm so sorry. It's all right, it's all right. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He thought to himself, this Uncle Fu, despite his age, actually has considerable skill. He can hold his own against me for a couple of moves. The system says, don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. After, Jiang Chen and Uncle Fu stepped forward together. Face Wang Xiaoshui head on. When Wang Xiaoshui saw it, he was almost scared to death. Someone who can stomp on a marble floor, creating a dent and sending stone chips flying, is a master that even one person is far beyond what a group of us can handle. Not to mention there are two of them. They were a group of violent and aggressive people who bullied ordinary people. But in front of two masters, damn it, no matter how many of them there are, they're just a pile of useless meat. Besides, they're paid to do things. It's really not worth provoking such a master. What do you want? Wang Xiaoshui took a step back, his voice trembling, all his previous arrogance gone. What do we want? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Wanting to impress his father-in-law, he volunteered to take on the task of interrogation. Wang Xiaoshui, didn't you just say you wanted us to give you justice? No need, no need. I was just kidding. Wang Xiaoshui waved his hands repeatedly. Are you kidding me? But you guys just brought out your weapons, so tell me, who ordered you to do it? Jiang Chen said, subtly stepping on Wang Xiaoshui's foot. The foot was immediately crushed, and the marble floor cracked. Oh! Wang Xiaoshui cried out in pain. The pain was so intense that she wanted to scream for her mother, and she was covered in cold sweat. Seeing Jiang Chen's smiling face like that of a demon, she was terrified and simply stopped caring about anything else. It's the Ning family. Ning Xingyang gave me 5 million and told me to do this. His purpose was to deliberately cause trouble and find an excuse to ruin your main store. The group of young people behind him. Seeing this, they hurriedly put away their weapons. They were afraid of being targeted by Jiang Chen. So it's the Ning family. Su Hongshan frowned and said, the Ning and Su families in Shanghai have never been on good terms. They were quite polite to each other before, keeping to themselves as business. But now, they've resorted to such underhanded tactics. Yes, it was Ning Xingyang who ordered it. We're just doing this for money. Otherwise, why would we bother coming here looking for trouble? Please, just ignore it like a fart. We'll never dare to do it again. Wang Xiaoshui begged for mercy in a pitiful manner. As arrogant as they were just moments before, they are now in a miserable state. All right, get lost. Su Hongshan was annoyed by Wang Xiaoshui and his group, so he waved his hand impatiently. Anyway, they had already been taught a lesson, and there was no point in keeping them around. Well, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Su. Wishing Mr. Su a prosperous business and good fortune. Wang Xiaoshui felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He hurriedly exchanged a few auspicious words with Su Hongshan, then nodded and bowed to Jiang Chen before grimacing in pain and hopping away with the group of young people. Wait a minute, Jiang Chen suddenly said at this moment. Su Hongshan looked at his son-in-law with a puzzled expression. When Wang Xiaoshui and his group heard this, they were so scared they almost wet themselves. They all looked at Jiang Chen with trepidation, wondering what else this gentleman needed. Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out, not to leave. Roll? Good. Okay. With Jiang Chen's kind reminder, Wang Xiaoshui and the others quickly realized what was happening. They obediently did as instructed, and one by one they actually rolled out, because on the basement level, most people even had to roll into the elevator for the first time ever. Song Qingshu watched with great interest from the side. This is Jiang Chen. That's really awesome. He was handsome, an expert fisherman, and his skills were astonishing. If only I were as young as Jiang Chen. If only I were as awesome as Jiang Chen. TSK. That would be an incredibly happy life. I secretly envied him. Suddenly, he became interested in a question. Who is better at martial arts, this kid or Uncle Fu? So he asked Uncle Fu beside him, Uncle Fu, in your opinion, what level of your son-in-law's martial arts skills have you reached so far? He only knew Uncle Fu. He is an unparalleled martial arts genius and master. To be able to compare Jiang Chen to Uncle Fu is already a great compliment for the young Jiang Chen. But when Uncle Fu heard this, suddenly, I felt a little embarrassed. What? My son-in-law's martial arts skills are only a fraction of mine? Are you kidding me? Just look at the footprints we left, and you'll know. Uncle Fu said, glancing at Song Qingshu before hurrying off to do other things. 2. Song Qingshu patted his head. So, in the past, we compared the footprints left by Uncle Fu and Jiang Chen on the marble floor. As it happened, Su Hongshan was also quite interested in this matter. As the boss, his visit to inquire about it was certainly not out of concern for his own damaged marble floor. Upon seeing this, both of them were extremely surprised. It turns out that Jiang Chen and Uncle Fu each stomped their feet at the beginning. Although the sounds were louder, the difference was actually not significant. Both were deafening noises. However, despite the similar volume of the noises, the damage the two individuals inflicted on the floor was vastly different. The hole that Uncle Fu stomped in the floor. There were about 2 or 3 broken marble slabs with cracks. And Jiang Chen's stomp. There are as many as 7 or 8 pieces. Even later, when Jiang Chen stomped on Wang Xiaoshuai's foot and crushed it, 3 or 4 marble slabs broke and cracked along with it. Song Qingshu was somewhat stunned when he saw it. Isn't it obvious who has better martial arts skills, Uncle Fu or Jiang Chen? Why? It's a pity he's not my son-in-law. Su Hongshan glanced at Song Qingshu's incredibly envious expression, and inwardly he was overjoyed. Well, this cheap son-in-law is a treasure. Huh. But I glanced at it again, at that large area of damaged floor. To avoid provoking Song Qingshu too much, he deliberately restrained himself, saying, the son-in-law is a good son-in-law, but he wears out the floor a bit. To everyone's surprise, Song Qingshu listened. He immediately felt even more annoyed. That old bastard. Versailles, you idiot. If I had a son-in-law like that, I wouldn't care if he smashed my teak flooring worth tens of thousands of yuan for 10 or 8 years. Chapter 252 Rookie? Triple kill in one wave. They sent Wang Xiaoshuai and his group away. Jiang Chen wandered around the jade gambling area for a while. Looking at the piles of raw stones neatly categorized, he was honestly a little curious, since he had never actually dabbled in jade gambling before. But now, he has that amazing ability to see through things. Playing with jade gambling again would be like a step down. It's just not interesting anymore. He shook his head and was about to leave. It just so happens that Song Qingshu saw it. Song Qingshu is an old hand at gambling on stones. Over the years, he has made more money than he has lost. He immediately became interested when he saw Jiang Chen. Young man, how about a couple of rounds of jade gambling? This is my father-in-law's shop, forget it. It's not that you're gambling alone, it's that we're gambling together. We each choose a rough stone, and then we see whose cut produces the best quality. Is this okay? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Sure, you two can play. Su Hongshan also came over and, having overheard their conversation, chimed in. He had always known that Song Qingshu was a master at gambling on stones. Now in the store, although there are still many customers visiting, and just now, they also sent off Wang Xiaoshuai and his group who were causing trouble. But Wang Xiaoshuai's talk about gambling on stones being a scam is misleading. This still leaves our customers with no doubts. Therefore, at this time, there were almost no people actually buying raw stones for gambling. Having Song Qingshu, a master of jade gambling, accompany his son-in-law to play jade gambling for a while would not only liven up the atmosphere, but also help dispel the doubts of the customers no matter what the final result was. Okay, since both of you uncles have spoken, then I will respectfully comply, Jiang Chen said. Okay, by the way, young man, let's make a bet. If you lose, don't accuse me of bullying a young man, huh? However, even immortals can't judge the value of jade. Maybe you'll have good luck and beat me. Song Qingshu said to Jiang Chen in a modest manner. No problem. If we lose, just don't cry, uncle, Jiang Chen added with a smile. Song Qingshu was full of confidence. He thought to himself, I'm a seasoned jade gambler with a pretty good track record. This time, crushing a newbie in this bet is more than enough. Especially since this newbie is old Sue's precious son-in-law. I can't have it. Well, it would be good to crush them while we're at it. Who told this kid to be so blind? He actually chose the Su family's daughter instead of his own daughter who had just turned 18. Sigh, just 18. My own daughter is as beautiful as a flower, so pretty and delicate. This kid doesn't even try to seduce. That's so hurtful. This kid is pretty arrogant, saying things like, if we lose, don't cry, uncle. Alright, since you've already said it, then let's give you a good cry. However, half an hour later, Song Qing-shu, who was originally full of confidence and anticipation, lost all his smile and became dazed, with an expression of utter disbelief and existential doubt. The grades of jadeite, from low to high, are determined by its texture and clarity. They can be roughly divided into bean type, glutinous ice type, and glass type. He played 3 rounds with Jiang Chen. In the first round, Song Qing-shu drew a bean seed, while Jiang Chen drew a glutinous rice seed. Jiang Chen KO. The second game, Song Qing-shan's seed was of the glutinous rice variety, while Jiang Chen's seed was of the glutinous ice variety. Jiang Chen gets a double kill. In the third round, Song Qing-shu finally obtained an ice seed and thought he had a sure win. But who knew? Jiang Chen's sample was surprisingly a glass-type jadeite. Jiang Chen triple kill. When Song Qing-shu saw that Jiang Chen had driven a glass-type car, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, is this kid really a newbie? You know, I've been gambling on jade for years, and I've never even opened a piece of that glass-type jade. And I'm a seasoned veteran. Now they've been wiped out in one fell swoop by a rookie? Wipe. I'm sorry, Uncle Song. I'm having a lucky day, Jiang Chen said to Song Qing-shu with a smile after his successful jade gambling victory. Song Qing-shan's face turned completely green. Why? Damn, this time, we've really lost face big time. Seeing this, Su Hengshan, who was watching from the sidelines, was even more satisfied with his son-in-law. On the other side, Jiang Chen was given a glass-type car. The scene was a sensation, with customers who witnessed the whole thing exclaiming in amazement. Holy crap! It's bad enough that we just got an icy jadeite, but now we've got a glassy jadeite too? To be honest, that's awesome. Impressive. Are people still saying this shop is a ripoff? Is it a scam? Bullshit. If a ripoff shop could produce high-quality jadeite, I'd go there every day. That is, add me to the list. I spent some time in my father-in-law's shop in the afternoon, drinking tea and chatting. Jiang Chen saw that it was almost time. Then he said he had to take his leave. Su Hengshan originally wanted to persuade Jiang Chen to stay a little longer, even if it meant staying until tomorrow, but after hearing Jiang Chen say that he had to hurry back to Sihai City to see his wife and 3 children, he realized that Jiang Chen needed to hurry back to Sihai City. He let it go. He then personally drove Jiang Chen to the airport in his Rolls-Royce. On the way there, Su Hengshan asked about his daughter's situation. Then, he asked meaningfully, Xiao Chen, is Qing Cheng any less angry with me now? Anger is bad for your health. I'm not angry anymore. Chapter 253 Surprise, isn't it? The father-in-law and his daughter had a big fight, which almost led to a severing of their father-daughter relationship. Jiang Chen had heard of it before, but now, it's unclear whether the little girl is still angry with her father. He really wasn't sure. So much time has passed, she shouldn't be angry anymore, right? Because she was heartbroken, she must still be a little angry, right? None of them are impossible. Because he was still unsure how to answer his father-in-law, Song Qing-shu, upon hearing Su Hengshan's words, could no longer contain himself. That old bastard. It's in Versailles again. Pack. I'm talking about Su Hengshan. Of course you're not angry. With such a great son-in-law, you're overjoyed, ecstatic, and beaming with happiness. Song Qing-shu felt a pang of jealousy. Upon hearing this, Su Hengshan burst into laughter. Song Qing-shu, you're so good at talking. If you're so good at talking, then say more. I love to hear it. Hurrah! Song Qing-shu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Su Hengshan took Jiang Chen to the airport. When Jiang Chen arrived at the location, Li Jun was already there. Where's Lu Weiren? Haven't we arrived yet? Jiang Chen asked Li Jun when he couldn't find Lu Wei. We've arrived. There it is, right there. Li Jun smiled and pointed to a person not far away who was wrapped up tightly. In addition to wearing a large mask, the person was also wearing sunglasses and a hat with the brim pulled low. Jiang Chen saw the person from the beginning but didn't pay any attention to him. Then I turned my head and looked again. I then realized that it really was Lu Wei. Wei Zi, what the hell happened to you? You're all bundled up like a superstar. Did Teacher Yin beat you up again? Hey, it's nothing really. Between boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not called fighting, is it? We were just joking. Lu Wei waved his hand and said helplessly. After a pause, he still took off his hat and sunglasses, since his outfit was too eye-catching. In the past, anyone who saw him would take a second look. I thought this outfit. Which celebrity is it that travels in a low-key manner? When Lu Wei took off his hat and sunglasses, Jiang Chen was immediately surprised, because it looked rather pathetic. Lu Wei had a bruised and swollen eye, turning him into a panda eye. Although she was wearing a large mask, you could still see that her face was red and swollen with some scratches. Moreover, her hairstyle was rather strange. It seems like some of her hair has been pulled out. Wipe. That old maid was really ruthless towards Wei Zi. Jiang Chen looked around but didn't see Yin Li, so he asked Lu Wei, "Where is Teacher Yin?" After joking with me, she had something to do, so she took the high-speed train back to Sihai by herself in the afternoon, Lu Wei said. Wei Zi, I'm not trying to be mean, but what you're doing is domestic violence. Why don't you call the police? Domestic violence? Call the police? No. Brother Chun, forget it. Lu Wei hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. We were just joking around, and besides, Yin Li didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't intentional. How did she beat you up like this? Jiang Chen wondered, thinking to himself, this Wei Zi, could he really have been played to death by that Yin Li? If that's the case, he might as well have continued to fawn over Feng Rongrong in the first place. That. Hey, Chun, don't worry about it. Yin Li and I are doing great. Anyway, I didn't lose out by playing this game with you two like this. You didn't suffer a loss? Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Wei with suspicion. Although the other man had been beaten badly, since he claimed he hadn't suffered any losses, did that mean? Okay. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead and didn't press the matter further. Meanwhile, on Lu Wei's side, they really didn't take it seriously. Brother Chun, who was that person who drove you to the airport in a Rolls-Royce? They seemed quite impressive and important. Lu Wei, sporting a black eye, suddenly became interested and asked Jiang Chen in return. That's my father-in-law, Jiang Chen said. Father-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Yes, that's my wife's dad. Well, I'm not stupid, of course I know. Lu Wei was shocked because he suddenly thought of his father-in-law. If Yin Li was so fierce, what kind of person was her father? So your name is Lu Wei? You bastard, managed to steal my daughter away. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to grab a knife and chop you up right now. Thinking about the future, Lu Wei's legs inexplicably trembled and he shivered. Around 7 or 8 p.m., the plane arrived at Sihai. As soon as Jiang Chen got off the plane, he received a message from his girlfriend saying that she had driven over with their 3 little monsters to pick him up. Jiang Chen was thrilled. After saying goodbye to Li Jun and Lu Wei, I hurriedly went to the parking lot to find the girl. Honey, over here. From a distance, Su Qingsheng waved to Jiang Chen. Wearing high heels, black stockings, and a beige coat, she looked both elegant and graceful. Jiang Chen felt a surge of heat in his heart upon seeing this. I thought to myself, it's only a 2-day trip to Shanghai, but it feels like I haven't seen my little girl for 2 years. He quickly went to greet them. Upon reaching her, he gave the little girl a bear hug and pulled her into his arms. How long have you been waiting? Not long ago, I just arrived too. Actually, Su Qingsheng had been there for at least half an hour, but she was worried about traffic and not being able to pick up Jiang Chen in time. At this moment, Jiang Chen pulled him into his arms. She was overjoyed, her little mouth chattering, about to tell someone what she missed, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen suddenly gave her a gag order. Have to. It really is pig's trotters. There are people around. After being gagged for more than 10 seconds, Su Qingsheng broke free, took a breath, and said coquettishly, Is anyone there? Jiang Chen glanced around, and saw that there were indeed quite a few people in the parking lot. However, he thought, So what if there are people around? Can I kiss my wife? As he spoke, he exaggerated and gave her a few hard pecks before letting go of Su Qingqing. You. Be mindful of your behavior. Su Qingqing was speechless and gave him a shy glare. She hadn't seen him for 2 days, and she really missed him terribly, wanting to kiss him and hug him. But to do this in front of so many people is just too shameless. Well, actually, she likes it quite a bit. How are the kids doing? After kissing the little girl, Jiang Chen wanted to see the 3 little monsters. He hadn't seen them for 2 days and really missed them. Everything's fine. I just woke up a little while ago, Su Qingqing said. Jiang Chen nodded and was about to open the car door when he suddenly stared at the girl with a strange and surprised expression. Wife? You're not wearing anything underneath? What? You're not wearing anything underneath? What are you not wearing? That's it. That's the one. Su Qingqing immediately realized what was happening. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. She realized that she had actually forgotten to wear it until she went out. However, she had been in the car the whole time, so it didn't matter whether she wore it or not. You even noticed that with pig's trotters? He has a good eye? Unable to hold back any longer, he spat out a curse. Get lost. Jiang Chen. Actually, it wasn't that he had exceptional eyesight. The reason he was able to spot it was due to his so-called X-ray vision ability. But it's crucial. Didn't Dog Tongzi say that X-ray vision only works on inanimate objects? What's going on with the system? Jiang Chen immediately asked telepathically. Bite. Originally, the X-ray vision was only effective against inanimate objects. But since the host returned and immediately doted on his wife upon seeing her, he gained extra privileges, making it effective even against his wife. So, were you surprised? Jiang Chen. Surprise? Accident. Surprise my ass. Couldn't it have been done sooner? Jiang Chen shook his head, complained about the dog, then opened the car door and pulled the girl inside as well. Chapter 254. Birds of a feather flock together. What are you doing? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Nothing much. I was just worried my wife would get cold outside, so I brought her inside to warm up, Jiang Chen said, eager to see his 3 little monsters as soon as he got into the car. As for his wife, one at a time. Seeing the shameless person, Su Qingqing was filled with helplessness. Why don't you explain yourself? Who is your wife? Besides, the weather is sunny and the temperature is quite warm today, okay? All 3 little mythical beasts were awake. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, she stared at him with her dark eyes, then waved her hands and feet as if to welcome him. Yo! Haven't seen you for 2 days, my little one. Did you miss Daddy? TSK. It seems cute. Jiang Chen exaggeratedly said a few words, and couldn't help but hug each of the 3 little beasts one by one, pressing his face against the 3 little guys and being affectionate with them. Since I had my own child, my views on children have truly changed a lot compared to before, and I have come to truly understand why children are angels. So much so that I find every child I see incredibly adorable. Of course, the cutest. It's still my own child. After spending a long time being affectionate with the 3 little monsters, Jiang Chen then reached out his hands to his wife. What? Su Qingqing's face flushed red. What do you think? Jiang Chen hugged the other person without hesitation. Honey, this is the airport parking lot. It's very crowded. Can we be a little more considerate? No, I just kissed my wife. What else could I have done? Besides, I was outside the car, and we've already kissed her. What am I afraid of? You just want to kiss? I know you too well, you shameless bastard. What are you talking about? Don't you know anything about me? Do you think I can do anything other than kissing? You. The 3 children are still there. It's okay. I'm a decent person. Besides, they wouldn't understand anyway. Shameless. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Chen drove his wife and children home. On the road, Jiang Chen shared some of his observations and experiences in Shanghai, as well as the story of barbecue restaurants expanding into the city. After a pause, he said to Su Qingqing, by the way, wife, this time when I went to Shanghai, I unexpectedly met a very important and unexpected person. Someone very important and quite unexpected? Who is it? Su Qingqing asked curiously. Her face was flushed, and she was leaning back in her chair, feeling a little tired after what had just happened. I unexpectedly ran into my father-in-law, Jiang Chen said. Your father-in-law? That is my dad. Oh this. Su Qingqing was immediately surprised. But didn't my mom say that she and my dad live in Hangzhou now? How come my dad went to Shanghai? Your dad just went to Shanghai. They said they need to take care of the Su family's businesses in Shanghai. They can't let them continue like this. Oh. Su Qingqing nodded. She knew about her father's ambition. Before she had that big fight with her father, the Su family's business had already begun to decline, and now, needless to say, it's even worse than before. My dad must be very anxious. Even though I was staying in Hangzhou with my mother for a while, it's also destined that they won't stay long. So, how did my dad treat you after you met him? She couldn't offer much help to the Su family for the time being. So Su Qingqing sighed inwardly and then asked the question that concerned her most. It's all right. Your dad and I went fishing for a while, had a meal, and then visited his flagship jewelry store. I also took care of a few troublemaking young men. So it seems my dad is really good to you, Su Qingqing nodded. But how come there are still young people causing trouble? Honey, are you all right? Her concern for Jiang Chen was evident in her words. Of course your husband is fine. Sending away a few young men is a piece of cake for me. Besides, you know what I, your husband, am capable of. Cut. Su Qingqing blushed slightly and gave a disdainful look. Afterwards, Jiang Chen remembered that on the way to the Shanghai airport, his father-in-law had asked whether Qingqing was still angry with him. So he casually asked the girl about it. Am I still angry with my dad? Why would I be angry? Ever since I've been with you, I haven't been angry at all, Su Qingqing said without thinking, but then her tone became a little agitated. No, what does my dad mean by asking that? Is he still angry with me? Well, back then, he was a father, a chauvinist, who completely ignored my thoughts and treated me almost like a commodity. And he still thinks he's right. Why is he angry with me? Seeing that the little girl was not only agitated, but even a little aggrieved, Jiang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that the little girl would still have some resentment even today. All right. A filial daughter, no? Honey, your dad isn't angry. He just asked you through me. Didn't your dad get angry with me? Of course. He also said that getting angry is bad for your health, meaning you shouldn't get angry either. Su Qingqing nodded, her tone returning to normal. Then, she glanced at Jiang Chen with some concern. Honey, tell me the truth. What do you think of my dad? He's all right. Quite easygoing. Not bad at all, Jiang Chen said after thinking for a moment. Actually, at first, I didn't know anything about your father, and I was afraid that he would suddenly lash out and break one of my legs. Who knew that when your dad found out? He burst out laughing and said he'd rather break one of his dog's legs than break one of mine. Su Qingqing's expression was tense because she was a little worried. Upon hearing this, he chuckled. This? You too. Aren't you even listening to what you're saying? But, birds of a feather flock together. Well, they really are a perfect match. Chapter 255 The Virtuous Wife Plan. We arrived at Chunjiang Pavilion's home. Jiang Chen put the three little monsters out of the car. As soon as they entered the door, Su Qingqing said very proactively, Honey, I'll cook for you tonight. You cook? Jiang Chen felt a wave of fear. After returning from his trip to Shanghai, he was a bit hungry and didn't want to eat that carefully prepared culinary disaster again. Honey, you must be tired from work. How about I do it? Or Aunt Lu can do it too. He tried to subtly remind the girl. Snort. They just think my cooking isn't good enough. But don't worry, honey, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with what I make this time, Su Qingqing said, then enthusiastically tied on her apron and went to the kitchen to get busy. Jiang Chen was speechless. Satisfied? I'd be more satisfied if you didn't do it. With his protests ineffective, he had no choice but to sit down on the sofa, watching his little monster while helplessly cracking sunflower seeds and eating a few peanuts to fill his stomach. More than an hour later, Su Qingqing finally finished cooking. Honey, come and try my cooking. I guarantee you'll love it. She excitedly placed the food on the table. Okay. Jiang Chen's stomach was growling with hunger. When he went over to take a look, he saw a tomato and egg stir-fry, a stir-fried pork with chili peppers, a cumin lamb dish, served with rice, and a seaweed and egg soup. 3 dishes and a soup. Just make do with this. Su Qingqing, served Jiang Chen rice. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 dishes and the soup. but judging from its appearance, it immediately felt like, this is exactly what I expected. Surprisingly, after eating it, I found it to be quite good, the kind of food that I could actually eat. How was it, honey? Seeing that Jiang Chen had tried them all, Su Qingqing asked with anticipation. Not bad, Jiang Chen said. Oh, not bad. Su Qingqing was overjoyed. I knew you'd like it. As she spoke, she served Jiang Chen a large bowl of seaweed and egg soup. How did you do that? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. To be honest, the taste of the dishes was just average, but for the girl, it was already quite good. I learned it through hard work. I find cooking videos online and follow them step by step, over and over again. If I really don't understand something, I ask Aunt Lu for help. When I have nothing to do in the evening, I practice cooking. And that's how it is. Su Qingqing's face was full of excitement and pride as she spoke. How about it? Isn't your wife virtuous and intelligent? Yes, indeed. That's fine then, honey. If it's delicious, eat more. After that, Su Qingqing served Jiang Chen 4 or 5 bowls of rice. No. Honey, are you feeding me like a pig? Jiang Chen rubbed his stomach, looking troubled, as another bowl of rice was brought to him. He really couldn't eat anymore. Isn't it good to treat you like a pig? So you won't have to fight with the baby for food at night. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen had just sat down on the sofa to rest for a while when the little girl quietly came over again. Honey, shall I give you a shoulder massage? Honey, shall I wash your feet? Honey, you went to Shanghai, shouldn't you change your clothes? Here, give me your underwear and socks, I'll hand wash them for you. Honey, are you alright? Jiang Chen hugged the girl tightly and gave her a light kiss. It's nothing, Su Qingqing said. In fact, she really was fine. Jiang Chen had been in Shanghai for 2 days, and she had been taking care of the 3 kids at home at night. Even with Aunt Lu's help, it was still quite a struggle. Taking care of 3 little monsters to eat, drink, and relieve themselves at night is definitely not an easy task. Thinking back, it was always someone who took care of me at night, while I was mostly too tired to do anything else. I was just a tool, or rather, a baby bottle. I can't help but admire how hard someone works. I immediately wanted to be nicer to him, even nicer. In addition, I had already planned to be a good wife some time ago. Therefore, someone came back. She then set about implementing it further. Are you alright? Jiang Chen was of course unaware of the little girl's thoughts. He held her in his arms and gently pinched her pert nose. It's nothing. Why would I be so nice to you? After saying that, she gave him another light peck on his cherry lips. Of course it's okay. What? I'm your wife. Isn't it only natural for me to treat my husband well? Su Qingqing blinked and retorted. She pouted and said, Besides, wasn't I good to you before? After saying that, he deliberately rubbed his nose against Jiang Chen's clothes. It has to be said, right now, sitting on the sofa with my boyfriend, chatting casually, it feels so good. Okay, of course it's great. Jiang Chen was overjoyed at the sight. It was truly rare to see a little white rabbit taking the initiative to fawn over a big bad wolf. Since that's the case, honey, you're so good to me. How about you go all the way and take a shower, get all clean, and then wait for me in bed? No, honey, you still want it. What else? Roll. Can't you just sit with me on the sofa and have a proper talk? On the sofa? That's fine. Huh? You. Su Qingqing was speechless, utterly exasperated by that jerk. It's true that all roads lead to Rome. After giving him a glare, using the excuse of going to see the 3 mythical beasts, she broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace. However, she had already made up her mind. After settling the 3 little mythical beasts, she would obediently go to take a bath. Well, how should I put it? After all, this is a case of absence making the heart grow fonder. Su Qingqing thought to herself. Arriving at the stroller, I checked the diapers of the 3 little monsters as usual, starting with the eldest's. However, as soon as my hand touched the eldest's little body, I frowned slightly. Then she touched Xiao Bao's little body. His brows were also furrowed. She quickly touched the baby's little body, then called out to Jiang Chen. Honey, come quick and see if these 3 babies are sick. Chapter 256 Mycoplasma Infection. Are the 3 babies sick? Jiang Chen was startled. My son was sick a while ago. He had rosella and a high fever for a long time. Here we go again. Surely not. Jiang Chen quickly went to the crib. Feel the body temperature of the three little creatures. Baby's body temperature is naturally higher than adults, but at this moment, the body temperature of the three little ones felt significantly higher. Let's take your temperature. As he spoke, he brought out 3 spare mercury thermometers. Measurement results. The 3 little mythical creatures had body temperatures of 39.2 degrees Celsius, 39.1 degrees Celsius, and 37.9 degrees Celsius, respectively. In other words, apart from Xiao Bao's 37.9 degrees Celsius, De Bao and Air Bao both had high fevers. Therefore, at this time, perhaps because of discomfort, Xiao Bao squirmed and soon started crying. De Bao and Air Bao were a little listless, but because of Xiao Bao's crying and their own discomfort, they also started crying. However, the voice was very low, obviously because it was weak. What's going on? How did it suddenly start burning? When we came back, everything was fine, wasn't it? And Xiao Bao, she just recovered from Rosella. How come she has a fever now? When Su Qingsheng saw that all 3 babies had fevers, 2 of them with high fevers, she immediately became a little anxious. Because I had never encountered this situation before, I almost burst into tears. Children have weak immune systems. A sudden fever indicates that the illness has actually been incubating for some time, and there are too many reasons for a fever, Jiang Chen said with a frown. You should go to the hospital as soon as possible. With a fever like this, it's best to see a doctor first. As he spoke, he immediately began packing his things for the hospital. In his haste, Jiang Chen became somewhat flustered. Why? I'll say it again. I'd rather be sick myself than have my child get sick. Because the child was sick, there was an unusual commotion in the house, which also alerted Aunt Lu. Normally, she would finish her work in the evening. They were very self-aware and stayed in their own rooms. This would give the young couple more freedom. At this moment, knowing that all 3 children had fevers, she felt both guilty and explanatory. Actually, when I was taking care of the 3 children this afternoon, I felt that they were a little listless. But they seemed to be able to eat and sleep well, so I didn't pay much attention at the time. Who knew they would develop a fever that night? What? If I had known, I would have told you about this immediately. Aunt Lu is all right, Jiang Chen reassured her. After getting to know her over the past few days, he realized that Aunt Lu was a good person, responsible at work, and very considerate in her daily life. The story of the 3 children having fevers. Don't say Aunt Lu didn't notice it beforehand. Even Jiang Chen himself, after returning from Shanghai, held each of the 3 babies in his arms, showering them with affection, and did not notice anything unusual. As they were talking, Jiang Chen had already packed up and was about to push the stroller away. Honey, I'll go too, Su Qingqing said. This time all 3 kids are sick, you can't manage on your own. Besides, I'll be worried sick at home. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chen thought about it and realized it made sense. Treating 3 little monsters by himself would be quite a challenge. We arrived at the hospital quickly. Because it was evening, I went to the emergency room. The triplets are a striking presence wherever they go, even in the hospital, attracting a lot of attention and onlookers. However, regarding the curiosity of those people, Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were in no mood for anything else. After registering, they had to have blood drawn and oral swabs taken from their 3 babies to check for influenza A, influenza B, mycoplasma, and other infections. 20 minutes later, the results are in. All 3 little ones have mycoplasma infection. Chapter 257, Who wasn't a baby over 200 months old back then? Mycoplasma infection? What happened? Su Qingqing was a little surprised. Doctor, I know there are a lot of mycoplasma infections lately, but our 3 children haven't been to any crowded places. How did I get infected with mycoplasma? The doctor in charge of nighttime Rosella was a woman. I was genuinely surprised to see that the sick babies were triplets. In all my years of medical practice, I've seen twins, but triplets were a first for me, especially since she is so beautiful and cute. This is truly rare. Seeing Su Qingqing's anxious expression, the female doctor was unsurprised and patiently explained as usual. The child's parent. Judging from the current condition of the 3 children, they may have been infected for several days. Just because you didn't take your child to crowded places doesn't mean there's no chance of mycoplasma infection. Mycoplasma infection can occur in multiple ways, such as droplet transmission, contact transmission, and mother-to-child transmission, etc. Mother-to-child transmission? Su Qingqing asked again. Yes, it's breastfeeding. But why am I okay? It's normal that you don't have any symptoms. A positive mycoplasma test varies from person to person. Not everyone will have symptoms. Babies have weak immune systems, so it's not surprising that they might have a fever. Oh. Su Qingqing thought about it and agreed. Since mother-to-child transmission, I'm fine. Even a pig's trotter is fine. It's just a pity for the 3 little ones. After, the female doctor then performed a thorough examination on the 3 babies. It would be best to take x-rays of the 3 babies again. Do we still need to film? This time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes, all 3 babies have some degree of RALs in their lungs, which may indicate pneumonia. All right. It seems the 3 children's condition is quite serious this time. Jiang Chen shook his head. Together with Su Qingqing, they took their 3 little monsters to film a movie. The X-ray results confirmed what the female doctor had said. All 3 little ones had pneumonia of varying degrees. Now, it's mycoplasma infection plus pneumonia. The only option is to be hospitalized. Jiang Chen quickly completed the hospitalization procedures. The triplets had 3 different numbers and 3 beds, which took up a whole ward. The 3 little ones, because of their young age, had to receive intravenous infusions via scalp veins. Although the 3 little ones didn't even have time to react and cry while receiving the 4 drip, the nurse had already inserted the needle. But seeing this scene, Su Qingqing couldn't help but have her eyes redden. Jiang Chen also felt bad. He had seen videos and news reports of children crying their hearts out because of injections, and at the time, he just found it funny. But now, there was absolutely nothing funny about it. It's true, everyone loves their own child. It's all right, daughter-in-law. Whose child hasn't been sick? Even the emperor's child gets sick sometimes. Besides, we all had to get injections when we were kids, didn't we? Jiang Chen felt bad, but seeing the little girl's eyes were red, and she was almost in tears, he went over to comfort her. Su Qingqing nodded. But they are so young, I still can't help myself when I see them. They're small now, but in a few years, these 3 little guys will turn into 3 unruly brats that everyone hates, causing trouble for you all the time, and you'll want to beat them up every day, Jiang Chen added. But even if you beat them up, you should still feel sorry for them when you see how pitiful they look when they are sick or getting injections. That's true. Actually, to be honest, when Jiang Chen was a child, what he feared most was not being beaten, but getting injections in his buttocks when he was sick. Get a shot in the buttock. It may not be very painful, but it will be a lifelong nightmare. Even now, thinking back on it, I still have quite a few lingering fears. The thought of trying an injection in the buttocks again would send shivers down my spine. In that sense, why? Who wasn't a baby over 200 months old back then? The 3 little monsters hadn't been receiving 4 drips for long. On the other side, Song Mei texted Su Qingqing before going to bed, wanting to video chat with her grandchildren so she could get a good night's sleep. However, she was shocked to hear that all 3 babies were hospitalized. It has been confirmed that the 3 little ones are indeed sick and hospitalized. Song Mei was extremely flustered. He kicked Zhang Dapeng, who had already fallen asleep, awake. Then, the couple rushed to the hospital. What's going on? Why did you suddenly get sick and have to be hospitalized? Is it that serious? Zhang Dapeng was exhausted and very sleepy, so he went to bed early that day. But when he heard that his 3 beloved grandchildren were hospitalized, he couldn't sleep at all. They arrived at the hospital in one go. They asked Song Mei about the condition of the 3 babies. Seeing the pitiful state of the 3 little babies receiving 4 drips, I felt incredibly sorry for them too. Zhang Dapeng was relieved to learn that there was nothing seriously wrong and that he would recover after a few days of 4 fluids. Song Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but look at the 3 little babies again and again. Care and compassion were written all over his face. Turning around, she noticed that Jiang Dapeng had taken off his mask and couldn't help but say with disdain, "Hey Jiang Dapeng, all 3 of your kids are sick. Can't you at least wear your mask properly? What if you give it to 3 more children and they get some kind of virus? When will the child be discharged from the hospital?" Seeing this, Su Qingqing smiled and said, Sister May, it's the child who's sick now, infected with mycoplasma, not uncle. But it's good that uncle is wearing a mask to prevent himself from getting infected. Song Mei and Jiang Daping are in the hospital room. I watched the 3 babies for a while, stayed for more than an hour, and when I found nothing was wrong, I went home. Honey, you should go back too. I'll be fine here tonight. After seeing that his parents had left, Jiang Chen checked the time and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, so he said to Su Qingqing, But can you manage on your own? Forgot again? A man can't say no. Tisich, I'm talking about serious matters. I'm talking about serious business, Jiang Chen smiled. Go ahead, you have to go to work tomorrow. The company is rushing to mass-produce new products, isn't it? The children might have to stay here for a week, but I'll be fine with them. But Su Qingqing couldn't bear to part with the children, and she also couldn't bear to part with her husband. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, but the 3 little monsters got sick, which disrupted all their plans. But what is it? Jiang Chen pulled down his mask and couldn't resist leaning down to peck the girl. Do you perhaps want to be with me in the hospital room? Oh, roll. Su Qingqing was startled when she saw someone's outstretched hands. Her face immediately turned red, and she spat out a curse. All right then, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. As he spoke, he returned the peck to Jiang Chen. We'll be heading back soon. Just then, Buzz. Su Qingqing's phone rang. When she took it out and looked at it, she was somewhat surprised, and her expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Who called? Jiang Chen asked, noticing the girl's strange expression. My dad. Your dad. Jiang Chen was also a little puzzled. He wondered if his father-in-law had something important to tell his daughter at this hour. Then answer it. Su Qingqing nodded. Because of a big argument back then, with each side sticking to their own version of events, she and her father hadn't been in contact for a long time. Anything they had to say or discuss was relayed through by Huiyan. My dad suddenly called. Su Qingqing was somewhat surprised. Thinking this, she answered the phone. Hello, Dad. Chapter 258, Marrying a Pig, Following the Pig. Hey, Qingqing. It's been a long time since we've been in touch, hasn't it? Su Hongshan asked with a gentle yet cautious smile on the other end of the phone. Compared to a few years ago, his temper has improved a lot. He has lost much of his arrogance. They also became less stubborn and self-righteous. A serious illness did indeed cause his views on many things in life to change significantly. However, Su Qingqing, after the initial greeting, she remained silent for a while. In fact, Su Hongshan had called her before, trying to reconcile with his daughter. However, Su Qingqing did not answer because she harbored resentment. That's why I got through to my dad on the phone this time. To some extent, it's also because she's come to terms with it now and doesn't want to dwell on it anymore. Even so, to be honest, she doesn't hold any resentment at all now, as if nothing ever happened. That's not very realistic. What's wrong, daughter? Are you still angry with your old man? Su Hongshan gave a wry smile. He knew his daughter's temper quite well. When she got stubborn, not even 10 donkeys could pull her back. Seeing that his daughter remained silent, he had no choice but to continue talking by himself. Don't be angry. Getting angry is bad for your health. Looking back, I was too bad-tempered and too self-righteous. I didn't respect you or ask for your opinion. But Dad, it was difficult for me back then too. Because the Su family is in trouble and needs something from the Ming family. So no matter how arrogant I am, I have no choice but to bow down to the Ming family. But now that I think about it, even if we had successfully reached a cooperation agreement with the Ming family back then, what good would it have done? The Ming family is no benevolent family to begin with. And even if we had reached a cooperation agreement, they might not have been genuinely willing to lend a helping hand. Ugh, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. In short, it was Dad's fault back then. I shouldn't have blamed you, said so many hurtful things, and argued with you. I've made you suffer these past 2 years. Dad apologizes. Also, actually, after we found out that you gave birth in Sihai, your mother and I have always wanted to go and see you. It's just that my body is letting me down. That's why it's been delayed again and again. Su Hongshan gave his daughter an explanation. Su Qingqing, listening to this, was deeply moved. After all, he was her father, and hearing what he said, she understood that he had also been in a difficult position at the time. especially now that he is apologizing to himself. Therefore, at this time, the last trace of resentment in Su Qingqing's heart immediately vanished. When Su Hengshan said that his body was not cooperating, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Dad, what's wrong with your health? Are you sick?" he asked with concern. Su Hengshan was pleased to hear that his daughter was finally willing to talk to him. "I felt much relieved." "Hey, it's nothing, just a minor leg problem," she said casually, then added, "But thanks to you, Qingcheng, my little problem is almost completely healed now." "Thanks to me?" Su Qingqing was baffled. "Yes, it's all thanks to the good son-in-law you found for me," Su Hengshan said with a smile. "Good son-in-law?" Su Qingcheng didn't react for a moment. "It's Xiao Chun." "Ah." Su Qingcheng was surprised and looked up at the pig's trotter, thinking to herself, "Is that so? All right, Qingcheng. It's already late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Take good care of yourself. As long as you, Xiao Chen, and the 3 children are doing well, your mother and I will be at ease. Let's wait a few days. Once I've finished dealing with the important matters in Shanghai, your mother and I will go to Sihai to see you too and the child." He successfully resolved his daughter's resentment towards him. In Su Hengshan's heart, they were absolutely overjoyed. "Okay, Dad. You and Mom take care of yourselves too." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Su Qingqing looked at someone and asked, "Did you heal my dad's leg?" Yeah. Actually, it was the time I went to Hangzhou. I went to the jewelry store to buy you a gift. I ran into the shop owner who had a minor leg problem, so I casually gave him acupuncture. But at the time, I really didn't expect that he was my father-in-law." Jiang Chen briefly explained the situation. However, to avoid worrying the girl, just like her father-in-law has a minor leg problem. In fact, at that time, my father-in-law's leg was no minor problem. Not to mention that both legs are severely paralyzed. His overall condition and mental state were very poor. What a coincidence! Su Qingqing was extremely surprised. Then, she stared at Jiang Chen with a meaningful look in her eyes. "No. Honey, how come you know how to do everything? Massage, acupuncture, cooking, and so on. What can we do? Your husband is so talented." Jiang Chen shamelessly showed off. "But actually, I'm not good at everything. For example, when the 3 babies have fevers or mycoplasma, I don't know what to do." "That's true." Su Qingqing nodded. Following my gaze, I couldn't help but look at the 3 little babies. Oh, if only I could take their place and be sick instead. But I hadn't even looked at it for 2 seconds. Jiang Chen turned him around and asked, "Wife, what's going on with the Ming family?" Jiang Chen asked a question he considered very important. As for the tone, it has a slightly sour taste. The Ming family? As soon as Su Qingqing saw Jiang Chen's expression, she knew what he was thinking. So she didn't hide anything and said, "The Ming family is a wealthy and powerful family in Shanghai. At that time, our Su family needed something from the Ming family. So my dad wanted me to go on a blind date with some young master from the Ming family, but I hated it so much that I refused to see him. Then the conflict between my dad and me broke out. Of course, afterwards, our Su family was inevitably subjected to relentless suppression by the Ming family." "Oh, so you almost became the young mistress of the Ming family back then?" Jiang Chen put his arm around the girl's slender waist, savoring the moment. "No way," Su Qingqing chuckled. "Honey, don't tell me you're really jealous?" "Hara, what young mistress of the Ming family? Bullshit. The Ming family is a wealthy family, and our Su family wasn't bad either. We just suffered an accident. Besides, my dad made me go on blind dates. I hadn't even met the right person yet, and I even said that I'd rather be an old maid for the rest of my life than go on blind dates or get married." It really made my dad furious. As Su Qingqing spoke, she looked at Jiang Chen's expression and burst into laughter. She couldn't help but hook her arm around his neck, stand on tiptoe, and give him sweet pecks again and again. TSK, TSK. The way that pig's trotter looked jealous. I absolutely love it. "And now," Jiang Chen retorted one by one. "Now," Su Qingqing retorted. "There's nothing we can do now. I've become a young married woman and have had 3 children. I can't be an old maid anymore. I guess I'll just have to follow my husband wherever he goes." No, it should be follow your husband wherever he goes. Chapter 259, My Girlfriend's First New Year's Gift. I heard the young woman say, "If you marry a pig, you should follow the pig." Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Speaking of this girl, in one breath, with just 3 sentences, he compared himself to 3 different animals. What was he thinking? Was he a pig brain? Thinking like that, he gave the girl a hard peck. Then, "Wife, tell me yourself, if I'm a pig, but you're my wife, then what are you?" Cut. You want me to say it's a sow? Can't I be the owner of the pigs? Su Qingqing playfully stuck out her tongue, then couldn't help but glance at the 3 little beasts who were currently receiving 4 drips. Then he added, "Let's go. Take good care of my 3 children, otherwise." Are you trying to imitate my mom here? Otherwise what? Go back and get some rest. Okay. After Su Qingqing returned, the ward fell silent, leaving only Jiang Chen and the 3 little ones. 3 little ones. Perhaps because of illness and fatigue, they were all sleeping peacefully with their little hands raised. Just looking at their movements and their little faces, they looked like adorable little angels. But as soon as I saw the 4 needle in my head, I hope the babies get well soon. When the 4 drip finished, the nurse came into the ward to change the dressing and saw Jiang Chen alone. She was surprised and asked, "Are you taking care of the child alone at night?" "Yes, I'm the one who takes care of her at home every night," Jiang Chen said. "But this is a hospital, and all 3 of your children are sick. At night, you not only have to feed them and change their diapers, but you also have to observe their condition, take their temperature, and so on. After a whole night of this, you can basically forget about getting any sleep." The nurse kindly offered this reminder. It's easier if the child is older. The key point is that these are only 2 or 3 months old babies, and not just 1, but triplets. Taking care of 3 babies at night by one person is indeed quite a challenge. To the nurse's surprise, when confronted with his well-intentioned reminder, the other person shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I'm used to it." All right. Since the person didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it, the nurse didn't say anything more, quickly changed the dressing and came out, glancing at the person as she did so. Although it's a bit presumptuous to take care of someone alone at night. But to be fair, it's quite pleasing to the eye, and the production team is very responsible. As for taking care of the 3 little ones at night, he doesn't sleep. Jiang Chen, whose physique had been enhanced, said he felt no pressure. The next morning, it was just past 7 o'clock when Song Mei arrived in a hurry with breakfast. Not long after, Su Qingqing also arrived. Song Mei brought Jiang Chen homemade steamed buns and soy milk, while Su Qingqing brought him jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, and milk. Needless to say, the jianbing guozi was store-bought. Jiang Chen stayed up all night. I was hungry, and since my mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were feeding me breakfast at the same time, I didn't stand on ceremony and started eating right away. But Jiang Chen was eating a meat bun with gusto when he suddenly remembered something. "Mom, you're being really good to me these days." Song Mei knew, of course, that her son was referring to the time when Su Qingqing was hospitalized for childbirth, and she hadn't brought him any food. "What are you saying? You're my son. Isn't it only right that I treat you well?" Song Mei said with a smile. "Besides, if I dared to treat you badly now, your wife wouldn't agree." "That's right. Sister Mei, if you dare to treat my husband badly, I'll be the first to object." Su Qingqing chimed in, feigning a fierce tone. Song Mei covered her mouth and laughed. "Have to. Look at this silly wife. To protect her husband, she actually dared to be so domineering with your best friend. No, your mother-in-law." Huh. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, instantly felt a sense of being pampered. Well, after being pampered by his mother, being pampered by his wife now, this feeling is really great. Su Qingqing came this time. Besides bringing breakfast for Jiang Chen, I also brought 2 glasses, which were, of course, for breast milk. This is for the child. If you're warming up breast milk for the baby, try not to use a microwave. Just use hot water. Su Qingqing instructed Jiang Chen before leaving. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, took the 2 glasses filled with breast milk, and told the nurses that he could borrow their refrigerator. When Song Mei saw this, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, these are 2 huge cups. All right. But thinking about it, it's normal. Now that the 3 little ones are all so big, They must eat a lot more than before. Jiang Chen spends both day and night at the hospital taking care of his 3 little ones. Sleep time. I've reduced it to 2 or 3 hours a day, and it's all done in the spare moments between busy schedules. This kind of work schedule is almost back to when my daughter had just given birth. However, compared to before, the 3 sick cubs might be a bit more troublesome, because I need to take my temperature every now and then. Check if the little ones have a fever, and if so, whether it's a low-grade or high fever. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced physique, Jiang Chen was able to hold on. As a result, the nurses were secretly amazed and clicked their tongues in amazement. It was one thing to be handsome, but he was also so healthy. No wonder he was able to have 3 children at once. Su Qingcheng is actually. It's a busy time of year. After the company's 3 new products passed official review and approval and completed a series of procedures, it began to work on mass production and market launch. She went home to rest that night. But during the day, he still goes to the hospital every other day. Sometimes, she would even take advantage of her lunch break to go over and have lunch with Jiang Chen, and also give the 3 little ones a fresh and hot lunch. The 3 cubs are recovering quite well. However, due to pneumonia and pharyngitis caused by mycoplasma, the treatment time in the hospital was extended from the initial 7 days to 14 days. During this period, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng couldn't bear to see their son working so hard, so the couple forced Jiang Chen to take a few night shifts instead. On Su Qingcheng's side, under her leadership, the company's 3 new products, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, were launched in small batches as scheduled. Snow Skin Mud primarily focuses on skincare. It can make skin as white and tender as a baby's, which is something that women naturally have a strong demand for, and more men also have this demand. Needless to say, hair growth serums are another story. In modern society, due to various factors, far too many people are going bald suddenly. This potent hair growth serum directly addresses a key pain point. But, in contrast, among the 3 new products launched in small batches, the hair removal liquid actually had the best sales response. Although the price is a bit high, but its reputation is absolutely phenomenal. Hair Removal Artifact. Permanent hair removal, a one-time solution, you deserve it. The first gift I'll give my girlfriend for the new year. As a result, the 3 new products were an instant hit. Chapter 260. I'm lying flat. Do you know how to do it? After a small batch trial launch of 3 new products, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, and seeing their popularity, Su Qingcheng immediately expanded production. However, due to the ramp-up of production capacity, the 3 new products are still in short supply, especially hair removal liquid. It became an overnight sensation. It is very popular among young men and women, so much so that scalpers have started reselling it at inflated prices. But even if the price doubles, it is still very easy to sell. In response to this, some of the veteran sales staff in the company's sales department are the ones who can't be persuaded to ride the horse. Skin smoothing mud and hair growth serum. Sales are booming, which is easy to understand. One product focuses on skincare, and the other on hair growth. Seeing the product's effectiveness, they can't help but want to buy it. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Who doesn't want to look beautiful? But this hair removal liquid, that's a bit puzzling. Of the 3 products, the most expensive was the one that sold the best. As soon as it arrived, it was almost sold out. According to customer profiles, women bought far more than men. Okay, I might be out of touch. I'm not quite getting what young people are looking for. But, even if they didn't understand it, the overwhelming demand and booming popularity of the new product made everyone in the company extremely happy, and they were eager to make a big profit. Su Qingcheng is the company president who oversees all aspects of the business. Of course, they were extremely busy, coordinating production, allocating raw materials, resolving disputes, and so on. When things get busy, there's not even time to drink a sip of water. Even so, Su Qingcheng still tries her best to make time to go to the hospital to be with someone and the 3 little ones, even if it's just for a short 10 minutes or so. Thank you, honey. If you hadn't provided the formula and processing technology, these 3 new products wouldn't have been developed and launched so quickly. That noon, Su Qingcheng took some time to come over again, have lunch with Jiang Chen, and also feed the three little ones. Then, leaning against someone, he said with no small amount of gratitude, "Thank me for what?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Honey, look at you. You're calling me husband now. We're an old married couple now, so it's only right that I offer some help," he said, ruffling the girl's hair. "So what if we're an old married couple? You should still thank them." Su Qingqing smiled. At this moment, her career was just beginning to take off, her family was happy, and her heart was filled with a kind of indescribable sweetness and joy. She couldn't help but give someone a sweet kiss. "Honey, do you know? Our 3 new products are really popular with the market. I've arranged for people to work overtime to produce them, but we still can't keep up with demand. Even scalpers have appeared." "Oh, scalpers have even appeared." Jiang Chen was surprised. It was so popular. No wonder it was a top-tier product. "Yes," Su Qingsheng said proudly. "Currently, even our own company employees find it quite difficult to buy a set of products. And also, honey, do you remember that company I used to work for through a university enterprise cooperation program? They've been seeing a good response to our new product launch recently, and yesterday they took the initiative to ask us to cooperate." "So, do you agree?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course not. How did they steal my achievements back then? How did they kick me out? And now they actually have the nerve to ask us for cooperation?" "Huh," Su Qingqing said. "Seeing the little girl made me incredibly happy." Jiang Chen felt very pleased. "But my wife, as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. It's certainly something to be happy about when a product is very popular, but we also have to guard against being smeared, slandered, or attacked. Of course, I will handle this carefully." "Okay, that's good." The two chatted for a while. Su Qingsheng looked at Jiang Chen, who looked somewhat haggard from taking care of the child day and night these past few days. "I couldn't help but feel another pang of heartache." She took his arm and said, "Honey, look at you. You've worked so hard these past few days. Once the 3 little ones are fully recovered, let's go home, and I'll treat you to a nice meal." Jiang Chen didn't look in the mirror much. He didn't know if he looked haggard, but he knew that his strengthened body was as great as ever, without a single problem. Hearing what the little girl said, I immediately became interested. "How do you want to reward FAR?" Seeing Jiang Chen's question, Su Qingsheng was momentarily stumped and immediately wondered if she had been too hasty just now. But when I think about how hard that pig's trotter worked, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's only natural for a wife to reward her husband. "That's up to you. You can do whatever you want, or I can serve you however I want," Su Qingqing said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Really?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Of course." Su Qingchang hesitated for a second before replying bravely. Looking at the girl's shy yet brave expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He gently pinched her nose and said with doting eyes, "You silly wife. You think you can serve me? If I lie down, do you know what to do next? Let's take another step back. Even if you knew how to do it, do you still have enough strength right now?" Chapter 261. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are coming to see Hai. After careful treatment, the 3 cubs made a full recovery and were finally discharged from the hospital. The day I was discharged from the hospital, upon hearing the news, Song Mei and Zhang Daping rushed over immediately. They rushed towards the child as soon as they arrived. "Look at these 3 little babies, how energetic they are. They're so lively when they're healthy, but when they get sick they're all listless. It's heartbreaking to see them like that. Come here, let Grandma give you a hug. Come here, let Grandpa give you a hug." Seeing Song Mei pick up the baby, Zhang Daping also picked up a baby. Zhang Daping couldn't help but say, "Look at their little faces. After being sick, all 3 babies have turned a bit yellow and look much thinner." "Yes, you've lost weight. But it's all right," Song Mei said. "If we're talking about being thin, look at our son, he's much thinner." Zhang Daping took a look, and it was indeed true. She immediately felt both sorry for Jiang Chen and scolded him. "You brat, why don't you take care of your health?" "It's all right. I'm perfectly healthy." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. He took care of the 3 little ones day and night, and his health was perfectly fine. He was as strong as ever, as robust as an ox, except that he had a poor appetite and ate very little. Of course, among them, there is an even more important reason. That's right, with my little girl not around, I'm having far fewer late-night snacks compared to before. As the saying goes, a horse that doesn't eat grass at night won't get fat. There's no more late-night snacks now. It's normal that Jiang Chen has lost weight. Of course, on the other hand, as long as the three little ones recover quickly, even if he has to work a little harder, it's really nothing. Bite. The host has carefully cared for 3 children and discharged them from the hospital, triggering an extra reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 point of immunity x3. A tiny bit of immunity, of God-tier quality, can greatly enhance the host's or child's immunity, improve physical condition, and keep you healthy for 8 or 10 years without a problem. A little immunity x3. It can greatly improve immunity, keeping you healthy for 8 to 10 years. To be honest, Dog Tongzi's reward this time is pretty generous. Good. When a child gets sick, not only does the child suffer, but the adults also suffer as a result. It hasn't been that long, and the 3 little ones have already been sick twice. The first time it was the youngest, and this time it's all 3 of them, and they've all been hospitalized. Give them some immunity boost to improve their resistance. That's perfect. Jiang Chen was thinking about this. Without thinking of himself, he unhesitatingly distributed the 3 points of immunity awarded by the system to the 3 cubs, adding 1 point to each of them. At this time, Su Qingqing called. Honey, I'm going out today to attend an industry conference and meet an important client. I definitely won't have time to pick up the baby from the hospital. But honey, I'm off work today. I promise I'll be back soon. Okay, Jiang Chen said. I'll take care of the child, and my parents will pick her up too. You can go about your business. He knew his daughter had been very busy lately. They cannot come to pick up the child from the hospital. It's nothing. She just said she wanted to come back soon. What does this mean? Could it be that you're thinking of treating yourself? This. Why am I so fixated on this? Doesn't she know her own limitations? Besides, she's been working herself to the bone lately, sigh? Jiang Chen shook his head. I stopped thinking about it, and, together with my parents, we completed the discharge procedures, then took the 3 little ones and our belongings to the car. Bite. The host has worked tirelessly and selflessly, giving 3 points of immunity to the child, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 points of constitution. Note, for host's exclusive use only, cannot be given away. Another hidden reward. But the reward is 10 points of physique. Back then, the system rewarded itself with 10 points of constitution. After adding those points, it was already quite powerful. Do we need to add 10 points now? Wipe. This is ridiculous. That bastard is deliberately causing trouble. Damn it. I'm the male lead in a single female lead novel, not a walking hormone or a womanizer. What's the use of adding so many points to my physique? Bite. Host situation detected. Host faces a choice. Option 1. Accept all 10 points of constitution. Option 2. Accept only 1 point of constitution and exchange the remaining 9 points of constitution for one small goal. One option adds 10 points to constitution. One option adds 1 point to constitution, and another option is to exchange for a small goal. Jiang Chen. System, can we have 3 options? I don't want the points added to my physique. I'll exchange them all for small goals. Bite. Sorry, there are only 2 choices. Host's intention detected. Selection automatically made. Congratulations, host, for choosing option 2. Add 1 point to physique, 1 small goal. The reward has been automatically issued. Please check your account. Reward. 1 point of constitution, 1 small goal. Okay. And then the system notification sounded. Jiang Chen immediately felt an even stronger surge of power within his body. At this moment, he could easily knock down a bull with a single punch. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng brought Jiang Chen and their 3 babies directly to their home in Chunjiang Pavilion. As soon as Song Mei entered the room, with nothing else to do, I tidied up the living room and swept the floor again. When Aunt Lu saw this, she quickly tried to stop it. It's okay. It's the same whether you clean or I do it. Song Mei didn't listen to any advice and finished cleaning in one go. It wasn't that she thought Aunt Lu did a bad job. It was the place where his grandchildren lived. As a grandmother, she felt more at ease or reassured after personally cleaning the place. Jiang Chen then went straight to take a bath. After spending half a month in the hospital, and just now my body was in better shape, I worked up a sweat and took a bath to make myself feel better. Wait until he's finished soaking it and comes out. My parents have gone back, but my little girl is back. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge wrapped in a bathrobe, Su Qingcheng, who had been standing beside the three children, excitedly pounced on him, her enthusiasm catching Jiang Chen off guard and leaving him speechless. Jiang Chen quickly reminded her, "Aunt Lu is still here." Without. As soon as I got back, Aunt Lu went back downstairs. Su Qingcheng whispered, unable to resist hooking her arm around Jiang Chen's neck and kissing him, before trying to drag him into the bedroom. Jiang Chen was startled. "Honey, what are you doing?" "What can I do? Of course, it's to treat you." Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. "Hasn't this matter been put behind us? You're so tired from work. Where do you have the energy? Let's talk about it another day, another day." "No, I have to keep my word this time. Besides, I went to an industry conference today to meet an important client, but that client was quite arrogant and was 2 hours late. So, I had no choice but to sleep in my car for 2 hours. In other words, I'm full of energy right now." "All right, I hope you won't regret it." "Regret? Huh. I, Su Qingcheng, am a woman of my word, and the word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. Anyway, I'm going to have you today." The next morning, Su Qingcheng still hadn't gotten up by 10 o'clock. There is no other reason. Making grand promises to someone, only to be overconfident and rash. Time flies. The three babies are almost 100 days old. Jiang Chen hired a decent photography studio to come to his home to take 100-day photos of his three children. While they were taking the photos, Su Qingcheng suddenly received a phone call from her mother. She said she and Su Hengshan had discussed it and would be coming to see Hai the day after tomorrow. Chapter 262 Best Friend Becomes Mother-in-Law. My mom and dad have decided to come to see Hai the day after tomorrow. Su Qingcheng was genuinely surprised when she received the news. She had thought that since her mother had gone back last time, it would be again for a while before she and her father came together. As it turns out, the two of them are coming the day after tomorrow. To be honest, it feels a bit too sudden. To confirm her mother's intentions, Su Qingcheng made a voice call. "Hey, Mom, are you and Dad planning to come to see Hai the day after tomorrow?" "Yes," Bai Huiyan said with a smile. "What? You and Xiao Chun don't welcome us?" "Mom, no. I was really looking forward to your arrival. You told me today that you and my dad would be coming the day after tomorrow, which surprised me a bit. It hasn't been that long since you last came." "Not long. What daughter of mine? Your mother went to see Hai last time. It was more than half a month, if not a month." "Ah." Su Qingcheng was surprised. After listening to my mother's explanation and thinking about it carefully, it really is true. Since my mom went back last time, I've been busy submitting new products for review. Someone went to Shanghai, and recently, the three kids have been sick and hospitalized for half a month. After all that has happened, it's almost been a month. Oh, this. She was completely absorbed in the tender embrace with that scoundrel, feeling like a fish in water, inseparable. This is a good day. Before I knew it, I had gotten so much faster. That mother, I remembered it wrong. Then you and Dad must come the day after tomorrow. Please be careful on the road. Let me know when you're almost there, and Jiang Chen and I will pick you up. The mother and daughter talked for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Because Jiang Chen was right next to her, Su Qingcheng had turned on the speakerphone, and he heard the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. "What? Are your aunt and uncle coming together?" "Yes, I'll be here the day after tomorrow. Come on over. Your aunt came once before, and now your uncle is here too. Anyway, they're your parents, my father-in-law and mother-in-law." "What? You're not welcoming them?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course I welcome my parents," Su Qingcheng said. "But they're coming the day after tomorrow. Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" "We need to make some preparations," Jiang Chen nodded. "I also need to talk to my parents, since they're my in-laws. But honey, don't panic. There's still tomorrow. Let's finish taking the 100-day photos of the three kids first." "Okay, sure." Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng then continued to assist the photo studio in taking the 100-day photos of the three children. That has to be said. It's both a technical and physical job. The young girl from the photo studio, singing, making funny faces, and imitating the roars of lions and tigers. She used every trick in the book to attract the attention of the three little ones and make them happy. Make them look at the camera. Not only does she look at the camera, but she also smiles. It's adorable. The two young men in charge of filming also used all their skills to capture the wonderful moments of the three little ones, which was no small feat. Even so, Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen are both always busy. You have to help them from time to time, and you also have to coax them. The three little ones each had their own temper. Dabao was unhappy at first and cried at the drop of a hat. He only stopped fussing after drinking a bottle of milk and having a bowel movement. Be good, Bao and Xiaobao. But after taking photos for a while, she started crying and fussing. Especially the three little ones, who can't sit up by themselves yet. When taking photos, they need to lean on something or have Jiang Chen and the other person support them from behind. Anyway, it took a lot of effort. The three little ones finally finished taking pictures, and Jiang Chen was covered in sweat. Brother, here, it normally takes about 2 weeks to get the baby's 100-day photos. We will notify you when that time so you can pick them up at the store. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you. We can also send the photos over. The studio manager said to Jiang Chen after the photo shoot. It takes you 2 weeks to process the photos? Can you hurry up? Jiang Chen asked. It's fine to hurry up. If you want the photos ready within a week, there's an extra 500 yuan for express service, the person in charge said. What if we could go even faster? Faster? Well, it's not impossible, but the express fee will be higher. For example, if you need it in 2 days, the express fee might be 1,000 yuan. What if I want it tomorrow? Tomorrow? After his initial surprise, the person in charge looked embarrassed. No, brother. Tomorrow is too rushed. After all, you have 3 children, so you need 3 sets of photos. Even with the most luxurious package, it takes time for us to select photos, edit them, and make the frames. Then, is 3,000 yuan for express service okay? Jiang Chen asked again. This? Yes. Brother, I'll arrange for someone to do it for you right away. They'll work overtime to make sure it's delivered to you on time tomorrow. The photo studio manager and his team left eagerly. Jiang Chen wanted 3 sets of 100-day photos. This is the result of our discussion. We'll take a set of 100-day photos of the 3 babies, 1 for ourselves, 1 for my parents, and 1 for my mother-in-law. As for expedited delivery, it will be sent over tomorrow. It's simply because my mother-in-law and father-in-law are arriving the day after tomorrow, so I can prepare the baby photos in advance. The news about Su Qingqing's parents wanting to travel the world. Song Mei and Jiang Daping, the elderly couple, soon found out as well. Song Mei was amused. Su Qingqing's parents came to see hi together, so what else could it be for? It must be for their son and Su Qingqing's lifelong happiness. The young couple has now registered their marriage. The only thing left is the wedding ceremony, and that requires the involvement of both sets of parents. Just thinking about it. Having been Su Qingqing's best friend for many years, she was now Su Qingqing's mother-in-law. Su Qingqing would soon be calling her mom, and she was overjoyed. She couldn't help but burst into laughter in the middle of the night. Honey, stop grinning like an idiot. The couple from our in-laws' family are coming the day after tomorrow. They are our honored guests, after all. When they come, they will definitely come to our door. We should make some preparations to welcome them. Seeing that Song Mei was getting a little carried away, Jiang Daping reminded her from the side. That's true. Song Mei composed herself and scratched her head. We need to do a thorough cleaning of our house first, and get everything cleaned up. All those junk things you've been messing with should be thrown away. Don't make me say it again. Then we've prepared all the meat, vegetables, fruits, and seafood in advance. Besides, let's get our hair done too, so we can look younger and more energetic. Buy 2 more nice outfits. As Song Mei spoke, Jiang Daping nodded in agreement. Actually, the junk that Song Mei said he was tinkering with were things he picked up in the antique street when he had nothing to do. Although they were all fakes and worthless. But at least it's a hobby. But since my wife said so. At the same time, in order to make a good impression on the in-laws, he had no choice but to reluctantly clean up the pile of junk that made the house look messy. Chapter 263. People are addicted to food. The two talked until the end. Jiang Daping suddenly thought of a question. By the way, wife, our in-laws are here. How should we address them when we meet? What's your name? Well, you've already called them in-laws, so can't we call them in-laws? Song Mei retorted. That's true, but our son and Qingsheng haven't had a formal wedding yet, have they? Wouldn't it be abrupt to call them in-laws so abruptly? Forehead. Zhang Daping's question stumped Song Mei. She knew Su Qingqing's temperament, but she couldn't say what her parents were like. She had never met them and knew nothing about their personalities or character. Then how about we address each other as brother and sister-in-law, or brother and sister-in-law? Jiang Daping tentatively suggested. But the crucial thing is, we don't even know their ages. Are we supposed to ask their age as soon as we meet them, and then decide what to call them, like brother or sister-in-law? That's not very polite, Song Mei said. This question of how to address each other stumped the couple. Actually, given Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan's personalities, any of the ways Song Mei and her husband addressed them earlier would be fine. Even if they used the wrong name and it was abrupt, it wouldn't matter at all. It's because they've set their sights on the couple's son. But Song Mei and Jiang Daping didn't know. Even if you know, I will treat it seriously even if it's the first time we meet. In society, it's not uncommon for a young couple's marriage to fall through due to minor issues or conflicts between their parents. They do it anyway. I still want to make a good impression on my future in-laws. After all, it's their son's lifelong event, and it's the first time they've ever had a marriage alliance. They're taking it too seriously, but they're also too inexperienced. The couple discussed it for a while. At last, Song Mei made the final decision. Let's just call her Qingsheng dad and Qingsheng mom. That's more formal, not abrupt, and not trying too hard to get close. That works. The elderly couple, Song Mei and her husband, are making thorough preparations for their in-laws' arrival. Jiang Chen and the girl are about the same. Considering that my parents-in-law were coming to stay at our house, after taking their 100-day photos, we went to the mall to buy a lot of things, from large items like bed sheets and mattresses to small items like toothbrushes and toothpaste. I was busy all day. The young couple finally rested. While sleeping, Su Qingqing suddenly became energetic again. You're coming again? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Are you sure you can handle this? Why not? If you can do it, so can I, the girl said defiantly, taking Jiang Chen's hand in one go. Jiang Chen almost laughed when he saw this. Sigh, he's bad at the game but has a huge addiction to it. What can anyone say? All right, I hope you won't back out this time, like last time. Change your mind. Huh, that was an accident last time. If I go back on my word this time, I'll change my name, Su Qingsheng, backwards. Result. The next morning, Su Qingqing stayed in bed, dawdling and procrastinating, and by 11 o'clock she still hadn't gotten up. Jiang Chen came in. They kept calling me to come eat breakfast. Seeing that the girl didn't react, he could only laugh helplessly and say, Honey, you know, when it comes to people, you have to accept what you're told. Look at you. This is the consequence of being bad at things but having a big addiction and showing off blindly. Cut. Su Qingqing's face flushed, and she rolled her eyes. Convinced. I'll never accept this in my lifetime. However, on the other hand, she really wants to back out again. Honey, aren't you going to work this morning? I'm not going anymore. I've been busy for so long, I want to take a break. Besides, I'm the company president, so it's okay for me to take some time off, right? Can. But honey, your parents are coming tomorrow, so we need to go to the mall to buy the baby some food, supplies, and pretty little clothes. As for you, you'd better buy some more clothes for winter as well. You don't want your parents to come and say I'm mistreating you, do you? Jiang Chen joked again. All right. Hearing Jiang Chen mention his parents, Su Qingsheng decided to get up and go to the mall to buy things for the 3 kids. Then I'll buy some adult clothes while I'm at it. However, it wasn't for myself, but for some pig's trotter. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stood up, I couldn't help but frown. I gasped. Then, with a hint of annoyance, she glared at the man again. It's all your fault. Look what you've done. Pig's trotter. Is it my fault again? Speaking of last night, I wasn't the one who started the trouble, was I? It's you. It's you. Su Qingsheng was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. I really want to pounce on it again and take a fierce and hard bite. But this is how it works. Getting up, which was already reluctant and dawdling, became even slower, almost like a snail's pace. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he went outside to the crib and played with the three little monsters. Suddenly, buzz. Su Qingqing's phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was a call from my own mother. "Hey Mom, what's wrong?" Su Qingqing answered the phone, regained her normal expression, and then asked, Qingqing, Mom has something to tell you." Bai Huiyan's voice came through the phone hesitantly. "What's wrong, Mom? Tell me. I'm listening." Su Qingqing was a little curious, but she didn't take it seriously. At most, it was just some personal thoughts. Okay. Actually, your father and I are already all over the world." Su Qingqing was startled. "Mom, you and Dad are already at Sihai? But didn't you say you were coming tomorrow?" "Hi. Isn't it all because of your dad? He said he'd never been to Sihai before, and he kept nagging about it all night, insisting on coming to Sihai today. I got annoyed with his nagging, so early this morning, the two of us took the high-speed train and set off." "Mom, are you and Dad at Sihai High-Speed Railway Station now?" "Well, your dad and I have just come out of the high-speed rail station. We were just having a drink of water by the roadside. Your dad is hungry, so we're going to find a restaurant nearby to get something to eat." "What? Not only have they arrived, they've already exited the station." My mother's lecture." Su Qingsheng was immediately jolted awake, jumping out of bed in a flash and rushing to find Jiang Chen. "Honey, come quick, my parents are here." Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, outside the Sihai high-speed railway station, Su Hengshan, dressed casually and pushing a suitcase, looked at Bai Huiyan with a speechless expression. "If you're not my wife, why am I making such a racket in the middle of the night? Why did I insist on coming to Sihai today? Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, who exactly insisted on coming to Sihai today?" Chapter 264, the most eye-catching bag in the world. Speaking of which, Bai Huiyan has already been to Sihai once. Su Hengshan himself had never been there before. He was so excited after he made an appointment with his daughter yesterday for the two of them to go to Sihai tomorrow that he couldn't sleep well all night. "I wish I could travel all over the world right now to see my daughter and her family. But, even though I'm very anxious, it's tomorrow, so it's tomorrow." Su Hengshan's mindset remained unchanged. However, I didn't expect it. Bai Huiyan couldn't hold back any longer. It was still the middle of the night and dawn. Right next to him, she kept saying she wanted to go to Sihai and wanted to go today. Su Hengshan couldn't resist, so he checked on his phone and found that there were still high-speed rail tickets available. Then the two of them took the high-speed train early in the morning. Successfully, they have reached all corners of the world. However, when the two arrived in Sihai, Bai Huiyan called her daughter and blamed Su Hengshan for the reason for their early arrival in Sihai. This left Su Hengshan speechless. "Why is it always my fault? I've only just recovered, and I'm already being made a scapegoat again? All right, honey. I was the one who shouted for it, and I was the one who made it come today, okay? But the key is, once I start making a fuss about it. You then bought a high-speed rail ticket. What do you mean by that? So, this change of time to come earlier can't be entirely blamed on me, right?" Bai Huiyan knew she was in the wrong, and said with a smile, trying to forcefully explain, shift the blame. "Besides, I'm in a hurry to come to Sihai. Isn't it just that I want to see my daughter and my 3 grandchildren? And while you're at it, give our daughter a little more encouragement. Tell her to keep a close eye on her son-in-law, lest someone snatch him away. And whatever you do, don't be lazy and make your mother-in-law dislike you. Not to mention anything else. With how lazy our daughter is, she probably hadn't even gotten out of bed when I called her." Su Qingqing, who had just woken up. "Mom, what did you say?" "I don't know." Okay. You're right." Su Hengshan couldn't argue with Bai Huiyan, so he had to admit defeat. But to be honest, as a grandfather, he also wanted to hug his 3 grandchildren as soon as possible. Furthermore, he also wanted to meet Jiang Chen's parents and finalize the marriage arrangements for the young couple as soon as possible, to avoid any unforeseen complications. His concern wasn't because his daughter wasn't good enough. It's because the son-in-law is too sought after. Just 2 days ago in Shanghai, they'd only met a few times, but that old bastard Song Qingshu was already coveting Jiang Chen, to the point that he even tried to force his own 18-year-old daughter onto him right in front of him. Why? That's going too far. After exchanging a few words, Su Hengshan and his companion went to look at the restaurant. In fact, one should be able to travel to all corners of the world. They were supposed to go to their daughter's house soon, but there was a problem. They had left in such a hurry that they hadn't eaten much breakfast, and Su Hongshan was now walking unsteadily. Bai Huiyin is in a similar situation. After all, I'm getting old. If you're not hungry, fill your stomach first. They glanced at the street and saw a barbecue restaurant called Qingqing Barbecue. Their eyes lit up, knowing that it was a branch of Jiang Chen's barbecue restaurant, so they both chose this one. It was only a little past 11 o'clock. The barbecue restaurant had just opened, and the two of them were the first customers. After ordering, the skewers were served very quickly. They started eating quickly. It smells delicious, tastes amazing, and I can't stop eating it. To be fair, the two of them were in agreement and really liked the taste of their son-in-law's barbecue. President Bai, are you here on another business trip to Sihai? The two were enjoying their meal when suddenly a girl saw Bai Huiyin and greeted her in surprise. Bai Huiyin looked and saw it was Sun Wan. Sun Wan came to supervise and inspect a newly opened milk tea shop near the high-speed rail station. The new shop was located in a partitioned area of a barbecue restaurant. Just as he finished his work and came out, he happened to see Bai Huiyin. To Bai Huiyin, Sun Wan was someone I respected quite a bit. Not only was she efficient and capable, but she was also very beautiful. You couldn't tell from the outside that she was actually almost 50 years old. It's Xiao Wan. Bai Huiyin knew that Sun Wan was Jiang Chen's cousin and the person in charge of the milk tea business. Upon seeing her unexpectedly, she immediately greeted her with a smile. She met Sun Wan the last time she came to Sihai to attend the opening ceremony of a hotel. However, Bai Huiyin then spent another day at Sihai and unexpectedly discovered that her boss was actually her son-in-law. At this point, Sun Wan is currently unaware of this. I'm not here on a business trip, but to visit my daughter, Bai Huiyin said. Is your daughter from Sihai? Not bad, not bad. It seems that President Bai will be visiting Sihai often in the future, Sun Wan said politely with a smile, then looked at Su Hongshan with some doubt. Because compared to Bai Huiyin, Su Hongshan's face looked a bit old, somewhat like a 60 or 70-year-old grandfather. Mr. Bai, is this your father? Sun Wan asked tentatively. Bai Huiyin sighed. This is my lover. Oh, it's uncle. I'm so sorry. Hello, uncle. Sun Wan was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away, so she quickly apologized and greeted him. It's all right, Xiao Wan. Su Hongshan waved his hand magnanimously. He knew he had just recovered from a serious illness and looked somewhat aged, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. However, when he heard that Bai Huiyin was Jiang Chen's cousin, he became interested. Their family, after all. Xiao Wan, why don't we sit down and have some barbecue skewers and chat? Su Hongshan asked Sun Wan gently. No need. Uncle, I'm not hungry. Sun Wan had just made an embarrassing mistake and was trying to slip away, so she had no time to think about anything else. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he finished speaking than, cuckoo. Her stomach suddenly growled, because she hadn't eaten breakfast, and it was almost lunchtime, so she was hungry. Bai Huiyin chuckled to herself. Xiao Wan, look, we ordered a whole table of skewers. We can't possibly finish them all. So sit down and talk to us for a bit, she said, pulling out a chair. Okay then. Sun Wan was never one to be coy or timid. On the one hand, I was really hungry, and on the other hand, I hadn't had barbecue at my cousin's house for several days, and I was really craving it. The best part was that it was free, so why not eat it? Of course, she didn't eat for nothing. I ordered 3 cups of milk tea from the milk tea shop and had them charged to my bill. We chatted casually for a while, rambling on about this and that. Unbeknownst to Su Hongshan, the topic had been steered towards Jiang Chen. Xiao Wan, what do you think of your boss, your cousin Jiang Chen? Su Hongshan's question piqued Bai Huiyin's interest. My cousin. He's a good guy, handsome, capable, and good at making money. The key thing is, you know what? He's incredibly lucky. So lucky? How so? Su Hongshan asked. Hey, the reason he's so lucky is because he has such a wonderful wife like my sister-in-law. Sun Wan said matter-of-factly while eating a skewer of meat. At this point, she was indebted to the man who had helped her and was speaking her mind freely. You might not know this. My sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. Song Qing, you're the most conspicuous person in the world. I saw it, and everyone was amazed by my sister-in-law's beauty and figure, especially those cough cough. Sun Wan immediately recalled the two car headlights that almost blinded her when she was soaking in a hot spring. But this is something I can't bring myself to say. Then, changing the subject, she said, "To be honest, Mr. Bai, my sister-in-law is just as beautiful as you were when you were young." Bai Huiyin? Ah, this. Haha. My own daughter. Of course she's just as beautiful as I was when I was young. Su Hongshan listened. It's sour, a bit sour. It's like a good cabbage that I've raised for over 20 years has still been eaten by a pig. But it was eaten by a pig. Why was she so happy at the same time? Jiang Chen was so lucky to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. He loves hearing that. Huh. Chapter 265 My Uncle Harmed Me. Sun Wan glanced at Bai Huiyin and Su Hongshan's expressions. They immediately got excited. Criticizing the boss, venting a lot of sour grapes. Who doesn't have this hobby? My cousin is a good person, and he's blessed, but, Su Hongshan asked. When many people say but, what follows is what the other person really wants to say. Immediately, I became very interested. Yeah, Sun Wan took a bite of a skewer, gulped down a big mouthful of savory milk tea, and then started talking. My cousin is quite capable, that's true, but to be honest, he's too stingy, a total skinflint. Normally, we're all exhausted like monkeys. He's doing just fine, with a wife and kids, a warm bed, living the life of a carefree, hands-off boss. With the boss not around, can we relax a bit? Wrong. My cousin hired a professional manager, Li Jun. Yes, that famous king of hired managers. Li Jun has been through thick and thin for decades. He comes from a regular military background, and he has set up a complete set of assessment standards for us. If we want to take advantage or try to find loopholes, there's no way we can do it. For example, just now, even though I'm my cousin's subordinate and the person in charge of the milk tea, those 3 cups of milk tea you just ordered have to be put on my tab. And that's not all. My cousin is not only stingy, but he also likes to make empty promises to us. And the promises he makes are huge, not just big, but many, one after another. At the same time, at Chunjiang Pavilion, Jiang Chen was surprised when Su Qingxing told her in a hurry that her parents had arrived at Sihai. Why did they like to launch surprise attacks so much? But since we're here, then we have to go pick them up. After all, they are my father-in-law and mother-in-law, especially since it's my father-in-law's first time visiting Sihai. The two quickly tidied up and went out. Honey, I'm a good driver, let me drive. Su Qingxing took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. After Jiang Chen got into the car, he suddenly sneezed twice in a row. After he finished, he even saw stars in front of his eyes. Could someone be cursing me? He complained helplessly. Su Qingxing was amused by what she saw. That's hard to say. With so many employees under you now, it's quite normal for someone to call you Jiang the Skinflint. Normal? Which employee under me hasn't received a raise? Ha, you ingrate. Jiang Chen shook his head. He dismissed being called a skinflint and wouldn't admit it, but he did acknowledge that his wife's driving skills were getting better and better. He admits it. Let's talk about the barbecue restaurant. Sun Wan was completely engrossed in the conversation. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin also thoroughly enjoyed listening to it. It turns out Jiang Chen. All right, don't let his gentle appearance fool you. He's actually incredibly shrewd. Seeing that Sun Wan was enjoying the grilled squid, she also finished her cup of savory milk tea. Su Hongshan hurriedly ordered a few more squid skewers, went to the milk tea shop next door, and bought 2 cups of savory milk tea. Of course, he paid for the milk tea on the spot. Come on, Xiaowan, let's continue our chat. It's so interesting to listen to you talk. Not bad, not bad. Sun Wan got a headache after drinking soy sauce-flavored milk tea. Without any hesitation, he accepted the cup of milk tea that Su Hongshan handed him, followed by a bite of grilled squid and a sip of savory milk tea. Sigh, while we were eating and drinking, I just started complaining about the boss again. I feel so truly happy. Xiaowan, from what you just said about your cousin Jiang the Skinflint, how stingy he is, I feel like this is how a boss should be managed. If he lets his subordinates run wild, how will he make any money? He might as well do charity. Su Hongshan added. That's true. To be honest, even though my cousin is a shrew, following him has really increased my salary and bonuses compared to when I first arrived, and I'm closer to my dream of becoming a rich woman. Sun Wan said happily. Then look, Xiaowan. Your cousin is quite outstanding. He's very good at managing his career. So he must have been a top student since he was a child, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he asked him to. Su Hingshan continued to patiently guide him. It has to be said that Jiang Chen's little cousin is a good person. She is beautiful and eloquent, and she actually managed to get so much information about her future son-in-law to his surprise. Straight a student? He's hopeless. Sun Wan chuckled. If he's a top student, then I'm a genius, okay? Back in junior high school. You have no idea, he's a complete academic failure. He skips school, gets into fights, dyes his hair yellow, and his parents always beat him so badly that he almost gave up on treatment. And there's more. It's one thing for him not to go to school properly, but he's also having a relationship. Early romance. Not only was Su Hingshan surprised, but by Huiyan, who had been silent for a long time, also exclaimed in surprise. Okay, he's already having a relationship at such a young age. Sun Wan emphasized, her eyes wide. Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, she felt a surge of pride. All right, today I'm going to give my cousin a good rant, and I'll rant about everything. I'll finally vent my anger. Wah! Outside the barbecue restaurant. Creak. Su Qingsheng parked the car in the parking space, and she and Jiang Chen got out of the car together and hurried towards the barbecue restaurant. Honey, your parents are all over the world. Why don't they just come home? That's what I say too. But my mom said that my dad hadn't eaten breakfast and couldn't walk, so he wanted to find a place to eat something. But they knew how to pick a place. They actually went into their own barbecue restaurant. That's true. As they were talking, the two went inside and immediately spotted by Huiyan and Su Hingshan. Dad, Mom, Su Qingsheng quickly called out and ran over. Sun Wan, who was vividly describing her cousin's early romance, suddenly stopped talking, her eyes wide open. What was going on? Her sister-in-law actually asked her uncle and President Bai to call them Mom and Dad? I haven't realized it yet. Jiang Chen came up and greeted them. Auntie, Uncle. Sun Wan was a little dumbfounded. Pointing at Su Hingshan and the other man, he asked Jiang Chen, Cousin, are they your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Yes, Jiang Chen said. Sun Wan's head buzzed. She glanced at Su Hingshan and saw him smiling gently and nodding at her. She immediately realized that Su Hingshan had done it on purpose. But this is what happened. This ill-intentioned uncle is my cousin's father-in-law, and President Bai is my cousin's mother-in-law. So what I just did? Actually, she was complaining to her cousin's parents-in-law about their son-in-law, accusing him of being a scoundrel. No. Why? My uncle ruined me. Seeing that things were not going well, Sun Wan turned and ran. Chapter 266, Giving Grandpa a Little Shock. When Sun Wan realized that the two people who had been trying to get information out of her were actually her cousin's parents-in-law, she was dumbfounded and inwardly groaned. This is really bad. If my cousin finds out, he'll never let me off the hook. Ugh, that uncle is really heartless. I'm out of here. Sun Wan glanced at Jiang Chen, then hurriedly fled. Jiang Chen saw it. Something seems amiss. So he reached out and grabbed Sun Wan, deliberately trying to scare her. Wan, why are you running so fast? Did you do something bad? It's not my cousin. What bad thing did I do? Sun Wan asked, her eyes wide and her expression innocent. Then why did you run away as soon as you saw me? Jiang Chen asked. My mom's calling me home for a blind date. She said she's introduced me to a really handsome guy. Okay then. Jiang Chen was just joking, and when he heard Sun Wan say that, he let go of her hand. As soon as Sun Wan was free, she took off running without saying a word. The speed was incredibly fast. This made Jiang Chen even more puzzled. This little girl. I really didn't do anything wrong. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and greeted Su Hingshan and Bai Huiyan with a smile. Uncle and Aunt, welcome to Sihai. You must have had a long journey. It's not hard work at all. It's not hard work at all. Su Hingshan and Bai Huiyan replied politely, but his gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen. It's all rather intriguing. A hands-off boss, a skinflint, a poor student in school, skipping classes, fighting, often getting double beatings from his parents, and then, surprisingly, he even had a puppy love. TSK. So this is what kind of son-in-law you are. After, the group left the restaurant. Jiang Chen offered to help with the luggage, but Su Hongshan and the other man quickly declined. However, seeing that he couldn't refuse, they let him carry it. Uncle and Auntie, why are you sitting at the same table as my cousin? On the way back to Chunjiang Pavilion, Jiang Chen remembered his cousin's guilty and flustered appearance, so he took the initiative to ask again. We just happened to run into each other. Your cousin Xiaowan just finished working at the milk tea shop next door, and then she saw your aunt. They know each other, so they sat down and chatted for a while, Su Hongshan said. You chatted for a while? My cousin didn't say anything bad about me, did she? Jiang Chen asked. No. How could that be? Su Hongshan immediately denied it. Then, when he mentioned Sun Wan, he launched into a chorus of praise. Your little cousin is such a nice person. She's good-looking and has a pleasant voice. She praised you, saying you're a lucky person. Oh, that's good. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Look at what you're saying. Why would she, a cousin, talk badly about your cousin? Su Hongshan said matter-of-factly. We were just chatting about random things. Sometimes there are also minor disagreements. For example, she said you're a shrew, and you like to make empty promises. But I think, how can a boss get things done if he doesn't act like that? Besides, which boss doesn't make empty promises? And they also said you skipped school and got into fights when you were little. Hey, to be honest, Xiao Chun, I did that too. Isn't it normal for boys to be a little mischievous? Jiang Chen couldn't help but facepalm when he heard this. This Xiao Wan. He calls himself Jiang the Skinflint, and he even brought up embarrassing things from his childhood? No wonder they felt guilty and ran away when they saw me. That's enough. She's my little cousin, so I'll let her off the hook for now. Unexpectedly, Su Hongshan paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Chun, did you have a puppy love back then? And you even tried to kill yourself by wandering the world? Su Hongshan asked this question. Bai Huiyan stared at Jiang Chen, her gaze carrying the scrutinizing quality of a mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. That. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I never expected that Xiao Wan's conspicuous bag would expose this whole thing. I knew I wouldn't get through this without saying something. Having no other choice, I had to bite the bullet and explain, Uncle, I didn't understand anything back then. I was just imitating what I saw in TV dramas or books, just messing around. It was really just playing house. It's okay, Xiao Chun, don't be nervous. I was just asking casually. Su Hongshan comforted her. Your aunt and I have been through this before, so we understand. But I still have to say, early relationships can affect your studies. That's right, Uncle is right. Jiang Chen chimed in, saying that he had at least managed to gloss over his father-in-law's question, and then took out his phone. That little one. So, in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he spilled all his dirty laundry. This is just ridiculous. Since she's so shameless and even calls herself a philanthropist, why not just skin her again and deduct some of her bonus for the month? That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? They won't deduct too much. It's only 3,000 yuan. Perfect. That's enough for the rush fee for the photo studio. Song Mei and Zhang Daping asked Su Qingqing's parents to arrive at Sihai a day early, somewhat caught off guard. They also took action, knowing that Su Hongshan and his wife would be taken directly to their son's house after they arrived. So they also went to Villa number 1 of Chunjiang Pavilion. While looking after the 3 children, they also welcomed Su Hongshan and his wife. A beautiful father, a beautiful mother. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Xiao Chen's dad, Xiao Chen's mom. You're too kind. Don't mention it. Come on in, let's go inside and talk. When the 2 sets of parents met, they exchanged polite greetings at the door, making Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing seem somewhat superfluous. Then they went into the villa. Su Hongshan was not surprised. Wow. This detached villa is comparable to the Su family's mansion in Shanghai. They're absolutely on par. Son, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour tea for your uncle and aunt. Song Mei greeted them warmly, then turned around and quickly instructed Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen responded. As they were about to make tea, Su Qingqing said, Sister Mei, I'm making tea right now. So Jiang Chen went over to help and poured tea for both sets of elders. Bai Huiyan was a little taken aback. Sister Mei? The daughter calls her future mother-in-law sister. That's incredibly disrespectful. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to Su Qingqing. After the parents exchanged a few polite words, the most eye-catching celebrity of the entire event appeared. Jiang Chen pushed the three little monsters over. The three little monsters have been wearing diapers for too long. Some babies have eczema and are currently letting their bottoms air dry. However, this does not diminish the affection and fondness that everyone has for them. Bai Huiyan immediately went to greet her. Little babies, do you miss Grandma? When I got to them, I couldn't help but pick one up and hug them all. One wasn't enough, so I hugged each one in turn. Su Hengshan's eyes widened in disbelief. His main purpose for this trip was to see his three grandsons. Seeing the three chubby little ones, with their big, dark eyes, they were incredibly adorable. I couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed to the crib. Following Bai Huiyan's example, she first picked up the second baby. Who knew? For some reason, Bao suddenly burst into tears. Yo! So soon you're already showing signs of stranger anxiety? That can't be right. Su Hengshan said with a smile. Babies usually start showing signs of stranger anxiety around 6 months old, so this little guy's reaction is a bit too early. It might be that you're not feeling well. If Bao is crying, then switch to Bao. Seeing that Bao was crying and making a fuss, Zhang Daping took the initiative and promptly picked up Bao. Su Qingsheng then took the crying baby and comforted him. Good. Good boy, Bao. Grandpa will hold you. Su Hengshan was overjoyed. She took Bao in both hands and hugged him affectionately. Seeing that Bao was chubby and very well behaved, she couldn't help but rub her face against Bao's little face and tummy. However, when he rubs his face against his tummy, suddenly, Bao peed. That's right, he peed, and it just happened to soak Su Hengshan's face. Jiang Daping and the others were startled. Is Uncle all right? Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his father-in-law's face and then hurriedly picked up Bao. This big stinky brat. Trying to give your grandfather a little shock right from the start? You've got some nerve. It's all right, it's all right. Su Hengshan smiled and waved his hand magnanimously. After quickly wiping my face, he then stared at Bao and pointed at him, saying, Bao, it seems you little rascal are secretly plotting something. You dared to pee on your grandpa as soon as we met. You're the first one who dares to piss on my Su Hengshan. Hurrah! Give a hearty laugh. Finally, my gaze fell upon the quiet and well-behaved baby in the crib. Come on, Xiaobao. Let Grandpa hold me. Su Hengshan clapped his hands and happily picked up Xiaobao. Xiaobao has always been the most well-behaved of the three little ones, and now, being held in Su Hengshan's arms, he is even more docile and obedient, just like a little lamb. Look, Xiaobao is still closest to his grandpa. Learning from Bao's experience, Su Hengshan carefully held the baby for a while, and when he found that nothing was wrong, his expression immediately became smug. Then, looking at Xiaobao with a doting expression, he said, Xiaobao is the best. From now on, when Grandpa buys candy, you'll get more candy than your older brothers and sisters. Is that all right? Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a strange sound came from inside. Guh. Su Hengshan's expression changed, and Jiang Daping, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Qingqing's father. Xiaobao seems to have pooped. Did he poop? Then let's change his diaper. No. What I mean is, Xiaobao pooped on me. Chapter 267 is over, and that girl is going to shift the blame again. What? Did Xiaobao poop on her maternal grandfather? Everyone was immediately taken aback. But as it spread through the air, an indescribable smell. There's absolutely no need to go up and check. I knew it was true. Everyone followed suit, scrambling to help. Su Qingsheng suppressed a laugh, picked up Xiaobao, and wiped his bottom, while the others cleaned up the poop on Su Hengshan. No, what's wrong with you? Do all three little babies have a problem with you, or what? They were all fine before, but as soon as you held them, well, the second baby started crying, and the eldest baby peed all over your face. Xiaobao is the best. TSK. It's all over you. While cleaning, Bai Huiyan took out another coat from the box and handed it to Su Hengshan, all the while trying not to laugh. What? This? Su Hengshan sighed and said with a self-deprecating laugh, Maybe the three little ones really have a problem with their grandpa. That's why I only came to see them now. After all, she is his own granddaughter. I shouldn't have complained about it. But Xiao Bao's poop. Well, the smell is really indescribable. Su Hongshan smelled it. Even if I wanted to not find it offensive, I couldn't help it. Ah, you. Bite. The host's three little divine beasts displayed their extraordinary abilities, giving the father-in-law a little shock on their first meeting. Little Treasure's poop even made the father-in-law vomit. Hidden rewards triggered. Congratulations, host, you have received a small goal, a luck card, and a business message. No way, this is an award. Why? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, felt sorry for his father-in-law for 3 seconds, and then she received 3 awards with tears in her eyes. Because of the mischief caused by the 3 little guys. It was both urine and feces. Su Hongshan simply couldn't stand the smell on his body anymore. So I went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a clean coat, and made sure the little ones were wearing diapers. Only then did I feel relieved and pick them up one by one. Well, I have to say, holding my little grandson in my arms, being a grandfather feels really great. At the invitation of Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, I went to their home. It's a matter of seniority to seniority. The 2 sets of parents met. It's not right for Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin not to visit the man's parents. Since Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng moved from their old house to the Swan Lake community, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing have, to be honest, hardly ever visited the couple's new home. Even so, there was still a room inside, specially prepared for Jiang Chen and his companion. The house is fully equipped with appliances, mattresses, bedding, and so on, and Song Mei cleans it almost every day. The young couple wants to come. You can check in any time. Uncle and Aunt, please have some tea first. I'll show off my cooking skills for lunch. Seeing that it was already noon, Jiang Chen brewed a pot of tea for the elders and then volunteered to cook lunch. Su Hongshan had already eaten something. But because of just now a month, I was also feeling a bit hungry again. Bai Huiyin, on the other hand, was focused on listening to Sun Wan at the time, so she didn't eat much. But she listened to her son-in-law's words. How could I possibly sit still? They ran towards the kitchen together, but were then chased out by Jiang Dapeng and his wife. No, you are guests. How can we let you go into the kitchen? Yes. Xiao Chun is a great cook, so I, as his mother, just need to help him out. All right then. Su Hongshan and the other man had no choice but to go back to the sofa and sit down, with Jiang Dapeng keeping them company. Song Mei went to the kitchen to help. A beauty. Bai Huiyin gave her daughter a wink. Su Qingqing immediately understood. They were just afraid she was lazy, so they wanted her to help out. You won't tell me. That's exactly what I was thinking too, okay? Okay, Mom. So she pushed the stroller in front of Bai Huiyin, and Su Qingqing followed into the kitchen. Sister Mei, let me help you pick the vegetables. It's Sister Mei again? Bai Huiyin couldn't stand it anymore when she heard that. Once is one thing, but why does it happen again and again? With my daughter behaving this way, it makes me feel like I've failed in raising her properly. With that thought in mind, she immediately pushed the stroller over and scolded. Qingqing, how can you be so disrespectful? Why are you calling her Sister Mei? She's your future mother-in-law. Mom, What do you mean, you? You should call her Sister Mei. Call her Auntie. Aunt. AI. Right now? Song Mei witnessed the argument between Bai Huiyin and her daughter. She didn't want to persuade her at all. She really didn't want to persuade her at all. As soon as she heard Su Qingqing call her Auntie, she couldn't wait to respond. Oh my God. I'm so happy today. Why do I just want to laugh and roll around on the ground? Huh. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at his wife, only to find that she was looking at him with a resentful expression. My heart skipped a beat. It's over. This girl is going to shift the blame again. Chapter 268. The son pays for the mother's debt. Su Qingqing's revenge. Su Qingqing was forced by her mother to call Song Mei Auntie, but she had no one to confide in about her suffering. They haven't had their wedding yet, have they? Haven't we already had the tea ceremony for the new generation? Song Mei didn't give a red envelope either. This mom is really something. How could she make me call her Auntie? You know, ever since I met Song Mei, I've called her Sister Mei. Have to. That's good now. Song Mei got away with it for nothing. Why? Su Qingqing shook her head secretly. Seeing Song Mei's overjoyed and smug expression, which made her want to roll on the ground laughing, she was, To be honest, still quite resentful. But what if you feel resentful? After all, she's my future mother-in-law. I can't talk back, and I can't even lay a hand on her. I had no choice but to turn my head and look at that pig's trotter. Oh, if I can't touch you, then I can certainly touch your son. The debts of the mother are to be repaid by the son. So beaver-like, right? And it was at this very moment that Jiang Chen met the girl's expression. A sense of foreboding immediately filled my heart. That's good now. My mom was pleased that her best friend called her Annie, but my daughter was already shifting the blame. No, taking it out on me. Su Qingqing and Song Mei were there to help. Jiang Chen cooks at lightning speed. Since it was to entertain his parents-in-law, he used all his best skills, and Song Mei and Jiang Daping had prepared a super abundant amount of ingredients in advance, giving Jiang Chen more room to show off his skills. In addition to a variety of exquisite cold dishes, there are also vegetarian dishes. There are also various main dishes and main courses, as well as all kinds of seafood. It can be described as a grand feast of land, sea and air. After the dishes are cooked, serve them on the table. Upon smelling the aroma, Su Hongshan clicked his tongue in praise. To be honest, this wasn't the first time he had eaten dishes made by Jiang Chen. After all, he had already experienced the deliciousness of barbecue. But, compared to the delicious dishes cooked by Jiang Chen himself, barbecue prepared using standardized seasonings and on a large scale pales in comparison. Su Hongshan has been in the business world for so many years. He has eaten at all kinds of banquets, private meals by famous chefs, and even state banquets. But at this very moment, the aroma of the dishes that were served immediately filled the air. Then I couldn't help it. My index finger twitched and my mouth watered. Wow, it smells so good. The barbecue at Xiao Chen's barbecue shop is already delicious enough, but I never expected that the dishes Xiao Chen makes himself would be even better. Incredible. Incredible. Good. My rascal is really good at cooking. Jiang Daping was overjoyed to hear his in-laws praising his son, and he chimed in with a couple of words of agreement. But, speaking of the dishes my son makes, he had eaten there several times, but he still couldn't get enough of it. If his in-laws hadn't been there, he would have started eating long ago. As the head of the household, who would dare to stop him? At most, after eating. Then Song Mei rolled her eyes at me a few more times. Come on, Qingqing's dad. You've come all this way. How can we not have some wine? Jiang Daping took out a bottle of matai and filled it for Su Hongshan. Does Qingqing's mother want some? I asked casually. No need. No need. I'll just have water. Bai Huiyin quickly replied. All right, I'll pour some for us guys then. Jiang Daping chuckled, then poured some for his son and himself as well. Hey, it's Mao 80. This wine is excellent. Su Hongshan said casually, looking at the bottle. It's all right, I guess. Jiang Daping said. I actually bought this wine several years ago, but I've been keeping it hidden away and couldn't bear to drink it. I only took it out today because you and Qingqing's mother came. Jiang Chen was speechless. What? You've had it for several years. This Mao 80, isn't that the one you took from me last time? My dad just keeps bragging. However, years ago, I poured 3 bottles of matai that my father had treasured for many years down the drain. This is 80. Now I've finally paid back my dad. Honey, you've just recovered. Can you drink it? Bai Huiyin asked worriedly. Of course you can drink it. My problems were mainly with my legs, but the rest of my body is fine. Besides, I asked the doctor, and he said that given my current condition, I can drink alcohol, as long as I don't drink too much, Su Hongshan said. All right then, but you should drink less too. Don't get drunk and make a scene and embarrass me, Bai Huiyin instructed. I'm drunk and acting crazy? Su Hongshan dismissed Bai Huiyin's explanation. Don't worry, wife, I'm not a drunkard. How could that be? Yeah, right. Bai Huiyin rolled her eyes. Seeing that Su Hongshan and his wife had convinced him about the drinking, Jiang Daping stood up, raised his glass, and said, Come on, welcome Qingqing's dad, welcome Qingqing's mom. Let's all have a drink, cheers. The others also stood up. The cups bumped into each other. Cheers. Cheers. Song Mei, Su Qingqing, and Bai Huiyin, the 3 female generals, drank water. Cheers, then let's eat. Not to mention Jiang Daping. Even Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin couldn't resist anymore. The aroma was so enticing, It was as if a bunch of hungry insects were crawling into their noses. And after tasting it, Su Hingshan was full of praise and even more satisfied with Jiang Chen as his son-in-law. If this wonderful son-in-law were to be snatched away by that old geezer Song Qing-shu, not only would he never get to eat such delicious food again, but he would definitely regret it to the core. Xiao Chun, don't just focus on eating, toast your uncle and aunt too. Jiang Daping and Su Hingshan said to their son after they had a drink together. Okay. Jiang Chen then raised his glass, stood up, and said, Uncle and aunt, I'd like to toast you. When Su Hingshan and Bai Huiyin saw Jiang Chen offering a toast, they quickly stood up as well. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious for a moment, while everyone was enjoying their meal. Wow. Wow. Suddenly, the three little ones in the stroller started crying. It must be mealtime, and they wanted to eat. Su Qingsheng had no choice but to put down her chopsticks and start breastfeeding. Jiang Chen joined in to help. The young couple pushed their three little monsters into their room and closed the door. Don't cry, don't cry. Let's eat now. As Su Qingsheng unbuttoned her clothes, she affectionately comforted the little ones. After the buttons were undone, one of the little ones immediately started eating with gusto. Jiang Chen then handed over another one and supported it from the side. The two were very familiar with the process and worked together seamlessly. Soon, the three little ones were fed. Jiang Chen patted them to help them burp, and soon they were all asleep. As the girl's gaze swept over him, Jiang Chen knew it was his turn. Honey, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Su Qingqing said. If she's not my wife, what accounts do we have? Jiang Chen pretended to be confused. How dare you ask? It was around that time that my mom told me to call your mom Annie. But shouldn't that be the case? Jiang Chen asked. What should I say? We had agreed that we would each do our own thing. After we get married, I'll start calling her mom. But instead of trying to persuade my mom, she looked so smug when I called her Annie. No. We used to be best friends, and now she's making me call her auntie. I'm really at a disadvantage. Honey, if you feel like you've been taken advantage of, go talk to my mom. Why are you talking to me? I'm looking for your mother. She's practically my aunt now, and also my future mother-in-law. I can't afford to offend her. However, the debts of the mother are paid by the son. If I can't control your mother, can I control her son? Faced with the girl's confident argument, Jiang Chen looked helpless and reminded her. Honey, are you just going to punish me here? There are a bunch of them eating in the living room. You don't need to worry about that. I'll be gentle. Besides, I locked the door when I came in, Su Qingsheng said with a laugh, already grinding her teeth, and stretched out her devilish hand to pounce on Jiang Chen. Chapter 269. What's wrong with me calling my son-in-law brother? Oh well. Su Qingsheng, a tigress descending the mountain. He tackled Jiang Chen to the ground. Then she opened her blood-red mouth wide, grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulders and neck, and bit him hard, thinking about how her best friend had taken advantage of her. It bit even harder. It's all about revenge. I won't rest until I've left red marks on her son, or a whole bunch of hickeys on his body. But retaliation shouldn't go too far. What if you accidentally bite and damage a pig's trotter? I feel bad for myself too. And Jiang Chen. At this point, they were completely laid down. I thought this little girl might do something to herself if she got so crazy, but that's it. Huh. It bites like it's scratching an itch. Didn't you eat lunch? Suddenly, the girl suddenly dropped a bombshell. Jiang Chen immediately winced in pain. I couldn't help but exclaim, oh dear. He was speechless. Wife, you really bit me, ugh. But to his surprise, Su Qingcheng, afraid that Jiang Chen would make a loud noise, immediately gave him another gag order. No, it's one thing for the little girl to actually bite, but she's even learned the gag order? Snort. You deserve to be bitten. Your mom took advantage of me. And you, I just remembered, you had a puppy love, and your first love wasn't me. Honey, speaking of my first love, didn't you see him at the hospital? Besides, didn't we already move on from this? It's all in the past now, but I've remembered it again. What should I do? Jiang Chen was helpless. I know that the little girl remembered something related to her cousin's son, one revealing all her embarrassing moments that morning. So it's still the little cousin's fault. Now it seems. My cousin's 3,000 yuan bonus was deducted too little. How about deducting a little more? Sun Wan, listen to me. Thank you. You bastard. Now you understand why I bit you so hard? Umph. Su Qingqing snorted and sneered repeatedly, then ground her teeth. It continued to pounce and bite viciously. At the beginning, Su Qingqing was as arrogant and smug as could be. However, 3 minutes later, the situation suddenly became a little awkward. Su Qingqing not only dared not continue to be arrogant, but her face immediately turned red, and she could not bear to look at him. Then, she tried to get up and flee in panic. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to let her escape. Wife, why are you leaving? Don't you want revenge? No, I don't want to. But I noticed you seemed to really want it just now. That was just now. I don't want to think about it anymore. That's all right. You'll think about it later. Su Qingqing was immediately on the verge of tears. She assumed that this was someone's parents' house, in the living room, where both sets of parents were having a lively meal. She thought that even if someone had the guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. So just now, I am taking bold revenge, biting without hesitation. But unexpectedly, that guy is really something, daring to defy the world. Why? At this moment, she was filled with deep regret. When I came in back then, why did I lock the door from the inside? Otherwise, someone could easily push it open and come in. That kid would never dare let me in. Okay. It's true, you can't really show off. In the living room, Jiang Chen and his wife still haven't come out. Song Mei was a little puzzled, thinking to herself, what's that brat doing? We have guests at home, including my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Why is he just staying inside and not coming out? That's a bit outrageous. I'll go see what's going on. Why isn't it coming out yet? Song Mei then stood up. I need to go check the bedroom. But Bai Huiyan stopped her. Xiao Chen's mom, I don't think it's necessary. The young couple needs some time to feed the baby, doesn't they? All right then. Song Mei sat down again. I didn't think much of it. Young people, especially young couples, might find feeding the baby quite tiring this time. Even if it weren't tiring, it's normal for the couple to be all lovey-dovey inside. As for Bai Huiyan, think more positively. If the young couple gets into a fight and someone dies, then they can have a second child. I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, this son-in-law is completely in love with his silly daughter. Since she's so addicted to him, she definitely won't be able to live without him in the future. On the other hand, it is also gratifying. It seems that my daughter has completely won over this rare son-in-law, and he, in turn, is equally addicted to her. Mom. While Bai Huiyan was lost in thought, Su Qingqing, her expression now normal, pushed the stroller and came out with Jiang Chen. The baby was crying and fussing inside for a while, and it was hard to soothe him, so I had to breastfeed him, and it took a little longer than usual, Su Qingqing explained calmly. It's nothing. Leave the baby to us. Qingqing, you and Xiao Chen should eat quickly. I just reheated the food, so eat it while it's hot. Song Mei and Bai Huiyan, without prior arrangement, didn't mention what had just happened. Instead, they invited the young couple to eat and brought over the strollers for the 3 babies. Su Qingqing doesn't eat much. After eating for a while, I left. Over here at the dining table. Despite Jiang Dapeng's boastful manner, he actually has a very low alcohol tolerance. He only drank a few cups with Su Hingshan before he became extremely dizzy and had to go back to his room to rest. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Jiang Chen, make sure you take good care of your Uncle Su. Su Hingshan was also curious about his son-in-law's drinking capacity. Xiao Chen, how about we have a few drinks? But despite his curiosity, he figured that his in-law's drinking ability was SOSO, and his son probably wouldn't be much better. Okay, I'll drink as much as Uncle drinks. Jiang Chen had no choice but to agree after his father's instructions. Okay then. At this time, the 100-day photos of the 3 babies have been delivered to our door. The 3,000 yuan express fee was well spent. The photo studio not only worked through the night until the afternoon of the next day to finish the job, but also offered door-to-door delivery. Jiang Chen was at her parents' new house in the afternoon. Tell the photo studio to change the address. Without saying a word, they immediately changed the destination and sent it to Swan Lake. Baby's 100-day photos. TSK, 3 sets still. Upon seeing it, Song Mei and Bai Huiyan were pleasantly surprised and immediately picked up a set and went to the sofa to admire it. After Su Qingsheng went to the restroom, she also joined in admiring it. For 3 adorable little babies. The 3 women were pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at them. After watching the show carefully again and again, Song Mei turned on the TV. The 3 women ate sunflower seeds while watching TV and chatted casually. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the dining table. It seems they started arguing. Well, to be specific, it was Su Hingshan who was talking loudly, while Jiang Chen was trying to persuade him. No, bro, I can still drink. Elder brother, I'm really not drunk. If you don't believe me, give me the bottle, and I'll let you drink another one to see. Indeed, it was Su Hingshan who was speaking. Because he had drunk too much, his tongue was tied, and he could hardly speak. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiyan broke out in a cold sweat. This old man had told her before not to drink too much, but she still drank too much without realizing it. Look at this drunkard. Surprisingly, calling her son-in-law brother? Isn't that embarrassing? He immediately rushed over. Su Hingshan, how can you be so drunk? Xiao Chen is your son-in-law, and you call him brother? That's Su Hingshan. I just lost a drinking contest with Jiang Chen. He was indignant. Hearing Bai Huiyan's words at this moment, he stared wide-eyed, completely unfazed. How drunk am I? I'm perfectly fine. Besides, can't I call you brother? What? Can't I call my son-in-law brother? These words shocked everyone present. Chapter 270, Fishing Out a Female Corpse? Song Mei and Bai Huiyan were both stunned. So what? Can't I call my son-in-law brother? Because they were in-laws, Song Mei couldn't show anything. Laughing was out of the question, but holding back laughter was also very uncomfortable. This Su Hingshan seemed like a very composed person. He was drunk and actually called his son brother. Have to. That's really rare. And what's worse, he asked the question with such self-righteousness. Bai Huiyan was so angry she laughed. This time, the husband really made a fool of himself. It's true, Yangxiang's mother opened the door for Yangxiang, and Yangxiang arrived home. Okay. If you're not ashamed, then scream if you want. Bai Huiyan almost couldn't bear to watch. He stepped forward impatiently and grabbed Su Hingshan, who was about to ask Jiang Chen for more wine. What she didn't say was that it's perfectly fine for you to call your son-in-law brother, or even master. The word son-in-law even contains the character, yeah, meaning master/grandfather. Uncle, please rest for a while. I'll get you a cup of tea. Seeing his father-in-law like this, Jiang Chen was also helpless. He had originally thought that his father-in-law had easily defeated his father, so his alcohol tolerance must be pretty good. Who knew? They were surprisingly vulnerable. Drinking alcohol makes you drunk very quickly. Jiang Chen's physique had been enhanced, making his alcohol tolerance extraordinary. His father-in-law was no match for him. When Jiang Chen saw that his father-in-law was slurring his words, he simply stopped drinking with him and put the bottle away. As a result, the father-in-law got anxious. In order to get the bottle back and continue drinking, he actually called himself brother. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I was trying to persuade my father-in-law to sit down and pour him a cup of tea so he could sober up. Su Qingcheng is over there. The tea has been brought over. Dad, please have some tea. To be honest, even though it was her own father, and even though making fun of him was somewhat disrespectful, Su Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle a little. No way. Who can blame her when that jerk is her husband? Compared to my husband, my dad is definitely. Well, this little cotton-padded jacket is so sweet. Once it starts leaking air, it'll keep leaking air forever. Su Hingshan got drunk. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing took Bai Huiyan back to Villa No. 1 of Chunjiang Pavilion, and Bai Huiyan followed them. Su Hingshan, who was talking nonsense, got tired of making a fuss as soon as he arrived there and fell asleep immediately. That night, the couple stayed at their son-in-law's house. Villa No. 1 was a detached house with quite a few bedrooms. Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Song Mei and Jiang Daping arrived. They went to check if Su Hingshan was all right, and finding him fine, the group sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Su Hingshan also felt that he had made a fool of himself yesterday. Surprisingly. Okay. Anyway, he's drunk again. While having breakfast together, Su Hingshan then turned to Jiang Chen and said apologetically, Xiao Chen, I'm sorry about yesterday. I drank too much and acted a bit crazy. Please don't mind. It's all right, uncle. Why would I mind? Jiang Chen laughed. That's good. Hara. Su Hongshan smiled and patted his son-in-law on the shoulder. You'd better watch out in the future, don't drink so much. You're supposed to be an elder, aren't you afraid the younger generation will laugh at you? Bai Huiyin said to Su Hongshan from the side, sounding annoyed. Okay, honey. I'll be more careful in the future. Su Hongshan hurriedly smiled apologetically at Bai Huiyin, paused for a moment, and then suddenly added with a chuckle. But speaking of which, let's get back to the point. Xiao Chun was during my most difficult time. They cured my legs. They are my saviors. Is it too much for me to call my savior brother? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent once again. That being said, the logic is sound, but he is, after all, your son-in-law. If you call him brother, what about your in-laws? Will they also call him brother? That Jiang Daping. Secretly, I almost burst out laughing. To treat one's own son like a brother, TSK, that's a good idea. After everyone finished eating, they gathered together to discuss holding a 100-day celebration for their 3 babies tomorrow, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Since that's the case, they thought they might as well hold the engagement banquet for the young couple at the same time. Regarding the engagement, Song Mei and her husband had no objections, and neither did Bai Huiyin and her husband. Both sets of parents were more than happy to see it. As for Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, since both sets of parents have agreed, the young couple naturally have nothing more to say. Xiao Chun, since you're free this morning, why don't you come fishing with me for a while? Su Hongshan suddenly had a whim and said to Jiang Chen with a smile. Sure, Jiang Chen said. But uncle, let's not bet anything this time, shall we? Absolutely. This time we're not betting anything, just having some fun, Su Hongshan said. Back in Shanghai, he had a fishing competition with Jiang Chen and almost jumped into the river after losing so badly. He dared not gamble with that kid on fishing again. Of course, there are others. He dared not gamble anymore. Betting with this kid is so discouraging. You lose everything you bet on. Jiang Chen brought 2 sets of fishing gear, took his father-in-law, and drove to a river that wasn't too far away. Anglers often fished on both banks of that river year-round. Jiang Chen had gone fishing there before when he had nothing to do. Therefore, I am quite familiar with it. Before long, he and his father-in-law found a good spot by the river. The two started fishing. Su Hongshan is the amateur fishing king of Shanghai. Without the mental distraction of competing with Jiang Chen, his mind was calm and composed. Not long after sitting down, he started catching fish one after another, much to the surprise of the other anglers around him. Holy crap! You caught another one? That's amazing. I've only caught 3 fish since this morning. But this expert has only been sitting here for a short while, and he's already caught 5 or 6. I haven't even opened for business yet. The fishing enthusiasts couldn't resist coming to watch, and were very surprised by Su Hongshan's fishing skills. Compared with this master, they were really too bad. But then, he looked over at Jiang Chen. One by one, they all became withdrawn again. In their eyes, Su Hongshan was already an unparalleled figure. But next to him, a young man of a much higher age was clearly a master. His fishing speed was almost twice that of Su Hongshan. And even so, he still seemed lazy and not very serious about fishing. Awesome. Awesome. This is truly a top-tier master worthy of worship. Jiang Chen heard it. He just scratched his head and didn't say anything. God-level fishing. We've only just begun. Just then, suddenly the float sank sharply, and Jiang Chen pulled up the fishing rod. He knew from the rod that he had caught a fish, but unexpectedly, the fish was pulled out. But then there was a moment of silence. Because it's an Ultraman plastic toy, he's also missing a leg. Wipe. I thought it was some big fish, but it's just Ultraman with only one leg. With only one leg, he still has to save the Earth. This Ultraman is so tragic. Ha! Jiang Chen was also speechless. Remove the one-legged Ultraman from the hook, then bait the hook again and continue fishing. But what happens next? This is incredible. Besides fish, they caught everything else. Underwear, stuffed animals, iron pots, bras, stockings, and worn-out shoes. Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. What's going on? Is this supposed to be God-level fishing? Is this all? When the group of anglers saw Jiang Chen later, he started catching everything except fish. They laughed until their stomachs hurt. They said, Is this young man a master at fishing? Su Hengshan turned his head to look. Jiang Chen caught a bunch of strange and broken things. Unable to resist laughing, he joked, "Xiao Chen, keep fishing. Maybe you'll catch a big one." Ha! Jiang Chen was unconvinced. "I refuse to believe that I won't be able to catch any fish today." Seeing Jiang Chen continue to bait the fish, the group of anglers became even more interested, all wanting to know what else Jiang Chen could catch next. Not long after, the float sank sharply again, and Jiang Chen immediately tugged at the rod. This time, he couldn't pull it up immediately, so he started reeling in the line, which quickly became very taut. The group of fishermen were surprised to see this. Holy crap, could this be a big fish? That's possible. I once caught a silver carp weighing over 30 pounds like that. It took me almost half an hour to reel it in. A big fish? I don't think that's very likely. Didn't you see what kind of things the young man just caught? He even caught a one-legged Ultraman. Holy crap. If what you're saying is true, could it be that this time we fished out a female corpse? Oh, a female corpse? Holy crap, no way. Upon hearing someone say it might be a female corpse, the fishermen gasped, their expressions tense. Damn it, could it be a bad omen? Upon hearing this, Su Hengshan, "I'll stop fishing for now." Instead, they joined the other anglers, all intently and somewhat nervously watching the water. Chapter 271. Hello, is this 110? Su Hengshan and a group of fishermen stared at the water, wondering what they had caught this time, and whether it was really a female corpse. Jiang Chen had a gut feeling that the fish he had caught this time was definitely not small. But I still have a relatively peaceful mindset. I don't believe at all that you can fish up a female corpse or anything like that. That's just too far-fetched. It's only commonly seen in novels. However, when he slowly pulled the big fish out of the water, he was surprised, as were the group of fishermen and Su Hengshan. Because the big fish was certainly not the female corpse, but it was a cylindrical iron thing, covered in mud and weeds, looking dark and murky. Seemingly, it's a bomb. Holy crap. This is eye-opening. Holy crap, they can even fish up bombs. Awesome. Awesome. Damn, even though it's not a female corpse, a bomb is still quite dangerous. Young man, call the police right away. You can't handle this shell. It's not just that we can't handle it. This thing is huge. If we're not careful and it explodes, well, we're all doomed. Run, Brotherhood. Yes, run. Everyone, keep far away. Jiang Chen fished up a bomb. The group of fishermen who were waiting to watch the drama unfold were so frightened that they scattered in all directions, running a long way before turning back to look in their direction. Jiang Chen listened and looked. I panicked a little. After all, that dark, unremarkable thing really does resemble the outline of a bomb, and there have been news reports from abroad of anglers catching World War II bombs. Regardless, let's get out of there first. If a bomb were to explode accidentally, even with enhanced physical abilities, I'm still just flesh and blood, and I simply can't withstand it. Hey, Xiao Chen, I'm still behind. Jiang Chen threw down his fishing rod and ran off, but he forgot about his father-in-law behind him. Su Hengshan also wanted to run, but he was getting old after all. My hands and feet aren't very nimble. In my haste, I tripped and fell. Jiang Chen turned around and saw it. Embarrassed, he rushed back and helped his father-in-law out. Excuse me, Uncle I. It's okay, it's okay. If I were you, I would react the same way. Su Hengshan waved his hand. Together with Jiang Chen, they ran to a relatively safe location. After catching their breath, Jiang Chen said, Xiao Chen, you were the one who fished out that bomb, so let's call the police. Jiang Chen nodded. He took out his phone and dialed the police. Cricket, is this 110? Here's the thing, I need to call the police. I just caught a bomb by the river. It's quite big, covered in mud and weeds, and looks really dark. Judging by its appearance, it should be a real bomb. No, I'm not joking, I'm serious. If I make a false police report, you can just arrest me then. Because there's a bomb on the police. The police station did not dare to delay. In about 10 minutes, the police and bomb disposal team arrived at the scene and set up a 50-meter safety cordon around the perimeter. The bomb disposal team stepped forward to investigate. Carefully scraping away the seaweed and silt on the surface of the bomb, revealed the rusty bomb body inside. Well, it really is a howitzer shell left over from the War of Resistance against Japan. Although the outside is rusty and the fuse is almost destroyed, the projectile body is intact and still poses a danger. The bomb disposal team dismantled the artillery shell on the spot. Did you catch this shell while fishing? Afterwards, a middle-aged man who looked like a police officer came over and asked Jiang Chen, while also making a note of it. Yes, it was me who fished. All the anglers around here can vouch for me. Okay. The middle-aged police officer asked a few simple questions, including Jiang Chen's name, and then looked at Su Hongshan. Your name is Jiang Chen. So who is this person next to you? He is my father-in-law, and he came fishing with me. Oh. The middle-aged police officer nodded, glanced at Jiang Chen and his companion, and then led his team back. So, uncle, shall we still go fishing? After the incident of catching a bomb, Jiang Chen suddenly hesitated about fishing. What happened to the supposed god-level fishing skills? Suddenly I couldn't catch any fish. They just fish for the most dubious and questionable things. This is so boring. Of course I'll fish. I haven't had enough yet. Su Hongshan was still enthusiastic, smiling as he looked at Jiang Chen. What's wrong, Xiaochen? Did you get scared by that bomb you just caught? How could that be? Since uncle wants to fish, then I'll keep fishing too. Jiang Chen thought to himself. I refuse to believe it. Let him fish out another bomb if he dares. Afterwards, the two took their fishing gear and deliberately changed to a different spot to fish. Jiang Chen started fishing again. One after another, so many that it's overwhelming. Truly god-level fishing. However, half an hour later, after catching a bunch of useless things, Jiang Chen caught another one. A big, dark, cylindrical creature. This time it seems to be heavier than the last time. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Jiang Chen looked closely. The first exclamation was, holy crap. Jiang Chen hurriedly threw down his fishing rod, grabbed his father-in-law, and ran away. As he ran, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Crooked, is this 110? Well, you might not believe it, but I've caught another bomb. Chapter 272, How Did Fishing Lead to Arrest? Part 2. Jiang Chen and Su Hongshan took off running and reached a safe distance. Jiang Chen finished making the call to the police. I felt helpless. What the hell happened today? I was just fishing and I caught a whole bunch of random fish. And what's more, this is the second time I've caught a bomb. The second thing we caught. To be honest, Jiang Chen didn't look at it very carefully. But it was still dark and covered with silt and weeds, a round lump of iron. It is heavier than the previous howitzer shell. No need to think about it. It is highly likely to be a larger shell. Xiao Chen, come here, let me see your hands, Su Hongshan said jokingly, pulling his son-in-law's hand to look at it. These hands don't seem special, so why are they so magical? I've been fishing for decades. This is the first time I've met someone like you who can catch cannonballs, and more than once. I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai next time. I'll take you sea fishing sometime. Okay, Jiang Chen replied. He had never tried sea fishing before, but he hoped it wouldn't be like today, where he kept catching bombs. The group of fishermen behind them, seeing that Jiang Chen had pulled out another bomb, they were thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Awesome, another bomb. It seems to be thicker and bigger than the last one. Damn, is it even harder now? What a shock today. I've really learned something new. I have nothing but admiration for this genius. When the police arrive and see a bomb, they'll be dumbfounded. Hey, genius, were you doing this on purpose? Of course. Didn't you notice we fished out those underwear and the iron pot? We even caught 2 bombs, easy peasy. If you're going to be a pro, you should keep fishing. Who knows, you might just catch some treasure. That's right. But I'd much rather the expert fish out a female corpse. That would be even more authentic. Red Square? Officer, there's a pervert here. You'd better arrest him right now. Amid the noisy discussion among the fishermen, because of another bomb threat, middle-aged police officer Du Ning quickly arrived with his team, set up a cordon, and the bomb disposal team went to check and try to defuse the bomb. Jiang Chen and his father-in-law. A group of anglers were also watching from outside the cordon. Everyone's gossiping about another bombshell. However, when the bomb disposal team stepped forward, when they tried to defuse the bomb as they had done before, they were surprised to find that the so-called bomb was not a shell at all after the silt and weeds were cleared away. cylindrical, and pitch black. It is thick and large, with a smooth surface, and looks very precise and technological. It's clearly not an explosive device. Instead, it seems some kind of high-tech product. After receiving the message, middle-aged police officer Du Ning immediately went to check. He saw that the black lump of iron had been cleaned clean. He was immediately taken aback. He took a picture and sent it out, then made a phone call. Captain Zhao, take a look at this. Isn't this the number 9 you've been asking for lately? On the other end of the phone, when Zhao Feng, the captain of the security bureau, saw the picture and received Du Ning's call, he was immediately taken aback. I'm coming right away, Zhao Feng responded, and, without saying another word, quickly led his men out. At the same time, another phone call was made. Boss, I have important news to report. Number 9 should have been found. Sihai City Jurisdiction, a base on the riverbank. Liang Zhangwo, the former leader in charge of safety, is presiding over a meeting. Old Liang, we've searched the entire Qingshui River, both upstream and downstream of the incident site. We've practically drained the river, but we still haven't found any trace of number 9. I suspect those 2 petty thieves might have tricked us. We cannot rule out this possibility. However, the statements of the 2 petty thieves regarding what happened after they stole number 9 have been verified. Moreover, the surveillance video shows that they did indeed throw number 9 into the Qingshui River. Is it possible? Was it intentional for them to throw them into the river? And then someone secretly contacted them. And before we caught these 2 petty thieves, number 9 had already been secretly retrieved. That's one possibility. However, there are also no relevant clues or information to corroborate this. When they were reporting to Liang Zhangwo, the people in charge started arguing amongst themselves. Liang Zhangwo frowned and rubbed his temples. This number 9. In fact, it is an unmanned underwater vehicle developed by a research institute in China. It is a key project in the military industry. Numerous resources have been invested in this effort. The design plan underwent 9 major revisions. It was almost a success, but unexpectedly, it failed in the final testing stage. An insider, recruited by a foreign intelligence agency, secretly hired 2 thieves to steal the submarine after shutting down all its signals and power. Although after the incident, the mole was caught quickly and is now facing a lifetime of imprisonment. The 2 thieves were caught the next day, but the number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle was thrown into the Qingshui River by 2 petty thieves. The Security Bureau, in conjunction with the police department, organized a manpower team to conduct a near-net search within a 3-kilometer radius upstream and downstream of the location where the thief threw the underwater drone. However, more than a week later, they still couldn't find it. At this time, he heard his subordinates arguing. Liang Zhangwo was also in a real bind. Could it be? This number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle has already smuggled itself out of the country, and may even have been smuggled out by some colluding bad elements. So in this way, this incident on the 9th will become the biggest stain on his record since he took charge of the Security Bureau. This is a time of great anxiety. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Captain Zhao Feng calling. After answering the phone, Liang Jingwo looked shocked and could hardly believe it. What? Zhao Feng, say it again. Number 9 discovered it. Location, 10 kilometers downstream of the Qingshui River, in the suburbs of Sihai City. Was it caught by a fisherman? And this fisherman just caught a shell from the War of Resistance against Japan. Okay, I'll be right there. Liang Jingwo looked excited. Those present had clearly overheard Liang Jingwo's phone call, and they were all utterly astonished. Their week-long, exhaustive search of number 9 had yielded. It got caught by a fisherman. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang, you two pack your things right now, and come with me to the outskirts of the city. Yes, Mr. Liang. Yes, Mr. Liang. Meanwhile, the scene where the bomb was fished out was located on the banks of the Qingshui River on the outskirts of the city. Jiang Chen and Su Hengshan were still gossiping about the bomb incident, chatting about the strangeness of the matter and old stories from the War of Resistance against Japan. Jiang Chen asked, after the police finish questioning you, will you continue fishing, uncle? It's already noon. Let's stop fishing and go home for lunch. Su Hengshan looked up at the sky. But Xiao Chen, look how good you are at cooking the fish we caught. No problem, uncle. I'll show off my skills again when we get back. and you can have a good taste of my fish. Okay, that's fine. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was going back to cook fish, Shen was overjoyed and his mouth watered. And Jiang Chen, after his father-in-law said that, he suddenly felt a bit hungry. It was already noon, so he decided to go back and cook a whole fish feast to satisfy his little girl's cravings. But strangely enough, this time, after catching the bomb, the middle-aged police officer and the bomb disposal team squatted beside the bomb, inside the cordon, cleaning it, taking photos, and making phone calls. Anyway, it's been ages since it came out. Jiang Chen and his companion outside the cordon were getting anxious. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound came from the sky, and a helicopter flew straight towards them. What happened? They fished out a bomb, and now a helicopter's showing up? No way, no way. Could this helicopter really be here for the bomb? I'll blanch it. I'll blanch it. The helicopter really did land nearby, and it was a big shot who got out. Awesome. It seems this bomb is quite extraordinary. Amidst the gasps of the fishermen, the helicopter landed on a large open area, and Liang Zhangwo emerged with two other people. On the other side, an SUV roared in. It was Captain Zhao Feng from the Security Bureau. Du Ning, the middle-aged police officer standing next to the bomb, saw it and hurried over. Old Liang, Captain Zhao, Liang Zhangwo, and Zhao Feng greeted Du Ning. He walked straight toward the bomb that had been fished out. Upon arriving, they saw that it was indeed the number 9 they had been searching for. The two were excited and thrilled, but then they were puzzled. Xiao Du, what about the person who caught number 9? Liang Zhangwo asked. Over there, Mr. Liang. Look, that young man standing at the very edge of the cordon, a rather handsome young man. That handsome young man? Yes, that's him. The one standing next to him is his father-in-law. They were fishing together just now, Du Ning said. I had people watching from the outside. They can't escape. Okay, sure. Liang Zhangwo nodded. So I glanced at that handsome young man from afar a few times. It felt quite ordinary. Besides being handsome, there doesn't seem to be much else about him. But this handsome young man caught a number 9 while fishing. Before that, he even caught a shell from the War of Resistance against Japan. TSK. That's a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Zhao Feng and instructed, Captain Zhao, I brought number 9 back. Question that young man and his father-in-law thoroughly, and see if it was an accident. I understand, Elder Liang. Afterwards, Liang Zhangwo and his assistant Xiao Wang took the number 9 away by helicopter. After seeing Mr. Liang off, Zhao Feng and Du Ning then walked towards Jiang Chen and Shen. Hello, are you Jiang Chen? Zhao Feng walked up, smiled, and shook hands with Jiang Chen and Shen. This must be your father-in-law. Yes, it's us. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised when he saw the other person's uniform. It wasn't that middle-aged police officer anymore. It's someone from the National Security Bureau now? He muttered to himself. Then Zhao Feng said from the other side. So you were the one who fished out the bomb in the Qingshui River twice, triggering the alarm? Yes, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded. If you don't believe me, you can ask any fisherman. They saw it with their own eyes. No need. I believe you, Zhao Feng said with a smile. You managed to fish out 2 bombs from the river in quick succession, so your fishing skills must be quite impressive. That's why I'd like to invite you two to a place for tea and a chat. Want to go somewhere for tea and a chat? Jiang Chen asked instinctively. Where? Zhao Feng thought for a moment, then turned to Du Ning and asked, You don't mind if I borrow your territory for a bit, do you? I don't mind. All right then, I'll invite you two for tea and a chat at the police station. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Shen immediately became alert. Seriously, it's just fishing, and you only caught 2 bombs. Why are you really going to the police station for questioning? But cough. On second thought, then I thought it was quite normal. After all, there were 2 bombs. The government would have to talk to you and check the risks, right? Okay then. Anyway, if you're upright, you have nothing to fear. Since we're going to have tea and chat, let's have tea and chat then. The whole fish feast we planned for lunch was ruined. Why? Shen couldn't help but swallow hard and sigh inwardly. More than an hour later, Jiang Chen and Shen were personally escorted out of the police station by Zhao Feng, who said apologetically, I'm sorry to have taken up your time. I'm also very grateful for your cooperation. Zhao Feng didn't believe it was an accident. The probability of accidentally catching a howitzer shell from the War of Resistance against Japan is extremely low. But this kid actually caught 2 bombs. Although the second bomb was fake, it turned out to be the number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle they had been searching for. The probability of these 2 factors combined is ridiculously low. So while Zhao Feng was having tea and chatting with Jiang Chen, he used all the resources at his disposal to secretly investigate Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. The results of the investigation surprised him greatly. Jiang Chen is a promising young entrepreneur in Sihai, and the popular barbecue and milk tea brands are all his products. As for Su Hingshan, he is a well-known business tycoon in Shanghai who has been famous for many years. There was not a single trace of information on the 2 individuals that suggested they were connected to an insider or to foreign entities. They even found a bunch of fishermen who witnessed the discovery of the bomb, and they gained nothing in the end. Therefore, the conclusion can only be, it was truly a coincidence, and that number 9 just happened to be caught by Jiang Chen. It's all right. Jiang Chen and Su Hingshan exchanged pleasantries. Well, I can understand what they did. After all, national security is everyone's responsibility. Moreover, they only found out at the police station that what Jiang Chen fished up the second time was not a bomb, but a high-tech unmanned underwater vehicle that had been stolen from a research institute. No wonder they made such a big fuss. At the police station, the 2 did not encounter any difficulties. Besides actually drinking tea. Seeing that it was noon, Zhao Feng gave each of them a boxed lunch with a mix of meat and vegetables, and also compensated them for the fish they had lost while cooperating with the investigation. Jiang Chen, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call the number above. Before leaving, Zhao Feng handed over another business card. Okay. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. He understood that he was being watched by Captain Zhao Feng of the National Security Bureau, but he still couldn't quite believe that the underwater vehicle had been fished out. That's normal, though. In reality, Jiang Chen himself had no idea what to do. It's supposed to be God-level fishing. Why can't you just catch a fish? Instead, you're catching a bunch of weird and wonderful things. If we do it another day, what if they actually fish up a nuclear bomb? Then you'll have to go to the police station for questioning. Jiang Chen and his father-in-law returned home. Su Qingcheng, Song Mei, Bai Huiyin, and others gathered around and asked with concern. In fact, Jiang Chen had already given them a general account of the situation on their way back. But who would believe me if I told them? He was just fishing, and he ended up catching a bomb, which landed him in the police station for questioning. That's outrageous. It wasn't until Jiang Chen and Su Hingshan explained repeatedly and showed the 3 women Zhao Feng's business card from the National Security Bureau that the 3 women began to believe them. Even so, that evening, after putting the 3 babies to sleep, while holding a cucumber for her diet dinner, Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and warned Jiang Chen, "Honey, I'm only saying this once. If you really did something illegal or criminal, snort, my 3 kids and I are not living with you anymore. Not only am I not going to live with you anymore, I'm also," he said, then crunched a piece off the cucumber. Chapter 273, Did you save the galaxy in your past life? Seeing that the girl was talking well, Jiang Chen suddenly bit off a piece of the cucumber. I was suddenly jolted awake. I said I wasn't afraid. That's a bit unrealistic. This girl is serious. That would be, "Honey, you're really scaring me," Jiang Chen said, rubbing his forehead. He stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and laughed. "We've been married for ages. Aren't you being a bit too harsh?" "That's too harsh." This is just the beginning." Su Qingchang didn't take it seriously and snapped off another piece of cucumber. "I haven't even said, I'll flush it down the toilet for you next." "Forget about that. Then you have to flush it down the toilet." That's too cruel." Jiang Chen felt a sudden, tingling sensation on his scalp. Holding the little girl's face in my hands, I looked at her carefully from left to right, thinking to myself, is this still the gentle, shy, considerate, virtuous, and loving little girl I remember? So cool. Could it be that I've been possessed by some Wu Zetian? No, Empress Lu? Wife, I remember you saying that a woman should follow her husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog. I also said that I would follow my husband wherever he goes, Su Qingqing persisted. But husband, think about it. What if you really break the law and go to jail? What will happen to me and my children? I don't want my children to be without a father. I finally met you, and then you suddenly went in. I can't stand it either, okay? So, honey, don't do anything crooked or shady. It would be great if we could be rich, but if we can't make money and live a simple, poor life, I'd still be willing to stay with you. I just hope you're safe and sound, and that our whole family is safe and sound. So that's what you thought, honey. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the familiar gentle girl instantly returned. What else? Su Qingqing tilted her head back and pouted. So promise me, okay? Okay. Jiang Chen immediately responded. He couldn't help but lower his head and gently peck the girl. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never done anything illegal or criminal, and I won't do it in the future. Your dad and I are going fishing today. I accidentally fished up 2 bombs. The police were very surprised when they found out, so they asked us to come to the police station to talk. Actually, it's nothing. I was surprised myself. Of all the things you could fish for, you had to fish out artillery shells from the War of Resistance against Japan. It's best not to talk about what Zhao Feng told you about the number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle. Jiang Chen simply didn't mention it. But aside from that, I roughly repeated what I needed to say. Okay, that's good. Su Qingqing nodded, snuggling closer. Ever since she started dating this jerk, so many outrageous things have happened, and this time she's just unleashed a bombshell. It's all right, I guess. Anyway, as ridiculous as pigs trotters may be, just don't get yourself into trouble. She leaned against Jiang Chen's chest for a while. Su Qingqing suddenly remembered something and raised her head again, saying, By the way, honey, you still need to find a way to get along better with my dad. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen asked. Because, although our Su family is not what it used to be, but the money we have now is enough for us to spend for a lifetime. And I am my parents' only daughter. You should get along well with my dad. Then in the future, won't all this money be ours? Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. This silly girl. He deliberately ruffled the girl's hair. What are you thinking about? Don't say that you are at least the one who cured your father-in-law's illness, and that you have a very good relationship now. There's still money. Why would someone as good for nothing as me be afraid of money? He is the world's richest man. In the future, it's not impossible to try it out, is it? And Su Qingqing. I felt a little awkward because I suddenly started thinking about the Su family's assets. I feel bad for my dad. She's not the kind of person who cares a lot about money. But, well, for the sake of that big pig's trotter, I still can't help but think about it. In any case, the Su family's wealth can save him a lot of detours. Not my husband. So what do you really think? You should try to get along better with my dad. My parents have had a very good relationship over the years. Don't worry, I'm their only biological daughter. My dad definitely doesn't have any illegitimate children or anything like that. Nobody's going to fight me for the inheritance. When my dad retires in the future, then we should definitely take over his job. Jiang Chen noticed that the girl was getting more and more excited as she talked. I simply lowered my head. They silenced the other party directly. After a long while, he cupped her stunningly beautiful face in his hands and said earnestly, Wife, let me start with the first thing. Your father and I used to have a very good relationship. Think about it. I helped heal his leg, so he owes me a favor. How could our relationship not be good? Besides, even if I don't treat his leg, I'll try to build a good relationship with him because of you. After all, he's your father, isn't he? The second one. Do you think I need the Su family's fortune? It's true that your Su family was once a wealthy family, but I myself will become a wealthy family in the future. Honey, I'll give you a chance to think about it. How much is my net worth now? Jiang Chen's reminder made Su Qingqing realize instantly that compared to the Su family, who had fallen from grace, this certain pig's trotter was actually no worse off now. Barbecue, milk tea, resorts, hotels, and other projects are thriving. It's my own mother's boss. Moreover, he made billions in a single short-selling operation of crude oil a while ago. It's a total money-making machine. Just now, I was so focused on that certain pig's trotter, eyeing the small fortune of the Su family in my father's hands, that I momentarily forgot that the pig's trotter himself is already a wealthy man. Why? Okay, honey. I understand. Su Qingqing, from the bottom of her heart, hooked her arms around the man's neck and gave him a barrage of fierce pecks. She thought to herself, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to have such a precious husband. Then she buried her face in someone's arms. Jiang Chen sighed. To be honest, I was quite moved. This silly girl is truly devoted to me. She's even willing to covet my Su family's assets for me. TSK, TSK. They're so cute. Su Hongshan cursed. Cute? Cute my ass. She's a dutiful daughter. Wife, why are you so good to me? You've already called me wife. So isn't it only natural that I treat you well? Well, let's get some rest. We have important things to do tomorrow. The children's 100-day celebration and our engagement party. Jiang Chen bent down, picked up the little girl, and headed towards the bed. Going to bed so early? But it's only 9 o'clock now. Su Qingcheng remained nestled in his arms, her voice soft and sweet. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, she immediately looked flustered. Huh? You rascal, you want to go to bed so early? You don't mean you want me to treat you, do you? But I'm not feeling energetic today. That's all right, I'll treat you today. Chapter 274 Legally Married Couple, Doting Husband. No problem, I'll treat you today. Hearing someone's shameless words, Su Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, her tone disdainful. Look at what you're saying. What's the difference between this and me rewarding you? In the end, it's all rewarding you. It's definitely different. Jiang Chen lowered his head and took a peck, then laughed. Think about it. One is proactive and the other is reactive. It's no wonder the results are different. Su Qingqing was completely speechless. Okay, you're full of fallacies. The next morning, Jiang Daping and Song Mei arrived. Because they were staying at their daughter's house, Bai Huiyin and Su Hongshan woke up relatively early. After getting up, Bai Huiyin went to the kitchen to cook. When Song Mei arrived, she found her in-laws cooking. She quickly advised them that they were guests and should rest aside. Then Song Mei decided to cook for herself. Bai Huiyin was unwilling to comply. Left with no other choice, the two had to divide the work and make breakfast together. They chatted and laughed, and their relationship was very harmonious. And breakfast goes without saying. It was quite a lavish meal. In the living room, Jiang Daping and Su Hongshan, as the heads of their respective families, finished discussing the banquet and, taking advantage of the remaining time, played a few games of Chinese chess. The battle was fierce, with both winners and losers. In conclusion, even without Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing present, both sets of parents got along well. At the same time, in the bedroom, the two of them were still too lazy to get out of bed. Jiang Chen had actually woken up much earlier. I heard a noise outside. Knowing that my mom and mother-in-law were making breakfast together, I decided to take a rare break and, after taking care of the little monsters, lazed in bed watching short videos for a while. Su Qingsheng was wrapped in a blanket, her little face flushed. Honey, why don't you get up? Why? Jiang Chen asked without looking up. What do you think? If we keep staying home like this, won't your parents and my parents worry? Won't they think we, you know? This? We're a legally married couple. Is it abnormal for us to do that? Get out. What do you mean normal? Our parents are both out there. Have some shame. Su Qingqing said, blushing and scolding. Finding it useless, she leaned closer and shook Jiang Chen's arm. Honey, let's go. You wouldn't want your wife to be disliked by your mother-in-law for being lazy, would you? Jiang Chen was taken a second to realize what was going on after hearing that sentence. So the little girl was afraid that her mother would think she was lazy. Was that really a reason? But who can blame me for being a doting husband? Okay. Jiang Chen then tidied up and got out of bed. Mom, Auntie. Jiang Chen washed up and quickly left the bedroom. He then went to the kitchen to greet his busy mother and mother-in-law. Xiao Chen, you're up? Bai Huiyin greeted Jiang Chen with a smile when she saw him, and then casually asked, Where's Qingqing? She's up too, and she's washing her hair right now, Jiang Chen said. Oh. Bai Huiyin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness, her daughter didn't stay in bed this time. Xiao Chen, go sit in the living room for a bit. Your mom and I will make breakfast soon, Bai Huiyin then instructed. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, noticing that breakfast was almost ready. My mom and mother-in-law definitely wouldn't allow me to help. He simply agreed and prepared to leave, but at that moment, Bai Huiyin happened to catch a glimpse of his bitten, red fingers. Xiao Chen, what happened to your finger? Are you injured? Bai Huiyan asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I just got bitten by a dog, Jiang Chen said casually, not thinking much of it. You got bitten by a dog? Bai Huiyan asked in surprise. This. Jiang Chen immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. Calling his wife a dog. How could his mother-in-law tolerate that? Then, feeling a bit embarrassed and flustered, she blurted out, Auntie, it wasn't a dog. It was a cat that bit me. She thought that being bitten by a cat was better than being bitten by a dog. Not a dog. You got bitten by a cat. Bai Huiyan was surprised again. But when she saw that it was a dog or a cat biting her son-in-law's finger, she instantly understood what was going on. We've all been there, what don't we understand? It's very likely just some little romantic gesture between the young couple. But it was Jiang Chen. Some were stumped by their mothers-in-law's probing questions. Because at home, we don't keep cats or dogs. Besides 3 little monsters, there's also a certain little girl, a real tigress. Should I really tell my mother-in-law the truth? And then I overheard the conversation between my in-laws and my son. Song Mei over there quickly realized what the dog and cat that bit her son's fingers were. However, in front of Bai Huiyan. Well, this is a topic we dare not discuss, nor do we dare to ask. Son, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you call your dad over to get it? Song Mei said calmly, seeing her son looking troubled. Okay, Mom. Jiang Chen, relieved of his predicament, immediately rushed out to call Jiang Dapeng to bring breakfast. Chapter 275 Eating at Your Own Feast is so delicious. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei had already booked the hotel for the banquet. Since the 100-day celebration and engagement banquet were combined into one event, there were many attendees, mainly relatives and friends, as well as key representatives from Jiang Chen's company. So we booked more than 30 tables. Of course, Jiang Chen paid for it. He didn't want to book his own 9 days hotel, but 9 days is a budget hotel and can't host banquets at all. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, along with their 3 babies, were the main characters of the day. The guests were amazed by the couple's good looks and the adorable triplets. Jiang Chen's large group of relatives surrounded the young couple and their 3 babies, asking them all sorts of questions. Many of them were seeing Su Qingcheng and the babies for the first time. My maternal grandmother, several uncles, and aunts also came. Grandma is almost 80 years old, but she is still in good health and has excellent teeth. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng, she couldn't help but express her surprise and praise. Xiao Chen, is this your wife? Ouch! She's so beautiful and radiant. She's even prettier than the fairies in paintings. Several aunts also joined in the praise. Su Qingcheng stood next to Jiang Chen, answering each question politely and sweetly. Meeting so many people all at once, it's impossible for her not to feel a little shy. But overall, it was still very open and above board. After praising Su Qingcheng, Grandma continued to praise the 3 little babies. Seeing that Grandma liked them very much, Su Qingcheng first picked up the best-behaved baby and gently placed him on Grandma's lap. Grandma saw it. So happy he couldn't stop smiling, and his wrinkles disappeared in an instant. Then, he hugged each of his great-grandchildren in turn. Finally, I've had my fill. I play with my great-grandchildren for quite a while. Grandma asked Jiang Chen with great interest, Little Chen, how's it going this year? Why don't you come stay with us for a couple of days during the spring festival? Come to think of it, it's been so many years since you've been there. The 2 uncles also joined in the persuasion. Yes, Xiao Chen, you used to come and play at our place a lot when you were little, but after you went to college and started working, you never came back. Xiao Chen, don't look down on us because we live in the countryside. When it comes to celebrating the new year, our village is still the most lively and festive place. Okay. Faced with the invitation from his maternal grandmother and uncle, Jiang Chen immediately agreed verbally. When he was a child, he did visit his maternal grandmother's house frequently. His maternal grandmother and uncle treated him very well since he was a child. During winter and summer vacations, Chinese New Year, and even on weekdays, if he wanted to pick fruit, he would go with his mother. The first time I was bitten by a dog, and the first time I rode a pig were both at my maternal grandmother's house. Anyway, I have a lot of interesting memories. Brother Chen, sister-in-law. Congratulations. Several classmates, including Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao, also came. Everyone brought red envelopes and monetary gifts. Jiang Chen put it away without any ceremony. Hazy, you guys eat and drink well today. We're all good buddies. There are a lot of people today. I might not be able to take care of everyone. It's all right, I understand. After talking for a while, Lu Wei and his group entered the banquet hall. Suddenly, Su Qingqing leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and asked with a gossipy smile, "Honey, Yanli didn't come. Did she break up with Lu Wei?" "I didn't blow it. The two of them should be doing well right now," Jiang Chen replied directly. "No. Are you so sure? Did you ask Lu Wei?" Su Qingqing asked, puzzled. "Is that even a question?" "There's absolutely no need to ask," Jiang Chen continued. "Didn't you see Lu Wei's face was injured again, with several bandages on it? That's enough to prove that Lu Wei and Yanli not only didn't break up, but they're still on good terms." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing turned her head and took another careful look at Lu Wei. Sure enough, they found that the kid had some bruises on his face and bandages on his nose and forehead. "Honey, are you saying that Yanli hit Lu Wei on the face?" Su Qingqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. She knew Yanli's personality. She was a bit strange and sometimes violent. But to hit someone in the face, especially her boyfriend's face, was, to say the least, a bit bizarre. Of course, these two are really fighting like lovers, and I'm afraid Wei Zi is not only injured on the face, but also on his body. He also has injuries. Su Qingqing couldn't help but gasp. Speaking of these two people, one is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit? Okay, it's true, birds of a feather flock together. Yeah. Wow. In the banquet hall, the three little monsters were quite alert for a while and were very cooperative. When strangers teased them, they didn't cry or fuss, but opened their big, dark eyes and seemed very eager. You can wait until your own mealtime. They started making a scene, each crying louder than the last. Are the babies hungry? Good. Mom will take you to eat now. Su Qingqing gently comforted them for a few moments, then pushed the stroller with Jiang Chen to their car in the parking lot. Seeing this, Song Mei immediately understood. He gave a brief instruction. Go quickly and come back soon. The feast is about to begin. Bai Huiyan was initially somewhat confused. I was about to offer my help out of kindness, but before I could even say it, it suddenly dawned on me. My daughter is feeding her mother-in-law. If she were feeding formula, we wouldn't need to go outside into the car. What help can I offer? Going there as a third wheel would only cause more trouble. Let's just forget about it. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, once inside the car, skillfully worked together to breastfeed the baby, both eager to finish feeding their little monster and then go inside for the banquet. In terms of taste, this meal certainly can't compare to Jiang Chen's culinary skills, but it is of great significance. After all, it was the couple's engagement party and their baby's 100-day celebration. It still feels different. Especially, well, eating your own meal is so delicious. More than 2 hours later, the banquet is almost over. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing ate quite a bit at the banquet. Of course, Jiang Chen also drank quite a lot of alcohol with the people around him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been drunk long ago. However, he has the advantage of strong physical fitness. Getting drunk? That's impossible. Xiaowan, I heard you're hanging out with your cousin Xiao Chen now. How's it going? Is there any future in making money with him? Yes, Xiaowan. Tell me, is there any hope? Can we at least get a taste of the soup? How much salary does Xiao Chen pay you? Finally, as the guests had mostly left, a group of relatives sat chatting idly. Suddenly, several uncles and aunts became interested and asked Sun Wan a question in person. Sun Wan arrived late because of an urgent matter at the milk tea shop. They arrived near the end of the banquet. Right now, I'm struggling to deal with a lobster's large claw. Hi. Don't even mention it. Sun Wan sighed after taking a bite of shrimp. My salary is only 4,000 yuan, and even that, my cousin deducted 3,000 yuan from my bonus recently. Now that you mention it, the group of relatives were all surprised. Aunt Song Qing and her cousin were also surprised. They had always thought Sun Wan was doing quite well with Jiang Chen, always acting all high and mighty. Turns out, that bad. Xiaowan, you only earn 4,000 a month working for your cousin, and they still deducted 3,000 from your bonus? Isn't Xiao Chen going a bit too far? Isn't Xiao Chen incredibly stingy? She's my cousin, For goodness sake. And she even skinned me alive. Sigh. If that's the case, look at Xiaowan. She graduated from university and spent so much money, but she's not as good as my brat. He didn't go to school. He worked on a construction site and earned 8,000 yuan in his first month. TSK. That's more reliable. Exactly. What's the point of following Xiao Chen? No. Isn't it too hasty of you to say that? We should at least ask Xiaowan about it first. Xiaowan's salary is 4,000, which is indeed not much, but how much is her bonus? After deducting 3,000, how much is left? Yes, Xiaowan, how much was your bonus? The relatives discussed the matter and expressed their sympathy for Sun Wan, but some also realized that it was too hasty to draw conclusions without clarifying how much of Xiaowan's bonus was. This reminder helped. All the relatives turned their attention to Sun Wan. Sun Wan then happily dealt with the large claw of a lobster before speaking. My monthly salary is 4,000 yuan. To be honest, the bonus isn't much either. After deducting 3,000 yuan, let me calculate. The bonus is probably around 37,000 or 38,000 yuan. What? After deducting 3,000, there's still 37,000 or 38,000 left. Upon hearing this, the relatives, everyone was shocked. So, the salary was 4,000 and the bonus was over 40,000. But the prize money alone is over 40,000, and you still say that's not high? This Xiao Wan. So this is just for Sayal there. However, this is for this month. There won't be as many next month, Sun Wan added. There won't be as many next month? The relative whose son earned 8,000 yuan in his first month working on a construction site felt a little better upon hearing this, and curiously asked, Xiaowan, your bonus won't be as much next month. How much is it anyway? My bonus is linked to the number of milk tea shops we open and the amount of profit we make, Sun Wan explained. Next month, the milk tea shop should have 500 branches. Based on the current average profit per store, my bonus will eventually be around 100,000 yuan. Is the bonus around 100,000 next month? The relative who had just asked the question was immediately speechless. At the same time, I was a little speechless. This. Next month's bonus is 100,000, which is indeed not as much as this month's bonus of more than 40,000. Yours is clearly at least double. Sun Wan noticed that everyone seemed quite interested in her prize money. So they pressed their advantage and then boasted. My cousin told me that if I open 1,000 stores, my bonus will increase to 300,000 yuan, and if I open 10,000 stores, it will increase to 1 million yuan. If there are 20,000 companies, the number will rise to 2 million. Sun Wan spoke fluently and at length. Hearing this, the group of relatives became increasingly withdrawn. Have to. I thought Xiao Wan was on the first level, but I didn't expect her to be in the atmosphere. But looking back at ourselves, hey, has your salary increased over the years? Have you been working hard? Reflect on yourself a bit. Why? With a sigh, they rushed to Jiang Chen without hesitation, all begging him to introduce their children to jobs. Jiang Chen, who was having tea with the girl, couldn't help but facepalm. I'm not involved in anything right now. She's basically a hands-off manager. Xiao Wan is the head manager and person in charge of my milk tea shop. She's in charge of hiring. If you want to find a job, just contact her. Upon hearing this, the relatives all returned to find Sun Wan. Sun Wan ate 2 lobster claws and then set her sights on a large pork knuckle. Before she could even take a few bites, she was surrounded by relatives who were all clamoring for her to introduce them to a job. I just came out of the store. I was so busy, I couldn't even enjoy a meal in peace. Because it delayed my enjoyment of the braised pork knuckle. Sun Wan looked very unhappy. When Song Qing saw this, she couldn't help but scold him. Xiao Wan, you get what you pay for. Think about it. You're just a recent graduate from a second-tier university. If you weren't working for your cousin, where would you get such a high salary? Sun Qian also joined in the persuasion. Yeah, Xiao Wan, I've been working for 3 or 4 years now, and I'm just as busy as you when I'm working, but I only barely make 14,000 or 15,000 a month. So what are you thinking? The mother and daughter. He was scolding his daughter on the surface, but he was secretly overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. From now on, Xiao Wan will be living with Xiao Chen, and she won't be able to stay at home doing nothing. Not only will she not be able to stay at home doing nothing, but she might even be able to repay her family's two sons. One of them was verbally advising his younger sister. But I felt a little sad. My cousin's good fortune has been snatched up by Xiao Wan. Compared to Xiao Wan's bonus, I think about my own pitiful salary. Well, could it be because I didn't care about my younger cousin when we were kids? It clearly hurts a lot. Regarding Sun Wan's boasting just now, Jiang Chen stated that he had indeed made similar promises to her. After all, when making promises, they have to be grandiose. However, regarding the promise of 2 million yuan in bonuses for opening 20,000 stores, he felt it was a bit too conservative. It's worth noting that even the leading brand in the milk tea industry, Snow Ice Cream, only has a little over 20,000 stores. If Sun Wan opens 20,000 milk tea shops, let alone 2 million, he would have dared to offer her a bonus of 10 million or even 100 million. At that time, his milk tea group could have gone public and rang the bell. The banquet ended. The remaining relatives are also preparing to go back. On the way out of the hotel, Jiang Chen was still thinking about it casually. In the future, what if my milk tea group wants to go public? Will it list domestically to fleece retail investors? Or will it list overseas like Luckin Coffee and collect intelligence tax from foreigners? I'm thinking about it. Then I suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, I received a business message from the game company, which I haven't checked yet. Now that I'm in the mood and have the time, I'll take advantage of it and put it to good use. Unexpectedly, just as they arrived at the hotel entrance, a drunken man suddenly barged in. Reeking of alcohol, he immediately put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder, trying to get close to him while loudly scolding him. "Brother, I haven't had enough to drink yet. Why are you going back already?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. The relatives were shocked. Jiang Chen sighed, while Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei couldn't help but laugh. As for Bai Huiyan, she couldn't bear to look at her anymore. Or should I find a mouse hole and crawl inside? Chapter 276, 1,000 bottles of Huiran kidney tonic. That's right. The man who immediately put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and drunkenly called him brother was none other than his father-in-law, Su Hongshan. Jiang Chen really didn't expect that his father-in-law, who looked so refined and had the air of a big shot, was actually a drunkard. You really can't judge a book by its cover. But, come to think of it, this is the second time my father-in-law has done this, right? Uncle, you've had too much to drink. Come on, let me help you back. Jiang Chen quickly helped the swaying Su Hongshan. No. How is that possible? Su Hongshan shook his head and patted his chest. Do I look like I've had too much to drink? No. Bro, why are you going home so early on such a festive day? Let's go. Let's have a few more drinks, you two. As he spoke, he tried to pull Jiang Chen back into the hotel. Bai Huiyan couldn't stand it anymore. Mount Home, can't you be a little more mindful of your image? This isn't home. Bai Huiyan stepped forward and grabbed Su Hongshan, thinking to herself, haven't you made a fool of yourself enough last time? I clearly told him not to drink alcohol this time. In the end, he still got drunk. Why? Bai Huiyan couldn't help but feel annoyed, and then secretly pinched Su Hongshan's arm hard without making a sound. Su Hongshan felt the pain. Just as he was about to explode, he glanced over and saw it was his wife, who was already somewhat angry. That's when my mind cleared up a bit. Afterwards, the group went back. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, the elderly couple, escorted Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan back to Villa No. 1 of Chunjiang Pavilion. After exchanging a few words, the two of them hurried back. Jiang Dapeng is not a drunkard, but due to his limited alcohol tolerance, he felt dizzy and hurriedly went home to sleep. As for Song Mei, she didn't drink, but I didn't have a moment's rest all day, and I was exhausted. At Jiangchen No. 1 Villa, after Song Mei and her husband left, Bai Huiyan felt a little sleepy, so she went to her and Su Hongshan's bedroom to rest. However, after entering, because she was angry with Su Hongshan, she locked the bedroom door from the inside. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were helpless. They had no choice but to help Su Hongshan to the sofa to rest for the time being. I want to tidy up another bedroom. No need to tidy up. I'll just lie on the sofa in the living room for a while. Also, don't turn off the TV, just leave it on. I can't sleep if it's off. Su Hengshan shouted a few words. Not long after he finished speaking, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Jiang Chen had no choice but to drape a blanket over his father-in-law. Then, seeing that the three little monsters had also fallen asleep, and the room was quiet except for the sound of the TV, he suddenly had an idea and wanted to take the little girl to the bedroom to have some fun. Su Qingqing took one look at that situation. She immediately rolled her eyes. How could she not understand what that pig's trotter meant? Roll. What do you want to do? My mom is still awake, she whispered, gesturing towards Bai Huiyan's bedroom. But auntie, didn't she go inside to rest? She can't sleep even when she's resting. She's angry with my dad right now. No wonder she can't sleep. Su Qingsheng said with a knowing look, then added with a hint of reproach. Besides, you still want to. I already. Okay then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen had no choice but to give up. After all, that's how it is. Strengthen your own physique. He's a man with 2 golden kidneys, so it's perfectly normal for the girls over there to be unable to keep up. It's a small matter if they become indifferent one day, but it would be a big mistake to hurt his body. Jiang Chen then sat down on the sofa. Focus on researching the business information that the dog-like system is rewarding. Intelligent robotics company TELUS is about to be acquired by tech giant Microsoft. Buy its stock after the market opens on the 12th, and you will get the best return within 7 days, with an expected return of 200%. To avoid attracting the attention of the bookmakers, the maximum investment this time is 2 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. It turns out it was about US stocks. You can invest up to 20 small goals, with an expected return of 200% within 7 days. In other words, this operation could potentially earn up to 40 small goals. Compared to the last time I traded crude oil and made a profit of 100, this time I traded US stocks, and it was slightly less successful. However, I can still make 40 in 7 days. It's quite good. It's still much faster than robbing a bank. Jiang Chen thought to himself. So I opened my US stock trading app. I quickly found a Telstra stock, and sure enough, I discovered that Telstra's stock had been falling all the way down recently, repeatedly hitting new lows. However, once the news broke that Intel had been acquired by tech giant Microsoft. What happened to the stock after that is another story. Xiao Chen, you even study US stocks? Su Hengshan woke up at some point and leaned close to Jiang Chen, startling Jiang Chen with his sudden question. Uncle, why are you awake? Jiang Chen asked. I've been awake for quite a while. The TV was on. I called you earlier but didn't respond, so I looked over. Oh, Xiao Chen, you're researching US stocks. Not bad, not bad. You've got potential. I just dozed off for a little while. Su Hengshan's mind cleared up a bit, but the effects of the alcohol hadn't worn off yet. The whole person. I still feel tipsy and not quite sober. Not bad. Jiang Chen glanced at his father-in-law and smiled. Uncle, you're finally calling me Xiao Chen again? Su Hengshan understood the implication in the words, so he didn't continue calling the kid brother. Hi. I was drunk back then, wasn't I? Su Hengshan laughed awkwardly, scratching his head, realizing he had definitely made a fool of himself before, and more than once. But he calls Jiang Chen brother. That was definitely worth it. To be honest, Jiang Chen treated my leg and helped me out of a predicament, so he can be considered my benefactor. Like I said, I was drunk, so calling my benefactor brother isn't too much to ask, is it? But in front of Jiang Chen, Su Hengshan, being the father-in-law, felt a little embarrassed and changed the subject. Xiao Chen, I just saw you studying US stocks. So, are you interested in teaching me how to make money in US stocks? Bite. Host's current situation detected. Host triggers a divine choice. Option 1. Refuse your father-in-law's offer. Even calling him brother is out of the question. Reward. 1,000 bottles of Hui Rin Shun Bao. Option 2. Agree to your father-in-law's request. After all, he's called you brother a few times, and as the older brother, you should set a good example. Reward. 1 God-level instant kill. One person will receive 1,000 bottles of Huiran Shunbao as a reward. One reward is a God-level instant kill. Is there even a choice? Of course, choose the option with more words. And so after that, Jiang Chen then gave Su Hengshan some advice, suggesting that he invest in TEL.net stock. Su Hengshan had never traded U.S. stocks before, but seeing Jiang Chen's confidence and composure, he inexplicably trusted him and immediately decided to invest 3 small goals. Bite. Host has made a choice. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 1 God-level instant kill. This was a God-level instant kill. It's a flash sale worth hundreds of millions. Required amount for flash sale, 20 small goals. Target of instant kill, Oakwood Entertainment, one of the 3 major film and entertainment giants in China, with strong financial backing and a solid foundation. Its popular female stars include Li Xiao, Lu Yifeng, and Song Xiaomai, while its most famous male star is Zhang Kunken. Chapter 277 Wife. How about we have another daughter? Another flash sale worth hundreds of millions of yuan. And the target of the instant sale was actually Oakwood Entertainment. Jiang Chen knew nothing about the entertainment industry and had no interest in it. However, he had heard of Oakwood Entertainment before. After all, it was one of the giants in the domestic film and entertainment industry. As for popular female stars like Li Xiao, Lu Yifeng, and Song Xiaomai, especially Li Xiao, she is a rising star in China. She became famous overnight with the movie The Captain and has since developed her career in film, television, and music. Now she is incredibly popular. All of these. Because of the media frenzy, Jiang Chen had naturally heard about it. But that's all. At the same time, it was unexpected that these popular female stars were all under Oakwood Entertainment. Equally unexpected. There's also the famous rapper and actor, Zhang Kunken, a guy with a lot of scandals, who is actually a pillar among Oakwood Entertainment's many male artists. Okay. Jiang Chen learned about Oak Entertainment in general. Besides the currently popular stars, several TV dramas and films are scheduled to air this year, including The Storm, Prosperity, The Investiture of the Gods, and The Wandering Earth. Just by looking at the names of these movies and TV shows, it feels really cool. Besides the above, there is another thing Jiang Chen is concerned about, which is the market value of Oakwood Entertainment. After all, it is 100 million yuan in a flash sale, which would require 20 small goals. After checking the phone, it was discovered that Oakwood Entertainment's market value was 10.8 billion. Since that's the case, then what's there to hesitate about? Sold out instantly. Bite. The host spent 20 small goals and successfully defeated Oakwood Entertainment. Bite. Flash sale rewards distributed. The result of the instant sale is legitimate. The owner of Oakwood Entertainment lost the bet, and the host successfully acquired 80% of Oakwood Entertainment's shares for 2 billion, becoming the major owner and absolute controlling shareholder of Oakwood Entertainment. It has to be said, sometimes the system is incredibly unreliable, but other times it's extremely dependable. For example, the distribution of the flash sale rewards was supposed to be legal and legitimate, but they somehow managed to pull off a betting agreement in the middle. Awesome. Here, Jiang Chen became the big boss of Oakwood Entertainment. Of course, someone needs to be sent to represent him and make contact to take over the company. As for him personally, he doesn't have that much time or interest. Wouldn't it be better to just be a hands-off manager like before? Hey, Mr. Li, I recently acquired a company, and I need your help to take over. Someone at the company will be handling things with you. Jiang Chen immediately dialed Li Jun's number. Which company? Li Jun asked. Since I started working specifically for Jiang Chen, I've gradually gotten used to Jiang Chen's many abilities. Boss, you're taking over another company. Basic procedure, perfectly normal. Oakwood Entertainment, Jiang Chen said. What? Oakwood Entertainment. Even though Li Jun was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's the entertainment giant from our dragon country? So, the rumors that the owner of Oakwood Entertainment lost a bet and lost control of the company are true, and that the new big boss of the company is you? Yes, the rumors are true. I am the new boss. Li Jun on the other end of the phone couldn't help but gasp. Wow, truly impressive. He sighed inwardly, then quickly replied. Okay, boss, I'll get right on it. Another afternoon. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan have returned to Shanghai. Before leaving, the couple and their 3 little monsters spent a good time together, each receiving a valuable gift, and then strolled around Sihai City for a while. Su Hengshan's words were heartfelt. My son-in-law is too awesome. He has barbecue and milk tea shops everywhere. If there's a queue outside any of those shops, it's almost certainly Jiang Chen's. And that hot spring resort. Soaking in hot springs, enjoying the scenery, and savoring delicious food, Su Hongshan thought that they were now in the suburbs and should be outside the sphere of influence of his son-in-law. Unexpectedly, upon asking, Jiang Chen is one of the owners of the resort. Su Hongshan sighed repeatedly, realizing that the whole world had become Jiang Chen's domain. Bai Huiyin then added, and another thing, don't forget Jiri Group. Xiao Chun is now the boss of Jiri, and Jiri has already opened a hotel in Sihai. 2. Su Hongshan was completely convinced. Back when I was about that age, I was still relying on my family's influence to make a living. Compared to Jiang Chen, that's obviously a drop in the ocean compared to the mighty. But that's not all. When Su Hongshan arrived home, he glanced at his U.S. stock returns and discovered that in just 1 or 2 days, the TEL.net stock that Jiang Chen had recommended he invest in had already risen by 50%. There is no such thing as a daily price limit in the U.S. stock market. In other words, he invested 300 million yuan and has already earned 1.5 times his initial investment. Have to. Compared to Jiang Chen, who is the same age, I am not only insignificant, but I am utterly inferior. For the next few days, aside from being busy with other matters, Su Hongshan would spend all his free time watching the returns on U.S. stocks. Following Jiang Chen's advice, on the 7th day after purchasing, when the return was approximately 200%, I decisively sold all my shares. In the end, they invested 300 million yuan and made a net profit of 100 million yuan. On the other side, Jiang Chen went even further, investing 1.7 billion yuan and making a net profit of 34 small goals. Absolutely amazing. When Su Hongshan told Bai Huiyin about investing in stocks, Bai Huiyin was surprised, but she also felt it was reasonable. As long as Jiang Chen was around, nothing was impossible. However, when she saw Su Hongshan's reaction, she sighed and seemed rather sullen. I immediately felt very strange. Honey, our Su family's son-in-law is so capable, he excels at everything he does, so why are you, as his father-in-law, unhappy? Could it be that he's outshone you, and you're not happy about it? Alas, Su Hongshan sighed. What does it mean to be outshone by our son-in-law? To put it bluntly, in terms of ability, I'm probably not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Of course I'm happy that my son-in-law is so capable. If you're happy, why are you sighing? Bai Huiyin asked again. Isn't it because I'm worried about our daughter? Our son-in-law is so capable. I'm just afraid that Qingqing can't handle him alone. Su Hongshan revealed the truth. That's true. Bai Huiyin thought about it and agreed. But don't worry about it. I think Jiang Chen is a reliable person and good to our Qingqing. Children have their own blessings. Let them be. Su Hongshan responded. But just before going to sleep, he suddenly made a suggestion to Bai Huiyin. Wife, how about we have another daughter? Huh? Bai Huiyin was surprised, thinking to herself that she was already too old to have a baby. Why have another daughter? What else can we do but marry Jiang Chen together? Chapter 278 Imported Beef. Biantai. 100 days after birth. The changes in the 3 little creatures are becoming more and more delightful. They are slowly able to lift their heads and, with the support of an adult's hand, can do some movements such as rolling over and sitting up straight. He grabbed things randomly with both hands and stuffed everything into his mouth. Make more noise. They are more interested in everything around them and even imitate adult speech, but they just babble and don't really know what they're saying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Life is so amazing. Everything seems to be pre-programmed. It arranges exactly what you will be like at birth, what you will be like at each month, and what stage of development you will reach. Certainly, the 3 little ones have grown quite a bit in both size and ability. And so it came. Taking care of Jiang Chen was even more troublesome than before, but who could blame him when he was his own son? No matter how much trouble it was, he was not afraid of the trouble and did it willingly. After my parents went back, on Su Qingqing's side, they resumed their normal work routine. The company's 3 new products were an instant hit, and sales were good, but only good. As the company's production capacity increased, the supply shortage of new products in the market was alleviated, followed by product backlog. I'll say it again. Even the best wine needs good marketing. After all, it was an unknown company before, and many people had never even heard of it. In addition, there was slander from some peers. Many people even thought that this was an unregistered product produced in a workshop in that village, with only temporary effects and permanent harm to the body, thus deterring them from buying it. As a result, the three products, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, have gained a group of loyal fans. But many more people, I don't know, or even if I do know, I'm still wondering and observing. After Su Qingsheng returned to work, these days I've been mainly busy with marketing for the new products. During this period, besides taking care of the three little monsters, Jiang Chen also kept busy, sorting out all his assets and establishing a group company. We named the company Qingshen Group after ourselves and our daughter. Under the Qingshen Group, Qingsheng Barbecue, Lu Wei in charge, Qingshi Milk Tea, Sun Wan in charge, Juri Hotel, mother-in-law in charge, Qingshen Biotechnology, wife is the president. There is also an Oak Entertainment Company. General Manager Wang Dalai. The group company is led by Li Jun, who also oversees matters related to the hot spring resort. Li Jun's loyalty is 100%. He couldn't be more suitable to lead the group. Young married woman. Stop busy, come and have lunch. One day at noon, Jiang Chen happened to be free, so he took the lovingly prepared lunch he had made, along with his three little monsters, to Su Qingsheng's office. Even though it was mealtime, Su Qingsheng was still busy. When Jiang Chen arrived with the child, she only turned her head and smiled at him before burying herself in her work again. Wait a bit, honey. I'll eat after I finish what I'm doing. Wait until you finish dealing with it. The food's getting cold, isn't it? Jiang Chen put the lunchbox on the table. Come on, honey, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. What? You haven't eaten yet? Su Qingsheng asked in surprise. Yes, I was just being considerate of my wife and wanted to have lunch with her, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Cut. So cheesy. Su Qingsheng scolded playfully, but she was still quite touched, so she decided to stop working. What was more important than her adorable husband? So he got up and went to another table to eat his lunch. After opening the lunchbox, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, revealing tomato and beef brisket, stir-fried river shrimp, stir-fried cabbage, home-style tofu, and a seaweed and egg soup. These are all home-style dishes. Needless to say, since it was made by a certain pig's trotter, it must be a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Su Qingsheng saw it. They were drooling with desire. I picked up my chopsticks and couldn't wait to start tasting it. It smells good, tastes delicious, it's just the right flavor. Yeah. Wow. At this moment, the three little monsters suddenly started making a fuss. This time they weren't crying, but rather they were curiously calling out in the new environment of the office. Curious. In addition to the new environment, there were also the sounds they made themselves. Jiang Chen found his three little beasts to be truly adorable. I simply stopped eating. We arrived at the stroller. I used some small toys to amuse the three little ones, and they started shouting even louder. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen praised him upon seeing this. After, I played with them for quite a while longer. Su Qingsheng, who was diligently eating, couldn't help but urge, Honey, you were just talking to me. Look at you, you've actually started eating, but you've gone off to the side. If you don't come to eat soon, I'll finish my food, and then you'll only be able to eat my leftovers. It's all right, Jiang Chen said, still enjoying himself. Can't you see I'm having a great time playing with the babies? You eat first, and I'll eat your leftovers later. Just make do with them. There's nothing I can do if you don't like them. Su Qingsheng, who was enjoying her meal, was suddenly stunned. What? That jerk actually looked down on me. How can this be tolerated? So he picked up a piece of beef. With the food still in her mouth, she walked straight toward someone and said, Honey, you just said you were disgusted by the leftovers I ate? Her voice was muffled because of the piece of beef in her mouth. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that the girl had no good intentions. Really? Before she could even explain, Su Qingsheng leaned in and took advantage of him without any hesitation. Serves you right for disliking me. Su Qingsheng, having completed her mission of delivering imported beef to Jiang Chen, was immediately satisfied. How was it, honey? Was the imported beef delicious? Tasty. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Homemade beef is always delicious, even though my little girl forced me to eat it. Well, that makes it even more delicious. Don't you still find me unacceptable? I don't mind anymore. How is your wife? Good. Do you have any words of thanks you'd like to say to your wife? Yes, bien ta. Su Qingsheng was initially overjoyed, but upon hearing this, she paused for a moment, then understood and flew into a rage. You say I'm better than in Thai? Fine, I'll let you say it. Without exception, she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and started nibbling at it. That scene. Wow, this looks so much tastier than the beef I just ate. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, isn't it a shame to have a wife who's a bit like in Thai, with some of the traits of a tigress? Why? My life is so hard. However, on the other hand, what to do if your wife is a tigress and loves to bite? Of course you should. Fight back. Ah, you bastard, what are you doing? This is an office. I'm telling you, have some shamelessness, okay? Don't be so brazen. No. Besides an office? That's perfect. Chapter 279 The Baby Can Smile. Su Qingsheng was caught off guard. I never expected that someone would dare to defy the world like they did at their parents' house that time. Well, mainly because their skin is as thick as a city wall. How utterly shameless. 15 minutes later, Su Qingsheng glared fiercely at the pig's trotter, her face burning red as a monkey's bottom. The food will get cold now. Are you going to eat or not? She asked irritably. Eat, of course I'll eat. Jiang Chen smiled and pecked the girl, earning a glare from the boss, before happily going to eat. It was a bit unexpected. Quite a while had passed. The food was still warm. Su Qingsheng had almost finished eating. So I went to see the three babies. Actually, just now. Jiang Chen was having a great time playing with the three babies, and she was itching to join in, but she was hungry and was eating the delicious lunch Jiang Chen had brought, so she resisted the urge to go. This is a perfect time to have some fun with the three little ones. How to put it? They are my own flesh and blood. How could I, as their mother, not love and cherish them? Su Qingsheng touched the little face. Gently stroke her little nose, rub her little tummy. Suddenly, a surprised voice exclaimed, Honey, come quick. What's wrong? Jiang Chen was startled, wondering what had happened, and rushed over to see. He heard the little girl exclaim happily, Look, honey, the baby can smile. As she spoke, she tickled the baby's tummy with her finger. Giggle. Bao actually grinned and laughed along. Jiang Chen took a look. It was a joyful and exhilarating experience. You see, the three little ones used to smile, but it was just a smile, an unconscious expression of being well-fed and satisfied, feeling safe and secure. And this is the first time I've been caught smiling consciously. Jiang Chen then scratched Bao's little belly, and Bao laughed along. The sound wasn't very loud, but the smile and sound were very infectious. Speaking of which, this is my own child, and he's smiling at me now. They were immediately encouraged. Jiang Chen then did the same thing, tickling Xiao Bao's tummy twice. Giggle. Xiao Bao laughed too. Next up is Bao. Bao eats the most and is the biggest of the three little ones, so he's expected to perform no worse than his two younger sisters. Result. Jiang Chen scratched his lower abdomen for a long time without any reaction, and Su Qingsheng also tried, but it was equally unhelpful. He just won't smile. She just stared at her round, innocent eyes at her parents, who looked puzzled and somewhat disappointed. Then, she pouted and scrunched up her little face. She actually cried. Oh, this. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and his wife were both amused and exasperated. Jiang Chen quickly picked up Bao and comforted him. After a while, Bao finally stopped. Although, of the three little ones, only Bao and Xiao Bao can smile at people. But this didn't stop the young couple from imagining when their three little ones would call them Dad and Mom, when they would walk, and so on. Call me Daddy. Little Bao, come here and call me Daddy. On a whim, Jiang Chen held his most well-behaved little baby and began to gently guide him. But Xiao Bao is so well-behaved. She's only 3 or 4 months old, and so far she can only make some sounds. Calling her Dad would be too much of a burden for her, and of course she can't understand what Jiang Chen is saying. I taught for a long time, but got nothing out of it. Oh well, never mind. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Su Qingsheng immediately stood up as if she had been electrocuted. After straightening her clothes and composure, she went over and quietly opened the locked door. It turned out to be Secretary Lu Shui. President Su, this is the information on the female celebrity we want to hire as the product spokesperson. After entering, he handed a document to Su Qingsheng and then found Jiang Chen and 3 babies in the office. I am a little panicked, because she was worried that she might ruin things for President Su and her husband. But Jiang Chen had come too many times before. She was somewhat used to it. After quickly giving President Su a brief overview of the actress's information and the agency's final asking price, he wisely closed the door and left. After listening, Jiang Chen glanced at the documents. Song Feifei. It seems she's just a second-tier actress at best, yet she's asking for $8 million a year to endorse a single product? Isn't that an exaggeration? Jiang Chen couldn't help but express his opinion. Regarding product endorsements, he knew, to quickly increase brand awareness and generate consumer demand for a new product, celebrity endorsement is a fast and effective method. Simple, direct, and effective. Among the 3 new products, Snow Skin Mud, Hair Growth Serum, and Hair Removal Serum, Snow Skin Mud, as a skincare product, is the most presentable and has the best entry point. Therefore, this time, the product that was endorsed by a female celebrity is the Snow Skin Mud. But the person they found, Song Feifei, it's really hard to explain in a few words. That's it. It's been so hard, okay? After listening to Jiang Chen's opinion, Su Qingsheng said, compared to those big brands, our Qingchen technology is still a small company and relatively unknown. It's already quite good that Song Feifei agreed to be a spokesperson. I also want a top-tier female celebrity to be my spokesperson. But the endorsement fee can only be higher and more outrageous. Not to mention, why would someone agree to endorse a product from a small factory like yours? And there's more. The 8 million yuan endorsement fee this year was the result of several rounds of negotiation. This Song Feifei, she asked for 10 million right off the bat. Okay, sure. Seeing the girl talk a lot, Jiang Chen immediately smiled and said, "You're the CEO, you call the shots." Regarding the girl's competence, he is trustworthy. In any case, the girl's parents are both business elites, and the girl herself is conscientious and responsible, and is highly educated. Even if she is not good at anything, she won't be that bad. Not to mention, she's my own wife. He would wholeheartedly support whatever his wife wanted to do. Buzz. Just then, Su Qingsheng's phone rang. I looked at the number and saw that it was a call from Song Feifei's agency, so I answered the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Chapter 280. Su Qingsheng was filled with shock. Su Qingsheng had a bad feeling as soon as she heard the other party apologize. And sure enough, Mr. Su, I regret to inform you on behalf of Ms. Song Feifei that the cooperation agreement between Ms. Song Feifei and your company, Qingchen Technology, has been cancelled. Although President Su eventually agreed to our conditions. However, after careful consideration, Ms. Song Feifei has decided to cancel our cooperation, and all previous agreements are hereby nullified. Su Qingsheng was surprised when she heard the news. Because of Qingchen Technology, we have been discussing cooperation with Song Feifei for some time now. After several twists and turns, an agreement was finally reached on the endorsement fee. Su Qingsheng made the final decision to meet Song Feifei's latest offer, 8 million yuan for 1 year. To be honest, this level of pricing is almost at the near top-tier level. However, because Qingchen Technology was relatively unknown, Song Feifei dared to make such an outrageous demand. However, unexpectedly, Song Feifei had just reached a cooperation agreement with Qingchen Technology and even received an initial payment of 1 million yuan. Now, she wants to cancel the cooperation and void all agreements. In this way, all the work done these past few days has been for nothing, wasting a lot of manpower and resources. Cancel the cooperation? Su Qingsheng asked in surprise. May I ask what the specific reason was that led Ms. Song Feifei to make this decision? Is it still about the endorsement fee? That's negotiable. President Su, there's no use in trying to negotiate, Song Feifei's assistant, Li Hua, scoffed. It's not about money at all right now. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Our Miss Song Feifei, although she is currently a second-tier actress, But with a smooth career and the help of benefactors, she might rise to the ranks of top actresses in half a year, so the products she endorses are all high-end and fashionable. And you, Jiang Chen technology. TSK, let's just forget about it. Even if small factories and workshops can temporarily deceive some consumers with their substandard products, they will eventually run into trouble. It was precisely because we considered the potential impact on Ms. Song Feifei's career and image that we canceled the collaboration. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing was filled with anger. Our Jiang Chen technology is a small factory and workshop that produces substandard products. Oh, so all our previous hard work in submitting applications and obtaining certifications was for nothing? Were our product batch numbers also fake? Since Ms. Song Feifei insists on canceling the cooperation. That's all right, Jiang Chen technology agrees. Su Qingqing suppressed her anger and remained quite polite. However, shouldn't you return the 1 million yuan we made in advance? An initial payment of 1 million? Is that true? I don't seem to remember, huh? Li Hua laughed on the other end of the phone, deliberately dodging the question. Besides, even if there is such a sum of money, Mr. Su, don't you think this is what Miss Song Feifei deserves? During the discussions on cooperation, your Jiang Chen technology has been riding on Ms. Song Feifei's coattails quite a bit, hasn't it? Given Feifei's popularity, these past few days, I've probably promoted your snowskin mud a lot. So, it's reasonable for our Feifei to get a little compensation for promoting your products for free, right? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Even though Su Qingqing was quite well-mannered, she was immediately enraged. I never expected them to be so shameless. Not only did they suddenly cancel the cooperation, but they even turned around and looked down on you for being a small factory or workshop, mocking your products as being of unknown origin and quality, and then refused to pay the initial payment of 1 million. What's wrong, honey? Did Song Feifei cancel the collaboration? Jiang Chen asked. They canceled the cooperation and then refused to return the 1 million yuan payment, claiming that our Jiang Chen technology was trying to ride on Song Feifei's popularity in traffic, and that the 1 million yuan should be considered compensation. Su Qingqing said angrily. Jiang Chen was speechless upon hearing this. It wasn't because Song Feifei canceled the collaboration or anything, that was nothing, but rather because he loved seeing the girl's angry expression. And there's more. Originally, I wanted to let my daughter handle things on her own this time, since she had been busy for so long and had already signed a cooperation agreement with Song Feifei. However, it seems that I still have to take action myself. Honey, what are you going to do next? Jiang Chen asked. What can we do? Let's keep looking for suitable actresses to endorse our products, Su Qingqing said, taking a few sips of tea and trying to compose herself. But humph. We should keep looking for actresses to endorse our products. I will also get back the 1 million yuan that was given to Song Feifei. I'm not afraid of going to court. To be honest, that 1 million isn't a large sum. But the main thing is that I can't swallow this insult. As Su Qingqing spoke, she immediately arranged for someone to begin working to recover the 1 million yuan payment from Song Feifei. Jiang Chen observed this and secretly praised him. Not bad, not bad. This girl's actions suit his taste. People like Song Feifei, who are shameless and greedy, shouldn't be tolerated. After, they began selecting a suitable female celebrity to endorse the brand. We have to start all over again. Su Qingqing simply called over the marketing director, Wang Shuaqin, to discuss the matter together, but after much deliberation, they still couldn't come up with a satisfactory solution. Honey, how about we give Li Xiao a try? Jiang Chen suggested. Li Xiao? You mean Li Xiao, who became a sensation after starring in The Captain and is currently incredibly popular? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, it's her. Jiang Chen nodded. Huh? Never mind. Li Xiao is a top-tier actress, after all. Asking her to be our spokesperson? You're kidding, we can't afford to hire her. Su Qingqing shook her head. Yes, Chairman. Li Xiao has been getting so many endorsement deals lately that he's overwhelmed with offers. The brands she endorses are all carefully selected, and none of them are truly high-end or top-tier. As for negotiating an endorsement deal with Li Xiao, let's just forget about it. Marketing Director Wang Xiahong echoed this sentiment. After all, it was Li Xiao. He's a rising star after all. Chen technology was only recently renamed and established. Song Feifei, a second-tier actress, didn't even consider it, fearing that endorsing Chen's products would damage her image. Li Xiao, who was on the front line. Needless to say, Li Xiao is definitely a top-tier star, but when it comes to endorsements, it's a matter of personal taste, isn't it? Let's give it a try. What if it works out? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Without making a sound, he sent out a message. All right then. Su Qingsheng had always trusted that pig's trotter, so when she heard him say that, she decided to give it a try. Anyway, it's not much trouble to ask for a price. No. Then forget it. Because she had no intention of cooperating with Li Xiao at all, it took a lot of effort to find Li Xiao's contact information. After finding it, Su Qingsheng made a call. The call was connected very quickly. A few minutes later, completely shocked, Su Qingsheng hung up the phone again. Chapter 281 Qingchen Technology Gets Hacked. President Su, what about Li Xiao? Li Xiao has agreed to endorse our product? Wang Shuoqin asked in surprise. He looked completely incredulous. I never expected that a top-tier female celebrity who is active in film, television, and music would agree to be a spokesperson so easily over the phone, within just a few minutes. Aren't you even going to consider it? Or at least you should check what company and what product you're going to endorse. Li Xiao agreed. Su Qingsheng was also very surprised, because she never expected that as soon as she called and explained her purpose, the other party would agree so readily, without even a moment's hesitation. And the key thing is the endorsement fee. Su Qingsheng added, how much do you think it is? The question was directed at Wang Shuoqin and Jiang Chen. Is it also 8 million? Wang Shuoqin asked. I'd guess 1 million. Jiang Chen also said with a wicked grin. Wrong. It's not 8 million. It's not 1 million. It's a friendly endorsement. Su Qingsheng said with delight. In other words, Li Xiao is getting the snow skin mud endorsement for free this time. Wang Shuoqin was immediately shocked. Her mouth agape, so wide it could almost fit a duck egg. Impossible. Li Xiao not only agreed to be the spokesperson, but she's doing it for free. My God. It's true. The real deal. The confirmation letter from Li Xiao will be here soon. Okay. However, this is too far-fetched. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's probably just good luck, Jiang Chen said with a smile, offering an objective assessment. On Su Qingsheng's side, they were already somewhat suspicious that this unexpected turn of events was because of Jiang Chen, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's words and seeing his expression, their suspicions only grew stronger. He walked directly towards Jiang Chen. Honey, tell me the truth. Did you arrange this? Did you do this? With a furious expression, she questioned Jiang Chen, and if he didn't tell the truth or delayed, she was about to bite him. That's right. This was arranged by Jiang Chen. Li Xiao is a pillar of Oakwood Entertainment. He is the big boss of Oakwood Entertainment. For Li Xiao, getting him to endorse the snow skin mud product is just a matter of a word. He didn't say it at first. It's not that I wanted to deliberately hide it or pretend to be weak, but seeing my little girl get serious and anxious, I just loved how adorable she looked. I couldn't resist. I just wanted to surprise her. At this time, after enjoying the girl's expression with a wicked grin, Jiang Chen immediately stopped hiding anything and briefly explained how he had won the bet against Oakwood Entertainment and that he was actually Li Xiao's boss. It really was you. Su Qingsheng's anxiety instantly turned into joy. It was overflowing with joy. Then, without thinking, she did something unbelievable. She ran over, straddled Jiang Chen's lap, and started kissing his head. Well, don't get me wrong, it's really biting. Marketing director Wang Shuoqin was stunned when she saw it. The news of Li Xiao's endorsement of the snow skin mud was already shocking enough, but now, something even more shocking has arrived. Speaking of this scene, this action/behavior, is this something a single person like her should be watching? Su Qingsheng wanted to express her gratitude to someone. After a few seconds of being carried away, I lost myself in the moment. Finally snapping out of his daze, he awkwardly turned his head and glanced at Wang Shuoqin. Wang Shuoqin shuddered. It's nothing, I didn't see anything. President Su, Chairman, I have to go back now. He said this and hurriedly slipped away. As they slipped out, they made sure to close the door behind them. Oops. How embarrassing. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing said coquettishly, her face flushed. It's my fault again. Seriously, how come you're so good at shifting blame? But who told you not to mention what happened at Oakwood Entertainment back then? Who else is to blame but you? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing was extremely happy. Honestly, having such a jerk as a husband is such a wonderful feeling. I even feel that I would do anything to make him happy. Therefore, I couldn't help myself. She held Jiang Chen's head tightly and started nibbling at it again. Jiang Chen is really something else. He can't even protest. Half an hour later, the couple's cuddling on the sofa finally came to an end. The three little ones started fussing. It was truly mealtime, and they were hungry. Jiang Chen got up, wanting to get the breast milk stored in the refrigerator, heat it up, and give it to the babies. No need. Let them eat fresh food, Su Qingqing said directly. Okay. After feeding the three babies, Jiang Chen patted them to burp and lulled them to sleep. Su Qingqing began her afternoon work. Jiang Chen tidied up and prepared to push the stroller back. Knock, knock, knock. Then there was another knock on the door. Please come in, Su Qingqing said. After receiving permission, the door was pushed open, and Wang Shuiqin rushed in. She had originally wanted to wait a while and give President Su and his wife some more time. But just now, another thing happened suddenly. This forced her to rush over and report back. President Su. Urgent. Our Qingqin technology has been hacked. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's expression changed, and she quickly asked Wang Shuiqin what had happened. Wang Shuiqin then took a breath and explained how Qingqin technology had been hacked. Turned out to be to drive traffic to the product. Qingqin technology not only has a dedicated official website, but also operates accounts on Weibo, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and other platforms. But just a moment ago, Qingqin Technology's official website was almost paralyzed, and its accounts on Weibo, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and other platforms were hacked on a large scale and in an all-round way. Various attacks, rumors, smears, and insults. The comments were offensive and offensive. They were incredibly numerous, numbering in the tens of thousands. Garbage company, garbage employees, garbage products. Speaking of which, have you ever seen anything worse than Qingqin Technology? I certainly haven't. Excuse me, Qingqin Technology, when are you going bankrupt? If you do, please let me know so I can set off firecrackers in front of your store to celebrate. Skin whitening mud, hair removal lotion, hair growth serum. It's all a bunch of fucking lies. People actually buy such a terrible product. Their IQ is truly appalling. Seeing the smear campaign messages, Su Qingqing's pretty face turned cold. Suddenly, her phone rang. She had received an anonymous message. How did it go, Mr. Su? Here's a small gift for you and Qingqin Technology. Do you like it? If you like, I have more here. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Don't thank me. Chapter 282. Wait for me tonight. When Su Qingqing received a call from Song Feifei's assistant, Li Hua, informing her that the cooperation had been terminated, she was filled with anger and couldn't calm down for a while. But when something even bigger happens, such as when Qingqin Technology is subjected to an organized and large-scale attack and smear campaign, instead, she was furious. He quickly calmed down. My first thought was that the mastermind behind this incident might be Song Feifei, because when I asked her for the 1 million yuan advance payment, she refused to give it to me and then gave me a warning. Of course, the possibility of competitors getting involved cannot be ruled out. Su Qingqing took 2 deep breaths. I called Li Hua to ask about Qingqin Technology being hacked and the anonymous information. Unexpected. Li Hua readily claimed it. President Su, you're right to say that. What do you mean Qingqin Technology was hacked? It's clearly the netizens who were wronged by your company and products. They are just retaliating out of a sense of justice. As for anonymous text messages, so what if I posted it? Or so what if I didn't? The important thing is, Mr. Su, you received the gifts, right? So do you like the gift? Don't worry, we have more if you need more. Also, Happy New Year, Mr. Su. May the new year bring you great fortune. What? The return of the 1 million payment. What 1 million? What payment? I have no idea. Su Qingqing finished the phone call. He was so angry that he kept sneering. But regardless, it's confirmed that Qingqin Technology was hacked, and it's definitely related to Song Feifei. That's enough. So Wang Shuiqin was tasked with two tasks. Firstly, organizing people to collect evidence and report the incident to the police. And secondly, actively guiding netizens to counter the negative publicity surrounding the attack. The busy period has come to an end. Turning around abruptly, I found a certain jerk sitting idly on the sofa, smiling at me. Su Qingqing was furious. The company is in trouble, and you not only don't help, but you're also in the mood to laugh. Humph. With that, she pounced on him and rained down a flurry of tiny pink fists. Of course, the movements were very gentle. She couldn't bear to hurt someone. It's broken. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to use. Moreover, someone has already arranged for Li Xiao to be the spokesperson for Snow Skin Mud. She didn't ask for anything more. Really, well, I just wanted to vent my emotions and then hug that jerk for a bit of rest. Young married woman. I'm helping out. Seeing the girl pound on him for a while, and then hang on to him like a sloth, Jiang Chen's face was full of helplessness. In fact, Su Qingqing had already taken action when he received the anonymous message and chatted with Wang Dalei, the general manager of Oakwood Entertainment, on WeChat. It just so happens that this is Wang Dalei. He said he happened to be on a business trip around the world. So Jiang Chen asked Wang Dalei to come to Qingchen Technology Company for a face-to-face meeting. Wang Dalei immediately agreed. And judging by the time, we'll be there soon. Jingle. Jiang Chen received a message on his phone from Wang Dalei, saying that he had arrived at the Qingchen Technology office building and was about to come up. Jiang Chen showed his phone to the girl and told her about his conversation with Wang Dalei. Oh, I see. I misunderstood you. Upon hearing and seeing this, Su Qingqing was overjoyed. She hooked her arms around his neck and gave him a big peck. Moi? Honey, you're so good to me. Thank you, honey. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, I'm your husband. You should thank me for whatever you want. If you really want to thank me, just wash up and wait for me tonight. Cut. Su Qingqing's face flushed red. Dream on. Jiang Chen smiled when he saw this. I gently picked up the little girl and placed her in the office chair where she usually sat. Then, he cupped the little girl's face in his hands and pecked her a few times. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going next door to talk to Wang Dalei and see how to deal with Song Feifei. Okay, go ahead. Su Qingqing replied, then whispered, wait for me tonight. Good. Jiang Chen went to the next meeting room with satisfaction. He was the boss of Qingchen Technology, and all he wanted was a conference room. It couldn't be simpler and more convenient. And there, Wang Dalei was already waiting in the conference room when he came up. But when Jiang Chen went in, he only saw a well-dressed, short-haired woman in her 40s. He couldn't help but wonder where Wang Dalei had gone. Who knew that short-haired woman? Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, he greeted him with a smile. Boss? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Then, realizing what was happening, she exclaimed, You're Wang Dalei? Yes, boss. It's me. The short-haired woman smiled shyly. My parents named me Wang Dalei. There's nothing I can do about it. Most people who hear my name for the first time will think I'm a man. But actually, I am Wang Dalei, and Wang Dalei is a woman. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, when he heard the name Wang Dalei, he assumed it was a man. At that time on WeChat, when Jiang Chen sent a message to Wang Dalei and saw that the other party's gender setting was female, he was a little puzzled, wondering if there was a mistake or some kind of special fetish. After all, he's in the entertainment industry. It turned out that Wang Dalei was actually the exquisitely dressed, petite, short-haired woman in front of him. Okay, that's really awful. Then we started talking business. Speaking of Song Feifei, the agreed cooperation was suddenly canceled, the 1 million yuan payment was not returned, and later, she even used online trolls to attack and smear Qingchen Technology. Wang Dalei was somewhat moved. This Song Feifei is getting more and more arrogant. But boss, don't be surprised. This is actually Song Feifei's consistent style. She always takes advantage and never suffers losses because she has her godfather backing her up. No one in the industry dares to mess with her. And it was precisely because of his godfather's power that he was able to achieve this. It's one thing for her to act recklessly, but she also engages in illicit affairs behind the scenes. Therefore, there is a lot of negative information about them. For President Su, the fact that Song Feifei broke the contract with Jiang Chen Technology is actually a blessing in disguise. Anyway, leave this to me. I have 100 ways to deal with her, and I guarantee the boss will be satisfied with the result. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Wang. No, boss, you're making me anxious. What do you mean by trouble? You're my boss. It's only right that you ask me to do the work. Not long after, the matter concerning Song Feifei has been discussed. Wang Dalei is actually a decent person. They are tactful in their dealings with others, but never lack discretion. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the subsequent action suggestions, and he could also sense that despite Wang Dalei's small stature and status as a woman, she always had a smiling expression. But the methods they used were truly extraordinary. Boss, I'm leaving now. You can continue with your work. Wang Dalei greeted Jiang Chen and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned his head again. He looked Jiang Chen up and down. His eyes were full of admiration, but his tone suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Boss, I suddenly have a question I'd like to ask you. Is it convenient? Jiang Chen scratched his head. I was a little surprised. No, Wang Dalei is supposed to be a very shrewd person, not the type to be infatuated with a girl, and she is aware of Su Qingqing's existence. You don't know? Speak, what's the problem? Jiang Chen asked coldly. That is. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, Wang Dalei's expression lit up with joy. Chapter 283 Ultimate Technique. Charging with the ball. Hey boss, are you planning to debut? Wang Dalei asked with interest. Debut? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, he never expected that Wang Dalei would ask such a question. Yes. Boss, look at you, so handsome and dashing. You're way more attractive than those effeminate pretty boys these days, much more manly, and much more charismatic. How about it, boss? Want to consider it? If you have any plans. I'm 99% confident I can package you into a top-tier male star. We also pursue a career in film, television, and music, as well as an international route. You can't act, sing, or dance, that's okay. I'll hire the best teachers in the industry to teach you and find the best resources. At most, I'll study singing and dancing for 2.5 years. You can do everything. Wang Dalei's eyes lit up as he spoke eloquently, as if it were the next second. Under her embellishment, Jiang Chen had become an international superstar who dominated the entertainment industry and reigned supreme in the entertainment world. Jiang Chen was stunned. I couldn't help but imagine another kind of life. But, without his little girl and his 3 little monsters, he was truly unhappy. Forget it, Mr. Wang. I'm not interested in being a celebrity. Jiang Chen shook his head, stating his position clearly. This. Wang Dalei, who was just excited, was immediately disappointed. Seeing that Jiang Chen's attitude was firm, he didn't even have a chance to struggle and persuade him. But Jiang Chen's answer was within her expectations. He was already a billionaire boss. Who still wants to be a celebrity? That is, what a pity to waste such a promising talent. Wang Dalei couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. Jiang Chen returned to Su Qingqing's office. I was planning to bring my 3 little monsters home, but I was delayed because of my endorsement deal and the company being attacked online. Now I see that the 3 little guys have fallen asleep at some point. So I decided to stay. I helped the little girl for quite a while. It wasn't until almost the end of the workday that Su Qingqing finished her work, stood up, and let out a long sigh of relief. But, staring at the photo of Li Xiao, the new spokesperson for Jiang Chen Technology, on the computer screen, Su Qingqing suddenly asked him a question. Honey, who's prettier, me or Li Xiao? Jiang Chen. Well, here comes another potentially disastrous question. Of course it's you, my wife. Jiang Chen said, secretly comparing the two and concluding that his own little girl was better. In terms of looks, Li Xiao could only say that she was very close to being a girl. But the key difference is in figure. He's nowhere near as good as the girl. Is that so? But Li Xiao is a triple threat star in film, television, and music, a goddess adored by countless people. Su Qingqing felt a surge of joy upon hearing Jiang Chen's reply, as if she had just eaten honey. But she wanted more. Jiang Chen, of course, fed them generously. She is a celebrity, that's true, but you're different. you're my wife. Then tell me, in what ways am I prettier than Li Xiao? Do you want me to tell the truth? If I don't want you to tell the truth, why am I asking you? All right then, my answer is that you have a bigger ass than her bear. You can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Then tell me, isn't that the truth? Pooh, nonsense. As she spoke, Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes at someone. Then, without looking where she was going, deliberately bumped into that person hard again. It was the legendary ultimate move, bumping into someone while carrying a ball. At that moment, Jiang Chen was a little confused. Speaking of the girl, were you satisfied with the praise you just gave her, or were you satisfied? In a VIP lounge of a 5-star hotel, a female celebrity wearing smoky eye makeup. He was sitting with his legs crossed, casually smoking a cigarette while scrolling through his phone and muttering something under his breath. If the outside world saw this, it would be hard to believe that this foul-mouthed actress is Song Feifei, who is hailed as the new generation's Jade Girl leader and a millennial beauty. Grasp. That brother Biao is a real scoundrel. Damn it. They haggle with me over doing something for me. This time, all they did was bring a bunch of online trolls to attack a small company. They actually want me to sleep with them. He's really taking advantage of us. I'll find a chance to make my godfather kill him. Song Feifei angrily cursed for a while. The brother Biao she mentioned is none other than Fan Biao, the leader of the online trolls who attacked and smeared Qingchen technology. Speaking of which, this Fan Biao is no ordinary person. He controls far more than 100,000 digital people, totaling hundreds of thousands. It was precisely because of the hundreds of thousands of online trolls. This gave him tremendous power online. They are adept at whitewashing, attacking, spreading rumors, smearing, and so on. That's Song Feifei. The reason why she was able to stand out in the entertainment industry and be discovered by her godfather was largely due to the influence of Fan Biao and her online army. On the one hand, it's about beautifying oneself. On the one hand, they attack their competitors. They were virtually invincible. Fan Biao and his navy are like a large, unspeakable cleaver in Song Feifei's hands. You can slash anyone you don't like. At first, Song Feifei, who was not famous at the time, slept with Fan Biao to thank him. Little did she know that she would be stuck with him ever since, and now she is a second-tier actress. I am still being asked to do things from time to time. She couldn't refuse, which infuriated her. Feifei, don't be angry. We still have a use for Fan Biao for now. We can get rid of him when the time is right. The person speaking next to him was Song Feifei's assistant, Li Hua. I know that. I was just saying it in anger. Song Feifei sighed, finished one cigarette, and then lit another. Is that little company, Qingchen Technology, still bothering us? Entanglement. That Su Qingcheng is really troublesome. Not only did she want to collect evidence to report to the police, but surprisingly, she also reached an endorsement deal with Li Xiao. What Li Xiao? Yes, it's Li Xiao, the triple threat star in film, television, and music. Alright then, this Li Xiao is blind. Let's team up with Qingchen Technology and tell Fan Biao to set up a covert operation, preferably using an overseas account. Okay, Feifei. Chapter 284 is over, completely over. Besides her godfather and brother Biao, Song Feifei has no other relatives. In fact, there are many close friends, with whom they have very deep relationships. Of course they all operate in the shadows, almost entirely hidden from the light of day. 2 days ago, Song Feifei insisted on voiding the preliminary agreement reached with Qingchen Technology. Aside from feeling that the small studio doesn't match their status, they also worry that it might negatively impact their future image. There is another important reason. That is it. Her older brother, who runs a business, happened to have bought a cosmetics company, which, coincidentally, is a competitor of Qingchen Technology's products. After the endorsement agreement was voided, they are continuing to smear and attack Qingchen Technology. Song Feifei's purpose was both to disgust and warn Qingchen Technology to demand the 1 million yuan payment, and at the same time, to help her own brother. Sister Hua. That small company, Qingchen Technology, doesn't have any evidence or leverage against us, right? Song Feifei suddenly remembered something and casually asked another question. After all, it's 1 million. For her, This is just a small amount of money, nothing to her. The benefit of sleeping with someone and then having a hearty meal. It's often more than that number. How could that be? Liwa said with certainty. They were so eager to reach an agreement with us back then, they were practically jumping on our heels. They trusted us way too much. So there's no evidence whatsoever, let alone any leverage. But even if there is so-called evidence, so what? We could say it's compensation for borrowing your popularity, Feifei. That's fine then. Song Feifei nodded. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Since that's the case, you should tell Fan Biao again to smear that ungrateful Jiang Chen technology and Li Xiao, who dared to endorse it, to the point of extinction. Oh, so what if you're a top-tier actress? Dare to endorse Jiang Chen technology? That's just being blind, slapping me in the face, and going against me. I'll make sure you're dead. I'm going to trick you too. Okay, I'll tell Brother Biao right away. Liwa quickly responded via mobile phone. I relayed the message to Fan Biao. Meanwhile, Song Feifei, after satisfying her craving for a cigarette, chewed a piece of gum and began her work, preparing for an audition for the lead role in a TV series. This drama is a big production. The director, script, producer, resources, etc. will all be top-notch. Because my godfather is an investor, she essentially brought her own investment to the production team. As long as her performance during the audition isn't too bad, the lead role will be hers. However, Song Feifei plans to secure both the director and producer positions as well for double insurance. Anyway, there are plenty of close friends. It doesn't matter if there are one or two more. Besides, having more friends makes life easier. Once this TV series becomes popular, then her status will rise to another level. Her value will skyrocket, and she will become a top-tier actress, something she has always dreamed of. It's not impossible. 2 hours later, Song Feifei finished her makeup and changed into her costume. Song Feifei was already quite pretty, and with the help of a professional makeup artist, her makeup became even more exquisite, prompting Li Hua to shower her with praise. Tsk tisk. Pure and beautiful, like a fairy. Feifei, you truly are a stunning beauty. Your outfit perfectly matches the image and temperament of the female lead in the drama. I have a feeling that this drama will be a huge hit if you play the female lead. Back then, you were a legitimate A-list actress. Let's hope so. Looking at herself in the mirror, Song Feifei also felt that she was very eye-catching. She's good-looking. She has a great figure. No wonder those sluts, including my godfather, loved my advances. I can't help it. If I were a man, I'd be lusting after my own body too. He thought to himself with such narcissism. Her thoughts, I couldn't help but follow. She imagined herself as a top-tier actress, her skyrocketing net worth, the lavish pursuit of wealthy men, and a life of extravagance and debauchery. My heart was filled with warmth. I really want to shout. I'm here on the front lines. Buzz. Just then, Liwa's phone rang. Liwa immediately answered the call when she saw it was from the film crew. But what she was told took her by surprise. What? Feifei didn't get a chance to join the cast, and even her audition was cancelled? Hey, don't hang up. This isn't a joke, is it? But, didn't we agree on this before? It can't be. Song Feifei was listening nearby. He was immediately alarmed, grabbed the phone, and went to ask in person. The result was the same. The audition for the lead role was cancelled. Her dream of becoming a top actress was shattered. How is this possible? Song Feifei was shocked. She thought to herself, I've already tried my best. Isn't my godfather an investor? I've already taken care of things, so how could this be? They were in surprise and disbelief. Buzz. This time it was her own phone that rang. When Song Feifei saw that it was her brother calling, she answered it. Hey Feifei. Have you messed with someone outside? My cosmetics company was doing well, but someone reported it for tax evasion and failing to meet environmental and fire safety standards. They were also suspected of employing and abusing child laborers. They're all temporarily shut down now. What? Song Feifei was astonished. Could it be that my good intentions have harmed my own brother? No way. Oh, this. Who is it that has such great power? No. This is a huge problem. We need to ask our godfather for help immediately. At this point, only he can handle it. But, before she could even make the call to her godfather, suddenly, bang. The door to the lounge was kicked open, and a middle-aged man rushed out with a group of his men. It was the godfather she wanted to ask for help from. Godfather. Snap. Before Song Feifei could even step forward to greet him, the middle-aged man immediately slapped her across the face. He was still not satisfied afterward. He slapped her 4 or 5 times, until blood trickled from the corner of Song Feifei's mouth, turning her carefully styled hair into a bird's nest. Godfather, why? Why did you hit me? Song Feifei was frightened by the middle-aged man's fierce appearance. Could it be that she hadn't served him well enough? That's even more impossible. How dare you ask that? Damn it. I've spent money to support you and promote you as a star, and you've been messing around behind my back. Look at this. The middle-aged man angrily pulled out a medical diagnosis form. Acquired immunodeficiency. Song Feifei took a look. I was so scared I almost fainted. This is basically an incurable disease. Godfather, since you've already done this, doesn't that mean I... Snap. The middle-aged man slapped him again, yelling, Damn it. Didn't you give it to me? He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, thinking that no matter how rich he was, having this thing meant he was basically useless. Give me a beating. Beat them to death. A group of his men swarmed forward, punching and kicking him. The police are here. One of his men suddenly reported from the doorway. Police. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man had no choice but to stop and quickly leave with his men. However, before leaving, he slapped Song Feifei hard again, knocking out several of her teeth. 1 minute later. Sure enough, a group of police officers came this way. Officer, someone hit me. Song Feifei, who was almost beaten to death, hurriedly asked the police for help again. The lead police officer. He glanced at Song Feifei's miserable state and looked surprised. But then he added, Excuse me, Miss Song Feifei, we are here to arrest you. Arrest me? Upon hearing this, Song Feifei felt like she was going crazy. She had been beaten to death by her godfather, and now she was going to be arrested by the police? No way. Right. Miss Song Feifei, I suspect you of long-term extortion, defamation, and slander. The amount involved is huge, and the nature of the offense is egregious. Please cooperate with our investigation. Extortion? Spreading rumors and smears. Huh. Do you have any evidence? Song Feifei, stop struggling. Look who this is. Song Feifei, who had intended to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat, turned her head and was immediately struck dumb, her face turning ashen. The person in question was none other than Fan Biao, who was wearing handcuffs. It's over. This is a complete disaster. Song Feifei felt a deep sense of despair. Li Hua, Song Feifei's assistant, was already terrified by what she had just witnessed. Now, seeing Fan Biao arrested, she was shocked to see Song Feifei arrested as well. I just wanted to slip away quietly. However, they hadn't even reached the door yet. Then one of the police officers suddenly shouted at her, Lao Ronghua. Upon hearing this name, Li Hua's legs went weak, and she almost peed her pants in fright. Chapter 285. Am I going to be invited for tea again? Do you still remember the orphan mother and child who were killed by you and your boyfriend Li Ziyong 18 years ago? The carpenter who died tragically on a rainy night 16 years ago. A young man from a small town who died mysteriously 15 years ago. And a young couple who were murdered on New Year's Eve. Lao Ronghua, do you still remember these things? As they were speaking, a police officer in his 50s or 60s, with a dignified and imposing presence, came out. He was the veteran detective who had first brought Lao Ronghua's boyfriend to justice, and then relentlessly pursued Lao Ronghua for over a decade without ever giving up. Na Li Hua. No, Lao Ronghua saw it. His face immediately turned deathly pale, and he collapsed to the ground. That year, after her boyfriend was arrested, she fled to various places alone, living in fear and anxiety, spending several years in a dark and shameful existence, like a rat. Later, by chance, by adopting Li Hua's identity and changing his appearance, he was able to re-enter society. Even so, she remained cautious. Step by step, I finally became Song Feifei's assistant, a second-tier actress. Originally, I was hoping that Song Feifei could move up to the first tier and I could also get a share of the profits. Then he fled abroad. But unexpectedly. Why? This must be fate. There's no escaping it. As Lao Ronghua lay sprawled on the ground, he thought of these things in despair, his eyes ashen. Then, a foul smell of urine filled the air. Song Feifei's older brother. Cosmetics companies may be shut down, or even face imprisonment for tax evasion and other offenses. Song Feifei's career was completely ruined. After he was arrested, all the shameful things he had done before were exposed and revealed. Her pure and innocent image has completely collapsed. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. She herself, like Brother Biao, is definitely going to jail for spreading rumors, extortion, and slander. Due to the huge amount involved and the extremely serious nature of the offenses, she won't be out for at least 10 or 8 years. Even more tragically, she and her godfather both contracted AIDS. In this way, let alone the day they get out, they'll continue to suffer. Even if they're in jail, they might not make it to the day they get out alive. In conclusion, my life is ruined. As for Li Hua, in the end, he found some kind of relief. This liberation. This refers not only to the spiritual, but also to the physical. After all, she was so cruel back then, committing so many murders. Now that she's been caught, the truth is out. For her to think she can live any longer is nothing short of a pipe dream. Boss. I didn't expect that either. As soon as Wang Dalai learned about Song Feifei and Li Hua's ending, he immediately reported it to Jiang Chen. To be honest, she never expected the two to end up like this. I was even a little shocked. She did say that there were 100 ways to get back at Song Feifei. I also know that Song Feifei will have a terrible ending. But I didn't expect it. It could get this bad, like a complete game over. And there's that Li Hua. She knew it was Song Feifei's assistant. Na Li Hua is a snob who loves the rich and hates the poor, bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is usually very annoying. But who would have thought that she is actually a ruthless murderer with many lives on her hands who has been on the run for many years? To be honest, learning about Li Hua's past almost scared her, leaving her feeling lingering fear. Because, due to business dealings, she and Li Hua attended events and shared tea at the same table on more than one occasion. That's normal. I didn't expect them to turn out like this. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. Actually, his unexpectedness had two meanings. First, he didn't expect Song Feifei and Li Hua to be so despicable, especially since Li Hua was a murderer. Second, he didn't expect a bad luck card to be so powerful. After Wang Dalai arranged for Song Feifei to be dealt with, he was worried. Another bad luck card was used, this time targeting Song Feifei. Surprisingly, the bad luck card, combined with other factors, sent Song Feifei and Li Hua to their deaths in one fell swoop. The coffin lid was closed, and nails were hammered into the outside. That's incredibly powerful. Of course, Song Feifei and the other two got what they deserved, and this was their fate. He only has himself to blame. Honey, thank you. Having perfectly resolved the issues of the Qingchun technology endorsement and the hacking attack, Su Qingchun, as the president, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. TSK. Homemade pig trotters are really useful. Just to thank you. I remember someone saying, wait for me tonight, but nothing ever came of it. Jiang Chen said deliberately. Harmful. I was busy at the time. Su Qingchun smiled, her face flushed. Besides, my relatives came, and I was so busy with work. How can you bear to make me wake up at night to serve you? But your relative has passed away, and I haven't seen you bring up that matter on your own initiative. No way, honey. So you're also a woman who makes empty promises but then goes back on them and gets rich? Cut. Who broke their promise? Who went back on their word? Su Qingchun glared at him. A promise I make is a promise I keep. I'll definitely do what I promised you. My dear wife, there's no time like the present. How about now? Roll. I have a meeting later. Let's talk about it after I'm done. With the endorsement of top-tier actress Li Xiao, Qingchun Technologies' Snow Skin Mud product overcame the problem of even the best products needing marketing and became a huge hit. The results are amazing, and the quality is guaranteed. And there was also a top female celebrity making an appearance. It's no wonder that Snow White Mud is so popular. As a result, the products quickly became in short supply again, and Qingchun Technologies' factory was operating at full capacity, working overtime to produce them. Due to the popularity of Snow Skin Mud, it combines hair growth serum and hair removal serum. These two products also became very popular. However, to be fair, among the three products, the hair removal liquid, which was advertised the least, still had the highest unit price, the best sales, and contributed the most profit. Consumers, regardless of gender. The biggest surprise was the hair removal liquid. It was like discovering a treasure or a new continent. The effect is fantastic. Anyone who uses it knows how good it is. Su Qingqing got through this busy period. Finally, I had some free time and spent it with someone and our three little monsters, enjoying a leisurely and carefree period of time. It was the weekend. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng made a lot of dumplings and called Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing over to eat. Jiang Chen and his wife stayed at home, doing their chores and leaving the pests to fend for themselves. So he took the three little mythical beasts with him. At his parents' house, Jiang Chen enjoyed a dumpling feast. He had loved eating dumplings made by his parents since he was a child, and this time he was able to indulge himself again. Su Qingqing also ate quite a lot. My stomach is even a little full. I can't help it, it's really delicious. The elderly couple, Song Mei and her husband, were very happy to see that the children were enjoying their dumplings. Jiang Dapeng had even set his sights on the three babies. My three adorable grandchildren. When do you eat the dumplings your grandparents make? Your parents like to eat it. You guys will definitely like it too. Then you're in for a long wait, Song Mei said. They have three little babies right now. They haven't even grown any teeth yet, and they haven't even started eating solid food. And you're already thinking about feeding them dumplings? You're a long way off. After eating dumplings, Jiang Chen's uncle called again, inviting Jiang Chen's family to visit them for the Chinese New Year, and Jiang Chen readily agreed once more. However, the question is when to go. When I was a little kid, I didn't know any better and would often go to my grandma's house to play during winter vacation and stay for many days. Things are different now. I have a family to support, and it's not good to go back to the old ways. Then you should go on the second day of the Lunar New Year. That day, your aunt and I are going back to our parents' home. You two can go too. You, Qingcheng, and the three children can stay there for a few days and have some fun in the village, Song Mei suggested. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to Su Qingcheng and asked, What do you think, wife? Okay, I'm fine with it. Su Qingcheng agreed. Then, that's settled then. At his parents' house, after dinner, the family chatted for a while. Jiang Chen and his wife were about to take their child home when suddenly, buzz. Jiang Chen's phone rang. I picked it up and took a look. Somewhat surprisingly, it was a call from Captain Zhao Feng of the Security Bureau. Because of what happened last time I went fishing, he and his father-in-law were invited to the police station for tea by Zhao Feng. After they were released, Zhao Feng called him several times. Over time, Jiang Chen became familiar with him and saved Zhao Feng's number on his phone. Hey, Captain Zhao, what do you want from me this time? You're not asking about that unmanned underwater vehicle again, are you? I've already said everything I needed to say. No, I'm just inviting you for tea. Drinking tea? Yes, it was tea, and it was our leader who treated us. Chapter 286, Is this a provocation or a provocation? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised upon hearing this. I thought to myself, so many days have passed, and I'm still being invited for tea by the National Security Agency. And it was their leader who invited them. Could it be? Have there been any new discoveries regarding that unmanned underwater vehicle? Even if it exists, it has nothing to do with me, right? I just happened to catch it. However, since it's a leader from the National Security Agency inviting me for tea, I might as well go. I might even broaden my horizons. Okay, when? Are you free this afternoon? Afternoon? Yes. All right. When the time comes, I'll send someone to pick you up from your home at Chunjiang Pavilion. No problem. Jiang Chen and Zhao Feng arranged a time. After hanging up the phone, I turned around and saw my daughter, my parents, and myself all looking at me with expressions that were hard to describe. Wait, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. You got invited for questioning by the police again? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, son, what happened? Being invited for tea by the police is not a good thing. Have you done something wrong, kid? Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng asked with concern. No. Look at what you're thinking. They probably just invited me for tea and a casual chat. How could a law-abiding citizen like me possibly commit a crime? Don't worry. Besides, they're from the National Security Bureau, not just any ordinary police officer. Jiang Chen patiently explained. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, son. Even if you really get into trouble and get arrested by the authorities, it doesn't matter. Jiang Dapeng grinned and joked. You still have your mother, right? Your mother works for the government too. I'll get her to bail you out. Song Mei was flattered by Jiang Dapeng. She immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Dapeng, her tone a little embarrassed. I'm just a city management team leader, a nobody. What's the big deal about me? He quickly changed the subject. By the way, son, do you know who the security bureau leader who invited you for tea is? I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head, but it seems his surname is Liang. Captain Zhao Feng, who called me, called him Old Liang. Surname Liang. Old Liang. Song Mei thought for a moment. Could it be Liang Zhangwo? He's the head of the security department in China, and he also holds many other positions. Oh. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. He thought to himself, so this is a leader of such high rank who is looking for me. It's not at the level of Sihai City or Jiangnan Province anymore. It's at the national level of the Dragon Kingdom. A quick online search using a mobile phone. Really, there is publicly available information about Liang Zhangwo. A family of soldiers, a combat hero. He led the security department for many years, making outstanding contributions and earning him high prestige and respect. He is a true leader. Okay. In a tea house in Sihai City, Liang Zhangwo and Zhao Feng had just finished a game of chess. They chatted while drinking tea. Mr. Liang, we have found the unmanned underwater vehicle, but it was hit by a hard object and lost its navigation system. We have searched the entire Qingshui River, both upstream and downstream, in the area where Jiang Chen was fishing these past few days. Still no trace. As for Jiang Chen, we checked him last time. He's from Sihai City and has no connection with the mole or the two petty thieves. There's nothing suspicious about him when it comes to the unmanned underwater vehicle. However, it doesn't mean that there's nothing suspicious about him at all. What's suspicious? Liang Zhangwo asked, intrigued. This kid has become rich too fast. It's like he's got a cheat code. He's become a young upstart in Sihai City in a short period of time. Zhao Feng said. He made his fortune too fast, like he was cheating. Liang Zhangwo was speechless upon hearing this. Is his wealth legal? It's legal. It really is legal. We also investigated how he made his fortune, and all his assets have a source. We didn't find any illegal or criminal activity, Zhao Feng said, scratching his head. Since it's legal, then that's fine, isn't it? What's there to doubt? But Mr. Liang, are you really planning to use Jiang Chen to find the navigation system for that unmanned underwater vehicle? Zhao Feng asked again. Who said I had that intention? These are two different things. Besides looking for that GPS navigator, can't this old man like me get to know young friend Jiang Chen, build a relationship, and maybe play some chess or go fishing together? Liang Zhangwo said with a smile, pulling the chessboard over again and starting to arrange the pieces. Come on, Xiao Zhao, let's play a couple more rounds while Jiang Chen isn't here. Zhao Feng saw this. He was startled and said with a wry smile, Old Liang, you still want to play chess? Yeah, we've got nothing better to do. Liang Zhangwo laughed. What? Are you scared off by me, the world's #1 chess king? It's all right. I'll give you a 2-piece handicap this time. Never mind. Helpless, Zhao Feng followed suit and said, Old Liang, Jiang Chen seems to be quite good at chess. You should play a few games with him then. Oh, that's great. Liang Zhangwo rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with excited anticipation. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who had just sent his wife and children back to their home in Chunjiang Pavilion, suddenly shuddered for no reason. What was going on? Why did he suddenly feel a chill? Jiang Chen shook his head, puzzled. He stayed home for a while, and when the appointed time arrived, the car Zhao Feng had sent to pick him up also arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Honey, I'm off. Jiang Chen said goodbye to the girl and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the girl did not respond. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He turned around and saw the girl staring at him silently, eating a cucumber. With a snap, she bit the cucumber in two. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Hey girl, is this a provocation or something else? Chapter 287, The Greatest Chess King. Oh, honey, what are you doing? What provocation? In broad daylight. Can't I just eat a cucumber by myself in peace? Well, even if it's meant to be provocative, can I also mean it as a warning? No, no, I didn't provoke you or warn you. I was just showing you some concern. You know what that means, right? Now you can let me go, okay? Oh, honey, talk to me properly. It's not good if the kids see you touching them like that. Spend some time with your wife. Jiang Chen was finally satisfied and left. The car Zhao Feng sent to pick him up was originally parked at the entrance of the residential area, but later drove directly in and parked in front of Jiang Chen's Villa number 1, where it waited for a while. The driver showed no sign of impatience. Actually, since the time and place were agreed upon, Jiang Chen could have gone by himself. But sending someone to pick them up by car shows a question of attitude. It has to be said, Jiang Chen found it quite useful. More than half an hour later, the driver took Jiang Chen to a tea house and led him inside, leading him to the private room where Liang Zhengwo and Zhao Feng were. Jiang Chen. Welcome, welcome. Upon seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Liang Zhengwo quickly stood up, stepped forward to shake hands and greet him. I am Liang Zhengwo, and this is Captain Zhao Feng, whom you have met before. Old Liang, team leader Zhao. Jiang Chen also greeted the two politely. Looking at Liang Zhengwo, I noticed that he was about 60 or 70 years old, with a kind expression and ordinary clothes. Even though he was a high-ranking leader, he didn't seem to have any airs. If you don't know his identity, he seemed like a kind old man. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived, Liang Zhengwo stopped playing chess with Zhao Feng and started brewing tea. Come, Jiang Chen, try this. It's top-quality Sihu Longjing tea. After that, the three of them enjoyed tea and chatted casually for a while. Liang Zhengwo is very approachable. Jiang Chen can chat casually with anyone he meets. Before we knew it, our relationship had become much closer. Liang Zhengwo chatted with Jiang Chen for a while and felt good. He nodded. With a smile, he picked up the chessboard and said to Zhao Feng, Little Zhao, how's it going? We haven't finished this game yet. Shall we continue? Upon seeing this, Zhao Feng waved his hands repeatedly in fear. No, Elder Liang. Well, Jiang Chen's here. He looks like he's pretty good at chess. It's no fun if you keep beating me. Why don't you play against him instead? 2. It's really no fun playing chess with someone you've already lost to, Liang Zhengwo said with a laugh. Zhao Feng. Liang Zhengwo's original target was Jiang Chen. Seeing that Zhao Feng refused to play chess, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, Little Jiang, you know how to play chess, right? How about playing a few games with me, Lao Yang? Playing chess. It seems that Elder Liang is very skilled at chess, Jiang Chen said. It's all right, Liang Zhengwo said modestly. Jiang Chen, you don't know this, but old Liang's chess skills are the best in the world. He's incredibly skilled. To be honest, I'm terrified of him, Zhao Feng added, praising him. So he's the world's greatest chess master. Then, Elder Liang, come on over. Upon hearing that Elder Liang's chess skills were so high that even Zhao Feng was afraid to play chess, Jiang Chen realized that Elder Liang was so skilled that even Zhao Feng was afraid to play chess with him. I couldn't help but become interested. That day in the park, he played chess with a group of old men and won all 10 games. Although he had a great time, it wasn't very interesting. After all, it was like cutting melons and vegetables, and winning didn't feel very satisfying. Since it's Elder Liang, what kind of number 1 chess king is he? It'll be a good opportunity to learn from them. Jiang Chen, who was itching to try his hand at it, also started playing cards. Liang Zhengwo was overjoyed to see this. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen is truly a saint. I've completely given up on Buddhism. Sure enough, it was discovered that Master Liang's chess skills were truly exceptional, and the title of the world's number 1 chess king was not undeserved, but well-deserved. Ordinary people play chess. Even the worst players at chess at least have some sportsmanship, such as taking back moves or asking for a handicap. Only children tend to be more prone to being spoiled. But this Mr. Liang is different. He took back his moves, demanded a handicap, and cheated. He did it all. As for chess etiquette, what is good sportsmanship? It's letting me win. No. I didn't see the horse just now. That's why I let you eat it. I jumped like that this time. At least give me a handicap with a rook, or if that's not possible, give me a handicap with both cannons. You're a young man. How can you bully an old man like me in chess? This one, let's start over. I'm already at your wit's end. You can't just walk like this. And what's more, Your chariot and your horse are just too much. Why don't you just let this old man have his way? Jiang Chen and Liang Zhengwo played 3 rounds. It was truly eye-opening and astonishing. The first 2 games, Liang Zhengwo repeatedly took back his moves, demanding that Jiang Chen give him a handicap, and then cheated to win. In the 3rd game, Liang Zhengwo went even further. It was one thing for her to act like a spoiled child, but she actually demanded that Jiang Chen give up his piece halfway through the game. Yes, halfway through. He saw that Jiang Chen's carriages and horses posed too great a threat to his veteran general. So he raised his hand. He picked up one of Jiang Chen's rooks and a knight and threw them off the board. After that, his own general was freed, and he boldly attacked Jiang Chen's king. And then, unsurprisingly, Liang Zhengwo also won the 3rd game. Xiao Jiang, want to play another round? Liang Zhengwo, having won all 3 matches, then smiled and said to Jiang Chen, No, Mr. Liang, your chess skills are too high. If we continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Jiang Chen quickly refused. Good to know. Hara. Liang Zhengwo laughed loudly upon seeing this, and then said, So, Xiao Jiang, am I the #1 chess king in the world? Yes, absolutely. So, do you submit or not? I admit it, of course I admit it. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I admire you, old Liang, more than anyone else. However, you're a leader of such high rank, so respected, so accomplished, and a former war hero. How could he play chess so poorly? Why? Zhao Feng saw it all. He felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Chen. Now you know why I was so scared when old Liang mentioned chess, right? My liver was trembling. On Liang Zhengwo's side, he played chess with Jiang Chen and won all 3 games. Now that he was satisfied, he put away the chessboard and said to Jiang Chen, Little Jiang, we've had our tea and played our game. How about we go fishing? Fishing? Jiang Chen had a vague feeling that old Liang was about to reveal his true intentions. Unexpectedly, they didn't hide anything from me at all. Xiao Jiang, last time you went fishing with your father-in-law, you not only caught a bomb, but also an unmanned underwater vehicle. But this is an unmanned underwater vehicle. It was severely damaged by an impact, and one of the navigation devices is missing. Old Liang, you don't mean you want me to fish out this navigation device too, do you? Jiang Chen said. No, that's ridiculous. I only fished out that underwater vehicle by luck last time. Let me fish this GPS device out again. I'm just an ordinary person. How could that be? This is Liang Zhengwo's probing. Jiang Chen refused without even thinking. The last time they fished up bombs and unmanned underwater vehicles, it was already outrageous enough. And this time, if he lets himself fish for some kind of GPS device, that's just ridiculous. Even so, but even though I'm a cheater with my god-level fishing skills, there's still a tiny bit of a chance. What if I actually catch one? That old man Liang is no ordinary person. Seeing how strange he was, could it be that they're going to send themselves for dissection and research? All right, it's better to secretly develop your strength. Chapter 288 Male Mermaid? That's a bit exciting. No, Xiaojiang. I was just mentioning the unmanned underwater vehicle casually. The main thing is that your fishing skills are top-notch. I, Lao Liang, don't have many hobbies. One is playing chess, and the other is fishing. We just played a few rounds of chess together. To be honest, I, Lao Liang, am terrible at chess, and it's only thanks to you, Xiaojiang, that you've been so accommodating to an old man like me. This fishing, it's just for leisure and entertainment, just for fun. If I expected you to fish out that GPS device by fishing, wouldn't I be out of my mind? There's no such thing as a supernatural thing in this world. How about it, Xiaojiang? Give this old man some face again. Liang Zhengwo explained with a smile, sincerely inviting Jiang Chen. Yes, Jiang Chen. Old Liang is usually very busy and doesn't usually invite people to play chess or go fishing unless he wants to make some friends. You should come fishing with him. It won't do you any harm. Zhao Feng chimed in, subtly reminding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen naturally understood Zhao Feng's meaning. Befriending a high-ranking leader like Elder Liang would actually bring him many benefits. Only, bite. Detect the host's current state of indecision and trigger the following choice. Choose option 1, agree, build connections, and receive a cash reward. A small goal. Option 2. Refuse, turn around, and go home. Reward, 1 million in cash. One reward for a small goal. 1 million as a reward. Okay. Jiang Chen, who was somewhat conflicted, immediately made a decision. All right, since Elder Liang has put it this way, I will respectfully comply. How should I put it? It's a reward for achieving a small goal. And to be honest, even if I had God-level fishing skills, it would be absurd to think I could catch that navigation device. Unless some supernatural force intervened, the probability would be close to zero. We'll see. I refuse to believe that bastard will screw himself over this time. Liang Jiangwo is over there. He was overjoyed when Jiang Chen agreed to go fishing together. Let's tidy up. Having prepared 3 sets of fishing tackle, Zhao Feng drove straight to the banks of the Qingshui River. Within Sihai City, fishing at Qingshui River is the most convenient and popular option, attracting a huge number of anglers every day. To avoid suspicion, Liang Jiangwo deliberately chose another location. It's about 1 kilometer or 2 from where Jiang Chen and his father-in-law went fishing last time. Of course, on the other hand, while Liang Jiangwo certainly wanted to use fishing as an excuse to build a relationship with Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be realistic to say that he had absolutely no thoughts about the GPS device. After all, last time, the unmanned underwater vehicle that Zhao Feng and his group had been searching for so long, without success, was found by Jiang Chen. That left a deep impression on me. It's easy to explain by coincidence. But what if it's not a coincidence? Holy crap. Wasn't that the fishing master from last time? First he fished out a bomb, then he fished out a submarine. He was incredibly awesome, and even the security agency came. It's not just the National Security Agency, it's helicopters too. That old man fishing with me looks so familiar. Could he be the head of the Dragon Kingdom's security department? It's true. I just searched and found his public information. And the younger one, isn't he the captain who came from the National Security Bureau last time? Holy crap. A fishing master, a head of the security department, and a captain of the security bureau. These 3 fishing together? Judging from their setup, what are they planning to catch? Fishing for Godzilla? Fishing for nuclear bombs? I bet they're fishing for female corpses. You pervert, get lost. When the group of fishermen saw the 3, they started talking amongst themselves, but after recognizing the 3, they wisely kept their distance. After the fishing season begins, Liang Jiangwo picked it up very quickly. Compared to his chess skills, his fishing skills are quite impressive. They caught quite a few fish quickly. Jiang Chen, needless to say, possessed God-level fishing skills that were no joke. Although he was already very restrained, he still caught more than twice as many fish as Liang Jiangwo. This drew repeated praise from Liang Jiangwo. Compared to Jiang Chen and Liang Jiangwo, Zhao Feng's fishing skills were far inferior. He only managed to catch 1 fish after a long time, though this was also related to his lack of focus. When you're out and about, ensuring the safety of top leaders is of utmost importance. Now let's talk about Jiang Chen. After catching a lot of fish, the situation returned to what it was before. Besides fish, I could catch anything: plastic buckets, silicone dolls, tree roots, small umbrellas, and so on. Anyway, they're all kinds of weird and wonderful. At that moment, seeing the float on the water suddenly sink, Jiang Chen quickly pulled up his fishing rod. Surprisingly, what they caught this time was a handgun. Although it was examined, it's just a plastic simulation toy. But in Jiang Chen's heart, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Here we go again. Are they really going to lure out that GPS navigator next? What a load of rubbish. A group of fishermen watching from a short distance saw this. He was filled with excitement. Because last time, they had witnessed this fishing master catch a bunch of random things before finally pulling out a cannonball and a submarine. So what can we catch next? They all looked on with anticipation. Soon, another fish took the bait on Jiang Chen's hook. As the float sank, Jiang Chen lifted the rod. Whoosh! After a huge ripple on the water's surface, a huge wave followed. Holy crap, what is this? It's actually a living thing. Could it be a female corpse? Get lost. Can a female corpse create waves? I bet it's a crocodile. Impossible. Crocodiles hibernate in winter. Damn, couldn't it be a mermaid or a dragon? Get lost. Mermaids and dragons? That's all nonsense. If you said it was a male mermaid that was caught, I might believe it. No, a male mermaid? That's kind of exciting. Upon hearing the commotion, Liang Jiangwo and Zhao Feng immediately turned their heads and looked towards Jiang Chen's direction. Especially Liang Jiangwo. He looked excited and nodded to himself. Just as I thought. Follow Jiang Chen fishing. That's quite an experience. Chapter 289 Dads in Trouble? Hearing the discussions among the nearby fishermen and witnessing the reactions of old Liang and Zhao Feng. In Jiang Chen's heart. To be honest, I was a little taken aback. Could it be that this time, they're really going to catch something rare that will cause a sensation? What kind of water monster? Or dragon? Or other, perverted and abnormal things? In any case, it was in front of the big boss, and knowing that he had suspicion of me, I suddenly did this. That's it. I'm in a mess now. Fortunately, when Shen pulled up his fishing rod, he felt that what he had caught was nothing unusual. It should be a fish, and a very big one at that. Before long, the big fish that had been caught began to reveal its true form. The anglers at the scene gasped in surprise when they saw it. Holy crap! It turned out to be an enormous catfish, more than 2 meters long, and probably weighing over 200 kilograms. Damn, I've been fishing for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've ever caught such a big catfish in the Qingshui River. Is this the king of catfish? Awesome, awesome. Those fishermen were just yelling about female corpses, mermaids, dragons, and all that. They were just looking for trouble. At this moment, it was discovered that what had been caught was a king catfish. Their expressions remained one of excitement. I couldn't resist moving closer. Liang Jiangwo and Zhao Feng were also surprised to see Jiang Chen catch such a big catfish. Of course, Liang Jiangwo was a little disappointed, but that little bit of disappointment was quickly washed away by the excitement of catching the king catfish. Together with the others, they assisted Jiang Chen in landing and reeling in the fish. After more than 2 hours of wits and courage, the enormous catfish king was finally dragged ashore. Immediately, some helpful anglers brought over a tape measure and a large scale. They measured the length first, 2.78 meters. Only a few strong men were needed to help lift it up with the scale and weigh it. Wow, it weighs over 200 pounds. Holy crap, this catfish has become a spirit. It's almost grown into a pig. Goodness, he must have lived for at least 20 or 30 years, right? That's awesome. After receiving permission, the group of anglers excitedly took photos with the giant catfish. Even Liang Jiangwo happily joined in and took a picture with the catfish. After all, just now, he also contributed to catching this catfish. Even their shoes got wet. Jiang Chen also took a group photo, ready to show it off to the girl. The greatest joy of fishing is when a fish bites the hook and you finally bring it ashore. Moreover, this is a large catfish weighing over 200 pounds. But it's really satisfying to catch such a king catfish. But what to do next is a problem. A fish that big, having lived for decades, wouldn't have good meat. And releasing animals. Some people say that this catfish has lived to such an old age, and releasing it is a good deed. But others say that such a large catfish is a great scourge in the river, eating at least 1,000 kilograms of fish every year. Jiang Chen was perplexed. Then I simply decided to hand it over to the forestry department. Zhao Feng then called the forestry bureau. 10 minutes later, the forestry department sent someone by car to take the catfish away. Xiao Jiang, thank you for keeping an old man like me company today. We played chess, went fishing, and even caught such a big catfish. The old man is very happy. I hope there will be another opportunity to get together with my friend Jiang Chen in the future. Yes, Mr. Liang. Grandma Liang, you're too kind. After exchanging a few polite words, Jiang Chen was about to leave. Before leaving, old Liang wrote down a number on a piece of paper and handed it to Jiang Chen, telling him to call him if he needed anything. Jiang Chen acknowledged and put the paper away. Zhao Feng, who was standing nearby, was slightly surprised when he saw this. Because Liang Jiangwo gave Jiang Chen his rather private personal number, and there were fewer than 100 people in the entire country who knew this number. After Jiang Chen left, Zhao Feng asked Liang Jiangwo, puzzled, "Old Liang, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Chen didn't even help find that GPS device this time. Are you thinking of playing the long game and catching a big fish later? Upon hearing this, Liang Jiangwo, he shook his head and then laughed. No, it has nothing to do with the GPS. Am I, an old man who's lived to such an advanced age, not allowed to follow my heart and make a young friend? Besides, I should be retiring in a few years anyway. The two exchanged a few words and then went back. As for GPS devices, finally, it was discovered by a child playing in a pile of rocks on the shore, 2 kilometers away from where the submersible was fished out. After another setback, it eventually returned to the research institute, although this happened half a month later. But in the end, this brings an end to the story of unmanned underwater vehicles. Now let's talk about Jiang Chen. After returning home, I was just about to show the little girl the photo of the catfish, so she could be surprised and amused. Unexpectedly, I had just returned home. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Su Qingcheng said in a somewhat flustered manner, "Honey, you should go to your parents' house right away. They're having a fight." Arguing? Jiang Chen laughed. It's not normal for the two of them to be arguing. No. Something happened to your dad. Chapter 290, A Talented and Treasure Boy. Something happened to my dad? Yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. After all, this was his father, who, along with his mother, had always doted on him since he was a child. But looking at the girl's expression, it doesn't seem to be anything particularly urgent. It's not my wife. Is it my dad who had an accident, or did my dad and mom have a fight? Jiang Chen asked again. Su Qingqing also knew that she hadn't made herself clear. So he paused for a moment and then explained. Well, it was your dad who had the accident first. It seems he had a back problem. He suddenly started hurting so badly he couldn't walk. Your mom wanted him to go to the hospital, but your dad wasn't keen on it, and then they started arguing about it. Well, my dad has a health problem, so he needs to go to the hospital. All right, I'll go take a look. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead. I just got back from Kingshui. I haven't even had a sip of water at home yet, and I'm already off to Swan Lake, to my parents' house. He wasn't afraid when his parents argued. They've been arguing since he was a child, and they've been arguing ever since he grew up. Arguing was almost a daily occurrence. When they went home for weekends during high school, it was rare for them not to argue. Jiang Chen even felt like he wasn't at home anymore. When the argument got really heated, the two even started fighting. Without exception, every time, it was Dad who got beaten by Mom and ran away with his head in his hands. Jiang Chen arrived at his parents' house. The reason was quickly clarified. It turns out that Dad had a sudden flare-up of a herniated disc, and the pain was so bad that he couldn't walk. He had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery. The disagreement occurred here. Song Mei firmly supported going to the hospital. Surgery would be the best treatment and would solve the problem once and for all. But Jiang Daping felt, the Chinese New Year is just around the corner, but I'm having surgery and lying in the hospital. It doesn't feel good, especially since I had an appendectomy just a few months ago. I don't want to have surgery. I was hoping to lie down and stretch my back like before, so that the pain would subside and I could feel better for a while. The two started arguing because of this. Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. I can handle this, Jiang Chen said. You can solve this? Jiang Daping and Song Mei asked in surprise. Yes, I studied acupuncture with an old Chinese medicine doctor for a while, which was just right for treating my dad's back pain. Jiang Chen said, taking out a silver needle kit that he always carried with him. His own godlike acupuncture skills. It may not be effective in treating headaches and fever. However, treatment options include things like paralysis caused by neuropathy or damage, and neuralgia caused by a herniated disc. But it often has amazing effects. Son, you know acupuncture? Yes. Who did you learn it from? The elderly couple asked in surprise. Didn't I just tell you? It was me and an old Chinese medicine doctor, Jiang Chen said without changing his expression, making up a story. He had no choice. The system couldn't be exposed. Actually, besides acupuncture, I also know a little bit of bone setting, such as ankle dislocation and arm dislocation, which I am best at. But if you want me to treat something else, for example, I can't treat a cold or fever. As she spoke, she took out the silver needles, preparing to administer acupuncture to her father. Not my son. Is your acupuncture any good? It's not that I don't believe you. Your dad's problem is spinal, so why don't you take him to the hospital? If you make things worse, you'll be taking care of his bodily needs. Seeing that her son was about to start treating her, Song Mei said with some apprehension. Jiang Dapeng himself was also in a panic. What if it makes things worse? Even if someone helps with toileting, what about someone who's bedridden and paralyzed? But it's me. Well, son, why don't you stop treatment? I'll listen to your mother and go to the hospital for surgery to cure this disease completely. No need, Dad. Didn't you complain that it's almost Chinese New Year and you'd have to be hospitalized for surgery? Don't worry, there's an acupuncture treatment option for lumbar disc herniation. Besides, it's too late for you to go to the hospital now. I've already got the injection. You brat, what if you paralyze me? Hurry up and get me to the hospital. If you make me worse, I'll beat you with 7 wolves liquor. Don't move, Dad. If you move, you might really become paralyzed. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen finished administering acupuncture and was covered in sweat. That's it? Song Mei asked worriedly. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Jiang Dapeng, Dad, stretch your body and see how you feel. Jiang Dapeng got up as instructed. Try jumping around on the ground and stretching. Surprisingly, I felt no pain at all. He was immediately overjoyed, exclaiming, It's completely healed. Great, great. Now we can have a good new year. Thank you, son. Not bad, not bad. Song Mei was also pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect her eldest son to have this skill. But Dad, what if I remember someone saying they were going to whip me with 7 wolves? Cough, cough. I wasn't just saying that out of anger. You're my only son. I cherish you dearly. I'd rather beat anyone else with a 7 wolves cigarette than you. Jiang Chen returned to his home at Chunjiang Pavilion. I told the girl about it. Su Qingqing asked in surprise, You know acupuncture? Of course. Jiang Chen put his arm around a familiar slender waist and said meaningfully, You know how talented your husband is. Cut. Su Qingqing blushed slightly. Of course she knew what someone meant. Speaking of being versatile, well, this shameless guy truly lives up to his name. Serious, unserious. Some of her talents were so extraordinary that just thinking about them made her blush. She was too embarrassed to even look at them. Even so, he's still a hidden gem. Su Qingqing thought to herself. I gave someone a gentle response. Then she hooked her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Her voice was soft, sweet, and gentle. Honey, I didn't really know that your parents used to argue a lot when you were little. Yes. They not only argue, but they also fight from time to time. Huh? A fight? Well, to be specific, it's like my mom beats my dad, and my dad is like a mouse in front of a cat. He doesn't dare to fight back at all. Honey, will you hit me? What do you think? Jiang Chen asked with a gentle smile, giving it a loving peck. TCH, I know you wouldn't dare. But honey, let's not fight or argue, okay? I don't like arguing. When I'm unhappy, I'll just bite you, okay? Okay. The two snuggled together for a while. Su Qingqing felt very safe. When she was unhappy, she could take a bite of a pig's trotter. This is a good idea. But I glanced at the 3 sleeping little monsters in the crib next to me. I don't know why. Suddenly, a strange question popped into my head. Honey, what if our 3 kids grow up someday and become really naughty and make mistakes? Would you also use that 7 wolves whip on them? Chapter 291. This is such a blatant scam. The 3 children grew up and became very naughty, making mistakes. Would I smoke 7 wolves cigarettes myself? It has to be said. That's a tricky question. Well, they have to get a beating for making mistakes. I'm not just going to use 7 wolves to beat them up. I'm also thinking about what weapon would be more suitable to use to beat them up. You, as a father, can you be serious? Su Qingqing gave him a playful glare. Be more serious? Jiang Chen saw the girl grinding her teeth, about to use her hands. No, her mouth. He could only scratch his head, think for a moment, and then said, Well, first of all, we shouldn't hit our daughters, and then as for our sons, it depends on what kind of mistakes they've made, right? If we make a very serious, big mistake, Su Qingqing said, well, there's no other way, we still have to fight. However, we should avoid hitting if possible. If we do hit, we won't use 7 wolves brand like my dad did. Educational methods have to keep up with the times, right? At least it's my own child. I'm too heartbroken to even think about it, and besides, hitting them might not even solve the problem. That makes sense, Su Qingqing nodded, then added with a sly look. But husband, what if you were to act like you did when you were a kid? This. How about we beat them up first? Husband, get up. Today is Laba Festival. I've been cooking laba porridge for hours. I'd better get up and have a taste. The next morning, Su Qingqing came up to Jiang Chen and called out softly. Knowing that his daughter had volunteered to cook porridge, Jiang Chen decided to stay up late on his phone last night, and now he was taking a rare break from bed. To be honest, it feels pretty good to stay in bed late. Is it done? My beloved concubine, come and help me get up, Jiang Chen said lazily and deliberately. Okay. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes in disgust, but still went over and reached out to help Jiang Chen up. After all, before, she promised herself that she would be a virtuous wife. Now she's helping her beloved husband, Nana, get out of bed. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's Laba Festival, Jiang Chen might take his wife and kids out for a stroll, so he needs to take off his pajamas and change into the casual clothes he wore during the day. At first, Su Qingqing was very cooperative. But when it came to changing underwear, they absolutely refused to help. Wife, as the saying goes, if you're going to help someone, help them all the way. How could you only help them halfway? Cut. No way. I'll only help with half, I won't switch. As she spoke, Su Qingqing's face flushed red, and she resolutely put her two little hands behind her back. Although this was no longer unfamiliar, it was still a daytime meeting. Well, it's still so embarrassing. Seeing the girl's determination, Jiang Chen had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and change her clothes for a clean one. I've finished washing up. Jiang Chen arrived at the restaurant and had just sat down. Su Qingqing placed a steaming bowl of laba porridge in front of him. Husband, try my cooking. Then, she looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. Seeing the girl like this, Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. Why don't you drink it yourself? I already drank it before you got up, Su Qingqing said. Hurry up and try it. I made it according to the recipe I found online. I guarantee it will be a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen, remembering the girl's disastrous cooking before, took a bite with some skepticism. Eat it. Surprisingly, it tasted all right. Not bad, tastes good, Jiang Chen casually praised. But if you want porridge, you can just cook it, anyone with hands can do it. So he ate it without worry. Besides laba porridge, the little girl also prepared 2 side dishes. It's a bit bland, but still edible. Jiang Chen quickly finished a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and was about to let out a burp when he looked up and saw the little girl happily bringing him 3 large bowls in one go. Honey, is it delicious? No need to fight. It's all yours. Don't think it's too much. But honey, you know I need a late-night snack, so could you please? No. Su Qingqing refused decisively. Farmers work very hard to grow crops, so let's not waste food, okay? Besides, you don't want your wife's hours of hard work to go to waste, do you? All right then. But honey, my belly has limited capacity, so I can only do my best. Okay, my husband. Buzz. Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was his father calling. Hey son, your mother is injured. You'd better come over right away. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chen heard his father's anxious voice shouting into the phone, making Jiang Chen's ears ring. No, Dad, Mom's injured? How did she get injured? Jiang Chen asked with concern. It's because she does square dancing in the morning with a group of middle-aged women, learning a step. She was the best at it, and then she demonstrated the step to some of the middle-aged women who couldn't learn it yet. Then when it landed, I sprained my ankle by accident, and it's so swollen that I can't walk. Your mother doesn't want to go to the hospital either. Didn't you say you knew how to do bone setting? I just wanted to make a phone call to you. Okay, Dad. You and Mom wait a bit. Find a place to rest. I'll be right there. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and said to his girlfriend, Honey, I need to check on Mom. This porridge. It's okay, honey, go ahead. Your mother's health is the most important thing. Su Qingqing overheard Jiang Chen's conversation with his father and, understandingly, told Jiang Chen that no matter what, she was still his future mother-in-law and his best friend. How could she not care? Jiang Chen held the little girl and gave her a hard peck. So we drove to Swan Lake. I found my parents' location, went over to check my mother's ankle, and found that it was a common bone misalignment, which was exactly what my divine bone-setting skills were for. Son, can you treat my ankle? Songmei asked. If not, I might as well go to the hospital. I'm going to the hospital for 2 reasons. First, there are all sorts of respiratory illnesses in hospitals these days, and I don't want to catch one even if I'm not sick. Second, it's almost Chinese New Year, and that's not a good omen. Don't worry, Mom. I can treat this, Jiang Chen said. Mom, I'll count to 3, and then I'll start setting your bones. It might hurt a little. That's all right, you can stay straight. Okay, I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Click. Jiang Chen shouted, 2. And with a sudden burst of strength, Song Mei's dislocated ankle returned to normal. But this time, the excruciating pain in her ankle nearly made Song Mei faint. At the same time, I really wanted to hit someone. That brat. He clearly said to shout 3 times, but he only shouted twice before attacking. You can't cheat people like that, especially since I'm his mother. Chapter 292 Chinese New Year, Visiting Grandma's House. Why did you shout twice just now? Song Mei asked, puzzled. Harmful. Your son is doing this for your own good. If he shouts 3 times before making a move, you'll be on guard, and then it won't be easy for him to make a good move. If he makes a good move, you'll still be in pain, Jiang Dapeng explained before Jiang Chen could finish speaking. My dad is right. That's exactly what I want to do, catching you off guard, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Mom, stand up and walk around a bit to see what's going on. Good. Song Mei understood that principle. I was just saying it casually, so I stood up, took a few steps, and felt perfectly normal. The pain in my ankle was gone. Wow, that's great. Son, you're amazing. Your medical skills are even better than those old Chinese medicine doctors. Song Mei praised him with delight. Not bad, Jiang Chen said modestly, thinking to himself that after all, it was a divine-level bone-setting technique, so setting a bone in an ankle was a piece of cake. By the way, Mom and Dad, if you get sick, please take precautions and go to the hospital if necessary. Don't think that the new year is unlucky. What's so unlucky about that? Health is the most important thing. Besides, there's still some time before the new year. Jiang Chen tried his best to persuade his parents. I know they have some taboos. It's not really superstition. They just feel that if you see a doctor during the Lunar New Year, the coming year will be filled with misfortune and bad luck. Okay, son, I know. Jiang Chen helped her heal her ankle, and Song Mei replied happily. I'm going to the market to buy groceries. Jiang Dapeng chatted with his son for a bit, discussing plans for the Chinese New Year. They went off to attend to their own business. Jiang Chen himself was also preparing to head home, as his little girl was still waiting for him there. Unexpectedly, Song Mei, who was on her way to the market, had only walked about 10 meters when she suddenly felt dizzy and her body swayed, causing her to fall. Jiang Dapeng saw it. In a panic, he exclaimed, Son, your mother has fallen. He immediately rushed forward and helped Song Mei up. Jiang Chen happened to see it and was immediately startled. Mom, are you all right? She asked hurriedly as she approached. No, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt a little dizzy. Song Mei quickly recovered and said, Dizziness. What do you mean it's nothing? Let's go to the hospital to get it checked out. Jiang Chen was at a loss in this situation, so he suggested. After, Jiang Chen and his father took his mother to the hospital. After examination, the doctor said it was low blood sugar, not a serious problem, and prescribed some medicine. Then Song Mei took the medicine and headed home. Jiang Chen was worried. I suggested that my parents come to the hospital for a full-body checkup. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei's first reaction was that they did not quite agree. Well, how should I put it? This hospital isn't a good place for older people like them. They try to avoid it as much as possible. And these physical exams, they're always coming back for more health checkups. They're perfectly healthy, but then a checkup reveals a whole host of problems. Jiang Chen, of course, didn't listen to their arguments. After another round of persuasion, the most expensive and comprehensive medical checkup was arranged for the elderly couple. Final. My mom has low blood sugar and an irregular heartbeat. Besides fatty liver, my dad also has a bit of prostatitis. None of them are serious problems. The doctor also prescribed medication and corresponding treatment plans for everyone. That's it. The doctor has already made a diagnosis. The medication and treatment plan have been prescribed. Jiang Dapeng was still a little skeptical. No, I feel perfectly fine right now. How come a routine checkup revealed fatty liver and prostatitis? especially the prostatitis. Could there be a mistake? In response to this, what could Jiang Chen do? Of course, he could only offer more words of advice. After doing all that, after sending them home, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh. As a son who worries so much about his parents, it's not easy for me. Once the Laba festival is over, the new year is just around the corner. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng told them that they had taken care of all the New Year's goods and that they didn't need to worry about it. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing saved themselves a thing. But I still need to buy new clothes for the new year. Jiang Chen and his wife bought outfits for their family of 5, as well as Jiang Chen's parents. Just before leaving the mall, Jiang Chen remembered that he hadn't bought anything for his parents-in-law yet. My in-laws only have one daughter, Xiangyao. If the little girl won't buy it for them, then they'll have to buy it themselves. Jiang Chen then offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing slapped her forehead. I had completely forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan sighed. Oh, this little darling. But they're not here in Sihai, so I'll just buy them online. So Su Qingqing went online and bought 2 sets of high-end clothes for her parents. Honey, have you bought everything? Think about what else we need. Everything else is ready. Honey, why don't you buy a few more Balenciaga stockings? Oh, okay. Su Qingqing agreed immediately, surprised. Honey, don't I look especially good in those stockings? Yes, it looks good, and it's easy to tear. Cut. And then, I was thinking of taking the kids out for a few days during the Chinese New Year. Jiang Chen decided to buy another van, so that it would be more spacious and comfortable to take the children out. Even if you go to the village, you won't stand out. It's already the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei had something come up that day. Jiang Chen drove his nanny van with his wife and children to his maternal grandmother's house first. Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house, like her aunt's house, is surrounded by mountains and water. In fact, the 2 houses are close to each other, one on this side of the mountain and the other on the other side. Along the way, the 3 little monsters were unusually well-behaved. They didn't sleep much, but they also didn't cry much. Su Qingqing's feelings. It was a mix of nervousness and anticipation. This was her first time visiting Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house. Compared to her previous visit to Jiang Chen's aunt's house, the feeling was completely different. She felt more relaxed at Jiang Chen's aunt's house. Going to Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house inevitably makes me nervous. On this day, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng, along with Jiang Chen's aunt's family, all went back to Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house. Needless to say, there were many relatives there, making it a very lively occasion. Although it was during the engagement banquet, most of the relatives have already met. But after all, this time, my family and I are just visiting as guests for the Chinese New Year. 2 or 3 hours later, Jiang Chen has arrived at his maternal grandmother's house, a scenic mountain village. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing got off the bus. We took the 3 little monsters out of the car and also unloaded the gifts we brought from the trunk. At the entrance of my maternal grandmother's house, an elderly man in his 60s with gray hair saw this and quickly came forward to greet him, saying, "Uncle, you've come." He then offered his help with great enthusiasm. Su Qingqing heard it. It was unexpected. You're already quite old enough to be a grandfather, and you're calling him uncle. What's rare is the pig's trotters. He even responded. But the old man was probably confused and might have mispronounced something. Therefore, Su Qingqing. For a moment, I didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, as she walked forward carrying a bag of gifts, the old man warmly reached out to her, saying, "Auntie, come on, let me carry it." "No, Auntie." Su Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 293 Bull. Who the hell is there? Come out and have a go. No, you. You call me Auntie? Su Qingqing looked at the gray-haired old man with disbelief and confusion. Yes. Jiang Chen is my cousin, and you're his wife, so you're my aunt. Isn't it normal for me to call you aunt? The old man laughed. Could it be that you're not my cousin's wife? No, that. I am his wife, Su Qingqing said. She's my cousin's wife, isn't that good enough? The old man said cheerfully. Come on, Auntie, you're a guest. Let me help you carry these. As he spoke, he enthusiastically helped Su Qingqing carry the gifts and such. Jiang Chen was walking in front. I heard the girl behind me's surprised expression. He stopped and told the girl, "Honey, I forgot to tell you, my maternal grandmother's family is of a very high generation in the village." "Is he of a particularly high seniority?" Su Qingqing asked subconsciously. "Yes, didn't you just become an aunt?" Jiang Chen laughed. Su Qingqing was surprised and speechless. "I'm only 28, by the way, so I'm being called auntie all of a sudden?" In my mind, auntie refers to women who are at least in their 30s or 40s. But calling her auntie is hardly appropriate. "Yo, grandpa's here, and grandma's too. Wow, great-grandma is so beautiful. Much prettier than the actresses on TV. Grandpa, grandma, please come inside." In the courtyard of Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house, many villagers, including older women and wives, were sunbathing, eating sunflower seeds, and chatting. When they saw Jiang Chen arrive with his family, they quickly went to greet them warmly. Jiang Chen was used to it and responded calmly. Su Qingsheng was startled when she heard this. Goodness, this trip to someone's maternal grandmother's house has made me not only an aunt, but also a grandmother and a great-grandmother. That's going too far, because I'm embarrassed. Besides, I really don't know them. Su Qingsheng could only smile and nod to them, saying hello, hello. Even so, I was still shocked. But what happened next? It almost overwhelmed her. A group of village women around her age, upon seeing the three triplets, immediately gathered around curiously, excitedly chattering. "Oh my God, triplets! These are our great-uncle and great-aunt. TSK, our great-grandmother was really good at giving birth. Look how cute and handsome our great-uncle and great-aunt are. Come on, Grandpa, give your grandson a smile." To be honest, upon seeing this scene, Su Qingqing stayed in Bengbu. A group of children, roughly the same age as me, were calling my 3- or 4-month-old baby Grandpa and Grandma. Okay. He broke out in a cold sweat. Actually, Jiang Chen. I felt roughly the same way. When he was little, he loved visiting his maternal grandmother's house and was very curious about all sorts of things in the village. Living in the village was also very interesting. The only problem is that my maternal grandmother's family has an inexplicably high seniority in the village, which has also elevated my own seniority. Don't look at yourself, you were just a little kid back then. But those adults, when they meet, they all have to address each other as grandfather or uncle. For this reason, many of the children in the village did not want to play with him. Why? Even young Jiang Chen felt a bit emotional at that time. It's lonely at the top. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Chen's uncles and aunts heard the commotion outside and came out to see Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing with the child. They quickly came out to greet them warmly. "Xiao Chen, Qingqing, you've arrived. Look at the 3 little babies. They've grown so much and become even cuter. Come inside." A group of people welcomed Jiang Chen and his family into the house. Jiang Chen's grandmother also stood up from the sofa. With a joyful expression, she approached the young couple, asked about Jiang Chen, looked at the 3 little babies, and then took Su Qingqing's hand, offering a long greeting. "How are you, Qingqing? Are you tired from the journey? Here, have some water. Look at you all coming to Grandma's house. Grandma is so happy. Why would you need to bring any gifts?" No, Grandma, I'm not tired. That gift is just a token of my appreciation. It's not worth much." Su Qingqing answered generously and politely. In fact, those gifts were all high-end items that she and Jiang Chen had carefully selected before the festival. Among them was a wild ginseng for my maternal grandmother, which cost over 10,000 yuan per root. The group chatted for a short while. Jiang Chen's parents and his aunt's family also came. Cousin, sister-in-law. After exchanging a few greetings with the elders, Sun Wan happily ran towards Jiang Chen. He looked Su Qingqing up and down. Her tone was somewhat incredulous. "Sister-in-law, how come you're getting even more beautiful after you got married? Sigh, I wish I could be like you someday. You want to become as beautiful as your sister-in-law." "That's easy." Before Su Qingqing could answer, her cousin Sun Qian came over with a smile. "You should also hurry up and find someone and get married." As someone who's been through it all, Sun Qian knows exactly what's going on. She's become a wife, which makes her even more charming. "Oh, you still need to find a partner and get married?" Sun One looked troubled upon hearing this. Forget it. I'll just focus on becoming a little rich woman first. Noon. The whole family enjoyed a lively meal together. We chatted for quite a while in the afternoon. Jiang Chen's parents and his aunt's family went back home. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing stayed at their maternal grandmother's house for a few days as they had agreed beforehand, and their two aunts took turns decorating the rooms for the young couple. My maternal grandmother's house mainly consists of a 3-story building and several old houses in the backyard, because my eldest uncle lives away from home and hasn't returned for over 10 years. After Grandpa passed away, in that 3-story building, apart from Grandma's room, my second uncle and youngest uncle each occupied half of it. Jiang Chen ended up staying in a guest room on the east side of his uncle's room. In the room, there were new blankets, new sheets, and new duvet covers. It is very clean and tidy. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing took the 3 little beasts inside to rest for a while. Su Qingqing then asked about the generational hierarchy in her maternal grandparents' family. Jiang Chen scratched his head. It seems like one of my maternal grandparents' ancestors was a high-ranking official or something. I can't explain it either. Anyway, this is how the generations have been arranged in this village for hundreds of years, and the younger generations can't easily change it. Oh, all right. The young couple exchanged a few words. Jiang Chen was about to lie down on the bed for a nap when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. So I went out to take a look. It turned out that one of the village's cows had gone mad. No, strictly speaking, the cow was drunk. A yellow-skinned ox weighing 500 or 600 pounds accidentally knocked over a large jar of mulberries for its owner to soak in wine. After eating a large meal, it broke its nose and started acting crazy in the village. It charged recklessly, crashing into anything that came into view. For a time, the village was in complete chaos. The yellow-skinned oxen especially noticed people wearing red clothes or red scarves. It was even more violent and charged forward. This is a series of collisions along the way. Somehow, they ended up in the yard of Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house. At my maternal grandmother's house, Wang Kai, who was in charge of guarding the door, was so scared that he peed his pants. The adults, some carrying ropes and others holding wooden sticks, were also in a panic and protected the elderly and children as they went inside. And yellow fat beef. I walked around the yard a few times. With bloodshot eyes, it strode around like it didn't recognize anyone, raised its head and mooed a few times, looking, well, quite smug. Who the hell is in the picture? Come out and have a go. Chapter 294. It's better to be a little more reserved. I'm so sorry, the cow ran wild in your yard. I'll pay for the things it damaged. The cow's owner apologized to Jiang Chen's 2 uncles. It's all right. We're all from the same village. What's a little bit of stuff? Catching the cow quickly is the most important thing, the 2 uncles said politely. Okay. The cow owner nodded gratefully. Holding a rope, he instructed the strong laborers from the village behind him. Let's trip that cow with the rope first, and then tie its legs. Good. Several strong laborers nodded. A strong laborer and the owner of the ox each held one end of a thick hemp rope and slowly walked towards the ox. The cow owner was also holding a large cabbage leaf in his hand. The cows were being called out slowly. Upon getting close, it suddenly wrapped its arms around the cow's 2 front legs and then pulled hard. The drunken, bloated ox was caught off guard and was immediately knocked to the ground. 2 strong laborers followed and quickly wrapped their hind legs around it as well. Moo! Moo! The yellow-skinned ox struggled on the ground in fright. The yellow fat ox had already been tied up. The surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief and came out to see what was going on. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing were also standing to the side, chatting with their 2 aunts about village affairs. When Jiang Chen was a child, he visited his maternal grandmother's house and saw oxen plowing the fields. There were many oxen in the village. Now, everything in the village is mechanized, and the oxen no longer work. However, due to the natural conditions of the mountainous area, there are still quite a few cattle farmers. Like this cow owner, who has 7 or 8 cows, and of course, raises even more sheep. Excuse me. Make way. The cow owner quickly got a flatbed cart and prepared to have a few strong laborers help pull the tied-up yellow-skinned cow back to the cow pen. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment. The yellow-skinned ox, seeing things were not going well, struggled desperately. Moo! Moo! After shouting twice, suddenly, with a snap, the hemp rope binding him broke. Good heavens! Once freed, the yellow-skinned ox went berserk, smashing into the flatbed cart and knocking over 2 or 3 strong laborers on the spot. After all, it's a big guy weighing 500 or 600 pounds. They started to run wild. It was jumping and hopping around, even kicking its hooves. Truly terrifying. The cow owner was immediately startled, and the scene was filled with panic. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng, along with their 2 aunts, were about to go back inside when the crazed yellow ox charged straight at them. The cow owner was dumbfounded when he saw it. That's fucking ridiculous. This young couple are truly honored guests of this family. In fact, I should call them my cousin uncle and cousin aunt. The yellow-skinned ox charged straight at them. At the very least, someone will get hurt. Speaking of which, it's the Lunar New Year. But he was injured by a cow. How unlucky is that? My aunt, who was standing nearby, and my grandmother, who was inside the house, happened to see this and were both extremely distressed. Xiao Chun, a beauty that could topple cities. I thought the young couple would definitely be thrown out of the air by this collision. Unexpectedly, just as the yellow-skinned ox was about to collide, Jiang Chen acted in time, his hands appearing precisely on the ox's 2 horns, and then pressing down hard. Bang! The yellow fat ox was immediately pressed down. He fell flat on his face. The crowd was immediately taken aback and fell silent for a moment. The cow owner was extremely surprised. Its mouth was so wide open that it could almost fit a duck egg inside. I thought to myself, this young man. No, this uncle is amazing. Incredible. He actually managed to hold down a 500 to 600 pound yellow-fleshed ox with his bare hands, pressing its head down. No. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and tie it back up with a rope. Jiang Chen, who was holding down the cow's head, said to the cow's owner and several strong laborers who were helping. That yellow fat ox. Caught off guard, Niu Tu was suddenly slammed to the ground by Jiang Chen's immense force. I was a bit confused at this point. But just as they regain their composure, after a while, they lose control again. Well, the cow owner was astonished. After regaining my senses, he hurriedly called over several strong laborers to help tie up the yellow-skinned ox. To prevent the yellow-skinned ox from breaking free of its rope again, this time it was tied up very tightly, almost like a 5-pointed knot. Xiao Chun, Qingcheng, are you two all right? Uncle, aunt, and grandma all came forward to ask with concern. I'm fine, Su Qingcheng replied, startled. After a moment, she turned to Jiang Chen and asked, Honey, how are you? Are you all right? Recalling what just happened, it was thrilling, but it also gave me a sense of security. But it was full. That guy, to be honest, he really is reliable when it matters. For tonight, let's treat him to a good meal again. Let him have his fun. This. Su Qingcheng was startled by the sudden thought that popped into her mind, and her face flushed slightly. He thought to himself, at least he's at his maternal grandmother's house. It's better to be a little more reserved. Chapter 295. Oh no, the bed collapsed. A whirlwind of thoughts stirred within Su Qingcheng's mind. And over there, faced with the concern from his uncle, aunt, grandmother, and little girl, Jiang Chen replied, It's nothing. I'm fine. Even if something was wrong, he would say it was nothing. Besides, he's really fine. At this time, the cow's owner came over and thanked Jiang Chen profusely. Thank you, uncle. If it weren't for my uncle's timely intervention, my ox would have certainly hurt at least some other people, if not you and my aunt. It's nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand politely. They're all from the same village as my maternal grandmother, neighbors and relatives. There's no need to be so calculating. Let's talk about what happened back then. The yellow fat ox suddenly went berserk and charged right at him and the girl, so he instinctively helped them out. The cow owner thanked him profusely. After taking the yellow fat ox back, he still felt bad, so he turned back and, without saying a word, insisted on bringing over a braised ox head. To be honest, those yellow-fleshed cattle haven't really grown up yet, and the current cattle price isn't very good either. He plans to continue recuperating. But then, the yellow-skinned ox broke free of its ropes and ran wild again. It truly terrified him. It was one thing for the yellow-skinned ox to damage objects, but it would be even worse if it injured people. Therefore, at one point, he was even prepared to kill the ox. Jiang Chen's move. This saved the yellow-haired ox's life and also helped him avoid considerable financial losses. It was evening. Jiang Chen's two aunts cooked several dishes, which were served with the braised beef head. Everyone sat down to eat together. Xiao Chen, have you been trained or something? That yellow-fleshed ox weighed 500 or 600 pounds, and you just pressed its head down and held it down. That's amazing. Yes. If it were me, even when I was young, I couldn't handle 2 or 3 of them. When the two uncles talked about the yellow-fleshed cattle back then, they praised Jiang Chen highly. Good. I had practiced, but the situation was critical at the time, so I think I performed exceptionally well. In front of his uncle, aunt, and maternal grandmother, Jiang Chen couldn't boast, so he immediately became modest. In reality, if he really got serious, he could easily knock down that fat ox with one punch. Yo, Xiao Chen really did practice. How about this, Xiao Chen? Have a few more drinks with your uncle. Let's see if you've improved your alcohol tolerance over the years. Is that all right? Oh right. Xiao Chen, do you remember when you were little, you used to sneak drinks? You really gave your dad a fright. Come on, Xiao Chen, it's Chinese New Year, let's have a few. Let's send a few. Jiang Chen's two uncles insisted on having a drink that evening, and he couldn't refuse their hospitality, so he agreed. The three, uncle, nephew, and uncle, were drinking and chatting. By the time the show ended, it was late at night. Su Qingsheng had already taken her 3 little mythical beasts back to her room to rest. Honey, you're still awake? Jiang Chen asked when he returned home, seeing the lights on and his girlfriend still looking at her phone. How can I sleep when you're not back? Su Qingsheng asked, putting away her phone. 2. Jiang Chen smiled. After all, it was her maternal grandparents' house, so it was normal for the little girl not to sleep right now. Where are the 3 babies? They're all fed and asleep. Okay, honey, wait for me a minute. I'm going to wash up and go to bed. Cut. Who's waiting for you? Su Qingsheng subconsciously glanced at it. But then again, wasn't she just scrolling through her phone out of boredom instead of sleeping, waiting for that jerk to come back? Jiang Chen quickly washed up. Then I went to bed. Thinking it was late, I decided not to bother. But I can't sleep, and I always feel like something's missing. He rolled over. Surprisingly, the girl wasn't asleep either. She nudged him and came over to talk to him. Honey, I have something to tell you. What is it? Can't sleep. Can't sleep? How about I hold you while we sleep? Su Qingsheng nodded and very consciously snuggled into someone's arms. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and comfort, thinking that she could finally fall asleep now. However, 3 minutes later, I still couldn't fall asleep. Jiang Chen was the same. What should we do, honey? How about we get some exercise? Exercise, exercise. Roll. After realizing what the other person meant, Su Qingsheng blushed and spat out a curse. But after saying get lost for a moment, she turned around, took the initiative to hook her arms around his neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. Jiang Chen immediately chuckled. Is this what they call saying one thing but meaning another? Suddenly, with a snap, the bed collapsed. Ah, this. Why did you use so much force? But it's crucial. I didn't. Jiang Chen was immediately embarrassed and scratched his head. What's next? It's obviously inappropriate to wake up my aunt and uncle in the middle of the night to ask them to change my bed or room. I had no choice but to make do for one night. Jiang Chen then slipped on his slippers. I went outside and carried several bricks to the yard to support the bedboard. It took a lot of effort to level the bed surface. At least I can sleep now. Honey, the pad is ready. The two then went back to sleep. However, when Jiang Chen went in and out of the room just now, it seemed like something followed him in. Jiang Chen turned on the light and looked around. It turned out to be Wang Kai, who hadn't slept in the middle of the night and had sneaked in. Get out. Jiang Chen chuckled, stepped forward, and gently kicked Wang Kai, shooing it away. Chapter 296. The Panicked Mother Tiger. Honey, will this bed frame collapse again? It's supported by bricks underneath, so it shouldn't collapse. Besides, if it really does collapse, I'll just go and move more bricks. Well, why don't you go see the child first? Jiang Chen nodded and went to the crib. At night, I inevitably have to check on my three little monsters, feed them, change their diapers, and so on. What's more of a headache is that they sleep too much during the day and are energetic at night. My arms ache from holding them, and one or two of the three little monsters just throw a tantrum and refuse to sleep no matter what I do. Of course, the most exhausting situation is when all three of them stay up all night. Fortunately, after Jiang Chen's correction, the situation improved a lot. At this moment, the three little ones were fast asleep. Jiang Chen looked at them, tucked them in, and then returned. It is, after all, a mountain village. The temperature is much colder than in Sihai City, and it even snowed a few days ago, which is rare. Also, because there is no heating, the air conditioner in the house blows warm air. Outside in the village, the sound of firecrackers could be heard sporadically. Why are people still setting off firecrackers at this hour? Su Qingqing asked, curled up in bed. It's normal. The village didn't allow firecrackers a few years ago, but they were only allowed to do so in the last 6 months. Everyone in the village is very enthusiastic. It's perfectly normal for people to set off firecrackers at night. Su Qingqing nodded. But as Jiang Chen lifted a corner of the blanket and crawled in, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, why are your hands so cold? I was just carrying bricks and using the bed as a mattress. How could I not be cold? Oh, but my hands are so cold. Where am I supposed to put them? Su Qingqing said coquettishly. You really know how to find a spot. Jiang Chen said with a slightly embarrassed and mischievous smile. I was just thinking that this place was the most suitable and warmest. If you think it's too cold, I can find another place, or I can warm myself up. As he spoke, he tried to pull his hands back. Cut. Since they're already warm, let's continue, Su Qingqing said with a hint of disdain, then added. After all, I'm your wife, so warming my husband's hands is a proper thing to do. Jiang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He thought to himself, this kind of simple life is what I truly desire. A wife, children, and a warm bed. Not bad, not bad. Then, unable to resist, I pecked the little girl. Su Qingqing was caught off guard. She let out a soft moan. Suddenly, she reached out her little hand to hit someone, but unexpectedly, someone bit her hand again. Helpless, she could only spit out a curse. Shameless. The next morning, it was almost 7 o'clock when Jiang Chen woke up the girl next to him. Wife, get up. Su Qingqing was extremely sleepy. Oh, honey, stop calling me. Let me sleep a little longer. She turned over and went back to sleep facing that side. There was no way around it. She had gone to bed late and was exhausted. This is the perfect time to catch up on sleep. It would be strange if they could get up immediately. Honey, my aunt and grandma are all up outside. You should get up too. We're not at home. Jiang Chen saw how sleepy the girl looked and couldn't bear to wake her. But it's really inappropriate to stay in bed at my aunt's house like this. Moreover, the little girl is shy, and she feels really embarrassed to stay in bed in front of so many relatives. If she oversleeps, she will definitely complain that she wasn't woken up. That's true. Su Qingqing realized what was happening. This is at someone's maternal grandmother's house. Okay, you still need to pay attention to your image. Honey, let me sleep for just 1 more minute, then I'll get up. Su Qingqing yawned, turned around, hugged someone's arm, and snuggled into his embrace, speaking in a lazy tone. Good. 1 minute is too short. How about 3 minutes? Jiang Chen said with a smile, affectionately pinching the other person's nose. Su Qingqing wanted to take a nap a little longer. But, in less than a minute, she opened her beautiful eyes and woke up completely, her pretty face flushed. Well, there's really nothing we can do about it, and we can't blame that jerk. There's nothing to blame but ourselves. Who can blame them when it's another vibrant, sunny morning? Xiaochen, Qingcheng, you're awake. The two aunts were talking at the front door when they saw Jiang Chen and his wife come out with their child. They went over to greet them and asked, How did you sleep last night? Were you all right? Yeah, it's all right. Fine. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing responded. It's just that the bed we're sleeping on has a problem, Jiang Chen added. After all, they still had to stay for a few more days, and if the bed collapsed, they'd have to move bricks to prop it up in the middle of the night, which was really not a good idea. Is there something wrong with the bed? Yes, specifically, it was bed breaking. Jiang Chen then took his two aunts to see it. The two aunts saw it. He couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Su Qingsheng had been yawning repeatedly and was clearly sleepy when she woke up this morning. So that's why? I thought they were a young couple. Xiao Chun, Qingsheng. I told you to sleep in our room, right? The beds in our room are absolutely fantastic. How about moving in with us tonight? No. Isn't your bed the same as ours? If this bed collapses, I'll just replace it for them right away. There's no need to move. The two aunts argued for a while. Everyone wanted Jiang Chen and his wife to live in their home. Final. Jiang Chen still insisted on changing the bed and continuing to stay in the original room. Because of Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, breakfast at my maternal grandmother's house was exceptionally lavish. My two uncles also came. However, because they had drunk quite a bit last night, even though they were both heavy drinkers, they were still a bit hungover. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed fine, they couldn't help but praise his drinking capacity. Then he brought up the story of Jiang Chen getting drunk while visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year when he was a child. Su Qingqing heard it. Extremely curious, he went back inside after dinner and asked Jiang Chen what was going on. Jiang Chen gave a brief explanation. He was probably 8 or 9 years old at the time. While visiting relatives, I unexpectedly drank a sweet wine, which was actually an alcoholic beverage. Because I thought it tasted good, I secretly drank half a bottle. As a result, when my parents were getting ready to go home, I couldn't find him for a while. After searching frantically for a long time, they finally found him on the ground in a corner. At that moment, he was lying on the ground, drunk and fast asleep. And what's next? Su Qingqing almost laughed. Will your parents reward you with a beating? Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and after realizing that he was going to be beaten, he said, No. My mom was initially going to beat me, but my dad stopped her. After all, I was too young to drink alcohol at the time. After that, my mom got a little worried that I might have gotten drunk and become stupid. I want to take you to the hospital to get checked out. But when they woke me up, they saw that I was lively and energetic and perfectly fine, so they let it go. Su Qingqing initially wanted to laugh, but upon hearing this, she felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the person hadn't drunk too much. Otherwise, wouldn't she have a foolish husband now? No, she doesn't even have a foolish husband. The thought that I might lose such a wonderful husband is unbearable. Su Qingqing couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen's arm tightly, saying with concern, Honey, alcohol isn't a good thing. You should drink less in the future. Okay, I'll do as my wife says. Jiang Chen held up one finger. I'll drink this from now on. Just one drink? That's great. No, I drink it all the time. You. Su Qingsheng feigned anger. Are you deliberately contradicting me? Then, baring its teeth and claws, it scratched at Jiang Chen, saying, How can you keep drinking like that? Under the tyrannical power of the tigress, Jiang Chen had no choice but to back down, using force to suppress him. In fact, given his current physical condition, his ability to drink continuously was, to some extent, quite impressive. All right, wife. I was just kidding. I'll drink as little alcohol as possible from now on. You tell me how much, and I'll drink that much, okay? That's more like it. Su Qingsheng then gave up. But when I wanted to get up, suddenly, they realized that because of someone's forceful suppression just now, the two of them were in a very awkward position. Yes, just like you're thinking of. In particular, I caught a glimpse of the burning passion in someone's eyes. The tigress panicked. Chapter 297 Stewed Goose in an Iron Pot. Honey, what are you doing? You wouldn't. But I just finished breakfast. This is still at your aunt's house. In her panic, Su Qingqing quickly reminded the man that they had just finished eating and his aunt and the others were still talking outside. This bastard, is he going crazy again? Hearing Su Qingqing's reminder, Jiang Chen was a little confused, thinking to himself that he only realized how tender his wife's face was after he had suppressed her. It looks like you could squeeze water out of it. Aside from a bit of surprise, I really had no other thoughts, honestly. Could it be that he harbors ill intentions towards his wife? After all, it was at my aunt's house. Have some self-respect. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I don't know anything? By the way, am I that kind of person? Jiang Chen lowered his head and pecked the girl, then let go of her. Cut. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Su Qingqing blushed and buttoned up her clothes. What wasn't said was, we all know each other inside and out. So who are you really with? This damn guy, Sai? He just keeps pretending. Just then, the three little mythical beasts were hungry and started crying. The two then returned to their normal routine and began to work together to feed the three little mythical beasts. Because they were monks away from home, they had no milk reserves and could only feed them the freshest breast milk. Xiao Chun, we, along with your maternal grandmother, went to visit relatives today. You and Qingsheng can just play around at home. If you want to go out, there's a temple fair in Sanligu, but be careful on the road. Auntie said as she came over. Okay, Auntie. Don't worry, Jiang Chen replied. After her aunt left, Su Qingsheng asked curiously, Honey, what's going on? Are your aunt and grandma also going to visit relatives? Yes. My two aunts went back to their parents' homes, while my maternal grandmother asked my uncle to take her to see her brother. But isn't your maternal grandmother 80 years old? Even at 80, she still has brothers. During the Lunar New Year, my grandma went to visit her brothers. Isn't that like a beaver? 2. Su Qingqing nodded. So what if I'm 80? He's 80. They also have parents, siblings, and other family members. For some reason, I started thinking that one day, when I'm 80, I might still be able to go back to my parents' home with someone. Actually, there was no need for my aunt to mention the temple fair. Jiang Chen himself. I had planned to take my little girl to a temple fair. When he was a child, the place he most wanted to visit during Chinese New Year when he went to his maternal grandmother's house was the temple fair. The temple fair had lots of delicious food and fun things to do, and it was crowded, lively, and grand. Jiang Chen said, Since we have nothing to do, let's go to the temple fair today. Su Qingqing looked eager to try. Okay. She readily agreed and started tidying up. She really wanted to go and see something like a rural temple fair. Unexpectedly, we arrived at the door. But two goose generals blocked their way. Quack! One of the geese even fiercely stretched its head out, attempting to attack Su Qingqing, which terrified her so much that she trembled and quickly hid behind Jiang Chen, crying out, Husband. It's all right, Jiang Chen reassured the girl. Wankai, go. He was quite familiar with the little mongrel dog Wankai, so he urged Wankai to go and chase away the two geese. Wankai is very obedient and brave. They took the initiative to attack the two goose generals. Who knew? It was defeated in one round, squealing pitifully as it was pecked, and fled in disarray. All right. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and had no choice but to step forward and clear a path, kicking the two geese aside one by one. Bite! Two goose generals just threatened the host's wife, triggering a random quest. Please avenge your wife by turning the two goose generals into stewed goose in an iron pot. Jiang Chen heard the notification from the dog. It was an unexpected turn of events. No, those two geese probably just instinctively scared my wife, and I turned them into a dish. That's just too cruel and inhumane, isn't it? But, forehead, braised goose in an iron pot is absolutely delicious. Cousin, sister-in-law, are you going to the temple fair? Wait, me too, I want to go too. Jiang Chen, with his little girl and three other little monsters, was about to set off in his car. Suddenly a voice called out to him. Just by hearing the voice, without even looking at the person, he knew it was his little cousin, Sun Wan, who was also known for her conspicuousness. Xiaowan, didn't you go back? Why are you here again today? Su Qingqing asked. I've gone back. But then I thought, my cousin will definitely go to the temple fair today, so I'll join in the fun too. So I took a taxi early this morning. The road conditions were bad, and I thought I'd miss my chance, but I made it just in time. Hee hee. Sun Wan laughed triumphantly, then said to Jiang Chen, Cousin, it's the new year, I didn't bother with the milk tea shop, and I'll go to the temple fair with you. Is that all right? Of course, no problem, Jiang Chen said. You can take a holiday during the spring festival. As long as you arrange your work at the milk tea shop in advance, you can do whatever you want during the holiday. Besides, your cousin is always very generous. I'm not some kind of exploitative person, right? Sun Wan got into the car. Jiang Chen drove his van towards the temple fair, which was located in Sanligu, only about 10 or 20 kilometers away. It's just a mountain road, so you can't go fast at all. When we were almost there, as they passed a reservoir, The three little monsters pooped and started crying incessantly. Jiang Chen simply stopped the car and helped the little girl change her diaper. Just then, suddenly, a series of urgent shouts came from the reservoir. Chapter 298 Horseback Riding and Archery, a Treasure Girl. It turned out to be a group of kids shouting and playing on the ice. Jiang Chen had played on the ice there when he was a child, and seeing it now, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy to do it himself. Well, it was seeing kids playing on the ice that made him a little tempted. If adults play with ice, he lost interest in playing. No way. It's just a memory of childhood fun. Cousin and sister-in-law, how about we go together? Sun once suggested. She had been there before when visiting relatives during the spring festival as a tag-along. Sure, Su Qingcheng has been a rich girl since childhood, and she has never really finished playing on the ice in the countryside. Okay. Seeing that his wife had spoken, Jiang Chen nodded and drove the car to the side of the road. After calming the three little monsters down, I pushed the stroller to the shore and watched over them, letting my cousin take my wife to play first. This is the world. It's all right in winter too, you can stand on the ice. However, for safety reasons, even when playing on the ice, people still try to stay as close to the shore as possible, on the edge where there is a lot of grass. Playing with ice is very simple. One activity involves skating on the ice, while the other involves breaking the ice to fish or throwing ice blocks around. Of course, when I was a child, some people were even secretly eating ice cream. Once discovered, it would draw a scolding from the adults, because they were afraid the child's stomach would get cold, and also because the reservoir water was still too dirty compared to drinking water. Cousin, you play with your sister-in-law for a while, I'll watch the three babies. Sunwon played for a while, indulging in her childhood fun, and then returned promptly. She told Jiang Chen, after all, this is my boss, the infamous Jiang the Skinflint. It's only right to try and please my cousin. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Shaowan. What's the trouble? We're all family. I'm the child's aunt, after all. Go on. Cousin, your wife is waiting for you. After Sunwon finished speaking, she happily played with the three little ones in the stroller who wouldn't sleep and were very curious about everything around them. Jiang Chen then went over. Su Qingcheng and I skated on the ice for a while. I was surprised to find that this little girl could actually ice skate, and her movements were quite professional. You can ice skate? Yes, I learned it when I was a kid. It was figure skating. Still figure skating? How about we try a couple of moves? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Here. Besides, I'm not wearing ice skates, Su Qingcheng said with a troubled expression. But since you want to see, I'll do a few simple moves to make it look real. He then skillfully skated a short distance, pretended to jump, and spun around twice on the ice. I didn't dare to actually jump. After all, the thickness of the ice surface isn't that significant. Even so, it's still evident that he has considerable skill. Not bad, not bad. I never expected that my wife could not only drive so well, but also skate so well. Of course, actually, I can not only drive and ice skate, but I can also ride horses and shoot arrows. Horseback archery. Jiang Chen immediately imagined a scene of someone galloping on horseback, looking dashing and heroic. How good is your archery? Good. In a 50-meter double-round archery event, the score would be around 648 rings. How about it, honey? You're impressed, aren't you? You're so talented, you're a real gem, but I'm just as good, I can do this and that. So am I a gem too? Seeing the surprise on Jiang Chen's face, Su Qingcheng smiled smugly. He had a look on his face that said, praise me. Yes, that's true. Jiang Chen nodded. He genuinely didn't understand the 50-meter double-round archery score the girl had mentioned, but he seemed very proud of it. Honey, do you know that you have a skill that I admire the most? What? Just like that. You gave birth to 3 babies for me all at once. TCH. Su Qingcheng gave him a playful glare. Look at you. All you do is try to flatter people. You can't even give a proper compliment. Boast. I'll praise you. Jiang Chen noticed the girl's resentful look. My heart softened immediately. He pulled the girl into a tight embrace. My wife is so talented, a real gem, the best in the world. Are you satisfied now? Unable to resist, he kissed her hard again. Satisfied? Honey, there are so many kids around. Jiang Chen understood. I stopped immediately and let go of the girl. After all, It would be fine if everyone around were adults, or even if it were just three clueless little monsters in the family. The key is that most of the people around are sensible and studious elementary school students. It sets a bad example for children. It is very, very bad to let children imitate what they see. The two played on the ice for a while before preparing to return to shore. Creak, creak. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard a familiar sound of eating ice cream. He turned around and saw two children secretly eating ice cream, just like he had done years ago. Why not try the taste of childhood? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind. The ice in the reservoir is too unclean. It's the Lunar New Year, and it would be a real problem if we got sick from it. Bite. Host status detected. Random task triggered. Eat ice, and also get someone else to eat ice with you. Jiang Chen. This thing isn't a person, but it really is a dog. Bite. Reward for completing the mission. 2 small goals. This is a reward of 2 small goals just for eating ice cream? Have to. That dog is really generous. But I need to find someone to eat with. I'll pass on the girl. She's my wife, a mother of 3. If she gets an upset stomach from eating too much ice cream, I, as her husband, will have to feel sorry for her. Jiang Chen continued. I spotted my little cousin on the shore at a glance. Without a second thought, Sun Wan picked up a few pieces of ice and ran off excitedly. Nothing more. This is a task worth 2 small goals. Xiaowan, would you like to relive the taste of your childhood with your cousin? Oh, the taste of childhood. When Sun Wan saw the ice in Jiang Chen's hand, she immediately understood. Back then, she had followed her cousin around like a little shadow and had eaten plenty of ice during the Chinese New Year. It's inevitable that you'll get an upset stomach sometimes. Looking back now, those were the beautiful and joyful memories of my childhood. Without even thinking, she exclaimed with shining eyes. Yes, I want to eat ice too. As she spoke, she snatched the ice from Jiang Chen's hand as if she was afraid it would run out. Jiang Chen ate some too. Seeing that Sun Wan was eating too fast, he quickly advised, Xiaowan, take it easy. This ice isn't clean, and you might get a stomachache if you eat it. It's all right, a little dirt won't hurt. Sun Wan said, and soon she crunched away the ice in her mouth in a few bites. Su Qingxing watched her cousins eating ice like children, and the ice they were eating was from the reservoir. Sun Wan was especially enjoying her meal. With a puzzled expression, she asked, Xiaowan, is it really that delicious? Of course, Sun Wan said, slurping her icy lips after finishing her meal, her face full of reminiscence. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. This is the joy of our childhood. Bite. The host completed the mission, ate ice cream himself, and successfully got someone else to eat ice cream as well. The person who was dragged into eating ice cream was especially happy and satisfied. Congratulations, host, you have received an extra reward. 3 small goals in total. That's it. The reward of 2 small goals has turned into a reward of 3 small goals. The system is good. Bite. The system has received praise. Please keep up the good work and complete another task. Stewed goose in an iron pot. A mysterious grand prize awaits you upon completion. Chapter 299. Are you a devil? There's a mystery reward for completing the task of stewing goose in an iron pot. Okay. In that case, wouldn't I still have to kill those 2 goose generals? I originally intended to delay this task and let the 2 goose generals off the hook. Oh well. It smells so good. The 3 of them stayed on the bank of the reservoir for a while before leaving. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Following the cries for help, Jiang Chen saw that the 2 children had probably fallen into a hole in the ice while playing on it. They were struggling on the ice and were about to be submerged. Since having children, what I couldn't bear to see was this kind of scene. Since Jiang Chen was not far away, I took a few steps over and reached out to pull the 2 children out of the water. Thanks. Thanks, brother. 2 parents who were scrolling through short videos on their phones on the shore saw this and rushed over. They scolded their child with concern while repeatedly thanking Jiang Chen. It's nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Thank you, uncle. The 2 children also thanked Jiang Chen. Be more careful next time. Jiang Chen ruffled the 2 children's hair. It's cold. Go to the car and change your clothes. Okay. Under the arrangement of their parents, The two children bowed deeply to Jiang Chen again, and then followed their parents to their car. At the same time, I am filled with gratitude. This uncle is such a nice person. Once in the car, while changing clothes, the two children suddenly realized that their two backpacks were missing. They must have fallen into the water while they were struggling. But, upon discovering this, the two children exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with relief. No, with immense joy. Because inside that bag, besides toys, were their untouched winter break homework. As for why someone would still have winter vacation homework in their bag during the Chinese New Year when they're visiting relatives? Ask. It's just that their parents really want them to improve. The two kids, both terrible at school, finally agreed to bring their winter break homework with them when visiting relatives, under their parents' strong insistence and the threat of slippers, and complete a portion each day. At this time, when the two children realized their bag was missing, they immediately realized that even though falling into the water was frightening, it was all worth it. It's not that we don't want to write. The crucial winter break assignment is gone. In a short time, the two children were so happy they almost squealed like pigs. These are your two kids' bags. I just found them in the water. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, bro. No need. No need. It's just a small favor. The two children's parents naturally thanked Jiang Chen again for bringing the bag, but the two children's smiles froze instantly, and they were about to cry inside. Not an uncle. Are you an angel or a devil? Xiaowan, you just ate so much ice. Is your stomach okay? Jiang Chen asked Sun Wan with concern as they drove towards the temple fair. It's all right, cousin. My stomach is perfectly fine now. Sun Wan replied nonchalantly. That's fine then. Hearing his cousin say that, Jiang Chen felt relieved. It wasn't far from the reservoir to the temple fair, and the road was much smoother. Jiang Chen stepped on the gas, and the van sped smoothly toward the Sanligu Temple Fair. We arrived in about 10 minutes. Just as I remembered, the temple fair was incredibly crowded and lively. Su Qingqing was excited when she saw this. Honey, have you never been to a place like this before? Jiang Chen asked the girl. No, Su Qingqing shook her head. It's my first time going to a temple fair during the spring festival. Wow, the scene is so spectacular. All right, I'll show you around today. Okay. Jiang Chen pushed the stroller, and Su Qingqing held onto Jiang Chen's arm. As for the person in front, there was a well-known, eye-catching bag hopping around, saying, Sister-in-law, I know this temple fair best. You and my brother, just follow me. So the three of them went to watch the fun. We tried almost everything, including all kinds of food and games, and even went to a temple to burn incense. Originally, by now, we've pretty much seen the temple fair, and we should have at least an hour or two to play around with. But Sun Wan simply couldn't take it anymore. The reason was that I had eaten something cold while playing at the reservoir and got an upset stomach. It was cold, and it wasn't drinking water, so it wasn't clean. She also eats a lot, and eats very quickly. We held on until this point. It is already a rare and precious achievement. Jiang Chen has a strong physique because he eats less ice, so he's fine. Glug. Glug. Her stomach started rumbling. I had to go to the toilet repeatedly. Toilets are hard to find at temple fairs, especially women's toilets where there are often long queues, and you have to buy medicine to stop diarrhea. But where can you buy medicine at a temple fair? Well, strictly speaking, temple fairs do sell medicine, but it's either a kind of plaster for treating bruises and sprains, or a treatment for male and female infertility. There's no cure for diarrhea. Left with no other choice, they had to head back home ahead of schedule. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I originally wanted you to have a lot of fun this time, but I didn't expect to spoil your mood, Sun Wan said apologetically to Su Qingqing. It's all right, we've done most of our shopping. Severe diarrhea is bad for your health. Let's hurry back, Su Qingqing gently comforted Sun Wan. Sun Wan was deeply moved upon hearing this. My brother and sister-in-law are so good to me. Wah. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Wan's distressed expression. I felt a little reluctant. After all, my little cousin helped me earn 3 small fortunes. Should I just give her back the 3,000 yuan bonus I deducted from her last month? We went back to my maternal grandmother's house. Sun Wan quickly bought the medicine and soon felt much better. When Jiang Chen returned, he discovered something strange. The two uncles were cleaning and removing the feathers from 2 geese with hot water. And those 2 geese were none other than the 2 goose generals who had bullied the little girl before. "Uncle, what's going on? Why did you kill those 2 geese?" Jiang Chen asked in astonishment. "Harmful. These 2 geese knocked over a jar, ate too many of the mulberries soaked in wine, and are now too drunk to sober up," my second uncle explained. "Yes, that's quite a coincidence. Yesterday, a cow in the village went crazy after eating mulberries soaked in wine, and today 2 geese ate them and died of drunkenness," my uncle added. Jiang Chen was shocked again after hearing this. "No. Do we really need to be this self-aware? I haven't even made a move yet, and these 2 goose generals have already gotten themselves completely drunk. This saved him a lot of trouble. Uncle, how about I cook these 2 geese? I'll make a stew of goose in an iron pot for everyone tonight, okay?" "Of course. I've heard that you're a great cook. Xiaochun, today is perfect." Bite. The host has completed the task of cooking goose in an iron pot. Chapter 300. Erbao's teeth are growing. Ding. Host has completed the iron pot stewed goose mission. Congratulations. You have won a mysterious grand prize, God-level excavator technique. When it comes to learning excavator operation and mulberry cultivation, the system is the best in the world. God-level excavator skills. The mystery grand prize is just this? Jiang Chen was a little confused. What was the use of this God-level excavator technology? Could it be digging for treasure? Thinking of treasure hunting, I got a little excited for a moment. He immediately received the God-level excavator technology. After receiving it, he mastered the world's top excavator technology, which was even more amazing than that of a certain graduate from Lanxiang Vocational School. TSK Tisk. Xiao Chen's braised goose in an iron pot is so delicious. It's tender, flavorful, and smells amazing. It's so good that I don't even want to spit out the bones. You do not say. I've had braised goose in an iron pot so many times, but only Xiaochen's version this time was so delicious that I forgot my own name. I just can't bear to put down my chopsticks. To be honest, watching Xiaochen stew the goose is just another simple process, but the color, aroma, and taste of the dish are truly exceptional. He's definitely a connoisseur. This makes me so hungry. It's like I haven't eaten meat in ages. Hey bro, couldn't you leave some for Mom? Can't you see how much she loves it? She hasn't had enough yet. What do you mean, saving some for Mom? I think you just haven't had enough to eat. After Jiang Chen finished cooking the stewed goose in an iron pot, his grandmother and the whole family gathered around to eat, creating a lively and steaming atmosphere. The 2 aunts ate while praising the food. The 2 uncles got so engrossed in the food that they even jokingly started arguing. Even though Grandma is 80 years old, she still ate several pieces of this delicious braised goose in an iron pot. Even Jiang Chen himself. I couldn't resist indulging myself and ate quite a lot. It was delicious. But when I thought of those 2 carefree goose generals, I felt so sorry for them. Sigh, I ate 3 bowls with tears in my eyes. Of course, the one who enjoyed the meal the most was my cousin, Sun Wan. Xiao Wan, didn't you have diarrhea this afternoon? You ate so much all at once, are you all right? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. It's all right, cousin, Sun Wan said, burying her head in her rice. I took medicine for diarrhea, and I feel much better. Actually, I shouldn't have taken so much, but, oh well, I couldn't resist. He then ate a few more bites of meat. Eat and enjoy yourself. He frowned, then quickly found a few pills and swallowed them. That's when he stopped eating. After dinner, the whole family gathered together to chat and amuse the 3 little monsters. But after a while, the 3 little monsters started to make a fuss because they were hungry. Grandma, you 2 continue chatting. The 3 children are hungry, so Qingcheng and I are going back to the house. Okay. Jiang Chen called out. So I went back to the room with the little girl and the 3 little monsters. Sun Wan followed behind as usual. How should I put it? There's still hope in following my cousin. I received a year-end bonus of 100,000 yuan. And I'm the boss of the world-renowned milk tea brand. These actions not only silenced his mother's complaints about him being idle at home, but also made him look bad compared to his classmates who like to show off. Take a 2-day break for the Chinese New Year. Going to the temple fair with my cousin, we got to eat shaved ice and braised goose in an iron pot. One was a taste of childhood, and the other was simply an unparalleled delicacy. That's really great. And so it is. Sunwon unconsciously wanted to go in as well. Xiaowon, your sister-in-law and I went into the room to breastfeed the baby. What were you doing following us? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. No. Just because you're breastfeeding your babies, does that mean I can't come in? Sunwon, who was used to following her sister-in-law around, naturally said, but what she didn't say was, I'm a woman, what am I afraid of? Besides, it's not like I haven't seen my sister-in-law breastfeeding before. But upon closer inspection, one could see the grand scale of Su Qingqing's presence. Suddenly it dawned on me. Given my sister-in-law's size, it would be perfectly normal for my cousin to be a baby for over 200 months. Oh my god. Cousin, no way. It can't be that bad. Cousin, I understand. You guys go ahead. I'm going to play cards with Grandma and Auntie. As soon as Sunwon understood, she immediately called out and hurriedly ran out. Have to. She didn't want to be that 1,000-watt light bulb. Seeing Sunwon run so fast, Jiang Chen. To the girl. Honey, what do you think she understood? Is there some secret that you and I are hiding while we're feeding the baby? Roll. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. You know perfectly well why I'm asking this. Then feed the 3 little mythical beasts. Actually, at this time, as the 3 little ones grow, their appetites increase, and it's time to introduce some complementary foods. Jiang Chen went out this time. I brought a can of iron-fortified rice cereal, which, along with some vegetable and fruit purees, is perfect for gradually introducing complementary foods to them. However, complementary food is complementary food. Regular meals are still essential. Ouch! Su Qingqing had finished feeding her first and second babies and was breastfeeding her second baby, when suddenly she frowned and cried out in pain. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked with concern. Bao just bit me suddenly. He must be teething now, right? Su Qingqing said. The two then examined the baby's mouth. Result. That's true. This time it's not the natal teeth we've seen before, but real baby teeth. Oh. Bao really has teeth now. No wonder it hurts so much when he bites, Su Qingqing said happily. But Bao's teeth are only showing a little bit. Besides, she's such a small baby. How much pain could she possibly bite? TCH, why don't you try biting me? Never mind. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. Then I got out of bed. I carefully prepared a meal of carrot puree and rice cereal for my 3 little ones. The next day, Jiang Chen brought his wife and children, and of course, Sunwon as well. I went for a walk in the mountains. With a child in tow, we can't go very far. Firstly, it allowed me to rediscover the joys of childhood, playing along the way and collecting a lot of pine cones. Secondly, the winter mountain scenery was truly beautiful. I took a short stroll around. Coming back brings joy to both body and mind. When I returned, I saw that the villagers were digging ditches on the mountain. My uncle was an excavator operator, and he and a group of people were working hard with the machine roaring. This day was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. It's normal to start construction and break ground. Uncle, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked while his younger uncle came down for a smoke. Everyone's talking about tourism these days, my uncle said. The village is thinking of tidying up the mountain road again and building a new one so that cars can drive directly to the top of the mountain. Oh, okay then. Jiang Chen chatted with his uncle for a while, then his uncle had to go back to his work. Looking at that excavator. To be honest, Jiang Chen was itching to show off his skills. My uncle learned to operate excavators in his early years. I don't know if he graduated from Lanxiang Vocational School, but over the years, he has made quite a bit of money by operating excavators. He bought that excavator outright himself. Now I'm basically helping out in the village. Sending manpower and machinery ensures the work won't be in vain. Now that I have God-level excavator skills, I can find an opportunity to get my uncle's excavator and try it out. After all, it's a God-level skill. Treasure hunting? Hee. You never know. Uncle, can I ask you for a favor? Jiang Chen looked at it again, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. What's up? Xiao Chen, you say it. The uncle laughed, saying that his nephew was quite capable now, running a big business, and was very approachable and respectful to his elders. It was a rare occasion for him to hear his nephew make a request. So he looked on with a serious and expectant expression, but then his nephew said in a very serious tone, Uncle, can I ride your excavator for a bit? What? The uncle exclaimed in surprise. Want to try operating an excavator? Yes. It's not about driving the excavator for fun, but about driving the excavator to help you with some work. Chapter 3:01 Is this big guy some kind of spirit? Want to operate an excavator? Do some chores for yourself? Jiang Chen's uncle truly didn't expect that his now impressive nephew would make such a serious request, but it was for this very reason. Su Qingcheng, standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Honey, you want to drive an excavator to help your uncle with his work, but do you know how to drive it? Yes, I know a little. You know a little bit? You actually know this? When did you learn it? Let me think, it must have been last night. Cut. What do you mean last night? If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Su Qingcheng looked incredulous. She knew that this guy was a treasure, but surely he could operate an excavator? Jiang Chen was also helpless. Absolutely. That excavator skill, I really learned it last night, and I learned it like a god. You're my wife, would I lie to you? I saw my cousin and sister-in-law arguing. Sun Wan laughed. So it turns out my cousin is just as dishonest. He actually lied through his teeth in front of my sister-in-law. Xiao Chun, since you say you know a little bit, why don't you go up and give it a try? Seeing that his nephew had brought it up, and it was just a joke, Jiang Chen's uncle couldn't refuse, so he said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. My uncle and I went to the excavator's cab together. After the machine was started, my uncle watched nervously from the side. As it turned out, his nephew was much better at operating excavators than he was. He operated them with such ease and fluency, just like a master excavator operator with 10 years of experience. Both speed and efficiency have increased significantly. The sight of it drew praise from the surrounding villagers. Xiao Chun, you know a little bit about this? The uncle exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, a little bit. Su Qingcheng, watching from the outside, was completely dumbfounded. This boy really was an all-powerful treasure, even able to operate an excavator. A treasure boy who could operate an excavator. Cough cough, all right. That's really awesome. Sun Wan goes without saying. Her admiration for her cousin was like a surging river. All right, Xiao Chun, since you drive the excavator so well, I'll take a break, Jiang Chen's uncle said with a smile, feeling happy to see his nephew driving so well. After operating an excavator for a long time, I'm getting a bit tired. It's a good opportunity to take a break. Okay. Jiang Chen was completely addicted to driving. While responding, he displayed his godlike excavator skills, digging ditches, pushing soil, transporting stones, and so on. He was capable of everything and proficient in everything. In just half a day, the progress has been so much faster. The village officials in charge were overjoyed to see him and even came over to chat and get closer to him, offering Jiang Chen cigarettes. Jiang Chen does not smoke. I had no choice but to politely decline. Your nephew is quite something. I visited your family during the spring festival and even helped you operate the excavator. TSK, look how capable you are. The person in charge, who was also the foreman, said with no small amount of envy to Jiang Chen's uncle. Not bad, haha. My uncle was beaming with joy. However, at that moment, the people working around them gasped in surprise. Jiang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, was so startled that his hand trembled. Could we have struck gold? Upon closer inspection, they were quite surprised to find that they had indeed unearthed a treasure, a large, dark blue python as thick as an arm. Holy crap! Such a huge python, it's terrifying. It must be at least 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as an arm. In our Sihai city, this is truly a rare sight. Is this big guy some kind of spirit? Ha! It's not impossible that this snake was still cultivating when it was dug out by an excavator. Python. Sigh, why is it so hard for me to find a place to cultivate? Chapter 3:02 The Chosen One. Speaking of which, this python seems to be hibernating. It doesn't move for half a day. Of course, in this freezing weather, they were sleeping peacefully in their own den when someone dug them up. Fortunately, it hibernates. Otherwise, if it were summer, such a frightening python would not only be easy to injure people if dug up, but it would also be difficult to catch. Do you think the meat of this giant python is delicious? That will definitely taste delicious. Yes, compared to years of prison food, this is absolutely delicious. Seeing that the python posed no danger, a group of villagers who were working gathered around and discussed it amongst themselves. Jiang Chen and his uncle also got off the excavator. "Xiao Chen, what should we do?" My uncle looked bewildered and surprised. He had been operating an excavator for many years and had unearthed many old objects, including snakes, hedgehogs, and pangolins. "This is the first time I've ever seen a python this big." "Yeah, what should we do?" The foreman also asked. "I just offered Jiang Chen a cigarette, and this kid dug up a big python." "What's wrong with a big python?" "The construction period is tight. Just kill the python or throw it aside and get back to work." "But obviously we can't do that. Let's call the forestry bureau. We can't kill pythons, and we can't handle them. Let's leave them to them," Jiang Chen said, then took out his phone and called the forestry bureau. The forestry department staff arrived quickly. I was quite surprised to see such a large python. After inquiring about the situation, the python was captured and put into a trap. Because hibernating pythons move slowly, the forestry department staff captured and put it into a trap, which was not too easy. "It's you again?" The leader of the forestry bureau staff recognized Jiang Chen as they were leaving. TSK, Jiang Chen, you're quite lucky. Last time in the Qingshui River, you caught a catfish weighing over 200 pounds. This time, while operating the excavator, you dug up a python that's 4 or 5 meters long. "I didn't think about it either," Jiang Chen said, scratching his head and smiling. "What? Xiao Chen, you actually caught a catfish weighing over 200 pounds in the Qingshui River? Are you kidding me? That catfish is that big." Jiang Chen's uncle was somewhat incredulous when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with fishing. He had caught catfish weighing 40 or 50 pounds, but a catfish weighing over 200 pounds was truly an exaggeration. "Why would I lie to you?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, the leader of the forestry department said first, "That catfish is 2 or 3 meters long and has probably lived for decades. Last time, I personally led the team and caught the big catfish." "I'm not kidding." "That's right, uncle. I even took pictures." Jiang Chen remembered that he had taken pictures at the time, so he showed his uncle the photo of himself with the big catfish. After all, it was a great achievement for him as a fishing enthusiast. Jiang Chen's uncle saw the two of them say this. "After seeing the photos again, I finally believed it." The foreman stood to the side and looked at the photos as well. They were also quite surprised. He jokingly said to Jiang Chen's uncle, "You know, your nephew is a lucky charm, isn't he? Everywhere he goes, some exaggerated animal is discovered." "Huh. Auspicious omen." "Maybe," the forestry bureau team leader said with a knowing smile. "If I remember correctly, besides catching a catfish weighing over 200 pounds, he also caught a bomb, didn't he?" "Huh? They fished out a bomb." "Xiao Chen, is that true?" Jiang Chen's uncle and the foreman were both surprised. "Yes, that's right," Jiang Chen said, rubbing his forehead. "My father-in-law and I were fishing when we accidentally caught a bomb, which attracted the police and the bomb disposal team." After the forestry department personnel left with the python, the villagers were excited for a while. Then they continued working. Jiang Chen dug up a large python, which was a small thrill for him. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, he decided to go back. "I didn't expect to be stopped immediately by my uncle." "Xiao Chen, don't you want to operate the excavator anymore?" "Hey, I've already dug the python out, and you still want me to operate the excavator?" Hey, it's not like the python belongs to you. It just happens to be on this mountain. If I were to dig it up, I'd be the one who finds the giant python. So why can't I let you drive it?" My uncle immediately said, "It's just that we dug up a python. It's not a big deal. Besides, my nephew drives the excavator so well, he'd be happy to take a break." "Yeah, go ahead and do it if you want," the foreman said. In terms of digging efficiency alone, Jiang Chen's uncle probably couldn't even match his nephew's efficiency. "Aren't you afraid I'll dig up some strange thing, like a bomb?" Jiang Chen said deliberately. "Don't be afraid. So many bombs, and you still manage to run into them all. Right. There's no such thing as a supernatural thing in this world. Besides, even if we really dug up a bomb and it blew up the excavator, I'll pay for the repairs." "Okay then." Seeing that the two of them said so, Jiang Chen agreed. "If we keep the excavator running for a while, given its godlike skill level, it's already dug up a giant python. Who knows, it might actually find some treasure. It can't be that bad. Damn it, it's like fishing, let's dig out another bomb. But it means digging out a bomb. He admitted it. Honey, let's go home now. Su Qingqing and Sun Wan stood outside watching for a while. Seeing that Jiang Chen wouldn't stop anytime soon, and that the three little beasts were getting sleepy, she called out and prepared to go back first. Okay, drive carefully. Okay. Su Qingqing then pushed the stroller and walked with Sun Wan toward the location where the nanny car was parked. In fact, Sun Wan still felt a little unsatisfied. As expected of my cousin, fishing can yield bombs, and even catfish weighing over 200 pounds. The excavator just unearthed another large python, not to mention his many talents. My cousin's luck is truly amazing. Moreover, the giant python has been dug out. Next, she even looked forward to what her cousin would dig up next. Of course, nothing was dug out. Watching my cousin operate the excavator with such skill and ease was a rare sight indeed. In short, they are far superior to graduates from Lanxiang Vocational School. Sister-in-law. You know, my cousin is so capable. He can do everything. It's like there's nothing he can't do in this world. On the way, the two women chatted casually, and Sun Wan sighed with admiration. I'm not a tapeworm in your brother's stomach, so I don't know either. It's all right, I do know a little bit. But to say there's nothing he can't do is an exaggeration. Su Qingqing said modestly on behalf of someone, but in reality, given that person's shameless personality, he might have shamelessly admitted it in private. To be fair, that pig's trotter seems to be true. He's good at everything, and not just in a normal way, but especially in certain areas. He's far more capable than I am, who's at least 6 years older than him. Su Qingqing thought of these things. Unbeknownst to her, her little face secretly flushed red. But, is this happiness, or is it just happiness? As they spoke, the two arrived at the nanny van. Su Qingqing and Sun Wan together arranged the three little monsters in the back child seats. Sister-in-law, do you think my cousin might dig something up next? Sun Wan asked again as she was getting into the car. What are you trying to say? Just like that fishing trip, you'll unleash a bomb and attract the police? How could that be possible? Su Qingqing laughed, glancing back at the construction site where Jiang Chen was operating the excavator. Like I said, things are rarely just a coincidence. Do you think your cousin is some kind of chosen one from a novel? All right, Xiaowan, let's get in the car. The three babies are asleep, and it's cold outside. I'm afraid they'll catch a cold. Let's go back quickly. Okay, sister-in-law. The two women then got into the car. Su Qingqing sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and was about to leave when suddenly, bang, a deafening explosion came from the construction site. Su Qingqing turned her head to look. Jiang Chen's excavator was surrounded by thick smoke, and the surrounding crowd was in a state of panic. Husband, Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Su Qingqing cried out in alarm, hurriedly got out of the car, and ran wildly towards the excavator without regard for anything else. Chapter 303 Parents are true love, children are an accident. Jiang Chen really didn't expect this. Damn it, they really dug up a big bomb. To be specific, this time it wasn't a shell or anything, but a landmine. He discovered it was a landmine. By the time I tried to operate it, it was too late. The digging teeth had already been pressed against the landmine. Bang! It was blown up, sending dirt and rocks flying, making his ears ring, and then he was surrounded by thick smoke. Holy crap! They really dug up a bomb, and it exploded? Is the handsome young man operating the excavator all right? Quickly save them. Yes. Saving lives is the priority. The villagers, including the foreman, were in a panic. Jiang Chen's uncle is leisurely smoking a cigarette. He panicked even more, threw away his cigarette, but ignored the thick smoke, rushed in, climbed into the driver's seat, and anxiously shouted, Xiao Chen, are you all right? Uncle, I'm fine. Jiang Chen patted his head, indicating that he was safe and sound. That's good. Jiang Chen's uncle was relieved to see that his nephew was unharmed. The thick smoke dissipated quickly. The two got out of the car and went to the front of the excavator. They saw a large crater in front of the excavator, and one of the excavator's bucket teeth had been blown off. This is what happened from the bomb. Jiang Chen's uncle asked in horror. Yes, but it's not a bomb, it's a landmine. Landmines. Right. Villagers and foremen from the surrounding area came over to ask about Jiang Chen's condition, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he was all right. They saw that a landmine had blown a large crater and even blew off one of the excavator's bucket teeth, which made them all look terrified. A landmine was found at the construction site. This is no small matter. Construction was definitely not possible for the time being, so the foreman quickly called the police. Husband. At this moment, Su Qingqing ran over, panting and worried. When she saw Jiang Chen in the crowd, she rushed into his arms without hesitation, asking, "Husband, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Not a single part is missing," Jiang Chen said with a smile, reassuring the girl as he looked at her concerned expression. Su Qingqing looked Jiang Chen up and down, seeing that he was indeed all right, and not a single part was missing. Without thinking, she buried her face in Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen was deeply moved to see how much the girl cared about him. He hugged her tightly and couldn't resist giving her a light peck on the forehead. But there were so many people around. Feeling a little embarrassed, I glanced around. It's all right. We didn't see any." With that, the group turned around and went back to check the crater and the excavator whose bucket had been damaged. "Cousin, sister-in-law." After the two cuddled for a while, Sunwon pushed the stroller and came running over, panting. Turn out to be. Hearing a loud bang and billowing dust from the construction site, Su Qingqing, concerned for Jiang Chen, ran towards the site without hesitation, leaving Sunwon, who was left in the car, stunned and dumbfounded. Have to. What I said came true. My cousin actually dug up a bomb. I immediately became worried that something might have happened to my cousin. Then, I wanted to go with Su Qingqing to check on the situation, but the three children were still in the car. My sister-in-law ran away. If I run away again, that won't do. So he put the three little monsters back into the stroller, pushed it himself, and rushed over. Huh? The baby. Su Qingqing then realized that she had been so focused on the man that she had left her three children in the car. Thanks to Sunwon. Thank you, Xiaowon. Don't mention it. I'm their cousin, after all. I couldn't possibly abandon them, Sunwon said with a smile. Then she asked Jiang Chen, "Cousin, did you really dig up a bomb?" "No, it's a landmine." "Huh? A landmine? Cousin, are you all right?" "It's okay. I'm fine." Jiang Chen nodded, then went to the stroller to check on the three little monsters who had woken up and were crying a bit. He then said to Sunwon, "Xiaowon, thank you." "Hey, cousin, look at you, my sister-in-law already thanked you. Besides, we're all family. No need to be so polite." Sunwon suddenly rolled her eyes and chuckled. "By the way, cousin, if you really want to thank me, that's fine too. How about you give me a raise next month's bonus?" "Okay, I'll think about it." "Okay." Sunwon felt a surge of joy. How should I put it? It's still better to stick with my cousin. There's always hope for the future. Great. My bonus is going up again next month, and I can brag about it in the class group chat again. Haha. But, recalling the scene of my sister-in-law's reckless behavior just now, the two of them really did. Cough cough. Parents are true love. Children are just an accident. The police were called to report that they had dug up a landmine. The police arrived quickly. When middle-aged police officer Du Ning arrived at the scene in a flurry, he set up a cordon, and the bomb disposal team checked the surrounding area for any other explosive devices. Du Ning caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen. It immediately looked familiar. This guy, isn't he the one who fished up a bomb in the Qingshui River the other day? Well, today he was using an excavator and dug up another landmine. He truly is a chosen one. Just as he was about to go up and ask a few questions, the bomb disposal team suddenly called, saying they had discovered something new and asked him to come and take a look. Du Ning went over to take a look. I gasped. Indeed, this is no small matter. Without hesitation, I reported it immediately. Half an hour later, a convoy of off-road vehicles sped up. An elderly man, clearly of high rank and authority, got out of one of the cars, saw Jiang Chen, and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Xiao Jiang, we meet again." Chapter 30, for we're not going to end up in jail, are we? Jiang Chen looked and saw that the old man was none other than Liang Zhangwo, and behind Liang Zhangwo was Captain Zhao Feng. They're all acquaintances. Both of them arrived upon seeing this. Jiang Chen was not entirely surprised. I thought to myself, This time when I was using the excavator, I only managed to detonate one landmine. How did it manage to alert these two? Could there be an armory underground? That can't be right. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Jiang Chen asked curiously, Mr. Liang, this is the Lunar New Year, and you and Captain Zhao have been alerted. With such a large-scale operation, is there some important discovery at the scene? This is just a coincidence, Liang Jiangwo said with a smile. Zhao and I happened to be on official business in Sihai. When we heard that you had caused another explosion while operating an excavator, Zhao and I rushed over. As for the important discoveries at the scene, there really are. Oh, there really is an important discovery. Could it be that I drove the excavator, detonated a landmine, and also blew up an armory? Jiang Chen was surprised again. This is fucking ridiculous. What a surprise. Just like that god-level fishing skill, it's no wonder it's a god-level excavator skill. It can dig up anything. An armory? Liang Jiangwo smiled, his expression somewhat mysterious. Judging from the current situation, there should be more than that. He said a couple of sentences casually. He then took Zhao Feng inside the blockade to see the site of the landmine explosion. Jiang Chen and others. It's clear that we can't leave until things have started to look clearer. The younger brother and the foreman. Upon seeing Liang Jiangwo, one could immediately sense his extraordinary bearing and that he was clearly a high-ranking and powerful leader. Yet, this high-ranking leader was being so polite to Jiang Chen. They were immediately astonished. What's even more surprising is that Jiang Chen, who was using an excavator, not only dug up a python before, but this time he also unearthed a landmine and blew up an armory. That's absolutely outrageous. Moreover, that high-ranking leader said it wasn't just that. Judging from this, even more outrageous discoveries. Xiao Chen, are we all right this time? Jiang Chen's uncle asked with a worried expression. Although Jiang Chen dug it out with the excavator was his. Jiang Chen is also his nephew. He is, after all, an elder. Both morally and logically, they cannot escape responsibility. Yeah, they've dug out pythons and landmines, and now they've even found an armory? And now, such a high-ranking official is here. Are we going to end up in jail? The foreman asked, both worried and apprehensive. After all, his construction team had previously severed a fiber optic cable. Not only did they lose a large sum of money, they were also actually taken to jail. Don't worry. I didn't break the law, and I didn't cut any national defense fiber optic cables, so why should I be in jail? Seeing that the two were genuinely worried, Jiang Chen casually smiled and offered some words of comfort, and then boasted a little. Besides, didn't you just meet him? The big boss treated me quite well, didn't he? We know each other before, we're acquaintances. Oh, that's true. The uncle and the foreman were finally relieved. Since they were acquaintances, everything was easier to discuss. Honey, it's cold outside. You and Xiaowan take the child to the nanny van first, or you can go back. I'll call you as soon as I've finished dealing with things here. Jiang Chen said to Su Qingcheng from the back. But husband. Su Qingcheng hesitated, her expression naturally showing concern. It's all right, let's go back with Xiaowan first. Jiang Chen stared at the girl, looked at her captivating face, and couldn't help but lower his head and peck her. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but respond immediately. Sun Wan, who was standing to the side, was caught off guard by the display of affection and quickly turned her head to the side. Hey, cousin and sister-in-law, I'm still here, please don't treat me like I'm invisible. The three little monsters, calm down, we're used to it. But I was concerned about you, wasn't I? Su Qingcheng responded to Jiang Chen in front of Sun Wan, her face slightly flushed, but she still spoke as she got closer to Jiang Chen. Okay, I understand. I know you care about me, my wife. Jiang Chen whispered into Xiao You's ear, but I can't go back right now. It's cold up in the mountains. If you really care about me, take the child back now and don't let the child get cold outside. Get a good night's sleep, then just wait for me. You. Cut. Su Qingcheng immediately spat. That's what you call a heartless jerk. He never forgets anything. But, and wasn't she the same? Chapter 305 I'm done. Honey, let's go back now. Okay, let's go back. Su Qingcheng stood there, exchanged a few words with Jiang Chen, rolled her eyes dramatically before leaving, and pushed the stroller back with Sun Wan. This person is shameless in many ways. But what he said is still true. The mountain air was bitterly cold, and the three little mythical beasts were still too young and drowsy. They couldn't withstand the cold for too long, and since I couldn't help them here anyway, I might as well go back sooner. After returning home, there were hardly any people at my maternal grandmother's house. Su Qingqing settled the three little divine beasts. Then I started thinking about taking a bath. There was a water heater in her and Jiang Chen's room, and she had brought all the toiletries she needed, but since the village used solar energy, she had never actually used it before. Therefore, he asked Sun Wan for advice on how to use it. Sun Wanjiao returned to her religion. It's hard not to be surprised. Sister-in-law, it's still broad daylight, and it's still early for evening. Are you going to take a bath already? I want to take a shower. Is that not allowed? Su Qingqing said casually. Okay, of course. Sun Wan taught me how to use it. After that, she obediently took the initiative to help, watching over the three sleeping little beasts from the side. Compared to when I'm awake, the three little mythical beasts, fast asleep, were chubby and white, with their little hands raised, making them incredibly cute. Sun Wan couldn't resist gently touching their little noses and poking their little cheeks with her finger. I was overjoyed. After Su Qingqing finished her bath, she came out wearing a bathrobe. His eyes widened in shock. They were speechless with astonishment. In that instant, I suddenly understood why my sister-in-law wanted to take a bath. Well, my cousin is so lucky. And back then, my sister-in-law and cousin got pregnant so suddenly, and then had three incredibly cute babies, right? Now let's talk about Jiang Chen. After arranging for his wife to take the children back home, he had nothing to do, so he chatted with his brother-in-law and the foreman for a while. Leaving is not an option for the time being. The excavator caused this mess, so it's going to take quite a while to resolve. The foreman, squatting on the ground with a worried expression, kept offering Jiang Chen cigarettes after hearing that Jiang Chen was acquainted with the big boss. Jiang Chen, of course, wouldn't smoke. Ding dong. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. It was a message from my girlfriend. Honey, I'm home and I've finished showering. Jiang Chen was amused. He then stood up. He walked to the side and replied, So soon? It's not time for me yet. Just wait for me. I'll definitely be back by the time you've had a good night's sleep. Cut. Dream on. Ding dong. Ding dong. Su Qingqing sent 2 selfies of herself in a bathrobe in quick succession, asking, How is it, honey? Do you like it? Nice. I like it, but wife. But what? You'd look even better if you took a selfie while showering. Roll. Jiang Chen happily chatted with his wife on WeChat for a while. At this time, Zhao Feng came over and said that Elder Liang invited them to come and take a look. Jiang Chen then put away his phone and, along with his uncle and the foreman, followed Zhao Feng to the site inside the cordon where the landmines were to be detonated. When they arrived there, they were met with surprise and astonishment. Because of the landmine, not only did it blow off one of the excavator's bucket teeth, but it also actually blasted a small hole in the nearby ground. After the bomb disposal team cleared and excavated the area, the small opening got bigger. They dug out an entrance that was taller than a person and had steps winding downwards. Jiang Chen saw this. He scratched his head. For a moment, I thought old Liang was joking, saying it wasn't just an armory. Now it seems. Is it really not going to work? I'm done with this. Chapter 306, A Heap of Answers from 65 million years ago. On the other side, Liang Zhengwo, Zhao Feng, Du Ning, and the bomb disposal team. In fact, they were all quite indifferent to worldly affairs. Take Jiang Chen, for example. Previously, when fishing, I could catch bombs, unmanned underwater vehicles, and catfish weighing over 200 kilograms. Now start the excavator. He directly detonated a landmine, blasting out an armory. Before that, this guy reportedly also unearthed a 4 or 5 meter long python. That's just unbelievable. This is fucking ridiculous. The legendary chosen one of destiny is nothing more than this. Let's talk about this armory again. It has multiple compartments inside. One of the compartments did indeed contain a pile of munitions covered in thick dust and rust, including landmines, shells, bullets, guns, and several mortars. The mortar is the Type 97 light 90mm mortar, nicknamed the Little Steel Cannon. The gun was a Type 38 rifle. Nearby were two weathered skeletons dressed in the uniforms of soldiers. From all perspectives, this armory should have been left behind by the Shaoxi army during the War of Resistance against Japan. But it was described as an armory. Actually, there are also places to store food, sleep and rest, and work inside. In one of the cubicles, there is even a carefully preserved radio. It's more like an abandoned underground military base. But what did you want to do back in your early days? They commit atrocities in China, burning, killing, and looting. What use is there in building an underground military outpost that is not a military bunker at all? Could they be resorting to guerrilla tactics? Or will they resist for a long time? That's not their style either. What puzzled Liang Jiangwo and Zhao Feng even more was that they also made a discovery in the innermost compartment of this underground base, based on the importance and security of this compartment, similar to a safe. Inside should be the gold and treasures that Shaoxi looted back then. They did indeed find a lot of gold inside. But in addition, more often, there were just a bunch of round, unremarkable-looking stone eggs. That is precisely why Liang Jiangwo then called Jiang Chen, his uncle, and the other two over to find out what was going on. Jiang Chen's uncle had served as a village cadre in their village, Songzhuang, and knew some of the history and stories of Songzhuang. When asked about the situation in Songzhuang during the War of Resistance against Japan, he was asked about it. Jiang Chen's uncle scratched his head for a long time. To be honest, I don't know much about it either. Because at that time, the entire village of Songzhuang, young and old, was massacred in retaliation by the villains, and the whole village was burned to the ground. We are the later residents of Songzhuang. We all moved here from other places. But what is certain is that there must have been fierce fighting in the mountains near Songzhuang. When we were working on the mountain, we dug up some skeletons, gun remnants, and the like. Of course, this is the first time I've ever encountered landmines and an armory like this. When Jiang Chen's uncle saw the high-ranking leader asking questions, he told him everything he knew, as much as possible. Liang Jiangwo nodded. I was quite disappointed that I didn't get the information I wanted. Then, he led the three to a compartment that served as a safe, and asked them if they had seen those round stones before. Jiang Chen's uncle saw the pile of round stones. I was quite surprised. I've seen it. There are many of these round stones in our village. A few years ago, when my family renovated the pigsty, we used these stones to line it. The scene was one of stunned silence. Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. The round stones found deep inside this underground armory were actually also found in my uncle's village, where they were used as padding for pigsties. Out of curiosity, I picked up a round stone. Bite. Host's current status detected. Host has come into contact with a dinosaur egg. Congratulations, you have received a reward. Dinosaur egg. Damn, this round stone was actually a dinosaur egg? Wipe. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, looking incredulously at the seemingly ordinary round stone in his hand. To be honest, it really does look like the dinosaur egg I've seen in the museum. However, this seems to explain why Shaoxi did what he did back then. Jiang Chen put down the round stone. His gaze quickly fell upon a dark stone in the corner. I picked it up again out of curiosity. Looking at the dark stone, or rather, a section of stone, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, because it really did resemble a pile of excrement. Bite. Host has come into contact with dinosaur poop. Congratulations, you have received a reward. Is that dinosaur poop? Holy crap. If that's the case, then what we have right now is a piece of evidence from at least 65 million years ago. Chapter 307 Husband? You're back? Jiang Chen himself never expected that the stone in his hand that looked like a thesis defense was actually a thesis defense, and that it came from a dinosaur at least 6,500 years ago. Because of its long history, they've long since turned into fossils. But that was a dinosaur egg, now it's dinosaur poop. So what about the dinosaur itself? Jiang Chen couldn't help but search the area with his eyes. Soon, his gaze settled on a thin, inconspicuous stone on the ground, and he reached out and picked it up. Bite. Host has come into contact with dinosaur fossil fragments. Congratulations, you have received a reward. Have to. Now we have fragments of the dinosaur itself. That's awesome. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Why do you look like that when you're looking at a stone? Jiang Chen's uncle, who was standing next to him, suddenly noticed that Jiang Chen's expression was a bit off and asked. This was the question my uncle asked. Liang Zhangwo, Zhao Feng, and others also looked over at Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, have you discovered something? Liang Zhangwo asked, puzzled. Right. Jiang Chen responded, and then, without hiding anything, said, look at this thin stone in my hand. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a fragment of a dinosaur fossil. What? This is a fragment of a dinosaur fossil. Upon hearing this, they were immediately shocked and surprised, and all looked at the dinosaur fossil fragment in Jiang Chen's hand. But the stone fragment didn't seem to be anything special. Xiao Jiang, you even know about dinosaur fossils? Surprised, Liang Zhangwo looked at Jiang Chen with approval. Because of the precedent, regardless of whether others believed it or not, he believed Jiang Chen's words. This kid is no ordinary person. I know a little bit. When I was in college, I took a course on paleontology and fossils, so I have some knowledge of dinosaur fossils. Of course, I'm not absolutely certain. I can only say there's an 80% or 90% chance. Jiang Chen shamelessly said that he had actually taken a paleontology elective course in college, but he couldn't possibly expose the system, could he? As for saying there's an 80% or 90% chance, that's an understatement. Since the leader has spoken, it must be 100% certain. Oh, Liang Zhangwo nodded, then asked, Xiao Jiang, what's that black stone in your other hand? You mean this piece? Jiang Chen said, extending his hand holding a piece of black stone, then asked with a smile. Then, Elder Liang, what does it look like to you? Jiang Chen asked this question. Not only Liang Zhangwo, but also Zhao Feng, his uncle and others gathered around to watch. Looking at its shape, well, it's really hard to describe. It looks like, Liang Zhangwo said awkwardly, then paused before continuing. It looks like some kind of thesis defense. As soon as he finished answering, he realized what he had said and exclaimed in disbelief. This can't be dinosaur dung fossils, can it? Yes, that's right. Jiang Chen gave an affirmative answer. This is the fossil of the dinosaur's defense. Liang Zhangwo almost couldn't hold back anymore. Ah, really? The others were also stunned. But, regardless of whether what Jiang Chen said is true or false, now that dinosaur fossil fragments and dinosaur fossils have been discovered, the large pile of round stone eggs on the ground is self-evident. So that means, these pile of stone eggs are dinosaur eggs. There was a moment of disbelief on the scene, especially Jiang Chen's uncle. I was completely dumbfounded. These are dinosaur eggs? But we have quite a few of these in our village. We even use them to line our pigsty. Boom. Just then, Zhao Feng discovered a hidden space and pushed hard with both hands, actually knocking down a wall. Another cubicle was discovered. Zhao Feng then shone a powerful flashlight inside. And then you see the inside of this hidden compartment. Everyone present gasped in shock, for inside were at least 2 or 3 meticulously preserved dinosaur skeletons of various sizes. It seems so. In this so-called armory built during my humble days. Dinosaur fossils. Those are the treasures that those bastards most want to plunder. Afterwards, Zhao Feng examined the area. What we see so far is not the whole picture. To know the full extent, it would be best to excavate the entire rear of the armory from the outside. But we want to dig it out completely. We have to use an excavator first, and then dig manually. After looking around, Liang Zhangwo still chose Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, are you good at operating the excavator? Good. It's all right as long as it's all right. Liang Zhangwo said happily. Although he had more options, at this moment, he trusted Jiang Chen the most. Xiao Jiang, we need your help with something. We'd like you to use an excavator to dig out the area Zhao gave us, bit by bit. Do you think that's possible? Can. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Chen took to the excavator and, as expected, did not disappoint Liang Zhangwo, perhaps only psychologically. After the cleanup, 2 more dinosaur skeletons were discovered. One of them is a Tyrannosaurus rex, with the fossil being over 80% complete. Following the discovery of a large number of dinosaur fossils in the mountains near Songzhuang. Soon, a large number of paleontologists have arrived. When you see those dinosaur eggs, dinosaur droppings, and highly complete dinosaur skeleton fossils, including various fossil fragments. Everyone was stunned. This is a major discovery in ancient biological archaeology in China, and even on the entire planet Earth. But when they learned that there were actually quite a few dinosaur eggs in Songzhuang, almost everyone has gone mad. No way, these are dinosaur eggs. You're using them to line pigsties? Not only pigsties, but also roads, foundations, and even for kids to play with? Ultimately, it came from the entire Songzhuang area. Tens of thousands of dinosaur eggs were also found in the nearby mountains. What happened next? Naturally, everyone was happy. Paleontologists have obtained a large amount of valuable dinosaur fossil research data. The villagers of Songzhuang, including Jiang Chen's uncle's family. Originally, the plan was to develop tourism and build roads in the village, but now, thanks to the discovery of dinosaur fossils and eggs, people are saying, wow, this is the hometown of dinosaurs. Next, they plan to build a dinosaur geological museum in Songzhuang. Certainly, but that's a story for another time. Let's talk about Jiang Chen. That day, I was busy operating the excavator until late at night, and then I was treated to a meal with plenty of good food and drinks. Liang Zhangwo then released him. After a hearty meal and drinks, Liang Zhangwo, caught up in the moment, even jokingly suggested playing a few games of chess with Jiang Chen. This really scared Jiang Chen. He quickly found a reason to refuse. Liang Zhangwo realized he had gone too far, so he smiled and said a few more words before sending someone to drive Jiang Chen back. Back inside, Jiang Chen thought it was late and his daughter should be asleep, so he didn't turn on the light and tiptoed in, trying not to disturb his wife and child's rest. But as soon as I went inside, Su Qingqing called out, "Husband, you're back." "Oh, you're still awake?" Jiang Chen had no choice but to turn on the light. Seeing that the little girl was almost asleep fully clothed, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Look at you. You're not planning to sleep even though I haven't come back." "Of course. If you don't come back, I might not sleep all night. This isn't my own home. Besides, I was just worried about you." Su Qingqing pouted and said, then instinctively and skillfully opened her arms and gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Chapter 308 Jurassic Park. Jiang Chen could tell that the girl really cared about him, so I lowered my head and gave it a light peck. Then, he briefly described how he had unearthed dinosaur eggs and various fossils. Su Qingqing was surprised to hear this. That big pig's trotter is truly a lucky charm. They actually dug up a whole bunch of stuff, including dinosaur eggs and dinosaur fossils, while operating an excavator. "Honey, what do you think about us opening a dinosaur park someday?" Jiang Chen suddenly suggested, mentioning dinosaurs. "Open a dinosaur park? You mean not the realistic kind?" Su Qingqing asked, clinging to someone's arm. "Yeah, those simulation ones are so boring. If you're going to open one, it has to be real, with all sorts of dinosaurs kept inside, like Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Oviraptor." "Then what?" "Then, when the three little mythical beasts got a little older, they rode Tyrannosaurus rex and played around. How majestic. As for the two of us, we rode Quetzalcoatlus." "Queen Pteranodon?" "Yes, it's a pterosaur with a wingspan of 10 meters, possibly the largest flying animal in the history of Earth." "Oh, let me tell you, honey, if it's true, riding a Quetzalcoatl would be so awesome." "Oh, the Quetzalcoatlus had a broad back, as broad as our bed. And it's soft, just like our mattress at home. Let's ride up together, and wow, chatting, enjoying the scenery, or doing other things, no problem at all." Su Qingqing was quietly listening to someone brag. Upon hearing this part, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Hey, you know, why do you always think there are multiple paths to Rome? Can't you be a little more serious?" she said, gently biting one of her unruly arms with her silver teeth. Jiang Chen knew he was in the wrong. He immediately smiled apologetically. "My dear wife, tell me, isn't my daydreaming wonderful? Beautiful. That's just wishful thinking. Where did you get your dinosaurs from?" "Dinosaur. All right." Jiang Chen thought about it and realized that he could only think about it. Although he was a cheat code and could play by his own rules, there was really no way to deal with dinosaurs. "Go to sleep." Jiang Chen saw that it was already past midnight and gave him a peck. "By the way, honey, have you taken a shower?" he asked again, remembering the question. What do you think? The girl retorted. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that the girl had already showered during the day. Then, honey, wait a minute, I'll shower and come right away. Cut. Who's waiting for you? Su Qingcheng blushed, spat, and buried herself under the covers. Jiang Chen was amused. Let's go see the 3 little mythical beasts. After that, I went to wash up. Bite. The host came into contact with dinosaur eggs, dinosaur droppings, and fragments of dinosaur fossils. Rewards are being compiled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved 10 small goals and won a divine prize draw. 10 small goals. There's also an amazing lottery draw. It was definitely worth it to operate the excavator today. Let's draw a prize. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Bite. Amazing lottery result. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Jurassic Park construction plan. What? Jurassic Park construction plan. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Jiang Chen was suddenly stunned. A god-level lottery had actually yielded a Jurassic Park construction plan. What? It means in accordance with the system. Is he trying to build his own Jurassic Park? That can't be. Chapter 309. Come here. Let your big sister spoil you. Jiang Chen was startled. I was just bragging to my wife about building a dinosaur park, and now here comes a Jurassic Park construction plan. How timely. Go check out that construction plan right away. The plan is very sophisticated and high-end. It's really that awesome. Moreover, it's not the kind of theme park design you often see, featuring lifelike dinosaurs. Only, without dinosaurs, what's the point of even the best design? Bite. The host's current state is detected. The desire to build a dinosaur park for his wife and 3 babies is so strong that it triggers a god-level instant kill. Target for instant kill, the complete set of dinosaur resurrection technology. Trigger a god-level instant kill. Then, instant kill of the target, a complete dinosaur resurrection technique. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. After all, this technology is too advanced and too sci-fi for the entire planet Earth, and currently it only appears in virtual scenarios such as movies and novels. It was absolutely amazing. Jiang Chen was naturally eager to acquire such a technique that could instantly defeat opponents. However, upon closer inspection of the flash sale price, 1,000 small goals, I was completely stunned. 100 billion. Damn, my current net worth is only a little over 100, right? A god-level instant kill of 1,000 small goals is something I really can't afford right now. Never mind. Let's wait and see. Let's wait until I've accumulated 1,000 small goals before we talk about it. However, to be fair, my 3 little monsters ride on Triceratops or Tyrannosaurus Rex, while my wife and I ride on Quetzalcoatlus. That scene. It definitely shouldn't be too beautiful. Bite. Detecting the host's financial difficulties, an extra god-level flash sale is triggered. God-level battery technology. Flash sale price, 10 small goals. It was triggered again. Amazing battery technology, now available at a steal at a price that's just 10 small goals. This is a good idea. Instant kill. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Bite. A revolutionary battery technology that instantly outperformed its competitors. Following the discovery of a large number of dinosaur fossils in Songzhuang, suddenly, the name, hometown of dinosaurs, became famous. In addition to a large number of specialized paleontologists and archaeologists, there were also government officials, internet celebrities, dinosaur enthusiasts, and many others flocking to Songzhuang. This matter has been hotly debated both online and offline. Holy crap! Such a small place as Songzhuang has actually discovered so many dinosaur fossils. There are Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Velociraptor, Compsognathus, and so on. Its level of completeness is exceptionally high. It's extremely rare even on the entire planet Earth. And dinosaur eggs. Damn! Can you imagine that tens of thousands of dinosaur eggs were unearthed in Songzhuang and the nearby mountains? And what's even more outrageous is that the villagers didn't recognize the dinosaur egg before, yet they used it to line pigsties and pave roads. That's actually quite normal. If a dinosaur egg fossil were placed in front of you, without a hint or any professional knowledge, you really wouldn't be able to recognize that those round or oval, seemingly ordinary stone eggs are dinosaur eggs. And there are dinosaur fossils. This thing is quite precious. By observing dinosaur droppings, we can infer the size and lifestyle of dinosaurs. Because dinosaur fossils are extremely rare, they are, in some ways, even more precious than gold. This is just outrageous. And there are even more outrageous ones. Hey, do you know how these dinosaur fossils were originally discovered? It's said that a young man was operating an excavator when he accidentally unearthed it. First, he dug up a python. Then he unearthed a landmine. And only then did he discover the fossils. Holy crap, this guy is so lucky. He must be really handsome. Of course. Then, a photo of Jiang Chen's profile, which was clearly taken secretly, was posted online. His extremely handsome appearance immediately caused a stir among the girls. Oh, this guy is really handsome. Such a handsome guy. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I'm going to make my move. What difference does it make whether I have it or not? I'm definitely going to take this guy. Me too. Just looking at his profile picture for a short while, I've already imagined that in another world, my boyfriend and I have a bunch of babies. Hey handsome, come here, let your big sister spoil you. At a time when Songzhuang became the focus of public opinion, with dinosaur fossils receiving overwhelming attention. Meanwhile, Liang Jingwo arranged for Zhao Feng to gather people and conduct a secret investigation into the armory, or underground military stronghold. In the process, local cultural and historical experts from all over the world were invited to consult a large amount of materials. The final conclusion was, this underground military stronghold was definitely left behind by Xiao Ri during the War of Resistance against Japan. The army of Xiao Rizi burned, killed, and looted in the Songzhuang area, plundering valuables and treasures. They unexpectedly discovered dinosaur fossils in the Songzhuang area. Later, out of revenge, and to prevent the news from leaking out, they covered their tracks. They massacred the entire village, killing all the men, women, and children of Songzhuang. However, due to the unfavorable battle situation at the time, they were surrounded by the Dragon Kingdom's army. Unable to transport the large amount of treasure and fossils they had looted in time, the young men dug an underground stronghold in the mountains near Songzhuang to hide it, where it was guarded by some diehards. They hoped that the Locust army would launch a counterattack in the future and then seize the opportunity to transport the treasure away. However, at that time, it was already the end of the War of Resistance against Japan. Like grasshoppers in autumn, the lives of ordinary people were becoming increasingly precarious. Those diehards died in despair in their underground strongholds, never witnessing the Locust army's counterattack. Until decades later, this underground stronghold was unexpectedly blown open by a landmine that the little guy himself had planted years ago. At this point, the mystery of the armory or underground stronghold is almost clear. What those petty thieves who looted back then probably never imagined was that the dinosaur fossils they intended to plunder were only a small fraction of what has now been discovered in Songzhuang. And it was precisely because of that landmine that Jiang Chen accidentally detonated it. Songzhuang has suddenly received phenomenal attention from almost the entire world. The mystery is almost solved. Liang Jingwo was overjoyed. However, there was actually another small matter, the carefully preserved radio in the underground base, which belonged to Xiao Rizi. The radio station was well preserved. Although decades have passed, it is still usable after being repaired. Along with the radio, there was also a code book. Having nothing else to do that day, Zhao Feng operated the radio a few times, sending out several encrypted messages at a prearranged frequency, based on the code book. I thought that after so many decades, the person who was my contact back then would be long gone. His hair was also white. But unexpectedly, surprisingly, shortly after Zhao Feng sent the message, he received a reply. Liang Jingwo and Zhao Feng. Chapter 310 Wife, by a few more pairs of stockings. Jiang Chen and his wife spent a few more days at his maternal grandmother's house before heading back. Because the milk tea shop business continued to boom after the Lunar New Year, Sun Wan had no choice but to return home early. That morning, knowing that Jiang Chen and his wife were leaving, the two aunts used their best cooking skills to prepare an exceptionally lavish breakfast. Because I was feeding the three little mythical beasts, the young couple came out a little slowly. As soon as I came out, I saw my 80-year-old grandmother, trembling, holding a stick and hitting my two uncles. Grandma, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked with a curious smile. Snort. What am I doing? I'm teaching them a lesson. Grandma said angrily. Your guests, after all. They haven't even sat down at the table yet, and these two are already acting like this. Those who don't follow the rules start eating first. Using your hands to pick it up is so unhygienic. As he spoke, he took a stick and severely beat his two uncles. The two aunts couldn't help but chuckle and explain the situation. Turned out to be, Jiang Chen and his wife came out a little late. Their two uncles, who were craving food, ate a few bites of food first. The younger uncle didn't pick up the peanuts properly, and they fell onto the table. He picked them up and ate them. When the old lady saw it, she was unhappy. Disliking his two uncles for being unruly and unhygienic, he picked up a stick and gave them a good beating. Faced with his elderly mother's beating, the two uncles offered their explanations. Mom, stop hitting her. I only ate one peanut. It fell on the table and was hard to pick up, so I used my hand. Yes, Mom, I just accidentally ate a bite of cold dish. Besides, my brother and I are both in our 40s or 50s. Would you really be willing to hit us? Of course I'm willing to hit you, Grandma said without any politeness. So what if you're in your 40s or 50s? If you don't follow the rules and don't practice hygiene, even if you're in your 70s or 80s, I'll still hit you. Then, he grabbed a stick and severely beat his two uncles again. Okay, go ahead and hit me. Seeing their mother get angry, the two uncles simply stopped dodging. The younger uncle even took the initiative to move closer, making it easier for his mother to hit him. The room erupted in laughter. Grandma couldn't help but laugh, chuckled a couple of times, and threw the stick aside. The atmosphere was very warm and harmonious. Shen Xinyi was also infected. He turned his head and looked at his three little cubs. Thinking about the future, what if the three little brats misbehave and are unhygienic? Will I discipline them? What if I'm in my 70s or 80s? Will I still discipline them then? We have no choice but to fight. It hurts to hit him. Why don't we just get it done first and then worry about the pain later? Jiang Chen firmly supported his wife's idea. Discipline is necessary, and so is compassion, but there should be distinctions. For example, punish daughters less severely and sons more severely. Dabao. Facing parents who have planned out their future so clearly and are so heartless. The baby, who had been sleeping soundly in the crib, suddenly jolted awake. At that moment, he desperately wanted to ask one question. Mom and Dad, am I your biological child? Ouch. You're not going to answer? Then I'll make a scene. You don't care if I make a scene, then I'll cry. You don't care if I cry, huh? Then I'll poop. Then, facing a table laden with sumptuous dishes and the hospitable hospitality of their grandparents, uncles, and aunts, Jiang Chen and Shen Xinyi had barely taken a few bites when they suddenly smelled an embarrassing odor that spoiled the mood. The smell is way too strong. Honey, Dabao has pooped. It's not just Dabao. Erbao and Xiaobao seem to have diarrhea too. Ah, this. Honey, wait a minute, I'll go lend a hand. As they spoke, they greeted their grandmother, and then the heartless young parents hurriedly went to the side to help their three little monsters poop. Bite. While the host is eating, the three little babies are nearby, adding to the enjoyment. Congratulations on receiving the reward, a small goal. What the hell does it do to enhance the flavor and add to the fun? Saying goodbye to my maternal grandmother's family, Jiang Chen drove his van, carrying his wife and children, on his journey home. Because there's no rush, Jiang Chen drove slowly all the way, and it wasn't until almost noon that he returned to Sihai City. Shen Xinyi wanted to go to the mall to buy some things, so Jiang Chen drove to the mall they often went to. Surprisingly, despite the Lunar New Year holiday, the mall was still packed with people. Shen Xinyi bought a bunch of baby supplies, including formula, rice cereal, and baby clothes. I also bought quite a lot for Jiang Chen. Finally, as usual, we arrived at the entrance of Balenciaga. The girl was about to go inside to buy stockings when Jiang Chen saw her and exclaimed in surprise, Honey, have you used up all the stockings you bought before? Isn't that a bit fast? This? You have the nerve to ask me? Which of my stockings wasn't torn by you? Besides, how quickly it's used up. Don't you know what's going on? Like yesterday, you tore 3 of my stockings, didn't you? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have torn them even more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed and thought, well, that seems to be true. The girl's words make perfect sense. All right then, honey. Buy a few more this time, so you don't have to go back and forth to buy them again. And you know what kinds to buy, right? Black stockings, white stockings, fishing nets, inyong stockings. Okay. Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes coquettishly. Shopping spree at the mall is over. Jiang Chen drove and stopped by the original barbecue restaurant on the food street. He hadn't been there in a long time and wanted to see what it looked like now. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, welcome, welcome. Lu Wei was at the main store when he saw Jiang Chen and his family arrive, and he hurriedly went to greet them. The barbecue restaurant was packed, as popular as ever. Lu Wei led Jiang Chen and his family to the lounge on the second floor, where he proactively reported on the operation of the barbecue restaurant to Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, recently, Mr. Li Jun and I developed a new salary and incentive system, which has increased employee motivation and improved the table turnover rate at the barbecue restaurant. The head office can now make a net profit of around 20,000 yuan a day. Moreover, the number of barbecue restaurants is expanding rapidly. By the end of this month, the total number of barbecue restaurants will reach 300. Jiang Chen listened to the report and felt it was all right. The number of barbecue restaurants will reach 300 by the end of this month. At this rate, opening 1,000 new restaurants in the next year is not a problem, although it's still far from 10,000 households. But you still have to eat your food one bite at a time, right? We chatted about work for a while. Jiang Chen suddenly became gossipy and wanted to know how things were going between Wei Zi and the old maid. After all, it was the new year, so had the two taken things to the next level? But I glanced at the band-aids on Wei Zi's nose and forehead. I knew I didn't need to ask. Wei Zi and the spinster are currently in a very stable relationship, and they may even have developed a deep bond. I stayed at the barbecue restaurant for a while. Feel the bustling atmosphere of the business. Jiang Chen was about to take his wife and children home. After being away for several days, they were quite tired and needed to rest at home. Just then, a commotion broke out in the barbecue restaurant. A stylishly dressed customer. Suddenly, he impatiently pushed a plate to the ground with his hand. Bang! With a crisp sound, the plate shattered on the ground. Chapter 3:11 Internet Celebrity Dines and Dines Free. Why are you all so dense and inflexible? I'm a popular online influencer with millions of followers. I can command a huge following online. What's wrong with eating a meal at your barbecue restaurant? How much would I normally get paid for promoting you guys on my account? Or just saying something nice? I'm just giving you a free publicity opportunity, and I'm doing you a favor by doing you a favor. The price was negligible. It was just a meal. What's wrong? Even so, your barbecue restaurant isn't happy about it. A young man with dyed gray hair and fashionable clothes caused trouble. Her real name is Shen Xinyi, and her online celebrity name is Gluttonous Wild Boar. Relying on his status as an internet celebrity, he and a few girls ordered a table full of barbecue. They ate and drank to their heart's content, but when it came time to pay the bill, he suddenly wanted to dine and dash. He's not short of money, he's just greedy for bargains, and most importantly, he's a show-off in front of girls. In the past, when eating out, it's not like he hasn't done it before. They were virtually invincible. Once he revealed his internet celebrity status and amassed millions of followers, those restaurant owners, either wanting to promote themselves or simply wanting to avoid trouble, decided to quit. No one dared to be negligent. Basically, they all readily waived his bill. Some even took the initiative to say nice things. Invite them to come back next time for free food and drinks, giving the restaurant more exposure. This is Shen Xinyi. I came here specifically to visit the flagship store of Qingqing Barbecue in the food street and treated a few girls to a big meal. To be honest, it was satisfying and delicious. But unexpectedly, when it came time to pay, the barbecue restaurant insisted on charging for the food, even after I revealed my internet celebrity status. Shen Xinyi said that this was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Therefore, one became impatient. The plate was pushed off the table and broke. Then came a barrage of compliments. After all, several girls were watching, so they had to make the comparison look perfect. However, I felt uneasy. Shen Xinyi had already made up her mind that no matter what happened in the end, she would still give this barbecue restaurant a piece of her mind. No way. It's really incompetent of me to waste so much effort. Faced with Shen Bing's aggressive approach, the waiter had no choice but to call Lu Wei over. Lu Wei's arrival was unexpected. It was the first time he had ever encountered someone trying to dine and dash, and so brazenly at that. Of course, I disagree with offering a free meal. Even internet celebrities won't work. Damn, you're a social media influencer, but our barbecue restaurant is also a social media influencer. Yo-ho, looks like neither of you will give me, wild boar, any face this time. Seeing that her soft approach wasn't working, Shen Bing decided to resort to force. Aren't you afraid I'll post a bad review of you online? Think about it. I have millions of fans. What if my fans see me being wronged and start giving me bad reviews too? Those tens of thousands of negative reviews. Hee hee. Who knows, your barbecue restaurant might not even be able to stay in business. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was secretly taken aback. The most important thing for a restaurant is its reputation. Given the current traffic of the barbecue restaurant, negative reviews online won't have a significant impact. But at least, it's still disgusting. What should we do, Brother Chen? Lu Wei asked, seeing Jiang Chen coming downstairs. He briefly explained the situation and asked for Jiang Chen's opinion. After Jiang Chen heard this, I couldn't help but glance at Shen Bing, thinking to myself, in this day and age, there are still people who dine and dash. Shen Bing noticed that Lu Wei seemed undecided and was asking his boss for advice. He was quite pleased with himself for a moment. What? You finally realized you're scared. But it's too late. What good is a free meal now? They'll still rip you off later. Who's the boss here? Shen Bing asked deliberately. Yes, that's me, Jiang Chen said. So, how am I going to deal with this matter that has taken up so much of my time? Shen Bing asked smugly. Seeing that Shen Bing was about to successfully show off, the girls next to him looked at him with a hint of admiration. How should we handle this? Just pay what you owe, what's there to say? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. What? You want me to pay? And you won't even give me the bill? Shen Bing suddenly became furious. This boss. How could he be so ungrateful? Yes. Isn't it only natural to pay for a meal? But do you know I'm a social media influencer with millions of followers? Aren't you afraid I can shut down your barbecue restaurant with just one word? Don't be afraid. Okay. You're awesome. Shen Bing's attempt to show off failed. After grumbling a few times, he had no choice but to take out his phone, obediently pay for the meal, and was about to leave with the girls when Jiang Chen suddenly called him back. What are you doing? Shen Bing asked angrily. You just paid for the meal, but you haven't paid for the broken plate yet, have you? I'm sorry, it's 10 yuan per plate. Shen Bing was furious. I completely lost face in front of those girls this time. If I want to try one of them, I'll probably have to wait until next time. Wipe. Suppressing his anger, he paid another 10 yuan before leaving with a few girls, looking dejected. Chapter 3:12 The Girl's Complaint. Seeing Shen Bing and the others leave dejectedly, Lu Wei felt a sense of relief. After all, he was the boss, and he showed no respect whatsoever to the other party. Although it goes without saying, Shen Bing, that kid, will most likely cause trouble later. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Lu Wei didn't take it to heart and went about his business. Honey, that person claims to be an internet celebrity with millions of followers. What do you mean, greedy wild boar? I just did a search and found that this wild boar is quite influential online. Aren't you afraid that person might go back and spread rumors and smear your barbecue restaurant? Besides, it's just the cost of a meal. Can't we just treat it as a marketing campaign? On the way back, Su Qingsheng was somewhat puzzled, so she asked Jiang Chen with some concern. The internet age. The influence of online celebrities on their fans is not to be underestimated. If they really have to fight back, it will be quite a problem for someone's barbecue restaurant. Let's answer the first question first. Are you scared? No. This kid is an internet celebrity, but our barbecue restaurant is also an internet celebrity barbecue restaurant. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Chen laughed nonchalantly. Now, let's move on to the second question. Can't we just use the cost of a meal as a marketing tool? No way. You can't just open up about this kind of thing. We agreed this time, but what about in the future? This kid might take advantage of us and make other demands, like asking us to pay for a meal at the barbecue restaurant next time. Also, a meal costs at least several hundred yuan. Instead of throwing it away, I'd rather buy my wife lipstick, stockings, or at the very least, candy. Cut. Su Qingsheng chuckled and spat, then continued. But honey, what if that internet celebrity really does something malicious, gets a bunch of fans to give the barbecue restaurant bad reviews, or even spreads rumors and slanders? That's easy. Don't barbecue restaurants have security cameras? He's fine as long as he doesn't cause trouble. If he really dares to cause trouble, then let's not hold back and put the video of him eating and dashing online. Let netizens judge for themselves. That's one idea. Su Qingsheng nodded. Actually, this move by the big pig's trotter was quite ruthless. If the video of him eating and dashing is really posted online, that internet celebrity known as the greedy wild boar will be drowned in the spittle of netizens. Even their very past might be exposed. Back home at Chunjiang Pavilion, the young couple hadn't even had a chance to rest when the three little ones got hungry. Because we're eating now, the babies needed both milk and complementary food, so Su Qingsheng held one of the babies and fed him, while Jiang Chen prepared rice cereal for them. Oh, Su Qingsheng suddenly exclaimed, her brows furrowing. What's wrong, honey? Jiang Chen asked. Little Bao won't behave while nursing. He actually bit me, Su Qingsheng said, pretending to be angry as she tapped the little baby's face in her arms with her finger. Now all three little ones have grown teeth. The baby would occasionally slap Su Qingsheng while she was breastfeeding, causing her immense suffering. She felt helpless and in so much pain that she wanted to suck on her lips. Don't underestimate a baby just because they are small. That bite really hurts. Oh, I thought. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. You're still laughing? Don't you have any conscience? Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes at him. And what do you think it is? Don't think I don't know you're a scheming guy. Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless. No, I was just saying something casually, and at the same time, I secretly thought the girl's voice was very nice. How could I have such bad intentions? Speaking of labeling, that's really stingy. At that moment, a rather unpleasant sour and foul odor suddenly wafted out. Jiang Chen checked, but it was Dabao. Honey, this smell is too strong. Is it because Dabao has indigestion? Su Qingsheng asked. Even though it was her own child, she couldn't help but fan away the stench because of the strong poop. A little, Jiang Chen nodded. However, it should also be related to starting to eat complementary foods. Let's add some probiotics to each of their rice cereals to help with digestion. Because of the introduction of complementary foods, the three little ones' meal times have been extended considerably. But, with the help of Jiang Chen and his wife, the little ones were fed rice cereal or milk first, and soon their mealtime was coming to an end. Dabao and Xiaobao finished eating first. In the end, only Bao was left, dawdling in Su Qingsheng's arms. Seeing that Bao seemed a little thinner than Dabao and Xiaobao, Su Qingsheng felt sorry for Bao and wanted to let her eat a little longer, so she let her dawdle. Who knew? Oh, Bao, who was dawdling, suddenly bit Su Qingsheng out of boredom, and it seemed to hurt more than when Xiaobao had bitten her earlier. Fine, you can't eat it. Su Qingsheng was a little annoyed, so she simply stopped letting Bao eat. Settle the baby in the crib. Turning around, she saw someone trying to suppress a laugh, and couldn't help but glare at them. And you, laughing at me and bullying me. Ugh, do you know how hard it is for me? Jiang Chen knows all about parenting. He naturally understood the hardships the girl had endured. Feeling a pang of sympathy, I leaned over to comfort her. What should we do, honey? I know you've been working so hard. How about from now on, I won't fight back when you scold me or talk back when you hit me, and I'll let you bully me a little. Really? Su Qingsheng's eyes lit up when she heard this. Certainly. Su Qingsheng was initially eager to try, but after thinking about it, she said, forget it. In the end, you'll be the one who benefits. After saying that, she picked up a pile of dirty clothes, threw them into the washing machine, and then went to take a shower. Chapter 3:13 Showing Off. Versailles? Nothing more was said that night. The next day, Jiang Chen planned to take the child to visit his parents. After all, the new year wasn't over yet, so he wanted to spend some time with them, chat, and have a meal. Su Qingsheng did not go with them for the time being. Because I was tired and wanted to stay in bed, I didn't get up. Of course, after I got up, I didn't just stay in bed. I remotely handled some company matters. Because three products became wildly popular, a top-tier female celebrity became their spokesperson. Jiang Chen Technology Company's reputation is growing, and its products are once again in short supply. The next steps include expanding production, marketing, hiring, building new factories, and so on. They're still on holiday during the Chinese New Year. We need to make some preparations in advance. Swan Lake residential area, at my parents' home. Jiang Chen took the three mythical beasts with him. His father had actually drunk too much yesterday and was feeling a bit dizzy, so he was taking a nap. Why is my dad drunk again? Jiang Chen asked. Harmful. Doesn't he do this every year? Last night was even worse. He actually drank with someone until midnight and came home reeking of alcohol. If I hadn't opened the door for him in time, he would have fallen asleep right outside, Song Mei said angrily. Doesn't he realize how old he is? He's still drinking like he used to when he was young. What if something bad happens to him? And it's the new year. Did my dad get drunk and act crazy? Jiang Chen asked again. No, Song Mei said. He would dare to act crazy when he's drunk in front of me. I'd give him 1,000,000 lives. That's fine then. Jiang Chen smiled. In his memory, his father had always been a decent drinker. Compared to himself, who becomes a drunkard when he's drunk, and even his father-in-law who calls him brother. That's much better. I was just about to go in and see my dad. As soon as Jiang Dapeng heard that his son had arrived, he got up. No, honey, I just suddenly got to drink a few drinks from my boss. How could you refuse a drink from your boss? Besides, I didn't drink that much, maybe 4 or 5 ounces. I won't drink it next time, okay? Jiang Dapeng strolled out. When I was young, I could easily drink a pound of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and then keep drinking beer without any problem. After all, I'm getting old now. But, speaking of getting drunk and acting crazy, in all these years, he's only ever done it once, and that was on his wedding night with Song Mei. He got so excited that he drank too much. Then he got drunk. He was kicked off the bed. You know that much. Song Mei gave him a disdainful look and went into the kitchen to make Jiang Dapeng some hangover soup. Jiang Dapeng then went to tease the three little mythical beasts. Seeing that the three little ones could laugh and even wave their arms and legs, making sounds that were hard to understand. I was so happy for a moment. Yo, my grandson can smile now. Come on, call me Grandpa. Whoever calls me Grandpa first, I'll give them a big red envelope. Jiang Chen noticed this. I chuckled to myself. They haven't even learned to call their father yet, and they're already expecting the three of them to call him Grandpa? What are they thinking? We played around with them for a while. The three little monsters were sleepy, so Jiang Chen took them to the bedroom and coaxed them to sleep. Not long after they went in, a guest arrived at the house, a distant cousin. They are elders, after all. Jiang Chen put the three little ones to sleep, then went out to say hello. Xiao Chen, you're home too. My aunt, adorned with jewels, said to Jiang Chen. Beside her, there was another young man, about the same age as Jiang Chen, wearing a sharp suit. He was Jiang Chen's cousin, Jiang Feng. Jiang Chen's aunt's family was quite wealthy when Jiang Chen was a child, because the whole family is upside down. In fact, there wasn't much interaction between them in the past. After my cousin studied abroad, my aunt's family even moved abroad for a time. It wasn't until my cousin graduated with his master's degree that, for some reason, the family returned to China. Xiao Chen, long time no see, the cousin said when he saw Jiang Chen. Yes, it's been a long time, Jiang Chen replied, then politely invited his aunt and cousin to sit down and chat. Jiang Chen's aunt and cousin rarely visit home, except during the Chinese New Year. Therefore, Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei warmly welcomed them, serving tea and water, and started preparing lunch before 11 a.m. Jiang Chen's cousin saw this. After exchanging polite words, once seated, he asked Jiang Chen with interest, Xiao Chen, you've graduated from university, right? Oh, I forgot. Which university did you get into for your undergraduate studies? I just graduated this year from Sihai University. Sihai University? Sihai University is not bad either. At least it's a 211 university in China, my aunt said. Unlike your cousin, who was admitted to a foreign university back in high school. I had no choice but to study abroad since I couldn't get into a university in China. Studying abroad, my undergraduate degree was fine, but then I got into a prestigious university for a master's degree, and I studied there for 6 or 7 years straight before I just graduated. Sigh, I'm getting old from all this. So, Xiao Chun, now that you've graduated from university, where are you working now? After her aunt finished her Versailles-style boasting, her cousin Jiang Feng followed up with the question. When I was a child, Jiang Chen is a poor student, a negative example. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, has excellent grades. Considered a role model and always the other people's child, it's astonishing to hear that Jiang Chen, a poor student, was able to get into the prestigious 211 University, Sihai University. I was genuinely surprised. However, compared to master's students from prestigious foreign universities, it's still not worth mentioning at all. I'm currently unemployed and just staying home, so I guess I'm basically idle, Jiang Chen said honestly. Unemployed. Stay at home for now. Jiang Chen's aunt and cousin were surprised. Jiang Feng even had a look of expectation and pride in his eyes and comforted them. It's okay if you haven't found a job. The current domestic employment situation is not optimistic. There are so many college graduates, it's not a big deal if you can't find one right away. It's almost the new year, so believe in yourself. Send out more resumes after the new year, lower your expectations, and you'll definitely find a good job. Yes, Xiao Chun. Don't rush, take your time, Jiang Chen's cousin chimed in. But as the saying goes, sharpening your axe won't delay your work, and you need to have some hard currency to find a job. Like my son, Xiaofeng. Graduated from a prestigious foreign university with a master's degree. This time in China, employers are scrambling to hire me. I interviewed with 2 companies before the Chinese New Year. One offered me a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan, and the other offered me 20,000 yuan. After weighing the options, Xiao Feng chose the one with a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan, believing that this company had a better future. Jiang Chen's cousin couldn't help but say another thing. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei were speechless upon hearing this. The couple weren't stupid. They understood Jiang Chen's cousin's intention, to show off, to be like Versailles. But this is during the Lunar New Year. They're all relatives, yet they come to my house to show off their superiority. Is it really necessary? Suddenly. Iya. Wow. In the bedroom, the 3 little monsters woke up and started crying. Chapter 314. Look, is this even human language? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen realized that the 3 little monsters had woken up. I went to the bedroom, checked and found that they had soiled themselves. I changed the diapers for the 3 little ones. Since we had guests at home, I brought out the stroller. Jiang Chen's cousin and Jiang Feng were initially puzzled when they heard the baby crying. Then they saw Jiang Chen push the stroller out. He was immediately taken aback. Xiao Chen, you're married? This is your child? Huh? Triplets? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. They are my children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Jiang Chen's cousin and Jiang Feng were immediately stunned. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was a poor student in school, barely managed to get into a 211 university, and didn't have a job after graduation. Compared to Jiang Feng, he was insignificant. However, when it comes to matters of life, she surpasses Jiang Feng. They actually had a child. They are also very rare triplets, a boy and a girl. Have to. This kid is pretty good. Wow. The baby is so cute. Do you know who I am? I'm your great-aunt. Jiang Chen's aunt, being quite old, quickly recovered from her initial shock and began to playfully tease the 3 babies with a loving expression. But in my heart, I'm still a little unconvinced. So what if you have children, and triplets at that? Having children means expenses. Multiple children mean multiple burdens, especially for Jiang Chen, who doesn't have a job yet and is definitely living off his parents. He's only able to support his children because of his parents' help. And then there's the burden of having 3 children. It seems like Jiang Chen's life will just be like that forever. But Jiang Feng from our family is different. In the future, I will definitely find a wealthy wife, and I will definitely ensure that my children are raised with good health and resources. As for the river wind, after learning that my cousin Jiang Chen had 3 children, while she was surprised, she was also somewhat annoyed because Jiang Chen, who was usually inferior to her, had actually surpassed her in this aspect. Uncle Aunt, this is a gift I brought back from abroad for you. It cost me several hundred US dollars. Jiang Feng casually changed the subject and took out the gift he had brought. Yes, brother and sister-in-law, you two should take a look. It's also a small token of our Jiang Feng's affection. Jiang Chen's cousin chimed in. Thanks. Thanks. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei thanked them profusely and praised the gifts after receiving them. Jiang Chen's cousin saw it. A sense of superiority welled up inside him. There was no way around it. His son, Jiang Feng, knew how to get along with people. A few hundred US dollars would be worth several thousand Chinese yuan. A few $1,000s worth of foreign gifts can broaden the horizons of a country bumpkin who has never been abroad. That feeling. It couldn't be more cost-effective. Jiang Chen's cousin felt a surge of pride. At the same time, Jiang Feng enthusiastically helped put the gifts away, but when he turned around, he found an open bottle of Maotai 80 on the table. Is this Maotai 80? He exclaimed in surprise, because if it were real, a bottle of this liquor would cost 1 or 200,000 yuan. Yes. Xiao Chen gave it to his dad to drink before the Chinese New Year, Song Mei said with a cheerful smile. Was it a gift from Xiao Chen? Jiang Feng found it hard to believe, thinking to himself, could this be a fake bar? This Jiang Chen didn't even have a job after graduation, yet he could afford to give away such an expensive bottle of Matai 80. You need to know, such expensive liquor, even though his father loves Matai so much, he can't bear to drink it. Jiang Feng couldn't help but pick it up and smell it. The aroma of the wine was rich and strong. Intuition is true. My heart skipped a beat. However, then, upon seeing a beautifully packaged wild ginseng next to it, I was even more surprised. Because those wild ginsengs were labeled as being over 100 years old. Wild ginseng that is 100 years old can range in price from tens of thousands to millions of yuan. The most expensive wild ginseng even fetched a high price of more than 3 million yuan at auction. This century-old wild ginseng, Jiang Feng asked tentatively. It was also a gift from Xiao Chen. He was thinking of using it to nourish his father, but his father thought it was too expensive, so it's been sitting there uneaten, Song Mei added with a timely smile. That's right. That yam and this wild ginseng were things she secretly and deliberately placed there earlier. These two items were indeed a gift from Jiang Chen. She also knew it was very valuable. It was originally kept in the cabinet, but someone kept showing off their son next to it, constantly mentioning Versailles. She was immediately indignant. So your child is excellent, but mine is just as good. What? Was that also a gift from Xiao Chen? Jiang Feng was so surprised he could hardly close his mouth. But Xiao Chen, this century-old wild ginseng, wouldn't it cost $1 million to buy? No, it's not up to the $1 million standard yet. The exact amount is 489,000 yuan, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Jiang Feng. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen's aunt was puzzled. Something was wrong. Just a moment ago, she and her son were at Versailles. How come the situation has changed so suddenly? No, is this wild ginseng really that amazing? One of them costs 4 or 500,000. And that Mao 80, could it be fake? Jiang Chen's cousin questioned. Mom, please stop talking. Jiang Feng felt ashamed and quickly called out to his mother. He had tasted and studied the Mao 80 and confirmed it was genuine. He wasn't sure about the wild ginseng, but judging from the expressions of Jiang Chen's family, it was very likely that it was also genuine. In this situation, my mother's unfounded questioning of the truth only made my cousin's family laugh at me. But then I called out to my mom. Suddenly, a huge question arose in his mind. Xiao Chen, you gave this Mao 80 and wild ginseng to your cousin, but you just graduated and haven't even found a job yet. How could someone have the money to give away something so expensive? Jiang Chen's cousin, seeing her son's serious expression, realized he wasn't joking and immediately understood. Then, with surprise and doubt, she said, Yes, Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money? You didn't get it by cheating or swindling, did you? Let me tell you, that's not a good thing. What kind of swindling and deception is this? Song Mei couldn't stand it anymore. My Xiao Chen would never do such illegal or criminal things. This money was all earned by Xiao Chen through his business. Start a business? Yes. My Xiao Chen doesn't have a job, but he's an entrepreneur. Jiang Dapeng joined in at this point. He owns barbecue restaurants, milk tea shops, hotels, and so on. He's already made over 100 million yuan. He's bought several houses. Take this house in Swan Lake, for example. which is worth 2 or 3 million yuan. Xiaochen gave it to us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng became somewhat frantic. My head was buzzing from the shock. What? Xiaochen, you started your own business and you're already worth over 100 million? But you just graduated, and you already have 3 kids. How did you do that? It's not that difficult. Starting a business is something anyone can do, Jiang Chen said modestly. Besides, I graduated from a 211 university. After graduation, I bought a few houses, had 3 children, and became a billionaire. That's reasonable, right? Even the river breeze was speechless. Look at this. Is this even human language? Starting a business isn't something anyone can do just by having hands. Besides, you graduated from a 211 university, so having 3 kids and a net worth of over 100 million is quite reasonable, right? Speaking of Versailles, it's one thing for the whole family to be involved. That's really unfair. I glanced at the gift I had given and immediately felt ashamed. Compared to that Mao 80 and century-old wild ginseng, my gifts that cost a few $100s were simply, well, just foreign garbage. Jiang Chen's cousin saw this. So I simply shut up. As a result, the atmosphere in the living room became somewhat quiet for a moment. Suddenly at this moment, buzz. Jiang Chen's phone rang, and seeing that it was Xiaonyo calling, he answered it immediately. Hey, honey, I'm done with my work now. Shall I come find you? Okay, come on over. My parents have some guests. Perfect timing. Let's have lunch together. All right. Chapter 3:15 Su Qingsheng delivers the finishing blow. Jiang Chen didn't intend to pretend anything. They're all relatives, and it's the Lunar New Year. No need. But I noticed that my cousin and her husband were going too far. Especially since his words implied contempt for his parents and himself, he couldn't stand it anymore and decided to retaliate in kind. Even so, he was still taking it easy. After all, with his current net worth, his assets are far more than 100 million. They could be tens of billions. More than half an hour later, Su Qingsheng has arrived. Jiang Chen's cousin and Jiang Feng were immediately struck by her beauty. It's so beautiful. She has the looks, the charisma, and the figure. She's practically a perfect goddess. Jiang Feng was shocked. How could there be such a perfect goddess in the world, especially since she was the wife of his cousin, whom he had never thought much of? My heart suddenly ached terribly. Why? This guy is so lucky. He married such a beautiful wife. When Jiang Chen's aunt saw Su Qingsheng, the image of her future perfect daughter-in-law immediately came to mind, both beautiful and dignified. Unfortunately, this daughter-in-law isn't one of our own. Qingsheng, let me introduce you. This is your aunt and cousin. Jiang Chen stood up and introduced them to Su Qingsheng. Auntie, cousin, hello. Su Qingsheng glanced at Jiang Chen's cousin and greeted them politely. She had heard from Jiang Chen that his parents had guests over, and it would be unrealistic to say she wasn't a little shy. But think about it. I'm now the wife of some pig's trotter. She followed her husband wherever he went. Who's afraid to meet their partner's relatives? Therefore, it arrived immediately. Jiang Chen's cousin is over there. Seeing that Su Qingsheng was not only beautiful and dignified, but also poised and generous, and especially that she had given birth to triplets for Jiang Chen, he secretly praised her and was amazed. It's just a pity. Why? But stunning as it may be. But since she's not their daughter-in-law, and she's so beautiful, who knows if she's just all looks or nothing more than a pretty face. There's no way around it. It's just that sour. Tsk tisk. You look so beautiful. Qingsheng, what do you do for a living? Jiang Chen's cousin held Su Qingsheng's hand, looked her up and down, and asked in a faintly affectionate manner. I used to be a teacher at Sihai University. To become a teacher? Su Qingsheng nodded. Being a teacher is great. It's a relaxed and stable job. At your age, being a counselor or something at a school would be perfect. Jiang Chen's cousin casually remarked. As for the counselor, she simply assumed that a pretty vase like Su Qingsheng could only do a job like counselor. What else can we do? Does he perhaps want to become a professor? But that's unrealistic. Therefore, that concludes this section. Jiang Chen's aunt then followed up, asking as if it were only natural. By the way, Qingsheng, how much do you earn a month as a counselor? Aunt, I'm not a counselor. I'm a professor, Su Qingsheng corrected. Professor? Jiang Chen's cousin was caught off guard. I was a little dismissive of her, saying she was a counselor, but it turns out she's actually a professor? Oh my god. It felt like I'd been slapped. My face burned. Xinyi, what about the past you were talking about? What are you doing now? Jiang Chen's aunt hurriedly asked again, trying to save face. Now? I'm at work right now. Oh. Jiang Chen's cousin breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Working at a company is not bad either. Earning a living depends on one's own abilities. For example, Jiang Feng from our family graduated with a master's degree from a prestigious foreign university. After returning to China and coming back to Sihai, he also plans to work for the company. By the way, Xinyi, which company do you work for? Jiang Chen's cousin asked again, full of gossip. Well, how should I put it? He can't compare to Jiang Chen. That kid is worth over 100 million, while Jiang Feng is nowhere near his level and is completely crushed. Since Su Qingqing works at the company, that's much better. If she can't compare to Jiang Chen, can't she at least be compared to this pretty face? And the wind blowing from the river. I just got a successful interview with a company with great prospects. The monthly salary is 25,000 yuan, which is top-notch in the world. That's why Jiang Chen's cousin spoke in that tone. For a moment, I regained a tiny bit of my pride. A biotechnology company, Su Qingqing said casually. A biotechnology company? Jiang Feng, who had just been thoroughly discouraged, finally showed some interest, or perhaps confidence, upon hearing this. Which biotechnology company is it? Just before the Lunar New Year, I successfully interviewed with a biotechnology company and am preparing to start working there after the holiday. Who knows, we might even be colleagues. Su Qingqing sized up Jiang Feng. He asked directly, was the company you interviewed with called Qingqin Technology? Oh right, that's the company I interviewed with, Jiang Feng said in surprise. But how did you know? Because I am the president of Qingqin Technology. Jiang Feng was stunned. What? You're the president of Qingqin Technology? Yes, you can check it online if you don't believe me. Jiang Feng was astonished. He was just about to show off, but he never expected that the other man's wife would actually be the president of the company he was exempted from the exam for. Damn it. Not only am I no match for Jiang Chen, but I can't even compare to his wife. Okay, fine. Jiang Chen's aunt looked on incredulously when she heard this. I'm speechless. Speaking of this family, are they all doing this on purpose? Versailles subtly showing off. Are they even related anymore? That's going too far. However, this is not the end of the story. Su Qingqing actually came over. I sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. She wasn't stupid. She understood what was going on at a glance. And as the wife of a certain scoundrel, of course she had to make his family proud. At this point, they pressed their advantage and finished off the enemy. Oh right, there's something else. Although I didn't participate in your interview, I have seen your resume. Your academic qualifications and grades are decent, but you lack experience. However, considering that the company is in need of staff right now, I approved your offer after the HR director made a suggestion. Forehead. Thank you. It's all right. We're all relatives. Why be so polite? But back then, I really didn't know you were Jiang Chen's cousin. If I had known earlier, I probably would have given you an extra 1,000 yuan a month. Jiang Feng, who always thought highly of himself, was so frustrated upon hearing this that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Have to. We couldn't continue our conversation. Jiang Chen's cousin also felt ashamed. I originally planned to take advantage of the Chinese New Year to visit relatives and show off my son who graduated from a prestigious overseas university, but I ended up being slapped in the face time and time again. She herself has almost moved to Bengbu. So the mother and son managed to eat a meal at noon, and then left in a sorry state. After my aunt and cousin left, Jiang Chen, Su Qingqing, and their 3 little monsters chatted with their parents for a while before returning to their home at Chunjiang Pavilion. Su Qingqing had a lot of work to do at the company. It's impossible to work remotely forever. After resting at home for another half day, I'll have to go back to the office. Seeing that the little girl was having a hard time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl and wanted to treat her better, even better. Who knew? That's what the little girl thinks too. It was past 11 p.m. that night. Jiang Chen looked after the 3 little monsters, feeding them, changing their diapers, and putting them to sleep as usual. After watching some short videos, he would also go to bed. Suddenly, my phone rang. Chapter 316, Do You Have Someone Else on the Side? Jiang Chen saw that it was Lu Wei calling. They called it this time. That means something is unusual. So I glanced at the sleeping girl and the 3 children, too lazy to go out, and also afraid of waking them up, so I didn't turn on the light, kept my voice low, and immediately answered the phone. Hey, Brother Chen. Shen Bing has made his move, secretly calling on his fans to expose our barbecue restaurant online. Because this kid has a lot of influence online, he has quite a few diehard fans, and even some brainless fans. Therefore, there is now a large-scale smear campaign against our barbecue restaurant online, calling us a black-hearted business. The hashtag #ChingChingBarbecue black-hearted business has even become a trending topic. Jiang Chen didn't react for a moment. Shen Bing? Which Shen Bing? Hey, that internet celebrity wanted to dine and dash at our barbecue restaurant before, Lu Wei reminded him over the phone. Oh. Upon hearing the mention of a free meal, Jiang Chen immediately remembered who it was. My first reaction was, this Shen Bing is really daring. She tried to dine and dash, but then she dared to call on her fans to harass her online. How incredibly stupid is she? After Lu Wei reported, Jiang Chen glanced at it briefly and then launched an online attack on the barbecue restaurant. Shen Bing, to be honest, is stupid, but not completely brainless. He just gave a bad review and hinted to his fans what to do. Negative reviews and subsequent attacks. It was just a starting point, really. The storm surrounding the alleged shady barbecue restaurants was largely due to the covert manipulation by numerous competitors, including hired online trolls. Qingchen Barbecue is incredibly popular, and its growth is phenomenal. Some were envious. Some restaurant owners were forced to close down or failed in competition. During this fishing boat storm, they saw an opportunity to attack, or even kick someone when they're down, and they couldn't wait for Qingchen Barbecue to collapse immediately. Of course, many internet celebrities and influencers have also joined in, just to ride the wave of popularity and traffic. Hazy, Shen Bing is subtly rallying her fans to avoid giving anyone ammunition against her. But it's okay. We should look for evidence that this kid is spreading rumors about our barbecue restaurant. At the same time, we will not let any other internet celebrities or big Vs who are smearing and attacking us get away with it. Also, our barbecue restaurant needs to do some work, such as issuing official statements, official clarifications, live streaming our operations, and so on. Okay, Brother Chen, some of these are already being done. Oh, right, Hazy, don't forget to post the video of Shen Bing dining and dashing online using a fake account. Let netizens judge it, and make the headline as sensational as possible, Jiang Chen added. He emphasized that defense alone wasn't enough. A counterattack was necessary. All right. Jiang Chen and Lu Wei were discussing how to deal with the situation. Fight. Detecting the host's current status, triggering a god-level flash sale. Shen Bing's dirty secrets. Flash sale price 1 small goal. It can actually annihilate Shen Bing's scandals in an instant. They arrived just in time. Is a small goal price in a flash sale a bit exaggerated? This Shen Bing is just a nobody with a few followers online. He's really not worth the price. This bastard is trying to scam me. Fight. Host's resentment detected. God-level instant kill version updated. Flash sale item. Shen Bing scandals, and scandals involving all the internet celebrities and influencers involved in this media attack. Flash sale price. 0.1 small goal. A mere 0.1 target can instantly destroy all the negative information about the internet celebrities and influencers involved in the attack, including Shen Bing. It's still not cheap, but it's alright. The important thing is that it's satisfying and serves as a warning to others. System, instant kill. Jiang Chen commanded telepathically. Fight. System received. Host's kill successful. Hazy, I'm sending you some interesting stuff, take a look. Jiang Chen glanced at the dirt on Lu Wei after receiving it, and sent it over. Lu Wei took a look after receiving it. I was so shocked I almost burst out cursing. Damn it, they all look so glamorous and respectable online, but in reality, they're filthy and despicable behind the scenes. That's absolutely inhuman. They're worse than pigs and dogs. After finishing the phone call with Lu Wei in a low voice, Jiang Chen tiptoed back on the bed. I had just lifted a corner of the blanket and was about to crawl under it when I suddenly noticed that in the darkness, the little girl seemed to be staring with her eyes wide open. Upon closer inspection, it really was. Honey, weren't you asleep? Why are you awake? Jiang Chen snuggled into the covers, smiled, and cupped her little face, giving her a quick peck. But the girl didn't appreciate it. Who were you just talking to on the phone? The tone was almost accusatory. Lu Wei, what's wrong? Why were you speaking so softly on the phone with Lu Wei? Were you afraid I'd hear you? Su Qingqing stared at the man and asked resentfully. Making a call so late at night. You don't happen to be seeing someone else, do you? Jiang Chen was startled when he heard this. Making a call secretly in the dead of night? Are you seeing someone else outside? Oh, this pot is way too big. Hey, wife. I'm making the call quietly because I don't want to wake you and the kids. Besides, a model husband like me only needs you as my wife. How could I possibly have someone else on the side? Cut. That's hard to say. Su Qingqing knew that the certain pig's trotter didn't exist, but she still said it with great enthusiasm. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered if Jiang Chen had spoken loudly on the phone earlier. She was very sleepy and might have woken up, but Jiang Chen spoke softly, which felt sneaky. She woke up with a start, completely out of the blue. It's hard to say. So what do you want? Jiang Chen chuckled as he watched the little girl pout and pretend to be angry. He loved it so much that he couldn't resist pecking her again and again. Oops. I'm talking to you about serious business. Su Qingqing wiped her mouth in disgust and rolled her eyes at him. You're asking me what I want. Fine, I'll tell you. If you really have someone else outside, I'll bite you to death, he said, taking a bite and making a very, very fierce expression. Well, so that's how the little girl got her revenge. Tigress? No, more like a kitten. Unexpectedly, just as Jiang Chen was starting to underestimate her, the little girl suddenly bit him again, this time for real, causing him to wince in pain. If you're not my wife, why did you actually bite me? I'll really bite. Who told you to laugh just now? You were clearly making fun of me for not daring to. Did I just laugh? I didn't make a sound, did I? You didn't say anything, but you smiled. So, because I laughed, you actually bit me? Okay. Faced with the eloquent and stubborn girl, Jiang Chen was completely at a loss. What could he do? He could only obediently raise his hands and surrender to the cute girl. No, it's about restoring the husband's authority. Oh, I have to go to work tomorrow. You're the CEO, what are you afraid of? A CEO can just approve a leave for himself. It's as easy as a snap hand. Bullshit, that's nonsense. There's a lot going on at the company. Chapter 317. Since you want to die, I'll fucking grant your wish. The next morning, it was almost 11 o'clock, but Su Qingqing remained in bed and didn't get up. Honey, don't sleep in. Get up and have breakfast. Jiang Chen started calling his daughter to eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. The breakfast was cooled down and then reheated, then cooled down again. But the little girl was lazy and lethargic, like a silkworm, only moving slightly when called. She just didn't want to get up. Honey, wait a minute. I'll get up in a bit. As Su Qingqing spoke, she comfortably turned over, hugging the blanket and rolling to the other side, her eyes still closed as she spoke. Actually, she had woken up a long time ago. Sigh, I just simply don't want to get up. But honey, I've been waiting for you until 11 o'clock. Don't you want to go to work anymore? Cut. Do you think I don't want to go to work? But if I can't get up, won't I blame you? When the topic of work came up, Su Qingqing sounded resentful, too lazy to even talk to someone. It was just that this person was too much trouble, otherwise she wouldn't be in this situation. Of course, it's also because she was spoiled too much. This meant that no matter how much she stayed in bed, she would not be punished. So I got used to it. But if my mom knew I was like this at my in-laws' house, so lazy in the morning, always wanting to stay in bed, she'd probably slap me on the backside with her slippers. Jiang Chen knew he was in the wrong. It was already noon, and the little girl still hadn't eaten breakfast. It was out of necessity. The three little monsters are now eating their second meal. Honey, the weather's nice today. Why don't you take a day off from work and we go out for a walk as a family? Tired, not good. But it's not good for your health if you don't get up like this. Also, aren't you afraid of getting your butt in the sun? Jiang Chen suddenly pecked him and then said, I'm not afraid. Su Qingqing responded. It's already 11 o'clock. If they wanted to be in the sun, they would have been there much earlier. Besides, the pig's trotter joke was just a joke. The bedroom curtains were drawn, so even if I slept until the afternoon, I wouldn't get any sun at all. However, just as she thought that, with a whoosh, the curtains were suddenly pulled open, and bright sunlight streamed through the window, instantly filling the entire bed. Then, the sun was shining on my butt. Now it's taken the literal meaning. Don't be cheeky. Su Qingqing realized something was wrong. She had no choice but to open her eyes, her face flushed, and spit at someone before turning over and pulling the blanket over herself. After that, she struggled for a while. I finally decided to get up. Bite. The host is waking up the professional bed lover. Hidden quest triggered. Congratulations on receiving the reward. A small goal. And then I saw the little girl get up. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly and prepared to make breakfast again, but the girl stopped him, saying, "Never mind, I'll just have a glass of milk." Su Qingqing checked the time and realized it was already 11:10. Have to. I'm such a lazy bum. Honey, the weather is nice today. I've decided to take a day off. How about we go out for a walk as a family? Su Qingqing suggested, feeling energized after finishing her milk. But don't you say you're tired? That was just now. I'm not tired anymore. Jiang Chen had this intention all along. So they packed up and the family of 5 went out. At the same time, online, starting with the gluttonous wild boar, and with the overt and covert promotion by numerous internet celebrities and influencers, the reputation of Qingqing Barbecue as a black market restaurant has become rampant. This has also affected the customer traffic of barbecue restaurants. Many netizens simply watch the spectacle with amusement. But suddenly, a new piece of information emerged, like a bomb, and almost instantly it topped the trending searches, causing the tide to turn. This new information is about a gluttonous wild boar eating a meal without paying. A wild boar dine and dash. Holy crap. No way, it can't be that bad, can it? If I hadn't seen the security camera footage, I wouldn't have believed it was real. Yeah, I can't believe a wild boar would do something like that. Damn it, at least she's an internet celebrity. How could their behavior be so disgusting? But does that make things clear? It must be that the greedy wild boar tried to dine and dash, and then got angry and started spreading rumors to smear their barbecue restaurant. That's probably the case. I've eaten at that barbecue restaurant before. It's clean, hygienic, and delicious. Most importantly, it's always packed. This time they've been exposed online. They've definitely been framed. Huh? Holy crap. So this wild boar wasn't a first-time dine and dash customer. Damn it, he ate at my restaurant before. Of course, this guy wouldn't admit he ate and dashed. Instead, he said he was giving us face, and when we refused, he started spouting nonsense and demanding our shop close down. Damn, my shop is the same. This guy's a repeat offender. I can testify that this gluttonous wild boar also dined and dashed at my restaurant. I'll testify too. Amidst the online outcry, the reputation of the internet celebrity known for his gluttonous wild boar, who boasts millions of followers, almost instantly collapsed. And in a certain hotel, Shen Xinyi, who had just woken up from a hangover with a certain fanatic, saw a barrage of attacks and criticisms directed at him online. His face was extremely gloomy. "Brother Bing, what should we do?" the assistant asked worriedly. "Should we ask young Master Wang for help?" Young Master Wang. Never mind. A fierce look flashed across Shen Bing's face. This is such a small matter. There's no need to ask young Master Wang for help. I can handle it myself. I never expected that the owner of the alluring barbecue restaurant would be like this. You really dare. They actually dared to retaliate and expose their own secrets. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fucking grant your wish. Shen Bing gave a cold laugh. His previous smear campaign against Qingqing Barbecue Restaurant was just a small test. If he were to get serious, he wouldn't be afraid at all. If all else fails, I can just change my username. At worst, there's still young Master Wang. However, the most urgent task is to quickly counter the online attacks against me. After all, the gluttonous wild boar is a good character with millions of followers. It's not easy to accumulate all of that. Just as he was thinking of a solution, his assistant, who was browsing the trending topics on his phone, suddenly changed his expression and was so startled that he almost dropped his phone. Brother Bing. Oh no. Shen Bing was taken aback when she heard this. What bad thing happened? You. Well, see for yourself, the assistant said in a shocked tone, looking at Shen Bing with disbelief, and handed her the phone. Shen Bing took it and looked at it. His expression immediately changed. A chill ran down my spine, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Chapter 318. Be good, call me daddy. Shen Bing was terrified when he saw it, because it contained all his dirty secrets, enough to ruin his reputation and land him in jail. Water-based smear campaigns, extortion, ticket fraud, leaf picking, etc. The list goes on and on. Who the hell did this? While Shen Bing was terrified, she was also dumbfounded. The dirt on her was detailed and explosive, like a personal account of her misdeeds written by someone who had experienced it firsthand. Each case was well-founded and supported by evidence. The time, place, and facts are very clear, and there is solid evidence to back them up. They're so talkative, it's impossible to know how to refute them. I don't know. I was just browsing the comments on your so-called free meal deal, and then I was thinking about how to clear my name. And then suddenly the comments section was flooded with all sorts of dirt on you. They're making it sound so convincing, I'm completely baffled. The assistant said with an incredulous expression. Although I knew a lot about Shen Bing's scandals, I didn't expect that there would be so many, and that she would be completely exposed. Needless to say, Shen Bing is finished this time. Next, I had no choice but to jump ship. Shen Bing is over there. They are fully aware of this. Compared to her forced composure when she found out she had dined and dashed, this was a stark contrast to her forced composure when she learned it had been exposed. At this point, there was no way to hide it anymore. I was terrified. Damn it, I'm so young. She had just accumulated 1 million followers and earned money she never dared to dream of before, especially with the adoration of a group of brainless female fans. He didn't want to end up like this, or even end up in jail. Therefore, I burst into tears. But at this moment, Shen Bing was not the only one wailing. Those internet celebrities and influencers who, openly or secretly, fueled the flames, fanned the flames, and even hoped that the barbecue restaurant would become a laughingstock in the incident of Jiang Chen barbecue being smeared. One by one, everything about them has been exposed, and their dirty secrets have been posted online. The details of the scandals were incredibly detailed, leaving people astonished. Many netizens were completely taken aback. These online celebrities and influencers usually act all high-minded and righteous, appearing as if they are speaking out for the world and are the embodiment of justice and kindness. Behind the scenes, they are so filthy, despicable, and disgusting. My God, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. So these internet celebrities and influencers are disgusting and an eyesore. They've all had a major public relations disaster. A whole bunch of their dirty and filthy stories have been dumped online. They're all scum. Yeah, this is mind-blowing. After watching it, I need to wash my eyes. Who did these people offend? That's possible. But who have we offended? The owner of Jiang Chen barbecue restaurant. That's impossible. After all, these people were stripped naked all at once. Their energy level is just too high. Even the owner of a mere barbecue restaurant doesn't have that much ability. My guess is that these people behaved so badly that they offended a lot of people, and then their dirty secrets were exposed at the same time. Serves him right for having his dirty secrets exposed. Damn it, these people call themselves internet celebrities and big influencers? They're shameless to the extreme. Exactly, these people are disgusting. It's one thing for you to do so many dirty and rotten things yourself. These internet celebrities, especially that gluttonous wild boar, are practically hoping that Jiang Chen barbecue restaurant will go out of business. For a foodie, this is a heinous crime, absolutely intolerable. Unacceptable +1. Unacceptable +10,086. Since the exposure of numerous scandals involving internet celebrities and influential figures, there has been a chorus of calls to punish these individuals online, as the scandals are incredibly explosive and even involve illegal and criminal activities. The authorities couldn't sit still any longer and quickly intervened. Some well-documented online influencers and KOLs. Just like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around, the police came to their door and invited them in for tea. Shen Bing, the greedy wild boar. Although he hadn't been invited for questioning by the police yet, He was already panicking and wanted to escape. No matter what. His influencer career is over. Goodbye, my money, my popularity, and my diehard fans. However, compared to others, Shen Bing still had a powerful backer, a lifeline. In desperation, she disregarded everything else and made a phone call. Young Master Wang, save me. Jiang Chen took his wife and child for a stroll in the park for a while. The sun was shining brightly that day. There was no wind, and the temperature was relatively high. The three little ones arrived at the park, and contrary to their previous sleepy state, they were very excited, waving their arms and legs and chattering away. When we arrived at the lakeside seating area, Jiang Chen sat down and enthusiastically taught the three little ones to speak. Sweetie, call me daddy. Call me daddy. His expression was full of anticipation. There was no way around it. He desperately wanted to be called Dad. Su Qingqing laughed when she saw it. You know, your three babies are only 4 months old, and you're already asking them to call you Dad? Isn't that too much of a rush? Take it slow, they'll call you that eventually. What's wrong with 4 months? 4 months is a bit early, but it's not like you can't call him Dad. Besides, if you don't call out, you don't want the babies to call out either? That's utter nonsense. Jiang Chen thought that since his eldest son was the tallest and most developed, it would be easier for him to call him Dad. So he spent a long time teaching him. The teaching was so thorough that my mouth was dry. As a result, Dabao just laughed, blew bubbles, and barely managed to utter a pa sound. Jiang Chen, unconvinced, continued to teach the younger generation. I thought my little one was well-behaved, clever and quick-witted, but after teaching him for a long time, he was still not satisfactory. He couldn't even pronounce the sound pa. Why? I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Why is it so hard to be called Dad? Jiang Chen was ready to give up. Seeing this, Su Qingqing burst into laughter. Look at you, making you so anxious. I told you the baby is still small. The three of them are older. They'll definitely start crying. Just then, suddenly, Papa, Dad. Jiang Chen was surprised, because it seemed to be Bao who called out. My second child can say Dad? Bao, be good. Say Daddy. Say Daddy. Jiang Chen came over and eagerly taught Bao. Papa, Dad. Bao seemed encouraged and said more clearly. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Well, as the saying goes, hard work pays off. Overjoyed, she hugged her second child tightly. I failed to teach my 2 children to say Dad first, but I didn't expect my second child to learn it first. I couldn't help but give my second child a loving cheek kiss. Su Qingqing was as excited as a child when she saw that pig's trotter. I couldn't bear to look at it for a while. It was quite unexpected, and I was also envious. Jiang Chen wanted to be called Dad by the 3 little ones, but she also longed to be called Mom. So I also held the second baby and carefully taught the baby to say Mama. Be good, Bao, call me Mommy. Dad. Be good, Bao, call me Mom. Call me Mom, not Dad. Dad. Su Qingqing could only pinch Bao's little nose, then reluctantly gave up. This time, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Ha! The family strolled outside for quite a while. After having a meal, I went back around 3 p.m. Jiang Chen drove the van. The 3 little ones were drowsy, and Su Qingqing watched the children while replying to messages in the company group chat. Bang! When we turned a corner, the nanny van unexpectedly collided with a Mercedes SUV. Chapter 319, I will not offend others unless they offend me. Jiang Chen made a normal right turn. The Mercedes SUV that was hit was traveling in the wrong direction. Needless to say, it's entirely the other party's fault. Because the speed was not high, the impact force was not great, resulting in some deformation of the right front of the van and one headlight being broken. Excuse me. I was a little rushed while driving. The driver of the Mercedes SUV was a well-dressed young man. After getting out of the car, he apologized to Jiang Chen, but his tone was rather stiff. Jiang Chen glanced at the other person. It feels a bit strange. But since the other party has admitted responsibility, then it's all right. We then briefly discussed the issue of insurance compensation. May I ask if you are Jiang Chen? The young man suddenly asked, staring at Jiang Chen. Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded. Oh, is that really true? The young man immediately said with a polite smile, his initial stiffness and coldness completely gone. I've always heard that Mr. Jiang is a rising star in the business world of Sihai City. Meeting him today, I can confirm that he is indeed extraordinary. My name is Wang Yuan, and Sihai Tienda Group is a business under my family. As Wang Yuan spoke, he took the initiative to extend his hand and warmly shook hands with Jiang Chen. Hello. Jiang Chen responded casually and shook hands with the other person. He had heard of Tienda Group. It is one of the few giant enterprises in Sihai, with its business spanning multiple fields such as live streaming, food, and medical care, and the group's assets are worth tens of billions. I just don't understand why the young master of the Wang family would introduce himself like this. As for the collision just now, well, in retrospect, it really was a coincidence. It seems that young Master Wang has something to discuss with me. Good. I, Wang Yuan, have a favor to ask of Mr. Jiang. Wang Yuan said with a smile. It's like this, in my live streaming company, there is an internet celebrity called Greedy Wild Boar, whose real name is Shen Xinyi. This person is ignorant of his own limitations and doesn't know what's good for him. A few days ago, I tried to dine and dash at Mr. Jiang's restaurant, and later I even exposed Mr. Jiang's barbecue restaurant online. Mr. Jiang made an example of them and easily manipulated them. In the end, not only was Shen Xinyi herself in danger, but several of my company's online celebrities were also implicated. As the saying goes, leave a way out for others so that you can meet again in the future. My humble request is that Mr. Jiang would do me the favor and let Shen Xinyi and several of my company's online celebrities off the hook. If Mr. Jiang agrees, I, Wang Yuan, will certainly repay you handsomely. That's right, this Wang Yuan is the young Master Wang that Shen Xinyi asked for help from. Originally just a mere internet celebrity. It's not worth it for young Master Wang to personally intervene. But this Shen Xinyi was his former brother-in-law, and this time, along with Shen Xinyi, several internet celebrities from his company also passed away. These online celebrities are all pillars of the company. Once everything is over, his live streaming company will be practically bankrupt. And so it came. His plans to start a business through a live streaming company to further gain family approval and even inheritance rights will be severely hampered. As Wang Yuan said, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to hear this. So, that's why young Master Wang bumped into my car, Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Wang Yuan understood Jiang Chen's meaning perfectly and could only chuckle awkwardly. However, young Master Wang, I can't give you that kind of face, Jiang Chen said bluntly. That's Shen Xinyi and the other internet celebrities whose scandals have been exposed. They do a lot of dirty and shady things, which are all illegal activities. Yes, the police have opened a case and are investigating. As an ordinary citizen, I don't have the power to make the police withdraw. Besides, it's always good to leave room for maneuver, so you can meet again in the future. Young Master Wang, when my barbecue restaurant was attacked with rumors, Shen Xinyi and the other internet celebrities didn't seem to care about me at all, did they? They probably hoped my barbecue restaurant would go out of business as soon as possible, didn't they? I will not attack unless attacked. So I'm sorry. Jiang Chen decided to explain things clearly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. It was truly rare to see someone dare to disrespect him like this. Chapter 320 Offering Unsolicited Favors. Even so, Wang Yuan was a worldly man, and he had some manners. Although he was displeased, he still smiled politely and said, Mr. Jiang is right. I won't force you. However, I damaged Mr. Jiang's car. We've taken up Mr. Jiang and his family's precious time, so we should compensate them. How about I just give Mr. Jiang a new car instead? The right front end is somewhat deformed, and one of the headlights is broken. They actually want to compensate me with a new car? It has to be said, this young Master Wang is quite sincere. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Wang. However, I can't accept something for nothing. The car isn't badly damaged, so a simple repair at the 4S shop will suffice. Jiang Chen politely declined. He didn't know anything about this young Master Wang. I don't want to owe the other party anything. Okay. Leave the car repairs to me, Mr. Jiang. Here's my business card. Let's keep in touch anytime if needed. Wang Yuan didn't press the issue and handed Jiang Chen a business card. Jiang Chen took it casually and put it in his pocket. Afterwards, he called Li Jun and asked him to send someone to arrange a car to pick up his family of 5. Not long after, Li Jun drove here personally. Wang Yuan was surprised to see Li Jun. Uncle Li. Seeing Li Jun glance at him again, and not recognizing him at first, he quickly reminded him. Uncle Li, I'm Wang Yuan from Tienda Group. Do you remember me? Oh, Li Jun nodded. Is there anything I can help you with? No. It's Uncle Li, what is this? Wang Yuan was somewhat surprised and confused that Jiang Chen had called Li Jun instead. Could Jiang Chen be Li Jun's boss? That's a bit much. In fact, he had done some research on Jiang Chen. I know he is a rising star in the business world of Sihai City. He has ventured into barbecue, milk tea, resorts, hotels, and more, and it is said that he also has some connections with Li Shengli, a former leader of Jiangnan province. In short, he has a bright future ahead of him and is not someone to be trifled with. But then Li Jun appeared. This made him realize that he still knew too little about Jiang Chen's abilities. It's nothing. Mr. Jiang is my boss, and I work for him now, Li Jun explained after recognizing Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was deeply moved upon hearing this. Li Jun is known as the emperor of hired managers and has a good reputation in the business world. The Wang family had also dealt with Li Jun, who, as a professional manager, had temporarily taken the helm of Tienda Group and led it through its difficulties. He can be considered a benefactor of the Wang family. His father spoke highly of Li Jun and showed him great respect. Jiang Chen and Li Shengli had some connection, which made Wang Yuan hesitant to act rashly. And now, Li Jun has also appeared. Li Jun is now actually working exclusively for Jiang Chen. In this way, he was even more confused about Jiang Chen's strength. Could this kid be a scion of some powerful family? How much more did he not know? What if I really offended them? Isn't the Wang family? Fortunately, I was quite polite just now. As Wang Yuan thought this, he couldn't help but gasp. Therefore, they became even more polite to Jiang Chen. After finishing everything, Jiang Chen's family and Li Jun left first, while Wang Yuan stood there in a daze. After all, it had just been a false alarm. If you can't be patient. He was rash and rude to Jiang Chen. Then the Wang family is likely to suffer. Young Master Wang, why were you so polite to Jiang Chen just now? It must have been him who leaked the dirt. Damn it. All I wanted was a meal with him, and he's so petty, and then he leaked my dirty secrets. It's not just mine, there's also a lot of dirt on internet celebrities. Many of these internet celebrities are under your company, Mr. Wang. How could you tolerate this? It's good enough that he wasn't killed, and you even helped him fix his car? Huh. Hurry up and kill that kid. Seeing that Jiang Chen had left, Shen Bingen couldn't hold back any longer. She got out of the back seat of the Mercedes SUV and gave Wang Yuan a series of puzzled and persuasive remarks. Since being exposed for various scandals, he was constantly on the run, living in fear and unease. Fearing being arrested by the police, she had no choice but to ask Wang Yuan for help, thinking that Wang Yuan, as her boss and former brother-in-law, would definitely stand up for her. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuan was quite polite and even let Jiang Chen go. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Snap! Wang Yuan slapped him hard across the face, making his mouth bleed. Young Master Wang, you hit me? Shen Bing covered her face, incredulous. Hit you? I want to fucking kill you, Wang Yuan said angrily. Offending a big shot is one thing, but you're trying to drag me down with you? That Jiang Chen, is he someone you can afford to offend? Without saying a word, he started punching and kicking Shen Bing. Show no mercy whatsoever. Compared to the entire Wang family, Shen Bing, his former brother-in-law, is truly nothing. Wang Yuan finished beating people up. They drove off. Shen Bing, who had been beaten black and blue, was a little dazed. No, I'm still your brother-in-law, even though I'm your ex. My sister was your husband back then, and she served you for almost half a year, didn't she? You just beat me up and then abandoned me? Besides, damn it. All I wanted to do was show off and get a free meal. How did I end up offending such a big shot? Is it really necessary? Jiang Chen, you've ruined my chances of becoming an internet celebrity, and I might even end up in jail. Your live streaming company is going to go bankrupt, and you're this scared? What a coward. Shen Bing started cursing and thinking that since Wang Yuan was unreliable, she might as well go and seek refuge with her older sister. I've been living in fear these past few days. This makes him increasingly nostalgic for the days when he was a powerful internet celebrity. Why? Being an internet celebrity is so much more fun. She usually boasts and jokes, yet she commands a huge following. She can also chat with her fans from time to time, exploring the mysteries of the universe. She's simply amazing. But, just as he was reminiscing and trying to flag down a taxi, creak, a police car suddenly stopped on the side of the road. Several police officers immediately got out of the car and walked straight towards Shen Bing, showing her handcuffs. Hello, are you Shen Bing? At Chunjiang Pavilion, Jiang Chen's family returned to the house and settled the 3 babies. Su Qingqing asked about the car accident. Then, there's a small, urgent matter at the company. She is replying to messages in the company group chat. Knowing it was a minor collision, the other party admitted full responsibility. She hadn't been paying much attention to what was happening outside until she changed cars and got home. After dealing with a minor urgent matter at the company, she finally asked about it again. It's a minor matter. I've taken care of it, Jiang Chen said. Su Qingqing nodded. Having known each other for a long time, she inexplicably began to believe Jiang Chen's words. If he said it was a small matter, then it truly was a small matter. Then, her eyes darted around, and she blinked, saying, Honey, you must be tired after walking around outside for so long. How about I give you a shoulder massage? How about a shoulder massage? Yes. By the way, you must be thirsty right now. Let me pour you a glass of water first. Pour me a glass of water? Yes. What? Don't you want to? Jiang Chen scratched his head. I do want to, but honey, as soon as I got back, you started massaging my shoulders and pouring me water. Isn't that just you being overly attentive? Cut. What do you mean by being overly attentive? Can't I be a good wife? Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. Actually, she wasn't just saying she was a virtuous wife. It wasn't just a passing fancy. Her husband was so good to her that she couldn't help but want to be good to him in return. The plan to be a virtuous wife had been put on hold for a time. Now that it's Chinese New Year, it's a time for a fresh start and a new beginning, perfect for picking it up again. Oops. Do you want me to massage your shoulders or pour you some water? Yes, yes. Isn't that settled then? Well, honey, look, since you're so eager to be a good wife, I'll give you a chance. I'm going to take a shower later. Would you like to help me? Roll. Su Qingqing spat. As expected of a pig's trotter, making unreasonable demands so quickly. Just myself. Even if I'm planning to be a good wife, there's absolutely no chance I'd agree to such, or even more outrageous requests. Bite. The host's wife has initiated a new virtuous wife plan, triggering a God-level choice. A choice between 2 God-level instant kill rewards. Chapter 321 Top-Tier Female Bodyguard, Maxed Out Combat Skills. Choose one of 2 rewards for the ultimate instant kill. Option 1. Instant kill target. Gain 100% loyalty from a top-tier female bodyguard to the host and his wife. Cost, a small goal. Note, top-tier female bodyguard. Maxed out combat skills. Option 2. Flash sale target. 1 piece of business information. Required amount. 0.01 small goal. The reward for the God-level instant kill can be chosen from 2 options. One is the unparalleled loyalty of a top female bodyguard to him and his wife, which surpasses even the highest level of loyalty. One is to instantly sell a piece of commercial information. Even after the incident where Wang Yuan coincidentally bumped into him, Jiang Chen still felt it was necessary to strengthen the protection of Xiaonu's personal safety. After all, this time it was just a coincidence that the car was only slightly damaged. What if we coincidentally meet again next time? These kinds of things are impossible to prevent. The young woman is the president of a company. She usually needs to go to work, attend meetings, and entertain guests, so she can't always be by her side. For the sake of safety, she needs a personal female bodyguard to ensure her absolute safety. And this top-tier female bodyguard with maxed-out combat skills arrived just in time. Even if the amount spent in a flash sale is just a small goal, all they gained was the top female bodyguard's absolute loyalty to them and the girl. That's worth it. Anyway, it's just right to give it to the little girl. As for myself, I'll skip that. Not to brag, but with my enhanced physique and God-level fighting skills, in a real contest, there might not be anyone on this planet who could beat me. But, Choosing to purchase a business message within 2 seconds is also a good option, especially since the amount involved in the flash sale is only 0.01 small goal, which means it can be done with just 1 million. It couldn't be more affordable. The system. Bite. System is here. What are your orders, host? Am I not a child anymore? Am I an adult? Right. Is the host trying to say that only children make choices, while adults want it all? Good. You guessed it. I want both options. But there are no buts. My mind is made up. Why don't you just self-destruct? Bite. The system admits defeat. This is the first time it has encountered a host who dares to extort it. A hidden reward has been triggered, a 1-for-1 bonus for instant kills. Bite. Host, you've spent a small amount of money and congratulated yourself on receiving a flash sale reward. 100% loyalty from a top-tier female bodyguard to you and your wife, plus 1 piece of business information. Buy one get one free. Good. This kid is really sensible and has a bright future. Bite. Host has misused the system, triggering an additional penalty. Host body will shorten by 0.01 millimeters. I just finished praising the system, and then they give us this? A 0.01 millimeter reduction. Damn it. The minced garlic is amazing. Husband, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly look so angry? Su Qingqing asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Jiang Chen quickly blurted out that he would never tell anyone that just now, his height of 1.86 meters had suddenly shrunk by 0.01 millimeters. This is absolutely outrageous. Tongzi, why don't you put your hand on your heart and say it again? Well, I just suddenly thought about car accidents, and I was wondering what would happen if you were driving and encountered a bad guy, whether you were going to work or attending a meeting. Just in case, I'd like to hire a female bodyguard for you. Hire me a female bodyguard? Su Qingqing was somewhat surprised. There's no need for that. I feel pretty safe now, and I'm not going to cause any trouble. You may not cause trouble, but you can't control others. They might cause trouble, Jiang Chen advised. Take the car accident, for example. What would happen if the other party had malicious intentions and I wasn't there? So, honey, you can't go wrong by listening to your husband. The saying goes, better safe than sorry. If something happens to you, what will I do? What will happen to the children? Will I even be able to live? Tui, what are you saying? What do you mean? If something happens to me, will you even live? It's just after the new year. Can't you say something auspicious? There's no way something could happen to me. Our family will be fine. Su Qingqing gave Jiang Chen a beautiful eye roll. Give me a look of disdain. But in my heart, I still felt incredibly warm and fuzzy as I leaned in and gave him a sweet kiss. There was no other reason than that I was just too touched. Jiang Chen responded by doubling down. Then, honey, it's settled that we're going to hire a female bodyguard for you. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. By the way, honey, what do you think of the female bodyguard you're planning to hire for me? Is it okay? Since I'm the one who invited you, then it'll definitely be fine. It'll definitely work. Then, can she beat Kong Shi? Su Qingqing asked again. In her understanding, Kong Shi was a benchmark, a woman who was extremely good at fighting. Regarding the girl's doubts, Jiang Chen's answer was straightforward. Don't worry, it's definitely possible. After all, she's a top-tier female bodyguard with maxed-out combat skills. Perhaps, he's only slightly inferior to himself. Kong Shi, that simpleton, is the girl's ex-boyfriend? Oh, let alone that female bodyguard. It's not impossible for her to beat 10 of Kong Shi's bodyguards by herself, or even beat 10 of them to a pulp. Inside a luxury hotel, a woman with impeccable makeup received a phone call, and her expression instantly turned icy and furious, to the point that her entire face contorted in anger. This person is Shen Bing's older sister, Shen Xiaonan. The call was about his younger brother, Shen Bing, who had been arrested by the police for allegedly committing crimes after his past misdeeds were exposed. As expected, her brother will have to serve many years in prison before he can be released. Meanwhile, that phone call also made her remember a name, Jiang Chen. Chapter 322, Taking an inch and wanting a mile, wanting both. That's right, it was Jiang Chen who caused her brother to be arrested by the police and spend many years in jail. As a result, Shen Xiaonan's expression became distorted. He couldn't help but feel furious. In her understanding, my younger brother has always been well-behaved and sensible, a pure and innocent person. All he wanted was a free meal and to show off a bit in front of the girls. How could you possibly retaliate? How did you manage to expose his dirty secrets? That's my only younger brother. There's no way around it. That's just how it is for women who prioritize their brother's needs over their own. At this moment, Shen Xinyi was filled with mixed feelings and couldn't swallow her anger. Buzz. Just then, her phone rang. It was her ex-husband, Wang Yuan, calling. Shen Xiaonin's eyes lit up, and she immediately answered the phone. Although we are now divorced, there is still a bond of gratitude between husband and wife, and my ex-husband's family still holds considerable prestige and power. With her ex-husband's help, she felt even more confident in taking revenge on Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, her ex-husband, however, came to give her advice. You can't afford to offend Jiang Chen. Don't think about avenging your brother or getting revenge, or you'll get dragged down with him. Your brother's situation is entirely his own fault. He deserved it. Before, when he acted recklessly, I could still protect him. But I am powerless now. My Wang family does not want to offend Jiang Chen, and in fact, we cannot afford to offend him. Of course, you can pretend I didn't say anything and do whatever you want. But when you do, don't drag my Wang family into it. What you do has nothing to do with the Wang family. That's all I have to say. You'd better take care of yourself. Jiang Chen settled the matter of the young woman's bodyguard. Next, let's look at the business ad. Thousands of acres of abandoned factory buildings in Dazai, north of the city, are about to appreciate in value due to the planned subway station and subway line, with a conservative return of 300%. It turned out to be a real estate ad. Let him buy the land himself. While the returns may not be as high as investing in cryptocurrencies or shorting crude oil, those are truly risky ventures with high potential. But even a conservative return of 300% is quite good. In addition to the increase in property value due to the planned subway line, the girls' biotechnology company wants to expand its production scale and is looking for land to build a new factory, but due to the high price, they haven't reached an agreement yet. The land in Dazai, north of the city, used to be an abandoned factory, but the surrounding infrastructure is still there and transportation is convenient. Demolishing and rebuilding would be just right. With that in mind, he called Li Jun and asked him to buy the land in Dazai, north of the city. Li Jun was very surprised when he heard this. Boss, that piece of land in Dazai, north of the city, has been abandoned for 7 or 8 years. It's a dilapidated factory that no one cares about. It has no value at all. Why did you buy it? It doesn't matter if it has no value at all. I will make it valuable. Oh, could it be that, boss, you've received some information that that piece of land will appreciate in value? Well, you don't need to ask that. Li Jun was taken aback. I wondered where the boss got this information. But then he stopped talking and immediately went to buy the land in Dazai, north of the city. After all, in the past, none of the tasks assigned to him by the boss were unreliable. In hindsight, they were all extremely correct decisions. Compared to his so-called king of wage earners, the boss is young and handsome, not to mention his adventurous spirit. He has exceptional skills, a keen eye, and an extraordinary ability to gather information. Tongzi. Right. Shortly after Li Jun acquired the land in Dazai, north of the city, the Sihai government released news that a subway station and subway line were planned near Dazai. That abandoned factory was exactly within the planned area. As a result, land prices have soared. Many people who received the official news immediately came to inquire about the land price, only to find that the land had already changed hands and was no longer available for sale. Li Jun admired Jiang Chen immensely. Su Qingsheng heard about it. Knowing that Jiang Chen's actions not only increased the value of the land, but also solved the land issue for Qingchen Technology's new factory, she was equally surprised. Wow. Honey, how did you know that land would be developed into a subway station? Do you really want to know? Certainly. All right then, I'll tell you. It's a secret that can't be revealed. TCH. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Jiang Chen found it amusing to see the girl pout, so he couldn't help but peck her before saying, Okay, I'll tell you. It was a big shot I know who gave me this information. Revealed by a big shot. That's more like it, Su Qingqing said. Considering that someone had so much contact with officials and business people, it was normal for him to know some well-informed big shots. So how about that? Isn't your husband amazing? Jiang Chen said smugly. Okay, you're awesome. My husband is the best. Are you satisfied now? Su Qingsheng replied, hooking her arm around his neck and pecking at him like a chick pecking at rice. Satisfied? My dear wife, look, it's getting late, and I'm going to take a bath. Come and help me, okay? Jiang Chen said, seizing the opportunity as the girl was so enthusiastic. No, why should I help you take a shower? Su Qingsheng was speechless at the man's overreaching behavior, wanting more and more. Why are you helping? Jiang Chen laughed. You'll have to ask yourself that. Didn't you say you wanted to be a good wife in the future? I did say that, but I already washed you last night. But I took a shower again today. You still eat every day and sleep every day. Last night is last night, and today is today. But husband, Stop talking, just give it to me. Shameless. Su Qingqing was furious. I knew someone was shameless, but I never imagined they could be this shameless. I was so angry that I pinched them hard. Jiang Chen winced in pain. Bite. The host's wife curses him for being shameless and pinches him. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Whatever the profits from that piece of land in Desai, north of the city, you will receive 10 times the amount. 10 times the cashback? Awesome. Awesome. Or, The next morning, Jiang Chen rarely stayed in bed, and let me tell you, the feeling of staying in bed was really nice and relaxing. No wonder the girl likes this. Su Qingqing woke up first. She pinched Jiang Chen's nose and shook it gently. Honey, I'm hungry. Go make breakfast. Aunt Lu usually works at home, and if neither of us gets up, we can ask her to make breakfast. However, because of the Chinese New Year, Aunt Lu was given the day off. Aunt Lu had not returned yet. Su Qingsheng was hungry and wanted to find something to eat, so she had to find someone. Let me lie down a little longer. Jiang Chen turned around and hugged the little girl. I'll go cook after I lie down a little longer. Although his eyes were still closed, his movements were incredibly precise. Su Qingsheng was afraid of someone, so she couldn't help but pinch his nose and said, All right, I'll get up and cook. But I had just sat up. The 3 little mythical beasts over there, probably around mealtime, started waving their arms and legs and making a ruckus. Recently, Su Qingsheng has been somewhat annoyed because the 3 little ones have all grown teeth, and breastfeeding them is often quite a painful experience. But this time, upon seeing this, Su Qingsheng was overjoyed. Chapter 323, Even Xiao Bao has betrayed us? Su Qingsheng was overjoyed. It's because the 3 little monsters, specifically Da Bao and Xiao Bao, have started calling for their mothers with unclear pronunciation. Mommy, mother. She rushed to the crib, picked up both the baby and the infant, and gave them a loving hug and kiss. My child can finally call me Mama. Waha. At this moment, she finally understood why that jerk was so smug and excited when he was called Dad that day. Call me Mom. Mother. Call me Mom. Mother. To Su Qingqing's surprise, her pronunciation was actually getting clearer and clearer. After cuddling with Da Bao and Xiao Bao, my heart was filled with joy. I picked up my second child and, with a face full of anticipation, began to teach him. Second child. Come here, say Mama. Mama. Bao stared with his big, dark eyes. His expression was initially somewhat confused. After Su Qingsheng taught her a few times, she hesitated for a moment, and finally called out, Mommy, Mommy. Oh, great, great, Su Qingqing exclaimed in delight. Bao, keep calling me Mama. Mommy, Mommy. AI. Seeing that Bao's performance was also very impressive, Su Qingqing was gratified and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. All right, my 3 little ones can all call me Mommy now. Instantly, I felt a sweetness in my heart that surpassed even the sweetness of eating a dozen jars of honey. Husband, look, our 3 little babies can all call me Mama now. Su Qingqing excitedly said to the person lying on the bed, just like how smug and excited he was when he was called Dad. If it weren't for the fact that it was broad daylight, well, I really wanted to have a little fun with him to celebrate. I saw it. Jiang Chen got up lazily. It's just that it can call me Mom now. Look how happy you are. Our little baby is very smart. It has been calling Dad for several days now, okay? Cut. How about we have a little demonstration? Let's see if the babies call me Dad or Mom. Su Qingsheng was in high spirits and took the initiative to challenge them. Sure. But the 3 babies are hungry. Can't you let them eat first? Jiang Chen accepted the girl's challenge while reminding her. Oh, that's true. Su Qingsheng realized that when the 3 little ones first started calling for their mother, it was because it was mealtime and they wanted to eat their grandmother's food. She was wearing pajamas. She immediately lifted her clothes and started breastfeeding, and Jiang Chen came over to help. Before long, the 3 little mythical beasts were fed. Unlike before, when I would eat and sleep, and then eat again after waking up, I now sleep a considerable amount of time, but my activity time has also increased significantly. How about we begin? Su Qingqing asked. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. I'll go first. Little ones, call me Daddy. Papa. Daddy. The 3 little ones called out, Daddy, without hesitation. Yes. Jiang Chen responded, happily giving a thumbs up. TCH, my turn. Su Qingqing scoffed, then said confidently with a smile. Little babies, come on, call me Mommy. Mommy. Dad. Dad. Su Qingqing was completely stunned. Wait a minute, weren't they all just calling me Mom? After several attempts to guide them, the little ones still called him Dad. Left with no other choice, she picked up her most obedient and well-behaved baby, her voice even softer. Baby, come here, call me Mommy Mommy. Daddy, Daddy, Xiao Bao answered without hesitation. Su Qingqing was stunned, her smile freezing on her face. Oh my God, what's going on? Even Xiao Bao has betrayed us. In an instant, the ecstasy from before vanished, and for a moment, even the joy of being a mother disappeared. No, what's going on? Su Qingqing scratched her head in confusion. Turning her head, she asked Jiang Chen with feigned ferocity. Tell me honestly, was it you? You're the one who instigated them to not call me Mom. Seeing the girl's expression, Jiang Chen was secretly delighted. How could that be? But honey, let me guess. What I said may not be entirely accurate. It's just that the little ones might recognize people. I spend most of my time taking care of them, especially in the evenings. They might prefer to call him Dad. After a while, they should be able to call their father and mother correctly. So you see, is this my fault? Why don't I blame you? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing thought this might be a reasonable explanation, but she still stubbornly insisted. Because of this, doesn't that mean that her 3 little ones are now closer to that pig's trotter? Why should I? Therefore, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The angrier he gets, the less he can contain himself. Thus, evil thoughts arise from the heart, and anger rises from within. Suddenly, she jumped up and bit Jiang Chen unexpectedly. This time, she didn't bite his arm, but his ear. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen covered his ears, wincing in pain. This girl. They launched a sneak attack, and they even escalated it? How can this be tolerated? Following. It's just a reversal and a crackdown. Su Qingqing, who was suppressed on the spot, suddenly realized that she had been playing with fire and causing a disaster. It's over. Someone's about to unleash their animalistic instincts again. In a panic, she tried to appease Jiang Chen. Honey, I really didn't mean to. It's just that the baby suddenly stopped calling me Mommy, and I'm a little upset. It's not directed at you, just let it out. Oh, so you're still not upset? I'm not upset anymore. I just gently bit your ear. How could I still be upset? It's good that you're not upset anymore. Don't be afraid, honey. I'll gently nibble your ear too. No, you actually whispered in someone's ear. An ear for an ear? Well, the kids are all grown up. They're watching. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? That's all right. They can't even call their mothers properly. What could they possibly understand? Su Qingqing felt a wave of helplessness and regret. I regret it. Ring ring. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Someone had come to visit. Honey, someone's here. Go open the door. Su Qingqing cried out, as if grasping at a straw. No need. It's fine to have the person wait a while. Jiang Chen immediately replied. He thought to himself, I'm getting intimate with my wife right now, so I'll give her a taste of her own medicine. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he'd have to wait at the door. A few seconds later, Jiang Chen released the girl. Su Qingqing blushed deeply. What does it mean to escalate the situation What does it mean to charge interest, and what does it mean to be shameless? Pig's trotter is it? Why? I'm completely under his control for the rest of my life. Honey, are you inside? I'll go open the door, Jiang Chen said with a smile, giving her another peck. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Qingsheng gave her a playful glare. After calming the three little monsters down, I went to wash up. But I was also a little curious, since it was so early in the morning and I hadn't even made breakfast yet, and someone had already come to visit. So who is this person? Chapter 324. Have you ever killed anyone? Jiang Chen went to open the door. However, I could roughly guess who it was before the door was opened. My daughter and I haven't had any takeout or delivery orders lately. There's really only one reason why someone would come in at this hour. Sure enough, after opening the door, the person greeted him first. Hello, boss. Su Qingxing came out after washing up. Seeing that there was another person in the living room, a young girl at that, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, Honey, who is this? Jiang Chen hasn't been introduced yet. The young girl was the first to greet her. Hello, boss lady. Su Qingsheng was surprised for a moment, then realized, You're the female bodyguard my husband hired? Yes. The girl nodded. Su Qingxing looked her up and down. The other person had a cool and aloof appearance, short hair, sharp eyes, and a heroic demeanor. Compared to Kong Shi, his aura was far stronger. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yin Ning. I have practiced martial arts since childhood and am proficient in various fighting techniques and firearms. You're an expert in firearms? Su Qingxing asked in surprise. Yes, I'm a female warrior in the military. I've participated in numerous battles, both domestically and internationally. I'm a retired Special Forces soldier, and being proficient in all kinds of firearms and equipment is just a basic skill, Yin Ning explained. Oh, Su Qingxing thought to herself, this female bodyguard that someone hired for me is really something else. She's actually a female military leader. Moreover, he participated in multiple battles? Have you ever killed anyone? Su Qingxing asked without thinking, then immediately realized it was a bit abrupt and inappropriate. Sorry, It's all right, Yin Ning smiled. As a soldier, it was my duty to serve my country and fight the enemy. He didn't answer directly, but spoke frankly, a hint of murderous intent lurking between his brows. Su Qingxing was surprised. After that, we poured water, sat down, and chatted. We had a brief chat. Su Qingxing discovered this Yin Ning. Despite her cold exterior, she's actually very approachable and speaks in a friendly manner. Of course, this might be because I'm her boss. Jiang Chen also had an unexpected experience. Although I knew some basic information about Yin Ning through the system, I was still somewhat surprised when I saw him in person. After all, the so-called top female bodyguard with maxed-out combat skills is not at all burly or the type of woman who looks like a tomboy. On the contrary, Yin Ning has a rather delicate appearance and a rather slender build. Could it be Lin Daiyu uprooting the willow tree? Su Qingxing shared the same doubt. According to Yin Ning's introduction, he seemed quite capable, but he himself didn't look particularly fierce on the outside. Finally, unable to resist, I tentatively asked again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen looked over with great interest. Seeing this, Yin Ning knew that his chance to shine in front of the boss and his wife had come. So she smiled slightly and said, Okay. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. The porcelain cup she used for drinking water was instantly crushed in her grip, then crunched. Crunch. And then, she calmly crushed it into small pieces. Yin Ning's hands were as strong as steel bars and iron. Su Qingqing's eyes widened involuntarily. That strength. For a moment, I was speechless. It was unbelievable that a woman who looked so frail could possess such strength. But, is this the female bodyguard that this scoundrel hired for himself? It gives me an incredible sense of security. Or maybe tonight. I could offer myself again. No, I should take the initiative. Su Qingsheng thought to herself. She couldn't help but glance at the person she had just been cursing as shameless, and a barely perceptible blush flashed across her face. Chapter 325. To die beneath the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, is still romantic. On the other side, seeing that Yin Ning easily crushed the porcelain cup, Jiang Chen noticed that Yin Ning had easily crushed it. I'm very satisfied. Well, This really is a case of uprooting a willow tree and bringing down Lin Daiyu. Not bad, not bad. It was just a tiny bit away from me. The abilities of the female bodyguard. He was relieved. Of course, the most crucial and important thing is that Yan Ning is 100% loyal to both himself and Xiaoyu. After all, a small goal isn't something you can achieve for nothing. After Jiang Chen explained the future work arrangements to Yan Ning, and Su Qingqing also offered her own idea. Why don't you just become my driver and personal assistant? Okay, boss. Okay, boss lady, Yan Ning replied. Whenever Jiang Chen is around, Su Qingqing doesn't need protection at all. Jiang Chen himself can be the most reliable bodyguard in the world. At the same time, Jiang Chen didn't want Yan Ning to live at home, as it would disrupt their time together. Yan Ning was also very sensible. He only stayed by Su Qingqing's side as her driver and personal assistant when she was commuting to and from get off work alone or attending meetings or events by herself. In conclusion, it should appear when it is appropriate, and resolutely not appear in situations or at times it is inappropriate. Jiang Chen couldn't be more satisfied with this. After Jiang Chen acquired the land in Dazai, north of the city, the land price soared due to the official announcement of the subway plan. Since the land covered thousands of acres, Qingqin Technology also chose to locate its new factory there. Su Qingqing got busy again. Besides working at Qingqin Technology Company and handling daily affairs, I also have to inspect the construction site in Dazai, north of the city, from time to time. Although busy, however, seeing the new factory plan progressing smoothly, she also felt extremely accomplished. That day, Jiang Chen stays at home taking care of her child and experimenting with some new complementary foods. As the little ones grew older, their appetites became more discerning and they started to enjoy eating fruit. So Jiang Chen made some fruit puree for them. Su Qingqing went to work. After finishing up company business, he took Yan Ning to the construction site to check on the progress of the new factory's construction. The new product is selling so well that demand far exceeds supply. Many wholesalers came to our door looking for goods, and not only domestic ones, but also some foreign wholesalers who wanted to get some goods to take to their own countries. Therefore, the most urgent task is to expand production scale as soon as possible. Overseeing the progress of the new factory has become one of Su Qingqing's important daily tasks. President Su, my brothers and I worked overtime to get this done. Don't worry, the factory construction is proceeding according to plan, even a few days ahead of schedule. As for the completion date, I won't brag to you that it will be completed by the end of this month. I guarantee the factory will be completed and the equipment and production lines will be installed by next month. Production will officially begin at the beginning of next month. Old Chen, who was in charge of the construction of the new factory, reported to Su Qingqing that because the progress was indeed very smooth, he almost patted his chest to guarantee it. Okay, Lao Chen, you've worked hard. Wait until the new factory expansion is completed. In addition to your regular salary and bonuses, you and your men will each receive an extra large bonus based on your contribution. Su Qingqing told Lao Chen that she had unconsciously followed someone else's example and made a promise. A big red envelope for everyone. Okay. Old Chen was overjoyed when he heard that. Then, Mr. Su, since you've put it this way, then my brothers and I need to work even harder to finish ahead of schedule and make sure the quality is top-notch. When the time comes, you'd better give the brothers a really big red envelope. Old Chen joked again, seizing the opportunity. Don't worry, it will. Su Qingqing immediately agreed. The new product is selling extremely well. The sooner the expansion plan is completed, the sooner the company can make more money. Old Chen and his group really worked very hard, often working overtime to meet deadlines. Once the expansion plan is completed, each of them deserves a big bonus. After explaining things to Lao Chen, Su Qingqing went to the temporary office at the construction site. In the office, CFO Wang Shuiqin had just finished checking all the accounts for the expansion of the new factory and was about to report to Su Qingqing. In order to expand production as quickly as possible, Su Qingqing, to some extent, spared no expense in providing support, including money, manpower, and material resources. While the new factory is under rapid construction, it is essential to keep sound financial records and prevent embezzlement and waste of funds. Young married woman. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Su Qingsheng looked up and saw that it was Jiang Chen who had arrived with 3 little divine beasts. Huh? What brings you here? Su Qingsheng asked in surprise. The kids missed their mom, so when I heard you were here, I brought them over, Jiang Chen said with a smile, pushing the stroller inside. Su Qingsheng thought to herself, what do you mean? The kids want this? They're so young, they can't even call me mom properly yet. What do they want? It's all your fault. But, even if it was someone's idea, her heart was still warm. Honey, wait a bit with the kids, I'm going over the accounts with Mr. Wang. Okay. Jiang Chen found a seat and sat down. Turning her head, she saw Yan Ning, Su Qingsheng's bodyguard, sitting quietly beside her. Not long after, Wang Shuiqin finished her account report. It's all right, no problems. Su Qingsheng nodded, indicating her satisfaction. Then Mr. Su. Look, the accounts have been reconciled. I'll head back to the company now if I have nothing else to do, Wang Shuiqin said to Su Qingsheng, glancing around the office. Miss Su's husband and child have arrived. She didn't want to be tactless and stay as a third wheel. Okay, let's go back. Su Qingsheng didn't think too much about it. All right, goodbye, Ms. Su. Goodbye, Chairman. Wang Shuiqin said goodbye to the couple and quickly left. At this moment, Su Qingsheng walked towards Jiang Chen. But after glancing over, he couldn't help but wonder, where's Yan Ning? Wasn't she just sitting over there? Well, I saw she was sitting there with nothing to do, so I let her go for a walk around the construction site outside, Jiang Chen said, his thick-skinned face not blushing at all. Are you all right sitting here? You want her to go and take a look around the construction site? Su Qingsheng was initially puzzled. But we've been married for so long and know each other inside and out. She understood perfectly well what Jiang Chen meant. Sigh, he just thought she was in his way and wanted more time alone with her. It's just a coincidence, but actually she thought the same thing. And pig's trotters. Well, even if the two of them were inseparable for 1,000 years, she wouldn't get tired of it. Of course, as always, while she was happy inside, she still maintained a tough exterior. TCH, just admit you kicked them out. Seeing that he had been exposed, Jiang Chen smiled sheepishly and said, It's good that you knew. Su Qingsheng glanced at it. She squatted down with a happy heart, wearing the loving expression of a loving mother, to look at her 3 little monsters. By the way, you just said that you came because the 3 kids missed their mother? I think you wanted to come yourself, didn't you? Su Qingsheng said, while teasing the child, trying to press her advantage and get the man to admit that he missed her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen denied it this time. Honey, to be honest, I didn't want to come, but I know you're busy with the expansion of the new factory, so I'd rather not bother you. But this time, it really wasn't me, it was mainly the 3 kids. They were shouting and yelling for their mother. What? They're yelling and calling for mom? Su Qingsheng exclaimed in surprise. So, they're calling for mom on their own now. Yes. Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng was thrilled. Meanwhile, in a high-end hotel, Shen Xinyi was sitting on the sofa with a man, drinking and chatting together. The two were acting intimately, and the atmosphere was unusually ambiguous. Young Master Tang, then I'll leave this matter to you. I only have one younger brother, and Jiang Chen put him in jail. I really can't swallow this insult. Wang Yuan is a real scoundrel. My brother was his former brother-in-law, and I worked like a slave for him before. This time, instead of helping me get revenge, he advised me not to mess with that Jiang Chen. Huh. So what if I'm a coward? Why all the high-sounding talk? I refuse to believe it. I'm going to stand up for my brother. The more Shen Xinyi spoke, the angrier she became, her mouth flaring with anger. Tang Wenhao glanced at it, secretly drooling. Xiaonan, don't you trust me, Tang Wenhao, to handle things? Since that Wang Yuan is a coward, it's okay. I'm here for you. Let's put it that way. I'll do what Wang Yuan dares not do. I'll offend those whom Wang Yuan wouldn't offend. Tang Wenhao made a lot of boastful claims to Shen Xiaonan. Speaking of which, his Tang family is also a powerful family in Sihai City. Although it is not as powerful as the Wang family, it is not far behind. Moreover, he and that Wang Yuan do not get along. He had once coveted Shen Xiaonan's body and pursued her. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuan interfered, and Shen Xiaonan married Wang Yuan. This had made him quite unhappy. Now that Wang Yuan and Shen Xiaonan are divorced, and Shen Xiaonan is asking him for a favor, she is taking the initiative to show her affection, making explicit and implicit advances, so of course he can't resist her. As for Jiang Chen, he knew a little about him and knew that he was a young upstart in Sihai City, and not someone to be offended. But, compared to Shen Xiaonan's advances and his desire for revenge against Wang Yuan, he didn't hesitate to test the waters. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to die a romantic death. Chapter 326, You Should At Least Kiss Me a Few More Times. Upon hearing Tang Wenhao's words, Shen Xiaonan's expression brightened with joy. Compared to Wang Yuan, Tang Wenhao had a round head and a short neck, and was quite fat. However, as long as it could avenge his younger brother, he was willing to submit to Tang Wenhao. Moreover, the Tang family is not weak in the world. If I submit to him, I can live a life of luxury and wealth, just like before. And it'll infuriate that coward Wang Yuan. Young Master Tang, Shen Xiaonan thought to herself, her tone becoming increasingly suggestive as she moved closer to Tang Wenhao. How do you plan to avenge my brother? That's easy. That Jiang Chen has multiple businesses across the country, except for chain barbecue restaurants. He and his wife also run a company called Chen Technology. They recently built a new factory in Disarray, north of the city. We are currently working day and night to keep up with the demand. I'll take it one step at a time. I won't do anything else. First, I'll get some of my underworld friends to sabotage that new factory. Tang Wenhao said confidently. Take it one step at a time. Smash his new factory first. Great. Shen Xiaonan's eyes lit up, then she said happily. Young Master Tang, since that's the case, let's get started right away. Well, Tang Wenhao grinned lewdly, moving closer to Shen Xiaonan's body. Don't worry, I've already sent people over. What? You've already sent people? Faced with Tang Wenhao's actions, Shen Xiaonan instinctively resisted, but after hearing what he said, she was so surprised that she stopped moving. Yes, Tang Wenhao said. I already have quite a few friends in the underworld. My Tang family once did them a favor, so letting a bunch of them go and cause trouble is just a matter of me sending a message on my phone. Moreover, sabotaging their new factory is just the appetizer. Next step. What's the next step? Shen Xiaonan asked anxiously. Next step, Tang Wenhao sneered. That depends on your performance first, ha. Seeing that things had come to this point, Shen Xiaonan felt that Tang Wenhao had some skills and could indeed avenge her brother, so she simply stopped resisting. He sneered inwardly. Jiang Chen, don't get too cocky. In the temporary office of Chen Technology's new factory in Disarray, north of the city, when Su Qingqing heard Jiang Chen say that the three little ones could call her mom, on their own, she was overjoyed. I was immediately filled with excitement. Speaking of which, when this person first came in, she was still criticizing the three little ones for not being able to say mama properly, but now they can. So I tried it, and it worked. The three little monsters can all say mama now. Unlike before when they always called papa first, now they can almost distinguish between them. When you see your father, call him dad. When you see your mother, call her mom. Of course, there are also instances of inaccurate pronunciation and occasional mispronunciation. But this baby is only 5 months old, yet he can already recognize people and has started consciously calling them daddy and mommy. Honey, how did you do that? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Oh, I didn't do anything. I was free this morning, so I taught the 3 babies to say daddy and mommy. After a while, the 3 little ones started saying it on their own. At first, it was just random shouting of dad and mom. Then they all called out mom at the same time, as if they had made a pact. But husband, Su Qingqing said, generally speaking, babies usually start saying daddy and mommy around 6 or 7 months old, but they usually start consciously saying daddy and mommy after 10 months or more. What's so special about that? Jiang Chen said cheerfully. Our 3 little babies are smart. Yes, that's true. Su Qingqing nodded mua. Unable to resist, she suddenly kissed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen asked in confusion, Honey, you just kissed me? What's wrong? You're my husband. We've had 3 adorable and smart babies together. Shouldn't I kiss you? No, honey. What I mean is, why did you only kiss me once? Just one kiss. Yeah, a husband as good as me. You should at least kiss me a few more times. This is a temporary office. How about we find somewhere else, and you can have some more? Cut. Who's going to ask you for more? One is enough. Su Qingqing gave a reproachful look. However, the three little ones were also hungry. It was inconvenient to breastfeed in this temporary office, as it wasn't her own space, so she wanted to breastfeed in her car. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen took the baby and went out with her. Once outside, Su Qingqing suddenly remembered her bodyguard, Yin Ning. Honey, where did Yin Ning go? You're worried about her? She's a grown woman, just wandering around the construction site. How could she get lost or run into any bad guys? Besides, even if she does run into bad guys, who's afraid of whom is still uncertain. That's true, but when we get back, we should tell them. Okay, I'll talk to her about it later. Chapter 327 Construction Site Vandalism Incident. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing took the child to the car. The young couple were very skilled at feeding their three little monsters. After finishing their milk, the three little ones were still hungry, so Jiang Chen made 3 more cups of iron-fortified rice cereal for them. Because of hunger, the three little monsters were eating rice noodles and enjoying it very much. The 2 babies finished eating quickly, but the little one lingered a bit. Go, Xiaobao. Your older brother and sister have finished eating. You should hurry up too. Su Qingqing hugged Xiaobao and couldn't help but encourage him softly. Xiaobao seemed to understand his mother's encouragement and actually sped up a little. And looking at the 3 chubby little ones, Jiang Chen also wore a doting expression, like a loving father. I couldn't help but think about what would happen next. When they get a little older, big enough to be able to eat some porridge by themselves with a spoon, it will definitely be even more interesting to watch them eat. Eating is like planting rice. It inevitably results in spills everywhere. Buzz. Just then, Su Qingqing's phone rang. It was Lao Chun, who was in charge of the construction of the new factory, calling. Hey, Mr. Su, something terrible has happened. A group of masked thugs came to the main gate, told us to stop work, and then started vandalizing the construction site without warning. As soon as the call connected, Lao Chen anxiously reported to Su Qingqing. What? A bunch of masked thugs are vandalizing the construction site. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, wondering why a bunch of thugs had suddenly appeared. Who have I offended recently? Did you call the police? They asked again. The police have been called. I told them I called the police, but those people weren't afraid at all. Instead, they became even more aggressive and vandalized the place. Old Chen replied. Good. I'll go check it out right away. Su Qingqing replied and hung up the phone. Jiang Chen listened to the whole thing from the side and was somewhat surprised when he finished. Under the clear and bright sky, how can these thugs be so audacious? They're not even afraid of the police. But, since these people knew to wear masks, they were clearly not completely brainless. They came prepared. I've become quite familiar with the police officers. Who knows? As for Yin Ning, he was a little puzzled. Wasn't Yin Ning just wandering around the construction site? Why didn't he stop him? Did he just not run into him, or did he slip away for something? Wife, I'll go with you. Jiang Chen immediately thought to himself. As the chairman of the board, I have a responsibility to resolve the trouble caused at the new factory construction site. Besides, with me there, I don't have to worry about the girl's safety. Su Qingqing nodded. Just then, Xiaobao finished eating. Then, after tidying up and settling the 3 little monsters, the 2 prepared to drive to the main gate of the construction site. Who knew? As luck would have it, the 3 little ones pooped again. What should I do about my husband? Su Qingqing asked awkwardly. Let's change the diaper first. Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. The fact that someone vandalized the construction site is certainly a big deal, but the losses are all financial. But nothing can compare to the damage to my 3 little ones. The main entrance to the construction site. A group of thugs dressed in black and wearing masks arrogantly swung iron bars, smashed the surrounding security cameras, and then drove the workers away. Smash and destroy everything that can be smashed. In a panic, the construction site security guards tried to stop them, but were quickly kicked and shoved and were too scared to show their faces. The person in charge, Lao Chun, also got hit a few times. However, she mustered her courage and still stood up to say some good things. not a few young men. Don't get agitated. Can't we talk things out calmly? Why do you have to start smashing and destroying things right away? That's all money. What do you want? Just tell me, okay? Can't you understand human language, huh? The leader of the thugs, a man with a scar near his eye, sneered. Didn't I just say that? We're here with only one demand. Stop construction on your site, and don't build anything else. But you won't listen to me. What can I do? What? You're telling us to stop construction and not build anything anymore. Old Shen exclaimed in surprise. Why? Why? Ask your boss, the scarred man said. But since you asked, I can tell you something. Your new factory will disrupt the feng shui of this place. You know, those abandoned factory buildings used to be so nice. How pristine. Why is your boss so foolish? Even if it disrupts the feng shui, he should still build a new factory here. Brothers, don't you agree? Right. You're disrupting the feng shui, and you still think you're right. Yeah, it's ruining the feng shui and affecting the fortunes of a whole bunch of us neighbors. If our fortunes are affected, we won't be able to pick up girls. If we can't pick up girls, we'll get angry. If we get angry, what's the point of keeping your newly built factory here? Logical loop, perfect. Hurrah! Brothers, smash it. Smash it hard. Facing a group of arrogant thugs, Old Chun cursed inwardly. These bastards, what kind of feng shui is this? They're clearly just deliberately trying to cause trouble and ruin things. After scolding, he became extremely anxious. After all, President Su had promised them that if the new factory was completed as soon as possible, they would all receive extra bonuses, and if they did well, they might even get a promotion. But it's only been a short time. The construction site was vandalized by those bastards, who even threatened that construction would be prohibited in the future. That's fucking ridiculous. What a scoundrel. Because he was in such a hurry, he accidentally cursed out loud, which was overheard by a thug. The thug was furious and charged at Old Chun with a stick in his hand. Old Chun is in his 40s or 50s. He's never seen anything like this before. He was so frightened that he took off running. Fortunately, the thugs didn't chase after him, but continued to vandalize the site. In just a few minutes, the construction site was completely ransacked by those thugs. Destroy everything that the machine can destroy. All the glass they encountered was shattered. Even the door to the makeshift toilet at the construction site was kicked down, and a yellow dog guarding the site was whipped away with a stick, squeaking as it ran off. Let's go, brothers. The scarred man who was leading the group checked the time, waved his hand, and was about to tell the group to leave quickly. Of course, they wanted to slip away before the police arrived. Let's go. I'll let you off this time. But you guys better not forget this lesson. That's right. If they dare to continue construction, we'll smash it every time we see it. If they anger us, it won't be as simple as just smashing up the construction site. A group of thugs were cursing and swearing. He uttered a few harsh words and smugly prepared to leave. But, as I was leaving, a young girl stopped me. It was Yin Ning. Jiang Chen was right. Yin Ning had indeed slipped away earlier. After being kicked out by Jiang Chen, she wandered around the construction site for a while. I was thinking about the boss and his wife together. Who knows what might happen? It won't be over anytime soon. As a young woman, she shouldn't go back and bother them. Since I was thirsty, I decided to go out and wander around for a while, and then stop by the roadside convenience store to buy a bottle of water. When I got back, they ran into a group of thugs who had just vandalized the construction site and were trying to escape before the police arrived. After instantly understanding the situation, Yin Ning's gaze immediately sharpened. Are you looking for death? Get out of the way. The thug at the front shouted angrily when he saw someone blocking the doorway, and then reached out to pull Yin Ning aside. Unexpectedly, snap. Before my hand even touched the other person, it was slapped to the ground, and I was in so much pain that my hand was throbbing. Wow, you've got some skills. The group of thugs were startled. The scarred man in the lead saw that Yin Ning, a girl who looked rather thin, actually had such extraordinary skills. I was quite surprised. Surprised as I was. Then his expression turned fierce again, because if they delayed any longer, the police would arrive, and things would get out of hand. Everyone, attack together. Cripple her. After saying that, a sinister smile appeared in the scarred man's eyes. It is said that two fists can't beat four hands. This woman is indeed quite skilled. She could easily take on 1 or 2 opponents. But what if a dozen or so people swarm on her? Besides, this girl is pretty good. She's got a wild streak. If we tame her and take her back, that would be quite an experience. However, to his utter astonishment, thump, 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 thump. With a series of sounds like punching a sandbag, his group of brave and fierce brothers were all knocked to the ground in a very short time. They were all seriously injured and wailing in agony. Chapter 328: The Heartless Assassin. Seeing how fierce the opponent was, the scarred man leading the group was terrified. Holy crap! A seemingly delicate and gentle girl had taken down more than a dozen thugs in an instant. That's incredibly awesome. Thump. Sensing the murderous intent in Yan Ning's eyes, the scarred man's knees buckled, and he knelt down. Now let's talk about old Chen. Back then, a thug grabbed me with a stick and scared me so much that I ran away. Fearing a beating, he dared not go any closer and simply ran off to find Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and his wife had finished changing the diapers for their 3 little monsters and were driving towards the main gate of the construction site, but they were moving slowly because of the bad road conditions. Old Chen ran for a while and met them, immediately panting as he spoke. President Su, Chairman. Those bastards are completely out of control. They were carrying iron bars, hitting anyone they saw and smashing anything they could get their hands on. They were clearly a bunch of violent thugs. They were just too arrogant. Old Chen, are you all right? Su Qingqing asked. It's all right. At most, we'll just get hit a few times. They're not really targeting anyone. They're just causing trouble and threatening to stop us from continuing construction, Old Chen said. Oh. Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that everyone is all right, Jiang Chen said. Old Chen, let's go take a look together. Going together? Now. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. No, Chairman, President Su. We called the police, but they haven't arrived yet. Those thugs are such bastards. They beat people up. Should we wait a bit before going? Old Chen suggested. No need. Get in the car, Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Old Chen had no choice but to get in the car and sit in the front passenger seat. If the boss wasn't afraid, why should he be? Honey, Old Chen said there were a whole group of them. Su Qingqing knew how formidable he was, but she still couldn't help but remind him with concern. It's all right, don't worry. Jiang Chen comforted him. He didn't take them seriously at all. They were just a bunch of thugs with iron bars. Soon, when they arrived at the scene, the people in the car were taken aback. Those thugs definitely didn't leave. The scene was indeed a mess, but the problem is, these guys were incredibly arrogant back then. They were lying on the ground. It was as pathetic as it could get. Old Chen, are these the thugs you were talking about? Jiang Chen asked Old Chen with a surprised look after getting out of the car. Su Qingqing also looked at Old Chen. His expression was full of confusion. You're making the situation sound incredibly urgent and serious. Is that all? Seeing the scene around him, Old Chen looked like he'd seen a ghost. He never imagined that things would turn out like this in just a few minutes after he left. I don't know either. What's going on? Who did this? Old Chen was completely bewildered and turned to ask his group of co-workers. The workers all looked to one side, where a girl sitting quietly drinking water stood up. I did it. You did this. Old Chen was surprised and looked her up and down. Wasn't this President Su's driver? A girl who looked quite quiet on the outside. How could she be so awesome? Jiang Chen saw it. He immediately adopted a matter-of-fact expression. Yan Ning dealing with a bunch of thugs was a piece of cake. Well, at least Yan Ning didn't get lost and finally made a move. Su Qingqing was initially surprised. Then I thought about it. These are the bodyguards that the pigs' trotters arranged. It would be strange if they were more powerful and arrogant. I even saw her crush a porcelain cup before. Tick-tock. With the sound of sirens, several police cars arrived at the scene. As the person in charge of the construction site, Lao Chen immediately went to greet them. Where are the troublemakers who caused the damage? The police officers asked Old Chen as soon as they got out of their car. They were somewhat surprised to see the construction site so quiet. Did they all run away? No, they're all on the ground. Old Chen hurriedly replied. They're all on the ground. Yes, those are the ones lying on the ground. Who did this? Me. Yan Ning stepped forward. The police officers glanced at Yan Ning. He immediately had the same expression as old Chen back then, somewhat incredulous, because the police reported that the troublemakers were a group of thugs wielding iron bars. They brought guns, stun grenades, steel forks, shields, and so on. So those thugs were taken down by this girl. You really can't judge a book by its cover. However, since those thugs were taken down, it saved them a lot of trouble. They then went to check on the thugs on the ground. I almost burst out laughing when I saw it. Because those thugs are all old acquaintances. Several of them are even wanted by the police. Zhao Monkey, long time no see, one of the police officers in the lead said with a smile to the scarred man on the ground. Zhao Monkey. Zhao Hazy gave a wry smile. Have to. What the hell is this bad luck? They thought they could just show off their gang and then leave smoothly. But who knew a female bodhisattva would suddenly appear and beat them all up? As for him, he was so frightened that he knelt down. But taking advantage of the female bodhisattva's inattention, he tried to escape. After all, he was wanted by the police, and if he was caught by the police, he would be in big trouble. Just as he was about to run away, the female bodhisattva spotted him and kicked him. That kick almost broke his own leg. Why? Well, it's all Tang Wenhao's fault. Of all people to mess with, he had to go and cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Now look what's happened. He's really screwed himself and his crew over. Afterwards, the police took Zhao Hazy and others, Lao Chun and Yin Ning aside for questioning. Zhao Hazy and his gang, needless to say, were arrested for their acts of provoking trouble, intimidating others, and deliberately damaging others' property. However, if you get arrested, you'll lose money. Afterwards, Lao Chun checked it. He drew up a compensation list, which included all losses at the construction site, personal injury compensation, and emotional distress compensation for the beaten co-workers, security guards, and himself, etc. Detailed and numerous. Zhao Hazy read it and had basically no objections. He accepted his loss, but when he saw that he also had to compensate for the personal injury of a dog, no, the dog's personal injury, he was a little taken aback. No, why do I have to compensate for the loss of a dog? Why not? Take that yellow dog that guards our construction site, for example. Did you hit it or not? It looks like someone hit it with a stick. That settles it. Let me tell you, our construction site's yellow dog is usually very hard-working and popular, but after you hit it with a stick, it's now lame and in so much pain it hasn't left its kennel for 2 days. After the construction site vandalism incident, construction of the new factory has once again entered a fast track. Seeing that things were going smoothly at the company, Su Qingsheng said to Jiang Chen, "Honey, shall we go to Shanghai?" "What are you going to Shanghai for? To see your parents?" "Yes, look, our little baby is already 5 months old. We didn't go before for various reasons, and we live far away. Now that we have some free time and the child is not so young, our family should at least pay a visit to my parents, right?" "Okay," Jiang Chen readily agreed. "We've been engaged for quite a while now, so it's really time to visit my future in-laws." Afterwards, the young couple discussed going to Shanghai. For a family of 5, with 3 children, flying is a real struggle. A private jet would be better, but buying one now is quite difficult. Let's take a look. Let's just drive. It's more flexible, and we can go whenever we want. Jiang Chen decided to simply buy a motorhome. We want more space and better amenities so that our little girl and 3 other little monsters can be comfortable and not feel cramped on the road. Go to Shanghai. Treat it as a trip. Why don't we let Yin Ning go too? It would be good to have someone to look after him along the way, Su Qingsheng suddenly suggested. Well, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying. That works too. Su Qingsheng naturally understood what Jiang Chen was thinking. But brother, that's a motorhome. He's just your driver. How could that affect us in the back? Besides, the RV is so spacious. Isn't that enough for you to move around in? Jiang Chen then called Yin Ning over and told her about their plan to go to Shanghai together. Okay, boss. Yin Ning readily agreed, but his expression remained unchanged, showing no emotion. Su Qingsheng couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Yin Ning, why do you always have such a tense expression? She gives off a kind of, cold feeling. She's so young. Could she have just broken up with someone and been hurt? They've gotten to know each other better these days, and she often jokes around with Yin Ning. Yes, Yin Ning, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Jiang Chen chimed in, joining in the conversation. No, no. Ning finally couldn't help but laugh when her boss and his wife joked with her. Her expression was somewhat charming and a little embarrassed. Well, that's just my personality. I don't like to show any expression. Back when I was serving in the military and on missions, my comrades called me a heartless killer. Upon hearing the name, emotionless killer, Jiang Chen immediately recalled a certain funny meme. But this one, yes, he's a real killer. Chapter 329, A Silver-Painted Spearhead. Tang Wenhao was furious when he learned that Zhao Houzi and his gang had been wiped out by the police after their threats failed. What a fucking idiot. Before they went, they were bragging to me about how efficient and clean they were at work. And they even said that the Tang family had treated them well, thinking they'd be useful. But who knew? They all got arrested. Damn it, you bunch of idiots. Tang Wenhao cursed loudly, and in his anger, he went to find Shen Xinyi again. She was, after all, the goddess I couldn't have back then. No matter what, whether she's divorced or a second-hand woman, only she can soothe my depression right now. Shen Xinyi. After learning that Zhao Houzi and his gang had failed, they didn't blame them. Because she knew Tang Wenhao's abilities, if one move failed, he would have a follow-up move. Tang Wenhao actually thought the same thing. Therefore, the two of them, they hit it off immediately. But, speaking of Zhao Houzi and his gang, Shen Xinyi suddenly thought of something. Young Master Tang, if Zhao Houzi and his gang get arrested by the police, will they implicate you? No, Tang Wenhao said immediately. Although Zhao Houzi is not very capable, but he still values loyalty. Besides, my Tang family once did him a favor and saved his life. No matter what, he won't betray me. Okay, that's fine then, Shen Xinyi said. Since young Master Tang failed this time, then next time, don't worry, I have a backup plan. As soon as I make my move, I guarantee that Jiang Chen will be in a terrible state. But right now you know what to do, right? I understand. Buzz. Tang Wenhao's phone suddenly rang. Tang Wenhao felt a surge of annoyance. He was busy right now. He didn't want to answer the phone, but it kept ringing. When he picked it up, he saw it was his dad calling, and he reluctantly answered. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call connected, I heard my dad's thunderous voice. You damn brat. Have you been causing trouble again? I'll skin you alive. Tang Wenhao was startled by his father's furious voice. No, Dad, what's wrong? What made you so angry? You still have the nerve to ask that. This afternoon, our Tang family stock was maliciously shorted. The upward trend was reversed, and the stock price plummeted to the daily limit. I, old Tang, have always been kind to others and have never offended anyone. No doubt about it. It must be you who got into trouble outside. Tang Wenhao was completely bewildered after being thoroughly scolded by his father. It seems so. Someone is deliberately targeting the Tang family. Could it be that I really have gotten myself into trouble and offended someone? And could it really be that kid Jiang Chen? That can't be. That kid has that ability. I was just thinking about it. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Tang Wenhao and Shen Xinyi in the room were both startled. This was a top-tier suite in a 5-star luxury hotel. How could someone disturb them in the middle of the room? I was wondering about it. Drop. The room door was opened directly by swiping the card. It turned out to be a group of police officers who, with the help of the waiter, opened the door and came in. After entering, he went straight to Tang Wenhao. Tang Wenhao, right? You are suspected of extortion, disturbing public order, intentional assault, money laundering, and operating a gambling den. You're under arrest. I've been arrested? Tang Wenhao was shocked because he had indeed done these dirty things, but he had done them very discreetly, and almost no one knew about them. Do you have any evidence? He asked, feigning composure after realizing what had happened. We have evidence and witnesses. Actually, we have been tracking your various illegal and criminal activities for a long time, but we haven't made any major breakthroughs. It just so happens that recently, someone has exposed you. Someone betrayed me? Who? Zhao Sheng, nicknamed Zhao Monkey. You know him, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Wenhao, I'm so angry I could vomit blood. Damn it. The one who betrayed him was actually this Zhao Monkey. Damn it. All the Tang family's efforts towards you have been wasted. Are you even human? You've lost all your conscience. Zhao Houzi says, conscience? Conscience is a load of rubbish. As long as it can get me a reduced sentence, I'll expose all 8 generations of your Tang family ancestors. Upon seeing a group of police officers enter, they arrested Tang Wenhao on the spot. Shen Xiaonan felt a wave of fear, and then she couldn't help but curse. Damn it. It's true what they say. If you rely on someone, they'll crumble. Wang Yuan is a bastard who doesn't care about me anymore. I was just trying to climb up to Tang Wenhao's good side when Tang Wenhao got arrested. Have to. This guy is all show and no substance. It's all for nothing that I took such good care of him so many times. Just as she was trying to slip away with an innocent expression, she was suddenly stopped by the police officer. Are you Shen Xiaonan? Oh, it's me. What's wrong? You've been arrested too. Chapter 330 The Crazy Girl. And a distinguished guest arrives. What? He was arrested too. Hearing what the police officer said, Shen Xiaonan was so shocked that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Why? He tried his best to maintain a shocked and innocent expression. Why? The officer on the other end sneered. Because you caused a hit-and-run 6 months ago, resulting in the deaths of 2 people. Did you think that by secretly dismantling the vehicle and selling it for scrap, we wouldn't be able to find out? Furthermore, you are also suspected of engaging in illegal silver selling activities. Moreover, not only did they issue the document themselves, but they were also suspected of organizing and coercing others. We had leads on this and officially apprehended them recently. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaonan's face turned deathly pale. The time she fled the scene of the accident was because she was in a bad mood after divorcing Wang Yuan Gang and had been drinking. She was driving at night on a secluded road. He accidentally went a little too fast and knocked 2 people away. I didn't dare get out of the car to look at it. He immediately drove away in a panic. The next day, he learned from the news that 2 people had died. Fearing imprisonment, he secretly hired someone to scrap and dismantle the car. It was assumed that since more than half a year had passed and the police had no leads, they had gradually forgotten about the matter. Unexpected. In the end, the net of heaven is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it. As for the matter of working as a hostess, that was purely because I was short on money and wanted to earn some extra cash, but then I realized that there was no organized way to make money on my own. So I became the pimp. They did make a lot of money. But now it's all over. With several charges against him, he followed in his brother's footsteps and spent many years in jail. By the time he got out, the best years of his life would have passed. By then, I was already an unwanted, haggard old woman. Thinking like that, Shen Xiaonan immediately squatted down on the ground in utter despair. Shen Xiaonan was in despair. But when Tang Wenhao heard her conversation with the police officer, he felt not only despair, but also a collapse of his beliefs. Damn it. It turns out that the goddess I used to pursue and fawn over is now gone. Divorced and second-hand goods is one thing. But to make matters worse, she's secretly a promiscuous woman, and even a pimp. Holy crap. I'm so ashamed of myself for treating her like a treasure. Especially just now. I felt incredibly nauseous, more unbearable than eating 100 flies. No, more unbearable than eating 100 maggots. Hiccup. Suddenly, I couldn't help but vomit. Chunjiang Pavilion Villa No. 1. At home, Su Qingqing constantly communicates with her 3 little monsters. Not for any other reason than that the 3 little ones can now laugh, are starting to recognize people, and especially love calling her mom. Mother! Mother! Encouraged, the 3 little ones shouted excitedly. The sounds rose and fell. Su Qingqing was overjoyed to hear this, as if she were listening to celestial music, and she enjoyed it to the fullest, her heart filled with joy. So, she couldn't help but tell her 3 little ones everything she did. Mommy did this. Mommy did that. He explained everything in great detail. The 3 little ones seemed to understand, but no matter what, they always answered Mom. Even so, Su Qingqing was also enjoying it immensely. Young married woman. You've been doing this for almost half an hour, aren't you tired? Speaking of which, they all called me Dad before, but I wasn't this excited, was I? Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa next to me, was busy on his phone for a while. At this moment, he couldn't stand it anymore and said something. That's right. The incident of Tangjia's stock being targeted and hitting the daily limit down was something he instructed Li Jun to do. Tang Wenhao ordered Zhao Hozhi and others to vandalize the new factory construction site. So of course he wouldn't let it go easily, even though Zhao Hozhi and the others had been arrested. Tang Wenhao will also be going in soon. Even so, I was still somewhat unsatisfied. Now that she's the CEO, she's in charge of overseeing the construction of the new factory at Qingxing Technology. Causing trouble for her will have more serious consequences than causing trouble for him. The market value of Tang's listed company is only 10 billion. He has over 10 billion in cash on hand, so he targeted the Tang family's stock to give them a warning. It's necessary, and there's absolutely no pressure about it. Upon receiving Li Jun's feedback, the Tang family was thrown into a panic, thinking they had offended some important figure. Jiang Chen then put his phone away, satisfied. But as soon as he finished his work, he saw the little girl still talking to the three little mythical beasts with great joy and seriousness, as excited as if she were going crazy. I couldn't help but make a few complaints. Su Qingcheng, who was over there, was naturally dissatisfied when she heard this. In this lifetime, I've finally been called Mom. Can't I even be allowed to be happy to my heart's content? He immediately retorted, None of your business. Can I do it if I want to? Jiang Chen could only sigh and let the girl continue her tantrum. Ring ring. Just then, someone rang the doorbell. Jiang Chen checked the security camera footage and was surprised to see that it was a distinguished guest. Su Qingsheng was curious and leaned over to take a look. It's the same feeling. Well, what a distinguished guest. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened the door and welcomed the guests in. Old Liang, team leader Zhao. What brings you two here? Seeing this, Liang Zhangwo chuckled and joked. What's wrong, Xiao Jiang? Aren't you welcoming us? Where? You're welcome. Please come in. Okay. Liang Zhangwo brought Zhao Feng in. After looking around at Jiang Chen's Chunjiang Pavilion No. 1 villa, he thought to himself, this kid really knows how to enjoy life. It's so much better than my own courtyard house. In the living room, to avoid disturbing others, Su Qingxing took the three little mythical beasts to the bedroom. What brings you two leaders to my humble abode? Jiang Chen asked after serving tea. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhangwo and Zhao Feng. Everyone unconsciously twitched their lips, especially Zhao Feng, who thought to himself, damn it, this is your humble abode? If this is your humble abode, then my place is a doghouse. That's right. We came here specifically to thank you in person, Liang Zhangwo said. Thank me in person? Yes. During the Spring Festival, you were operating an excavator in Songzhuang when you unexpectedly discovered dinosaur fossils, which caused a sensation both domestically and internationally. So, you've come to present a banner? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. He also knew that the laws of the Dragon Kingdom stipulated that all cultural relics and fossils discovered on its territory, regardless of their value, belonged to the state. Therefore, the discovery of dinosaur fossils in Songzhuang was an unexpected event. Excitement is understandable, but after all, it belongs to the state and has nothing to do with me. At most, according to online rules, it would only be a banner and 500 yuan. Yes, we're here to present a banner, Liang Zhangwo said with a smile, and immediately took a banner from Zhao Feng and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is a banner, and this is the bonus. He then handed over a card. A card, Jiang Chen wondered, thinking to himself, it's just 500 yuan. Why do you need a card? That's such a waste. Chapter 331 Honey, am I pregnant? Yes, this is your reward for discovering a large number of dinosaur fossils, totaling 1 million. 1 million. I thought you'd just give me a banner and 500 yuan as a reward, Jiang Chen said with a joking tone of surprise. What reward of a banner and 500 yuan? It's just a network segment. You actually took it seriously. We'll definitely send the banner, but the bonus should be related to the value of the discovered treasure. Liang Zhangwo understood why Jiang Chen was smiling, so he explained with a smile. Yes, Jiang Chen, you've discovered not just one dinosaur fossil, but numerous, a vast expanse, a veritable treasure trove of dinosaur fossils. Zhao Feng chimed in. Take them. All right, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen accepted the banner and bank card. After accepting the gift, he noticed that Zhao Feng also had a banner in his hand, so he asked again, is this banner also for me? Not bad, Liang Zhangwo said, taking the banner from Zhao Feng again. However, This banner is to recognize your contributions to the National Security Bureau. National Security contribution? Jiang Chen wondered. Yes, Liang Zhengwo said happily. Do you remember that time you were operating the excavator and detonated a landmine, blowing open what used to be Xiao Rizi's underground military base? There, besides gold treasures and dinosaur fossils, we also found a well-preserved radio and a code book. We all thought the radio and the code book were useless. To my surprise, after sending an encrypted message on a randomly set channel using the radio, I actually received a reply. After that, we followed the clues and arrested a bunch of spies and walking 500,000s. It turns out that the gold, treasures, and dinosaur fossils that Xiao Rizi hoarded back then were actually intended to be transported back to their homeland. Even after the war, they haven't given up their evil intentions and are still searching for the whereabouts of this treasure. Jiang Chen had never expected what old Liang said. The discovery of dinosaur fossils was surprising enough at the time, but what they didn't expect was that it would later indirectly help them catch a bunch of spies and a walking 500,000. Okay. Was I just incredibly lucky? Yeah, no wonder he's a man with cheat codes. This is the banner of commendation, and this is the bonus, 1 million. Liang Zhengwo handed the banner and bank card to Jiang Chen. Thank you, sir. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the banner and bank card again. This time, I helped the National Security Department arrest a bunch of walking 500,000s. Last time, when I was fishing, I even helped them catch an unmanned underwater vehicle. As the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit, and I myself truly deserve credit. The three then sat down, drank tea, chatted, and enjoyed themselves immensely. Xiao Jiang, look at you. Recently, they've repeatedly rendered meritorious service to our national security, and each one has made significant contributions. How about it? Why not consider joining our national security force and serving the country directly? Yes, Jiang Chen. If you want to join, I'm telling you, I'll give you my position as team leader. You'll have a permanent position, plenty of manpower, and any resources you need. Just tell old Liang directly. Never mind that. Thank you for your kindness, both leaders. I'm used to being free and don't like being managed. I don't have any great ambitions. I just like to spend time with my wife and kids and earn a little money. Besides, even though I'm not in the National Security Bureau, I can still contribute to the country, can't I? All right. In that case, Xiao Jiang, we won't force you, haha. Yes, sir. But please rest assured, leader, even if I am no longer in a government department, I will continue to work hard and contribute to the prosperity and strength of our country. Jiang Chen saw Liang Lao and team leader Zhao off. Su Qingcheng then pushed the stroller into the living room. Upon seeing the 2 banners and 2 bank cards, the girl's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Chen, craning her neck and pecking at them repeatedly. So, isn't your husband amazing? Jiang Chen deliberately showed off. Actually, he was quite pleased. The 2 million reward was a bit small compared to the system rewards that were being given out so frequently lately. But after all, it was for the country's benefit. Receiving official recognition makes the 2 million yuan and the banner of appreciation have different meanings. Besides, 2 million is quite a lot. Sharp. Of course it's amazing. Su Qingxing rolled her eyes, feeling smug, and couldn't help but tiptoe and kiss him. Jiang Chen responded without any hesitation. Didn't realize you were like this, were you? You're so glib and good at putting on airs. Su Qingxing took a couple of breaths and said in a moment of leisure. Me glib tongue. Me all high and mighty. Jiang Chen asked. Yes, Su Qingxing said. What did you just say to old Liang? Even if I'm not in a government department, I promise to continue my efforts and contribute to the prosperity of our country. Isn't this perfectly respectable? Honey, you've misunderstood me. Jiang Chen lowered his head and gave me a hard peck. That was the truth, okay? Besides, isn't that right? There are many ways to contribute to the prosperity of the country, and ordinary people like us can do it too. For example, the number of newborns in our country has been decreasing in recent years. If it continues to decrease year by year, our country may encounter a major problem. So, wife, for the prosperity and strength of our country, and for the continuation of the dragon bloodline, how about we have a few more children? Roll. Su Qingsheng glared at the person as they rambled on with a straight face. That damn bastard, you pig's trotter. His skin is as thick as a city wall. They went around in circles, putting on a very high pedestal, saying things like, for the prosperity and strength of the country, and for the continuation of the dragon bloodline. Huh. It's nothing. Besides, she's already had 3 babies. Hasn't she made enough contributions to the country? He glared at him, still not satisfied, and wanted to bite him again. Unexpectedly at this moment, Su Qingqing suddenly felt a wave of nausea and wanted to vomit. He quickly ran to the restroom. Then, I started gagging for a while. Jiang Chen stopped joking, went to the girl's side, and asked with concern, "Honey, what's wrong?" "My stomach is churning with acid. I feel nauseous but can't vomit. I just keep dry heaving." "Oh, are there any other symptoms?" "Yes, and also, I've been feeling really tired lately, and I don't have a good appetite. I don't like greasy food, and I crave sour food." Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, "Honey, when are you on your period?" "Official holiday. My period is unexpectedly late by more than a week this month." As soon as Su Qingqing finished speaking, she immediately realized what was happening and her expression turned serious. "Honey, am I pregnant?" "Possibly," Jiang Chen said. "Oh, this. But I've only had 3 babies for a short time, and they're only 5 months old now." Su Qingqing felt a little panicked for some reason. Then, she glared at Jiang Chen again, clearly annoyed. "Snort. This is all your fault. Always trying to take the easy way out." Jiang Chen knew he was in the wrong. Well, it really is his fault. Chapter 332, A Fertility Factor? The girl who came up. Jiang Chen knew it was his fault. That's how, by accident, the little girl might have gotten infected. Therefore, they knew they were in the wrong. But after thinking about it, he then said to the girl, "Honey, your situation could be due to physical discomfort or psychological factors. It's not necessarily accurate. We'd better get it tested. If that doesn't work, then let's go to the hospital for a checkup." Su Qingqing nodded. "Honey, could you buy me a pregnancy test, and let me take a pregnancy test?" "Honey, let me correct you. I'm your husband. What's this about helping or not helping? They bought those early pregnancy test strips because of me. But it's evening now, and it's best to take a pregnancy test in the morning for a higher accuracy rate. Besides, you've only been late by a week. How about I buy one for you tomorrow morning?" Jiang Chen put his arm around someone's slender waist and explained. Su Qingqing nodded, burying her head in someone's arms. "Then let's go to bed early tonight and talk about it tomorrow morning." I just heard someone correct me. My heart felt warm. I thought to myself, even though that guy is a bit of a show-off, he's definitely a warm-hearted guy. But in my heart, the thought of possibly getting pregnant again keeps bothering me. I couldn't help but feel a little worried. What if I get pregnant again? She just had triplets, and now she's having another one? Singles, doubles, well, that's barely acceptable. But what if we actually had triplets, quadruplets, or even quintuplets? That doesn't seem like what someone said. I've really become a sow. Besides, I have a gene for multiple births, so who knows? Next time I might really be having multiple births again. Just thinking about these things. Su Qingqing was a little annoyed. What to do when you're annoyed? Of course, bite him. Humph, it's all that heartless guy's fault. But, I'm also a little reluctant to part with it. So she simply held Jiang Chen's arm and, as always, gently bit him. It still hurt, like, an ant had bitten him hard. Jiang Chen didn't exaggerate the pain this time. Instead, he pushed his arm closer to the girl's mouth and said, "How about that? Does that make you feel better? If not, you can bite again." He understood the girl's little scheme perfectly well. But of course I cherish my own wife. Cut. You think I'll bite just because you tell me to? That would be so embarrassing for me. Su Qingqing stopped biting, pouted, and said with a disdainful tone, "So what do you want?" Jiang Chen smiled. "I want to." Su Qingqing's eyes darted around, and she smiled slyly. "I want to do this, is that okay?" As she spoke, she tilted her head up and launched a surprise attack on Jiang Chen. It wasn't just a surprise attack. Then, it tiptoed, craned its neck, and gave me a very satisfying peck. Mua. Seeing the girl like this, Jiang Chen naturally had to respond. "Honey, I need to talk to you about something." "What's up?" "Look, because of that accident, you might be pregnant." How about we just go with the flow? Make the best of a bad situation? What are you thinking? No way. That evening, Jiang Chen had a series of bizarre dreams all night long. In his dream, the girl was really pregnant, and this time, she was carrying quadruplets. That really scared him. No, I'm overjoyed. They hurriedly made various preparations to welcome the arrival of the new babies. In dreams, time probably flies. Like someone turning the clock, soon the little girl got pregnant again, with quintuplets, and then soon after, she got pregnant again, with sextuplets. And then again. The main message is many children, many blessings. And looking at the children, big and small, a huge, dense crowd, hundreds and thousands, no, even tens of thousands, all of them running towards him with outstretched arms and smiling faces. They all shouted in unison, "Dad! Dad!" Jiang Chen was immediately filled with happiness and excitement. He turned around and ran for his life. But the children persisted, chasing after him and calling out "Dad!" repeatedly. "Dad! Dad!" The sound was deafening. Jiang Chen tried to run, but he couldn't run fast enough. Before long, he was about to be surrounded. He panicked completely, and then, I woke up suddenly. It turned out that he had been woken up by the little girl shaking him. "Husband, the babies are calling you. How come you didn't hear them?" Su Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen's expression. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare last night?" "It was a dream, but not a nightmare," Jiang Chen said, still feeling a lingering fear. "If it's not a nightmare, then what is it?" "This is a dream that is too blissful to bear." Jiang Chen offered an explanation, then pecked the girl. Since he didn't kiss her on the cheek, Su Qingqing was so embarrassed and annoyed that she wanted to kick him off the stage. Jiang Chen knew when to stop. They rushed to see the child. Compared to the terrifying scene in my dream where thousands of children rushed at me, calling me Dad, in reality, there are 3 little ones calling me Dad. Yes, it's really good. So he quickly checked on the 3 little ones, changed their diapers, and chatted with them for a while. "Honey, don't forget that test strip." "Good. I'll go right away." After settling the 3 little ones in, Jiang Chen went to the pharmacy outside to buy early pregnancy test strips and returned quickly. Su Qingqing took it to the restroom. "How's your wife?" Jiang Chen asked. "It seems not." Su Qingqing handed the test strip to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at it and saw a red line, which meant she was not pregnant. "But my wife, your period is only a week late, so the pregnancy test might not be accurate at this time. Wait 2 days and test again to see the result." "Okay." Su Qingqing nodded. She understood all of this. 2 days have passed. Jiang Chen took some time to buy a Mercedes-Benz Actros camper van for his family to use on their way to his father-in-law's house. The RV features a fully automated home appliance system, high configuration, large space, powerful engine, and a safe and comfortable riding experience. Especially a big bed, you can lie on it and roll around. Of course, the price is not cheap. The total cost after it was completed was over 9 million. Of course, for Jiang Chen's current net worth, 9 million is not much, especially considering the official reward of 2 million. Not bad. Su Qingqing was very satisfied with the RV. She also confirmed the time to go to Shanghai with her parents. It's perfect for traveling long distances with 3 babies in a motorhome like this. Only, why? Su Qingqing was shocked by the thought that she might be pregnant again. I felt a bit upset. If I were actually pregnant, I would feel relieved. The hardest thing is this state of uncertainty. Moreover, she wasn't annoyed by the children. After all, the child is innocent. What bothers her is that if she really gets pregnant, she won't even have a few months left after giving birth. I still have enough time for just the 2 of us. She suddenly remembered a term. Could it be that she really was highly fertile? Oh my God. How about you? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Jiang Chen asked, noticing that the girl seemed a bit down. All right, Su Qingqing said. In the past few days, I've still had the usual early pregnancy symptoms, such as nausea, dry heaving, cravings for sour foods, and fatigue. But that morning, the test strip still shows only 1 line. The only way to get a definitive answer is to go to the hospital for a blood test. So the young couple packed their things and prepared to leave. However, just before leaving, Su Qingqing suddenly frowned. Honey, wait a minute. I need to go to the restroom. Going to the restroom? Didn't you just go? That's different. This time it's because my relatives are visiting. Your relative? Yes. It's that relative who's almost 10 days late. Oh, then go ahead, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's it. The early pregnancy incident is over. It turned out to be a false alarm. However, to be fair, the 3 babies are only about 5 months old. The girl got pregnant again. Although she was definitely healthy because of the miraculous healing potion she had used before, it's still not a big deal. What do my parents think of me? Let's skip those 2. If they found out, they would not only be ordering themselves to take good care of the little girl, but they would also be overjoyed. So, what do my parents-in-law think of me? Yes. After all, their daughter just gave birth to triplets, and she's already pregnant again so soon. That thing. Xiao Chen, what do you take our daughter for? Do you even cherish her? They must be angry and helpless. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan. Cough cough. Who said we're angry and helpless? We're happy too. My dear son-in-law, if you're too busy, just focus on taking care of Qingqing. We, the old couple, will take care of the child. Husband. Before long, Su Qingqing returned and called out with a smile. Did your relatives really come? Jiang Chen asked. Okay. Su Qingqing responded, her small face radiant with joy. It's strange, really. Before this relative arrived, I was experiencing various discomforts such as early pregnancy symptoms, but as soon as she came, my mood immediately improved. All the discomforts have disappeared. Honey, what are we going to do if we don't go to the hospital? Su Qingqing asked, leaning closer. Then we can't go out for a stroll either. Aren't we going to your parents' house soon? Pack your luggage for the journey, food and drinks, gifts for your parents, and also, take advantage of today to give the 3 little ones a bath. Okay, I know. Su Qingqing pecked at the peck, responding verbally, but showed no intention of taking any action. Honey, we don't have much time left. Let's start getting ready. Let's give the baby a bath first. Wait a minute. What? Jiang Chen was a little confused, thinking, what's wrong? Do you really dare to come at me? But to his surprise, the girl actually kissed him the next second. Chapter 333 The person who got caught in the rain tore up the umbrella. Seeing how proactive and enthusiastic the girl was. What can Jiang Chen do? There was nothing we could do but let it be. Half an hour later, the 2 of them bathed the 3 babies together. Unlike before, when I resisted taking a bath. The 3 little monsters are now quite good at enjoying bath time and can sit steadily. Even so, they're still too young, and even now that they're more active, they're still quite restless, making them a bit difficult to wash. After finally finishing washing, after dressing the 3 little mythical beasts in their little clothes and letting them air out, Su Qingqing went out to find them clean, warm clothes to wear. The heating in the room was turned up to the maximum. Jiang Chen looked down and replied to a message on his phone. Result. Su Qingqing came in carrying clothes and was startled, exclaiming in surprise. What? What are you doing? She looked at the 3 little mythical beasts with disbelief. Jiang Chen hadn't noticed. Hearing the girl's words, he looked up and saw that his expression was one of disbelief. Oh my God. These 3. The baby who eats poop. Then, the second child in the middle suddenly pooped, a big poop, with both feces and urine, and then his hand grabbed it. Because De Bao and Xiao Bao were close together, their bodies and hands touched. I heard their elderly mother's surprised voice. The 3 little monsters, especially the second one who caused the trouble, were actually holding their hands together and laughing. That's right, they were laughing at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was speechless for a moment. I thought to myself, are these my own children? Can I return them and just throw them away? I just gave them a bath. Jiang Chen was holding his phone. With a cheerful smile, I snapped a photo of the 3 little monsters laughing as they played with poop. There was no way around it. Back then, he was deeply hurt by a photo of himself wetting the bed when he was in 1st grade. So now, well, those who've been caught in the rain. Look at you. You should act like a father. Su Qingqing scolded Jiang Chen for not rushing to help, but instead smiling and taking pictures. Then I saw Bao grabbing poop with his hand, about to put it in his mouth. They reacted quickly and stopped it in time. Well, I just wanted to leave them with a beautiful memory. Jiang Chen laughed as he put away his phone and, together with the little girl, gave the three little monsters a thorough wash again and again, until your body smells nice. Only then did they change the three little monsters into new clothes and diapers. Bite. The host snapped a photo, leaving behind a lasting and beautiful memory for his three children. Hidden reward triggered. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the amazing skill of finding bargains. You have two uses. Honey, are these gifts for your parents okay? Jiang Chen asked his girlfriend while packing. Among the gifts, the father-in-law received expensive tea and red wine, while the mother-in-law received high-end jewelry. However, it's the father-in-law's family. They were originally a wealthy family. They had seen it all. Those teas and red wines were nothing special to them. Let me tell you the truth, honey. My parents, even if you don't prepare gifts for them, they are overjoyed just by our presence, Su Qingqing said. That's true, but it doesn't look good if you don't bring a gift. Honey, think about it. What are your parents like? Jiang Chen asked again. What is she like? Well, my mom doesn't have any particular hobbies. Jewelry will be fine for her. As for my dad, he says he likes things like fishing and antiques. Fishing? Antiques? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Since my father-in-law likes this, let's start with fishing and antiques. Giving a fishing rod as a gift is not presentable, so let's just give two antiques instead. I just learned the amazing skill of finding bargains. We have two chances to use it, so we can't let them go to waste. Speaking of system rewards, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered another reward, the divine skill battery technology, which he hadn't used yet. Because this thing needs a specific application scenario. I currently have absolutely no foundation in the manufacturing field, so it would be a shame to sell my technology, especially since I wouldn't get a good price for it anyway. Could it be? Why do they insist on building their own battery factory? Never mind. Let's talk about it after we get back from Shanghai. Jiang Chen planned his next move. I took some time to visit the antique street in Sihai City and went into a nicely decorated shop. Chapter 334 Heading to Shanghai. Welcome. The antique shop owner saw a customer arrive and hurriedly went to greet him. He looked Jiang Chen up and down, noticing that he was young and not dressed particularly well, and thought to himself that he was probably just here to take a look. However, these days, many people don't flaunt their wealth. Don't be fooled by his cheap clothes. Wearing shorts and slippers, he looked like a loser. But who knows? They might be a resident who received compensation for their property demolition and own more than a dozen houses. The well-dressed social elites, dressed in suits and ties, are merely someone else's tenants. Therefore, after sizing him up, the boss did not neglect Jiang Chen. Business is tough these days. Every penny counts. Besides, the visitor is a young man who probably knows very little about antiques, and might even be a rich sucker. That would be awesome. Young man, what would you like to see? The shop owner asked enthusiastically, then continued. Don't let the small size of this shop fool you. It has a fairly complete collection of antiques. And they are all high-quality products. In the past, many customers with discerning eyes have found genuine products in our shop and made a fortune from them. Well, young man, what are your specific needs? I can recommend some options for you. No need, thank you. I'll take a look by myself first, Jiang Chen said. Okay. The boss was very good-natured and tactfully stood aside. Jiang Chen walked around the store. Using his amazing ability to find bargains, he carefully scanned the area. There was nothing left to pick up. The most attractive antique was a blue and white porcelain incense burner with lion-shaped handles from the Qianlong period, worth no more than 500,000 yuan, which is a stretch. I was immediately somewhat disappointed. Boss, do you have anything better? Jiang Chen asked the boss. What's wrong, young man? There's not a single antique in this room that catches your eye? The shopkeeper asked. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident expression, it seemed he knew something about it. The boss was secretly delighted. In the antique business, what he likes most is a customer who is full of confidence, but actually only knows a little about antiques. Young man, you seem to know a lot about antiques. To be honest, there's another shop inside my little store, and the quality of the antiques there is much higher overall. But what's your budget? I'm also in a general state. Let me recommend some excellent ones to you. Budget doesn't matter. As long as it looks good, I can afford to spend tens of millions. Okay, I understand. The boss was even more pleased with Jiang Chen's words. Let alone tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, we could afford it. Wow, that's quite a boast. Actually willing to spend tens of millions. Could it be that we've really run into a sucker this time? Thinking this way, he hurriedly and attentively led Jiang Chen to an inner room, which was also filled with all sorts of antiques. Jiang Chen glanced over. It definitely feels more upscale than the ones outside. And there are actually some genuine items that you can find at a bargain price. After wandering around inside, Jiang Chen used his bargain hunting skill to quickly spot two genuine items that caught his eye. One is a Yao Bian Timiku bowl from the Song and Yuan dynasties, with an actual value of 8 million. One is a calligraphy couplet by Zheng Banxiao from the Qing dynasty, with an actual value of 300,000 yuan. The value of the antique is a set figure, and its authenticity is not guaranteed. Please be gentle with your criticism. However, although the two items were genuine, they were placed in an inconspicuous corner and covered with a layer of dust. Young man, if you haven't found one you like yet, I can introduce you to a few things to broaden your horizons. For example, this Yuan blue and white porcelain vase. There are only 3 of this type in existence, making it a true treasure. And this spring trees and autumn frost is an authentic work by Tang Bo. Boss, how much is that bowl? Jiang Chen asked, pointing to the Yao Bian Tianmu bowl. This bowl. The shopkeeper was puzzled for a moment. He was just about to give Jiang Chen a long introduction when he saw Jiang Chen's reaction. He then said, "This is not an ordinary bowl. It is called the Yao Bian Tenmika bowl. It seems you've taken a liking to this, young man," he asked Jiang Chen. "Yes," Jiang Chen nodded. "Boss, name your price, and I'll buy it if it's right." "Okay, young man, you have a good eye. The one you're interested in is a Yao Bian Tenmika bowl from the Song and Yuan dynasties. But to be honest, the one in our shop is actually a Republic of China-era replica. But don't let the fact that it's a replica fool you. The craftsmanship is just as superb. I won't even mention the price, let alone hundreds of thousands or millions. Young man, if you really want it, here's a flat price. 80,000 yuan. 80,000? Okay, Jiang Chen immediately agreed. The boss just realized that he couldn't fool the other party with Yuan blue and white porcelain and genuine Tang Bohu works. There was still some disappointment. But in the blink of an eye, he saw the same young man again, who had taken a liking to this Yao Bian Tianmu bowl, and when he offered 80,000, the other party agreed immediately. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Actually, that bowl. He bought it for 500 yuan from an old farmer in the countryside, and after examining it himself, he concluded that it was a fake, not even a replica from the Republic of China era. It had been sitting in a corner, gathering dust for years, completely ignored by everyone. He wondered if he had lost out on his 500 yuan. Unexpectedly, they sold this kid for 80,000. It can be said that it has increased more than 100 times. Not bad, not bad. So while surprised, he was also delighted. Even if he couldn't make a deal worth $1 million or $2 million, selling a bowl for 80,000 was still pretty good. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you now. The shopkeeper smiled and quickly wiped the bowl clean before carefully wrapping it up again. Boss, that couplet by Zheng Banxiao. That one. To be honest, it's a modern, distressed replica. If you really want it, consider it a bonus. If you enjoyed it, young man, you're welcome to come again next time. Okay, Jiang Chen spent 80,000 yuan to buy 2 antiques. After paying the bill, the shop owner was satisfied and warmly escorted Jiang Chen to the shop door. Jiang Chen was also satisfied. He had gotten a Yao Bian Timika bowl and a couplet by Zheng Banxiao for only 80,000 yuan. It couldn't have been a better deal. In short, everyone is happy. 2 days later, after Jiang Chen and his wife finished packing, they set off for Shanghai with their 3 little monsters in their Mercedes-Benz RV, with Yan Ning as the driver. There was no rush along the way. Treat it as a trip. After resting at the hotel for one night, they arrived at the Su family mansion in Shanghai the next morning. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan, a married couple. Upon hearing that his daughter and son-in-law were coming, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Early that morning, he waited outside. Upon seeing his daughter and son-in-law arrive, he hurriedly went to greet them. Mom, Dad, Su Qingcheng couldn't wait to get off the car first. He called out to his parents from afar and excitedly came over, throwing himself into Bai Huiyan's arms. To be honest, this is the first time I've gone back to my parents' home since giving birth. Bai Huiyan felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing this. A beauty that could topple cities. You've lost weight in the past few months. Yes, Qingcheng, don't just think about losing weight. Your health is more important. Su Hengshan chimed in from the side. No. Mom and Dad, I haven't lost weight. In fact, I feel like I've gained weight. Su Qingcheng said with a joyful expression. To paraphrase a certain pig's trotter, the flesh on my body has grown so well-behaved. The more you should have, the less you should have. Even if you've gained a little weight these days, it's all in the perfect place. Chapter 335. My son-in-law's name is Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan felt sorry for Su Qingcheng, who had rushed over first, and said a few words to her. At this moment, Jiang Chen arrived with his 3 little mythical beasts. He quickly left Su Qingcheng behind. They greeted Jiang Chen with a warm welcome and a flurry of pleasantries. Su Qingcheng. Who just said they felt sorry for me? Is that all? Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan said a few words to Jiang Chen, and then immediately looked at the 3 little divine beasts, their expressions beaming with joy. Yo-ho! My 3 little grandchildren have grown so much. They're so fair and chubby. Look how adorable they are. Not bad. They truly are worthy of being my grandson and granddaughter, Su Hengshan. Come here, let Grandpa give you a hug. It's been so long, little ones. Have you missed Grandpa? Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan couldn't help but. Each person picked up one baby, and not satisfied, the 3 little ones took turns being held. Judging from their expressions, they were grinning from ear to ear. Who is this? Su Hengshan was holding a baby when he suddenly noticed a young girl standing next to Su Qingcheng. He asked in surprise. Hearing this, Bai Huiyan, who was standing nearby, also looked at Yan Ning with a puzzled expression. Uncle and Aunt, this is Qingcheng's assistant and driver. Jiang Chen introduced Yan Ning. Also, he's my personal bodyguard, Su Qingcheng added. Right. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Yan Ning smiled and nodded, politely greeting Su Hengshan and his wife. Oh, is he Qingcheng's assistant, driver, and personal bodyguard as well? Not bad. Upon hearing this, Su Hengshan looked Yan Ning up and down, and saw that the other party was dashing and heroic, and casually gave him a compliment. Needless to say, it must have been a skilled practitioner hired by the son-in-law for his daughter. It seems the young couple has a very good relationship. And, from all over the world to Shanghai, people drive RVs here, with someone specifically assigned to drive them. It took 2 days to travel over 1,000 kilometers, but it felt like a leisurely trip. Wow, this young couple really knows how to enjoy their life, their mindset. Don't stand outside, Xiao Chen, let's go inside quickly. Bai Huiyan reminded her. Yes. Let's go in quickly, Su Hengshan echoed, and then took the initiative to push the stroller. The group then entered the Su family's luxurious mansion in Shanghai. Bai Huiyan had originally been stationed at the Hangzhou headquarters of Jiri Group for quite some time. However, Jiri Group has weathered the crisis. Living apart from Su Hengshan is not a good thing. I applied to Jiang Chen and we decided to move the headquarters to Shanghai. Regarding the mother-in-law's application, Jiang Chen naturally approved it without even thinking about it. Honey, I didn't expect your house to be so big and luxurious. It's comparable to our #1 villa. Jiang Chen whispered to Xiao Niu as they entered the Su family mansion. Of course. My family used to be a wealthy family, after all. Su Qingcheng said with no small amount of pride. To be honest, I felt a bit like I was returning home in glory. Years ago, she had a big fight with her dad and ran away from home. Now it can be considered a successful outcome. A super awesome and incredibly handsome husband, and 3 adorable babies. Life is perfect. Enter the living room. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan, a married couple, served tea and water and greeted everyone. Jiang Chen also took out the gifts he wanted to give to his parents-in-law. Su Hengshan and his wife were both overjoyed. Look at you, Xiao Chen. You and Qingcheng came all this way with the child to see us. Why bother with gifts? Yes, the thought itself is enough. They were being polite in words, but it's clear that the gifts were all quite valuable and carefully selected. The two were overjoyed, especially when Su Hongshan saw that Jiang Chen had given him not only fine wine, but also two antiques, a Tianmu Yaobian bowl and a genuine calligraphy work by Zheng Banqiao. I was overjoyed. Besides fishing, collecting antiques is his biggest hobby. They acquired two rare items. It was a gift from my precious son-in-law, which made me even more smug. All right, then I can go back and brag to my old buddies. Especially that Song Qingshu. So what if your daughter is 18? So what if she's a beautiful flower, so tender and lovely? My son-in-law's name is Jiang Chen. Hee hee. Chapter 336, Having Another Daughter? The whole family was chatting happily. It's almost noon. Time to make lunch. Normally, the housekeeper cooks at home, but this time Su Hongshan cooked himself, determined to let his son-in-law taste his cooking skills. Bai Huiyin was worried that Su Hongshan wouldn't be able to handle everything by himself. I chatted with the young couple in the living room for a while, so she went to the kitchen to help him. To her surprise, Su Hongshan's words startled her as soon as she entered. Honey, I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Yeah, let's have another daughter. You've asked me that once already, Bai Huiyin said, rolling her eyes at her husband. Why? If we have another daughter, will she marry our son-in-law again? Yes. Su Hongshan chuckled sheepishly. Isn't it because our son-in-law is too outstanding? Marrying another daughter into the family would be double insurance. It would guarantee that Jiang Chen would be stuck with our daughter for life. It's just a pity that the law doesn't allow it. Bai Huiyin heard this and glanced at it again. You know it's not allowed. Why are you still asking? But, actually, she wasn't without her own thoughts. She always felt that having only one daughter, Su Qingqing, was too few, so she considered having another child. But let's not talk about how old I am, almost 50. And, if they were to have another child, the child would be younger than their daughter Qingqing's. That's no big deal. Forget it. 2 hours later, lunch was served. Su Hongshan meticulously prepared a table full of delicious dishes, all of which looked and smelled wonderful. Jiang Chen took a bite. The taste was indeed good, though not as good as my own god-level cooking skills, but it had its own unique flavor. Plus, I was hungry. I couldn't resist indulging in the delicious food. Seeing this, Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin enthusiastically kept urging Jiang Chen to add more food. Soon, Jiang Chen's small bowls and plates were filled with all kinds of dishes. They're so pointed, there's not enough time to eat them all. Uncle and Aunt, that's enough. I really can't eat any more, Jiang Chen said helplessly. Harmful. How could a big guy like you not be able to finish this little bit of food? You've come all this way. We can't let you not eat well. Come on, Xiao Chen, don't be shy. Let's try the sea cucumber, prawns, and king crab. Seeing his parents-in-law's attitude and their inability to listen to advice, Jiang Chen had no choice but to reluctantly deal with them. Meanwhile, at the dinner table, Su Qingqing, who felt neglected by her parents, was a little jealous. Cough cough. I say to you too, I am your biological daughter, right? How could you forget about me? So he deliberately said to his mother in a coquettish tone, Mom, I like that sea cucumber. Can you get me one? There's only one sea cucumber left. Can't you see Xiao Chen is enjoying his food? Qingqing, you can eat the others, Bai Huiyin said, and without hesitation, she picked up the last sea cucumber and gave it to Jiang Chen. Su Qingqing. Well, I think that pig's trotter is the one you're really your biological son. Even eating sea cucumber is not allowed. Oh, a pang of sadness mixed with a surge of joy welled up inside her, because, after all, her parents treated that brat like family. Why? Suddenly, Jiang Chen nudged Su Qingqing with his arm. Su Qingqing. You can have this sea cucumber. I'll eat the others. Jiang Chen said affectionately, picking up the last sea cucumber and giving it to Su Qingqing. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin were overjoyed when they saw this. Xiao Chen, let's have a drink. Are you okay with that? I'm definitely fine. It's just that you, uncle. Su Hongshan laughed heartily upon hearing this, knowing that Jiang Chen was referring to him, warning him not to become a drunkard again and start calling his son-in-law brother when he drank too much. Rest assured, I promise I won't get drunk this time. We'll drink until we're both red. With his wife and daughter supervising him, Su Hongshan didn't dare to drink too much, and in the end, he didn't get too red in the face. He and Jiang Chen only drank a little. After lunch, Su Hengshan excitedly went to the stroller and played with the three little monsters. I know the three little ones can now sit up, laugh, and even call me daddy and mommy. I can't help but feel itchy. I also want to teach my three little ones to call me grandpa. They kept calling it over and over again, seemingly enjoying it immensely. However, perhaps due to shyness, the three little ones initially resisted Su Hengshan, and none of them managed to call him grandpa for the first time. Just when I was disappointed and about to give up. Grandpa medicine, grandpa. Grandpa. Little Bao and Su Hengshan's arms suddenly called out, and his pronunciation gradually became clearer. This made Su Hengshan ecstatic. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Bao is still the best behaved and closest to grandpa. Su Hengshan couldn't help but hug Xiao Bao and lift him high in the air, as excited as an old child. Bai Huiyin and Su Qingqing joined in the persuasion. Look how happy you are. Be careful, or you might accidentally drop the child. Yes, Dad, take it easy. Also, Xiao Bao isn't wearing a diaper right now, but he should be wearing one now, otherwise he'll poop all over you like last time. Don't worry, I'll just have some fun with Xiao Bao. Besides, Xiao Bao is so well-behaved and so close to me, he wouldn't possibly get me all wet again, Su Hengshan said to Xiao Bao, completely oblivious to the situation, right Xiao Bao? Unexpectedly, no sooner had he finished speaking than, suddenly, a very ominous sound was heard. The laughter was definitely not laughter. Chapter 337, The Melancholy Su Qingqing. She saw that Xiao Bao had pooped on her again. Su Hengshan went from ecstasy to disillusionment in an instant. This is the second time I've said this. Hey, you little rascal, I'm your grandpa. How could you do this? I saw Dad. That'll teach you to listen to advice. Su Qingqing suppressed a laugh, picked up Xiao Bao, and wiped Xiao Bao's bottom. Harmful. This little one not only calls me grandpa, but I'm thinking of getting closer to him. Who knew? All right. Su Hengshan was extremely helpless. He glanced at the indescribable poop on his body and hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Bai Huiyin couldn't help but laugh twice. I got Su Hengshan a set of clothes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this, and together with Su Qingqing, they washed Xiao Bao's body with warm water. Look at you, you little rascal. This is the second time you've pulled on Grandpa's head, isn't it? Grandpa got angry and called you a little clown. Aren't you ashamed? You're still laughing. As Jiang Chen cleaned Xiao Bao, he tapped the child's nose with his finger and scolded him. However, Xiao Bao, she didn't care at all about the scolding from her father. Instead, she waved her little hands and laughed even more happily, her laughter clear and loud. Grandpa, Grandpa, hurrah! Look at that proud expression, as if he's done something amazing. The noise was so loud that even Su Hengshan, who was cleaning up his excrement in the bathroom, heard it and almost lost his composure. This little stinky brat. You pulled me down, and then you laughed at me. You're really something. Bite. Xiao Bao has pulled his father-in-law's coattails for the second time, truly making the host proud. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. A small goal. Bite. Xiao Bao's soft whisper almost broke his father-in-law's guard, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained another small goal, and one more chance to win a god-level prize. Did Xiao Bao make himself look good? Did he almost break his father-in-law's guard? Okay. Lottery. Ding. Your prize draw was successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level modification skill, electric vehicle direction. I actually drew a God-level electric vehicle modification skill. Combined with the previous God-level battery technology, could it be that Dog Tongzi wants me to enter the electric vehicle industry? However, the electric vehicle market in China is currently under the aggressive expansion of brands like Didi and Huawei. Numerous electric vehicle brands have long since created a fiercely competitive red ocean market. Entering the game at this point. It's getting a bit late. It was time to go to sleep. Because when my mother first visited me in Sihai, she discovered that I had secretly sneaked into that guy's room in the middle of the night. Su Qingqing deliberately clung to her mother, wanting to talk for a while longer. The purpose, of course, is to avoid suspicion and protect oneself from being accused of wrongdoing last time. Bai Huiyin understood perfectly well what her daughter was thinking. Have to. You're trying to outsmart your mother. Isn't it obvious what you're doing? You're just trying to hide something obvious. Then, he urged her to go back to sleep. Ching-chung, go back to sleep. Xiaochen has a child who is waiting for you. It's all right, just let him wait a bit. It's been so long since we last met. Can't I just chat with you more, Mom? Su Qingqing said, her tone slightly coquettish. To his surprise, his own mother gave him a piece of her mind. Was I not clear enough, or what? I'm still pretending. TSK, TSK. As someone who's been through it all, how could I not know about the little squabbles between the young couple? Immediately, without any hesitation, they asked them to leave. Go away. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You're not going to sleep, but Xiao Chun needs to sleep too. Su Qingsheng had no choice but to give up. Her face flushed slightly, and she obediently said goodbye to her mother and went back to her room. That room was a small suite, with a bedroom inside and a small living room outside. It was where I had lived since I was a child. It had been sitting idle for several years. The young couple came to Shanghai this time. Bai Huiyin cleaned and tidied up again, changed the bedding, and gave the young couple a clean bed. After Su Qingqing returned, inside the room, the three little mythical beasts were already asleep, while the certain pig's trotter was still wandering around. Honey, why aren't you sleeping? Su Qingqing asked as she walked over. I didn't do anything, just looking at your photos. Look at the photos. Yes, that one. Jiang Chen pointed to one of the photo frames on the table. When was this photo taken? The first year of junior high, Su Qingqing said. First year of junior high? That's why you look so young in the photos, Jiang Chen laughed. TCH. Su Qingqing sensed that someone's words had a hidden meaning, and since they weren't exactly complimentary, she gave a disdainful look. She paused for a moment, then continued. So, honey, don't you think your wife has been pretty since she was little? A real beauty in the making. Jiang Chen looked at the girl in the photo, then at the girl in real life. Yes, that's true. She's absolutely stunning, a true beauty. Do you like it? Su Qingqing asked again. Of course I like it. To prove his point, Jiang Chen pecked the girl's pretty face repeatedly. While pecking, he suddenly thought of a question. My daughter is in the first year of junior high school, and she's already blossomed into a beautiful young woman. But what about myself back then? The girl is 6 years older than him. So here we go. Does that mean I was only in elementary school at the time? And my mom even took a classic picture of me wetting the bed? This. Thinking of all this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. It really is monkey poop. What a coincidence. Husband, I'm going to sleep. Now let's talk about Su Qingqing. Feeling uncomfortable from Jiang Chen's pecking, she broke free. Since it was late at night and she was sleepy, she spoke to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was still not satisfied and wanted to look at the girl's previous photos a few more times. Okay, I'm going to sleep in a bit. Wait a minute. What are you doing? You don't want to take a look around my room, do you? Why not? Jiang Chen laughed. Okay, of course. But honey, look how late it is. Let me give you a suggestion. Instead of looking at the room, why don't you look at me instead? Su Qingsheng said with a hint of resentment. Jiang Chen was stunned upon hearing this, and almost didn't understand. Chapter 338. It's all that pig's trotter's fault. The next morning, the young couple got up very early. After all, it's her own family, and Su Qingsheng didn't want her mother to think she was lazy again, or that she was being too clingy and shameless with that guy. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, yawned, which was quite rare for him. I'm definitely feeling a bit sleepy. This is an extremely rare phenomenon for someone with his superhuman physique. After washing up, the young couple immediately pushed the stroller out. I thought it was not yet 7 o'clock. I've already gotten up early enough. Unexpectedly, Bai Huiyin was already in the living room, tidying up and wiping the tables and chairs. When she saw the young couple come out with their child, she greeted Jiang Chen. He quickly washed his hands and headed straight for the three little mythical beasts. Yo, the baby's awake too? Come on, let Grandma see you all look so energetic. She couldn't help but tease the three little ones. Mom, I'll go cook, Su Qingqing said. No need, I've already made breakfast. We can eat when your dad comes back later, Bai Huiyin said casually. My dad isn't home? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, he went for a walk early this morning. Judging from the time, he should be back soon. Su Qingqing felt a wave of helplessness. Well, she thought that by getting up early, she could finally make a good impression on her mother. As a result, compared to my mom and dad, I'm still a little lazybones. Why? It's all that jerk's fault, if it weren't for him. No, that's not right. This time, it seems that he started the trouble himself and is now in his own hands. Bite. The host, along with his wife and child, spent a perfect first night at his in-laws' house in Shanghai. Congratulations on receiving an extra reward, a small goal, a chance to win a God-level lottery. Lottery. Ding. Successful lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level intelligent driving technology, beginner pack. It turns out to be God-level intelligent driving technology, beginner level. It's not about driving skills, but rather a beginner's package of intelligent driving technologies for electric vehicles. Alright, that's some luck. It seems that Go Tongzi is determined to stir up the muddy waters of the electric vehicle industry himself. Actually, if you think about it carefully, the reward is alright. We are currently in a critical period of rapid transition from gasoline cars to electric cars. Although the market is highly competitive and we started late, it doesn't mean there are no opportunities at all. After breakfast, Su Hongshan was called away by a phone call about something at his company. Before leaving, he tentatively asked Jiang Chen, "Xiao Chen, do you want to come with me?" Okay. Jiang Chen figured he had nothing else to do, so he agreed, and it would also be a good opportunity to learn about his father-in-law's businesses. After that, she went with her father-in-law. Su Qingqing and her mother stayed at home for a while, then decided to go out for a stroll. So, she and her mother took the children to a nearby shopping mall to browse around and buy some things. Of course, since Jiang Chen was away, Yan Ning was by his side. In the shopping mall, Su Qingqing couldn't resist buying a bunch of things for Jiang Chen and the child. Bai Huiyan observed everything without showing any emotion. But she felt a pang of sadness. Her little darling was now so leaky that, until Su Qingqing bought her a whole bunch of things. Only then did I feel at peace again. Su Qingqing knew what her mother was thinking and felt guilty. After all, she's his own mother, his biological daughter. But sometimes, she really can't control herself. The moment she sees something nice, the first thing she thinks of is someone and her child. Often, they don't even expect it themselves. While passing by a Balenciaga store, she finally thought of herself and, out of habit, wanted to go in and buy a few pairs of stockings, but then she remembered that her mother was with her. Suddenly realizing what was happening, I gave up. Actually, it's fortunate. I came to Shanghai well prepared this time, bringing plenty of stockings, enough for my boyfriend, for myself. I took a stroll around. Suddenly, from behind, a figure crept stealthily and silently towards Su Qingqing. Chapter 339 but almost split in two. Upon spotting a figure, he suddenly lunged at his daughter, Su Qingqing, from behind. Bai Huiyan was genuinely startled, wondering when her daughter had offended some bad people. But upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her daughter's childhood friend, Kong Shi. Kong Shi was probably trying to play a joke on Su Qingqing, just like before. And that Kong Shi, that's exactly the idea. This sudden sneak attack was just a joke they wanted to play on Su Qingqing. Ever since she visited Su Qingqing at Sihai before the Lunar New Year and was spurred on by Su Qingqing and her husband, she also wanted to find a man to experience what it was like. This time, I'm back in Shanghai. She kept saying, find a man, and no longer rejected the blind dates arranged by her family. I was thinking, she just wanted to find any man to have a taste. If all else fails, I'll just kick it again. Before and after the Lunar New Year, she went on more than a dozen blind dates, but none of them made her feel comfortable with any of them. As for tasting it, that's even more impossible. That is, in the last few days. I finally met a blind date who I found pleasing to the eye and with whom I could have a good chat. I plan to get to know him better and, if things go well, we'll settle down. Kong Shi's parents have always been extremely worried about her marriage. Seeing that his daughter had finally changed her ways and things had taken a turn for the better, her marriage was about to be settled. They were all extremely relieved. However, Kong Shi, upon hearing that Su Qingqing had returned to Shanghai, offered a brief explanation that she had stood up her blind date, and then came to find her childhood friend. Men are important, and she admitted that she was quite lusting after other men. The problem is, men can be replaced at any time. And childhood friends. But it's for a lifetime. Especially back then, cough cough. While in the mall, upon seeing Su Qingqing, Kangxi suddenly had a whimsical idea to ambush Su Qingqing and play a prank on her, just like before. Then, just as expected, Su Qingqing was terrified. He just stood there, laughing hysterically. However, just as Kangxi was making his wishful thinking and was about to successfully launch a sneak attack on Su Qingqing, suddenly, a dark figure, as fast as lightning, grabbed her. Kangxi has some training, so his fighting skills are not bad. However, in the hands of that lightning-fast shadow, she was as weak and feeble as a chick, utterly powerless to resist. Then bang! Before Kangxi could react, she was thrown solidly to the floor. And then they made their move. That's right, it was Yin Ning, who was in charge of Su Qingqing's safety. This sudden scene startled everyone around. The same applies to Bai Huiyin and Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing turned her head and saw that it was Kangxi. She was immediately surprised. Kangxi, what's going on with you? He quickly went to help her up. However, glancing at Yin Ning, who was expressionless beside her, she roughly guessed what was going on. It must be that Kangxi wanted to play a prank on her. Then Yin Ning dealt with him. Kangxi fell and was in so much pain that she almost cried and couldn't speak. Damn it. I've never been treated so badly in my entire life. What happened? What happened just now? Because the fall was quite hard and many people saw it, the patrolling security guard thought there was a fight, so he came over to ask. It's nothing. I was just joking. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? That's fine then. Seeing that it was just a few women and that there was nothing wrong with them, the security guard left. Bai Huiyin and Su Qingqing helped Kangxi up. Bai Huiyin asked with concern, Xiaoxi, are you all right? No, I'm fine. Kangxi stood up and moved around a bit. Apart from a slight soreness in her bottom from the fall, she was indeed all right. It's good that you're all right. But Xiaoxi, you were perfectly fine. Why did you suddenly act like that? Bai Huiyin asked with a smile. Harmful. Auntie, I just wanted to give Qingqing a scare, cough cough, a surprise. But who knew I'd get beaten up before I knew it? Ugh, I guess I'm just unlucky. But Qingqing, is this your bodyguard? He's really skilled. Kangxi winced in pain and turned to ask Su Qingqing. Yes. Su Qingqing nodded. My driver, assistant, and bodyguard. Wow, that's amazing. Did your husband hire him for you? Right. I knew it. Kangxi felt a pang of sadness and immediately missed men again, wanting to quickly experience what it felt like to be pampered by a man. Hello, I'm Kangxi, Qingqing's childhood friend. Kangxi took the initiative to greet Yin Ning and introduce herself so that she wouldn't get beaten up by the wrong person later. Hello, my name is Yin Ning. I'm sorry about earlier, I didn't know who you were. Seeing that the other party was being polite, Yin Ning replied politely in return. I'm not very careful with my strength. Did I hurt you just now? No. It's nothing. Kangxi quickly denied it. In reality, it was no small matter at all. She was hurt more than just a little bit from the fall. Her buttocks were almost split in two. Chapter 340 The Way to Tame a Husband? Hee. Because they had a child with them, Su Qingqing, her mother, and Yin Ning shopped at the mall for a while before heading back. But since Kangxi has come, so the group found another coffee shop, ordered some drinks, and sat down to chat while they drank. We chatted for an hour or two. I know my childhood friend and Jiang Chen are living a very comfortable life. Kangxi was happy, envious, and sour, and of course, also felt a burning pain. After a brief but enjoyable chat, we hurriedly said goodbye and left. After Kangxi left, Su Qingqing and the others also took the children back. On the road. Speaking of Kangxi, Bai Huiyin suddenly looked worried. Qingqing, it's not that I'm being nosy, but how about you cut back on your contact with Kangxi in the future? What? Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Kangxi is my childhood friend. She used to come to our house to play all the time. I know that. But she is now. Sigh, I'll just be blunt. I know Kangxi used to be a tomboy. She was quite handsome when she dressed as a boy. Now that you and Xiao Chen have a child, she wants to be all lovey-dovey with you. I'm worried that Xiao Chen might misunderstand. Huh? A misunderstanding? Su Qingqing was taken aback. Yes. Not only Xiao Chen misunderstands, but you also misunderstand. Kong, she is supposed to be a tomboy, but when she dresses up as a girl, she's actually quite pretty. She has both a pretty face and a great figure. Look, here's the problem. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Chen will be seduced by her? After hearing her mother's explanation, Su Qingqing was both amused and exasperated. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Mom was just a little worried that Kong, she might be the type who's attracted to both men and women, which might be affecting her relationship with someone else. Mom, you're right. But you're overthinking it. Kong, she's sexual orientation is fine. She genuinely likes men. You heard her say during our chat that she'd been on over a dozen blind dates, and recently she finally found one she likes. And Mom, if you're saying that Jiang Chen was seduced by her, I'll disagree even more. Why? Bai Huiyan asked. Because of Mom, nothing else matters. I'm not bragging, but Kong, she does look quite good when she's dressed up. But compared to me, well, she's just average. Seeing her daughter full of confidence, Bai Huiyan couldn't help but look her daughter up and down. If she had been a little worried just now, she was no longer worried at all. Qingqing just said she wasn't bragging. Actually, she wasn't bragging. Her daughter was stunningly beautiful, a perfect inheritor of her own beauty, even facial features and body shape. Compared to myself, I have surpassed my predecessors. I'm a single mother. After seeing their daughter, everyone felt that their daughter was just too beautiful. It is a rare gem in the world, capable of captivating all beings. Why? No wonder the daughter wasn't worried, and that Jiang Chen doted on her rotten. But Su Qingqing said the same thing as her mother. But in my heart, it's unlikely that I'm not worried about him at all. After all, he's so handsome and outstanding. He shines wherever he goes. Regardless, I need to keep a close eye on him. Besides the good wife plan, it seems I also need to learn some new knowledge, such as the art of managing a husband. Let's do it this way. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who was accompanying his father-in-law on a tour of the Su family's businesses, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Seeing this, Su Hongshan asked with concern, Xiao Chen has caught a cold? No, it's just that my nose suddenly felt a bit irritated. Jiang Chen said evasively, wondering to himself, who's thinking about me? It can't be a girl, can it? Have to. Go back and tidy yourself up properly. How can you be so concerned about me in broad daylight? Well, it's good that you didn't catch a cold, Su Hongshan said, then led his son-in-law to continue visiting and learning about his businesses, explaining his intentions. On the one hand, it demonstrates strength. Although the Su family has declined, it is still a large family with considerable high-net-worth assets. On the other hand, it also shows sincerity. Being with his daughter means he'll definitely provide her with a dowry in the future. He followed his father-in-law to several places. Jiang Chen also gained a general understanding of the Su family situation. It was indeed a top-tier family with assets in the hundreds of billions, and was a very prominent entity in Shanghai, with businesses spanning jewelry, jade, real estate, and manufacturing. However, in recent years, first, the real estate market collapsed, plunging the country into a debt crisis. Left with no other choice, Su Hongshan sold off all of his real estate business to raise cash, which allowed the Su family to temporarily overcome the debt crisis. However, the Su family suffered a severe blow afterward. In addition, the manufacturing business, which accounts for the majority of revenue, has fallen into serious losses. The Su family's net worth continues to shrink. In the short term, the hope of restoring the former glory of the family is becoming increasingly slim. Chapter 341 Yazan Electric Vehicle, An Extraordinary Feeling. Uncle, what exactly does your manufacturing plant produce? How come it's been losing so much money these past few years? Jiang Chen asked Su Hongshan on the way to the factory. Harmful. We mainly produce electric vehicles, Su Hongshan said. The competition has been too fierce in recent years. In addition, I was not in good health recently, and I was unable to do many things, which led to a major decline in the electric vehicle business. Fortunately, other industries are doing well. For now, we can still cover the funding gap in the electric vehicle sector. However, this can't go on forever. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded upon hearing this. So it was an electric scooter. No wonder they lost so much money. These days, Which of the new energy vehicle startups isn't a big spender, burning through tens of billions of dollars? It's all too common. Despite burning through tens of billions, many car companies still have no hope of making a profit. Some have even already been eliminated. Family businesses like the one run by the father-in-law. Because of the electric vehicle business, they've been losing a lot of money so far, but the Su family still has their savings, which is quite remarkable. But that's just right. He possesses God-level battery technology, God-level electric vehicle modification skills, and intelligent driving technology, beginner level. I want to help my father-in-law's electric vehicle business turn around completely. They still have quite a bit of capital. Uncle, what's the brand of your electric scooter? Jiang Chen asked again, thinking that he knew a bit about the electric scooter industry and might have heard of his father-in-law's electric scooter brand. You mean the brand? It's called Yazan, Su Hingshan said. Yazan, right. When Jiang Chen heard his father-in-law say that the brand of his electric scooter was Yazan, he was stunned, because I've never heard of it before. However, there are now countless electric vehicle brands, with all sorts of strange and unusual names, and some even use Neza as their brand name. It's not surprising that my father-in-law's brand is too niche. He himself may not have heard of it. After a short while, the two entered the factory. Upon entering and seeing the state of the factory, Jiang Chen was immediately taken aback. Because that factory does produce electric vehicles, but they only produce two-wheeled and three-wheeled electric vehicles. There aren't any four-wheeled ones. No, there are four-wheeled ones, but they're the kind that should be called old man's car. No. Uncle, didn't you say your factory produces electric vehicles? How come it produces this kind? Jiang Chen asked, rubbing his forehead. They manufacture electric vehicles. Isn't this an electric car? Ya's an electric car. It's an extraordinary experience. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Have to. I misunderstood. Actually, when I heard the name Yazan, I immediately thought of Yadia. Why? And Su Hingshan. He glanced at his son-in-law's expression and knew that the other party had misunderstood him. He immediately smiled and explained. Xiao Chun, the electric car you're talking about is a four-wheeled electric car, right? To be honest, I've also worked on electric vehicles, but after the project was approved, I invested a couple $100 billion yuan, but I didn't even make a splash with electric vehicles. Mass production seems a long way off. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire Su family will be ruined. In order to stop the loss in time, we'll have to give up for now. Yes, that's true. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement when he heard what his father-in-law said. It was very wise of his father-in-law to cut his losses in time when mass production failed. After all, electric bikes are too congested. Like that accountant who's going back to China next week, who's been suffocating for his dream for so long, burning through hundreds of billions, and whose electric car project is still struggling on the verge of bankruptcy. However, in comparison, the father-in-law was quite lucky. Suddenly at this moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A fat, big-eared fellow saw Su Hingshan and insisted on barging in. Su Hingshan, we finally caught you, you old bastard. Whether you agree or not, just give me an answer. Chapter 342, Keep the good stuff within the family. Su Hingshan, stop struggling. You're losing a fortune on this electric scooter business. Sell it while you can still get a good price. Let me tell you, I'll give you the best price for your battery factory, vehicle factory, and land, etc. It'll be the highest price of all the offers. If you still don't agree, fine, I'll give you more money, okay? Old Su, I advise you to stop being stubborn. Just admit defeat. Now that you've gotten rid of this burden, how can you make money from those jewelry and jade shops? That's where the money comes in so quickly. At the factory gate, a portly, dark-skinned man saw Su Hingshan and led two others straight in. The security guard at the entrance tried to stop them. The two men next to the fat man pushed him aside. Su Hingshan glanced at the fat, dark-skinned man. His eyes gleamed with impatience. Hey Lu Lao-san, you bastard, you just barged in like that? Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble in my factory? No, I really didn't mean to cause trouble. Lu Man quickly smiled apologetically when he saw that Su Hingshan was getting angry. I saw you, Lao Su, and wanted to talk business with you, didn't I? You know, the terms I offered you last time were before the new year, weren't they? I've been calling you ever since then, but you haven't answered. I had no other choice. As Lu Man spoke, he approached Su Hingshan and his tone became even more ingratiating. Old Su, really, you should think it over carefully. Would I, your brother, possibly cheat you? However, he was intimidated by Lu Man's flattery. Su Hingshan, however, gave him a cold look. Get out of here. This factory and the land are the capital for the Su family to make a comeback. If I sell it to you, we'll never be able to recover. If it weren't for Lao Su, you still think you could turn things around? If it weren't for the fact that we're brothers, I wouldn't believe you. You've already lost hundreds of dollars on this business, and yet. To be honest, I am sincere. Once you leave this place, it's your last shop. Old Su, think it over again. I might even raise the price a bit more for you. No consideration, no sale. Su Hingshan answered decisively. Faced with Lao Su's tough stance, Lu Man had no choice but to return disappointed. Looking at the dilapidated factory inside, Su Hingshan sighed and said to Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, you had to see this. No, ups and downs are normal in business. But uncle, your factory used to be very profitable, right? Jiang Chen asked casually. Su Hingshan nodded. At its peak, we produced and sold several million electric vehicles, including two-wheeled, three-wheeled, and four-wheeled vehicles, with 7 or 8 branch factories across the country. After more than 10 years, I've made quite a bit of money. Otherwise, where would I have gotten the money to invest in 200 or 300 electric vehicles? However, the difficulty of electric vehicles has been underestimated. We burned through 200 or 300 of them, but they didn't make a ripple, so we had to give up. We also lost our original market share in electric vehicles. Plus, with the restrictions imposed by national policies, this is how it ended up. We're losing money, and to keep the factories running, we're squeezing in the profits from my jade and jewelry stores. So, uncle, what are you planning to do next? Jiang Chen asked again. It's become a burden. What can we do? Let's get rid of this burden and sell it to that old Lu from before. What? Sell me that Lu Laosan who just came by? But you chased him away earlier. Harmful. If I don't take a tough stance, how can I raise the price even further? Don't worry, my factory land and stuff are all high-quality assets. That old rascal is eyeing them. He'll definitely take the bait again. Su Hingshan said with a smile, his expression full of confidence. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Okay. As expected, he's a cunning old fox who's been in the business world for years. Well, no, he's my father-in-law, so calling him an old fox is too much. It should be, experience counts. Bite. Detecting the host's current status, triggering a hidden mission. Keep the good stuff in the family, save the high-quality asset your father-in-law talks about. Bite. Host has triggered a hidden reward. Congratulations on obtaining Business Information X1. Chapter 343 Having many skills is never a bad thing. The factory that saved my father-in-law's business is also known as keeping the wealth within the family. Oh, this. Okay. Jiang Chen then checked the business information. There is an international distributor named Ivanovsky who has an order for 100,000 three-wheeled vehicles and is urgently seeking cooperation with a Chinese three-wheeled vehicle manufacturer to fulfill the order. Contact information. If you introduce yourself to Ivanovsky as someone recommended by Lao Ma, the possibility of cooperation will greatly increase. Ivanovsky. 100,000 orders for three-wheeled motorcycles. He introduced himself as someone recommended by Lao Ma. Jiang Chen remembered these key points, but he was a little confused about who Lao Ma was. Could it be Jack Ma, the one who regretted creating Alibaba? Uncle, a friend of mine introduced me to a business opportunity. Recently, an international distributor named Ivanovsky has an order for 100,000 three-wheeled motorcycles. You can talk to him and see how much of his order you can take. It depends on how well your negotiations with Ivanovsky go. You have a friend? Introduce me to a business opportunity? Your friend isn't actually yourself, is it? Su Hingshan asked with a smile. No, uncle, it wasn't me, Jiang Chen denied. He is truly a friend of mine. He has a lot of resources and is well-informed. By the way, if your Ivan contacts you and introduces himself by saying he was recommended by old Ma, the chances of cooperation will greatly increase. Okay. Su Hingshan nodded. But Lao Ma? Is he the Jack Ma who regretted creating Alibaba? This? You know this meme too? It should be him. It should be him? No, it's him. Oh, then as long as old Ma is Jack Ma, that's fine. Why do you say that? Because I'm familiar with Jack Ma. Back then, he and Little Ma had a falling out at a dinner party, and I was the one who mediated the conflict, Su Hengshan said smugly. Jiang Chen. Well, my father-in-law is quite something after all. After. He gave Su Hengshan Ivanovsky's contact information. Su Hengshan immediately dialed that number. The factory is now barely surviving, with monthly output only a few thousand units, less than 1/10 of its peak production. If we can take on a portion of Ivan's order for 100,000 units, even if we don't say much, 10,000 or 20,000 units would be enough for the factory to handle for a while. The call was answered quickly. Ivanovsky speaks the language of the Dragon Kingdom. I was puzzled when I received Su Hengshan's call, because only a very small number of people in China know this phone number. But after hearing Su Hengshan explain his purpose and that it was Lao Ma who introduced him, he suddenly realized that it was Lao Ma who gave him the number. After that, the talks went very smoothly. Ivan agreed to visit Su Hengshan's factory tomorrow. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Chen, your friend is a good guy. This Ivan seems reliable. He said he'll come over tomorrow to take a look, and if there are no problems, we can sign the contract. That's great. But uncle, is your electric scooter any good quality? Quality assured. I, Su Hengshan, never engage in fraudulent or substandard practices. The electric vehicles produced in my factory are absolutely top-notch in quality. Okay, that's fine then. Jiang Chen nodded. Next, I checked out some electric vehicles produced by my father-in-law. From all aspects, the materials used are indeed of high quality. However, the design is rather ordinary and the performance is average. These old products alone are not enough to save my father-in-law's factory. Uncle, can I come to your production workshop? I want to modify a senior citizen's electric vehicle. What? Modifying an old man's electric vehicle? Xiao Chen, you can do that too. Su Hengshan asked in surprise. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's always good to have more skills. Jiang Chen laughed. All right, come with me, Su Hengshan said. I'll arrange all the materials, tools, and manpower you need for the modification. Uncle, I heard from old Lu that your family also owns a battery factory. Have. What? You even know how to modify batteries? I know a little. Xiao Chen, be careful. This battery is special. Don't modify it and make it explode. Don't worry, uncle. It definitely won't happen. Su Hengshan led Jiang Chen to the production workshop, called the workshop director over, and instructed him to listen to Jiang Chen's instructions and give him whatever he wanted. Then I had other urgent matters to attend to, so I left to take care of them. I've been busy for almost a whole day. I only came over to check on it when I got off work in the afternoon. He didn't have high hopes for Jiang Chen's modification of the old man's car, thinking that the young man was probably just doing it for fun. After all, how old was Jiang Chen? You can do this and that too. Fishing, antique appraisal, and fighting are all out of the question. I can also modify electric vehicles and batteries. That's about it. Young people, they're all too young and inexperienced. However, when he returned, seeing the prototype that Jiang Chen had barely managed to modify and learning about its performance parameters, he gaped, feeling utterly dumbfounded. Because that old man's car, after being modified, has a rather sharp look. The two striking headlights are bright and piercing, the body proportions are harmonious, and the lines are smooth and rounded, making a deep impression at first glance. Especially the configuration and performance. Reversing camera, air conditioning, power windows, cruise control. What? There's also autonomous driving. It can park automatically, summon itself, and even has autonomous obstacle avoidance capabilities? What the heck? The modified battery can provide a range of 600 kilometers. This is fucking. Is this some kind of electric car for seniors? It's so small, but it's even more awesome than a real electric car. Su Hengshan gasped. The electric vehicles his family produces for the elderly only have a maximum range of 100 kilometers, but this kid modified the battery, and the range is now 600 kilometers. Damn it. Larger electric vehicles, many of which have similar ranges. Besides, those fancy features. To be honest, the so-called smart cars these days are nothing special. Shocked, Su Hengshan went inside to experience it for himself. After experiencing it, all I can say is, awesome, absolutely awesome. Xiao Chun, did you really modify this? He asked incredulously. Yes, I modified it. Strictly speaking, I actually made it by hand, Jiang Chen said. Of course, Director Zhang from the workshop gave me a lot of guidance throughout the process. Upon hearing this, Workshop Director Zhang Jun quickly waved his hand. No. What guidance am I supposed to give? I'm just helping out. Zhang Jun is a seasoned expert with many years of experience. But seeing Jiang Chen's modifications, the handcrafting process, literally, was still an eye-opener. The final product then showcases its functionality. To be honest, when he saw it, his expression was one of disbelief, and he looked completely dumbfounded. Because of that handcrafted old-fashioned motor, in every aspect. That's fucking awesome. Chapter 344. Don't panic. I'll give you a mark of love. Uncle, can you produce a car like this for seniors? Production is possible, but the software part, that intelligent driving. As long as you can produce it, that's fine. Leave the intelligent driving part to me. I'll also modify the battery production line and manufacturing process for you tomorrow. Xiao Chun, how should I thank you? Uncle, you're too kind. You're my father-in-law. We're all family. Why thank me? Upon hearing this, Su Hengshan almost burst into tears. So touching, so incredibly touching. However, while I was touched, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Where could I find such an amazing and wonderful son-in-law? If only I had another daughter. Why? That evening, Su Hengshan was in a good mood and drank with his son-in-law. They drank until late at night, and he accidentally drank too much. He started using alcohol to deceive people again. Reeking of alcohol, he grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and said earnestly, with deep emotion, "Brother, damn it, wouldn't it be so much better if this were a feudal society?" Jiang Chen was embarrassed and speechless. Uncle, you've had too much to drink. I'm not your brother, you're my father-in-law. How can you call me brother? I'm not drunk. What's wrong with being your father-in-law? Oh, so if I'm your father-in-law, I can't call you brother. Are you looking down on me, or what? Uncle, I think highly of you. Isn't that settled then? Come on, brother, let's have a few more drinks. Where were we? Oh right, brother, wouldn't it be great if we lived in a feudal society? Uncle, why is that? Because it's very simple. Men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If I also have a daughter, can't I marry you just the same way? Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment, unsure how to react. Bang! At this point, Bai Huiyan, who had already gone to bed, could no longer listen. Since it's my own home and there are no outsiders, I can just drink and be drunk without worrying about losing face. But this guy, after getting drunk, not only called the man son-in-law, but also talked about feudal society and how great it would be for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. And then have another daughter. What nonsense is this old geezer spouting? Su Hengshan, look at the state you've become from drinking. Aren't you afraid Xiao Chen will laugh at you like this? Bai Huiyan came over angrily and scolded. When Su Hengshan saw his wife come out, he was really angry. He immediately restrained himself and didn't say anything, just chuckled. It's all right, auntie. Uncle was just happy and accidentally drank too much, Jiang Chen explained from the side. Xiao Chen, you don't need to speak up for him. Even if he's happy, he shouldn't drink like this. Drinking like this and talking nonsense, it's just outrageous. Bai Huiyan said to Su Hengshan, let's go back inside. Honey, let me drink a little longer. I haven't had enough fun with my brother. No, Xiao Chen yet. What a load of rubbish. She went back inside. Bai Huiyan said angrily. Without saying a word, he grabbed Su Hengshan and dragged him away. After taking a few steps, she turned back to Jiang Chen, who was standing awkwardly in place, and said, Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. Your uncle drank too much. Don't be like him. It's getting late. You've been busy all day. Get some rest. Okay, sure. Seeing that my father-in-law and mother-in-law had gone back into the house, Jiang Chen, who was alone in the living room, could only tidy up the table quickly before returning to his and Xiao Nyo's room. Inside the room, the lights were off, and it was quiet and dark inside. Jiang Chen took out his phone and checked the time. It was already 12 o'clock. No wonder the girl had already fallen asleep without waiting for him. I went to the restroom and washed up quickly. Jiang Chen didn't have a light in his bedroom. Using the light from my phone, I went to the crib and glanced at the three little monsters. Sure enough, they were all sleeping soundly, chubby and incredibly cute. I couldn't resist gently touching their chubby little faces. So he went to bed. Jiang Chen lifted a corner of the blanket, crawled inside, and found the little girl asleep. He gently touched her, but she didn't move. He then decided to go to sleep properly. After drinking with my father-in-law, I'm definitely sleepy now. And just as he closed his eyes, the little girl seemed to have a fit of hysteria. She turned around and snuggled up to him, rubbed her nose, and went back to sleep, breathing evenly. Young married woman? Jiang Chen suspected that the little girl might not be asleep, so he tried calling her softly. There was no reaction. Only then did I feel relieved and go back to sleep. No need to prepare any small entertainment activities anymore. Actually, well, it's pretty good. But as I fell asleep, in a daze, Jiang Chen felt the girl getting closer and closer to him. In the end, it almost happened. His whole body came up on top of me, pressing down on me so much that it was hard to breathe. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw a small face with its eyes closed, still sound asleep, and he was speechless. Oh, why bother? I couldn't resist reaching out and pinching the other person's nose. Su Qingqing woke up in a huff. Hey, what are you doing? I was sleeping soundly. Why did you pinch my nose? So, you really did fall asleep? Yeah. It's so late, of course I'm asleep. If you were asleep, how did you end up on top of me? Well, you know I sleep on the wrong bed. I fell asleep, and then, by accident, I ended up on top of you. Real? Really? All right then. Jiang Chen was utterly impressed by the girl's shamelessness. She could actually lie so blatantly. So he flipped over. Oh, what are you doing? Suddenly the situation reversed, and Su Qingqing panicked. So she had no choice but to confess the truth. Okay, honey, I was just pretending to be asleep. That's more like it. Jiang Chen knew when to stop and release the girl. Why aren't you asleep so late? Are you waiting for me? TCH, who's waiting for you? I fell asleep around 11 o'clock, okay? But in my sleep, I heard you and my dad drinking, talking loudly and softly, saying things like how great it would be in feudal society, where men could have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Wife. Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong and quickly explained. First of all, let me clarify that the idea of feudal society with 3 wives and 4 concubines wasn't my idea, it was your father's. I know that. Honey, my mom takes care of my dad, so I just want to hear your opinion. Su Qingqing smiled faintly, casually grinding her gleaming white teeth. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Oh well, this was another death trap question. Wife, you're enough for me. What's the point of having 3 wives and 4 concubines? That's all feudal dross. It's the decadent thinking of the bourgeoisie. Well then, of all the waters in the world, I'll only take your bowl. Good answer. Su Qingqing was quite satisfied with the answer, but despite her satisfaction, her silver teeth still aimed straight for the person's neck. Wife, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Don't panic, honey. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to give you a hickey. No, I wanted to give you a mark of love. Chapter 345 is the little cotton-padded jacket leaking air again. Su Qingqing took her time, leaving a loving mark for someone. Satisfied? Jiang Chen asked. I'm satisfied, Su Qingqing said, then nestled comfortably into someone's arms. Honey, let's talk for a bit. Aren't you sleepy anymore? I'm not sleepy. I won't be sleepy anymore as soon as you come back. All right, since you're not sleepy, I'm not sleepy either, Jiang Chen said, putting his arm around the girl, his hand unconsciously returning to its usual spot. Oh, why are your hands so cold? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Well, I probably just washed my face, Jiang Chen said apologetically. Shall I warm it up myself first? No need. Just leave it there. I'll warm it up for you, Su Qingqing said, feeling sorry for someone. Actually, Jiang Chen's hands weren't that cold. The main thing is, cough cough, Su Qingqing had been in bed for a long time, and her body was warm and cozy, so she wasn't quite used to it yet. Honey, what were you helping my dad with all day? You were busy all day. I wasn't busy with anything. I just helped your dad get an order and modified a low-speed electric car. Next, I'll help your dad modify the battery production line and manufacturing process. The ultimate goal is to save your dad's electric vehicle factory. No, you mean you didn't help at all? Besides, how are you so capable? Getting orders, modifying electric vehicles, and batteries. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. You do so much in a day. I think it's all right. You know perfectly well that your husband is very talented and can do everything. Cut. Seeing someone showing off, Su Qingqing glanced at him. As for this multi-talented guy, well, this rascal really is something else. He can do everything, and he's self-taught. I never expected that he would be good at a lot of things, both serious and unserious, and that he would even have connections. What a hidden gem. Thinking this through, Su Qingqing couldn't help but turn around and give Jiang Chen a grateful peck. Thank you, husband. My father has been resentful of the Su family's decline all these years. I always want the Su family to regain its former glory. Last year he was seriously ill. My mother told me that a big reason for it was because he was overworked. He would be so happy if you could help him like this. It's only right that my uncle is happy, but it's also only right that I help him, Jiang Chen said. Why? Su Qingqing asked deliberately. Because you're my wife and he's my father-in-law, it's only right that I help your dad out. Besides, it's just a small favor. Cut. Su Qingqing couldn't help but scoff at someone's claim that it was just a small favor, because they were putting on airs. But regarding his other words, she felt a warm glow in her heart and couldn't help but feel grateful. So she pecked Jiang Chen again and again. Jiang Chen was equally unceremonious. A response was given on the spot. Half an hour later, Su Qingqing, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly remembered something and picked up where she left off, saying to Jiang Chen, Honey, do you know? Actually, by helping my dad, you're helping yourself. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen asked. Because it's simple. I'm my parents' only daughter. They love me so much. Can't they give me back what I said before? All of my parents' property will be ours in the future, right? You can help my dad get orders now, like modifying electric cars or something. So, in reality, it's just about getting orders for yourself by modifying electric vehicles. If you're not my husband, then tell me if this makes sense. Su Hingshan, what a filial daughter. Well said, don't say it again. Yes, yes. Su Qingsheng felt a pang of guilt towards her parents for a second. But, even so, wasn't what she said true? Why? It must be someone's beauty that has captivated my eyes. I'm doomed to fail because of him. Since that's the case, there's no question, we have to make sure we get our money's worth. Honey, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. At the same time, in another bedroom of the Su family mansion, Su Hongshan, who was drunk, was put to sleep by Bai Huiyin, but he woke up again after falling asleep. A person suddenly sat up. This startled Bai Huiyin. Oh, what's wrong? Bai Huiyin asked with concern. Did you have a nightmare? More or less, Su Hongshan slapped his forehead. I just had a strange dream that all of our Su family's property was stolen. You stole it all. Bai Huiyin said, You're dreaming. So what if you stole it all? That's what you say, but guess who stole all of Su's wealth in my dream? Who is it? Our daughter, Qingcheng. She stole our property and gave it all to that brat Jiang Chen. This? Bai Huiyin was surprised for a moment, then said, However, since it is Qingcheng, our daughter, then it's not stealing. Aren't all our future assets hers? That's one way of putting it. But in the dream, Qingcheng was so blatantly biased towards outsiders. Su Hingshan said, still shaken. You said it was a dream, and dreams are all fake, okay? Just tell me, how good is our daughter to you and me? Bai Huiyin asked again. Okay, not bad. Su Hingshan said. Although the current padded jackets are a bit drafty, they are still. She's my little darling. That settles it. Bai Huiyin, on the other hand, is quite open-minded. Just as I was about to go to sleep, I suddenly remembered something. By the way, Xiao Qin helped you so much during the day. Aren't you going to do something for her? From now on, your electric vehicle factory has used Xiao Qin a lot of times. So, just because he's your son-in-law, he's entitled to help you for nothing? Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan scratched his head. To be honest, my son-in-law is too strong. So strong that I feel that even my daughter can't keep this guy in check. What Bai Huiyin said is indeed a problem. Then, we definitely won't let him help for nothing. All right, I'll think about it myself. With that, Comrade Su Hengshan fell asleep with a sense of melancholy in his heart. The next morning, Bai Huiyin yawned as she prepared to make herself breakfast. At least we had guests at home. Breakfast should also be carefully prepared and cooked by hand. However, because Su Hengshan woke up in the middle of the night from a nightmare and talked for a while, she didn't sleep well in the second half of the night because of her daughter and son-in-law's affairs. She was extremely sleepy. He considered getting his lazy daughter up to cook, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and gave up. He instructed the housekeeper to make breakfast. As for that lazy little Su Qingqing, still comfortably lying in bed, because she was also extremely sleepy in the morning and knew that she was going back to her parents' house, she should be more diligent to avoid being disliked by her mother, but, ugh, I'm so tired and exhausted, I just can't take it anymore. Chapter 346 The Little Cow Takes an Airplane. The next morning, it was almost 9 o'clock when Su Qingqing finally woke up. When she checked the time on her phone, she instinctively wanted to stay in bed a little longer, as that's what she always did at her home in Chunjiang Pavilion No. 1. Just then, Jiang Chen pushed the stroller in. Wife, get up. Everyone is outside, waiting for you to have breakfast. Ah. Su Qingqing suddenly felt a chill. This wasn't the little nest she shared with someone in the Four Seas. With a quick somersault, he rolled out of bed. After a quick and efficient wash, I packed my clothes and went out with Jiang Chen and the child. In the living room, Su Hengshan was engrossed in reading and completely indifferent to his daughter's laziness in bed. It's a matter between the young couple. Why should he interfere? Bai Huiyin saw her daughter come out. I couldn't help but say a few words. It is the mother's fault if the daughter is not properly taught. But then, she noticed a mark on her daughter's neck and immediately shut up. Then, she also left a mark on her son-in-law's neck. While surprised, I completely held back my emotions. This young couple really knows how to have fun. He silently muttered it to himself. His face was once again full of smiles, and he casually greeted the young couple. Xiao Chun, Qing Chong, hurry up and eat. It's getting late, and it will get cold if you don't eat soon. Okay, Auntie. Okay, Mom. So the family happily ate breakfast. Su Qingqing was initially worried that her mother would scold her for waking up late, but to her surprise, her mother's attitude was gentle. Something was definitely amiss. Then, he quickly noticed the mark on his neck. She was immediately overcome with embarrassment. Then, the perpetrator was brought in for questioning, but to everyone's surprise, he was shameless and even argued his case. Honey, let me clarify something first. First of all, this was definitely not something I left on purpose. It was probably an accident or something that happened by mistake. Secondly, what you have, I have too. So you can leave your mark on me, but I can't? What I did was tit for tat. Fair and just, reasonable and legal. Su Qingqing was furious at someone's twisted logic. I'm a girl. You treated me like this so brazenly. How will my mom see me now? My image as a demure and obedient girl in my mom's eyes is completely ruined. Out of shame and anger, I had no choice but to force someone to shut up. Well, physically force them to shut up. It was quite a hassle. Su Qingsheng then let the man go, because she had made plans to go out with Kong Shi that day, and to avoid being laughed at, she tied a silk scarf around her neck. Jiang Chen also has something to do today. I need to accompany my father-in-law to the factory. Ivanovsky is coming to the factory to discuss cooperation. Also considering his image, Jiang Chen, at the girl's suggestion, changed into a turtleneck sweater, which covered him up just right. OMG. Is this your Dragon Country's old man's car? Smart driving, autonomous summoning, autonomous parking, automatic hazard avoidance, and even a reversing camera and air conditioning. What? 600 kilometers of range. Is this really a senior citizen's car? Wang Defa, this is unbelievable. This is amazing. How could your Dragon Kingdom allow such an awesome existence to exist? My God, to borrow a phrase from your Dragon Country, this is like a heifer taking a plane. It's so awesome, it's heavenly. Jiang Chen and his father-in-law arrived at the factory shortly after. Ivanovsky also arrived. Upon seeing the three-wheeled vehicles at Su Hengshan's factory, Ivanovsky was very satisfied with the technical specifications, which perfectly matched his order requirements. He immediately signed a contract with Su Hengshan for 50,000 three-wheeled vehicles at an average price of $600 per unit. The number of 50,000 units far exceeded Su Hengshan's expectations. Su Hengshan was overjoyed. However, to his even greater surprise, the old man's car that his son-in-law had modified immediately attracted Ivanovsky's attention after it was put out. After Ivan experienced it, he already speaks Mandarin, and he was amazed by the sights and sounds, exclaiming about the essence of Chinese culture. "Boss Su, do you sell this old man's electric vehicle?" Ivan asked Su Hengshan with a hopeful look on his face. "Sell? Of course I'll sell," Su Hengshan said happily. "How much does it cost?" Ivan asked again. "How much does it cost?" Su Hengshan was taken aback. He really didn't know. He quickly turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, how much does this modified version of the old man's car cost?" "Modified old-age electric vehicles, starting at $10,000 each," Jiang Chen said. "What, $10,000? It's even more expensive?" Su Hengshan was surprised, because compared to a regular old man's car, the revamped old man's car was more than 10 times more expensive. Regarding this price, Ivan was also somewhat surprised, but compared to the revamped old man's car and its overpowered performance, the starting price of $10,000 is high, but not too outrageous. Does this updated product have a name? As for the name, let's call it Great White Shark, Jiang Chen said. Great Jaws. Great, great, I like this name. Ivan exclaimed. "Boss Su, I'd like to test the waters with this Great White Shark senior citizen's electric vehicle. How about ordering 1,000 units first?" "No, 10,000 units? Is that all right?" "Order 10,000 units?" Yes, yes. Su Hengshan was overjoyed. "However, Mr. Ivan, this is our new product, and mass production will take some time." "That's all right," Ivan said. "These 10,000 Great White Sharks, as long as the quality and quantity are guaranteed, can be delivered together with the other 50,000 three-wheeled vehicles within 3 months. Mr. Su, in that case, how about we sign the contract first, so I can transfer the deposit to you?" After Ivanovsky signed the contract and paid the deposit, he left excitedly and satisfied. A while later, Su Hengshan felt as if he were still in a dream. "I can hardly believe it. Just now, my electric vehicle factory received an order for 50,000 three-wheeled motorcycles and 10,000 Great White Shark motorcycles priced from $10,000 each. These sales figures are nowhere near what the factory did at its peak. But you should know that the factory is now mired in difficulties and on the verge of bankruptcy. Such an order. This is enough to keep the factory alive, or even revive it. Come to think of it, this is all thanks to my son-in-law. If I were a woman, I wouldn't be able to do it." "Why?" Su Hengshan was extremely grateful. Then he took out a document and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, "Xiao Chen, please sign this document." "A share transfer agreement?" Jiang Chen took the document, his expression blank. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Harmful. Xiao Chen, you know my electric vehicle factory. It was almost finished, and I was thinking of handing it over to that Lu Laosan. But with your help, you've not only brought in orders, but also modified my electric car for the elderly. They saved the factory in one fell swoop. It's true that I'm your father-in-law, but we need to settle accounts clearly. I can't let you help me for nothing. I've been thinking about this for a while now. If I give you money and you don't want it, I might as well give you shares. From now on, the shares in this factory will be 40% for me and 60% for you. Don't complain that your uncle is giving you too little." Su Hengshan spoke at length. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen naturally understood his father-in-law's good intentions. Giving him shares, with him taking the lion's share, meant his father-in-law wanted to tie his fate to the factories and to create a lasting connection. Bite. Detecting the host's current state, triggering a divine choice. Choose option 1. Accept your father-in-law's shares and receive a chance to win a fantastic prize. Option 2. Refuse your father-in-law's offer and reward yourself with a small goal. Chapter 347. I promise I'll beat the shit out of them. Xiao Chen, just sign it. Don't think that I'm giving you this favor. This is what you deserve. If it weren't for you, no matter how unwilling I am, this factory would have gone out of business sooner or later, and I would have had to sell it to that Lu Laosan. Besides, I gave you shares not entirely without my own selfish motives. If you were the major shareholder of this factory, you wouldn't just abandon it, right? You would definitely be responsible for its future development, wouldn't you? What was originally a money-losing burden can now become a money-making opportunity, a big money-making opportunity. And me? This way, I can save the factory I've built up over a decade of hard work, and I can also get a share of the profits with you, right? Su Hingshan was afraid that Jiang Chen would not accept it, so he tried to persuade him again. Seeing that his father-in-law had already said all that, Jiang Chen had no choice but to say, "All right then, uncle, I'll respectfully accept your offer." "Good. Okay." Su Hingshan was overjoyed. While secretly relieved, he quickly handed the share transfer agreement to Jiang Chen. "Have to. Now my factory is completely dependent on a powerful backer." The joy I felt was even greater than when I made money myself. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate any longer and signed the document on the spot. After, the father-in-law and son-in-law discussed the next steps for the electric vehicle factory, aiming to get the production line and manufacturing process for the new product, Great White Shark, ready as soon as possible. Correspondingly, there are also changes to the production lines and manufacturing processes for the modified batteries. This also needs to be developed as soon as possible. Due to domestic restrictions on low-speed electric vehicles such as those for the elderly, the new product, Great White Shark, can only be launched in overseas markets at present. Regarding the Great White Shark product itself, Jiang Chen has incorporated a lot of cutting-edge technologies, and in terms of technical level, it can be described as a game-changer for many brands of electric vehicles. What he ultimately wanted was a sensational effect. One purpose was to test the waters, and the other was to advertise. As for proper electric cars, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry, and he wasn't necessarily going to do it. Let's take a look first. Let's see how this Great White Shark performs in the market. Bite. The host has made a choice and accepted his father-in-law's shares. Congratulations on receiving the reward. 1 God-level lottery draw. Lottery. Bite. God-tier lottery success. Congratulations on winning. Energy Steal X1. Bad Luck Card X1. Energy Theft? Jiang Chen was taken aback. After checking the description, it turns out to be exactly what it says, to seize and absorb a person's energy, similar to a one-time star absorption technique. Moreover, it has wonderful uses when actually used. Okay, Dog Tongzi is a scoundrel, always doing weird and strange things. Xiao Chun, you've been busy for a while now. How about we find a place to have a few drinks? After finishing up the factory business, Su Hingshan suddenly suggested to Jiang Chen, "A drinking contest." "You're still drinking?" Jiang Chen laughed. This father-in-law, sigh, he's such a drunkard, yet he still thinks about drinking. Since they are not officially married yet, he will temporarily call him uncle. His father-in-law, on the other hand, calls him brother directly and more than once. The terminology is open to interpretation. This is complete chaos. Yes, we've been busy for a while, so it's only right to have a little drink. Besides, we just reached a cooperation agreement, and you became the largest and second largest shareholder. Shouldn't you celebrate? This is perfect. I found a new tavern. The ambience there is really nice, Su Hingshan added enthusiastically. But uncle, aren't you afraid your aunt will scold you? Jiang Chen reminded him. And just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that his mother-in-law had come over at some point and walked up behind his father-in-law in a few steps. Harmful. I'm afraid she'll talk about me. What a joke. What does a woman know? It's perfectly normal for a man to have a few drinks when he's happy. Su Hingshan continued to boast. Suddenly, she noticed that Jiang Chen's expression was off, and behind him, a chilling murderous aura suddenly emanated. Then I turned around. He was startled to find Bai Huiyin staring at him with a gloomy expression. Wife, what brings you here? Su Hingshan exclaimed in surprise. How did I get here? Can't I just come to your factory and take a look around when I have nothing else to do? Bai Huiyin retorted. But as soon as I arrived, I overheard you trying to take Xiao Chen out for drinks. No, honey. Ever since you scolded me for making a fool of myself while drinking, I haven't dared to drink anything. Ouch. Why are you pinching me? I really didn't drink. Even if I had some thoughts, I haven't acted on them yet. Ouch! Ouch! Uncle and aunt, I have to go now. Faced with his father-in-law and mother-in-law's behavior, Jiang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He quickly said goodbye and left, not wanting to be a third wheel. Once you leave the factory, everything is fine. So I just went straight to find the girl. Su Qingqing pushed the child in a stroller. On this day, Kong Shi and I went to their former middle school together. Looking back on the past and reflecting on the present, I am filled with emotion. She became a married woman and had 3 children. She's been single since birth, but she's changed from a confused tomboy to someone who's eager to find a man. Oh, right, Qingcheng. Isn't Yin Ning the bodyguard your husband arranged for you? Why isn't she with you today? After wandering around the school for a while, Kong Shi suddenly remembered and asked, how should I put it? Yin Ning hurt her too much last time. That fall back then. She really thought she had broken her, but in two. Even now, when I think about it. Ugh, it still feels like a burning pain. You mean Yin Ning? She said she had something to do at home and had to take a day off, Su Qingqing added. But this is Shanghai, so I'm just going to wander around the city. It's fine as long as she's not around. We live in a peaceful and prosperous era. Where can you find something like a TV drama, with all the fighting and killing? Yes, that's true. Kongshi nodded. But she is stunningly beautiful. If we encounter danger, we don't need to be afraid. I'm here. I've been training for many years, so if we really run into petty thieves, I promise I'll beat the shit out of them. The two walked and stopped intermittently. We chatted casually, creating a very relaxed and comfortable feeling. After visiting their old school, the two planned to stroll around the pedestrian street area. Back in their school days, they often went there on weekends. Because they are not far apart. Before long, Su Qingqing drove to the vicinity of the pedestrian street. After getting out of the car, Kongshi offered to help push the 3 little monsters, while Su Qingqing followed beside her. After leaving the parking lot and walking along the road for a while, they arrived at their final destination. Creek. The two were walking along the roadside with their child. Suddenly, a Lamborghini sports car arrogantly stopped on the side of the road near the two of them, and a young man with slicked back hair and dressed in designer clothes got out of the car. He walked straight to where the 2 women were. Hello. Qingqing, it's been a long time. The young man was the first to extend his hand to Su Qingqing and greet her warmly. Chapter 348. 1,000 arrows pierce the heart. A mournful cry echoes within. Su Qingqing was taken aback at first, thinking to myself, who is this person? Why are they greeting me like this? I had no intention of shaking hands with them at all. But after taking a closer look, I realized that I actually knew this young man. This man's name is Ning Feng, the second young master of the Ning family, a wealthy family in Shanghai. Speaking of which, a few years ago, her father, a chauvinist, had a huge fight with her and almost severed their father-daughter relationship in order to force her to go on blind dates. This was the man she was supposed to meet. Kongshi over there also recognized Ning Feng. He immediately said coldly, Ning Feng, I advise you to be sensible. If you dare to cause trouble today, I'll beat you until you wet your pants. They immediately issued a threat. Yo, that's really impressive. I'm so scared. Ning Feng gave an exaggerated, lewd laugh and said to Kongshi, I know you. Your name is Kongshi, Qingqing's childhood friend. I heard you're quite skilled. But then again, if only Qingqing and I had made a commitment back then. As Qingqing's childhood friend, you can still be Qingqing's bridesmaid at our wedding, and you can also gain favor with our Ning family. It's been booked. Dream on, Ning Feng. Qingqing is already taken. What chance do you have? Kongshi said disdainfully, her expression revealing an uncontrollable sneer. Seeing this, Ning Feng looked surprised and turned to look at Su Qingqing. Kongshi is right. I already have a husband. See the stroller Kongshi is pushing? Those 3 babies are my husband and my children. Su Qingqing said truthfully. Ning Feng heard this. Then I looked at the 3 little babies. His face immediately turned pale, and he was extremely surprised. So Su Qingqing, the goddess I once longed for, already has a husband and 3 children with him. This? No way. His expression turned incredulous, bitter, and resentful. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly laughed again. I'm telling you, Qingqing, you really didn't have to go to such lengths to reject me. Ning Feng, am not the kind of person who clings on relentlessly. If you have no interest in me, you can simply refuse. Of course, I reserve the right to continue. But you used the excuse that you had a husband and 3 children. No. I advise you not to put on a show for me. Su Qingsheng was stunned. I was acting? Acting for you? What kind of twisted logic does Ning Feng have to come up with such a thought? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Su Qingsheng was too lazy to waste words and didn't want to ruin her day because of a fly in front of her. They followed Kong Shi and were about to leave. Ning Feng saw this and sneered. Then he waved his hand. Several thugs rushed out from behind and blocked the 2 women's path. Ning Feng, don't push your luck. Kong Shi cursed angrily. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have a few more henchmen. Dare to mess with me, and I'll beat the shit out of you. No. I'm so scared, Ning Feng said with a forced smile, completely unconcerned. He knew that Kong Shi was quite skilled, but his underlings were no pushovers either. Qingcheng and Kong Shi, I really didn't mean any harm. I just happened to see you 2 today, and since it's been so long since we last met, I thought I'd say a few words to you. I'm not bragging. Our Ning family is now considered one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai. There are thousands of beautiful women who want to marry into our Ning family, but I have no interest in any of them. But Qingcheng, you are different. If you agree to a marriage alliance with our Ning family, I couldn't be happier. I guarantee you'll enjoy endless wealth and luxury in the future, and your Su family will return to the ranks of the elite in the shortest possible time. How about it? Why don't you think about it carefully? Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng was both angry and amused. I feel nauseous and disgusted by such a narcissistic person. Ning Feng, I'll say it again. I'm a married woman, so please have some self-respect. The one surnamed Ning. Can't you understand human language? Kong Shi couldn't help but say. Qingcheng has a husband and is already a mother of triplets. Her husband is more handsome and richer than you. If you have any self-awareness, you'd better get lost. Ning Feng was furious and was about to lash out, but he held back, thinking of leaving a good impression on Su Qingsheng. He took 2 deep breaths to catch his breath. He let Kong Shi off the hook for the time being, and forced a smile at Qingcheng, saying, as the saying goes, you can eat anything, but you can't say anything. Qingcheng, a stunning beauty like you, how can you bear to disregard your own innocence? You said you have a husband and children. Okay, these triplets will be your children, but what about your husband? It's okay to lie to others, but it's going too far to lie to yourself. Don't tell me you just find any man and pretend he's your husband. Why bother? Excuse me, please move aside. Just as Ning Feng was still unwilling to give up and kept pestering, a handsome young man hurriedly walked over and said to Ning Feng. Su Qingsheng and the other 2 women were immediately delighted upon seeing this, because the young and handsome man was none other than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that Xiao Niu and Kong Shi had taken the child towards the pedestrian street. He hurriedly followed, and coincidentally, he met them not far from the entrance of the pedestrian street. Who are you? Ning Feng frowned when Jiang Chen asked him to make way. I am Qingcheng's husband. As Jiang Chen arrived, he saw the scene and roughly understood what was going on, so he said it directly. What? You are Qingcheng's husband? Ning Feng was surprised. He had just said that Su Qingsheng was acting and pretending to have a husband, but in the blink of an eye, her husband had appeared. Does Su Qingsheng really have a husband? This is... No way. You say you're Qingcheng's husband. How can you prove it? Ning Feng asked, still unwilling to give up. How can you prove it? Easy, Jiang Chen said, then brazenly pushed past Ning Feng and came to Su Qingsheng. He skillfully put his arm around her slender waist and immediately gave her a peck. Is this okay? Ning Feng. It felt like 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. He cried out in despair. Damn it. This guy really is Su Qingsheng's husband. Honey, I'm here for you. Su Qingsheng hooked her arm around Jiang Chen's neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Once she started kissing him, it seemed like it would never end. When Ning Feng saw this, he was almost heartbroken. Kong Shi saw this and couldn't stand it either. Cough, cough. Can you guys be a little more considerate? I'm right here. I really want to find a man to kiss me too. Then, for no apparent reason, a person came to mind. Yin Ning. And over there. After a good 10 seconds, Su Qingqing finally released the person with satisfaction. Ning Feng saw it all. It felt like being subjected to the torture of being sliced to pieces. I felt extremely distressed. He couldn't help but look Jiang Chen up and down. And there was this kid. Handsome, more handsome than me. Taller than me. She has more poise than I do. In comparison, despite being dressed in designer brands and being the handsome second young master of the prestigious Ning family in Shanghai, I felt ashamed of myself. Why? Holy crap, where did this kid come from? He seems so awesome. Chapter 349 Jiang Chen's Achilles heel. Ning Feng felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Jiang Chen. Because of that kid Jiang Chen. Not only does it look cool, but it also makes you feel so happy. Su Qingqing, such a delicate and beautiful woman, is his wife and has given birth to 3 children for him. Ning Feng glanced at the 3 babies. There were 3 little babies, with big, round eyes, and they were chubby and fair-skinned, like porcelain dolls. Even he, who usually dislikes children, found the 3 little ones incredibly adorable. Therefore, he became insanely jealous for a time. Damn it, if it weren't for this kid. All of this, including Su Qingqing and her child, should have been his. Although Su Qingqing hadn't seen him for a long time, she hadn't even wanted to meet him on a blind date. But what does it matter? Leveraging the Ning family's influence in Shanghai, he used both soft and hard tactics, threatening Su Qingqing with the revival of the Su family, believing she wouldn't give in. He has made considerable preparations for these. To my surprise, when I saw Su Qingqing again, this guy had already beaten me to it and had 3 kids. This is fucking ridiculous. It's truly a shame that all my efforts have been wasted. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Ning Feng. Ning Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and extended a hand to Jiang Chen in a seemingly generous manner. Jiang Chen kept observing Ning Feng's expression. I thought the other party would be furious and go berserk. If the other party goes berserk, things will be much easier to handle. At worst, their berserk state will turn into a beating. But unexpectedly, the other party actually took the initiative. A handshake as a gesture of goodwill. Hello, my name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied calmly, without giving it much thought, and shook hands with the other person. Since the other person was sensible, he let it go. After all, I won't offend others unless they offend me. However, when he shook hands with Ning Feng, he immediately sensed that the other party was up to no good, as he used a lot of force when shaking hands. Jiang Chen took the bait. Ning Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. He has had incredible strength in his hands since he was a child, and with years of fitness training, he can now crush walnuts with his bare hands. Then, he wanted to take advantage of the handshake to give Jiang Chen a hard time, so that this kid can make a fool of himself in front of Su Qingqing. Take the opportunity to humiliate them again. At first, he felt a surge of pleasure and triumph at his successful revenge, but that pleasure and triumph quickly vanished without a trace. Instead, there was unbelievable pain. His hand was gripped tightly by Jiang Chen like an iron clamp, as if he were holding a red-hot iron. He couldn't hold on or shake it off, and every second was an extreme torment. Quickly let go. You fucking want to die? Ning Feng threatened, his forehead covered in sweat from the pain. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered, increasing the pressure. Ning Feng felt as if his hand was about to be broken. Seeing that Ning Feng was in bad shape, some of his underlings wanted to help. Ning Feng immediately stopped her. No, don't come any closer. Then, helplessly, she could only apologize to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I was reckless just now. Just one instance of recklessness. So what do you want? Stay away from my wife and kids from now on, or you know what will happen. Well, seeing Ning Feng give in, Jiang Chen released his hand, but as he did so, he also used his energy-stealing skill. If Ning Feng was only targeting him, then it would be fine. But the target is a young girl. There's nothing we can do then. The girl and the child are Jiang Chen's Achilles heel. Chapter 350 Ning Feng has gone completely mad. Ning Feng felt as if he had been granted a pardon when Jiang Chen released his grip. However, the moment he was released, his body suddenly felt weak, as if it had been hollowed out instantly, and he was covered in cold sweat. I was so dizzy that I almost fell over. Brother Feng, are you alright? Several underlings came over to ask Ning Feng. They had benefited from the Ning family and Ning Feng, and were all brave and ruthless. Without, Ning Feng steadied himself and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Feng, should we, brothers?" One of the underlings, named Zhou Fengzi, said with a fierce glint in his eyes as he saw Jiang Chen and his group about to leave. What he didn't say was that he wanted to keep Jiang Chen and his group here. Never mind. Let them go first. Ning Feng understood what Zhou Fengzi meant. This time, Jiang Chen humiliated him. He is, after all, the second young master of the Ning family. He must get his revenge. But Jiang Chen is quite capable. He hasn't gone far yet, and if he makes a move now, it might be like trying to catch the leader first. What if he takes him down first? That would be a case of losing more than you gain. A beauty that could topple cities. I won't say anything else. My Ning family can be considered one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai. You should think carefully about what it would mean for you and the Su family if you were to marry into my Ning family. Separated by a group of underlings, Ning Feng mustered his courage, yet still felt unwilling, and shouted at Su Qingqing. In response to this, Su Qingqing, however, didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring his words. Jiang Chen frowned and glanced at Ning Feng. That sharp gaze made Ning Feng shudder and almost wet himself. "Brother Feng, are we just going to let this go?" That kid was really arrogant just now, daring to treat Brother Feng like that. Zhou Fengzi looked puzzled as he watched Jiang Chen and the others leave calmly. How could we possibly let it go? But there's no rush. Ning Feng still harbors lingering fear towards Jiang Chen. But in her heart, she hated Jiang Chen to the core. Jiang Chen is quite capable. This is a society governed by law. You're trying to get arrested by fighting in the middle of the city. Here's what we'll do. You follow them first. When they arrived at a secluded place, there was hardly anyone around. Then you can make your move. Damn it. Once we make a move, we have to beat that kid to death. Do you understand? The thought of the humiliation he had just suffered. Ning Feng went berserk, furious. As the second young master of the Ning family, he had never been humiliated in public like this before. Moreover, he had a grudge against the theft of his wife, so there was no way he would not seek revenge. Clear. Understood, Brother Feng. A group of underlings responded, but there were also dissenting voices. Brother Feng, look, should we just let it go? Jiang Chen is really not someone to mess with. The speaker was a henchman named Wang Xiaoshui. Wang Xiaoshui was actually quite familiar with Jiang Chen. He was the one who led the group to cause trouble at Jiang Chen's father-in-law's jade shop that time. In the end, Jiang Chen gave him a good beating, and he and his men were literally kicked out of the jade shop. At this time, seeing that they were going to deal with Jiang Chen again, and were going to beat him to death, fear inevitably lingered in their hearts. Not to be trifled, Wang Xiaoshui, have you lost your mind? Jiang Chen is nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Fengzi shouted angrily at Wang Xiaoshui. So damn cowardly. Why should we keep you around? Get lost. Ning Feng cursed, kicking him without any hesitation. Wang Xiaoshui did not resist. He was kicked to the ground, then sighed, shook his head, got up, and slipped away. Actually, letting himself go was a good thing. You lunatics, do as I just told you to do. Remember, beat Jiang Chen to a pulp, cripple him if you can. But keep Su Qingqing alive. Don't hurt a single hair on her head. Got it, Brother Feng. Zhou the madman and his men left in a hurry. Ning Feng moved around, touching the hand that had been gripped so tightly it hurt terribly. He cursed a couple of times and got back into his Lamborghini. At the same time, a deep cruelty flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you think you're so tough? Fine, this time I'll let you be tough enough. Then start the car. He stepped on the gas and sped toward a hotel. As for Su Qingqing, he can't have her for the time being, so he has no choice but to settle for some vain and slutty women. Not long after, Ning Feng drove to a high-end hotel he frequented. The hotel room. A girl dressed in heavy makeup and quite attractive had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Ning Feng arrive, she quickly came to greet him. Brother Feng, you're here. Ning Feng was seething with anger. It was precisely because of this that I wanted to vent my frustration, so I put in all my effort and went straight to the point. But 10 minutes have passed. Half an hour has passed. Ning Feng was sweating profusely with anxiety. But, Brother Feng, are you a eunuch now? The girl, who had known Ning Feng for a long time, joked and teased him when she saw this. To everyone's surprise, this immediately enraged Ning Feng. "You son of a bitch! You're the eunuch. Your whole family are eunuchs. Get out! Get out of here!" While hurling insults, he became even more enraged, kicking the girl to the ground and kicking her out. Ning Feng was the only one left in the hotel room. He looked in the mirror and couldn't believe it. Holy crap! What the hell is going on today? How could this happen? Suddenly, I remembered the handshake I had with Jiang Chen. The moment I let go, I felt extremely weak. Could it be? Is it because of Jiang Chen? But no, that can't be. That kid's just a bit handsome, a bit arrogant, and a bit happy. How could he possibly know how to turn himself into a eunuch? Ning Feng thought about it and realized that this was indeed a possibility. He went completely insane. Jiang Chen sighed. Despite the brief incident, the group's spirits remained unaffected, and they continued with their plans, taking the children with them. Wander around and look around. Strolling along the pedestrian street. "Jiang Chen, your grip is too strong. I saw you shake hands so hard that Ning Feng almost knelt down before you." Kong Shi praised Jiang Chen. Not bad," Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. That Ning Feng actually wanted to use a handshake to intimidate him. He was really too audacious. Let's really have a demonstration. Even 10 Ning Fengs wouldn't be a match for him. And of course, there's energy stealing. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. Anyway, Ning Feng is in for a lot of trouble. Good. Qingcheng, did you hear that? Your man is quite modest, isn't he? That's rare. Kong Shi turned to Su Qingcheng and said. After all, having known each other for a while, she knew Jiang Chen's tendency to boast, although most of his boasts were actually based on real abilities. What's so rare about it? My husband has always been this modest, okay? Su Qingcheng hooked her arm around his and tilted her head up, saying, Isn't that right, honey? Of course, Jiang Chen said affectionately, gently pinching the little girl's nose. But honey, you really have a strong hand. You once crushed a basketball with your bare hands, didn't you? Yes, that's true. Kong Shi, who was standing to the side, suddenly felt a little withdrawn. She suddenly realized that she really didn't like chatting with the young couple, who were always showing off their affection and making her feel like she was being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. It's gotten to the point where I can't help but eat it. But Su Qingqing said her husband could crush a basketball with his bare hands. Speaking of basketball, is it serious or not? Chapter 351 The lilies in my hometown are blooming again. On the road, Kong Shi treated everyone, buying several cups of milk tea. She had a matcha red bean cup for herself, a golden coconut red bean cup for Su Qingcheng, and a black brick cup for Jiang Chen. Kong Shi initially enjoyed the drink. Then he turned his head. I found that the young couple were exchanging milk teas. You try my golden coconut red bean. I'll take a sip of your bull demon king black brick. Wow, that's quite the display of affection. In that instant, Kong Shi suddenly felt that the matcha red bean in her hand was unbearably sour. Why? Can't these two adulterers tone it down a bit? Besides, when will I finally find my own man, and then? For some reason, I suddenly thought of Yan Ning again. Kong Shi was startled by her own thoughts. No way. Have I lost my way again on the path of orientation? The lilies in my hometown. No, the cherry blossoms are about to bloom again? God, are you kidding me? She's a woman, and so am I. Especially just a couple of days ago, Yan Ning nearly broke my butt in two when she was thrown around. But does this mean I'm a masochist? Holy crap. Kong Shi was utterly impressed with herself. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, until she couldn't contain herself anymore. I quickly tried to change the subject to divert attention. But what came out of her mouth was, by the way, Qingcheng, what happened at Yan Ning's home? He took a day off? I don't know either, Su Qingqing said. She just talked about family matters. Maybe it was a blind date. A blind date? Kong Shi exclaimed in surprise. Well, the blind date thing was just my guess. I really don't know what's going on in her family. Su Qingqing glanced at Kong Shi, then teased. What's wrong, Kong Shi? You're still talking about it. Have you forgotten what Yan Ning did to you last time? Life is tough, don't expose it. Besides, last time I wasn't prepared, and she threw me down unexpectedly. If there's a next time, I promise I'll make sure her but gets a bloody pulp. The group chatted idly as they strolled along the pedestrian street. It was almost noon, so we decided to have lunch together. Ching-chung, do you remember that noodle shop we used to go to often when we were in school? Kong-shi suddenly asked while discussing where to eat. I remember. That place is so delicious, it's always packed. I remember one time at lunchtime, the two of us even skipped class to come out and eat there. Speaking of that noodle shop, Su Qingqing looked on with a hungry expression. Yes. That's why we went early. I remember we almost couldn't get a seat. This noodle shop is still open. Why don't we go there now? It's on me. Kong-shi said generously. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Are you treating? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, Kong-shi nodded. You're treating us to noodles? That's so stingy, Jiang Chen joked. What do you mean by stingy? You're not just staying in Shanghai for a day or two. I'll treat you all slowly, okay? Don't worry. Next time I'll definitely take you to the most expensive seafood restaurant in Shanghai. Besides, the taste of this noodle shop is really no worse than those expensive restaurants. Yes, honey. Kong-shi and I both highly recommend that noodle shop. You haven't tried it yet. Once you do, you'll know how delicious this noodle shop is. It'll make your mouth water. Yes. After you've tried it, I guarantee it'll be so delicious you'll forget your own name. Ha! Su Qingqing and Kong-shi tried to persuade her. They both recommended the noodle shop they frequented during their student days, and faced with their enthusiastic recommendations, Jiang Chen had no choice but to go along with it. The noodle shop was located on the side of a small alley. Kong-shi led the way, making several turns, and after about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the noodle shop. It was the first time an outsider had visited. One can't help but be surprised that such a relatively hidden and simple place exists near the bustling pedestrian street of Shanghai. It was lunchtime. There are no fewer people than before. Jiang Chen and his group waited outside for a while before it was their turn. All three of them ordered the restaurant's signature beef noodles. How is it, honey? Is it delicious? After the steaming hot noodles were served, Su Qingqing couldn't wait to take a bite, her expression satisfied, and then she asked Jiang Chen. Not bad. Jiang Chen tasted the noodles, as well as the soup and meat. It does taste good. As for how delicious it is, opinions on this matter vary, but from my own perspective, well, I'm still a tiny bit short of my god-level culinary skills. Xiao Niu and Kong-shi highly recommend it. Perhaps the added factor is the memory of my student days. Good. Then honey, you should eat more. Su Qingqing chuckled. She took the noodles she couldn't finish from her big bowl and gave them to Jiang Chen, then casually took a few pieces of beef from Jiang Chen's bowl. Is the beef delicious? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. It's delicious, of course it's delicious, Su Qingqing said, her cheeks puffed out, her expression momentarily causing Jiang Chen to lose his composure. Since it's so delicious, why don't we ask the waiter to add some more beef? No need. I just think the beef in your bowl tastes better. Upon hearing this, Kong-shi nearly choked on her food. Seriously, can't I even eat my noodles in peace? Why? Damn it. I have no idea where my jerk has gone. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Ugh. Kong-shi sighed repeatedly. After the meal, the group finished eating. The three little mythical beasts were also hungry. A loud commotion ensued. Jiang Chen first fed each of the little monsters a little rice cereal to fill their stomachs. Afterwards, the group prepared to return to their car in the parking lot so that the three little ones could also enjoy a delicious meal. While passing through the alley, a group of people walked towards us. Suddenly, with a whoosh, it blocked Jiang Chen and his group's path. Those people were Ning Feng's henchmen. The leader, Zhou Fengzi, said arrogantly, Jiang Chen, how dare you insult our brother Feng? We'll settle this score with you. I saw that group of people. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. It seemed that the lesson given to Ning Feng was not profound enough. Just as they were about to make their move. Let me do it, Kong-shi volunteered. She had just eaten noodles and was bombarded with displays of affection, and her own man was nowhere to be found. Now, she was facing a bunch of insolent brats who were asking for a beating. Let her beat him up and vent her anger. Chapter 352. What joy is left? Kong-shi, are you sure you can handle this? Su Qingqing asked worriedly, seeing that the group of people on the other side did not look easy to deal with. Don't worry. Women aren't allowed to say no. Kong Shi strode forward, her voice booming. A bunch of idiots. Watch how I deal with them. She has been practicing martial arts since childhood. He practiced all kinds of martial arts, including boxing, sanda, taekwondo, and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. When I was in school, I even won a national championship in the youth group. Therefore, he was quite arrogant and didn't take Zhou Fengzi and his group seriously at all. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhou the madman swiftly swept his leg across him. With a thud, Kong Shi fell heavily to the ground. Sorry for being careless. Let's try again. Kong Shi was not convinced. She did a somersault, stood up, and pounced again. This time, they were in high spirits and gave it their all. But, to be honest, she has been practicing for many years, but it's mostly just a basic stance. Lack of real-world experience. They are nowhere near as good as someone like Zhou the madman, who is always out there fighting and brawling in the streets. So not long after, Kong Shi was defeated again, this time kicked away by Zhou Fengzi, and thud. She landed hard on her buttocks. It's not as good as Yin Ning's time, but it still hurt terribly, especially since that area already had an old wound. Damn it. I don't believe it. Let's go again. Kong Shi was unconvinced and charged forward again with a roar. Result. Bang. I fell on my bottom again. Seeing that Kong Shi's attempt to show off backfired, and he ended up getting. Well, you know. Su Qingsheng felt sorry for her childhood friend for a second, and then laughed for the remaining 99 seconds. Well, she usually doesn't make fun of people like that unless she can't help it. Are you alright, Kong Shi? He went over to help Kong Shi up. It's alright, Kong Shi said. Qingsheng, help me up. What are you doing? You don't want to sleep with me again, do you? Yeah, I haven't beaten him yet. I have to keep going. Come on, keep going. Zhou Fengzi laughed upon seeing this. You, Kong Shi roared. Never mind, I'll do it, Jiang Chen said. You're coming? Jiang Chen, are you sure you can handle this? Kong Shi asked, thinking to himself, if I can't even handle the leader on the other side, Jiang Chen is only slightly stronger than me. Can he really deal with him? Moreover, the other party was a group of people. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to look at the girl and asked, Wife, do you think I'm any good? Cut. Okay, you're really something. Su Qingsheng felt something was off about what someone said, so she pouted and didn't argue with him in front of others. I just did it to fit the occasion. Despite her words, she was still quite nervous as she faced a group of opponents alone. Fortunately, that person truly lives up to their name. In just over 10 seconds, amidst astonished gazes, they swiftly and decisively defeated the entire group of people, like felling logs, including the strongest Zhou Fengzi. It was only at this moment that Zhou the madman understood why Wang Xiaoshui was so afraid when he heard about taking revenge on Jiang Chen. This kid is like a legendary killing god. Killing that whole group of people is as easy as killing a chick. He needs to know. They'd already slipped away. Spare me. Brother Jiang, spare us. Don't kill us. We were blind to your abilities. We'll never dare to do it again. When Zhou Fengzi and his gang saw Jiang Chen approaching like a god of death, they were filled with panic and begged for mercy one after another. Why would I kill you? If I kill you, I can't get in here, Jiang Chen said. So what does Brother Jiang mean? Are they going to spare us? Zhou Fengzi was overjoyed. No. Zhou Fengzi hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Chen stepped on his foot, and with a thud, his foot and shoe were almost flattened and he sank into the broken floor tiles. The other underlings saw it. Their faces were filled with terror. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, fearing that Jiang Chen would target them and cause them to suffer like Zhou Fengzi. Could you pass on a message to Ningfeng for me? Jiang Chen said to Zhou Fengzi. What did you say? Speak. Zhou Fengzi was in so much pain that he almost fainted, and he didn't dare to resist Jiang Chen at all. Just say, I wish him good luck. You wish him good luck? Zhou Fengzi asked, feeling like he had misheard. Yes, that's the sentence. All right, I'll definitely pass on your message. After explaining Zhou Fengzi's words, Jiang Chen left with his wife, children, and Kong Shi. However, since he said he wished Ningfeng good luck, he was true to his word and immediately used the bad luck card on Ningfeng as they walked. No way. He gets so petty when it comes to girls. After Jiang Chen and the others left, it took a while before Zhou Fengzi got up. Every time he moved his foot, He felt excruciating pain. Just as Zhou Fengzi got up, Ning Feng called. "Hey, you lunatic. How's it going?" Ning Feng asked on the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, Brother Feng. Things have gone wrong." "Broken up?" "Yeah, Jiang Chen is too awesome. He beat up a whole group of us all by himself, like it was nothing. We didn't even have to put up a fight before we were all taken down." "What? You whole group of people can't beat Jiang Chen alone?" Ning Feng was shocked upon hearing this. He knew the level of Zhou Fengzi and his gang. They were all ruthless and dangerous individuals who had risked their lives for their lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so at ease. But surprisingly, what about Su Qingqing? Didn't even you manage to take her away? "Sorry, Brother Feng. We can't beat Jiang Chen, so naturally Su Qingqing can't take him away. By the way, Brother Feng, Jiang Chen has a message for you." "What did you say?" "He said, 'Good luck.'" "Wish me good luck." Ning Feng was puzzled for a moment, then quickly flew into a rage. This was Jiang Chen taking the opportunity to humiliate him. "Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Tell me, what use are you to us, the labor and management companies?" "Roll." Ning Feng was furious. Jiang Chen filled him with a mixture of shock, anger, and fear. This kid had truly gone too far. However, in a fit of anger, Ning Feng decided to go to the hospital to get checked out first. After all, there are priorities, and suddenly he's not up to it. Damn it. He doesn't want to be a eunuch for even a day? If it really can't be cured, what's the point of living? What joy is there in this life? And then, boom. Ning Feng stepped on the gas. The stylish Lamborghini supercar sped off into the distance. At this moment, he was eager to find a renowned doctor to cure his ailment as soon as possible. Whatever the cost, he is willing to give anything. He didn't even consider that Jiang Chen's words were actually a piece of advice for him. Good luck? Really? Not long after, while turning at an intersection. Because of the excessive speed, there was no time to dodge. Ning Feng's Lamborghini supercar crashed head-on into a large truck. Bang! Chapter 353 Marital Harmony. Under the violent impact, the front of the Lamborghini was completely wrecked. The multi-million-dollar car was totaled. Ning Feng himself was seriously injured. He suffered a concussion, bruises on his face, and broken legs. The pain was so intense that he fainted. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a different branch. Now let's talk about Jiang Chen. He took his wife, children, and Kongxi back to the parking lot so he could feed the 3 little monsters. They arrived at the nanny van. Kongxi naturally wanted to get into the car as well, but to her surprise, Su Qingqing stopped her, saying, "Kongxi, you can't go in." "Why can't I go in?" Kongxi asked instinctively. "For no reason, you just can't go in." Kongxi was about to ask, then why was Jiang Chen able to get in? Then it immediately dawned on me. They were a couple, breastfeeding 3 children, or maybe more than 3. It might not just be about breastfeeding. Well, anyway, as an outsider, those potentially embarrassing scenes are obviously not suitable for children to watch. Kongxi understood. So, after glancing at the young couple with a hint of envy, he very consciously came out. Outside, I was scrolling through my phone aimlessly when I suddenly looked up and saw Yan Ning there. Her eyes lit up immediately, and her face lit up with joy. Yan Ning had some family matters to attend to and had to take leave temporarily. However, he quickly dealt with the family matters and returned home ahead of schedule. After Su Qingqing sent her a location, Yan Ning found it directly. Yan Ning. As soon as Kongxi saw Yan Ning, she rushed over to greet him warmly. "Hello, Kongxi." Yan Ning nodded when he arrived. She knew that Kongxi was Su Qingqing's childhood friend, so as she nodded, a slight smile appeared on her usually stern face. "Yan Ning, I heard you took the day off today. Is something wrong at home?" Kongxi asked. "Yes, there was something, but it's all taken care of now." "Oh, it's all done so quickly? Was it a blind date?" Yan Ning looked somewhat surprised and glanced at Kongxi. "It's a blind date, but Kongxi, how did you know?" "Well, I was just guessing." Kongxi laughed. "Because we're about the same age, if something suddenly happens at home and we have to go, it's most likely a blind date. And to be honest, I've been going on so many blind dates lately, I'm really tired of it." "Yes, that's true." Yan Ning nodded in agreement. "Since you're also going on blind dates, Yan Ning, that means you're single too, right?" Kongxi couldn't help but ask again. Yes, I'm single, so what? Well, it's nothing much. It's just that Yin Ning. Can I ask you a question? You say? Kong Shi truly lives up to his nickname, Kong Erlungzi, meaning Kong the Fool. I always go wherever my thoughts lead me. Seeing that Yin Ning's attitude was good, he, cheering on, and leaned close to Yin Ning, whispering something in his ear. Yin Ning was initially surprised. Then came disbelief. And then, without hesitation, he picked up Kong Shi and threw her to the ground like a chick. Bang! The noise was so loud that even Jiang Chen, who was feeding the child inside the car, suddenly trembled. Kong Shi got beaten up again. Oh, it really is. I got beaten up by Yin Ning again. Speaking of those two, they really are sworn enemies. Enemy. You know what? Those two might really be sworn enemies. A dozen minutes later, the feeding was finished. Jiang Chen and his wife, along with their child, got out of the car. Seeing Kong Shi's bruised and swollen face, they asked with curiosity, Kong Shi, what happened to you? I hope he didn't misbehave and got beaten up by Yin Ning again. Harmful. What do you mean I got beaten up? Couldn't that have been a friendly sparring match? Couldn't I have fallen down on my own? When Lin Zhu asked her a question, Kong Shi felt embarrassed and glanced at Yin Ning, who was expressionless and like a wooden doll. I felt quite emotional. This is fucking ridiculous. Speaking of a beautiful girl like myself, who can be both male and female, and can be both cool and sweet, any girl I like is rejected by both men and women. Why? Looks like I'm destined to be single forever. Bite. The lilies in my hometown have bloomed again. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. A small goal. Bite. The lilies in my hometown have withered again. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. A small goal. Jiang Chen. No. The lilies of my hometown bloomed and faded. What's it to me? Behind the pedestrian street, there is a city god temple with thriving incense offerings. Besides during holidays, many people come here to burn money and pray on ordinary days as well. Jiang Chen and his friends had nothing to do, so I went there for a stroll. Honey, I want to go. Su Qingsheng felt a little envious when she saw so many people burning incense. Actually, she didn't believe or understand these things before. But since having children, parents can't bear to see their babies suffer even the slightest grievance, and they can't help but feel heartbroken whenever they hear a child cry, regardless of whether the child is their own. I immediately understood the feelings of those pilgrims. Go if you want to, Jiang Chen said. Qingsheng, wait. I want to go too. Kong Shi hesitated for a second. I went along too. She was burning incense and making wishes. Even though she was destined to be single, she actually had many, many wishes. Honey, do you know what I wished for? That evening, in their bedroom at the Su family mansion, Su Qingsheng, after washing up, suddenly asked Jiang Chen. What wish? Jiang Chen asked. Why don't you take a guess? What's there to guess? It's just a matter of family harmony bringing prosperity. May our parents, our own families, and everyone else be safe, sound, and healthy. You're right about everything. But honey, there's one more very important point. There's another very important point. What is that? Jiang Chen asked curiously, taking a sip of water from a cup, ready to listen attentively. That's right, Su Qingxing said without keeping him in suspense. We too are a harmonious couple. Jiang Chen almost choked when he heard this. Isn't this the most important thing about you, my wife? Okay, just tell me, isn't that right? Su Qingxing said. Yes, absolutely. Jiang Chen saw that the girl had put her mind to this. He put down his water glass and put his arm around the girl. Honey, since this is so important and we both agree, let's have some peace and harmony as husband and wife. I'm fine, Su Qingxing said casually. But honey, shouldn't you close the bedroom door before that? Also, our 3 little babies are still in the living room. Chapter 354 The Panicked Father-in-Law. Actually, the 3 little monsters were outside, and so were the father-in-law and mother-in-law. The elderly couple were teaching their 3 children to speak. Slowly, the 3 little ones can actually call their grandpa and grandma now. Although the pronunciation is inaccurate, 1 or 2 of these incidents might have been just coincidences, but even so, the elderly couple were overjoyed. Even though it was late at night, they were still warmly surrounding the 3 little ones. In this situation, It's really going too far to be here in the bedroom, discussing things like harmony with the little girl. Never mind then, Jiang Chen said, pulling the girl into his arms and tightening his embrace. It's fine to just stay here quietly, holding my wife. You mean you were honest and obedient? Am I not being honest enough? Pa, you can hug me, but why did you have to hit me? Ahem, honey, you really can't blame me. It was instinct. Jiang Chen felt embarrassed. His old habit had relapsed. Actually, it's not just instinct. I've really gotten used to it. But since my wife has spoken, I'll have to restrain myself a bit. They really need to tame themselves a bit. Seeing this, Su Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. But after that, having long been used to it, she didn't refute him and just let him be. So the young couple stayed quietly in the bedroom. They were talking casually. While waiting for the elderly couple outside, I realized that the warmth had worn off and it was already evening, and it was time for them to go to sleep. But half an hour passed while they waited. The elderly couple outside still showed no signs of stopping. It can't be entirely their fault. With their guidance, the three little ones finally learned to call their grandparents Grandpa and Grandma. Anyone would be overjoyed to hear that. And the three little ones. They also danced around excitedly, occasionally letting out bursts of laughter. Indeed, so adorable, absolutely adorable. In the bedroom, nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, Su Qingqing was talking and almost fell asleep before she knew it. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and found that her parents were still going on and on. I checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Never mind. Let's call the three children in. My parents seem to be so busy having fun with the kids that they've probably forgotten all about the time. Su Qingqing straightened her pajamas and left the bedroom, followed by Jiang Chen. Mom, Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? It's almost 10 o'clock, Su Qingqing said as she approached. It's only 10 o'clock. Your mother and I usually go to bed at 11 o'clock. It's still early. Besides, this is the first time your mother and I have ever been called maternal grandparents. We're so happy right now, so we should at least be allowed to enjoy ourselves, right? Su Hongshan said without looking up. Then he continued to tease Xiaobao. Xiaobao, come on, it's your turn. You're closest to Grandpa, so call out Grandpa again. Master Medicine. Grandpa, Xiaobao called out twice, and the second time the pronunciation was more accurate. This made Su Hongshan overjoyed. She picked up the baby again. After a series of affectionate cheek kisses, wow, Xiaobao really is closest to Grandpa. He got it right on his second call. Xiaobao is so great. He had completely forgotten that this little one, who was closest to him, had twice soiled himself on him. Bai Huiyan also enjoyed it immensely. Being called Grandma by the three little ones in turn filled me with a heartfelt joy that instantly transported me back to my childhood. However, seeing Qingsheng come out to urge him to go to sleep, Jiang Chen also came out. Suddenly, I understood. He urged Su Hongshan. All right, it's time to sleep. Even if you like talking to the child should be sleeping too. But there's no buts about it. If you don't sleep, what about the three kids? What about Qingqing and the others? If you want to talk to the kids, you can do it tomorrow. After being reminded by his wife, Su Hongshan immediately realized what was going on and replied, okay. With a hint of reluctance, she put the baby back in the crib. All right, little one, and big one, and little one too. Time for bed, bye-bye. The three little ones responded with an excited laugh. After, they each went back to their rooms. Jiang Chen and his wife pushed the crib back to their room. Just as she entered the house and was about to close the door, she suddenly heard Su Hongshan shout in alarm from outside. Huiyan, what's wrong? Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing were taken aback. They were all startled and quickly ran out again. Chapter 355 Husband, give me a kiss. Jiang Chen and his wife went out. Bai Huiyan was pale and had her eyes closed. Su Hongshan was half squatting and holding her in his arms. Su Hongshan was anxiously calling Bai Huiyan's name. Judging from his expression, he was truly panicked. Dad, what happened to Mom? Uncle, what's wrong with Auntie? The young couple asked in surprise as they approached. I don't know either. Didn't you just say you were going to sleep? She was about to go back to her room, and I just took a sip of water when I turned my head and saw her suddenly sway and fall to the floor. Su Hongshan said. Because there was a carpet on the floor, Bai Huiyan's fall wasn't too bad. But the sudden fall gave Su Hengshan a bad feeling. After all, he had only just recovered from his illness. And while they were talking, Bai Huiyan also woke up. Seeing the three people surrounding him, their faces showing concern and some confusion, he asked, I just fell down. Yes, Mom. What's wrong with you? Huiyan, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly fall down? Su Qingxing and Su Hengshan helped Bai Huiyan to the sofa to rest, and then asked her with concern. Bai Huiyan scratched her head. Why did I fall? To be honest, I can't say for sure myself. I was just walking back to my house when I suddenly felt dizzy, and then everything went black. For a split second, I didn't know anything. Then I woke up just now and realized I had fallen. Xiao Chun, do you know why your aunt suddenly faints while walking? Su Hengshan subconsciously turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. After all, it was Jiang Chen who healed her leg. However, Jiang Chen knows acupuncture and massage, and is also a veterinarian. He really couldn't figure out what caused his mother-in-law's situation. So he shook his head. I don't know either. Sudden fainting can have many causes, including low blood sugar, cardiovascular problems, and other reasons. My advice is to go to the hospital for a full checkup. Su Hengshan nodded. But it's night now. Should we go now? Let's go now. It's hard to say what might happen if someone suddenly faints. The cause could be quite serious. It'll be reassuring to have them checked out. Good. Su Hengshan then packed up and took Bai Huiyan to the hospital. Jiang Chen followed along. Su Qingcheng wanted to go with her mother out of concern, but when she saw the three children, she had to give up the idea. Jiang Chen gave some instructions. So I drove my parents-in-law to the hospital. There's a nanny here, so it's no problem for my little girl to take care of the three little monsters at home. They went to the hospital quickly. I went to the emergency room. After a series of examinations, the cause was finally found to be myocardial ischemia. In more serious cases, heart bypass surgery may be necessary. Fortunately, Bai Huiyan's condition was relatively mild. The doctor's treatment plan was to receive intravenous treatment at the hospital for a few days, and then rest at home for a period of time. Su Hengshan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. After all, young couples become companions in old age. 2 weeks later, Bai Huiyan had almost recovered, but Su Hengshan fell ill with a severe cold and had to stay in bed receiving intravenous fluids for several days. Throughout the entire process, from beginning to end, this included taking care of his parents-in-law's illnesses, as well as his father-in-law's factory affairs, such as modifying the battery production line. Jiang Chen, who is naturally lazy, actually put in a lot of effort. The father-in-law and mother-in-law were grateful. Su Qingxing also felt sorry for him. Honey, thank you so much these past few days. If it weren't for you, my parents would have been sick one after another, and they would have suffered terribly. What are you thanking me for? We're all family. Besides, everyone gets sick sometimes. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxing felt a warm glow in her heart. She instinctively felt that meeting such a man in this life was incredibly lucky. Even saving the galaxy in her past life wouldn't have been better. Husband, what are you doing? Give me a kiss. Chapter 356. Watch out, or I'll pull the plug on your oxygen tube someday. A kiss. Anywhere is fine, right? No. Is there any doubt about this? Of course, anything is fine. Faced with the girl's self-righteous and reproachful gaze, Jiang Chen stopped teasing her and instead obediently gave her a light peck on her cherry lips. I asked you to give me a kiss, and you just gave me this perfunctory response. Su Qingxing's expression was dissatisfied because it was just a light peck. Then tell me, what should I do to avoid being perfunctory? Jiang Chen asked deliberately. Keep an eye on things. Let me demonstrate for you. Su Qingxing said, suddenly pounced on someone, then hooked her neck and gave him a French kick. A minute or two later. Have you learned it or not? That's what you call not just going through the motions, Su Qingxing said with satisfaction. I've already learned it, but it's useless. How about I try it out in practice? Sure, why don't you give it a try? Yeah, the young couple's conversation was so shameless. Su Qingxing chuckled inwardly. This pig's trotter really knows how to handle things. Sometimes he looks like a blockhead, cough cough, but he's actually quite quick to understand. Not bad, not bad. But 3 hours later, Su Qingxing burst out laughing, and even felt a little like crying. Because Well, a skilled hunter often appears as the prey. In the end, I underestimated the pig's trotter and overestimated myself. In any case, I was too arrogant. But this one, willing to hit and willing to be hit. We can't blame it all on pig's trotters. After all, he's been taking care of his parents, running around doing all sorts of things for them. It's only natural that I'd give him some extra benefits. Ayaya. Iya ahaya. At this point, the child woke up and started making a fuss. The young couple quickly got up to check the diapers of their 3 little ones and fed them milk. They were all very familiar with the process. It's so good that you could practically do it with your eyes closed. Look, wife. It's fortunate that we had 3 children at once, unlike us, who are both only children and will have to support 4 elderly people in the future. Yes, Su Qingqing echoed. And there have been news reports like these past few days about only children taking care of their parents, who are both sick and in wheelchairs. That scene looked really difficult. Yeah, so the old Chinese saying about raising children to provide for old age is still quite true, Jiang Chen said. Wife, how about we? How about what? Su Qingqing asked. How about we have a few more kids? Yes, let's have a few more children. It's not only to respond to the country's call, but also to prepare for old age. Many children bring many blessings. Cut. I just want to have a child, but can't you let me have a break first? Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. Besides, the idea of raising children to provide for you in old age isn't necessarily true. Wife, are you saying that if the children are unfilial, raising more is useless? That's true. Jiang Chen thought of this. I just finished feeding my baby rice cereal and am now holding him in my arms, trying to lull him to sleep. And so it went. With nothing else to do, he deliberately educated Xiaobao. You know, Xiaobao, you must be a filial child in the future. If you dare to be unfilial and become an ungrateful wretch, I'll abandon you right now. That little treasure. She was staring with 2 round, bright eyes. They were all feeling sleepy, and their eyelids were about to close when Jiang Chen suddenly educated them, his expression even looking fierce. His mouth suddenly widened in a grin. She actually started crying. Look at you. Do you act like a father? The baby is only a few months old, and you're teaching him to be filial and scaring him. Now look what's happened. Su Qingqing scolded. My, I'm not kidding. Jiang Chen knew that his expression might have frightened Xiaobao. He quickly apologized and tried to appease her. Ahem, Xiaobao. It was Dad's fault just now. I shouldn't have scared you. After trying to persuade Xiaobao for a while without success, Dabao and Erbao also started crying. Good heavens, the cries of the 3 little mythical beasts rose and fell in waves. Faced with 3 little monsters crying all at once, plus the little girl scolding, Jiang Chen scratched his head and had no choice but to continue coaxing them and saying nice things. It's all right, little Bao. And there's Dabao and Erbao. If you don't want to support your father in his old age, then you don't have to. It's okay. Anyway, your father has money and can support himself. The 3 little mythical beasts, upon hearing this, continued to cry and fuss. Especially Xiaobao. After her dad tried to comfort her again, she cried even harder, and snot bubbles even came out of her nose. Why? I feel so wronged and heartbroken. Xiaobao's frantic inner monologue. I don't care. I don't care. If you dare to treat me badly now, I'll pull out your oxygen tube in the future. Wah. Chapter 357 Delang. It's time to take your medicine. It took quite a while, late at night. With the little girl's help, Jiang Chen finally managed to calm the 3 little monsters down, soothe them, and get them all to sleep comfortably. After finishing with the children, it was already past midnight, and the young couple should have gone to sleep. But I lay there for a while. Since they couldn't fall asleep anyway, the 2 of them decided to talk for a while longer. Su Qingqing recalled everything since returning to her parents' home in Shanghai. She was filled with emotion and gratitude, and nestled into someone's arms. Speaking of my husband, look, since the children were born, I've been sick, the children have been sick, and now my parents are sick too. What do you mean? I should also get sick. Of course not. I mean, when we, including myself, my children, my parents, were sick, you were the one who took care of us. It's so wonderful to have you here. What's the big deal? It's all my duty. If I get sick tomorrow, you can take care of me the same way. Of course. When you get sick, I'll take good care of you, my wife. I'll grant you any request you have and give you whatever you want. Su Qingcheng immediately replied, but when she thought of the scene of someone being sick, she suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. I suddenly remembered a funny scene. Tell me what kind of scene it is, so that your husband can have a laugh too. Okay, but I told you, don't hit me. You're my wife, why would I hit you? Tell me, and I promise that no matter what you say, I will be a gentleman who only uses words and not fists. At the very end of the day, I'll only say a few words to you. Okay, I'll tell you then. Honey, you're sick, the kind of sick person who's bedridden. So I'm taking care of you at home. When it's time for you to take your medicine, I'll call out every day. Darling, it's time to take your medicine. Su Qingqing finished speaking. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. One of them started laughing, and soon his stomach hurt. I really wanted to roll over on my back and laugh out loud. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Oh, so that's what it is. Seriously, what's wrong with this stupid wife? Has she lost her mind? Is she crazy? Is she even worth keeping? But what should we do in this situation? Of course it is. Without hesitation, execute them on the spot. Su Qingqing's joy turned to sorrow. Panicked. Honey, you just promised me you'd be okay, that no matter what I say, you wouldn't hit me? Yes. A gentleman uses words, not fists, right? I won't use my fists, okay? Thus, from the beginning of my life, if there's anything Su Qingqing regrets the most, it's definitely the joke she made with the pig's trotter just now. Big brother, it's time to take your medicine. Have to. I shouldn't have said that one careless word could ruin my life. The next morning, Jiang Chen pushed his 3 little monsters around the yard. Jiang Chen's mother-in-law prepared breakfast and said she was going for a run in the nearby park. She told Jiang Chen to eat breakfast while it was hot and not to worry about her. Jiang Chen responded, okay. Just then, my father-in-law returned from outside. He always gets up early, and he had just returned from the factory. When he saw Jiang Chen and the 3 babies, he immediately went over and played with the 3 babies for a while. Then he invited Jiang Chen to have dinner together. Where's Qingqing? Su Hongshan asked as he sat down at the table. She's a little sleepy and hasn't gotten up yet, Jiang Chen said, trying to downplay the situation. Oh, Su Hongshan responded, but didn't say anything more. Bai Huiyan had already told him that he didn't need to worry about her breakfast, so the father-in-law and son-in-law ate breakfast together. During the meal, the two talked about the factory. Xiao Chun, that factory owes a lot to you. Before, we were losing money again and again, and I really wanted to get rid of this burden. But now, things are much better. We have orders, the workers are back, and we're back to the bustling scene we had before. And that battery factory. You helped us modify the production line and processes, and the resulting products have amazing performance. Even the most senior technicians in the factory were stunned when they saw them. Anyway, thank you so much. Uncle, what are you thanking me for? It's nothing, and besides, don't forget, I'm a shareholder now too, Jiang Chen replied. Oh right. Su Hongshan suddenly realized that he had already signed a share transfer agreement with Jiang Chen in order to put Jiang Chen at ease. You're a shareholder now, a major shareholder, the big boss of the factory. Hara. By the way, Uncle, has there been any feedback from Ivan? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Su Hongshan said. Didn't we agree that we'd give him 50,000 3-wheeled motorcycles within 3 months? Because we are keeping production on a tight schedule, at the current pace, we may be able to complete this order a month and a half ahead of schedule. When Ivan saw that we were reliable, he placed another order for 50,000 units. Another 50,000 units? That's not bad. Jiang Chen chimed in. Due to policy reasons, 3-wheeled vehicles and old man's cars are currently struggling to survive in the domestic market, but exporting them abroad is indeed a good business. What do you think of the new old man's Joy Great White Shark? Jiang Chen asked again. He didn't say much about the Great White Shark. After all, it's a new product with a complex production process, and production capacity needs a ramp-up process. So far, we've only shipped 1,000 units to them, which is probably too few. Buzz. Suddenly, Su Hongshan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Ivanovsky calling. So he immediately answered, "Hello, Mr. Ivan." A few minutes later, Su Hongshan hung up the phone, his expression one of elation. "Xiao Chen, we have feedback on the new Great White Shark product. After the initial shipment of 1,000 new elderly-friendly vehicles, the market response has been excellent, and Ivan has placed an additional order. Guess how many? 100,000 units." Jiang Chen was listening in when Su Hongshan made the call, hence his reply. "Right, that's 100,000 units." Su Hongshan was shocked, yet overjoyed. Each unit started at $10,000, and with the additional 100,000 units ordered, the total would be at least $1 billion. Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. Good heavens, they've only shipped 1,000 units, and they've already ordered another 100,000. How much does Ivan think about the Great White Shark? But thinking about it carefully, the new Old Man's Joy Great White Shark product has yielded such results, which is quite normal. Intelligent driving, intelligent cockpit, ultra-long range, autonomous summoning, self-service parking, and so on. This is a series of God-level features. It's a pleasure for the elderly. However, compared to many electric vehicles, this is already a game-changer. Even many so-called smart cars. It's not certain that it will have such configuration and functions, or even if it does, it won't be as smooth and perfect as the Great White Shark. As for the reason, the answer is godlike. The answer is cheating. Xiao Chun, if we've made electric cars like this, how about we get electric cars? Su Hongshan asked with anticipation. At present, this is a critical period for the transition from gasoline-powered cars to electric cars. With such a huge pie and market both domestically and internationally, as a businessman, he naturally had ideas and wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. Well, uncle, electric vehicles take a long time to develop and are too expensive. Let me think about it first. Jiang Chen thought about it and decided to be cautious. All right, Su Hongshan didn't dwell on the issue. The two chatted for a while. After Bai Huiyan finished her run and returned, she didn't see Su Qingcheng in the living room, so she asked, "Xiao Chen, where's Qingcheng?" "That. She's still inside," Jiang Chen replied tactfully. "As for what she's doing inside, she's probably just lazing in bed." Bai Huiyan, of course, understood what her son-in-law meant by that answer. So they went to Su Qingcheng's room. A beauty that could topple cities. As luck would have it, Su Qingcheng had just gotten up and was washing up when her mother came in. Feeling guilty, she replied, "What's up, Mom?" Bai Huiyan could tell from her daughter's posture that she had just gotten up, but her daughter was grown up and now had a husband and children, so it was not appropriate to scold her directly. So he spoke gently and earnestly. "Qingcheng, get up earlier from now on. It's not a good thing for you to be so lazy and not get out of bed. If a woman is too lazy, her husband will run away. Even if Xiao Chen doesn't mind you. What about your in-laws? If they find out, they won't be happy, will they?" "Okay, I know, Mom. I'll definitely do it next time." Knowing she was in the wrong, Su Qingcheng immediately stated that as for getting up early, well, it was truly not that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. Chapter 358 The Light of the Dragon Kingdom, the Divine Chariot of the East. Su Qingcheng understood this as well. Ultimately, it all comes down to that one idiot. If it weren't for him, I would never stay in bed or be lazy. Snort. I really want to bite him, so he can keep playing the good guy to his parents. Thinking this to herself, Su Qingcheng secretly glared at Jiang Chen while her parents weren't looking, and even bared her teeth in a threatening manner. Jiang Chen happened to see it. He knew perfectly well what was going on. If his parents-in-law hadn't been there, he would have. Cough, cough. Oh well, it's my father-in-law's house after all. It's better to tone it down. Afterwards, Jiang Chen handed the three little monsters over to his wife and mother-in-law, and then went to the factory with his father-in-law. For some time, Jiang Chen helped to upgrade the production lines and processes in the factory. However, due to a sudden surge in orders, new problems kept arising in the production lines and processes, which Jiang Chen himself had to solve. Su Hongshan drove his son-in-law himself. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, learned about three-wheeled vehicles, old man's cars, and the new Great White Shark from his father-in-law, and by searching the news on his phone. He already knew that these products, which were in an awkward position domestically, were very popular abroad. But I didn't expect it. It will become that popular. It exploded. Three-wheeled vehicles and old man's cars are things that simply don't exist abroad, or even if they do, they can't be as high quality and inexpensive as products from China. It can carry people, haul goods, go for drives, and travel. It can do it all. OMG. Jesus Christ. Is this a three-wheeled vehicle from the Dragon Country? My goodness, it can do everything. It has so many tricks up its sleeve, it's much better than my husband. The key is that it's cheap. The car itself costs $600, and the shipping is $600, so it only costs a little over $1,000. But this thing can do everything. It's so much more practical than a bulky and expensive pickup truck. Yes, the key is that it uses electricity and can be registered. It couldn't be more amazing. If it were a man, I guess I might marry it. What? You actually want to marry a three-wheeled motorcycle? That's outrageous. We, the giant lizards of Curry Country, are the first to object. The basic version of the three-wheeled motorcycle and the old man's car. Because of its multiple functions, wide range of uses, low price, and durability, it is very popular among consumers in various countries. Even the beautiful country, which is known as the #1 divine country on earth. After being introduced to the country's market, three-wheeled vehicles and electric vehicles for the elderly became popular due to the lack of competitors, and consumers kept buying them. Certainly, the most popular, the one that ignites the consumer market the most. It's still the new Great White Shark electric car for seniors. Wang Defa. Is this really a Chinese old man's car, or an electric car? My God, it's amazing. Such a small car, like a giant toy. It actually has intelligent driving, an intelligent cockpit, an intelligent chassis, and a 600-kilometer range. It also has autonomous summoning, self-parking, a reversing camera, and air conditioning. Compared to it, my Tesla is a complete shit. Not just Thai Shark, but all the gasoline and electric cars on the market look either stupid or industrial garbage compared to the Great White Shark. Very good. Very nice. Very awesome. It truly is a miraculous car from the East. By the way, where can I buy this car? Where can I buy it? You're overthinking it, brother. These amazing Oriental cars are sold out as soon as they arrive. If you want to buy one, you'll have to pay extra for a used one. The new old man's Joy Great White Shark is in such high demand overseas that it's ridiculously sought after. The spread of a video showing a minor collision between a low-speed electric vehicle and a Japanese car has made this type of vehicle even more sought after. Because the Great White Shark, despite its small size. However, the materials used were extremely solid. In the collision, the Great White Shark was almost unharmed, while a certain Japanese car was almost completely destroyed in the front due to energy absorption. And the price? Jiang Chen offered Ivan $10,000. When Ivan arrived, he initially set the price at $15,000 as a test, but seeing how popular it was, he simply increased it to $20,000. And that's it. They were still snapped up in no time. All in all, Jiang Chen's modified Great White Shark, with the addition of God-level driving skills, God-level battery technology, and God-level modification technology. Its intelligent driving performance and technology are far superior to all cars on Earth, whether electric or gasoline-powered. Even with China's leading position, we can't even begin to compare. Certainly, whether Jiang Chen should enter the domestic electric vehicle market, and whether it's worthwhile, is another matter entirely. As the Great White Shark became wildly popular overseas, almost universally appealing, it finally caught the attention of Chinese netizens. Damn, that's absolutely awesome. The Great White Shark, which dominates the international market and appeals to both men and women, is actually a senior citizen's electric vehicle from China. Holy crap. Holy crap. China has produced a phenomenal car. This is the glory of the Dragon Kingdom. But seriously, why isn't such an awesome car sold in China? If it were, it would definitely sell like hotcakes. Attention, this is a low-speed electric vehicle. Even electric vehicles for the elderly are severely restricted in the country. So how can they be sold? Damn, it really is. But I bet a pack of spicy strips that the manufacturer will definitely find a way to revamp that Great White Shark and sell it legally in China. Of course, a fool wouldn't take the money. I bet I can drink a lot of alcohol while doing a handstand. I bet concentrated sulfuric acid can wash that bastard away. I bet a 5-speed electric fan. Jiang Chen and his father-in-law entered the factory and quickly got to work. Su Hingshan had already announced that Jiang Chen was now the major shareholder of the factory and the new owner. Therefore, all the employees in the factory, including the general manager and workshop directors, were very enthusiastic and tried their best to please Jiang Chen. They responded to any orders Jiang Chen gave them immediately and never failed to do them or dawdle. This saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. The work involves modifying production lines and processes, as well as subsequent improvements and resolving various issues. Everything went very smoothly. Jiang Chen worked in the workshop for a while, then returned to the office with his father-in-law to rest and have a drink of water. I just sat down. Then the little girl arrived with 3 little mythical beasts. Wife, what brings you here? Jiang Chen stood up and greeted her. What can I come? Su Qingqing said with a smile. You're all at work, and my mom is at work too. I'm bored at home alone, so I came out for a walk. Then, somehow my 2 feet brought me here. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Did you bring me here on your own 2 feet? Are you brainless? But, well, his little silly girl really is. So he stepped forward and skillfully gave the girl a light peck. Then he took the stroller from the 3 little monsters and pushed it himself. Just as he was about to come in, the little girl grabbed him, hooked her neck, and gave him a hard peck. Not satisfied with just one time, they did it again. Cough, cough. The couple was being so affectionate at the door that Su Hingshan, who was in the office, suddenly couldn't stand it anymore. I'm still inside. It's not air. Chapter 359. Jiang Chen is injured. Why didn't you say my dad was in there? Su Qingsheng felt embarrassed upon hearing her father's cough and immediately wanted to find a place to crawl inside. And I heard the little girl's quiet complaints. Jiang Chen expressed his innocence and whispered, You didn't even ask. Besides, I was just going to do it casually. Who knew you would do it again and again? Are you blaming me now? Su Qingsheng was embarrassed and annoyed, and secretly pinched Jiang Chen's waist hard with her hand. Jiang Chen, this silly girl is really good at shifting blame now. Did she learn it from her mother? But, it's fortunate your dad was there, otherwise. Hey, Dad. Jiang Chen pushed the stroller in, with Su Qingsheng following beside him. After entering, he greeted Su Hingshan. Qingsheng, you're here? Su Hingshan got up, greeted Su Qingsheng, and then went straight to the stroller to talk to the 3 little beasts. What about the little babies? Are you missing Grandpa? So you came to the factory to visit him? TSK. So well behaved. After chatting with the babies for a while, Su Hingshan, who had come to the office to rest, felt all his fatigue disappear. The 3 little mythical beasts saw Su Hingshan teasing them. They were also dancing and gesturing excitedly. Xiao Bao, in particular, actually called out, Grandpa medicine, Grandpa. This made Su Hingshan extremely happy. He picked her up and showered her with kisses, exclaiming, Great job, little darling. You actually know how to call me Grandpa. No wonder she's so close to her Grandpa. He pooped on Grandpa twice. Su Hingshan said, still feeling lingering fear. He immediately checked the baby and saw that the baby was wearing a diaper before he felt relieved and continued to hold him. At this moment, the marketing director came in to report on the situation. Bosses, Great White Shark has another new order. This time it's not Ivanovsky. Instead, it was a distributor in South Korea who somehow found our factory's contact information and wanted to place an order for 10,000 Great White Shark units exclusively for South Korea. From South Korea? Then tell him to wait a bit, Su Hingshan said directly. But Mr. Su, the distributor in South Korea needs the goods urgently. They said they don't have 10,000 units. Even 1,000 or even 100 would be fine. What do you think? Well, there's nothing I can do about that. The goods we produce now are prioritized for supplying other countries. No matter how urgently the Koreans need the goods, I can't conjure them up. Since he's in such a hurry, let him be in such a hurry for a while. Xiaochen, are you right? Actually, Su Hingshan could easily procure 100 units if he scrambled around. But he had dealt with South Korean businessmen before. Despite being a tiny country, the size of a booger, they were incredibly arrogant and had a penchant for theft. Therefore, I don't have a good impression of them. Right. I support my uncle's opinion, Jiang Chen also said. However, when it comes to making money, we can't just ignore the Korean market. Since we can't provide 100 units, let's give us 10 or 8 units first. It'll create some buzz and make it easier to raise the price later. Yes, Xiao Chen is right. First, create a sense of scarcity, then raise the price. The father-in-law and son-in-law immediately agreed on the order from South Korea. Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of people from South Korea either. Previously, their South Korean company, 4-Star, sold certain memory chips to China. In order to hoard them and sell them at high prices, they often suffered factory fires or power outages. The key is to control production and maintain high profits from the Chinese market. Now, it can be considered a form of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Certainly, Jiang Chen is basically a businessman, and compared to some underhanded methods, he is quite clean. After Jiang Chen, Su Hengshan, and the marketing director discussed marketing strategies and plans for products such as Great White Shark overseas. Many of the ideas in the middle came from Jiang Chen and Su Hengshan. Su Qingqing overheard this from the side. He secretly chuckled to himself. Why? These two, father-in-law and son-in-law, neither of them can be blamed on the other. They're both shrewd businessmen. After his father and the marketing director left, leaving Jiang Chen alone in the office, he couldn't help but make fun of Jiang Chen to his face. Jiang Chen, however, disagreed. What a swindler. We're making money honestly and legally, okay? What's wrong with wanting to earn more money from foreigners within the bounds of reason and law? And yet, the girl actually laughed at herself. That's incredibly audacious. No question, let's give it a good peck first. Su Hengshan left his office early because he wanted to give his son-in-law a chance. Although it's true that it's impossible not to feel a little sour when a good cabbage that you've raised for 1 or 2 decades is eaten by a pig. But my son-in-law is amazing, so rare. Being her son-in-law is a blessing, and she even felt at one point that she, as a daughter, couldn't hold on to her son-in-law's heart. Since that's the case, there was no other way but to reluctantly part with my own good cabbage. In the office, the pig didn't dare to be presumptuous, but rather kept its distance, gently rooting around the good cabbage for a while, lingering a little, then chatting for a bit before heading back to work in the workshop. He plans to personally teach several apprentices. To avoid having to go to him for every problem, big or small, during the product manufacturing process, keeping him too busy to handle everything. Wouldn't it be better for him to spend that time with his wife and kids? Honey, you stay in the office for a bit. I'm going to the workshop. We'll go home together after get off work. Okay, go ahead. Su Qingqing pecked someone on the cheek and let him go. Because there was nothing else to do. She had made arrangements in advance with Qingqin Technology, and if there were any major problems, she would immediately provide solutions through the remote office system. So in the office, Su Qingqing scrolled through her phone for a while and played with the children for a bit. Before I knew it, it was time to leave work. Su Qingqing tidied herself up, ready to happily go home with someone, when suddenly her father, Su Hengshan, called. Qingqing, Xiao Chen is injured. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing was immediately alarmed. Chapter 360. Where is your face? Where is your sense of shame? Jiang Chen is injured. When Su Qingqing answered her father's call, her head buzzed for a moment. In a panic, I asked my dad where his workshop was, and then, without thinking, I rushed there. Outside the office, Yan Ning stayed in the car the whole time. She came to the factory with Su Qingqing this time. Just then, I saw a person who looked distraught, abandoning his child and running outside. She was immediately surprised. President Su, the child, she reminded him, and went to her office to help push the stroller out. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing hurriedly turned around and saw that Yan Ning had already pushed the child out. So he continued running forward. As I ran, my mind was filled with all sorts of worries about someone. It won't be too heavy. Will it hurt a lot? Will it break any parts? Will it? He ran over, panting. Jiang Chen was sitting in a chair when a person who looked like a doctor was applying medicine and bandaging his wounds. The bandage on his hand was finished, and the person on his calf was being bandaged. Husband, are you all right? Su Qingqing stepped forward and asked with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Jiang Chen greeted the girl with a smile when he saw her. What brings you here? I heard you were injured. How could I not come? Su Qingqing noticed some bloodstains on the ground, and that Jiang Chen's hands and calves were wrapped in bandages. I was so heartbroken that tears welled up in my eyes. How are you? Does it hurt a lot? How did you get hurt? Su Qingqing squatted down and asked with concern. Harmful. I told you, it's just a minor injury. It doesn't hurt. Jiang Chen saw that the girl's eyes were red and she was almost crying, so he quickly smiled and comforted her. I was rushing to finish the job, and I wanted to solve the problem and complete the order as soon as possible. Then I accidentally scratched my hand and foot. Su Hongshan heard this and stood aside, looking apologetic. Actually, Jiang Chen's injury wasn't due to his own carelessness, but because he was saving someone. He took on several apprentices. Teach them how to handle some everyday technical problems. One of the apprentices was careless and made a mistake, causing the cable to break and a heavy object to suddenly fall on him from the air. Jiang Chen was injured while trying to save his apprentice. Although he was injured, well, it wasn't serious. They are all superficial injuries. But a lot of blood was lost. It happened right under his nose. As the father-in-law, he caused his son-in-law's injury on his own turf, which is now also his son-in-law's turf. He still felt a little guilty. That careless apprentice. I know it was because of me that the new boss got hurt. I was almost terrified standing by. After realizing what had happened, he repeatedly bowed to Jiang Chen and apologized. I'm sorry, boss. It was my fault. And thank you, boss, for saving my life. It's all right. This is a lesson learned. We'll be more careful in the future. Safety is no small matter. Seeing that the other person was a few years younger than him, probably only 18 or 19, he was terrified. Jiang Chen did not criticize him harshly. He himself is not a saint. In the instant danger occurred, he could clearly distinguish between the importance of a young, vibrant life and the minor injuries to his hands and legs. Fortunately, I had strengthened my physique. Their strength and speed are simply unmatched by ordinary people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a superficial injury. Bite. Host, saving a life is a great act of merit. Congratulations on receiving the reward. A small goal. Bite. Host suffered superficial injuries to hands and lower legs, resulting in a blood loss of 30 grams. Congratulations on receiving your exclusive reward. 2 small goals, 1 lottery draw. Lottery. Bite. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have won. 3 small goals. Ding. Host injured, triggering hidden mission. Stay in bed, at home, for the next 3 days. Jiang Chen. I need to give some instructions to my apprentices. Jiang Chen and Xiao Niu took the 3 children home together. They went back in a nanny van, with Yan Ning driving and his father-in-law's Rolls-Royce following behind. Inside the nanny van, Su Qingcheng held someone's hand. His face still showed concern. You know, I just asked you to come back to your parents' house with me, and you got injured. Don't worry, honey, it's just a superficial wound. A little bleeding, you won't die. Tui, what do you mean you won't die? Can't you speak properly? Su Qingqing scolded with concern. But when I received my dad's call saying you were injured, I was really scared. My head went blank for a second, and I almost forgot about the child. 3 little monsters. Oh right, you almost forgot. Not completely. Not that you completely ignored us and only cared about your man's injury. When we arrived at the destination and saw that you were indeed all right and had no missing parts, I was relieved. Su Qingqing recalled. You're saying I'm missing some parts? If I weren't your wife, what part would you expect me to be missing? Jiang Chen joked, teasing the girl. Cut. I'm just afraid you'll lose an arm or a leg. What parts could be missing? Look at you. Su Qingcheng realized that her words were somewhat ambiguous, so she glared at the man and argued illogically. After saying that, he couldn't help but glance guiltily at Yan Ning, who was driving. Yan Ning, I didn't hear anything. Jiang Chen felt a warm glow in his heart, seeing how worried the girl was about him. He stared at her and said, Wife, how can you be so adorable? Cute. When Su Qingqing heard such cheesy words, she knew it was no good. Sure enough, in the short time she was stunned, the other party pecked at her. Su Qingqing nudged someone with her elbow and whispered, Watch out. There are people here. It's all right. I'm keeping an eye on things. Jiang Chen chuckled. Is this never going to end? Su Qingqing said, embarrassed and annoyed, and couldn't help but glance at Yan Ning again. Yan Ning. Um, I'm deaf. I didn't hear anything. And I'm blind. I didn't see anything. Seeing that Yin Ning was focused on driving with a blank expression and didn't pay any attention to them, Su Qingqing breathed a slight sigh of relief, but she still felt that something was watching her. Looking out of the car, sure enough, someone was staring at me with wide, round eyes. These are the three little mythical beasts with curious expressions. Oh, honey, let's talk about it when we get home. Su Qingqing was ultimately too embarrassed. In her own bedroom, she could do whatever she wanted, and she was bold and uninhibited. But this happened in the car. It's best to be mindful of the impact. Jiang Chen didn't really intend to do anything. He teased the girl for a while, then decided to stop while he was ahead. Seeing the three little mythical beasts staring at him, he shamelessly lectured them. Children, what are you looking at? Let me teach you an old saying. Do not look at what is improper. Do not listen to what is improper. Even though you don't understand anything, it's still very impolite to stare at people like that. Su Qingqing. We were all speechless for a moment. Speaking of this person, it's one thing to be shameless, but to come and lecture a baby who's only a few months old. How can you be so brazen? Why? Where's your face? Where's your sense of shame? When Jiang Chen arrived home, Bai Huiyin had just finished get off work. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was injured, she rushed over to inquire about his condition and check on his injuries. I know it's just a superficial wound and nothing serious. Only then did I feel relieved. Qingcheng, Xiaoqin is injured. You have to take good care of him. Really, don't be lazy anymore. Bai Huiyin instructed her daughter before going to bed that night. Okay, Mom. Su Qingqing immediately agreed, then fetched a basin of hot water and took the initiative to wash Jiang Chen's feet. Bai Huiyin and Su Hongshan saw this. Their expressions all showed great satisfaction. Chapter 361. You're really going to overdo it. In the bedroom, Jiang Chen was surprised to see the girl proactively fetch water to wash his feet and asked with a smile, "What's going on today? Did the sun rise in the west?" Cut. What do you mean the sun rose in the west? Didn't I wash your feet before? Su Qingqing retorted. You have the nerve to say that, Jiang Chen laughed. I remember your so-called virtuous wife plan. You did wash my feet, but you were so inconsistent, you didn't even stick to it for more than a few days. And the plan to manage one's husband, which follows the plan to be a virtuous wife, is pretty much the same. Jiang Chen exposed her shortcomings, making Su Qingqing feel embarrassed. Indeed, she hadn't implemented the virtuous wife plan and the husband taming plan for more than a few days before they came to nothing. But you can't entirely blame yourself for this. I didn't do anything, like washing your feet or something. Why didn't you say so? If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know what you want? Since you didn't want it, then of course I won't give it to you. Su Qingqing thought about it. My confidence returned immediately. When it comes to shifting blame, of course I'm a pro. Honey, stop bringing up the past. Let's talk about today. Will you let me wash your feet or not? Wash it, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Isn't that settled then? Su Qingqing giggled, squatted down, and helped Jiang Chen wash his feet. Her soft, smooth hands held Jiang Chen's feet and carefully washed them. Jiang Chen sat in the chair. The little girl washed it. Surprisingly, it was quite comfortable, and I couldn't help but squint my eyes slightly. No wonder there are so many foot massage parlors in this society, even in the outskirts of urban villages, one after another. It really is a kind of enjoyment. My mom said you're injured, and that I should take good care of you. I figured you couldn't take a shower right now, so I decided to wash your feet for you. How about it, honey? Aren't I great, honey? Su Qingqing had a look on her face that said, praise me. Good. Is she virtuous? Virtuous and capable. Cut. Su Qingqing smiled with satisfaction, gave a casual scolding, and soon finished washing Jiang Chen. Okay, honey, all done. Is it over so quickly? Jiang Chen was still a little unsatisfied. Yes, Su Qingqing said matter-of-factly. The water's already cold. Why are you still washing? Look at you. Are you getting addicted to me washing you? Jiang Chen chuckled. Wife, how come you're so smart? Since you said so, why don't you help me wash for a while longer? Screw you. You really want me to continue washing your feet? Su Qingqing glanced at him sideways. But since you've asked me to wash your feet, I won't do the rest of the work for you. What? Are there other projects? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Okay. Well, honey, why don't you skip the shower and let's move on to the other activities? Okay. Su Qingqing readily agreed. At least the pig's trotter was injured. He's a meritorious servant, so it's only right that I serve him, take care of him, and give him little surprises. Honey, take your clothes off. Take off your clothes? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Yeah, Su Qingqing said matter-of-factly. Hey, are you going to take your clothes off or not? Do you want a new project? Take it off, take it off. Jiang Chen immediately compromised. We've been married for so long. There's nothing to be afraid of. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen finally found out what the new project was. The girl was being so mysterious, but actually, well, it was just a massage. Certainly. This time it's different from the usual kind. Honey, where did you learn this technique? It looks pretty professional. On your phone. How was it? Did it hurt you? No, the pressure was just right. That's good. I learned it on my phone first, and then I tried it on myself, Su Qingqing said while massaging. I secretly tried it several times before showing it to you. Oof, you got off easy. Jiang Chen wanted to refute, but couldn't bear to. Compared to the foot wash just now, this massage from the little girl is even more enjoyable. Oh, Su Qingqing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong, wife? Honey, look here. You said you were fine, but if I hadn't massaged you, I wouldn't have known that this place was actually injured. Jiang Chen quickly took a look. I saw it on my thighs and my stomach. Both had large bruises. At first glance, it is shocking. Clearly, when he was rescuing that apprentice, in addition to his injured hands and calves, he had also accidentally scraped his thighs and stomach. Because it didn't hurt much afterwards. Jiang Chen didn't feel anything either. It's a minor problem. Just ignore it. It will heal on its own. What do you mean don't care? Honey, don't move yet. Let me put some blood-activating and stasis-removing plaster on you. Without waiting for a reply, Su Qingqing took out the plasters she always kept at home and carefully applied them to Jiang Chen's body, one by one. This is how I treat the little girl. What could Jiang Chen do? He simply did nothing and just lay there. After that, nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Su Qingqing didn't stay in bed. Instead, she got up early and helped her mother make breakfast. When Jiang Chen finished washing up and came out for breakfast, Bai Huiyin and Su Hongshan surrounded him, asking how his injury was and if it still hurt. Fine. It doesn't hurt, and it's not inflamed, it's just a little itchy, Jiang Chen said. If it's a little itchy, that means a wound is healing. Xiao Chen, you should rest well at home from now on. I'll take care of things at the factory, Su Hongshan said. Yes, Xiao Chen. Just stay home and rest. Be careful not to get your wound wet. Bai Huiyin followed up, then instructed her daughter. Qingcheng, I heard that Xiao Chen was injured yesterday and bled a lot. Make him something nice at noon to help him recover. Okay, Mom. Su Qingqing readily agreed. After her parents went to work, Su Qingqing started looking at recipes and buying groceries online. Since the pig's trotter was injured and lost a lot of blood, then we need to replenish both the blood and the body. Noon. Su Qingqing used all her skills and went to great lengths to finally prepare a nourishing meal. Just then, Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin, who wanted to take advantage of lunchtime to find out more about their son-in-law, returned home to find their daughter had prepared a meal with a proud expression. I went straight to the kitchen to see the results. Su Hongshan looked at him with surprise, but did not comment. Bai Huiyin looked at it and hesitated, wanting to remind her daughter of something several times. But just as she was about to speak, Su Hongshan stopped her. In the end, he didn't say a word. They had already eaten lunch. Moreover, as elders, they have a right to interfere in the young couple's affairs. It's really not appropriate for me to get involved. Husband, come and see. I've prepared a sumptuous and nourishing meal especially for you. Su Qingqing excitedly pulled Jiang Chen into the kitchen. Jiang Chen took a look. It was plentiful, but suddenly, I almost couldn't hold back. That silly girl. It's like they're trying to overdo it with supplements. Because that nourishing meal, besides blood-replenishing foods like duck blood, spinach, and pork liver, also included lamb kidneys, beef bone marrow, goji berries, black rice. There's also seal meat, lamb testicles, donkey meat, and leeks. Chapter 362, God-Level Hacking Skills. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan, a married couple. Knowing that Jiang Chen was all right, Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen were about to enjoy a delicious and sumptuous meal. Therefore, they were very sensible. Just checking in at home. They quickly went out again to do their own things. Husband, come and eat. Su Qingsheng carried the dishes to the table and set out the bowls and chopsticks. As for the taste, there's no need to even consider it, since most of the food was either already prepared or semi-finished. Su Qingqing's job was mainly to heat it up and cook it thoroughly. Well, Jiang Chen looked at them and felt a pang of worry. They were all highly nutritious. Honey, aren't you afraid I'll get a nosebleed if you make all this for me? Nosebleed? Not at all. Honey, you're so healthy. Most people can't handle strong tonics, but you'll definitely be fine. Come on, honey. Try this lamb kidney. And this seal meat and beef bone marrow. They look delicious. Su Qingqing excitedly, mischievously, served Jiang Chen a bunch of food. Jiang Chen didn't want to spoil the girl's fun. I had no choice but to eat them one by one. After finishing the meal, he said, Honey, let me tell you something. Actually, these supplements aren't really suitable for me. Not quite right. What? Because my injury is superficial, these tonics, especially those for the kidneys, can easily cause internal heat and affect the healing of the wound. Oh, this? Su Qingqing was immediately surprised. She knew these were highly nutritious, and that someone might get a sore throat or other heat-related symptoms from eating too much of them. Then Anyway, she was just deliberately being mischievous. She really wanted to see someone's expression of irresistible desire. Therefore, they never considered that while these things may be good for the body, they could also affect the healing of someone's wounds. Then what should we do? Honey, why don't you just not eat it? Need not. You've gone to all that trouble to cook this meal. It would be disrespectful of me not to eat it. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of lamb testicles, and the taste was all right. But husband, didn't you say it would affect the healing of the wound? Su Qingqing asked worriedly. Those are just minor wounds. Don't worry, they're nothing serious. Jiang Chen's physique had been enhanced, so those minor external injuries were nothing to him. He might even recover after a good night's sleep. But husband, these are all too nutritious. Eating too much might cause you to have a nosebleed, Su Qingqing said honestly. Nosebleed? Let it bleed then. Jiang Chen also figured it out. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Since the girl has such good intentions, let's just go with the flow. At worst, well, I'll just get a few more nosebleeds. It's not like it makes a difference. So I had a make-up meal afterwards. Jiang Chen as expected. I got a nosebleed, and it was practically gushing out. Su Qingqing was startled when she saw it. He quickly handed over paper and looked for cotton balls. After stopping someone's nosebleed and cleaning up, I looked up and saw that person staring straight at me. Su Qingqing felt a pang of guilt. This is what happened. She was quite looking forward to it, but she had ulterior motives. I want to see someone make a fool of themselves. But later, knowing that it might not be good for someone's wound, and seeing that the person was repairing their nose and was staring straight at him, he realized that it might be bad for someone's wound. His gaze seemed to want to devour someone. She immediately hesitated. This is a classic example of someone who professed to love dragons, but was terrified of them. Why are you looking at me like that, husband? Because you're pretty. I'm good-looking, but you don't need to look at me like that. Besides, you've seen me so many times already. But you look absolutely stunning today. So, honey, what do you want to do? I didn't intend to do anything. I just wanted to move my hands and feet. Upon seeing this, Su Qingqing panicked. Honey, you just had a nosebleed and you're injured. I advise you to calm down. Honey, I was wrong, okay? Honey, the kids are awake and looking this way. Su Qingqing quickly said some nice things. Unfortunately, it's too late. Because he was injured. With his father-in-law and mother-in-law showering him with concern, and his wife serving him tea and water and taking care of him personally, Jiang Chen lay at home for 3 days straight. Life couldn't be better. As for the minor cuts and bruises on my hands and calves, they quickly scabbed over and healed almost completely. Besides taking a bath, Jiang Chen's daily life was completely unaffected. Bite. Host has completed the lie-down mission. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards: 3 small goals and 1 god-level lottery draw. Lottery. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Bite. God-level lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired God-level hacking skills. Wow. That's God-level hacking skill. Jiang Chen was a little surprised, but immediately accepted the reward. Instantly, a massive amount of memories related to hacking techniques flooded his mind. It only took about a minute. Jiang Chen has mastered the most advanced hacking skills on the entire planet Earth. In his eyes, any firewall in the world is useless. He could even easily breach the defenses of the most powerful nation on Earth, the beautiful Ministry of Defense. Bite. Host has successfully completed the mission to save his father-in-law's factory. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards: 3 small goals and a God-level lottery draw. Have to. The mission to save my father-in-law's factory is also complete. Currently, basic models of 3-wheeled motorcycles and old man's cars are being exported to overseas markets and are selling very well. With Ivanovsky leading the way, orders kept increasing and other international distributors also came to him. In short, the 3-wheeled vehicles and elderly people's cars that were barely surviving in China have been given a second life abroad. Not to mention the wildly popular new Great White Shark electric car for seniors, which is in high demand and short supply in many countries, and you might not be able to buy it even if you pay extra, and so on. The father-in-law's factory was naturally saved. And of course, now it's his own factory, and he's the largest shareholder. Lottery. Bite. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have won. Elite Legal Team X1. Good. I was lucky enough to draw an elite legal team. Jiang Chen is now operating as a group. Its subsidiaries span various fields. As the business grows larger, he will need a professional legal department to handle legal disputes and the like. And this elite team of lawyers. Just in time. Xiao Chun. Come on, let's have a few drinks, you and me. That evening, Su Hengshan personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes. Knowing that Jiang Chen's injuries had basically healed, he took the initiative to suggest having a few drinks with Jiang Chen. Bai Huiyin was standing nearby, and unusually, she didn't object to her husband drinking. Okay then. Jiang Chen was also in a good mood and had a few drinks with his father-in-law. Su Hengshan drank a few cups of wine. He urged Jiang Chen to eat quickly. Then, emboldened by the alcohol, he said to Jiang Chen, Xiao Chun, you and Qingcheng are already engaged, but when do you two plan to hold the wedding? Bai Huiyin heard this. He immediately looked in Jiang Chen's direction as well. Chapter 363. If you don't get a beating for 3 days, you'll dare to climb on the roof and tear off the tiles. When will the wedding be held? Hearing his father-in-law ask this question, Jiang Chen turned to look at the girl, just as she was looking at him. Their eyes met in midair. In fact, given their current situation, they've already registered their marriage and feel like an old married couple of many years, so the wedding ceremony is just a formality. But that's the form it takes. For many Chinese people, it is still extremely important. I'm available anytime, Jiang Chen said. I'm available anytime, Su Qingxing added. Upon hearing the young couple's words, Su Hengshan's face immediately lit up with joy. Since you both say so, let's just get married tomorrow. Tomorrow? Jiang Chen and Su Qingxing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, didn't you both say you were ready anytime? Su Hengshan laughed. If you've really decided, I'll call your in-laws right away. We have one night to prepare. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Huiyin couldn't stand it anymore and glared at her husband. You're supposed to be the children's elder, so don't just blurt things out like that, okay? I was just joking with the kids. Seeing his wife glare at him, Su Hengshan chuckled and said, Since you two don't want to go until tomorrow, give me a rough time. Approximate time? Jiang Chen scratched his head and thought for a moment, then said, It's April now, so how about we do it at the end of this year, or in October? Qingqing, what about you? He turned to look at Su Qingqing. I'll do whatever you say, whatever time you say, that's when I'll do it. Su Qingqing took someone's arm. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyin. Seeing this, they all felt a pang of envy. All right, it's like our own good cabbage has been eaten by pigs. But it only tasted sour for a second. The remaining 99 seconds were all fun. After all, their son-in-law is no pig at all, but a dragon among men. Okay, currently, We've tentatively set the dates for the end of the year and National Day, Su Hongshan said cheerfully. Come on, wife, let's discuss it with your in-laws together. 10 minutes later, the two families have reached a conclusion after discussions. The date is neither the end of the year nor October. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why did you change the time? Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing asked in confusion. Harmful. It's because of Xiao Chen's parents. As soon as they heard about the wedding arrangements, they wanted it to be as soon as possible, and they immediately suggested May Day. There's no other way. Let's discuss it for a while longer. That's how we reached a consensus and decided to hold the event during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Chen, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival is in mid-September, which is more than 10 days earlier than National Day. If you don't agree, why don't you discuss it with your parents again? No need. Jiang Chen refused outright. I really need to discuss this with my parents. My parents still insist on scheduling it for May Day, but it's already April. May Day is practically tomorrow. Let's just celebrate it during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The compromise satisfied both sets of parents' wishes, which is good. After dinner, Bai Huiyin and Su Qingchong, mother and daughter, left the dining table first, played with the child for a while, chatted for a bit, and then went back to their rooms as it got late. Jiang Chen then drank and chatted with his father-in-law. I casually mentioned a couple of things regarding the wedding arrangements. Then it went on to talk about all sorts of strange and unusual things, like a casual chat, saying whatever came to mind. Speaking of which, this was the first time the two of them had chatted so freely and openly, without any formalities or restraint. They hit it off immediately and had a very congenial conversation. Jiang Chen muttered to himself as they talked. Not bad. My father-in-law is quite agreeable, except that sometimes he likes to call me brother. Su Hongshan was also thinking to himself. Not bad. This son-in-law is just right for me. He just loves to brag. He also knew that he was a bad drinker. Therefore, he drank alcohol very slowly afterward, and dared not drink too much at all, mainly because he was afraid that if he drank too much, Bai Huiyin would not open the door for him. We chatted until almost 11 o'clock. The father-in-law and son-in-law were finally satisfied and went back to their respective rooms. Jiang Chen returned to his room and saw that the light was on and the little girl was already asleep. So I checked on the three little monsters, quietly washed up, played on my phone in bed for a while, and then prepared to go to sleep. I played mobile games on silent for about half an hour. The little girl next to me rolled over and woke up. Honey, you're not asleep yet, are you? Jiang Chen greeted the girl as he heard the noise. He was about to get a triple kill, but his eyes were still glued to his phone. However, a few seconds after the greeting. But I didn't hear any reaction from the little girl. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance at her, only to see the girl staring straight at him with a sullen expression. Wife, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked in surprise, but before he could finish speaking, suddenly, the little girl grabbed one of his arms and bit him hard. That's right. It just suddenly took a bite. The girl's words completely baffled Jiang Chen. Wife, are you biting me? So what if I bite you? You deserve to be bitten. Su Qingqing pouted and said. You've been too busy playing on your phone, haven't you? You think pesticides are more fun than me? Since you think pesticides are fun, fine, then let your phone sleep with you and have your babies. You've been waiting for half an hour and still haven't answered me. Snort. From now on, you can go with your phone. Faced with the girl's rapid-fire remarks, Jiang Chen was completely shocked. No, was the girl all right? Was this some kind of rebellion? You think you can get away with climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles if you don't get a beating in 3 days? Since that's the case, all right then, I'll grant your wish. Thinking this, Jiang Chen immediately and without hesitation threw his phone aside. Bite. Host's wife is climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles, triggering a hidden reward. A small goal, a short skirt that barely covers her buttocks. The next morning, as usual, Su Hongshan went to the factory to check on the production of the new Great White Shark electric toy for seniors. With the backlog of undelivered orders for Great White Shark growing larger and larger at the current production rate, it will take at least 6 months to deliver them all. While continuing to expand the Great White Shark production line, he cut a lot of orders for basic 3-wheeled vehicles and electric cars for the elderly. Fully commit to producing Great White Shark. After all, The profit margin of the great white shark is there. For the same model, the profit is about 10 times that of the basic model. But that day he went to the factory and quickly returned. As soon as he arrived at his doorstep, Su Hongshan, covered in sweat, saw Bai Huiyin getting ready for her morning exercise and hurriedly asked, "Wife, is Xiao Chen up yet?" "He's up, playing with the kids in the living room." Bai Huiyin replied, then asked with some doubt, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to find Xiao Chen?" "Harmful. Something's happened at the factory." Su Hongshan shook his head and hurriedly went inside. Chapter 364. My father-in-law has another son. "Xiao Chen," Su Hongshan called out, and hurriedly went back into the living room. In the living room, Jiang Chen was playing with his 3 little monsters. The little ones are changing so fast. First they could laugh, then they could sit up by themselves, and then they could call out Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Grandpa. Now, eager to try, they actually want to stand up. And life is so amazing. The process of each child's growth is almost identical, following this sequence as if programmed by the creator. "Xiao Chen, something's happened at the factory," Su Hongshan said to Jiang Chen as he came over. "Something happened?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. "Did someone cause trouble at the factory?" "Not yet, but I feel it'll be soon." Su Hongshan handed over his phone. "Take a look at these first." Jiang Chen's face darkened as soon as he saw it. The factory did indeed run into trouble and was subjected to massive online smear campaigns and attacks. In terms of intensity and scale, it's far more serious than that incident where an internet celebrity was ripped off at a barbecue restaurant. The internet celebrity's incident wasn't about failing to dine and dash. It was mainly about venting her anger and frustration. This time, the electric vehicle factory has truly encroached on someone else's business. The current market for 3-wheeled vehicles and elderly-friendly electric vehicles is very sluggish in China. If they want to make a living, they have to find ways to export to foreign markets. But the overseas market is only so big. If you eat one more bite, someone else will eat one less bite. This time, in particular, my father-in-law's factory, Hongshan Electric Vehicles, made a splash after being introduced through Ivanovsky's channels, and orders have been pouring in. The total number of orders for both the basic model and the Great White Shark model started at 100,000 units. In this way, other electric vehicle manufacturers who were barely scraping by in overseas markets suddenly found their orders dwindling or even disappearing, and they became unhappy. What should we do? If I can't win head-on, can't I at least try to sway the narrative and use some underhanded tactics? Smear them. Get them. As a result, the entire internet unanimously launched a campaign to attack Hongshan electric vehicles. Why? What kind of crap electric bike is this? If we can't survive in the domestic market, we can only fool those big, clumsy foreigners and make some quick, dirty money. Exactly. They've even gone overseas to scam people. They're a disgrace to the Chinese people. Treat customers like idiots, and you'll be an idiot yourself. Those Hongshan electric vehicles, whether they're 3-wheeled motorcycles or electric cars for the elderly, are absolutely garbage. They lack both technology and safety, especially since they use inferior batteries. They boast about their amazing range, and well, it is amazing, but if the battery suddenly explodes, you'll be blown into the air. Hongshan electric vehicles are the worst of the worst. Foreigners are simple-minded and easy to make money from. If Hongshan electric vehicles were in China, they would have been beaten to death long ago. All right. Foreigners may be simple-minded, but they're not stupid. Recent reports indicate that some countries have begun a secret investigation into Hongshan electric vehicles under the pretext of affecting national security. Holy crap, threatens national security? That's a huge accusation. That's right. Their new product, that Great White Shark, has such amazing features. They've been hyping it up so much. Whether it's actually any good or not is another matter. But with so many sensors and cameras on the car body, what if it ends up in a military base? This is a Thai warning. This is a top secret area. You can't enter. You do not say. Ugh, those Hongshan electric bikes are such a waste of the Chinese brand. If they're really investigated, then China's overseas electric bike market will shrink even further. He's definitely a troublemaker in the industry. Hey buddy, don't say that. If Hongshan electric bikes are troublemakers, then what are we, shit? Extra. Extra. There's even more explosive news. You probably don't know this, do you? Su Hengshan, the owner of Hengshan Electric Vehicles, has a son who is a U.S. citizen. Ah, holy crap, this is juicy news. Another unscrupulous boss who made his fortune in China but plans to transfer his assets later. Why does the Dragon Kingdom seem to produce so many ungrateful wretches? No question. Dig up the information and expose him online. Su Hengshan, a former business tycoon in Shanghai, whose businesses span multiple sectors including jewelry, jade, real estate, and electric vehicles. Damn it, electric cars are just one part of his business. In other words, most of what he earns comes from the money of ordinary Chinese people. Make money in China, then get foreign citizenship. TSK. It's disgusting. What should we do about such an unscrupulous boss who betrays his own people? Boycott him and bankrupt him. Yes. Let him go back to his spiritual motherland, the beautiful country. Jiang Chen glanced at the online attacks against Hengshan Electric Vehicles and his father-in-law. The saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He knew that once his electric car became popular, others would inevitably follow suit, feeling envious and jealous. I was mentally prepared beforehand. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly and so fiercely, with the entire internet launching a massive attack. What a load of rubbish. They said that certain countries, under the pretext of affecting national security, have begun a secret investigation into Hengshan Electric Vehicles. Besides, my father-in-law has a son who's American citizen. Uncle, you have a son? Jiang Chen asked Su Hengshan in surprise. You have a son? Bai Huiyan followed up with the question. She had seen Su Hengshan so anxious about the factory incident, so she followed him in out of curiosity. Then, she also looked through the online attacks on her phone. Yes, Dad. I have an older brother. Or a younger brother? Su Qingcheng overheard this in the bedroom and couldn't help but come out to ask in great surprise. There's no way around it. This problem is explosive. Explosive to the point of, well, it might even affect the future. Someone might be fighting with the pig's trotter for property. Faced with the gazes and questions from the three people, Su Hengshan was immediately at his wit's end. No, this is obviously a fabrication against me, okay? I have a son, and he's a beautiful citizen. How come I didn't know that? Wife, listen to me. And Qingcheng and Xiaochen. I, Su Hengshan, have only one daughter, Qingcheng, in this life. If I have a son outside of this world, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. All right, Bai Huiyan said. We were just asking casually, and we all knew it was a rumor. Why did you make such a vicious oath? Su Hengshan thought to himself, if I don't swear a solemn oath, neither you nor my daughter will believe me. Chapter 365. The fat pig flew away. Jiang Chen heard what Su Hengshan said. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since his father-in-law had a son, well, if this was just a rumor, then everything else was insignificant. The new Great White Shark electric vehicle for seniors is being investigated for allegedly affecting national security. That's pure nonsense. He designed the Great White Shark himself, and it has many sensors and cameras on it. But no matter what, it's still essentially a fun toy for the elderly, a slightly larger electric toy. When exported abroad, young people rush to buy them out of curiosity, but most wealthy people actually don't really think much of them. And so far, only a few units have been sold, and it's already affecting national security? Affecting what? The purpose of spreading rumors about someone is to label them, attract attention, or scare people. As for who they're trying to scare, of course, besides Hengshan Electric Vehicles itself, there are also suppliers who cooperate with Hengshan Electric Vehicles. Uncle, have there been any unusual developments with our Hengshan Electric Vehicle partners? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked. If Hengshan Electric Vehicles is treated like a pariah, its partners, for their own benefit, are likely to take advantage of its misfortune, whether they are forced to or not. By then, Hengshan Electric Vehicles will have suffered significant losses. There's nothing unusual going on right now, Su Hengshan said. However, we've received quite a few calls inquiring about the situation here. If things develop further, I feel that we can't rule out the possibility that they might cancel the cooperation. Then, Uncle, did you call the police? I've already called the police. because our factory is clearly being targeted by organized online harassment. So the police took our case quite seriously when they received the report. They said that many of the IP addresses used for online harassment are located overseas, making it difficult to investigate. Buzz. Jiang Chen and Su Hongshan were discussing countermeasures when Su Hongshan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Jun, the workshop director. Although Zhang Jun was the workshop director, he was always valued by Su Hongshan because of his loyalty and reliability, and was temporarily appointed as the factory manager. Su Hongshan's expression changed immediately upon receiving the call. "What's wrong with Uncle?" Jiang Chen asked. "Lu Laosan, that's Lu Man, the one you met before who coveted our factory. He's causing trouble at the factory with his men right now," Su Hongshan said with a wry smile. "Causing trouble? That's easy. Just have the security guards throw them out, right?" That's what they say, but this Lu Laosan mainly brought a bunch of suppliers, all under the pretext of demanding payment in advance. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to hear this. Have to. The supplier's opportunistic betrayal has come so quickly. As is customary, suppliers usually delay payment by 1 or 2 months. With suppliers all rushing to demand payment in advance, Hongshan Electric Vehicles' cash flow may be suddenly cut off by a run on it. Afterwards, Jiang Chen and Su Hongshan decided to go to the factory immediately to deal with Lu Laosan and the suppliers. "Why don't I go too?" Bai Huiyin saw that this matter seemed quite serious and wanted to go along, hoping to be of some help. "What are you going to do?" "You should just go back to your job at the 9 Days Hotel," Su Hongshan said directly. "Xiao Chun and I are fine." "Yes, Auntie, don't worry," Jiang Chen replied. "Okay." Bai Huiyin nodded. In fact, there were quite a few things going on at the Jiri Hotel. "By the way, honey, since I'm staying home and not going out today, why don't you let Yin Ning come along too?" Su Qingqing suddenly suggested. Jiang Chen responded. "It would be good to have Yin Ning come along." Lu Laosan coveted the electric vehicle factory and caused trouble with his men. He was clearly no pushover. If the two sides were to fight, Yin Ning's presence would save us some trouble. At the entrance of Hongshan Electric Vehicle Factory, Lu Man, along with several of his underlings and a large group of Hongshan Electric Vehicle suppliers, ignored the security guards' attempts to stop them and rushed in. "Geneva, pay up. I really didn't expect that Hongshan Electric Vehicles would be such garbage. It's an embarrassment to the Chinese people, and the boss's son even has American citizenship. You guys have no shame. Making a fortune in China, then packing your bags and transferring your assets. Is that it? You guys are really good at this. Our Dragon Kingdom is too small to support a garbage dump like yours and a piece of trash like your boss. Get out of here. Of course, pay back the money you owe our suppliers before you leave. Give me my money back." "Gentlemen, please calm down," Zhang Jun said, accompanied by the security captain. Facing the agitated suppliers and Lu Laosan and others, he and his men tried their best to maintain order. "Calm down? Calm down my ass. We're here today to pay off debts. It's a disgrace to us to cooperate with manufacturers like you. Besides, your factory won't last much longer. Stop talking nonsense and pay me back right now." "But gentlemen, according to custom, isn't it usually 1 or 2 months before your debts arrive?" Zhang Jun said. "Isn't this what we've always agreed upon? What conventions, what established practices? That's all bullshit. We were willing before, but we're not willing now. Is that all right? Call your boss out here, and hurry up and pay me back." Yes, call the boss out. Give us our money back." Many suppliers ignored Zhang Jun's explanations and just kept demanding payment. As for the suppliers' outstanding payments, Zhang Jun had no say in the matter. He was still waiting for the two bosses to come over. At this moment, seeing that shouting was not working, he was sweating profusely. But in the crowd, Lu Laosan and his henchmen were seen making a fuss and stirring things up. He couldn't help but get angry again. "Hey Lu Laosan, the supplier has something to do. They need to collect the money they owed them. Why the hell are you stirring things up?" "Who said I was stirring up trouble?" Old Lu sneered. "I'm here to collect my money today too." "You want money too?" "That's right. Hongshan Electric Vehicles has been copying and infringing on our brand name electric vehicles for a long time. I'm here today to claim compensation." Jiang Chen was so angry he laughed when he heard that. It was clearly Lu Laosan who plagiarized and infringed on Hengshan Electric Vehicles' rights. But now this guy is actually turning the tables on them. Therefore, Jiang Chen and the security captain showed no mercy to Lu Laosan and his henchmen. But Lu Laosan was at the height of his arrogance. Led by a few henchmen, they charged ahead recklessly, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and the security captain. Instead, they shoved the security captain who was trying to stop them, knocking him to the ground. Lu Laosan, how dare you hit people? Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Then report it. I'm here to claim compensation, to ask you for money. What's wrong with me? Lu Laosan shoved Jiang Chen and then kicked a roadside trash can away. You traitorous companies that betray your country like this, I spit on you. Like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts to kill it. So what if I smashed up your factory? So what if I hit you? What can you do to me? What can you do to me? Lu Laosan had a fat face, and his expression was arrogant and smug. But before he could finish speaking, then bang. With a muffled thud, Lu Laosan felt a figure suddenly flash before his eyes, and then his fat pig-like body was kicked into the air. Chapter 366 Tenfold Return. After being kicked into the air, Lu Laosan fell heavily to the ground with a thud. He immediately grimaced, wincing in pain. Damn it! Who the hell kicked me? Lu Laosan was furious. He turned his head and saw that the one who kicked him was a thin and delicate woman with short hair. That short-haired woman was none other than Yin Ning. Seeing this, Lu Laosan's henchmen were surprised that Yin Ning, who appeared to be a weak woman, could kick the obese Lu Laosan away in one go. Then, they all rushed towards Yin Ning. But unsurprisingly, Yin Ning used his lightning-fast movements to take them all down with a single kick. What do you want to do? I'm Lu Laosan. Go ask around here and see if I'm someone you dare mess with. You actually hit me. Lu Laosan fell to the ground. Seeing Yin Ning approaching him step by step, he panicked and began to threaten him with a fierce but weak-willed expression. But Yin Ning wasn't buying it at all. Hit you. I dare to kill you. Yin Ning spoke coldly, then kicked the ground, sending a stone flying with a bang. It struck Lu Laosan squarely in the groin area. The force was so great that the small stone shot directly into the floor tiles. And then I saw this scene. I almost had my balls crushed. Upon seeing this, Lu Laosan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The threatening words that had just slipped out were swallowed back down, followed by a warm sensation in his groin area and a pungent, unpleasant smell spreading through him. He was so scared he peed himself on the spot. After Lu Laosan and his henchmen were knocked down, the scene was also stunned. The once noisy scene. It immediately fell silent. Jiang Chen and the security captain were stunned when they saw Yin Ning's skills. Damn, this woman is too fierce. Fortunately, it's on our side. Boss, it's President Su. When Jiang Chen saw Jiang Chen and Su Hengshan arrive, he quickly went up to greet them. After that, I reported on the situation at the factory. Su Hengshan frowned upon hearing this. Lu Laosan is easy to deal with. He tried to use force, but he's been subdued. The problem is with these suppliers. They all owe money to us, which is a problem. Originally, it was planned to be spread out over 1 or 2 months. Paying back their debts is no problem at all. But now orders have surged, the operation has been completely expanded, and a lot of money has been invested in expanding production. If these suppliers collectively rush to demand payment in advance, Hengshan Electric Vehicles' cash flow will be at risk of breaking down. Jiang Chen also realized this problem. But after thinking about it, he still said to the suppliers, "You want to get your payments back in advance, right? Right. After what Lu Laosan had just done, the suppliers had completely calmed down. When they heard Jiang Chen's question, they looked at each other before replying. It's no problem to get the debt back in advance. You'll get exactly what we owe you today. Hengshan Electric Vehicles guarantees that you won't be shortchanged by a single penny. Here, I'll make things clear. Our Hengshan Electric Vehicles have recently been the target of organized smear campaigns, including allegations that we are being secretly investigated by foreign authorities, and that our CEO, Mr. Su, has a son with American citizenship, etc. We hereby declare that the above are purely malicious rumors and attacks. Our Hengshan Electric Vehicles has not been investigated. and our CEO Su does not have a son with American citizenship. At the same time, we sincerely welcome cooperation from all suppliers. But if you don't want to continue the cooperation, that's fine. We can part ways amicably. We'll settle the payment immediately. However, once the payment is settled, Hongshan Electric Vehicle will never cooperate with suppliers who believe the rumors and are not optimistic about the future of Hongshan Electric Vehicle again. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Now, those who want to continue cooperating with Hongshan Electric Vehicles, please stay where you are. Those who are not optimistic about our future and do not want to continue cooperating, please stand over here. Jiang Chen's words caused the suppliers to hesitate for a moment. In fact, they were influenced by online rumors and felt that Hongshan Electric Vehicles was being attacked by the masses, as if the building was about to collapse and everything was over. Furthermore, they were instigated by someone with ulterior motives. They came to Hongshan Electric Vehicles to ask for money. Moreover, once one supplier takes the lead, a whole bunch of other suppliers follow, because everyone is worried that if they are late, their money will be wasted and they won't be able to get it back. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, many people changed their minds. Indeed, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and the nail that sticks out gets shot. They are all shrewd and clever, so they naturally understand this principle. This time, someone is definitely behind Hongshan Electric Vehicles. So, after much hesitation, we looked at each other, and some suppliers walked out to the other side. They didn't intend to continue working together. But most of the suppliers remained in place. For those who don't want to cooperate, Jiang Chen didn't force the issue. Without saying a word, he asked his father-in-law to call over the finance department and promptly refunded their money. Su Hongshan did as instructed. However, he still had some questions. Although there are not many suppliers who insist on refunds at this point, the total amount of refunds is still very considerable and will put considerable pressure on the cash flow. Xiao Chun, are you really going to refund them? She whispered to Jiang Chen. Yes, forced relationships are never sweet, so why bother? But what about the money? What about the money? The cash flow can't be. Don't worry, I'll take care of the money, Jiang Chen said with a smile. After all, he now owns 60% of the factory, making him the big boss. It's only right that he contributes some blood to his own factory. Then I called Li Jun. Instruct Li Jun to immediately transfer 10 small targets to Hongshan Electric Vehicles account. Su Hongshan saw this and was full of admiration. TSK. This son-in-law is straightforward, easy to get along with, and truly helpful when needed. And this kid can casually pull out 10 small fortunes. He seems to be richer than me. Jiang Chen, what? Richer than my father-in-law? No way. Bite. The host invests 10 small goals to replenish Hongshan Electric Vehicles' capital pool, triggering a 10-fold return. Chapter 367 Zhang San, the Outlaw. Bite. Congratulations on receiving a 10x reward. 100 small goals. Holy crap. 10-fold return, 100 small goals. This time, Dog Tongzi is really generous. Over there is Lu Laosan. Seeing that their attempt to incite suppliers to cause trouble had completely failed, only a small number of them continued to demand refunds. If you try to stand up for yourself, you'll only get beaten up again. So I thought I'd sneak away with my underlings. Lu Laosan, you're just going to leave like this? Jiang Chen happened to see this. If you're going to leave, you'd better compensate us for the losses we've suffered. Lu Laosan was furious when he heard this. You're Jiang Chen, the big boss of Hongshan Electric Vehicles, right? You guys beat me up, and now you want me to pay you back? Bullshit. You actually owe me money for copyright infringement and plagiarism. Copyright infringement? After hearing Zhang Jun's report, Jiang Chen knew that this kid was turning the tables on him. So he laughed and said, we'll settle this score with you later. You just got hit. You started it, didn't you? You were causing trouble on our turf, and we were acting in self-defense. We deserve to hit you. Don't you think so? As Jiang Chen spoke, he glanced at Yan Ning, who was standing to the side. Yan Ning immediately understood. He stepped forward and approached Lu Laosan. When Lu Laosan saw this, his legs went weak with fear. All right. Tell me how you want to compensate me. I can't win a fight, and I can't run away, so I have no choice but to accept my defeat. Old Zhang, come here. Tell Lu Laosan about our losses. Su Hingshan took the opportunity to kick someone when they're down and called over Jiang Chen, the workshop director. We must be truthful. We shouldn't overreport, but we also can't underreport and suffer losses. Understood, Mr. Su, Jiang Chen said with a smile, then thought for a moment and began to report the losses. Trash can 500. You push the security captain down. His hand is scraped and bleeding. 1,000. If you shove me back then, I'll pay you 500. No. I could tolerate the 500 yuan trash can and the 1,000 yuan for your security captain's scraped hand. But damn it, I just pushed you, and you're asking me for 500 yuan. Lu Laosan said, somewhat annoyed. What? You think 500 is too much? Then let me tell you about it. I'm getting old, and after you pushed me, I felt a little dizzy and my heart was racing. I just wanted to lie down on the ground. Why don't we go to the hospital to get me checked out? Third brother. Fine, you win. Lu Laosan never expected that he, who had always been domineering, bullying the weak, and forcing others to buy and sell, would now be the one to be swindled. Could it be that, as the saying goes, evil people are always punished by other evil people? But damn it, Sai. And to be honest, this money is all small change. It adds up to a little over 1,000 yuan, which is often not even enough for a single meal for him. But the problem is, damn it, I'm getting bullied. Su Hingshan. And you, Jiang Chen, right? You all just wait. I'll remember the embarrassment I suffered today, and I'll get my revenge tenfold, 100-fold. After Lu Laosan compensated for the losses, leading his underlings, he made defiant remarks as soon as he stepped out of the factory gate. But before he could finish his harsh words, Yan Ning followed him over. I had no choice but to shut up on the spot. I was almost scared to death again. The group took off running, and when they turned around suddenly, it seemed that Yan Ning was still following behind them, which scared them out of their wits. Then they ran wildly. Just then, by sheer coincidence, the police arrived, and Lu Laosan and his men were immediately saved. Officer, help. Those bastards, they beat us up earlier, tried to extort money from me, and now they want to beat me up again. You guys stop them right now. Are you Lu Laosan, Lu Man? Yes, it's me. But officers, please stop that woman first. She's like a demon. We'll talk about their business later. We're here to talk to you. You? You're looking for me? Yes. We also conducted long-term investigations, which took more than a year, and finally found evidence of your drug trafficking and manslaughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Laosan went completely mad. He blinked, his expression one of disbelief. I mean, you guys aren't joking, are you? What do you think? The lead officer smiled and showed off a pair of handcuffs. Lu Laosan turned pale and wet himself in fear again. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. But before he could run more than a few meters, a police dog pounced on him from behind and knocked him to the ground. After the police arrested Lu Laosan, I also stopped by the Hongshan electric vehicle factory. After learning about the situation and seeing the irrefutable surveillance evidence, another charge was added against Lu Laosan, provoking trouble. The matter of Lu Laosan causing trouble with the supplier has been temporarily resolved. But the online attacks against Hongshan electric vehicles are still ongoing. If we rely entirely on the official channels and wait for them to follow the procedures and come to a conclusion, Hongshan electric vehicles' reputation will likely be completely ruined. What should we do about Xiaoqin? Su Hongshan was at a loss, so he tentatively asked his son-in-law. How should I put it? When in doubt, he asks his son-in-law, which has gradually become a path dependency. Jiang Chen was also preparing to address this issue. Leave it to me, I'll handle this. Are you sure you can handle this? Yes, I know a little computer technology. I can find out who's behind those online accusations. Jiang Chen took out a laptop and started typing away on it. Seeing his son-in-law's fingers moving like lightning across the keyboard, the computer screen filled with lines of code, Su Hingshan was immediately surprised. You know a little bit about this? Yes, I know a little bit, Jiang Chen said confidently. Jiang Chen has brought his god-level hacking skills to their fullest potential. Those behind the scenes who participated in the online exposure of Hongshan electric vehicles, including the masterminds, thugs, and henchmen. Every single piece of evidence they provided, the evidence of their online accusations of crimes, organized attacks, and defamation, was collected and preserved by Jiang Chen. The whole process. It took Jiang Chen 2 whole days to dig out several hundred people. This number, so many people. This greatly surprised Jiang Chen. Indeed, it's true that people hate those who have and laugh at those who don't. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. It's only been a short time since Hongshan electric vehicles became popular. They actually managed to provoke so many enemies. Specifically, apart from the thugs, the remaining dozens of names on the list are all competitors. However, competition is fine, but resorting to underhanded tactics like sabotage and online harassment is unacceptable. That's just too much. Since that's the case, you only have yourself to blame. With that in mind, Jiang Chen decided it was time to activate his elite legal team. So he made a phone call. Hey, Zhang San. Chapter 368, give me another full-body spa treatment? Everyone says Zhang San is a madman outside the law. But actually, this Zhang San, whose real name is Zhang Qi, is a top-notch lawyer who is invincible in every case he takes on and has personally sent countless criminals to justice. Even fellow lawyers and judges have been imprisoned by him. People in the industry talk about Zhang San. It's something that people are terrified of. Zhang San himself is a big shot in the legal profession, and the elite legal team he leads has an outstanding track record. But now, the entire elite legal team, including Zhang San, belongs to Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen confessed to Zhang San about the attack and rumors surrounding Hongshan electric vehicles, and gave the other party the evidence he had collected, asking him to handle the case. Zhang San, you must remember this. This time we must act swiftly, strictly, and severely, leaving no one unpunished. Jiang Chen gave his final instructions. Zhang San immediately agreed. Although he is arrogant and even confrontational in the industry, he is absolutely loyal and respectful to Jiang Chen. Okay, boss. Don't worry about me getting things done. Having temporarily finished dealing with the Hongshan electric vehicle business, Jiang Chen could finally rest and spend some quality time with his wife and children. For almost 3 days in a row, Jiang Chen is busy with work all day and has no time for his wife and children, which is unprecedented in the past 6 months. Babies, call me daddy. Jiang Chen came to the crib, gently stroked the 3 little ones' noses, touched their little faces, and coaxed them to talk. The 3 little ones were also very happy. The 2 babies, Da Bao and Xiao Bao, even managed to stand up, wobbling as they held onto the crib railings. Meanwhile, he was clearly enunciating and shouting continuously. Dad, Dad, Dad. Amidst the innocent cries of Daddy, Jiang Chen was momentarily dazed, but the fatigue from nearly 3 consecutive days of work vanished instantly. This is about feeling. Back in college, when I brought lunch to my 3 sons, they called me Dad. That's so much more enjoyable. After all, back then, Sa's son was greedy and ungrateful, calling him father, only to gain benefits. And this time, I'm a real father, a genuine father. Honey, look. Both Da Bao and Xiao Bao can stand up, and they can even take a few steps while holding onto the railing. But what's wrong with Bao? Why is he lying here all alone, so quietly? At this moment, Su Qingsheng saw Jiang Chen chatting enthusiastically with the 3 children. So she also became envious and came over to watch the 3 babies for a while before suddenly saying something. When Jiang Chen heard what the girl said, he realized it was true. Da Bao and Xiao Bao, both holding onto the railing, were eager to take a step. Bao, however, remained lying down, laughing and having fun, and was quite eager to call for his father. But she didn't stand up like her brother and sister. Instead, he was lying down on the spot. Honey, will there be any problems with the baby? Su Qingsheng asked worriedly. Of course not. Jiang Chen immediately denied it. His 3 little ones were so cute, they had to be healthy too. Jiang Chen then pondered it for a moment. Try feeding the 3 little ones some fruit puree. For his second child, he brought out her favorite strawberry puree. That's it. The second baby got anxious and finally couldn't stay in the crib anymore. She crawled up, grabbed the railing, and stood up unsteadily. She reached out for strawberry puree and ate quite a lot of it with relish. It seems that Bao is just lazy and doesn't like to be active, Su Qingqing said with a smile. Yes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Bao's behavior, his face showing the loving expression of a father, because Bao was actually eating more than Da Bao. Fearing she would get diarrhea from eating too much, Jiang Chen simply stopped feeding her. But even so, Bao still wanted to eat more. About the three little ones, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, the couple, have also come to a conclusion. Don't underestimate them just because they're small. Each of them has their own temper. Bao is lively and active, loves to eat, and is the older brother among the three siblings, but he also cries the most, a real little crybaby. Bao is greedy for food and sleep, and has a lazy nature. I don't really like activities, except when I see delicious food. Xiao Bao isn't greedy and seems to be the most well-behaved. She's quite lively and active, and very mischievous. For example, she pooped twice while on her grandfather's neck. Night. After taking care of the three babies, Su Qingqing offered to get a basin to prepare water for Jiang Chen to wash his feet. Jiang Chen chuckled when he saw this. Wife, are you going to wash my feet again? Su Qingqing replied. But honey, can I take a shower first? Take a shower? Sure, you go first. But I want to take a bath, not a shower. Then go ahead and soak it, Su Qingqing replied matter-of-factly, putting down the basin. Honey, what I mean is, let's soak together. Su Qingqing finally understood what it meant that someone had turned to look at her even when they were already at the bathroom door. Su Qingqing tried to downplay the situation. After all, well, I've done things like that before, and even worse. Honey, after you've washed up, could you give me a foot massage? Would you like me to have a full body spa treatment? Honey, what do you say? Okay. You've been a valuable contributor to the family, so I'll agree to whatever you ask, okay? Seeing that the other person was taking advantage of her, Su Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. But considering how hard he had worked these past few days, she readily agreed. Jiang Chen was delighted upon hearing this and immediately pulled the girl inside. Wife, why are you so good to me? TCH, you've already called me wife. How could I not treat you well? But just now, so you're saying that if I don't do anything good at home, you won't agree to help me? What do you think? If someone has made a contribution, there are ways to help them. If someone hasn't made a contribution, there are ways to help them. After entering the bathroom, Su Qingqing thought that since she had already promised the pig's trotter, she might as well help him properly. Yes, she really meant to help. Unexpectedly, as soon as they went inside, the guy next to me started getting all messy. Not my husband. What are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to take a bath? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Yes, this is taking a bath. This is a bath. Bullshit. I haven't even filled the tub with hot water for you yet. If that's the case, you can bathe by yourself. Why did you bring me in? No rush, wife. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. Roll. Chapter 369. I've tried so hard. Seeing how shameless someone is, and how they blatantly lie. Su Qingqing couldn't take it anymore, so she immediately turned her head and bit someone's arm hard. Someone immediately let out a scream. The sound was so horrific and loud that it startled the three little ones who were sleeping soundly in their crib, causing them to shudder and almost wake up. What? Xiao Chun, you've already dealt with those behind-the-scenes attacks and online accusations against us so quickly. The next morning, Su Hongshan was shocked to hear Jiang Chen say that the matter had been resolved. Jiang Chen used his computer skills to track down the mastermind behind it all. Su Hongshan was also busy. They kept asking and urging the police about the progress of their case. The police responded that because of the large number of people involved and the wide area covered, it might take half a month to get a result. In just 2 or 3 days, Jiang Chen claimed to have taken care of it himself, which naturally surprised and shocked Su Hongshan. This speed was much faster than that of the police. Not just the mastermind. And all the online trolls, thugs, and henchmen. I've collected and secured evidence against them all. Furthermore, I have already contacted my legal team to begin the legal proceedings. What? You also have a legal team? Yes, I do have Qingxin Group under my umbrella, and I have a professional legal team. It's normal, isn't it? Su Hongshan was shocked. I'm numb. I don't know what to say for a moment. He knew his son-in-law was awesome, but I never expected them to be this amazing. Such a huge problem was solved so easily and quickly. What defines a big shot? This is what defines a big shot. What does it mean to be awesome? This is what it means to be awesome. When I started my own business, I was incredibly successful and was once hailed as a once-in-a-century business genius. But compared to my son-in-law, well, let's not even bother comparing. Ching-chung, Xiao-chen, you see how hard he works and how capable he is. As a man, he dedicates himself to his career and his family. You should try to be nicer to Xiao-chen as much as you can. Su Hongshan was shocked. He had no other way to truly thank Jiang Chen, so he could only tell his daughter to treat him well. Bai Huiyin was equally shocked when she learned that Jiang Chen had been attacked online for handling Hongshan electric vehicles. At that moment, she heard her husband's words. Of course, I understood his intention, so I echoed his sentiment. Yes, daughter, you're right to listen to your dad. Xiao-chen has had a tough time too. As Xiao-chen's partner, you should be more considerate and kinder to her. To say something you might not like to hear. Women, sometimes serving your husband well is what you should do. It can't be more important. Faced with the earnest teachings and various explicit and implicit suggestions from my parents, Su Qingxing felt somewhat embarrassed and helpless. Be nicer to that jerk? Serve him better? But speaking of which, I've already tried so hard, and it's already like that. Why can't I treat him well and take good care of him? Hey, I'm the one you're really talking about, aren't I? That morning, the Su family has a guest. It's an old acquaintance, Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu had gone abroad for some time, and upon his return, he heard that Su Hongshan's son-in-law and his family had come to Shanghai. Without saying a word, he came to visit the Su family. I chatted with Su Hongshan. No, with Jiang Chen for quite a while. While we were talking, I felt both regret and envy. Envy, of course, is for that old man Su Hongshan, to have such a son-in-law. It's a pity that it would be so much better if this were the feudal era. After all, my daughter is only 18 years old. Old Su, can I ask you something? Song Qingshu suddenly remembered something and asked Su Hongshan in an ambiguous tone as he was leaving that afternoon. Su Hongshan could tell from the other person's expression that he was up to no good. Speak your mind, or shut up. That's right, Lao Su. Can I borrow your son-in-law for a day tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan was stunned for a moment, then cursed. Lend me my son-in-law? Get lost. This is ridiculous. You can't lend your son-in-law. Chapter 370. Afraid of being robbed, and also afraid of being targeted by thieves. No, Lao Su, don't be impatient. I just want to take your son-in-law to some business events to make me look good. I really don't have any other intentions. Besides, we've known each other for so many years. I wouldn't steal anyone's girlfriend, not you, Lao Su. Song Qingshu gave a series of assurances, patting his chest. However, Su Hongshan was not buying his act at all. Bullshit. Precisely because we've known each other for so many years, don't I know you? What kind of person are you? If you guarantee something like that, then it's definitely going to happen. Song Qingshu felt helpless. Have to. You, Lao Su, have said all the nice things. I'm poaching your boyfriend? What the hell am I? My daughter is 18 years old, as beautiful and delicate as a flower. Where can I not find a son-in-law? If I'm looking for a son-in-law, then I'll inevitably have to let Jiang Chen get to know my daughter, right? Ahem, what I mean is, we absolutely have to find a handsome and talented young man like Jiang Chen. No matter how much you try to persuade them, they won't listen. Song Qingshu offered a piece of land to Su Hongshan, who wanted to build a new factory, and Su Hongshan agreed, but on the condition that Song Qingshu accompany him. No problem, Lao Su. Song Qingshu then excitedly went to ask Jiang Chen. I thought I'd have to persuade him a bit, but to my surprise, Jiang Chen agreed immediately, though he did set a condition. He had to bring his wife and children along. Okay, sure. Seeing that the other party wouldn't go if he didn't agree, Song Qingshu had no choice but to reluctantly agree. As for why Jiang Chen agreed, it was all because he and his girlfriend were planning to go there for a stroll, and it was perfect timing since someone had invited them. On Song Qingshu's side, a new themed entertainment venue opened. He also wanted to invite a group of people over to support him, make him look good, and warm up the atmosphere beforehand, so as to get off to a good start for future business success. Jiang Chen took the little girl and the child with him. I met some business tycoons and also took the opportunity to travel around the area. It feels pretty good. Su Hongshan also went. Besides the normal conversation, one of his important tasks was to guard against thieves and protect his son-in-law. The feeling is that you're both afraid of being robbed and afraid of being targeted by thieves. When Song Qingshu saw this, he was completely distraught. Seriously, is this guy really that serious? I just wanted to try and poach your girlfriend, cough cough. Besides, it's just an idea. Nothing has been done yet. Why are you so nervous? To put it bluntly, it's like a dog guarding its food. Ugh, that old man. She's got a great son-in-law. Wow, she's really lucky. Song Qingshu had never held out any hope. Seeing Su Hingshan like this again, they completely lost all interest. Jiang Chen's presence was already a great honor for him, so what else was there to think about? But, due to an unexpected turn of events, Song Qingshu's daughter and Jiang Chen's family still managed to meet. To be honest, Song Qingshu's description of his daughter as being as beautiful as a flower, delicate and charming, was not an exaggeration at all. Jiang Chen was surprised to see this. But that's all. Song Qingshu's daughter is beautiful, but it depends on who you compare her to. Compared to ordinary people, she's naturally as beautiful as a flower, but compared to other girls, well, that's a bit much. In terms of figure, temperament, and appearance, this girl is the clear winner. One is youthful and inexperienced, the other mature and sophisticated. Jiang Chen could tell which one was better even with his eyes closed. Of course, these are all secondary. The most important thing is that Xiao Niu is his legal wife, the mother of 3 children, and they have been married for a long time. So what's there to say? If I had to choose my favorite, it would have to be the girl next door. And then I saw Su Qingqing. Song Qingshu's daughter, Song Yi, looked her up and down in surprise, and was the first to greet Su Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, do you remember me? I'm Song Yi. Chapter 371. People are beautiful, and they play games beautifully too. Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen were taking their child for a stroll in the neighborhood. Suddenly, I met a beautiful girl of about 18 or 19. I greeted her warmly and proactively, calling her Sister Qingqing, and introducing myself as Song Yi. Su Qingqing was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself that he didn't know this person at all. After taking a closer look, I realized who it was. This Song Yi is the daughter of Song Qingshu, a good friend of my father. Song Qingshu and her father were best friends, and their families had been friends for many years. Therefore, she and Song Yi had met before and even played together. However, this was due to Song Qingshu's late marriage. The two are about 10 years apart in age. Moreover, Song Yi moved abroad with her mother when she was very young and only returned last year. This resulted in the two of them not seeing each other for more than 10 years. In Su Qingqing's memory, the last time they met, Song Yi was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. It's naturally hard to recognize them now. Song Yi easily recognized Su Qingqing. After all, Su Qingqing was 15 or 16 years old at the time and had already grown into a graceful young beauty. Huh? You're Song Yi? Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. It's been so many years since I last saw you. You've grown so tall and so beautiful. Yes, Sister Qingqing, it's me. Song Yi was very happy to see that Su Qingqing recognized her. You are indeed tall, but as for beauty, I'm still far from being as pretty as Sister Qingqing. He glanced at Su Qingqing's figure and said, Song Yi is about the same height as Su Qingqing. Both are slender and tall. But when it comes to looks, especially figure, Song Yi could only feel inferior. No way. Look at what you're saying. I already have children. So what if you have children? You might not know this, but women with children are even more charming. As Song Yi spoke, she went to see the children. Wow, they really are triplets. The 3 little ones are so cute. Come on, little ones, call me big sister. Whoever calls you sister gets a lollipop. The 3 little ones didn't recognize Song Yi. They didn't even know what a lollipop was, so Song Yi teased them for a long time, but the somewhat shy children just stared at them without reacting. Song Yi had no choice but to give up. You must be Jiang Chen, brother-in-law? Song Yi finally turned to Jiang Chen, her slightly immature face showing a mix of nervousness and embarrassment. Hello, Jiang Chen responded, feeling slightly strange. Because of this, Song Yi refers to herself and her daughter as brother-in-law and Sister Qingqing, but she also calls herself older sister to the 3 little babies. By the way, what is her generation? Brother-in-law, you're so handsome. Song Yi quickly looked Jiang Chen up and down and praised him, then turned to Su Qingqing. TSK, Sister Qingsheng. You're so lucky. Jiang Chen, it's all right. Su Qingsheng, that's all there is to it. We chatted casually for a bit after that. The two realized that Song Yi actually knew quite a bit about the couple, so Su Qingsheng asked in confusion, Song Yi, you seem to know us quite well. Yes, my dad told me. Song Yi didn't hide anything. Oh. Su Qingsheng nodded upon hearing this, just like Jiang Chen, and didn't take it seriously. For goodness sake, Song Qingshu and his father were best friends for many years, and it was perfectly normal for best friends to know about their good friend's family affairs. But over there is Song Yi. It's a bit unnatural, because her father not only told her about the young couple's affair, but even hinted at it to her. Although he was drunk at the time and said it as a joke, and it only happened once. But Dad, ever since she started junior high school, has been guarding against her dating or getting involved with some scoundrel, like he's protecting her from a thief. But now, in short, Song Yi, with her sensitive young heart, thought that her father's plan had been overheard long ago. So, in front of the young couple, Song Yi then told her about it. There's nothing she can do. She's a rich heiress, but not a lovesick fool. You can't just like whoever is handsome. And even if we take a step back, putting everything else aside, her sister Qingsheng is far superior to her in every way, pressing down on her like a towering mountain. Besides, Dad, that's outdated feudal thinking. Huh? As a beautiful young woman in the 21st century, of course I can't be more disdainful. Su Qingsheng and Jiang Chen heard what Song Yi said. They were all speechless. All right. They were genuinely surprised to learn that this was the case. No wonder Song Qingshu had been so eager to invite them. Fortunately, this little girl is honest. He even sold his own father. Sister Qingsheng, brother-in-law, you don't blame me, do you? Song Yi asked with some concern. Why blame you? You didn't do anything wrong. All right, Sister Qingsheng, brother-in-law, let's go over there and play. I know this place well. I'll take you to ride ostriches and camels. Okay. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were surprised to find that there were even camel and ostrich rides on the sand. People tend to come here. Let's just have some fun. So they handed the child over to Yan Ning, and the young couple went to the ticket office with Song Yi. To protect the little girl from the sun, Jiang Chen bought her a hat. At Song Yi's strong suggestion, they chose an orange baseball cap. It's the same one she's wearing. Song Yi glanced at Su Qingsheng, whose outfit, except for the hat, was the same color as hers, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Sorry, Dad. In response to this, Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were both aware of something. Bite. Detecting the host's current status, a hidden quest is triggered. Show affection with your wife. The more you show affection, the bigger the reward. Hidden mission. Show your wife affection. The more you show, the richer the reward. Okay, I know this stuff inside and out. Now let's talk about Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu. The two also ran into many acquaintances. I greeted and saw people off, and stood there chatting with them for quite a while about business collaborations. That was the unexpected meeting between Song Yi and Jiang Chen, a young couple. They happened to see it too. That's how it is. Both sides are quite polite and courteous. Song Yi wasn't interested, and Jiang Chen was even less interested. Moreover, although Song Qingshu praised his daughter so highly, but when Song Yi and Su Qingsheng actually stood together, he also realized that his daughter was far inferior to Su Qingsheng in every aspect. They were not even in the same league. As for the previous hints to Song Yi, he was really drunk at the time, and he just said it offhand. What a joke. He actually sent his daughter over to be Jiang Chen's concubine? His daughter wouldn't agree, and neither would he. That's why he kept bringing up that matter with Su Hongshan. There's nothing else to it. I'm just envious. Ever since Su Hongshan took Jiang Chen as his son-in-law, that's because his health improved, his mood improved, his career flourished, and he even managed to save the electric vehicle factory that was losing money hand over fist. Hey, that old geezer. What incredible luck. Seriously, how did I end up like this? Su Hongshan understood this as well. My best buddy is just venting. So I didn't take it seriously. However, when the two finished talking with their acquaintances and looked up to see where the young couple had gone, they were both taken aback. What's going on? Your daughter and my son-in-law riding ostriches and camels together? Riding ostriches is one thing, but riding camels, one in front of the other, sharing one horse. They're almost all hugging each other. The two men, especially Su Hongshan, were stunned when they saw the vast expanse of sand in the distance. Their minds went blank, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Because of the distance, people could only barely recognize it. That tall, strapping young man was undoubtedly Jiang Chen, and that slender girl wearing an orange baseball cap was none other than Song-yi. That eye-catching orange hat could only be worn by Song-yi. At that moment, the two were seen riding camels intimately, embracing each other, and then one of them turned his head and seemed to kiss the other. No, it's not just seemingly, it's 100% certain they kissed. They kissed me again and again. That scene, that knowledge. Even the old man on set who had been married for many years felt embarrassed when he saw it. And it's fine if the two of them hug and kiss. After the camel riding activity, we all, quite in sync and eagerly, crawled into a tent on the sand. Holy crap, that's a couple's tent. Song Qingshu couldn't help but swear. He was the owner of this entertainment venue, so he naturally knew the purpose of those couples' tents. It was designed to make it convenient for the young couple to meet secretly and whisper sweet nothings inside. When Su Hongshan saw the two enter the tent, he spread his hands and almost fainted. Damn it, this kid is a womanizer, and he's really good at it. Chapter 372, A Double Marriage. No, Lao Su. I really didn't. I never expected it to turn out like this. Don't let my rambling fool you. I've only told this to my daughter once, and it was when I was drunk, just joking with her. My daughter doesn't take it seriously either. She was completely dismissive of what I said. Let me tell you, Lao Su, we're good brothers. Although I envy you for having such a good son-in-law, I never once thought of poaching him from your family. Seeing that things were going badly, Song Qingshu realized that his daughter was getting involved with Jiang Chen. Shocked and utterly astonished. This is absolutely outrageous. Suddenly, he felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After regaining his senses, he quickly patted his chest and assured Su Hongshan that it was definitely not his doing. Ah, right. It wasn't your arrangement. I believe you, okay? Su Hongshan rolled his eyes dismissively, his tone laced with sarcasm. Old Song, you're telling me what we two brothers did. If that thing really happens, what will our relationship be like afterward? Brother-in-law? One-on-one? That doesn't seem like it. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu's expression became even more embarrassed. Damn it. He would never have imagined this would happen. My own daughter. She was like a vixen, managing to seduce that kid Jiang Chen in no time. As a father, should I be happy? Or should I be happy? After looking embarrassed for a while, he still had to comfort old Su. After all, whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, the outcome was. It was our side that acted unfairly. Old Su, look. Fate is like that. Since we can't resist it, we might as well learn to enjoy it. Now that the die is cast, it shows that Jiang Chen is a womanizer too. In that case, cough cough, we brothers can be considered even closer. How about this, Lao Su? I've bought all the land for your new electric vehicle factory and will provide it to you free of charge. And also, if you're not satisfied, let's just do things the way feudal society does. I'll take a loss and have my Song Yi be the concubine, while your Qingsheng will be the wife. What do you think? Get out. Mao's idea of marrying off relatives is just like those feudal ideas. Impossible. Su Hongshan rejected Song Qingshu's sincere, nonsense suggestion without even thinking. But in fact, he himself had also thought about the feudal system, because she feared that even a beautiful woman like Qingsheng wouldn't be able to hold on to Jiang Chen. So much so that he wanted to have another daughter, who would also marry that guy, but he and his wife were getting old, and we live in a society governed by the rule of law. It's just a thought. And to be honest, even though they both belong to the feudal society system, there are differences between the two. My own idea. The main principle is to keep the benefits within the family. In conclusion, Su Hongshan was sighing with frustration at that moment. Song Qingshu also sighed. Speaking of my precious daughter, how come she's so capable? Well, after all, a daughter is a flower at 18, and everyone praises her. Ha! Dad, Uncle Su. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Song Yi returned silently, startling Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu. If you're not my niece, why are you back? Yes, Daughter, weren't you with Jiang Chen? Yes, I went to the sandy area with Sister Qingqing and her brother-in-law. Sister Qingqing and her brother-in-law rode ostriches and camels. I felt it was boring to ride alone, so I came back. What? So, you're saying you and Jiang Chen didn't ride ostriches and camels together? That definitely wasn't me. It's Sister Qingqing and her husband. They're a married couple. What's wrong with them being with me? Song Yi said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Su Hengshan and Song Qingshu gasped in shock. So, they were arguing for ages. Was there a mistake? A misunderstanding? No way. But daughter, Song Qingshu asked again, unwilling to give up. I saw that girl riding a camel with Jiang Chen on the battlefield was wearing an orange hat just like yours. The same orange hat as mine. That's a new hat my brother-in-law bought for Sister Qingqing, Song Yi said with a sly smile as she opened her bag. My hat is right here. I was feeling hot, so I put my hat in my bag. By this time, both Su Hengshan and Song Qingshu understood what was going on. Okay, it's a real misunderstanding. We're just two old men, no, two old fogies, making wild guesses. Song Qingshu looked at his daughter. For no apparent reason, he suddenly let out a sigh. Su Hengshan then sighed. Hey Lao Song, look at us two brothers. It's not that I'm being disrespectful, but that young couple is doing just fine. Understood. Understood. Slightly disappointed, Song Qingshu echoed his sentiment. It's better to let go of a hope that was never going to work out in the first place. Oh right, my niece. You're back now, but where are your sister Qingqing and the other two? Why aren't they back yet? Su Hengshan relaxed and suddenly remembered to ask Song Yi again, but as soon as he asked, he felt he shouldn't have. I don't know. Song Yi replied somewhat awkwardly. At the same time, inside the couple's tent, the two shameless individuals said, Yeah, why haven't we gone back yet? Isn't chapter 373 a bit too unethical? To be honest, Song Yi didn't want to come back either. She did want to hang out with the young couple. They were a handsome couple with stunning looks, and she found them incredibly pleasing to the eye. But the key point is, the young couple, without even realizing it, are really good at showing off. Every move they make seems like they're showing off their love and showering each other with affection. She was a lifelong single, and not long after her 18th birthday, she was at a time when she was full of longing and fantasies about love. How could anyone stand this? Before you know it, you're full. Especially the young couple. One is her older sister who even held her when she was a baby, and the other is her father's male god. I genuinely envy you. It's sour, really sour. So, she originally took the initiative to take the young couple to ride ostriches and camels, intending to perform for her father. But the young couple went straight into their tent and refused to come out. She immediately stopped in Bungbu. However, in reality, Song Yi wasn't the only one living in Bungbu. The surrounding tourists and on-site service staff, faced with the couple's extravagant display of affection and seeing the incredibly attractive pair, I headed straight for the couple's tent and didn't come out even half an hour later. They were all somewhat unsettled. The younger ones followed suit and crawled into the tent, while the older ones complained bitterly. Why? These young people these days, they really know how to cause trouble. Absolutely. Shameless and utterly immoral. My wife is watching right here. What am I going to do tonight, an old man like me? Looks like I'll be listless all day tomorrow. I'll probably have lower back and knee pain for a week. Back in the day, I could pee 3 feet into the wind, but now I just pee my shoes wet with the wind at my back. Inside the couple's tent, Su Qingcheng, who was deeply engrossed in the moment, actually knew that they had gone a bit too far. Honey, what do you think about us? Isn't it a bit much to stay in the tent the whole time? What if outsiders think we're doing something? Too much. If I remember correctly, after we got off the camel, you were the one who pulled me into this couple's tent first, right? And Jiang Chen deliberately ruffled the girl's hair. We're an old married couple. What's there to be afraid of? Even if we did do something, it would be legal, okay? Cut. Su Qingqing gave a reproachful look. She pulled away a troublesome hand, dismissed the person's last sentence with disdain, but still wanted to struggle and argue about the first sentence. This is a couple's tent. It's true that I was the one who brought you in first. But you were so excited, you didn't object at all. Su Qingqing made excuses. She couldn't help but bare her teeth and bite him. Jiang Chen cried out in pain. He understood what the girl was thinking, of course. She'd just been targeted today by someone, her father-in-law's friend and his 18-year-old daughter. Honey, am I pretty popular with your husband? Jiang Chen teased with a smile. Yes. It's incredibly popular. Su Qingsheng said sarcastically, then took 2 more bites, this time with a little more force. Ah, you. Jiang Chen originally wanted to tease the girl. Unable to bear being bitten any longer, he had no choice but to bite back. Yes, bite back. But let's talk about this time. Su Qingsheng is indeed a bit petty. I unexpectedly met Song Yi and heard her talk about her father, Song Qingshu's, intentions. Although, in fact, Song Qingshu was his elder, so he had to call him uncle. Song Yi was also quite frank, warmly calling him Sister Qingqing. But upon hearing this, it seemed to imply a desire to steal pigs' trotters. This is outrageous. This is intolerable. Su Qingqing couldn't help but feel extremely jealous, so she dragged someone along and deliberately showed off to demonstrate her dominance. Not satisfied with that, she pulled him into the couple's tent. Jiang Chen sighed. Dog Tongzi issued a task to show affection, so, faced with the girl's enthusiasm, he simply went with the flow. Thus, the two were in complete agreement on being shameless. It's just the two of them like this. It was like unleashing a weapon of mass destruction. It led a group of young people astray, and also caused suffering for Song Yi, who had never been in a relationship, as well as for the onlookers who were somewhat envious, but whose bodies couldn't handle it. Of course, inside the tent. Since it wasn't their own little nest, Jiang Chen and his companion were quite mindful of their boundaries. While chatting and arguing, and having nothing else to do, we played 18 rounds of poker in one go. Well, specifically, Happy Landlords. The two played together as a team. If your side doesn't have a landlord, then unite against the enemy. If someone on your side is the landlord, then play the cards in sequence to let your landlord win. Anyway, the losses couldn't get any worse. After playing 18 rounds, our side won all 18 rounds. Husband, Song Yi messaged me saying she had something to do and left first. Shall we go too? After winning another round of Do Diju, Su Qingqing put away her phone and said to Jiang Chen, Okay. Jiang Chen gave him a quick peck in the chest, then stopped while he was ahead. Bite. Host and wife have completed the showing affection mission. Congratulations on receiving the reward. 3 small goals. Bite. Due to exceeding the target, an additional reward has been triggered. God-level AI project. A phenomenal AI project, Songjia, enhances the knowledge and language model, enabling intelligent chat and outputting text and images as required. Jiang Chen heard that the mission was completed. A surge of joy filled my heart. Showing off your love with your girlfriend earns you 3 small goals. Not bad, not bad. Unexpectedly, there was an extra reward, a God-level AI project, that Songjia augmented knowledge language model. I only found out after I learned about it. This Songjia language model is similar to ChatGPT, but it is an enhanced version that has been continuously iterated upon. More importantly, in this Blue Star world, it will be 6 months before OpenAI founder Altman releases the first generation of ChatGPT. In other words, if they release their own Songjia language model within 6 months, they will steal the thunder from Ultraman and ChatGPT. Bite. Because the host performed exceptionally well today, if you publicly show off with your wife for another minute, you will receive a critical hit reward. Show off for just 1 more minute, and you'll receive a critical hit reward. How can this be allowed? He's someone of importance. He should at least have some shame. No. Jiang Chen refused without even thinking. Then, after packing up, we went out of the tent together. Without saying a word, I immediately put my arm around her slender waist and said, Wife, let's kiss again. Huh? You're doing this again? Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Seriously, aren't we being a bit too unethical? It's all right. We've already been so wicked. We've been wicked enough already. What's a little more? Those around them covered their faces upon seeing this. It's truly unbearable to look at. Su Hengshan and Song Qingshu saw this from afar and immediately understood why Song Yi had returned alone. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it. Chapter 374 Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have received a critical hit reward, a cure for ALS. All right. The amazing reward is a cure for ALS. Xiao Chen, look at our old man's car, the Great White Shark. It sells so well overseas, and there's a huge demand for it in China too. How about we explore this area? After Su Hengshan finished expanding the production line, he made a suggestion to Jiang Chen that day. So, do you want to continue selling electric vehicles for the elderly, or do you want to sell proper electric cars? Jiang Chen didn't answer directly, but instead asked a question. Well, Su Hengshan said, since electric cars aren't selling well in China, we can only sell electric vehicles, right? That's it. Only electric cars can be sold in China. But the problem is, aren't there too many electric car brands in China? 2. Su Hengshan slapped his forehead and realized that there were too many players in the domestic electric vehicle market. Besides a host of emerging players, traditional automakers are also transforming towards electric vehicles. Internet companies have also jumped on the bandwagon. For example, Chrysanthemum Company has made great strides in its intelligent driving collaboration with domestic car manufacturers, while a certain grain company has personally entered the car manufacturing industry with its new car recently launched. The market has long been a fiercely competitive red ocean. Entering the market at this time to manufacture and sell electric vehicles seems somewhat ill-timed. Moreover, manufacturing cars is not like manufacturing electric vehicles for the elderly. It involves heavy assets, qualification issues, investment thresholds, and it's not easy to turn things around. You can't get a new car out in less than 2 or 3 years. In short, the risks are high, the investment cycle is long, and there are countless issues to consider. Jiang Chen thought about how, just to build a car, he might spend several years in a row, just like accountant Chen, constantly overwhelmed and suffocating for his dream. Let's just call it a day. But Xiao Chen, we can't sell our old man's cars in the country. If you're not going to make electric cars, then all that cutting-edge technology on that great white shark is just a waste, isn't it? Su Hengshan asked, puzzled. Who said it was a waste of time? We don't sell complete vehicles, but we can sell batteries and technology, right? Selling batteries, selling technology? That's right. Don't forget, the great white shark uses my modified battery and has a range of 600 kilometers. If the size is increased and it is applied to electric vehicles, then charging for 10 minutes and having a range of 1,000 kilometers is not a dream at all. And then there's intelligent driving. In China, Huawei is quite outstanding in intelligent driving, but our intelligent driving is in no way inferior to theirs. Therefore, we've established 2 independent companies, one a battery company, and the other an AI company focusing on intelligent driving. Okay, Xiao Chen, I understand. Your idea reminds me a bit of a story from the American gold rush. Because there were so many gold prospectors, not many people actually made money. On the contrary, the merchants who provided services to the gold prospectors, selling water and jeans, made a lot of money. Yes, that makes sense. I discussed the plan with my father-in-law. Jiang Chen and his family were about to say goodbye. After all, they had been in Shanghai for a long time, and if they continued to stay at his father-in-law's house, they might as well just buy a house and settle down there permanently. Unable to persuade them to stay, Su Hengshan and his wife had no choice but to send them to the highway exit. Then Yin Ning drove, and Jiang Chen's family of 5 rode in the RV. Just like when they came, they weren't in a hurry, and they drove back to Sihai at their own pace. Back home at Sihai Chunjiang Pavilion, Jiang Chen realized that it had been a long time since he had visited his parents, so he decided to go and see them. Su Qingqing agreed. However, just before leaving, he suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen by the collar. Honey, as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Shall we celebrate first? Celebrating is fine, but the problem is, haven't we been apart for a while? Of course we're apart for a while. Apart from the world, apart from our little nest, apart from our bed. Wait, what are you laughing at? Just tell me, isn't that right? Ah, yes. Chapter 375 My Parents' 100 Apartments. Jiang Chen and his family of 5 arrived at his parents' home in Swan Lake. Song Mei, who was at home watching TV on the weekend, was overjoyed to see her son's family arrive and quickly went to greet them. Son, Qingqiang, you're back. Yeah, I just got back from Shanghai. It's been a long time since I've seen you and Dad. How are you both doing? Sister May, are you and Uncle both in good health? Everything is fine. They greeted each other warmly and chatted. Song Mei, holding Su Qingqing's hand, and Jiang Chen, pushing the stroller, entered the living room. Afterwards, we sat down and chatted for a while about Jiang Chen's family of 5 going to Shanghai. When Jiang Chen learned that the young couple were a perfect match, he realized that he hadn't lost face in front of his father-in-law at all. On the contrary, he had helped his father-in-law a lot. Song Mei was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. Her eldest son was truly worth raising. And there's also Qingqing. We've agreed with my in-laws that we'll get married during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's only a few months from now. By then, her best friend won't have an excuse not to call her mom anymore. Jiang Chen and I chatted for a while. Song Mei nodded in satisfaction, then turned her attention to the 3 babies. Seeing that the 3 little ones had grown quite a bit, their faces chubby and plump, she loved them dearly. 3 little stinky bastards. Haven't seen you in so long. Have you missed Grandma? Come here, call her Grandma. The 3 little ones were probably shy around strangers and hadn't seen each other for a long time. At first, I was a little confused, but after a while, when Xiao Bao called out, "Come on, come on," the other 2 little ones also called out, "Come on, come on." After calling out a few times, the pronunciation of Grandma gradually became clearer. Song Mei was overjoyed to see this and quickly hugged each of them. It was the first time in her life that someone had called her Grandma. Mom, the babies have changed a lot. They can take a few steps now. Oh, how many steps can you take now? Yeah, Sister May, why don't you try it and see? At the urging of the young couple, Song Mei put her eldest son, Dabao, on the ground and helped him up. Sure enough, the little guy was able to take a few steps with his little legs. The same thing happened with Xiao Bao, except that her Bao was lazy and didn't seem eager to go. Even so, seeing her 3 grandchildren like this, Song Mei couldn't stop smiling. Son, look at these 3 little babies. They're just learning to walk. If they keep pushing them, they might be able to walk on their own soon. What do you think? Should we buy them a walker? Forget about baby walkers. Although they can help babies walk, they are said to have a lot of negative effects. Since the negative effects are significant, let's just forget about it. Anyway, the 3 little babies will be able to walk on their own soon. Mom, where's Dad? I haven't seen him for so long. Jiang Chen had been in the living room for a while and only saw his mother, not his father, so he asked with some confusion. Your dad? He's gone to work. Song Mei said casually. Work? But Mom, you're not at work. It's the weekend. Could it be that Dad went to work overtime again? Oh, son, let me tell you the truth. Song Mei scratched her head. It's like this. Your dad went to collect rent today, taking advantage of the weekend. What? They went to collect rent. Jiang Chen was surprised, and Su Qingqing also looked over. Yes, Song Mei said. Your dad and I had some money on hand, and since it was just sitting there, we bought a few houses. Oh, so you invested in real estate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's better for them to buy houses and collect rent than to be tricked into financial management schemes, where money can disappear before you know it. That's not bad. With housing prices so low right now, you've really bought at rock-bottom prices. By the way, Mom, how many houses are you buying? How many sets? Song Mei hesitated for a moment, then scratched her head. Maybe 7, 8, 9, or 10 sets. 7, 8, 9, or 10 sets. Yes, what's wrong, son? Is it too few? If so, let me recalculate. Maybe there are around 100 sets in total. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen almost jumped up on the spot. Chapter 376. Dad, you didn't steal it, did you? Jiang Chen heard his mother say that she had bought 100 houses. I was immediately startled. Speaking of which, when did Mom and Dad become so rich? They're practically living on real estate now. Those 100 apartments, even at 1 million each, would total over 100 million. But you should know that the elderly couple had saved up 800,000 yuan over more than 10 years to buy themselves a wedding house. Last time, my mom said that the money my grandparents left behind from the land expropriation and demolition compensation was only 8 million yuan. But now, wow, 100 houses, worth over 100 million. Could it be that this family has been keeping a low profile all along? and is actually the richest family in the world? Or, even if they aren't the richest, they are certainly a wealthy family? Mom, did you just say 100 houses? Yes, yes. We just bought a small safe, and it's already overflowing with the property certificate and stuff. Jiang Chen was shocked. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Just then, with a click, Jiang Dapeng came back, carrying a leather bag. I saw Jiang Chen and his family of 5 in the living room. He quickly greeted them with a smile. Son, Qingqing, you're here. Then he put down his purse and went to see the 3 little monsters with a grin. I casually picked up my baby and gave him a loving hug. But at the same time, he clearly sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the room. Not just my wife, but also my son. What's wrong with all of you? Why do you all have those expressions? Sigh. It's still about the house, Song Mei said. Dad, you and Mom bought 100 houses? There are so many property deeds that the safe at home can't hold them all. Jiang Chen asked directly. This? Jiang Dapeng glanced at Song Mei, realizing that his wife had already told him about it, and then continued. Son, you're right. Your mother and I did buy 100 houses. What? You actually bought 100 houses? Yes, specifically 119 sets. But Dad, where did you get the money? You didn't embezzle it, did you? Get out of here. I'm just a junior technician at the factory. I'm not in charge of any projects. Where am I supposed to get that much money? Over 100 houses. That's over 100 million. Then, could it be that my mother embezzled it? My mother is, after all, in a public institution, and she's a leader. I'm just a team leader, a nobody. Even if I were corrupt, how could I possibly embezzle this much? Why not? These days, there are always petty officials who are extremely corrupt. Get out. Get out. Get out. Song Mei was immediately displeased when she heard her son say that his purpose was to pin the blame on her. What kind of petty official is so corrupt? You brat, I just don't like listening to you talk. Every time we have money at home, you say I'm greedy. But don't you think about what my job is? I deal with small vendors all the time, and I'm not in charge of finances. Where am I supposed to get hundreds of millions of dollars from? So, Mom and Dad, how did you get that hundreds of millions of yuan? It can't be some foreign grandpa, right? Jiang Chen asked helplessly. Actually, there really was a grandpa behind his money and various abilities. Jiang Dapeng chuckled upon hearing this, and then offered an explanation. Son, don't say it. The money your mother and I used to buy the house was indeed from a relative of yours overseas. However, this relative is not the old man, but one of your uncles, and my brother who disappeared a long time ago and was thought to be dead. The money, the more than 100 million yuan for buying the house, was given by him. It's not my son, don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, ask your mother. Yes, son, we are your real parents. We wouldn't lie to you. I said that back then because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it right away. If you still don't believe me, I'll have your dad give you your uncle's contact information abroad. No need, Mom, I believe you. I believe you, okay? In the afternoon, I returned to my home in Chunjiang Pavilion. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, looking somewhat sullen. Su Qingqing saw this and laughed, then pounced on him like a hungry tiger, knocking him down. He fell from the sofa onto the carpet due to excessive force. What's wrong, honey? What's bothering you? Tell me, and make your wife happy. Chapter 377 An Eye for an Eye. I'm not really unhappy. I just can't figure it out, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head. How come my parents are so rich now? Seeing the bitter expression on someone's face, Su Qingqing couldn't help but lower her head and give him a light peck. Look at your expression. Why are you unhappy just because your family is rich? TSK, this is the first time I've ever seen someone like you. Besides, didn't your parents say that the previous 8 million yuan was money your grandparents received from land expropriation and demolition? And this time, the money for the more than 100 houses was given to you by a relative of yours overseas. Your parents never expected that your uncle would still be alive. But wife, do you believe me? Jiang Chen asked. I believe you. Su Qingqing pecked him again and laughed. Your parents have already said so much. What more do you want? You still don't believe me? Your mother even wanted to give you your uncle's contact information, but you just didn't want it. He then burst into laughter. Actually, she didn't care whether Jiang Chen's parents were fooling or deceiving their son. She cared about someone's reaction, so she wanted to deliberately contradict him. If someone believes their parents, then she will not believe them. It was precisely because of this playful mentality that Su Qingcheng became increasingly excessive. In addition to constantly talking, she also used her little hand to tickle someone. That's exactly what someone often did to her. Now, it's a case of what goes around comes around. However, despite the girl's antics, Jiang Chen's mind was still on the original matter. So what if I got their contact information and it's confirmed to be true? I feel like they weren't telling the truth. Maybe after a while, my parents will suddenly have money again. For example, it might be hundreds of millions now, but in a while it could be tens of billions. And if I ask why, they come up with some mysterious old man for me. What are you saying, honey? Let's not even talk about how unlikely it is. Even if your parents find you another mysterious old man, according to what you said, in that situation, your family would be rich again, with assets worth tens of billions. Look how worried you are. The richer your family is, the happier you are, or what? Su Qingqing's coquettish tone intensified, turning from a peck to a bite. What? Are you really worried that you work hard to earn money, only to end up with less than your parents? That's part of the reason, Jiang Chen said. But more than anything, it's that I think, my parents are so rich now, why are they hiding it? Didn't I waste my poor days before? Jiang Chen felt somewhat aggrieved when he thought about this. My family was relatively well off when I was a child. But it's all right, at most a comfortable middle-class life. My parents are hard-working and have always been reluctant to spend money. So on my 6th birthday, I ate chocolate cake for the first time. When I was in high school, my mom promised to buy me an electric scooter for transportation, but she reneged and gave all sorts of excuses for not buying it. I didn't think much about it at the time. It was just that my family didn't have any money. But now it seems there's a lot of suspicion about the family not having money. If my parents didn't keep it a secret. My past self. Even without a uniform, you can still be a dashing young man in fine clothes and on a spirited horse. Honey, your parents are keeping it a secret. They might have their reasons, but you're their biological child. No matter how much money they have in the future, it'll still be yours, right? And also, honey, without the past, there would be no present. If your parents hadn't hidden things from you, and you had been a rich kid since childhood, would we be where we are today, and would we have 3 little babies? As Su Qingqing spoke, she pouted and pecked someone's neck again, this time unconsciously adding a bit more force. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. What I cared about wasn't the pain from the girl's peck, but what she said. That's true. If you've been born into wealth. In another life, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, there would have been no night of meeting the girl, and of course, there would have been no 3 adorable babies later on. No, that won't do. That's so boring. After the girl's reminder, Jiang Chen finally snapped out of his daze. His eyes lit up, and he tilted his head back to peck the girl. Su Qingqing saw this. Knowing that his persuasion had been effective, he felt quite pleased with himself. But when Jiang Chen realized what had happened, he immediately discovered what the girl had done to him. His neck, shoulders, and chest were covered in large patches of red. Young married woman? You did this. This. Su Qingqing noticed it immediately as well. To be honest, because most of her clothes were covering her, she didn't realize that her foolishness had unknowingly grown such a large patch of strawberries. The color was bright red, and it looked somewhat ferocious. Husband, let me explain, I really didn't mean to. Su Qingqing panicked a little, and seeing Jiang Chen's murderous look, she offered a brief explanation and then tried to run away. But now that things have come to this, where can we escape? It's all right, honey. Don't panic. I didn't say you did it on purpose. Even if you did, it's okay. Chapter 378, I can wear whatever I want in my own home. Jiang Chen pecked him once, then rolled over. Being awakened by the girl, and considering the good deed she had just unknowingly done, he felt he had to properly thank her. Dad. Half an hour later, the 3 little ones in the crib suddenly cried out. Now, the 3 little ones cry and fuss when they're hungry, need a diaper change, or are feeling unwell. But gradually, under Jiang Chen's guidance, they've started calling for Daddy when they need something. Honey, the kids are calling you, Su Qingqing said playfully. It's all right, daughter-in-law, they're probably just hungry. They'll be ready in a little while. You say it's okay just because the child is hungry? Don't you have any conscience? Do you act like a father? I'm not like a father who would call me first when the 3 babies are hungry. Don't worry, it's fine. Besides, there has to be a first come, first served. You. Su Qingsheng was utterly speechless at the shamelessness and self-righteousness of the person in question. That damn guy. He doesn't even care that the baby is hungry. He calls himself a stay-at-home dad? What a load of rubbish. Suddenly, thud, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, followed by a baby suddenly bursting into tears. Oh, my husband. Did the child fall to the ground? Su Qingqing quickly reminded her. Now, with the help of adults, the 3 little ones can try to take a few steps. His mobility is not as good as before. It's not entirely impossible that one of them might get up, grab the crib railing, and fall off. And at the moment, Su Qingqing reminded him. Jiang Chen had already rushed over. After all, the child was too small, and if he fell off the crib, it would be no small matter. Su Qingqing followed closely behind. When they arrived at the crib, they found it was a false alarm. What fell off the bed wasn't a baby, but a plastic toy. Even so, there is still a certain degree of danger. Because of his strong mobility, Dabao was holding onto the railing, which was only up to his chest. If he continued to climb, he might actually be able to climb over and fall down the fence. Dabao just cried. It was probably the toy that fell and the noise that startled him. Don't cry, don't cry. Jiang Chen picked up the pitiful Dabao and held him in his arms to comfort him. The toy fell down, didn't it? Dad will pick it up for you. I bent down, picked up the toy, and put it in Dabao's hand. Now the 3 little ones can grab things with rings and swing them back and forth. Don't underestimate them just because they're only a few months old. Their grip strength is quite impressive. Jiang Chen stuffed the toy into Dabao's hand. The little one stopped crying, grabbed a toy, and smiled through his tears, with a few sad tears still clinging to his face. The change in expression from crying to laughing may take less than a second. No wonder people often say that a child's face can change in an instant. Honey, this fence is too low. I feel like if they wanted to climb over, all 3 little babies could probably do it. Su Qingqing said with lingering fear. Yes, it's a bit too low, Jiang Chen nodded. 3 little ones, still only a few months old and unable to walk, even in a crib that's only a meter high, they could still fall and get seriously hurt. By the way, honey, I remember there's a spare, taller crib railing, isn't there? Yes, I know where it is. I'll go get it. Su Qingqing excitedly found the spare part and was about to start installing it. Honey, let me do that, Jiang Chen said. What? You can't possibly think I can't even handle this little thing, can you? Su Qingqing retorted, her hands now even more energetic as she dismantled the old railings. No, you can install it. But what I mean is, could you please put your clothes on first? Su Qingqing looked down. I was dressed way too lightly, even more so than in rags. Her face flushed slightly, but she stubbornly retorted, What's wrong? This is my own home. I can wear whatever I want. It's none of your business. Okay. I can't control what you wear, okay? That makes sense. It made feeding the baby much easier. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, but didn't stop there. He went to prepare vegetable and fruit purees for the 3 little ones in addition to their main meals. Swan Lake, at Jiang Dapeng's home. After my son and his family left, the TV was always on, and the large living room remained quiet. The couple, Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, sat on the sofa, watching TV absent-mindedly. Their expressions were, well, indescribable. Wife, do you think our son will believe our explanation? Jiang Dapeng asked, scratching his head. You want to explain those 119 houses? Song Mei said with a bitter smile. If you asked me, I wouldn't believe it. It's been so many years, and you suddenly have a younger brother abroad who gives you a huge sum of money, hundreds of millions? Who would believe that? But it's true, Jiang Dapeng said, never expecting that after living half his life, he would suddenly become a billionaire. Facts are facts. But the truth is too outrageous, isn't it? Song Mei's tone was also incredulous. Thinking about Jiang Dapeng, I've spent half my life with him and I've never seen him make much money. But lately, he's been incredibly lucky. The last time was 8 million yuan in demolition compensation for Jiang Chen's grandparents. Then this time, suddenly, This old man had an incredibly wealthy younger brother who appeared overseas. This brother was extremely generous and gave him hundreds of millions in assets. Now that I'm in my 40s or 50s, I'm getting old and my looks have faded, and suddenly my husband is rich, owning more than 100 houses. Should I be happy or not? Why? What were those old folks doing when I was young? So, you also think that our son doesn't believe he has a biological uncle abroad. Jiang Daping felt so embarrassed for the first time in his life. After all, more than 100 houses and assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan have actually become his own. It's like a dream. But, if my son doesn't believe it, he doesn't believe it. Anyway, he can make money, and he won't covet our little bit of money. Isn't this my wife's money? Jiang Daping deliberately emphasized to Song Mei that it was our money. That's right. Song Mei understood Jiang Daping's good intentions and rolled her eyes at him, as if to say, "You're smart to know what's good for you. I estimate our son's assets are around 100 billion, right? There's really no need to be concerned about this little bit of money." She didn't know how much Jiang Chen's assets were, but she gave a rough estimate based on what she knew. "Oh, right, honey. You have a brother abroad. When you were on the phone just now, it sounded to me like there was actually an old man there." I was actually just about to tell you that. This old man is my grandfather's brother, our son's great-grandfather. He went abroad during the Republic of China era. He called me back then and talked about the transfer of assets. He also mentioned asset gifts. Yes, he also has a terminal illness, no children, and after contacting me, he wanted to give me all the assets he had accumulated throughout his life. Song Mei heard about it. I suddenly had a strange feeling, like reading an online novel. Goodness, this really is a foreign grandpa. Then, husband, your grandfather, our son's great-grandfather, plans to leave you his life's assets. How much exactly? Is it hundreds of millions? Song Mei asked curiously. Hundreds of millions is a conservative estimate, Jiang Daping said. Converted to Chinese currency, it might be 50 billion. Chapter 379 Investigating Mom and Dad. What? Converted into Chinese currency, it's worth 50 billion. Upon hearing this, Song Mei nearly went crazy and couldn't sit still. Yes, it's 50 billion. Honey, don't get agitated. Really, when I heard it, I thought I misheard and that my grandfather was joking, so I asked again, and the answer was indeed 50 billion. It's only 50 billion. He was just saying that. Whether it's true or not, or if there's some other hidden story, I still need to go abroad and see the old man. Song Mei heard her husband's words. I gasped deeply. Hiss. 50 billion. Good heavens, that's more money than you could spend in several lifetimes. The important thing is, if this 50 billion is true, then it's Jiang Daping's money. No, it's our money, her money, and Jiang Daping's money. Honey, when are you planning to go? Next week. I'll be free then, so I can prepare in advance. Okay. The couple quickly reached an agreement on this issue. But the thought of 50 billion yuan still made Jiang Daping feel uneasy and somewhat panicked. How should I put it? Having lived half my life, I've honestly never seen much money. He had only ever seen stories about owning hundreds of houses in the news before, like the uncle house or sister house, which shocked him greatly. He never imagined that one day he would become a grandpa house. Assets of 50 billion. For him, that was even more of a fantasy. Speaking of my son, don't let his arrogant attitude fool you. You can do this and that, you can do this and that, but in the end, you might not even have as much money as I do. Honey, there's another problem. What do you think our son will feel if he knows how rich we are? Maybe even richer than him. Will his self-esteem be hurt? Well, I guess so. Song Mei replied. After all, she knew her son's personality quite well. Don't let his boasting and carefree attitude fool you. When it comes to making money, he's absolutely shrewd, and he's incredibly proud. If he found out, cough cough, one's self-esteem will always suffer. Then how about? Should we not tell our son about the 50 billion? Song Mei thought for a moment, and then said, all right. He's our only son. Anyway, all the money we have will eventually be his. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng returned to Sihai. They had just caught their breath and rested at home when they realized that they both had a lot of things to do. Su Qingsheng is the president of Qingshan Technology. Before going to her parents' home in Shanghai, she had arranged all her work in advance. If there was anything important that she could handle in Shanghai, she would handle it remotely. The problem is that some things can only be resolved by her personal intervention. And it took so long. Therefore, after returning to work, I was overwhelmed with all sorts of things. Jiang Chen is similar. There are things to do with Lu Wei, my cousin, and the resort. There are so many documents to sign that it's impossible to finish them all in one go. However, thanks to Li Jun's presence and overall leadership, the situation might be slightly better. But, besides the various local matters in Sihai City, Jiang Chen also brought back two things from Shanghai. One is to build a new battery factory. One is to establish an artificial intelligence company. The battery factory was mainly at the request of my father-in-law. His battery factory in Shanghai, even with 3 shifts, still has limited production capacity. Battery manufacturers are also preparing for future expansion. The artificial intelligence company, mainly focusing on intelligent driving, along with batteries, will become Jiang Chen's 2 major areas of focus in the future electric vehicle industry. And of course, there's the Zhongjia language model. This needs to be done within 6 months, intercepting ChatGPT and Ultraman's Who. Jiang Chen also needs to implement the language model design and specific procedures currently stored in his brain. Upon hearing the arrangement, Li Jun was shocked. His boss was actually going to venture into batteries and AI again. Of course, he went through so much with Jiang Chen. Li Jun was shocked. By this point, people were numb and no longer surprised. Okay, boss, I'll get on with those 2 things you mentioned right away. Li Jun said over the phone. By the way, Mr. Li, there's something else I need your help with. Could you please take some time to look into it? What is it, boss? It's no trouble at all, Li Jun asked hurriedly. That's right, to secretly investigate my parents. No, boss, you want me to investigate your parents? Li Jun was immediately startled, wondering what it was, but it turned out to be this. Right, it's just about secretly investigating my parents. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Regarding his parents suddenly owning more than 100 houses and possibly being wealthier than him, he still felt it would be better to investigate further. He doesn't believe it's not some foreign uncle or grandfather or anything like that. Rather, it's because people's hearts are hidden from their minds. These things are always unpredictable. If it's true, he'll accept this uncle he's never met without hesitation. If not, that would be a bad situation. Of course, judging from my parents' cautious nature and their reactions, the possibility that it wasn't them is rather small. But it doesn't matter. He did the investigation. All he wanted was peace of mind. Yes, boss. I happen to know a famous detective. I'll have him investigate this matter thoroughly, and I guarantee he'll get to the bottom of it. Okay, tell that famous detective not to worry about the payment. Good. After explaining to Li Jun, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, sat down in a chair, closed his eyes to rest for a while, and pondered the matter of the ALS treatment. My daughter has been extremely busy lately. We can postpone this special medicine until she's done with this busy period. Buzz. Just then, my phone rang. When I picked it up, I was surprised to see that it was Liang Zhengwo calling. Hello, Mr. Liang. What instructions do you have? I wouldn't dare accept such an instruction. Xiao Jiang, I just heard you've returned to Sihai, so I wanted to invite you over for tea and a chat. Would you like to invite me for tea and a chat? Yes. Actually, it wasn't just me who treated you. There's another person you know, named Li Shengli. Chapter 380 I call you brother, you call me aunt? It turns out that not only Mr. Liang invited him, but Mr. Li did too. That leader. Since these were 2 big shots, Jiang Chen agreed. One was the head of the National Security Bureau, and the other was a former leader of Jiangnan province. He couldn't refuse them. Besides, they said they were just having tea and chatting. Who knows what might have happened? So I made an appointment with Mr. Liang this weekend, and then hung up the phone. You were invited for tea over the weekend? Su Qingxing asked with some disappointment after Jiang Chen told her about the invitation from Old Master Liang and Old Master Li when she got home from get off work. Yeah, but what's with that expression, honey? Are you worried I'll get arrested? No, that's not it. I wanted to have plans for the weekend. I've been busy for several days in a row. I was originally thinking of taking a break this weekend, having some time alone together, like shopping or watching a movie. A romantic getaway for 2? It's all right. We have 2 days over the weekend. I'll have tea with Mr. Liang and the others on Saturday, and we can go out together on Sunday. Oh well. Seeing that the girl was still a little disappointed, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hug her and give her a peck. She had indeed been very busy these past few days and deserved a good rest. Honey, we don't have to wait until the weekend for some alone time. Actually, the two of us can do it tonight. I'd like my parents to take care of the child for the night. What do you think? Jiang Chen suggested. Should we let your parents take care of it? Are they up to the task? Su Qingqing asked with some doubt. Why not? The three children are their own grandchildren. They've been asking us to take care of them for a few days. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Can take care of three children. Don't worry, honey. With my mom here and my dad helping out, there won't be any problems. If necessary, we can send Aunt Lu over too. All right, let's send Aunt Lu over. At the same time, Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei were indeed not busy at the moment. Jiang Dapeng even considered going abroad because of the foreign grandfather incident. The young couple said they should take care of it for one night. They couldn't have gotten what they wanted. They came running right away and took the three children away. Because they've seen them so many times these past few days, the three children aren't shy around them anymore and even call them grandpa and grandma. The elderly couple were overjoyed. Husband, Su Qingqing suddenly called out after the three children and their grandparents went to the Swan Lake community. Her voice was too sweet and her gaze was melancholic. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps. Honey, can we be normal for once? Sure, brother. Brother? Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this girl? Did she take the wrong medicine? There's no need for this kind of behavior when it comes to just the two of them. Auntie, let's be serious. So she scratched her head and retaliated in kind. Now it was Su Qingqing's turn to sweat and go berserk. She immediately pounced on him, scratching and biting. I'll call you brother, and you'll call me Annie? Look at you. Can't you have a little romance? Also, do you call me auntie because you think I'm too old? Snort. Therefore, they took advantage of Jiang Chen and subjected him to a brutal beating. Well, her ruthless treatment of the young woman broadened Jiang Chen's horizons, leaving him helpless. No, wife. How could I mind that you're old? You're forever 18. You're as beautiful as a flower. That's more like it, Su Qingqing said with a satisfied expression. Well, I just called you brother, so you should reciprocate. How should I address you? Should I call you sister? No, it's not enough. Calling me sister isn't enough, honey. Don't go too far. You don't mean to make me call you little sister, do you? That's not necessarily a bad thing. Jiang Chen heard this and realized it was true. I was completely dumbfounded. This is insane. Pigs are going to fly. Chapter 381. This servant is pregnant. Husband, look, we've been married for so long. What's wrong with you calling me that? I've never been called that before in my life. Come on, honey, call me. Just once. Seeing Jiang Chen's troubled expression, Su Qingqing patiently guided him, like a strange older sister who was teaching a bad elementary school student. Jiang Chen was truly struggling to maintain composure. Calling his wife, who is 6 years older than him, sister. Oh dear. I don't know where this girl got her strange interests from. Husband, just call me once. Su Qingqing shook Jiang Chen's arm. Aloof? Goddess? Bah, not anymore. Now she's more like a spoiled little woman. Jiang Chen originally wanted to joke and retort, aren't you disgusting? But upon seeing the girl's appearance, he immediately couldn't bear it anymore. Oh well, she's his wife after all, and he should cherish her. Younger sister. AI. Su Qingqing immediately responded. He pounced on Jiang Chen and started pecking him relentlessly until he couldn't breathe. He then forcefully suppressed him, which helped him feel a little better. Honey, what are your plans for tonight? Whatever my brother says, we'll do it. But we don't need to go out. We'll have a lavish meal at home first, then watch a movie together. That should be fine. Su Qingqing, still like a little woman, nestled in Jiang Chen's arms and deliberately spoke in a high-pitched voice. A lavish meal is easy to prepare. Jiang Chen is good at that. Watching movies at home is no problem either. I already have a home theater system worth tens of thousands of yuan, but I haven't used it more than a few times. Just a girl. The childish voice, still calling him brother, almost made Jiang Chen lose his temper. Please, are you disgusting? No? Are you addicted to this? A big meal or a movie, either is fine. Let's start with a big meal. What are your specific requests? I like anything my brother makes. Of course, it would be best if you could have a candlelight dinner. This humble servant. If she's not my wife, can we? Can't what? Brother, are you going to be rough with me? That's unacceptable. Because if you do that, not only will I be heartbroken, but I might even get pregnant. Jiang Chen had already taken off his apron, intending to ask the little girl what she liked to eat before heading off to cook. Who knew that this little girl's constant calling me brother and sister would eventually lead to me getting into trouble with her. Oh my, she's definitely a little devil who needs to be disciplined. They've broken through. They've broken through. Jiang Chen simply threw down his apron, ignoring everything else, and decided to give the girl a good beating first. Is there no law anymore? Is there no law left? This is utterly lawless and outrageous. 3 hours later, the little girl behaved herself, and Jiang Chen had also prepared a big meal. The girl's wish was granted. Jiang Chen arranged a candlelight dinner, creating a romantic atmosphere. Not bad, not bad. Honey, have a drink. Su Qingqing thoroughly enjoyed the meal, as every dish was one of her favorites. Then, she took a wine glass filled with fruit juice and wanted to clink glasses with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen drank red wine, and the girl drank several in a row. But the girl still wanted to drink with him. Honey, aren't you afraid I'll get drunk? And then Jiang Chen said with a forced smile. Cut. So what? You think I'm scared? Huh. It's nothing. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Su Qingqing retorted defiantly. Besides, I know your alcohol tolerance. You can finish these bottles of red wine, and you won't be a problem. Jiang Chen gave an awkward laugh. My wife knows me best. After a rare, undisturbed candlelight dinner, the couple settled on the sofa and began choosing which movie to watch. The two of them had actually considered going to a movie theater to watch it. There weren't any new movies they wanted to watch, and besides, what the two of them wanted was an atmosphere and space for just the two of them to spend time together. Large public cinemas are inconvenient and uncomfortable. Private cinemas aren't really private, so there's no guarantee they don't have surveillance cameras or something. Thinking about it that way, it's much more comfortable for the two of us to watch a movie at home. Moreover, at home, once the movie equipment is turned on, the sound, light, and shadow effects are almost indistinguishable from those of a real cinema, providing an excellent experience. Honey, how about we watch a horror movie first? Su Qingqing suggested first. Are you even good at horror movies? Jiang Chen asked. TCH, don't underestimate people. What's so difficult about it? Watching horror movies is the best way to relieve stress and relax, okay? Okay, after horror movies, how about a sci-fi movie? No problem. And then, finally, let's finish with an action movie ending. Perfect. Not wife. What did you say, an action movie? Yes, is there a problem? Is it one of those love-themed ones? Su Qingqing was questioned by Jiang Chen. Startled for a moment, she quickly realized what she was thinking and punched the man with her little fist. Hey you, what are you thinking? The action movies I'm talking about are gunfights and martial arts, like Fast Furious, Lion, The Professional, Kung Fu Hustle, and so on. Look at you. Your mind is full of filth. Pa, shameless, vulgar. Her little face was flushed. Not satisfied with just a few punches, she used her dragon claw hand to pinch the soft flesh on her waist hard before finally stopping. After that, all was well. The two of them sat on the sofa, enjoying a movie. First came the classic horror film Dead Silence, then the domestic action-packed gunfight film Operation White Sea, with intense gunfights raging. This startled Yin Ning, who came to report. Yin Ning, who had frequently carried out missions abroad and had even been shot before, was not sensitive to other things, but was extremely sensitive to the sound of gunfire. Hearing gunshots coming from inside the villa, they almost broke down the door. After thinking about it, I made a call anyway. Boss, is everything all right on your end? I'm fine, what's wrong? I heard gunshots. Oh, we were watching a movie. Oh, Yin Ning immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Yin Ning? Is there something you need me for? Yes, boss, something came up at home. I'd like to ask for a day off. Okay, Jiang Chen replied. But upon hearing that something was up at home, he added, it's not going to be another blind date, is it? Yes, I can't help it. I'm almost 30, and my family is pressuring me to get married. Okay, Go ahead if you're free. Is 1 day enough? If not, we can invite you for 2 more days. No need. 1 day is enough. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen continued watching the movie with the girl. He felt that Yin Ning's in-laws were normal. As the saying goes, men should marry when they are of age and women should marry when they are of age. It was nothing unusual for her family to arrange a blind date for her. This can be done at the same time. Thousands of miles away, Kong Shi, engrossed in playing video games, suddenly felt a pang of inexplicable heartache. Honey, shall we watch another action movie? After watching the gunfight movie, Su Qingqing was still a little unsatisfied, so she turned to someone and said, "You choose this one." "Should I choose?" Hearing the girl's question, which was so deliberately asked, and seeing the shy look in her eyes, Jiang Chen seemed to understand something instantly. No need, wife. You should do this." Jiang Chen refused without hesitation. "Who just said my mind was full of filth? Who said I was shameless and vulgar? Now they need me? Since that's the case, go ahead and choose for yourself." Chapter 382. De Bao is injured. Seeing Jiang Chen refuse, looking like he wanted her to do as she pleased, Su Qingqing chuckled inwardly, then got annoyed. "Hey, you're serious now? It's not time for me to catch you peeking anymore, so keep pretending. Will you choose or not? You don't want to choose, huh? Fine." Unsurprisingly, the sharp teeth snapped in again. This is the girl's tried-and-true secret weapon. Helpless, Jiang Chen had no choice but to submit to the tyranny of his mother and skillfully found a beautiful art film. Well, a good man doesn't argue with a woman. The next morning, Jiang Daping and Song Mei, an elderly couple, brought over their 3 little monsters. After a night of caring for them, or dealing with the antics of 3 little monsters, feeding, changing diapers, putting them to sleep, and so on, neither of them had slept well. Even so, the 2 of them still wanted to continue and try a few more times. "I want to spend more time with my own grandchildren. I'm just not very good at taking care of them yet. Once I get the hang of it, taking care of these 3 little monsters will be a breeze." Of course now, the couple were so tired that they quickly went back to catch up on their sleep. After enjoying a night of alone time, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing were refreshed, relatively speaking, and took over the care of the 3 little monsters. "Honey, we have an appointment with old Liang and old Li today," Jiang Chen said. "It's all right, you go ahead. I'll stay home and take care of the 3 kids." Su Qingqing glanced at the weather outside. "It's nice today. I might as well take the kids to the nearby park for a stroll." "Are you sure you can manage on your own?" "Yin Ning took the day off today." "Why not? I've led them before. Besides, it doesn't matter that Yin Ning is gone. In this peaceful and prosperous world, there's no need for fighting and killing." "All right, honey, it's settled then. You can go have tea with old Liang and old Li without worry." "All right." Jiang Chen tidied up a bit. When the time came, Liang Lao sent someone to pick them up, or Zhao Feng drove to pick them up. This time, we visited Mr. Liang's home, a small courtyard that looked quite ordinary from the outside. Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli have been friends for many years. We once charged into battle together, braving gunfire. Now, one is the head of the National Security Bureau, and the other is a former leader of Jiangnan Province. The 2 often keep in touch. After discovering that both of them had dealt with Jiang Chen before and were amazed by the young man's abilities, they took the opportunity to invite him over for tea. "Xiao Jiang. Long time no see, welcome, welcome." Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli rushed to greet Jiang Chen as soon as he arrived. "Greetings, leaders." Jiang Chen also greeted him politely. After sitting down in the living room, the 3 of them drank tea and chatted. Although the 2 big shots were both big shots, they were quite easygoing and had no airs. Therefore, the atmosphere was very casual and harmonious. After chatting for a while, Li Shengli brought up the topic of economic development across the country, hoping that young talents like Jiang Chen could set an example. Jiang Chen had already intended to invest in Sihai because of its AI and battery factories. So he said it. Li Shengli was very satisfied with what he heard. "However, Mr. Li, investing in and setting up a factory is no problem. It's just that finding suitable land for factory construction in our Sihai area is difficult." Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and explained the problems he was currently facing. "The land for building the factory? No problem," Li Shengli said immediately. Xiaojiang, we have a piece of land in the northwest of the country that's vacant, about 6,000 mu. The city originally planned it as a high-tech park. If you need it, you don't have to buy it. You can just pay some rent. But Mr. Li, I might be asking for too much land. That's all right. However much you want, I'll give you. Can I have 6,000 mu? Li Shengli, who was usually very generous, was surprised when he heard this. No, you want all 6,000 mu. Yes, is that not allowed? Yes, that's fine. Li Shengli immediately agreed. I've already made my point, so I can't go back on my word, can I? Moreover, although the science park would basically be Jiang Chen's alone in this way, Li Shengli was still quite at ease handing it over to this kid rather than handing it over to someone else. After Li Shengli, it was Liang Zhangwo's turn. Xiaojiang, how about we collaborate on a project? Liang Zhangwo said with a smile. But Mr. Liang, what kind of projects can we collaborate on? A cooperative military project, I suppose. Military project? Yes, look at those old-age cars you sell overseas. Their AI technology is quite impressive. Let's cooperate on the application of AI in military operations. It turns out that Liang Zhangwo had his eye on Jiang Chen's AI technology. To be honest, the Great White Shark's intelligent driving system is derived from Jiang Chen's God-level intelligent driving technology. On a global scale, that's top tier. Even Huawei, currently the company with the most advanced autonomous driving technology, would be ashamed of its own inferiority. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. Could intelligent driving be used for military projects? Mr. Liang, my artificial intelligence is actually just intelligent driving. Can that really be used for military projects? Yes, you can. Xiaojiang, I had someone research your intelligent driving system, and it's incredibly advanced. In modern warfare, drones are becoming indispensable on the battlefield. I have an idea. How about applying your intelligent driving technology to drones? Hearing what Liang Zhangwo said, Jiang Chen was also moved. Could it be that Elder Liang wants the drones to cruise automatically, identify targets automatically, and strike automatically? Right. If there is no suitable target, it can also return on its own initiative. And more importantly, it can involve dozens, even hundreds or thousands of drones being deployed simultaneously, automatically assigning targets and coordinating strikes. I chatted with Liang Zhangwo for a while. Jiang Chen discovered that although Liang Lao was the head of the security department, he still had some research on modern military technology. What Liang Lao wanted to develop was actually a relatively cutting-edge intelligent swarm attack technology. Some countries have already achieved research results on this technology, but the results are quite limited. As for myself, possessing God-level intelligent driving capabilities, I can actually give it a try in this area. Mr. Liang, this is something we can work on, but I need some time. Time is not a problem. As long as you agree, Xiaojiang. Liang Zhangwo rubbed his hands excitedly, his expression full of anticipation. Hey, I work in the security department, and that idea just popped into my head one day, like a dog chasing a mouse. It's just a wild guess, it might not be reliable. But since you've agreed, Xiaojiang, I can recommend universities and research institutes for you. Just tell me what resources or manpower you need, and feel free to make any requests. Yes, Mr. Liang. We spent a long time drinking tea and reminiscing with Mr. Liang and Mr. Li before it finally came to an end. Afterwards, Captain Zhao Feng drove Jiang Chen to his home in Chunjiang Pavilion. Jiang Chen arrived home. I was surprised to find that my daughter wasn't home. I was about to call her to ask where she and the child were when, unexpectedly, she called me instead. Hey, honey, hurry up and come over here. It's at the First People's Hospital. Dabao is injured. Chapter 383. Only officials are allowed to set fires, while common people are forbidden to light lamps. Dabao is injured. Jiang Chen was startled. Drive immediately to the First People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Chen saw Xiaoniao and Airbao. What happened, honey? He asked breathlessly. At that time, I was pushing a stroller in the park. We've had enough sightseeing, so we're ready to head back. I don't know how Dabao did it. The safety belt came undone, and then he climbed up and suddenly fell off the stroller. He fell head first, and after that, Dabao cried loudly and vomited a little. I was terrified, wondering if he had hit his head. Luckily, There was a kind lady nearby who saw what happened and helped take Dabao to the hospital. Su Qingqing explained the situation. Her expression showed both self-blame for not watching her child properly and worry for her eldest child. What about Dabao? What's his situation? Jiang Chen asked again. Dabao is the eldest of the 3 children and the strongest, but he's still only a 7 or 8-month-old baby. He fell headfirst and vomited. That's no small matter. They're still inside getting x-rays and tests. The doctor said they can only determine the situation after the x-rays. Don't worry, honey, Dabao will be fine. Jiang Chen hugged her to comfort her, seeing that she was too nervous. Honey, where's the lady who helped you? The one right next to me. Su Qingqing gestured. Thank you. Jiang Chen walked over and thanked the woman. The woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s and looked somewhat tired, quickly said politely upon seeing Jiang Chen approaching, "No need to thank me. It's nothing. I'm a mother and a doctor too, and it just so happened that I was there. I'll help if I can. The most important thing is that the baby is okay. Don't worry, the baby seems fine. We're just having a checkup to put our minds at ease." The woman then recounted the situation at the time. Finally, he offered some words of comfort to Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing. She's a mother herself and understands the situation perfectly. Parents don't want their young children to suffer even the slightest hardship. At this time, Dabao's test results came out. The x-ray showed nothing wrong. It was just a superficial abrasion on the head, which can be treated with some ointment. As for the child vomiting immediately after falling, it was probably due to fear and loud crying. However, if a child experiences this situation, such as bumping into something and vomiting for no apparent reason, it's important to take them to the hospital as soon as possible. Infants have soft skulls, and if there's intracranial hemorrhage, it could be very serious. Your child is so young. You're lucky they didn't get hurt. That's fine. That's good. Thank you, doctor. It's all right. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing both breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingqing immediately picked up the child and hugged him tightly. Since the child's checkup is fine, you can all rest assured. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. The woman next to her said this and was about to leave. Wait a minute, I haven't asked your surname yet. Jiang Chen realized and hurriedly went over to ask. Yes, big sister. I was so scared just now. I was so worried about the baby that I forgot to ask your name. If you hadn't been there to help, I really wouldn't have been able to bring the baby over so quickly. Su Qingqing added. If you don't mind, how about I reward you with some money? Jiang Chen added. My surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Yan. Please consider this reward unnecessary. Here, this is my business card. I, Jiang Chen, owe you a favor. If you ever need any help in the future, feel free to call me. Lin Yan noticed that Jiang Chen and his wife spoke in a manner unlike that of ordinary people. A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. But then it dimmed again. With a sigh, she said, Never mind. You can't help me, it's my child's fate. She was about to leave when Su Qingqing stopped her, asking, Sister, what happened to your child? Oh dear, my child is only 3 years old and has been diagnosed with ALS. I'm a doctor myself, but I can't cure my child's illness. ALS. Su Qingqing was shocked. She had heard of ALS, a rare disease called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is usually a terminal illness. Jiang Chen was also taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly called out to Lin Yan, Ma'am, I might have a way to cure your child's illness. Night. After Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing finished washing up, they lay in bed talking about what had happened during the day. Su Qingqing still felt somewhat guilty when she talked about it. Never mind, honey. As for Dabao's situation, it can't be entirely your fault. He's very active now, and if you're not careful, he might bump into something. However, this also serves as a reminder that we need to be more careful in the future. Su Qingqing nodded and snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms. By the way, honey, we must help Sister Lin Yan with her matter. When I saw Dabao fall on his head and start crying, and then suddenly vomit, I was terrified. It was she who came over to comfort me, help me clean up Dabao's vomit, and then help take us to the hospital. But husband, you said you could help her child cure ALS. Was that just a comforting remark? Don't worry. If you say you can help, then you definitely can. Jiang Chen gently rubbed the little head in his arms and said affectionately, "Once I decide to help, you'll definitely be busy again, because I'm planning to develop a new drug, a special drug for treating ALS." Huh? A miracle drug for treating ALS. Are you sure you can do it? Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. "Look at what you're saying," Jiang Chen laughed. "When has your husband ever been impotent?" Cut. Su Qingqing blushed slightly. This person often boasted and had a thick skin, but when it came to whether he could do something or not, he was absolutely true to his word and never boasted. "All right, let's get some rest." Su Qingqing kissed Jiang Chen, then hugged him. Jiang Chen felt a little uncomfortable being hugged like that by the girl, and couldn't help but want to retaliate. But as soon as he moved, the girl immediately reminded him, "Honey, don't move. I'm not in the mood today." "But if you're not in the mood, why are you hugging me? And why are you hitting me?" "I want to hit you. I want to hug you. Is that not allowed?" "Humph." Su Qingqing pouted and said domineeringly. Jiang Chen had no choice but to give up. "Fine. It's a double standard. Officials are allowed to set fires, but common people are not allowed to light lamps." Chapter 384, A Hothead Causing Trouble. Steaming buns. Why aren't you using the steamer? Hold on. Hold on. Faced with the girl's domineering attitude, what could Jiang Chen do but obediently remain still? Nothing was said that night. The next morning, he went to Qingchen Technology and, based on the factory's existing equipment, finalized the entire production process for the special medicine. "Boss, the land in the northwest of Sihai has been approved," Li Jun reported to Jiang Chen over the phone. So fast, Jiang Chen was surprised, thinking to himself that it had only been a few days. But then he thought about the identities of Elder Li and Elder Liang, so it was normal that it had happened so quickly. The land in the northwest of Sihai is mainly planned to be used to build a new battery factory. Now that the land has been approved, let's get started. For the next few days, Jiang Chen focused on this matter, the various materials and certifications for the new factory, as well as recruitment. Of course, the new artificial intelligence company was also in the process of preparation. My father-in-law came to the groundbreaking ceremony for the battery factory. Surprisingly, leaders Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli also came to show their support. "This is Elder Liang. This is Elder Li," Jiang Chen introduced to Su Hengshan. Su Hengshan was a little incredulous at first sight, until Liang Jiangwo and the other man greeted him first. "Hello, President Su," before he realized what was happening. "Hello, hello." Su Hengshan quickly responded. People of the same caliber as Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli. He had met and interacted with such big shots before, but that was during the Su family's heyday. After the Su family declined, he became somewhat indifferent to people and rarely saw them. But Jiang Chen, that kid. It's just a battery factory, yet the groundbreaking ceremony had 2 bigwigs in attendance. That's really shameless. After the groundbreaking ceremony, Liang Jiangwo, Li Shengli, and their father-in-law were invited by Jiang Chen to have tea in an office at the new factory. After some casual conversation, Liang Jiangwo and Su Hengshan became acquainted. Upon learning that Jiang Chen had also started another artificial intelligence company, Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli were overjoyed. "How about it, Xiao Jiang? Want to play a few games with this old man?" Liang Jiangwo asked Jiang Chen with a cheerful smile as he took out a chess set. "Hey, Xiao Jiang. Why don't you play a few rounds when you're bored?" Li Shengli chimed in, joining in the fun. "Does old Li also like playing chess?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course," Li Shengli immediately replied. "Back in the day, when Lao Liang and I played chess, we fought so hard that it was a back-and-forth battle, and it was hard to tell who was better. Yes, we're sworn brothers. Back then, I was known as the #1 chess king in the world, and Lao Li was known as the #1 chess saint in the world," Liang Jiangwo added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood the quality of Li Shengli's chess skills. He was locked in a fierce battle with Liang Jiangwo, and one was a chess king, while the other was a chess saint. Good heavens! Xiao Chen, it's rare that both Elder Liang and Elder Li are in such high spirits. Look at you. How could you go against their wishes? You can't possibly not want to even play a game of chess, can you? Su Hengshan was somewhat puzzled, thinking to himself, these are 2 big shots, after all. They invited me to play chess, and I'm not giving them face? That's really unappreciative. Looking at his father-in-law's puzzled expression, Jiang Chen sighed, feeling troubled. Father-in-law, you don't know this. President Su can play chess? Liang Jiangwo glanced at Jiang Chen and chuckled to himself. He blamed himself for being too arrogant and overbearing last time, and for hurting the boy while playing chess with him. Seeing Jiang Chen's troubled expression, he didn't press the matter, and instead asked about Su Hongshan. Yes. Su Hongshan replied without hesitation. Such a good opportunity to get closer to the big boss was one he had to seize. Okay, Mr. Su, shall we play a few rounds? Liang Jiangwo asked. And me? Li Sungri added. No problem. Su Hongshan found joy in this. So I first played a few games of chess with Liang Jiangwo, and then a few games with Li Shengli. The killing left Su Hongshan completely astonished and wide-eyed. No, you two are such important people, holding such high positions and wielding such power, yet you act like children, cheating, throwing away pieces, taking back moves, forcibly capturing pieces, and even demanding handicap. And each one is more impressive than the last. Liang Jiangwo was already impressive enough, but Li Shengli, well, he was even better. In desperation, he actually changed the rules. This is fucking ridiculous. No wonder the two are sworn brothers. One is known as the king of chess, and the other as the saint of chess. Definitely the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick of the chess world. President Su, aren't you coming yet? Want to play a couple more rounds? Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli had enjoyed a few crushing games and were feeling refreshed and full of energy. No, forget it. Sir, let's have some tea and chat instead. Su Hongshan quickly waved his hand. At this moment, he completely understood why Jiang Chen was in a dilemma. All right, Liang Jiangwo and the other man knew their own character in chess and decided to stop while they were ahead. I never expected that the two leaders would have such extraordinary chess skills. I, Su, am completely humbled. Su Hongshan praised sincerely. Not bad. Ha! Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli responded modestly. The group continued drinking tea and chatting for a while, when suddenly Zhang Jun rushed in and said in a panic, Boss, General Manager Su. Something happened at the new battery factory. A group of people claiming to be local villagers came in and made a huge scene, demanding the demolition compensation they were owed. Zhang Jun is Su Hongshan's workshop director at the Shanghai Electric Vehicle Factory. Because of his reliability and talent, he was appreciated by Su Hongshan. When Su Hongshan came to Sihai, he also brought him along to assist Jiang Chen in the preparation of the battery factory. Villagers? Demolition compensation. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. This kind of thing could easily make the news. Mr. Li, is there a demolition dispute over this piece of land that you approved for me? Jiang Chen asked Li Shengli. No. The government acquired this land several years ago. There were no disputes over demolition compensation. It was publicized back then, and the villagers moved to the demolition building a long time ago, Li Shengli said, his expression suddenly blank. Could it be that the villagers are imposters, and someone is deliberately causing trouble here? When Li Shengli asked this question, the others also looked at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun scratched his head and continued to describe. I can't judge this, but judging from their appearance, they look like a bunch of thugs. At the very back, there are still some elderly and children. Old Liang. Old Li, why don't you come with me to take a look? Jiang Chen asked. Whether the troublemakers were imposters or there was a real demolition dispute, it would be better to resolve it while the two big shots were around and avoid further trouble. Okay, walk, Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli said. Meanwhile, at the battery factory construction site, the surroundings were in chaos, and the workers, seeing a large group of people suddenly barging in, shrank back and dared not approach. Those who broke and became even more arrogant. Leading the group was a hot-headed young man who pointed at the construction site manager who had come forward to negotiate and started shouting. You want to know my name? Listen carefully. My name is Li Hongwei, from Wangsuan. You better know your place. Ever since I was born, you've been asking me, Li Hongwei, who am I afraid of? Chapter 385 Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey. We didn't intend to do anything. We've come here today to express our demands, to get back every penny of the demolition compensation that's rightfully ours. Li Hongwei followed up. With a hothead like Li Hongwei leading the way, the group of hooligans and young people, numbering around 100, all joined in the commotion. Some were emotionally agitated. They even brandished their weapons, such as iron bars and machetes. Yes, yes. Give us all the demolition compensation. If you don't give us an explanation today, we're not going back. Don't think you can bully us just because we're easy to talk to. We people from Wang Village are all worthless. We never covet what belongs to others. But if anyone dares to take what's ours, we'll fight them to the death. That is, they took our land, but they're embezzling our compensation money. Do they want us all to starve? No way. Lu Long, the person in charge of the construction site, stepped forward. To be honest, he didn't know what was going on either. Seeing Li Hongwei leading a large group of people making a fuss, while the workers just watched the show, the few daring security guards couldn't stop them at all. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Li Hongwei, right? You're causing trouble here in broad daylight with your men. Aren't you afraid of getting arrested? Afraid? Li Hongwei sneered. Heh, if I were afraid, I wouldn't have come. Besides, I've come here with people to demand our demolition compensation, openly and honestly. What do I have to be afraid of? But, Lu Long scratched his head. As far as I know, there's no demolition issue for this land. Is there? If I say there's a problem, then there's a problem. If I say we need compensation, then we need compensation. So, what kind of compensation do you want? How much money do you want? That's easy. We don't want any money. On the contrary, we're bringing you money. Lu Long was surprised, as if he had misheard. No, you're doing this to give us money? Yes. Li Hongwei said firmly. We are law-abiding citizens, and we don't do things like extortion. We actually support your investment in building a factory on our village's land. As long as you're willing to lend us money, it's not much, like a few million or tens of millions. The interest rate starts at 2% per month. Once we have a guarantor and sign a contract, we'll withdraw without saying a word. But didn't you just say you wanted compensation for the demolition? Lu Long asked again. Yes. This is what we said. If you don't agree to lend us the money, we'll have no choice but to ask for the demolition compensation that was swindled from us back then. Furthermore, if it really comes to that, you can forget about building your new factory. Upon hearing this, Lu Long finally understood. Fine, what a fine example of giving away money. What a fine example of a law-abiding citizen. This is how it happened. So all they wanted was to force usury. Okay, I'll go ask for instructions first. Lu Long said. It's all right, we're not in a hurry. Li Hongwei waved his hand and beckoned to the group of people behind him, including the hooligan youths and the old and young, who all sat down in a clatter. Some sat directly on the ground, some brought small stools with them, and others complained of thirst, unscrewed their beverage bottles, and gulped down water. They're practically making the construction site their home. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Su Hongshan led Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli to a spot not far from the scene of the incident. I watched Li Hongwei's performance and listened to Lu Long's report. The expressions on their faces were all somewhat surprised. This Li Hongwei, who came with 100 or so menacing men, acted arrogantly and domineeringly for a long time, but it turned out that he had come to deliver money. Because of the powerful figures Liang Jiangwo and Li Shengli, the village chief of Wang Village was also summoned. The village chief was nearby and quickly came over. He saw that it was Li Shengli who had called him over. He was immediately startled. After all, Li Shengli was a former leader of Jiangnan province, a powerful figure he had only seen on television before. So he didn't hold back and told everyone what he knew. This isn't the first time Li Hongwei has done this. This kid was a scoundrel to begin with. He usually idles away his time and knows a bunch of like-minded thugs and street ruffians. Ever since he squandered all the compensation money he received from the demolition, he has set his sights on this large area of businesses. You say he's a loan shark? He only charges 2% interest, which is 24% per annum. That doesn't count as loan sharking. You say he led a group of people to smash and loot, but this kid may lead a large group and make a lot of noise. But honestly, he rarely takes action under normal circumstances. Plus, his uncle is the deputy district head, who is protecting him from above. Even if the police arrest them, they often can't do anything about it. They just detain them for a few days and then release them. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. The company, not wanting to cause trouble, had no choice but to borrow a few million from him, implying a potential collaboration. And once Li Hongwei started it, the local thugs followed suit. Village Chief, are you saying that besides Li Hongwei, there are other petty thugs in this area? Yes, these people are copying what we've done, using demolition compensation as an excuse to make businesses suffer. But in fact, there are no demolition compensation disputes at all. All the compensation that was due was paid years ago, not a penny less. What about the old and young people behind them? Sigh, they're all veteran actors. 100 for half a day, just for shouting a couple of lines, and those old men and women are scrambling to come, especially those with kids. Since you say Li Hongwei won't take action, what will the company do if they don't agree? If you don't agree, we can't start the work. With so many people with him, he would sit in various places on the construction site, so you wouldn't dare to move the machines casually. You can bring security guards and drag them out one by one. But Li Hongwei also has a bunch of thugs, the kind who would fight to the death. So what do you do in this situation? You might not be able to win if you fight, and the construction won't go through. You might as well avoid trouble. Jiang Chen asked the village chief a few questions, then turned his gaze to Li Shengli. Boss, what should we do? This Li Hongwei is quite difficult to deal with. Since I can't fight City Hall, why don't I just sign a loan agreement with him? Jiang Chen joked. Seeing this, Li Sungri looked a little embarrassed. This kid, they're even acting all high and mighty. If he were to actually sign a loan agreement with Li Hongwei, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Li Shengli? After all, it was the land that I approved for Jiang Chen. If someone comes to cause trouble, of course you have to deal with it yourself. All right, Xiao Jiang, leave this to me. I guarantee I'll handle this matter beautifully. Li Shengli said. Don't think that just because Li Hongwei and his gang have more people, they're right, or that just because they're louder, they're right. The law must not bow to illegality. Thank you very much, elderly, Jiang Chen said. Don't mention it. This is our responsibility. If we don't handle it well, it's our dereliction of duty. Li Shengli suddenly remembered something and said to Liang Zhangwo, by the way, Lao Yang, didn't Zhao Feng lead a group of people in a live fire exercise in the northwest today? Yes, why? Liang Zhangwo asked. Hee, nothing, Li Shengli chuckled. They should be done with their drills by now. Since you're going to pass through here anyway, why don't you bring them over? Didn't you hear what the village chief just said? He said that besides Li Hongwei, there are other small gangs of hooligans in this area. Have Zhao Feng and the others come here once. This is a perfect opportunity to make an example of someone and deter those petty scoundrels. Chapter 386. Li Hongwei was so scared he peed his pants. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhangwo immediately agreed. Why not rid the people of this scourge? Li Shengli also made a phone call to give some instructions. Aside from Li Hongwei and his group, no matter who is protecting Li Hongwei, whether it's a real uncle or a fake uncle, we will investigate thoroughly and remove them all. Su Hongshan watched from the side. He inwardly praised it, feeling quite surprised. It's fortunate that it's Jiang Chen. If it were someone else, like myself, I wouldn't be able to order these two big shots around like this. And those two big shots are really something. She was really unpretentious in front of Jiang Chen. When it comes to helping solve a problem, they're always willing and proactive. Xiao Jiang, how about we play cards for a while we still have some time? Liang Zhangwo then made a smiling suggestion, not for any other reason than to get closer to the other party. You know, Jiang Chen recently promised to master the AI technology for swarm drones, and he's really looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing things this kid will come up with. Yes, Xiao Jiang. Since there are 4 of us, how about we play tractor for a while? Li Shengli seized the opportunity to make a further suggestion. Okay. Jiang Chen immediately replied that since the 2 leaders had helped him resolve his troubles on the spot, he should reciprocate their kindness, shouldn't he? Liang Zhangwo, Li Shengli, and Jiang Chen all agreed to play tractor. The remaining one, Su Hongshan, was even more desirable. So the 4 of them went back and played with the tractor. Jiang Chen and Su Hongshan had assumed that this pair of chess prodigies wouldn't be very good at playing tractor, a card game, and were prepared to be cheated and tormented. who knew they had underestimated it. Jiang Chen and his son-in-law Su Hongshan, despite joining forces, lost all 3 of their battles. Fight. The host and father-in-law have suffered consecutive defeats, triggering a hidden reward. 3 small goals. 3 losses in 3 battles, and the reward is only 3 small goals. If you forgot, you should have lost even more. It's all right, host, there's still time. Is it in time? Of course. Jiang Chen, in high spirits, continued playing tractor with his father-in-law, Liang Zhangwo, and Li Shengli. While Liang Zhangwo and his companion were surprised that Jiang Chen continued playing, they also perked up their spirits. Then, Jiang Chen lost all 10 of his battles against his father-in-law. Fight. The host and father-in-law lost 10 battles in a row, triggering a hidden reward. 10 small goals. Awesome, they awarded me 10 small goals. Not bad, Xiao Jiang. You little rascal, you've finally gotten your comeuppance in front of us 2 old folks. Liang Zhangwo and Li Shengli were overjoyed. Su Hongshan was also hoping to build a relationship with the 2 high-ranking leaders, so he was all smiles. Not bad. Jiang Chen was equally overjoyed. We all have a bright future. At the same time, Li Hongwei, whose fate was already sealed, remained completely unaware. I thought that this time, like many times before, after some negotiation, I would successfully reach a cooperation agreement with the company, resulting in a win-win situation and a fruitful return. Therefore, his expression, he was extremely pleased with himself. The village chief of Wang village was standing to the side, not wanting to pay any attention to Li Hongwei. But after all, he was the village head, a fellow villager, and a relative, so he simply couldn't stand by and watch Li Hongwei court death. So he stepped forward and tried to persuade her. Hongwei, stop. You can't afford to offend this person. You've already succeeded several times already. This time, take my advice and make a run for it. Run away? What are you running away from? Li Hongwei dodged the question. I'm just sincerely trying to reach a cooperation agreement with them. It's not like I'm robbing them or extorting money. What am I afraid of? What you did wasn't extortion, but it was still forced transaction, the village chief said again. Forced transaction? What a joke. Li Hongwei sneered, turning to the large group behind him and asking, Brothers, is this a forced transaction? Of course not. Do we even have such a civilized way of forcing transactions? Does forced trading involve bringing your own stool? Those hooligans echoed in agreement. Li Hongwei looked satisfied. Did you hear that, village chief? We were perfectly civilized. Forced transactions? That didn't happen. The village chief saw this and gave a wry smile. Hey, Hongwei, don't regret it when you're about to die. This time, there's a really big shot involved. You can't afford to offend him, and they're sending people to arrest you soon. Then come and arrest me. Li Hongwei was not intimidated at all. Besides, I've been arrested before, but what happened? They still let me go, didn't they? Hurrah! He finished with a boastful laugh. To be fair, Li Hongwei wasn't entirely a hothead. He had successfully cooperated with businesses on several occasions before, partly because he had the protection of his uncle, the deputy district head, and partly because he had done his homework, which involved targeting the weakest enterprises. According to his investigation, the owner of this newly built battery factory is a young man in his early 20s with no distinguished background. And he's been making a fuss for so long. The young boss, like a coward, didn't dare to come out at all, which made Li Hongwei even more certain that he had his cake and eat it too in this cooperation. However, his arrogant laughter had not yet subsided. On sight, his gang of scoundrels, including the old and young, even the construction workers, security guards, and the village chief. But suddenly a sense of panic washed over him. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape in astonishment. Because of what's behind, hundreds of heavily armed elite soldiers stormed in, along with armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, tanks, and armed helicopters in the air. The sound was deafening and deafening. Li Hongwei had never seen anything like this before. Looking at the elite soldiers rushing towards him, he almost felt the cannon barrels shoveling into his face. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. No, we just want to cooperate. No, it's just lending money. Why should we get shot? Thinking like that, a warm flow ran through my crotch, and it was true. I peed. As expected, what awaits him is free time in jail and free meals. Chapter 387. As long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who will be. After removing Li Hongwei as an obstacle, the construction of the battery factory proceeded quite smoothly. The underground gangs, large and small, that used to be active in the northwest of the country and harass businesses, suddenly became much quieter and started to avoid Jiang Chen's battery factory altogether. After all, they have very powerful backing. A well-intentioned attempt to cooperate resulted in being stabbed on the head with a cannon barrel. This is unbelievable. Certainly, these gangs, large and small, didn't last long before they were all wiped out in a special crackdown organized by Li Shengli. Battery manufacturers and AI companies are advancing simultaneously. After Jiang Chen finished working on the main issues, he took a break to spend time with his three little monsters. The three little mythical beasts are getting stronger and stronger in terms of language and movement. Like Da Bao and Xiao Bao, with their two short little legs, they have started practicing walking. Bao is greedy for food and sleep. When asked to move around, she's always lazy and speaks slowly, but when it comes to walking, she seems to be ahead of her older brother and younger sister. Honey, are you off work yet? Not yet. I have too much to do today. I probably won't be able to get off work for another half hour. Well, how about I bring the kids and pick you up? Bringing the kids? Great. After a long day, I'm eager to see our three little ones. I had arranged to pick her up. Jiang Chen packed up and took the children to the headquarters of Chen Technology. Because I've been there many times. The company staff were used to it, and Jiang Chen and the children, familiar with the place, quickly arrived at Su Qingqing's office. Because the door was half open, Jiang Chen took the child and went straight in. Su Qingqing was so busy with work that she didn't notice for a moment. After a while, she looked up and realized that Jiang Chen and the children had arrived. Oh, honey, you've arrived already. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, then quickly stood up and went to the stroller. She first affectionately kissed each of the three little ones on their cheeks. And me too, Jiang Chen pointed to himself. Cut. I'm kissing our little baby, so why don't I kiss you, our big baby too? Aren't you ashamed? Su Qingqing said with disdain, but she still quickly came up to Jiang Chen, stood on tiptoe, and gave Jiang Chen a hard peck on the face. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied. TCH. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes and leaned against Jiang Chen. Honey, when did you guys get here? Just arrived. I didn't want to bother you since you were so busy. Jiang Chen affectionately pinched the girl's nose. How are you? Tired from being busy? Actually, it's all right. It depends on the situation. For example, if you guys don't come, I feel quite tired, but once you come and I see you and our three little ones, I'm not tired at all. Then it seems, Jiang Chen said with a smile, that my child and I will have to come here often. Okay, Su Qingqing said. After saying a few words, Su Qingqing wanted to finish her work quickly and get off work as soon as possible, so she sat down in her chair again to process the documents. Jiang Chen stayed by his side. Unconsciously, Su Qingqing stretched out one of her legs, which was clad in black stockings, and deliberately placed it on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen then unconsciously began to pinch it. Unconsciously, Jiang Chen massaged the little girl's legs and feet, and the more he massaged, the more he felt. A sudden chill ran down my spine. Damn, could it be that some kind of a tribute has suddenly awakened? At this time, Secretary Lu Xue knocked on the door and came in, preparing to hand over some organized documents awaiting approval to Su Qingqing. When Lu Xue arrived at the office, she didn't notice anything amiss. President Su was focused on her work, while the chairman was scrolling through his phone. But when we got there, we realized. President Su casually placed one of his legs on the chairman's body. Meanwhile, the chairman was scrolling through videos on his phone with one hand, and his other hand wasn't idle either. He was pinching one of President Su's little feet. Oh my God. Well, Mr. Su knows how to enjoy himself while working. When Lu Xue saw this, she almost lost her composure. Su Qingqing quickly realized that her legs, no, her little feet, were still in someone's hands. A blush immediately spread across her face. Although Secretary Lu Xue wasn't an outsider, it was still incredibly awkward for me to be in this situation with that jerk. He glanced at Jiang Chen, who was doing things his own way. Trying not to show any emotion, I slowly pulled my leg back. Yes, that's right. As long as I'm not embarrassed. It's others who will be embarrassed. Look at you. Has absolutely no sense of proportion. After Lu Shuo left, Su Qingqing complained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw the girl's reproachful expression. Instead, he chuckled and didn't take it seriously. Honey, we've been married for ages. It's perfectly normal for me, as your husband, to give you a foot massage. Isn't that just like a beaver? Normal my ass. Beaver my ass. Su Qingsheng rolled her eyes and decided to continue with her work. But, suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Looking up, I saw someone had gone over and locked the office door from the inside. No, why are you locking the door? She asked in surprise. Didn't you just say I had no sense of propriety? Well, now I've locked the door, so no one can bother us like they did before. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing wanted to spit out her curses. What do you mean by not disturbing us? It's clearly not disturbing you. Next, it definitely won't be as simple as just a foot massage. But, in fact, this suited her just fine. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I'll never finish my work, so what's a little longer? You're lucky. With that, she sighed and threw the pen on the table. Chapter 388 Surrounded by Three Little Brats. A little longer won't make a difference? You're letting me off easy? Jiang Chen returned after closing the door and was puzzled upon hearing this. Honey, I just closed the door. How did I get the benefit? What do you think? You come back with the door closed, and everyone knows what you're planning to do. Isn't that just letting you off easy? Su Qingqing pouted. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. Suddenly it dawned on me. Oh, so that's what the girl was thinking. No wonder she threw down her pen and refused to continue working. Seeing the girl like this, he chuckled inwardly, but still teased her, saying, Wife, are you a mind reader? How do you know what I want to do? Actually, I closed the door so I could continue massaging your feet and give you some breathing room if someone came in. Pooh, you just want a foot massage? Su Qingqing spat, hooked her arm around Jiang Chen's neck, and pecked him. I'll give you one more chance to say it. Don't misunderstand. I really wanted to give you a foot massage. Jiang Chen looked like he was vehemently denying it. Cut. Keep pretending. Su Qingqing blushed slightly, then let go of Jiang Chen. All right then. You continue massaging my feet. I'll continue working. Okay, give me your foot. No way. If you want to pinch your own feet. No. What's the point of me pinching my own feet? I don't care. Ignore it. Too late. The two were bickering. Before she knew it, Su Qingqing found herself being carried to the sofa by someone. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she retaliated by biting Jiang Chen's arm. That damn guy. Why didn't you do this earlier? Now you're all excited? Huh. He says one thing, but does another. Actually, Su Qingqing wasn't really affected. When I'm feeling a bit tired from work, seeing someone and their child makes me suddenly want to take a break, clear my head, or even spend some time with them. But this bastard is hypocritical and cunning. As a result, it went around in circles. Isn't it still the same ending? The two of them snuggle together, whispering sweet nothings, saying the kind of shameless things only lovers say. Thinking this, Su Qingqing was still angry and bit someone's neck again. This time, Jiang Chen had no choice. The little girl bit my neck so hard that I was gasping for breath in pain. There's no other way but to retaliate in kind. Dad, Mother. Just as the two were kissing, a little head suddenly peeked out from beside the sofa and called out, Dad, Mom. The young couple were immediately startled, because we discovered that it was none other than Erbao. Back then, in order to give the three babies some space to play, Jiang Chen set up a small room in a corner of the office using soft cushions and put the three babies in there to play. Unexpectedly, at some point, Erbao squeezed past the cushions and climbed onto the sofa. Moreover, not only Erbao, but Debao and Xiaobao also crawled over. Good heavens! Are these three little brats here to watch as a group? And judging from their expressions, they were all curious. If they were more articulate, they might have asked, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Su Qingqing felt embarrassed upon seeing this. She glared at Jiang Chen and quickly replied, Hey, the little babies miss their mom and dad, right? Okay. She picked up the second baby and kissed his little face, then picked up the first and second babies. Wife, how about we continue kissing? Jiang Chen suggested after settling the three little ones. Shut up. The children are watching right there. Su Qingxing refused without even thinking. What's the big deal if they look? They don't understand anyway. Who says they don't understand? Things are different now. If they didn't understand, would they have crawled over on their own, curiously calling for mom and dad? We'll talk about it when we get home. Jiang Chen instinctively wanted to express his doubts about this issue. But after thinking about it, I gave up. It was really embarrassing. But since kissing didn't work, I'll just keep massaging my feet. Massaging my feet doesn't seem to work either. What kind of thing is it to massage my own feet? Never mind. As my daughter said, let's talk about it when we get home. So she obediently played with the babies for a while until the little girl finished her work. Arrived home. I gave the three little ones a bath, fed them well, and then coaxed them to sleep one by one. Just then, Li Jun called. After the usual work report, he gave Jiang Chen another heads up. Boss, your dad went abroad this weekend. To the beautiful country. Chapter 389 The Simple and Honest People of Gotham City. A while ago, because of the sudden appearance of more than 100 houses, Jiang Chen was afraid that his parents would be fooled. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Suddenly, you have an uncle who gives your parents assets of over 100 houses. It's utterly ridiculous. So Jiang Chen asked Li Jun to secretly investigate his parents. Li Jun happened to know a private investigator who recently reported the findings after accepting the assignment. Li Jun then turned and reported to Jiang Chen. My dad went abroad? Went to the beautiful country? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised upon hearing this. However, considering that uncle, who was actually my father's deceased brother, lived in the United States, it's not surprising. Then he asked, did my dad go to America to see my uncle? Yes, your dad went to see your uncle, Li Jun said. Your parents are right. Your uncle is indeed your father's long-lost brother. Because he was terminally ill and didn't have much time left, he gave your father his life savings of over 100 million yuan. Then your parents, thinking that such a large sum of money in the bank might become unavailable at any time, referring to the collapse of a certain bank and not having any good investment options, exchanged it for more than 100 houses. Jiang Chen listened to what Li Jun said and felt that it was pretty much the same as what his parents had said. Immediately, I felt relieved. It seemed that my parents hadn't hidden anything or lied to me. I must definitely be their biological child. But boss, actually your dad has another very important matter to discuss with the United States this time. What important thing? That's right, boss. Besides visiting his brother, your dad also contacted an old man in America and is preparing to inherit his huge fortune. What? Grandpa? Jiang Chen almost lost his composure. He had always suspected that his father's side, which was constantly generating new assets, might be because a foreign grandfather was secretly helping his parents. That's good now. It's actually real. Yes, specifically your father's biological grandfather's younger brother, his second grandfather, who is also your second great-grandfather. Your great-grandfather left home during the Republic of China era. He was also terminally ill and had no children. In his old age, he traced his roots and unexpectedly made contact with your father. He then bequeathed his entire fortune to your father, which may be worth 50 billion. 50 billion? Mr. Li, are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. No, boss, there's absolutely no mistake. When I first heard it, I confirmed with that detective several times, and it's definitely that much. The 50 billion is mainly the publicly known wealth. The miscellaneous assets added together are probably even more. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead. He broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, his own man, a cheat, had worked hard all this time, making money in all sorts of ways, investing in all sorts of things, and it seemed to add up to around 50 billion. Meanwhile, Dad amassed 100 houses and then 50 billion yuan during the same period. All sorts of things added together, or even more. Have to. Damn it. I've moved to Bengbu. I really have moved to Bengbu. Could it be Dad? He's cheating too. System. Jiang Chen hurriedly summoned the system. Bite. The system is here. What are your orders, host? Tell me honestly, do you have other hosts in this world? The system is utterly loyal, having only ever had one host. What's wrong with my dad? Even foreign grandpas are coming out. Did he get some kind of cheat code too? This, I know absolutely nothing about your father's affairs. However, I guarantee with my own reputation that in this world, on the entire planet Earth, only you, the host, have such a cheat code. The reason your dad was able to make money might be a coincidence. He really does have a brother and a second grandfather. Of course, it's also possible that he's benefiting from your fame. Benefiting from my fame? What do you mean? Literal meaning. The host is a child of luck. As the father of a child of luck, your father, influenced by his surroundings, has inevitably been favored by the goddess of fate. Although this explanation might be something Tongzi made up, Jiang Chen himself didn't really believe it. But it's barely passable. Jiang Chen simply stopped pursuing the matter. Li Jun knew that Jiang Chen was having a hard time accepting what he had heard. He paused for a moment, then continued. Your father went to America and first came to Gotham City, where he met his brother, who gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, who is also your uncle. The two brothers met and embraced, weeping bitterly. Then your father went to the red light district to find your great-grandfather. Mr. Li, I have two questions. First, my dad went to Gotham City. Is it the Gotham City with its honest and simple people? Second, my dad said he went to the red light district? Jiang Chen asked promptly. Both questions surprised him, especially the second one. How impatient was his father? Had he been suppressed for too long? If my mom finds out. Why? I don't even want to think about the consequences. Yes, boss, it's the Gotham City you're thinking of. However, compared to the movies, Gotham City in reality doesn't have all sorts of heroes, clowns, or perverts. But, well, the local customs are still quite simple and honest. Your dad had just left the train station when his phone and bag were robbed. Fortunately, your great-uncle intervened and got his phone and bag back. As for the second question, the boss doesn't need to worry. Your dad went to the red light district not to have fun, but because your great-grandfather's lawyer was there. He needed to find the lawyer first before he could find your great-grandfather. Oh, and also, your uncle's name is Jiang Feng, and your great-grandfather's name is Jiang Bia. After listening to Li Jun's report, Jiang Chen was deeply troubled and unable to calm down for a long time. There's too much information. Beautiful country, Gotham City, Jiang Feng, Jiang Bia, uncle, great-grandfather. That's interesting. Su Qingsheng was listening in on the phone with Jiang Chen and Li Jun. After Jiang Chen finished his call, Su Qingsheng was surprised, but she couldn't help but peck him, followed by a burst of giggles that she couldn't stop laughing for a long time. Jiang Chen saw it. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He knew what the girl was laughing about. It's hard to believe even when I tell it myself. It's even more exaggerated than in TV dramas. After all that, he became the son of a billionaire, and his father became the father of a billionaire. Especially myself, who's such a cheater. In terms of making money alone, he might not be able to make as much as his dad. Chapter 390 A woman's mouth is a lying devil. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to call his mother to ask if his father had gone abroad and then inherited his grandfather's assets worth hundreds of billions. Such a big thing, and they actually kept it from me. Am I even their biological child? Is there something else they're hiding from me? Unfortunately, because of this matter, Jiang Chen, who was absolutely certain about something, now has some doubts again. Yes, that's right. It's the question of whether he is his biological son. Jiang Chen dialed the phone. The girl naturally moved closer, snuggled into someone's arms, hooked her arms around his neck, and gave him all sorts of hickeys. Hey mom, are you asleep? No, but I'm getting ready for bed. What's up, son? It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to ask you a question. What question do you have to ask at this hour? Tell me, son, your mom will answer truthfully. Okay, mom, I just want to ask, how much money do we have right now? Upon hearing this, Song Mei was startled, paused for a moment, and then asked Jiang Chen, son, is Qingqing next to you? Qingqing? She. Jiang Chen looked down at the little girl in his arms. Sister Mei, I'm not here. Su Qingqing playfully leaned closer to her phone and said directly. Song Mei sighed helplessly, but then chuckled to herself. Well, it seems the young couple has a great relationship. Who knows, maybe they're actually. Qingqing, are you there? That's perfect. I was just about to tell you too about this. Ha. Song Mei said with a laugh on the other end of the phone. All right, Sister Mei, I'm all ears. Song Mei agreed, thinking to herself. Never mind. The young couple are listening, so I might as well just tell them everything. It's nothing shameful. On the contrary, it's a great thing, except that it's a bit outrageous. He then recounted to Jiang Chen and his wife the story of Jiang Daping's trip abroad to meet his brothers and his second grandfather, a story similar to what Li Jun had reported. My son, Qingsheng. My husband and I are worried that you might not be able to accept it right away. Think about it. We just received over 100 million yuan in assets from my husband's brother and bought more than 100 houses. That's outrageous enough. But now, son, another great uncle of your father has appeared overseas, and this time, wow, he seems to have assets of 50 billion. Seriously, I was so shocked that I didn't dare sleep for several nights. This isn't 500 yuan. It's not 5 million, it's 50 billion. Tell me, how much do your dad and I earn combined? We might not earn that much even if we worked for tens of thousands of years. After Song Mei explained the situation, she gave her son and daughter-in-law a long explanation. After all, who would believe something like this? Okay, Mom, I believe in you and Dad. As long as you two haven't been scammed, that's all that matters. Hearing his mother's reply, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. My mom and dad still care about me quite a bit. No, he wasn't lying. Your dad video chatted with me this afternoon. He met his second grandfather, and he was very hospitable, Song Mei said. That's good. Jiang Chen scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Mom, can I ask you another question? Am I your and Dad's biological child? No, you brat. Why are you suddenly asking this? Song Mei laughed and scolded. If you're not our biological son, then whose is? You were picked up by your dad and me in the mountains, okay? Hey, you little rascal. Your father and I only have you as our precious son. What? Are you worried that in the future, your father and I won't be able to leave our property to you? No. How could that be? In a tender atmosphere of maternal love and filial piety, Jiang Chen said a few final words and ended the call with his mother. After Jiang Chen finished his call, Su Qingsheng, who was standing next to him, kept giggling. Honey, look at you two. One dares to ask, and the other dares to answer. But I think what your mom said makes sense, that you were picked up from a mountain village. What do you mean by okay? You mean she didn't mention that I was a free gift with a phone top-up? Yeah. Hara. Jiang Chen looked at the girl who was laughing uncontrollably and shaking with joy. She couldn't help but lean down and give him a good peck. All he did was make a phone call with his mother, asking about things he cared about, and look how happy this little girl is. Speaking of humor, could it be any lower? Su Qingsheng, with her sharp tongue, immediately retaliated without hesitation. Then it went back and forth, a battle of wits between newbies. After a while, Su Qingsheng blinked. Suddenly, something interesting came to mind. By the way, honey, what did your mom tell you when you were little about how you came to be? How did I get here? Jiang Chen asked. Exactly, how were you born? Oh, back then, my mom would say either that I was picked up from a ravine or that I popped out of a stone egg. Are there also ones that grow from under the armpit? Yes, there are. And some even grow out of the belly button. Did you believe it back then? Of course I believe you. The young couple chatted casually. Before I knew it, it was time for my usual nap. Jiang Chen saw the time. Holding the little girl buried in my arms, I walked towards the bedroom. Suddenly, from the crib, the three little monsters started making a ruckus, shouting, Daddy, Mommy. It's time for them to have their midnight snack. Honey, let's talk about it after we feed the baby, Su Qingsheng said, looking up. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. What else could he do? Of course, the child was the most important thing. But honey, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Before you left work, you told me we'll talk about it when we get home. Cut. It's all because of the children, both then and now. I don't need you to remind me. Su Qingsheng said matter-of-factly. Ahem, I was just afraid that you would fall asleep after feeding the baby, my wife. Don't worry. Don't you know me? Once I make a promise, it's a promise I can't break. I guarantee I'll give you a surprise. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen held his three little monsters, fed them milk and complimentary food, patted them to burp and lulled them to sleep, and finally could lie down to rest. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing. I was asleep, but I wasn't. Suddenly, she leaned over with an embarrassed look on her face and said, "Honey, how about we talk about it next week?" "Why?" "Because my relatives came." Oh, sure enough, a woman's words are deceitful. Chapter 391, Murdering Her Husband? Su Qingqing looked apologetic. Seeing the disappointed look on someone's face, she felt a little sorry for them. She hadn't expected it either. That was just in time. What a disappointment. Sigh, so disappointing. Then, honey, how about this? Since my relatives are here, how about I wash your feet, massage them, and give you a foot massage as compensation? Su Qingqing asked. All right. Jiang Chen agreed. Okay. Su Qingqing gave it a peck. I happily prepared the foot bath water, then washed, dried, and massaged the feet. After that, I had that pig's trotter lie on the bed and give him a good massage. Don't say. Shawnese massage technique, though self-taught, sometimes lacks gentleness and pressure. Overall, it was done in a methodical way. After being pressed down, Jiang Chen's neck, shoulders, and the muscles of his entire back felt much more relaxed. Have to. I wish I had known it would be this enjoyable. The girl is so talented, I'll let her massage me a few more times. However, Jiang Chen was just muttering to himself, praising the girl's massage skills, when suddenly he felt a slight crack on his neck from her massage. Then a sudden, sharp pain. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear." Su Qingqing was massaging vigorously. Suddenly, I heard someone scream in pain, and I immediately realized I had pressed the wrong button. "Honey, what's wrong? Are you all right?" They immediately went to inquire about it. It was clear that Jiang Chen remained motionless and did not respond to her question. I was immediately a little frightened. Because when I was learning massage online, she had read related news reports and knew that pressing the wrong areas or using too much force could lead to serious consequences. For example, pressing the neck incorrectly could cause spinal cord injury or even paralysis of the lower body. Did that person break themselves this time? Then, my sins are immense. Someone was paralyzed in bed and couldn't even do that, so the person had to take care of him, feeding him and cleaning up his excrement. But even so, the person couldn't bear being a cripple and didn't want to live anymore. Then, she's become a widow. Su Qingqing's mind raced wildly for a moment, scaring herself half to death. Fortunately, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then moved again. "Honey, are you trying to murder your husband?" Jiang Chen said quietly. Su Qingqing was overjoyed when she heard Jiang Chen's voice. "I didn't expect that either. Honey, did I hurt you? How are you feeling?" "It's all right, it just hurts a little. But if you want to break me, with your little body, even if you use all your strength, you can't do it." To be honest, Jiang Chen only felt a little pain, nothing else. If anything, he just wanted to take the opportunity to tease the girl. Cut. Su Qingqing blushed and spat. "Even like this, you're still joking with people, humph." As she spoke, she pretended to pinch Jiang Chen's soft waist. I immediately felt relieved. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen deliberately played a trick, giving the other person a taste of their own medicine. "Oh, you little rascal, you actually pinched me. Ugh, stop being so cheeky, all you do is bully girls." No, I want it back too." Su Qingqing pouted, her pouting, and demanded a return. But then she thought about how, because of her mistake, she almost lost that guy, and she even considered the possibility of becoming a widow. I felt a little reluctant. Sigh, without this pig's trotter to keep me company, life would be so boring on my own. Thinking this way, I couldn't bear to pinch that person anymore. Instead, it leaned closer and gently pecked at her a few times. Seeing how cute Xiao and I was and how good she was to him, Jiang Chen decided to stop while he was ahead and started to do the same to each of them. The two joked and laughed for a while. Su Qingqing snuggled in Jiang Chen's arms, rubbing her nose, just about to drift off to sleep feeling safe and secure, when she suddenly remembered something serious. "Husband, what are your plans regarding your parents?" Jiang Chen knew what the girl was asking. "My parents suddenly inherited at least 50 billion yuan in assets, making them richer than me. How am I supposed to cope with this situation? What can we do? Just let nature take its course. Anyway, Mom and Dad's future inheritance will all be mine, so what am I worried about? But don't you want to go abroad and see America?" "No, I just want to stay in China with you and the children. Jiang Chen had made up his mind. I'm not short of money now, and it's great to spend my free time with my wife and kids. My parents aren't children, they don't need my advice. As long as there's no danger or they're not being scammed, let them do what they want. Certainly. I hope you don't suddenly have a little sister out of nowhere. Chapter 392, A Preemptive Peck. Tears welled up, but none could be shed. Jiang Dapeng has successfully completed the task of inheriting 50 billion yuan in assets. Of course, it will take some time before the assets are transferred to China. He had just returned to his home in the Dragon Kingdom, to Sihai, Jiang Chen's side. He took his wife and children and coincidentally went to visit his parents on the same day. Dad, where have you been? My mom says you haven't been home for the past few days. After arriving at his parents' house in Swan Lake, Jiang Chen chatted over tea for a while, and then casually asked his father. Harmful. Just busy with nothing. I've been sent on a business trip by my boss these past few days. I'm out of town. Jiang Dapeng tried to remain calm and evasive, intending to brush it off. So you went on a business trip out of town. I thought you went abroad, Jiang Chen said again. Going abroad? Jiang Dapeng was already feeling guilty, and his son's words startled him. He wondered how his son knew he had gone abroad, and then glanced at Song Mei. Hey, Dapeng, I've already told our son and daughter-in-law. Song Mei reminded him speechlessly. Say what? Of course it's about your trip abroad. Jiang Dapeng scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled twice, and could only say to his son, Ahem. I'm sorry, son, your mother is right. I didn't go on a business trip these past few days. I went abroad instead. As for what it is, I believe your mother has already told you. Yes, it's about inheriting the fortune of an old man overseas. Jiang Dapeng did not hide anything. He recounted his trip abroad to his son in front of Su Qingqing. After saying that, the elderly couple, without prior arrangement, advised their son to take it easy. After all, how should I put it? Jiang Dapeng reaped almost all the benefits without lifting a finger. Suddenly, an elderly foreign man gave him assets worth tens of billions. Meanwhile, their son is working hard on various businesses, such as food, hotels, medicine, batteries, artificial intelligence, and so on. In the end, the son still didn't have as much wealth as the father. The elderly couple meant well. I'm genuinely worried that my son, being proud and arrogant, won't be able to accept this situation right away. It's all right, it's all right. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, the elderly couple felt that their son's calmness was somewhat abnormal, and still a little worried. They asked Su Qingqing to say a few more words for him. Su Qingqing chuckled and said, Okay, but since he said he's fine, then he must be fine. Don't you think so, honey? She spoke the last sentence close to Jiang Chen, so close that she could feel his breath. Su Qingqing couldn't help but peck him on the cheek. No way. My own pig's trotters are so lucky. I couldn't resist taking a peck first. Of course, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, who had just stopped in Bengbu, were both stunned. Something was wrong. Hadn't they just been advising their son to take things easy? Why are you two suddenly showing off your affection? That's what I meant. How shameless of them to do this in front of their parents. That's good. That's good. Anyway, son, remember this. All the money we have will eventually belong to you. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, not wanting to be third wheels, exchanged a few words and immediately moved away. Then, as if by prior arrangement, they went to the bedroom together. Song Mei, who was in the bedroom, was a little confused. What are we doing in the bedroom? Just as she was about to get up and leave, Jiang Dapeng suddenly grabbed her. You must have something to do in the bedroom. Honey, how about we make love a little? He was about to pounce on Song Mei when he said that. However, at this moment, he still underestimated his wife's tigress-like nature. Then bang. Jiang Dapeng, who had acted on a whim, was kicked off the bed by Song Mei. You shameless old man. What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Jiang Dapeng was immediately struck by a tragedy, and suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears left to shed. I didn't mean to do anything. Just then, Song Mei's cousin, who was also Jiang Chen's aunt, came to visit, breaking the awkward silence between Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei. Jiang Chen's aunt is about the same age as Song Mei. The two families often visit each other, and this time they came to visit each other and wanted to chat with Song Mei. I met Jiang Chen and his wife, along with their 3 babies. It was an unexpected surprise. He praised Su Qingcheng extensively and warmly interacted with the 3 babies. However, when chatting with Jiang Chen's parents and talking about their son, their brows furrowed. Their son was a few years older than Jiang Chen and had a girlfriend. But Aunt Jiang Chen just couldn't be happy, because her son's girlfriend is older than her son. Upon hearing this, Song Mei and her husband immediately perked up. They were more than qualified to speak on the matter of their son's girlfriend being older than their son. She's not my cousin, so what if she's a little older? A woman 3 years older than her husband is like a golden brick. Yeah, these days, relationships between older women and younger men are all the rage. Take my Xiao Chen for example. Qingcheng is 6 years older than him. 2 gold bricks. Song Mei and her husband tried to persuade her. But when Jiang Chen's aunt heard this, she still sighed. Well, that's true. They say a woman 3 years older than you is a golden brick. But my son's girlfriend is much older than him. There are about 7 gold bricks. Chapter 393 Annie, I don't want to try anymore. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's aunt say that her son's girlfriend was 7 gold bricks older than her son, Song Mei and her husband were immediately stunned. So it was actually 7 gold bricks? Goodness, that's definitely a lot bigger. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng almost couldn't hold back when they heard this. 7 gold bricks, that's 21 years old, almost 2 cycles older than me. Looking at it this way, the 6-year age difference between us isn't much at all. So what does your son think? Song Mei asked tentatively. Harmful. Don't even mention it. My son is obsessed with her. He won't marry anyone but her. You said you're a bit older. That's fine. Even 10 or 8 years older. I can accept that. But this, you're almost as old as me. Isn't that a bit too much? As Jiang Chen's aunt spoke, she couldn't help but sigh again. Well, it's all right. The fact that your son is willing to date a girlfriend who's older than him, has 7 gold bricks, means they're truly in love. Song Mei paused for a moment, then offered further advice. What a load of rubbish about true love. My son's girlfriend is just average looking, but she's definitely rich. She doesn't hesitate to spend money on my son at all. I've got a car and a house, and I even bought my son a Rolex watch worth tens of thousands of yuan. That's good. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings to live. Let them be. Yes, that makes sense. After leaving my parents' house, I went shopping. Jiang Chen was filled with emotion throughout the journey. Could it be that this cousin from my aunt's side has now found a shortcut to success? Well, after all, young people don't know how good rich women are. Suddenly, I remembered my father's advice, steel wool, and the meaning of steel wool and flowers. In conclusion, respect and blessings are all that's needed. Su Qingcheng suddenly had her own ideas. Tilting her head, she suddenly said to Jiang Chen, Hey, if I were 7 gold bricks bigger than you, would you still look down on me? What do you mean also? Who's complaining? Your aunt was disapproving. She implied that her son's girlfriend was 7 gold bricks older than him, which was a bit too much. But you didn't see my aunt laugh later, okay? Even your smile was forced, Su Qingcheng said somewhat dissatisfyingly, smacking her lips as she continued. Honey, I'm asking you a question. Don't change the subject, okay? Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment. He turned to look at the girl and thought that even if she was 7 gold bricks older than him, she should still be a beauty that time could not diminish, a beauty that could rival the heavens. So, are you single? Single. Su Qingcheng was very certain. If she didn't meet the right person, she could choose not to date and even remain single for life. Apart from your age, all other conditions remain unchanged. Okay, then what am I hesitating for? Jiang Chen put his arm around the girl's slender waist and whispered in her ear, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Su Qingcheng was taken aback. She quickly realized what was happening. Her face flushed, and she spat out, Get lost. Who's your auntie? However, she was still very happy to know Jiang Chen's choice, and she also knew a little about the auntie joke. You guys sigh, these days you like older women all the time. You don't want to work hard anymore. What kind of weird quirk is that? Wife, you don't understand this. It's really not a weird quirk. It's perfectly normal for young people today to be under a lot of pressure, want to lie down, and want to take shortcuts. In other words, this means they've seen through life and understood its true meaning. Cut. That's just your twisted logic. Seeing someone's serious explanation, Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at him with disdain. Then, she hugged someone's arm tightly. If I were, it really was 7 gold bricks bigger than him. To me, he was definitely a cute puppy, and of course, an old lady would like a cute puppy. Wah! But, that being said, in that situation, as much as I liked it and was happy, I was still a little insecure. After all, it was 7 gold bricks, and I was 21 years older than him. Forget it. It's better now. 2 large gold bricks. No more, no less, just right. Su Qingsheng thought to herself. Then, standing on tiptoe, not satisfied, she pecked someone on the cheek. Wife, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked, turning his head in surprise as he pushed the stroller. Nothing happened. It was just a kiss. I know, but this is on the street, with people coming and going all around. Su Qingsheng looked and found it to be true. A large crowd was gathered around him, and many people were looking in his direction because of his actions. Her face felt a little hot, but he still spoke eloquently. So what if it's on the street, with people coming and going? I'm kissing my husband. It's perfectly legal and reasonable. What am I afraid of? After saying that, she glanced around again, trying to appear calm. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed him the next second. What are you doing? Su Qingqing asked in a panic. Nothing, I just think what you said makes a lot of sense, and I want to express my agreement. As he spoke, he kissed her cherry lips without any hesitation. Those around were speechless, almost unable to bear watching. Speaking of this couple, so what if you two are handsome and beautiful, a loving and well-matched couple, making others envious? You constantly spread poison in public places and distribute weapons of mass destruction. Where is civilization? What about public morality? Where is my sense of shame? Hiccup. 3 little babies in the stroller. Hiccup. After many days of effort, Jiang Chen's pioneering work on a rare disease-specific drug for ALS has yielded its first batch of prototypes, but it still requires official approval before it can be marketed. The application for this approval is currently being processed. Honey, the special medicine has been successfully developed. Shall we go to Lin Yan's house? Jiang Chen suggested to his girlfriend since they had nothing else to do that day. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Lin Yan's help that day, Su Qingcheng, taking care of 3 children alone, couldn't possibly calm down so quickly, and at the same time, she promptly took her eldest child, who had fallen and vomited, to the hospital. Although it turned out to be a false alarm. But Lin Yan had also done Da Bao a favor, and he owed Lin Yan a debt of gratitude. Lin Yan, a doctor herself, has a 3-year-old daughter suffering from ALS, but she can only watch helplessly as her daughter grows up, unable to save her. Now, I'm getting what I deserve. Okay. Su Qingqing immediately agreed. So the young couple packed up, asked Song Mei to look after the 3 little monsters for a day, and then took the special medicine to Lin Yan's house. Lin Yan's family lived in a dilapidated urban village. This family of 3 used to own a house and a car, and were very happy. But everything changed after their daughter was diagnosed with ALS. They sold their car and house, and rented a place in an urban village to save money. Following the address given by Lin Yan, Jiang Chen and his companion drove to the urban village, found the 3rd floor of a tenement building, and stopped in front of a door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen knocked on the door. Chapter 394. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of banging on the door. With a creak, the door opened. The man who opened the door looked haggard. He seemed surprised to see Jiang Chen and the other person outside. Excuse me, is this Lin Yan's house? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, may I ask who you are? Mr. Jiang, it's you. Before Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing could answer, a surprised female voice rang out from inside the room. A woman with a similarly gaunt figure to a man walked over quickly. It was Lin Yan. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, she hurriedly greeted them. Mr. Jiang, President Su. Please come in. Please come in. As she ushered the 2 in, Lin Yan briefly explained the situation to her husband. Upon hearing this, the man quickly invited Jiang Chen and the other man to sit down, and then poured water to make tea. Come on, you two, sit down and have some water. Okay, thank you. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing sat down on the chairs and looked around. They saw that the furniture and decoration in the room were very simple and the space was extremely cramped. It was probably just a one-bedroom apartment. Lin Yin, didn't I tell you before that I might have a cure for ALS? Recently, I've successfully developed a prototype. Jiang Chen got straight to the point, stating his purpose directly. Lin Yin and her husband Su Zhong were quite surprised when they heard this. Is Mr. Jiang a potential treatment for ALS, a rare disease? And has he actually developed a cure? Especially Lin Yin. Of course she remembered that Jiang Chen had said those words. But she really didn't take it seriously. After all, treating ALS is a global challenge. No matter if you are the smartest, top scientist, or a wealthy tycoon, once you get this disease, it's as if you have an incurable illness. And this young man, but he claims to have developed a miracle drug? Or are you just bragging? This, Mr. Jiang, is it true? Lin Yin asked in astonishment, while Su Zhong also looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. It's true. Jiang Chen nodded and said solemnly. He understood the hesitation of Lin Yin and her husband, because if he weren't a superhuman, he would never have been able to develop such a special medicine on his own. Don't worry, Lin Yin. My husband doesn't make promises lightly, but if he does, he will definitely do it, and he will do his best. My husband has dabbled in many fields and achieved great success. He is considered a prominent figure in the world. Besides investing in entrepreneurship, they are also very good at invention and creation. The popular Great White Shark electric vehicle for seniors, which is a hit overseas, is his creation. If you don't believe me, you can easily find out by searching online. At this moment, Su Qingcheng chimed in, taking the opportunity to lavish praise on the certain pig's trotter. Of course, the decision is yours, believe it or not. Hearing Su Qingcheng's words, Lin Yin and Su Zhong were deeply moved. Lin Zhong took out his phone and searched, and sure enough, he found Jiang Chen's relevant information. Jiang Chen is the owner of all these businesses, including Qingcheng Barbecue, Qingshi Milk Tea, Qingchen Technology, Juri Hotel, and Hot Spring Resort. The Great White Shark electric car for seniors that's become a sensation overseas. Because of his profession, Su Zhong had also paid attention to it, but he never expected that it was also the work of this young man. I believe you, Su Zhong said first. But husband, Lin Yin still hesitated. She believed Jiang Chen was a very capable person, but when it came to the specific drugs for ALS, the patient was still her only daughter. She couldn't help but still have some worries. Su Zhong understood what Lin Yin was thinking. He then sighed. Wife, I know what you mean. But what else can we do with Ying? It's already come to this point. We can only try anything as a last resort. Hearing her husband say this, Lin Yin was reluctant to part with him. I don't want my daughter to be a guinea pig in any sense. However, for my daughter, her condition has progressed too rapidly, and all the major hospitals are helpless. Currently, the only option is, let's give it a shot, even if it's a long shot. Then, Lin Yin and Su Zhong pushed their daughter out. Their daughter is a thin, 3-year-old girl. Due to the severity of her illness, she struggles to do anything, from walking to even raising her arm. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng both felt a pang of pity upon seeing this. Since having their own children, they both genuinely can't bear to see children suffer, even if they aren't their own. Later, under Jiang Chen's guidance, Lin Yin carefully fed her daughter the special medicine little by little. The little girl, upon hearing that the medicine was for treating her illness, was very obedient and brave, and mustered all her strength to take the medicine. After finishing the meal, she comforted her parents. Mom and Dad, don't worry. When I get better, I want to go to kindergarten, study hard, and earn money so I can buy you lots of delicious food and fun toys. Lin Yin and Su Zhong looked at their sensible and happy daughter with heavy hearts. After all, ALS is an incurable disease, and the current methods are only temporary measures, not a real solution. How can they possibly cure my daughter's illness? Even though that's what I thought in my heart. However, Su Zhong still promptly reminded his daughter, Daughter, quickly thank the uncles and aunts. They gave you the special medicine. Okay, Dad. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Auntie. No need to thank me. Little girl, be good. After explaining how to use the special medicine and the relevant precautions for treatment and recovery, Jiang Chen saw that it was getting late, and decided to take his wife home. Before leaving, I caught a glimpse of a pile of books and documents related to battery research in the corner of the room. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Because recently, the construction of the battery factory has been progressing very smoothly. However, there is a severe shortage of manpower, especially professionals in battery research and development. My father-in-law brought some veteran employees from Shanghai over. But it's just a drop in the ocean. If this Lin Zhong, Su Zhong, you used to work in battery research and development? Yes, I studied materials chemistry in college and worked at Ningguang after graduation. I almost became the chief engineer, but because of my daughter's illness, taking care of her, seeking medical treatment everywhere, and making mistakes at work, I had no choice but to quit. Oh, I see. I recently built a new battery factory. I wonder if you would be interested in joining? This is my company's HR number. Salary and benefits are negotiable. Of course, you can wait until your daughter's condition stabilizes before you go. Su Zhong hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it, he agreed directly. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. His family is currently in dire need of money, and he also urgently needs a job. As for waiting until the daughter's condition stabilizes, Su Zhong smiled bitterly to himself. His daughter was so ill that there was no hope of her condition stabilizing. They could only endure each day as it came. But he and Lin Yin still have to make a living. Su Zhong thanked Jiang Chen and wrote down the HR phone number Jiang Chen had given him. They were about to send Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing back. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sudden, extremely fierce banging on the door. Su Zhong and Lin Yan's expressions changed upon seeing this. Chapter 395 Princess, please get off the carriage. Su Zhong quickly went to open the door. What, are you deaf? I knocked for so long before you opened the door. A fat, middle-aged woman stood at the door, hands on her hips, cursing. Su Zhong, Lin Yan, when are you going to pay the 6 months rent you owe me? We know your child is sick and your family is struggling financially, but we're not a charity. If you don't pay my rent, my whole family will starve. Hurry up and pay the rent. The middle-aged woman started yelling at the top of her lungs. Judging from her tone, she was the landlady who had come to collect the rent. Madam, could you please postpone this a little longer? Yes, can we pay the rent next month? Su Zhong and Lin Yan pleaded. No. The proprietress refused without even thinking. You've been 6 months behind on your rent. I was being lenient by not kicking you out before. You want to owe me more? No way this time. Either pay me, or you move out. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Su Zhong and Lin Yan turned pale from the landlady's scathing remarks, but they had spent all their money on their daughter's medical treatment. If they had money, they would have paid the rent long ago. Husband, Su Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore and reminded Jiang Chen. Actually, he already had this intention even without the girl reminding him. How much rent do they owe? Jiang Chen asked the landlady. What? Are you going to pay how much rent you owe? The landlady glanced at Jiang Chen sideways. Yes, I'll pay for them. All right. The total rent is 5,000, and the water, electricity, and sanitation fees are 860. Oh, right. There's also the cost of repairing the washing machine and range hood. Let's skip the cost of damage to the room furniture. Just add all the costs together, and you can give me 6,200 yuan. 6,200, right? Here you go. Jiang Chen transferred the money to the proprietress on the spot. Okay. The proprietress left with a satisfied expression after receiving the money. She didn't know Jiang Chen, nor did she care who he was, as long as someone paid the debt. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Su Zhong and Lin Yan hurriedly expressed their gratitude. At this point, they were practically at their wits' end. Currently, Lin Yan is the only source of income. The monthly expenses for maintaining her daughter's condition are enormous. Now, even feeding the whole family is becoming a problem. If the boss kicks them out again, they'll really be driven to desperation. As the saying goes, even a hero can be brought down by a penny. Su Zhong was extremely grateful, but also felt guilty for being unable to help his wife and daughter. Thanks. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life, she said, about to kneel down to express her gratitude to Jiang Chen. No, you mustn't. Jiang Chen quickly reached out to help Su Zhong up. Mr. Jiang, I can't pay this money back right now. You can deduct it from my salary after I start working at your battery factory. Okay, you get up first. Jiang Chen didn't consider himself a saint, but Lin Yin had helped his wife and children after all, and repaying kindness was his principle in life. Now we know about Lin Yin's family situation. It's only right to help out with small favors, especially since this small favor is really nothing to me, just a drop in the ocean. I don't seek a good reputation. I only ask that I have a clear conscience. I left Lin Yan's house. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing walked hand in hand on their way back. I can't seem to relax at all. The situation of Lin Yin and Su Zhong's family is truly tragic. Their daughter, for whom they have spent all their money, is likely now terminally ill. If it weren't for Jiang Chen sending the special medicine that day, if this is delayed any longer, even a miracle won't save us. Honey, what are you thinking about? Still thinking about Lin Yan's family. After walking for a while, Su Qingqing suddenly said to Jiang Chen, think about something else. Actually, there are so many people in this world who need help. You can't help them all. No, I'm not a saint. I'm not that great. Isn't it because Lin Yan helped you that day that I'm turning around and helping her family out? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Me? I don't have any ambition to save the world. I just want to live my own life well, with my wife, kids, and a warm bed. That's right. Honey, I think about the same thing. I don't have any grand ambitions or high demands. As long as our family is safe and sound, free from illness and disaster, that would be the best. Yes. On the way back, the two chatted casually, and their mood gradually improved, thinking about plans for the future. Both of them offered a lot of plans and ideas, but somehow the conversation gradually turned to the topic of having a second child. Su Qingqing was not against having a second child, but she was still surprised. No, honey, you're already thinking about having a second child? What? You need to prepare for pregnancy in advance. Wouldn't it be better if we planned ahead? Oh no. Our 3 babies from the first pregnancy are not even a year old yet, and you're already thinking about a second one. Honey, you should think of it this way. Our 3 little ones from our first pregnancy are almost a year old. Shouldn't we be preparing for our second one even more soon? Pa, timely my foot. Regarding having a second child, Jiang Chen was actually just teasing his daughter and hadn't seriously considered it. However, to be fair, although the girl had a C-section, she usually has to wait 2 years before she can get pregnant again, but thanks to the miraculous potion's recovery effect. If the young couple wants to have a second child, they can do so now. About half an hour later, I returned to my home in Chunjiang Pavilion. Jiang Chen got off the car first and was about to go back, but they found that Su Qingqing did not get off the car. Instead, she looked lazy and sleepy, as if she had just fallen asleep. So he had no choice but to open the passenger door and remind her, Honey, we're home. Su Qingqing groggily unbuckled her seatbelt, then opened her arms to Jiang Chen, saying, Husband, hug me. She didn't even open her eyes when she spoke. Jiang Chen sighed and hugged the girl, saying, Wife, let's get off the bus. The girl leaned against Jiang Chen's chest and said, You said, Princess, please get out of the carriage. Princess, please get out of the carriage, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head, still with a doting tone. Good. Then, husband, if you say it again, Princess, please go home, Su Qingqing said softly, her eyes narrowed to slits and a smile playing on her lips. Princess, please go home. Su Qingqing almost burst out laughing when she heard this. To be honest, this guy is quite good at spoiling people. Why don't you make it yourself again? But before she could even think about what to do next, Jiang Chen picked her up and carried her home, heading straight to the bedroom. Husband, what are you doing? Su Qingqing panicked a little and opened her eyes. I saw you were sleepy, so go to the bedroom and take a nap. But I'm not sleepy right now. But I'm sleepy right now. But honey, our child is still with your mother. That's fine, my mom will bring it over tonight. Su Qingqing didn't even have a chance to resist. Was she blaming herself for going too far and being too dramatic just now? But why was she sleeping in broad daylight? Never mind. Since I'm his wife, I'll just let him be. Meanwhile, in the Swan Lake residential area, Zhang Dapeng was at home drinking with his in-law Su Hongshan. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they drank heartily this time. Jiang Daping knew that Su Hongshan had a habit of acting crazy when drunk. Seeing that he had drunk enough, they stopped pouring wine for Su Hongshan. But Su Hongshan was not satisfied with his older brother's expression. No, no, brother, let's keep drinking. You believe me, I'm really not drunk. Chapter 396, Sleeping with the Door Closed in Broad Daylight. Are you really not drunk? Jiang Daping asked. I'm really not drunk. If I were drunk, would I call you brother? If I were drunk, I'd have to call you son-in-law brother. If I call my in-laws brother and also son-in-law, wouldn't that create chaos? Come on, brother. It's not much. Shall we have a couple more? Su Hongshan, reeking of alcohol, started shouting. Jiang Daping knew that most people wouldn't admit to being drunk. Seeing that Su Hongshan's words were somewhat logical, he added, All right. Then, in-law, let's have 2 more drinks, just 2. No problem. Su Hongshan readily agreed. So the 2 of them drank 2 more glasses. After a couple of drinks, Su Hongshan indeed stopped causing trouble, but he still had a lot to say, things that came to his heart. Brother, I'm telling you the truth. I do make a fool of myself when I'm drunk, but let me tell you something, brother, when I call my son-in-law brother, it's just because I'm drunk. I can't help it, my son-in-law is just too good, too good. I regret having only 1 daughter, Qingqing. I wish I had several daughters. Why? As Su Hongshan spoke, he shook his head and beat his chest in frustration. Judging from his expression, he was filled with regret, as if he had missed out on a billion-dollar prize. He just didn't want it anymore. Song Mei was taking care of her 3 little monsters in the bedroom. Because Jiang Daping and Su Hongshan were drinking, she would occasionally come out to check on them, afraid that they would get too drunk and cause trouble. Seeing Su Hongshan's reaction, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Surprisingly, Su Hongshan inadvertently revealed a huge secret. He called Jiang Chen brother on purpose, fueled by alcohol. As for Su Hongshan's regret, he only had 1 daughter, Qingqing. Song Mei didn't care at all. No matter how many daughters other people had, she and Jiang Daping only had 1 good son, Jiang Chen. My in-laws just said that he called our son brother on purpose? While Su Hongshan was in the restroom, Song Mei couldn't hold back any longer and whispered to Jiang Daping. Yes, I heard it too. Jiang Daping was also somewhat puzzled. If you said he was drunk and called someone by the wrong name, that would make sense, but Su Hongshan said he did it on purpose. It's really rare for a father-in-law to call his son-in-law brother on purpose. However, my in-law just said he did it on purpose. But you can't be sure if he was drunk when he said that. What's the difference between what he said when he was drunk and calling us son's brother? Jiang Daping reminded him again. Yes, that's true. Song Mei nodded. After hearing this, the couple stopped taking the huge secret to heart. But who knew Su Hongshan? It's true, she really wants to call Jiang Chen big brother, because she has more than 1 daughter. Brother and sister-in-law, I'm going back. Su Hongshan felt he had stayed at his in-laws' house long enough and decided to go back. Because Bai Huiyin was also coming to Sihai that day, the elderly couple decided to stay at their daughter's house for the time being. Song Mei and Jiang Daping were worried, so they followed Su Hongshan. Don't worry, in-law, we'll take you there. Need not. It's not like I don't know the way, and besides, I'm not drunk. Su Hongshan waved his hand, swaying his body and walking in a figure-8 pattern. Song Mei smiled and said, That's right, in-law, you're not drunk. But since you're a guest, Dapeng and I will take you there, and we'll also take the 3 kids there with us. Su Hongshan then agreed. So Song Mei drove Jiang Chen's nanny van, carrying everyone including the children, to her son's home in Chunjiang Pavilion. When I got to the door, it wasn't open. I rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Song Mei called her son, but couldn't get through. Thinking that her son must be busy, she didn't call again, and the group waited at the door for a while. I was getting a little anxious while waiting. At this moment, Bai Huiyin arrived. She greeted Song Mei and Jiang Daping, amused the child, and finally turned her gaze to Su Hongshan. Wife, I'm not drunk. If you don't believe me, ask your in-laws, Su Hongshan said guiltily first. Yes. I can vouch for you, my in-laws really weren't drunk. I can also testify that they were just going through the motions. Jiang Daping and Song Mei echoed this sentiment. Okay. In front of her in-laws, Bai Huiyin gave Su Hongshan face and didn't pursue the matter further, continuing to play with the child. It's been so long since I've seen my child, and he's grown so much. I really miss him terribly. But, after teasing each other for a while, and then talking with my in-laws for a bit, more than half an hour had passed. The young couple still hadn't heard anything. Bai Huiyin called her daughter, but she didn't answer. Father-in-law, Qingcheng and the others may be busy lately. I heard that Qingcheng was busy with work recently and often worked overtime at night, Song Mei explained. Bai Huiyin nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Her daughter wasn't lazy. It was just that she was busy. Just then, Aunt Lu, the nanny, returned from grocery shopping. The group entered the villa after the door was opened. Once inside, the three little monsters were hungry again, so Song Mei and Bai Huiyin fed them milk and rice cereal. After finishing all that work, the master bedroom door opened. Jiang Chen and Su Qingxing came out. Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan were engrossed in playing chess and, without any hesitation, invited Jiang Chen to join them for a few rounds. Song Mei and Bai Huiyin then left the problem to Su Qingcheng. Qingcheng, so you and Xiaochen are at home. We've been waiting outside for ages, and you didn't answer our calls. Bai Huiyin asked, sounding somewhat reproachful, as if she were his mother. Faced with her mother's questioning and the onlookers, including her best friend and future mother-in-law, Su Qingqing secretly felt a headache coming on. It's all that damn guy's fault, that pig's trotter. If it weren't for him. Sigh, how could this have happened? However, she felt extremely anxious, shy, and embarrassed. But how to say it outwardly? Having followed the pig's trotters for so long, she had gotten used to it. So she feigned surprise and replied, "Oh, Mom, you're here. I was sleeping at the time. But it's broad daylight. You're sleeping in the middle of the day?" "Yeah, I suddenly felt sleepy, and then I wanted to go to sleep." "Where's your phone? Why aren't you answering calls?" "My phone was accidentally on silent, so I really didn't see your call. By the way, Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming today? If you had, I would have picked you up earlier." Have to. The daughter changed the subject and started asking herself questions. Bai Huiyin marveled at her daughter's progress. But they didn't press the issue further. After all, as experienced people, she and Song Mei knew perfectly well that their daughter and son-in-law were sleeping with the door closed during the day. Chapter 397, The Blind Fortune Teller. I don't need you to pick me up. It's not like I don't know the way. Bai Huiyin waved her hand and said that she felt she wouldn't get anything out of her daughter, so she didn't want to ask anymore and simply went to play with the three little babies. Those three babies, whom I hadn't seen for just a month or two, can now all walk. It's both adorable and truly delightful. Seeing this, Song Mei was very sensible and joined her mother-in-law in playing with the three children. As for Su Qingcheng, in front of these two experienced elders, she felt, well, a little sullen. Is it easy for me to act in front of my mom and future mother-in-law? Although I knew that as soon as I opened my mouth, the two experienced people would see through my act, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep going. After all, I had to save face. Finally, night fell. With only the young couple and their three children left at home, Su Qingqing finally unleashed her anger, grabbing the scoundrel. That little fist was a series of fierce punches and retaliations, filled with shame and anger. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." "No, what's it to me?" Jiang Chen was puzzled by his wife's sudden outburst. "What do you mean by blaming you?" Snort. "Why did you have to make me sleep during the day, neglecting the child? Now look what happened. Your parents and my parents caught us red-handed this afternoon. How embarrassing. And another thing. My mom called, but you wouldn't let me answer. That's really going too far. But if I don't let you answer, you really won't answer your mom's calls. Besides, honey, you weren't available at that time, were you?" Jiang Chen said honestly. "Pooh." Su Qingqing spat. "What do you mean by convenient or inconvenient? It's all your fault. Ugh, you're driving your wife crazy." "Oh whoa. Faced with the little girl's mischief, Jiang Chen was on the verge of tears. No, it's utter helplessness. But what could he do as a model husband and a doting husband? Since his wife was so fierce, like a tigress, then, cough cough, let her be. Because the in-laws came from all over the world. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng extended warm hospitality to the locals. Taking advantage of the nice weather, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng suggested that they go for a stroll in the nearby scenic spots. The in-laws readily agreed. Jiang Chen and his wife agreed. So the group, along with their 3 little ones, went to visit nearby attractions, explore temples, and go boating on the lake. Everyone was exhausted, especially Jiang Chen, Jiang Dapeng, and Su Hongshan, who were each carrying a baby and were extremely tired from the journey. But after the swim, everyone had a great time. On the way back, I came across a fortune-telling stall run by a blind man. On a whim, Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan took turns calculating. The blind fortune teller, observing their expressions, said only pleasant things to make them happy, making the two overjoyed. After finding out that they were related by marriage and had 3 grandchildren, he took the opportunity to sell them 3 white jade pendants. You two are very lucky. I happen to have 3 blessed jade pendants on hand, which can protect the 3 babies and keep them safe and healthy. How much? 1 is 3,000, 3 are 9,000. So I'll just take 8888 from you. I also wish you 2 great fortunes. Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan only bothered with fortune-telling for fun. Those 3 supposedly blessed pendants are obviously worthless fakes at first glance. If it only cost a few hundred, I might buy it. But when they heard that such a small thing was asking for 3,000, they were all a little surprised. They are not short of money, but being not short of money does not mean they are being taken advantage of. After asking the price, the 2 were somewhat disappointed and were about to leave. However, just as the 2 were about to leave, a bystander who had seemed to be watching the commotion suddenly stepped forward and blocked Jiang Dapeng and his companion's way. You 2 esteemed guests cannot leave. Why? Jiang Dapeng asked. Because the blind man just revealed a secret of heaven and consecrated 2 jade pendants. If you 2 don't buy, or even if you lose money to avoid disaster, not only will you be wasting the blind man's kindness, but it might also harm your luck, and even the luck of your 3 babies. Chapter 398. You're a little green on your head. The bystander, who had a cleft lip, blocked Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan's path. He spoke politely, but his words carried a clear threat. What? Are you trying to force me to buy or sell? Jiang Dapeng said unhappily. I was just taking my in-laws out for a trip, and I was in a good mood, so I decided to have a wedding banquet. Now, they won't let us leave without buying that lousy jade pendant. Forced sale? I wouldn't dare. A cunning glint appeared in the man with the cleft lip, and he laughed. We're just giving it to those who are destined to receive it. You'll just have to give us a little money. Moreover, the price is very reasonable. For just 8,888 yuan, you can bring these 3 blessed jade pendants to your 3 little babies, ensuring they will be free from illness and misfortune in the future. Why not? Furthermore, the 2 distinguished guests have an extraordinary air about them and must be people of great wealth and status. You're out having fun, and it's only a small amount of money to spend. You don't want your luck, or that of your 3 babies, to be affected, do you? As Hua Zizui spoke, before Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan could react, the group of onlookers who had been watching the fortune-telling all came over and blocked Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan's way. Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan were both dumbfounded when they saw this. Good heavens! So all those people who were watching the blind fortune-teller earlier were in cahoots with him. This is strikingly similar to those pig-butchering scam groups, where everyone except the actual victims is a shill. Moreover, judging from this situation, Jiang Dapeng and his companion really won't be able to leave without buying that jade pendant. Honey, look over there. Su Qingqing reminded Jiang Chen and gestured to him. While Su Hongshan and Jiang Dapeng were having their fortunes told by a blind fortune-teller, the young couple, along with their child, stayed with Song Mei and Bai Huiyin, chatting casually and playing with the child. I just wanted the 2 old men to have some fun on their own. The 2 old men never expected that their fortune-telling would lead to them being swindled. Actually, even without Su Qingqing's reminder, Jiang Chen had already noticed the situation. He scratched his head and walked towards the fortune-telling stall. The system? The commander is here. What are your orders? Well, your dad and father-in-law have both been scammed. You're going to develop a system to detect the host's status. Understood, master. Ding. Host has triggered a god-level instant kill. Instant kill price, 250 yuan. Instant kill. Jiang Chen didn't even hesitate, immediately using his mind to order. No matter what it was, he'd aim first. System received, successful purchase. Incriminating evidence against Zhang Xinzong and Li Shoufa being distributed. Zhang Xinzong, Li Shoufa. Jiang Chen was puzzled when he heard this. After receiving the incriminating materials from the two men, they realized that Zhang Xinzong was actually a fortune teller, and the so-called blind man was obviously a fake. Li Shoufa was the cleft-mouthed spectator who first stopped his father and father-in-law. In reality, he was a shill and had a prearranged plan with Zhang Xinzong. No, what do you mean? Are you threatening us? You're asking for 3,000 yuan for a clearly worthless fake jade pendant? That's highway robbery. Yes. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan were both indignant. Jiang Dapeng has a fiery temper and speaks in a hurried and impulsive manner. Su Hongshan was usually quite composed, but when faced with someone threatening his 3 grandchildren, he became furious and uttered some unpleasant words. Li Shoufa, a bystander, sneered twice. Robbery. Excuse me, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did we rob you? We just want a fair trade. You want to call the police? Go ahead and call them. Hurrah! After Li Shoufa finished speaking, he and the group behind him burst into laughter. They've encountered threats to call the police before. Most people would be scared off after being intimidated, but they're not afraid of anyone who's really stubborn. They'll make sure to get away before the police arrive. As for the fortune teller Su Hongshan and his companion, we'll just take their money. We're definitely going to take it this time. Fellow Taoist, I see you have a full forehead and a square jaw. How about I tell your fortune? Jiang Chen came up to Li Shoufa and said directly. Li Shoufa was taken aback. You told me that? Yes. Li Shoufa thought to himself, this is truly eye-opening. I've been a shill for fortune tellers for so long, and now someone is actually offering to tell my fortune. Are you with them? Yes, one of them is my dad, and the other is my father-in-law. Oh, is that so? Then you can calculate it for me, but I'm not sure how accurate it will be. You know? A sly glint appeared in Li Shoufa's eyes. Anyway, he could run away, but he couldn't hide. Don't worry, you won't get your money back if you don't agree. I see this gentleman as handsome and dashing, a true gentleman. However, lately there seems to be something amiss with your hair. Something's not right with your head? What do you mean? Yeah, you're a little green on the head. Chapter 399. Those two scoundrels, they've got some nerve. Is there a hint of green on my head? Li Shoufa's expression changed. Are you saying my wife cheated on me? Yes, and not just once, not just once. Do you even know what's going on with my wife? Do you know what the consequences will be for spouting such nonsense? Li Shoufa's expression immediately turned sour. He didn't believe it at all. After all, being told to one's face that one is being cheated on is a terrible feeling, or rather, a blatant and immense humiliation to a man's dignity. As for his wife, he is timid and cowardly, and completely obedient to me, so I always trust him completely. She's been accused of cheating, not just once, not just with one man. That's utterly ridiculous. Thinking this, Li Shoufa was furious. He clenched his fist and swung it at Jiang Chen, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen grabbed it with his own hand. Jiang Chen exerted force, and Li Shoufa was in so much pain that he almost cried out, "Mom," and hurriedly begged to let go. Please don't be in such a hurry, Jiang Chen said, releasing his grip and a smile playing on his lips. You say I'm talking nonsense? Listen to me first, and see if what I'm saying is right or wrong. Lately, has your wife been talking to you less and less? She's been dressing up more, looking better, and in a good mood. But as soon as she sees you, she gets impatient and keeps saying she's tired. Does she often work overtime until very late? Is it an excuse to comfort your best friend, or even that you stay out all night? By the way, hasn't she been getting a lot of cousins from her hometown lately, who often lend her money and take her out to eat? Of course, sometimes her cousins would come to visit during the day. The more Li Shoufa listened, the more serious his expression became. Jiang Chen's points are almost entirely accurate. Lately, I've been communicating with my wife less and less. She's become more and more obsessed with dressing up, and the cosmetics she buys are all ridiculously expensive. I feel great when I dress up nicely every day. He always wears a smile to everyone he meets. But he becomes like a hedgehog, refusing to be touched. Occasionally, he'll act like a dead body if you do touch him, constantly complaining of being tired. When asked why, he says he's too busy and not in the mood. Especially my older and younger cousins. That kid was right too. Recently, 2 or 3 cousins have come to visit, and he knows them all, having met most of them before, but it's nothing, right? They've been married for 7 or 8 years now. It's normal to have a 7-year itch after all the ups and downs, right? Besides, my wife was comforting her best friend who was heartbroken after a breakup. It's true that she stayed out all night a couple of times, but what's wrong with spending just one night with her best friend? Is it abnormal? Li Shoufa's heart skipped a beat. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Of course, because it wouldn't look good on him, he stubbornly refused to admit it for the time being. What you're saying is baseless and unsubstantiated. Why should I believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. But whatever, I'll go all the way and tell you one more thing. Did your wife work late last night and then go out early this morning? She said a cousin from her hometown is visiting and she wants to show him around. You mean, my wife has another lover? And then, in broad daylight, where are they now? Which hotel? Li Shoufa couldn't hold back any longer and simply asked directly. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't go to the hotel, they stayed at your house. Right in my house? Li Shoufa's mind went blank for a moment, and his voice trembled. Damn it, those 2 bastards really know how to save money, and they're really bold to do it right at home. We've been talking about this for so many years. I only go out for a stroll occasionally, and sometimes I just get a foot massage. I consider myself to be a good wife, and she has always been very honest with me. How could this happen? How could this happen? Li Shoufa felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Chen reminded him that he did indeed feel something was wrong with his head, and it wasn't just a little green, but a lush green grassland. Not just once, not just one. That's enough to make the grass bend low in the wind and reveal cattle and sheep. This is insane. Who could stand it? Without saying a word, Li Shoufa turned around and hurried home, thinking that if he got home late, those 2 would probably have finished their business at home, and he would be the one to congratulate them. By the way, a friendly reminder to this fellow Taoist. Don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't worry. I'll just beat up that cheating couple and kill them, but I won't be able to live on my own anyway, so why bother? All right, but fellow Taoist, could you please settle the fortune-telling fee beforehand? Li Shoufa was furious and ran off in a hurry without looking back. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, he almost exploded again. Money to settle a life debt? Can I just tie a chicken feather? Damn it, to be honest, just a few minutes ago, I was the one telling fortunes for people. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would be killed by someone else? Why? Jiang Chen watched as Li Shoufa stormed off in a huff, almost fleeing in disarray. He shook his head helplessly, wondering to himself whether he was doing a good deed or not. After seeing Li Shoufa off, Jiang Chen turned to the remaining onlookers and asked, What? Does anyone else want to have their fortune told? No. No need. The group of people involuntarily stepped back and waved their hands in refusal. Don't worry, I'll give you a free reading, it's free. Even if it's free, it doesn't count. The onlookers didn't hesitate and refused again. It wasn't that the guy's fortune-telling was inaccurate, but it felt a bit eerie. Given Li Shoufa's experience, nobody wanted to be an honest person anymore. Zhang Daping and Su Hongshan nodded repeatedly. Not bad, son. You can even tell fortunes. Yes, Xiaochun. You'd never guess someone so young could have this skill. Well, if I said I was self-taught, would you believe me? Jiang Chen asked shamelessly. Letter. Of course we believe you. Zhang Daping and Su Hongshan chuckled. They both knew that Jiang Chen's claim of being self-taught was just a lie to fool them. He must have gotten the information from some source. But since this kid doesn't want to talk about it, they both decided not to ask any further questions. This kid knows too much. If we were to ask him about everything, wouldn't it make us 2 old men seem like we're being nosy? Never mind. If you don't want to be disliked, it's best to keep quiet. Young master, why don't you tell my fortune? At this moment, The blind fortune-teller, Jiang Chen, said with a sinister laugh. He had been running his fortune-telling stall for so long, and this was the first time someone had disrupted his business. His own capable partner actually managed to get away with it. When Jiang Chen saw that it was the blind fortune-teller who had spoken up and was taking the initiative to have his fortune told, he was overjoyed. I was just about to ask you for a reading, he thought. I can calculate it for you. However, weren't you just going to give away 3 blessed jade pendants? Oh, that's easy. If the young master's calculations are accurate, then the matter of those 3 blessed jade pendants can be dropped. We can even give them to the young master for free. All right, let's begin. I observe that you have an extraordinary appearance, sir. You started from scratch and built your own empire. You are destined for wealth, success, and smooth sailing. However, recently, your forehead has turned dark, which may indicate that your luck is not good. In other words, you may face a bloody disaster in the near future. Chapter 400 The Family Slaughterer. Jiang Chen was furious that Jiang Chen had teasingly chauffeured in that way. He was also a bit arrogant. Having practiced fortune-telling for many years, he was adept at reading people's expressions and guiding them patiently. But in reality, it's fortune-telling. Nobody actually calculated it. They're all just good at talking and have a silver tongue. That kid was considered successful because he certainly got some skills, but he was also lucky. After all, poorly chauffeur's wife really cheated on him. Therefore, he was unconvinced. He wanted Jiang Chen to tell his fortune, but this kid is really daring, showing off his skills in front of Guan Yu, coming up and saying that he was going to have a bloody disaster soon. Young sir, you really dare to speak your mind. However, what do you mean by bloodshed? Jiang Chen, wearing sunglasses, glanced at Jiang Chen unconsciously and said calmly, That's right, his blindness was an act. Well, that's a long story. How about I tell you a story first? Jiang Chen said. Okay, go ahead and tell me. Jiang Chen said casually, thinking to himself, Let's see what you can say. But he was surprised to hear the other party's first words, which made him jump in fright. That was about 20 years ago. A young man and his fellow villager opened a restaurant. They got into an argument on a dark and stormy night over how to divide the profits. The argument escalated, and in a fit of anger, the fellow villagers slapped the young man. The young man was stunned by the blow. After regaining his senses, he grabbed a boning knife and plunged it into the other man's chest. After stabbing his fellow villager to death, the villager's wife and parents heard the screams and came out to see what happened. The young man went all the way and killed his fellow villager's wife and parents as well. After that, the young man left his hometown, changed his name and identity, and did all sorts of shady manual labor. Later, he discovered fortune-telling and set up a fortune-telling stall on the street. A group of onlookers gathered around. Su Hongshan and Jiang Dapeng also changed their expressions upon hearing what Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianzong himself coughed and chuckled twice. The story the little gentleman told was really interesting. Shall I continue the story for the young gentleman? The young man set up a fortune-telling stall and initially encountered many setbacks. Later, he put on sunglasses, pretended to be blind, and hired some shills, and his fortune-telling became more and more successful. Is that so, young master? Jiang Xianzong stood up and asked Jiang Chen with a smile. Does this mean they've tacitly agreed? The onlookers who were originally being taken advantage of by shills have now become genuine onlookers. It turns out that this seemingly harmless, blind fortune-teller was actually the murderer who wiped out an entire family from his village 20 years ago. Everyone looked on in astonishment. They all gasped in shock. Surely not. Really? Well said, Jiang Chen praised, but you said a little less. What did you omit? Jiang Xianzong asked. At least today. In fact, the police have already set up a tight net to catch that family murderer who has been on the run for 20 years. Jiang Xianzong's brow suddenly twitched. Looking into the distance, sure enough, several police cars were flanking from the side. Well, I underestimated this kid. Oh, I see. Thank you. He chuckled as he spoke, then suddenly pulled out a sharp blade from his pocket and lunged at Jiang Chen, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's chest. There's no other reason than that. Since we've already been exposed, we might as well take someone down with us even if we die. The situation changed abruptly. When Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan saw it, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. Su Qingcheng and the others, who were not far away, were so shocked they almost froze. Oh no, their pig's trotter was going to be killed. But Jiang Chen is incredibly skilled. He turned his body to the side, easily dodging Zhang Xianzong's fatal stab. Zhang Xianzong was startled, knowing that Jiang Chen wouldn't be hurt, and seeing that the police officers had already gotten out of the car. He decided to flee for his life, ran a few steps, and jumped off a bridge, intending to jump onto a large truck like in an action movie. But he didn't dance well. He overdid it and showed off. Zhang Xianzong fell straight down from a height of more than 10 meters onto the road. There was a loud bang. Both legs were broken, and his head was bleeding profusely.